Waking up, I found I had become a crematorium worker. Still a martial arts loser who was abandoned by his family and had his legs broken by school bullies. Just as I was in utter despair, the cremation sanctification system activated. Burning each corpse permanently increases one's vitality value. From then on, the crematorium became my exclusive training ground. Burning corpses day and night, my vital energy surged wildly. Overnight, I leaped from being an ant to a tendon-training realm expert. The school bully who once humiliated me still dares to set his sights on my childhood sweetheart? I charged straight back to school and, in front of all the teachers and students, with a single kick, he sent the arrogant fool flying, declaring his comeback with absolute strength. However, I've crippled the Lin family's direct descendant. And the true bone-forging realm experts of the Lin family won't let this go unpunished. Chapter 1, Getting Stronger by Cremating Corpses? What good are you to me? Look at your sister, she's also a high school senior, but her chi and blood value has already surpassed 500, dozens of times higher than yours. Go away, and don't ever say you're my son again. I don't want to see you anymore. Do you even know what kind of trash you are? How dare you still covet the school value? You refuse to accept it? Whether you accept it or not, I, Linshur, am a dragon among men, with the finest family background in Qingcheng. What can you possibly compare? Forget it, talking so much with you is useless. Someone come and break his legs. Let him understand that some people are born to live in the gutter. Ugh, my head hurts so much. In a crematorium reeking of disinfectant and the stench of death. Gu Chen, who had just gotten up from the floor, stared blankly at the LCD monitor before him and his surroundings, looking utterly disoriented. Did I just transmigrate? A slight throbbing pain surged in his mind as memories flooded in like a tide. In the high martial world, martial arts flourish. His previous incarnation was fair and delicate in appearance, standing nearly 6 feet tall, yet his martial arts talent was shockingly poor. For 3 full years, his physical energy value remained stuck in the teens. He had always been ranked last in school, where even the old janitor had a chi blood value exceeding 20 points. His parents consequently drove him out of the house, leaving him to fend for himself. If that were all there was to it, it wouldn't be a big deal. In his previous life, he had the audacity to pursue the university's top beauty, Yude. In the school, who doesn't know that the renowned campus belle Yude is the woman admired by Linshur, the prodigy of the Lin family. He's a poor guy with low talent, no power, and no family background, yet he dares to compete with Linshur for a woman. It's like an old man hanging himself, tired of living so long. His legs were broken by Linshur, and on top of that, the school expelled him. Later, to make a living, he had no choice but to work at a crematorium burning corpses. Every day, he either endured the nauseating stench of decay, or watched as pale, rotting corpses were thrown one after another into the incinerator. Later, he developed severe depression and died from a drug overdose. Ah, this is tough. After sorting through his memories, Guchen rubbed his aching temples and sighed deeply. Before transmigrating, I was just an ordinary graduate, toiling away like an ox at a company, working myself to death every day without seeing any money. Now that I've transmigrated, I'm still just a beast of burden, and a completely talentless one at that. Heavens above, earth below. When others transmigrate, they either get cheat abilities or are geniuses, but when it's my turn, I just end up as a crematorium worker? Come on, are you kidding me? Not only was his family background average, but he also had an uncaring father, a mother who didn't love him, and was driven out of his home. All because of some worthless woman, he ended up offending Linshur, the big shot at school. What's the difference between this and when I first started working in my past life and offended a rich second generation whose father was Jack Ma? Difficult, difficult, difficult. Guchen felt utterly hopeless, lying down on a nearby chair and giving up, mindlessly scrolling through short videos. Just slack off. Working for others is impossible at worst, I'll just be reborn as a hero in 18 years. Besides, aren't the girls in short videos attractive? Aren't their legs fair enough? But before Guchen could scroll much longer, the control panel of the crematorium not far away suddenly emitted an electronic female voice. The cremation of the corpse has been completed, please retrieve it. The cremation of the corpse has been completed, please retrieve it. Cremation of the body has been completed, please. At the same time, a ding sounded in his mind, and a semi-transparent panel appeared before his eyes. Cremation Saint system loading complete. The more corpses you cremate, or the stronger they were in life, the more cremation points you will obtain. An adult male corpse yields 1-2 cremation points upon cremation. Cremation points can be used to increase your blood chi value. Burn value, 1 point. Martial skill, military boxing, novice. Realm, blood chi realm. Blood chi value, 12. Comment, the lowest of the low. Guchen, who had been slumped in his chair, suddenly sprang up, his eyes wide as he stared at the translucent panel before him. Incinerator points? Spending them can increase vitality stats? Guchen glanced around at his surroundings, taking in the more than 10 cremation furnaces. After confirming it was true, he smacked his lips and sighed in amazement. Truly, fate plays tricks on people. I originally thought this life would be another one of hardship. It's indeed true that what's coming will inevitably come. The incineration value is obtained by burning corpses. Since I'm now working at a crematorium, it's like a wild boar entering a granary, I can take as much as I want. Thinking this, Guchen didn't hesitate much. He went to the morgue, carried a corpse over, and began cremating a body for the first time in his life. This one burned quickly, and soon they started on the second corpse, then the third and fourth, the sixth. Night fell. The entire crematorium was brightly lit, with over a dozen incinerators operating beyond their capacity. By 4 a.m., Guchen wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had cremated over 100 corpses throughout the night. The accumulated incineration points reached an astonishing 182. Guchen directly allocated them to his vitality stat. A resonant hum echoed as the upgrade took effect. The burning value began to decrease, replaced by a continuous rise in vital energy. 12, 20, 50, 100, 120. Guchen felt a massive surge of warmth flowing within his body, circulating continuously as it was absorbed by his system. Whenever it was nearly absorbed, a new surge of warmth would appear again. He was like a frail sapling, rapidly growing stronger by absorbing nutrients from the soil. His vitality value also shot up like a rocket, soaring rapidly. It wasn't until over 2 hours had passed and the incineration value was completely depleted that the vitality value finally stopped increasing. Guchen stood up and stretched his body vigorously, causing a series of crackling sounds to erupt all over his limbs. His height seemed to have increased as well, with his pants now noticeably shorter, the hem stopping just above his ankles. His body was covered in sticky filth, and a pungent, sour stench permeated the crematorium. After rinsing off with the tap water, he stood in front of the mirror to examine his reflection. Originally pale skin had now become even fairer. His facial features remained largely unchanged, but his eyes had become crystal clear and bright, with distinct whites and pupils. The overall demeanor and temperament were completely different now. If before he was merely a handsome high school student, now he carried not just handsomeness but also an additional jade-like beauty. Open the translucent panel. Name, Guchen. Age, 17. Current incineration points, 0. Martial skills, military boxing, novice. Realm, tendon training stage. Chi and blood value, 194. Comment, ant. Seeing the chi and blood value soaring to nearly 200, he nodded in satisfaction. The chi blood realm is a general term for martial artists with chi blood below 1000. Those above 1000 belong to the sinew-tempering realm, typically possessing strength not exceeding 500 kilograms. A chi blood value between 2000 and 5000 indicates bone-forging realm martial artists, with their strength capped within 2500 kilograms. Those with chi blood exceeding 5000 are formidable experts of the organ-refining realm. Ordinary students in schools generally have chi blood values ranging from 10 to 200 points. Those with slightly better talent can reach around 300 points. Only renowned geniuses typically have over 500 points of chi blood value, such as a cousin from his previous life. Though the same age as him, her chi blood value had already exceeded 500 a month ago, and now it's very likely close to 700, with an estimated strength of 3 to 400 kilograms. But now, he's completely different. Just one night has brought his chi blood value to nearly 200. This terrifying rate of ascent is truly unprecedented. At this rate, he'll catch up to those geniuses in just a few days. This thought filled him with a hint of excitement. Those days, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, never bully the young for their poverty. Had heaven not birthed me, Li Chungang, the path of swords would remain eternally dark. The things from novels have finally happened to me. Guchen immediately decided to take advantage of the fact that he wasn't tired yet and go burn a few more corpses for some extra excitement. However, just as he was moving a corpse to throw it into the crematorium, his phone rang. Recognizing the incoming number above, he furrowed his brows slightly. The phone number seemed somewhat familiar. It seemed to be the phone number of Lin Shi, the person who had broken the previous host's leg and expelled him from school. What did he call for? After a moment's thought, Guchen pressed the answer button. Regardless of the matter, he decided to listen first. Soon, a voice that sounded somewhat like a raspy duck's quack came through the phone. Hey, you little punk, how's the money coming along? Don't forget this IOU was written by your own hand. If you can't pay it back, don't blame me for disregarding our classmate bond and sending you to jail, ha. Don't even think about running. The entire Qingqing belongs to my Lin family. Even if you hide in a stinking ditch or die, I can find you too and make you pay back the money. That's the price you pay for crossing me. Repay the money? Guchen quickly recalled the relevant memory in his mind. The previous owner of this body had a conflict with Lin Shi, which not only led to his expulsion from school but also resulted in his legs being broken. It even made him sign an IOU for 1 million yuan. He planned to make him live under Lin Shi's control for the rest of his life. I must say Lin Shi is truly ruthless, really driving himself into a corner. Guchen sneered inwardly and said indifferently, idiot. Then he immediately hung up the phone. Pay back $1 million? Are you kidding me? Don't you believe that once you repay this $1 million, there'll be another $1 million waiting for you, trapping you in an endless cycle of debt that you'll never escape? Lin Shi was just bullying others without restraint, seeing that he had no one to rely on and was weak. Now his only way out is to cremate corpses. Once his strength improves, it'll be as easy as a slap. At worst, starting today, he can stay indoors and focus solely on cremating corpses diligently. 5 days passed in a blink. Sitting in front of the crematorium, Guchen stretched lazily. These days, he was either on his way to burn corpses or already burning them. Apart from the necessary sleeping and eating, he was practically glued to the cremation furnace. Sometimes he could reach 300 cremation points in a single day. During this time, the crematorium owner came by. Seeing Guchen working so hard moved him to tears, and he sighed with emotion. Youth is great, young people are easy to fool, and their stamina is good. Most importantly, his vitality points had also reached an astonishing 1,421, nearly 1,500 points. He had long surpassed the Chi and Blood realm and become a tendon-training realm martial artist. The surging blood Chi power circulated with such vigor and thickness that others standing before him could even hear the torrential sound of blood coursing through his body. With a sudden clench of his fist, a creaking sound was heard. He estimated that his current strength likely reached 700 or 800 pounds. In his previous life, lifting a small car would have been effortless, and he could feel the tiny meridians and soft tissues within his body being nourished and strengthened by the Chi and blood values. Once the temperature nurturing is complete, estimated physical flexibility will also greatly increase. Now he could effortlessly defeat his former self with just one hand. In his previous school, there was probably no one who could match him. Even among all the students in Qingzhou City, he stands in a league of his own. That Lin Shi only had about 700 or 800 Chi and blood points, and now he could crush him with just one hand. Before long, as Guchen was carefully experiencing the changes in his body, he noticed his phone kept vibrating in his pocket. Opening it, I saw someone had it add all members in the class group chat, with ongoing conversations, so I casually skimmed through it. How is everyone preparing for the upcoming martial arts grand examination? Sigh, not doing well at all. My vitality points have been stuck at 50. I've been training like crazy for a month, but they dropped by 2 points. Sigh. Same here. This martial arts exam is hanging by a thread. Tisk. None of you can be as unlucky as Shui Weling. She's still in the hospital, probably won't even be able to get out of bed by the time the martial arts exam ends. Ah, she's really unlucky. Who told her to be close to Guchen? Guchen owes Lin Shi money, so who else would Lin Shi go after if not her? Who would have thought Lin Shi would strike so viciously yesterday, sending Shui Lingyue straight to the hospital? Chapter 2, so what if I hit you? I'll even cut you down. They also said that if Guchen still didn't pay back the money, they'd beat Shui Lingyue into the hospital again after she's discharged. What a tragedy, he probably can't even take the martial arts entrance exam now. No kidding, I always said Guchen was a walking disaster. But Shui Yueling, what a pity, she's so pretty, would have been great as my girlfriend. Give it up, dreamer. Shui Yueling's our school's belle, just a few screws loose upstairs. Shui Yueling? Guchen quickly locked onto the figure of a young girl in his mind. The same age as himself, quite good looking, and his martial arts talent was also decent. They have known each other since childhood and can be considered childhood sweethearts who grew up together. Especially during elementary school, that little girl always liked to follow him around, calling him brother Chen every other word. Now she's been beaten because of her own actions? Guchen recalled how he had hung up on Lin Shi's call earlier, and a flicker of understanding instantly flashed through his eyes. This is Lin Shi's revenge. Lin Shi is using Shui Weling to take revenge on himself. After realizing this, Guchen's expression gradually darkened, and a surge of anger welled up in his heart. It must be said that Lin Shi's move was quite effective. Although he wasn't his former self but rather a transmigrator, he was still an outstanding young man of the new era. Because of his own actions, an innocent young girl in the prime of her life suffered an undeserved calamity whose conscience could remain untroubled by that. If you've got any issues, come to me, don't drag innocent people into this. But anger aside, Guchen had no intention of seeking revenge right now. Lin Shi was no threat to him anymore, he could easily crush him with one hand, beating him so badly even his mother wouldn't recognize him. But that reputation rests solely on Lin Shi. Lin Shi was the eldest son of the Lin family, doted on by his parents to the point of being coddled, held in their palms for fear he'd freeze, kept in their mouths for fear he'd melt. The Lin family is also one of the top families in Qingcheng. Not only do they have over a dozen tendon-forging martial artists, but their family head is also a bone-tempering expert. Therefore, now is not the best time to make a move. His best option was to obediently continue cremating corpses at the funeral home, wait a year or so until his strength underwent a qualitative transformation, and then seek revenge. However, just as Guchen was about to give up on taking action, someone sent him a video on his phone. Upon opening it, I saw Shui Weling with her lively long hair standing on the playground, glaring angrily at a blonde-haired youth dressed in a purple suit. Due to the filming angle, the appearance of the blonde-haired youth couldn't be clearly seen, only that he also appeared quite young. Soon, as the anger on Shui Yueling's face grew heavier, the two began to fight. A few minutes later, Shui Yueling was overpowered and knelt half-defeated on the field. Her body was covered in bruises, with the most severe injury being her left arm, twisted like a pretzel, its bones fractured in multiple places. Yet, the blonde-haired boy still showed no intention of stopping. After a few breaths, he walked up to Shui Lingwei, who was no longer capable of resistance. Puffing on a cigarette, he said, "Say Guchen is trash, and I'll let you go. How about it? Today's matter will be over, and I'll even cover your medical expenses. Sound good?" But all he got in response was Shui Lingwei spitting in his face and a scornful smile. Then, the blonde-haired youth raised the long rod and, with a sharp whistling sound, struck her back repeatedly with forceful blows. "Speak, Guchen is trash." Shui Yueling clenched her teeth in silence until she lost consciousness, vomiting blood and convulsing. Only then did the blonde-haired youth stop and turn around for the first time, wiping the spittle off his face as if somewhat displeased. But he quickly composed himself, looking at the camera with narrow, mocking eyes. "Do you like it, Guchen? This is the price for hanging up on me and cursing me." Witnessing this scene, Guchen felt a buzzing in his head as if something inside him had exploded. "Great, just great." Guchen laughed in extreme anger. "Linsher, so this is how you're playing it. I just wanted to peacefully cremate corpses at the funeral home and had no intention of dealing with my past life's matters anyway. After all, he is he, and I am I. Yet you repeatedly and relentlessly push the limits of my patience. In my previous life, I constantly had to endure the boss's unreasonable temper at the company. Now that I transmigrated, do I still have to put up with this shit? Impossible. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Guchen quickly left the crematorium and arrived at Qingqing Third High School. After checking the time, he headed straight to the training grounds. 7 or 8 minutes later, Guchen arrived at a massive square divided into various sections, some for teaching, some for training, and others for sparring rings, with many students engaged in practice. "Hey, isn't that the loser from class 3? What's he doing here for class?" A dark-skinned youth gasped in surprise upon seeing Guchen appear on the teleportation platform, drawing the attention of many. "It really is him. Wasn't he expelled? Dropping out isn't dying. Why do you care where they go?" "Ha ha, I know that guy. His energy level stayed below 20 in 3 years, a total loser." "Below 20? That's seriously low. What's he doing at the training ground? Bringing water for campus Bellew? He dares? His legs have already been broken. I can only say he's incredibly bold, daring to snatch the woman young Master Lin has his eyes on." Guchen ignored the mocking voices around him. After confirming Lin Sher's location, he walked straight toward where Lin Sher was. The onlookers, seeing this, immediately started whispering and laughing among themselves once more. Look, Guchen actually went to find Lin Sher. In the past, he'd flee from Lin Sher like a mouse from a cat. It's really strange that he'd dare to approach Lin Sher on his own today. Probably came to his senses and realized how fearsome Lin Sher is. Maybe he wants to apologize and put this matter behind him. Put it behind him? I doubt it. Knowing Lin Sher's temper, he'll probably lose an arm over this. Exactly, given Lin Sher's temperament, Guchen is in for a tough time today. Ha ha ha. Guchen's chi blood level is lacking, and who would have thought his brain isn't up to par either? Come on, let's go watch the show. We might miss it if we're late. Hey, wait for me. Even the 2 younger gang members who had gone to buy water for Lin Sher nearby thought the same way. Especially one of the skinny, dark-complexioned underlings, who first glanced disdainfully and exchanged a few words with his companion. Then he smoothed out his edgy side-swept bangs and stood tall, puffing out his chest a few meters in front of Guchen. Perhaps feeling it wasn't impressive enough, he coughed and spat a thick glob of phlegm at his feet. He then stomped his foot on the ground, crossed his arms, and said, "Really, any stray cat or dog dares to wander in front of Brother Lin. Know your place and scram, unless you want me to break your legs." But before he could finish speaking, Guchen, who had been standing 2 to 3 meters away, suddenly appeared less than a meter in front of him and kicked out. Next, with a loud bang, the skinny, dark-skinned underling was sent flying like a cannonball. It flew over 10 meters and crashed heavily into the surrounding crowd, sending people tumbling in all directions. Just as the remaining people were shocked, their pupils dilated once again. Seeing Guchen kick someone and then coldly say to those around him, "Tell Lin Sher Gun to come out." Call Lin Sher Gun out? After a long time, the surrounding people finally recovered from the sudden incident, all wide-eyed as they stared at Guchen. This kid is Guchen? Impossible, right? That good-for-nothing Guchen couldn't be this strong. I know that dark, skinny kid he kicked. He's Lin Sher's lackey and a collateral descendant of the Lin family. He's ranked in the top 10 among the younger generation, with a blood chi value over 300, yet Guchen took him down with just 1 kick. Seriously? Am I dreaming? Even if it's true, since he hit someone from the Lin family, Guchen is probably going to face consequences. That's right, the Lin family isn't someone to mess with. Not to mention Lin Sher is also at the training grounds. Even if Guchen has had some fortuitous encounters and significantly improved his strength, he's probably still no match for Lin Sher. You'll see. Guchen is definitely going to get taught a harsh lesson. With these words, the crowd, who had initially envied Guchen's growing strength, gradually began to look at him with pity. No one expected that the universally deemed good-for-nothing would turn into a little genius, but what was truly surprising was how arrogant Guchen became. He struck someone from the Lin family as soon as he made a move. How could a clueless brat like him dare to provoke the Lin family? And who is Lin Sher? Lin Sher is the top prodigy of the Lin family, with a blood chi value exceeding 800. He was a top-tier genius unrivaled in the entire city. With just one hand, he could crush the vast majority of his peers at the same level. Moreover, Lin Shi was notoriously ruthless, those who offended him never met a good end. And yet, Gu Chen actually dared to tell such a man to get out here? Now things had taken a turn for the worse, his life was on the line. Soon, the remaining underling who had gone to buy water for Lin Shi regained his senses. Glancing at his fallen companion, his pupils contracted briefly before a surge of anger took over, and he shouted angrily, "Gu Chen, what the hell are you doing? Do you have a death wish? Let me tell you." But the next moment, Gu Chen appeared before her, grabbing the thug by the neck. With the immense strength of a tendon-forging realm warrior, he slammed him violently to the ground. With a loud thud, the man didn't even have time to scream before passing out cold. The scene left everyone covering their mouths in shock. Especially the rest of Lin family's entourage, their words stuck in their throats, frozen mid-speech. I dare not utter any more mocking or provocative words. Gu Chen, who caused all this, frowned somewhat impatiently. Let me say it again. Tell Lin Shi to get out here. He came today specifically to find Lin Shi. He's threatening me, isn't he? Then let's crush the Lin family's most outstanding genius like a bug beneath our feet. Knock the most proud genius of the Lin family off their pedestal. As the crowd around grew larger, Lin Shi, who was practicing his staff technique in the distance, also learned of the matter. He grinned. Interesting. Then, brandishing the solid wooden stick in his hand, he beckoned and strode toward the crowd, prompting his followers and classmates to quickly fall in line behind him. A mighty group of 20 to 30 people, looking exactly like ruthless gangsters prowling the streets. At most, these people still had traces of youth on their faces, with fine, faintly visible fuzz, but the ferocity in their expressions was unmistakable. Especially Lin Shi, the leader. Dressed in a flashy purple suit, his dyed yellow hair meticulously styled, his narrow eyes resembled those of a cunning and ruthless wolf. The crowd surrounding Gu Chen parted to make way as Lin Shi and his group arrived. After a few breaths, Lin Shi reached Gu Chen's side, first circling him while scrutinizing him with a sharp gaze. TSK. Well, look how much you've changed. Seems breaking your leg and making you quit school back then was the right call, otherwise, you wouldn't be where you are now, would you? Then the tone shifted, as those narrow eyes playfully fixed on Gu Chen's face, staring straight into his eyes. But honestly, this is the first time in my life, Lin Shi, that I've been called a moron and had someone hang up on me. I truly never expected this. I was too lazy to look for you, so I had no choice but to beat your childhood sweetheart half to death. Let me guess, you're absolutely furious, wanting to avenge your childhood sweetheart by beating me up, or better yet, killing me to vent your anger, ha ha. But unfortunately, none of that is within your power, ha ha ha. Lin Shi laughed wildly, and his lackeys joined in the laughter. I was there when Brother Lin beat up Shui Willing, damn, it was brutal. Shui Willing probably won't recover for at least half a year. Brother Lin also said that if Gu Chen still doesn't pay up, he'll send Shui Willing back to the hospital the same day she's discharged. Honestly, Gu Chen must have gotten hit by a rock from the outhouse, how else would he dare show up to confront Brother Lin now? Maybe cremating corpses at the funeral home for 2 days fried his brain so bad he forgot his own name. Ha ha ha, that's gotta be it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the nerve to tell Brother Lin to come out and face him. Gu Chen stared at Lin Shi, who was wearing a purple suit, and coldly retorted. Ha, how do you know I can't do it? What if I could take on 10 wimps like you at once? Hearing Gu Chen's retort, Lin Shi froze for a moment, then burst into laughter as if he'd heard the funniest joke, slapping his thigh repeatedly. Ha ha ha, what did I just hear? You said you want to hit me, and even take on 10 at once? You can't really be like what my lackey said, have you fried your brain? The surrounding lackeys and classmates burst into laughter, all amused by Gu Chen's words. Lin Shi was the school's prodigy, while Gu Chen was a good-for-nothing. Even if his strength had improved, he was still just a good-for-nothing. Now a good-for-nothing actually wants to take on 10 Lin Shis at once. Isn't that like an old man hanging himself, courting death? Don't believe me? Gu Chen immediately prepared to make his move, and the classmates and Lin Shi beside him could tell he was about to act. They all stood there as if watching a spectacle, waiting to see Gu Chen in action. Just as Gu Chen had barely activated a fraction of the qi and blood within his body, a middle-aged woman's voice sounded from afar. Are none of you going to take the exam? Are you all skipping the martial arts entrance test? What are you all crowding around for? Get back to training now. Soon, the voice drew nearer. A middle-aged woman came into everyone's view, dressed in a black teacher's uniform. She wasn't tall, only about 1.5 meters, but her weight was astonishing. From a distance, she looked like a small landmine. Her face was slathered with overly pale foundation, and her lips were painted in Barbie pink. As she approached and saw Lin Shi, the stern expression on her face vanished completely. The originally impatient tone also changed, becoming fawning. Isn't this young Master Lin? Feeling tired, young Master Lin? Need me to buy you a couple bottles of water? I know about a new drink that just came out, it's really delicious. I'll go get you 2 bottles in a bit. By the way, young master, is something troubling you? Let me help you solve it. After finishing speaking, the homeroom teacher's gaze seemed to notice Gu Chen for the first time, her ingratiating tone vanishing as she coldly interrogated. Gu Chen, did you make young Master Lin angry? Get on your knees and apologize now. At your age, all you do is cause trouble. Even a single finger of young Master Lin is more precious than you. Firing you was indeed the most correct decision. With that, the homeroom teacher looked down at Gu Chen with arrogance, waiting for him to kneel and beg for mercy. This whole scene left even the surrounding students stunned. Although they were shocked that Gu Chen dared to oppose Lin Shi, they were also surprised that Gu Chen was no longer the useless person he used to be. But those were just conflicts between students. You are a teacher, a people's teacher. How shameless can you be, throwing away your own reputation just to suck up to Lin Shi? Gu Chen was no exception. To be honest, it was his first time interacting with this homeroom teacher. From the previous host's memories, he had only known this homeroom teacher was greedy for money and lustful. All they do every day is kiss up to those in power while looking down on students from poor families with prejudice. School bonuses and poverty subsidies were all given to families with power and influence. Some truly impoverished students, on the other hand, do not receive poverty subsidies or scholarships. Not only that, but this homeroom teacher also played a part in getting the original host's leg broken and being expelled from school back then. But after personally interacting with her today, I realized this homeroom teacher was even more outrageous than I remembered. This is clearly a scumbag, the worst of the worst. Gu Chen decided not to communicate with the homeroom teacher after confirming they were a terrible person. If the homeroom teacher obediently stays where she is, fine. But if she comes looking for death, then grant her wish. Chapter 3, The Beating. The homeroom teacher exploded when Gu Chen ignored her completely. She immediately snapped. You little brat. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? How dare you ignore me? Let me tell you, it was my suggestion that your childhood friend Shui Lingwei got beaten up. And I recorded that beating video too. Are you angry? You're not angry, are you? A smug grin spread across the homeroom teacher's face. Anger won't do you any good. Remember this, Qingzhou is the Lin family's territory. Lin is in Lin. In front of young Master Lin, even a dog must kneel. The moment the homeroom teacher finished speaking, his gaze fell upon Gu Chen's face. He thought. Gu Chen should know by now that even if he has gained some ability, he must understand who can be provoked and who cannot. After her speech, she expected to see a hint of regret on his face, or perhaps a look of venomous resentment directed at her. But after she finished speaking, Gu Chen seemed to pause for a moment before saying, "So you're in on this too?" Then, with a cold sneer, he lunged forward in a single stride, landing a kick right in front of the homeroom teacher. Thud! The homeroom teacher felt her bulky body fly through the air like a cannonball, crashing onto the ground 7 or 8 meters away, unconscious. After kicking the homeroom teacher away, he flickered and appeared before Lin Shi, who was still momentarily stunned. Gu Chen, how dare you? Gu Chen ignored his words entirely, watching his pupils contract violently. Without hesitation, he raised his leg, bent his knee, and channeled his chi and blood, roaring with power. Thud! Another kick followed. Lin Shi's body blurred into a trail of afterimages as he crashed heavily into the distance. If you don't kill the dog, it will bite you. After delivering that kick, Gu Chen stomped his foot down with explosive force amidst the stunned onlookers. Gu Chen vanished from his spot, becoming a blur as he charged straight toward the fallen Lin Shi. Lin Shi's henchmen tried to rush to his aid, but Gu Chen dispatched them one by one, punching and kicking each into the air. By the time Gu Chen reached Lin Shi's vicinity, the 20-odd henchmen were either sprawled around him, wailing in pain, or cowering too far away to approach. There was no stopping Gu Chen, he was simply too fierce. One punch, one kick, dispatching them as easily as children. Was this really the same Gu Chen from before? After dealing with Lin Shi's men, Gu Chen grabbed Lin Shi, who was clutching his stomach on the ground, trying to get up. He grabbed him by the collar like a little chick and yanked him upright. You little punk! You dared to kick me? You're dead meat. I'll hang you at the school gate. Don't think sneaking up on me when I'm off guard means you can beat me. Let me tell you, you're nothing but a frog catcher, you'll never be my equal. Gu Chen watched Lin Shi spewing profanities and delivered a sharp slap across his face. Smack! The sound of a heavy slap echoed across the training ground. Lin Shi's venomous tirade abruptly halted. His head buzzed, deafening him to all sound except the piercing ringing in his ears. He was completely stunned. Was this really Gu Chen? A wave of profound shock washed over him. He never imagined he'd be utterly helpless against Gu Chen, like an adult beating a child. Was this really that useless Gu Chen? Impossible. It must be because of the sneak attack. Gu Chen didn't care about any of that. He slapped Lin Shi's face left and right. Smack, 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 another 7 or 8 slaps. He'd endured Lin Shi for far too long. He'd originally come here to mind his own business, but Lin Shi kept pushing his limits time and again. Come on. Go ahead and curse me. You think you're so tough, huh? Didn't you say my brain was fried? Didn't you say I'm hurting the innocent? Why aren't you talking now? Don't you have anything to say? After taking 7 or 8 slaps from Gu Chen, the ringing in Lin Shi's ears grew louder. His cheeks swollen like a pig's head, he managed to utter. You. Smack. Another heavy slap landed. Who gave you permission to speak? Shut your mouth. The people around them were already stunned, staring at Gu-chun in disbelief as he slapped Lin Shi again and again. Then they looked at each other, seemingly unable to believe what was happening. Wasn't Gu-chun a useless? How could Lin Shi now be utterly helpless in his hands? This was Lin Shi, the most outstanding young genius of the Lin family, being pinned to the ground and humiliated by Gu-chun? Had I drunk too much this morning, or was I seeing things? Then they watched as Gu-chun delivered several more slaps before releasing Lin Shi. Another kick sent Lin Shi flying like a cannonball. After landing, he was beaten mercilessly once more. The beating was so severe that Lin Shi started begging for mercy. It wasn't until the crowd of onlookers grew larger that it caught the attention of the martial arts instructor at the training ground. What are you all doing? Stop it. Young man, how can you hit someone like that? Stop immediately. A man in his 30s approached, clad in a black martial arts uniform. His bare arms revealed muscles that were bulging and powerful. Gu-chun glanced at him, delivered one final kick, then stopped. He set Lin Shi down, who lay motionless like a dead pig. This instructor was Li Fan, unlike the previous homeroom teacher, a genuine martial arts instructor. The previous homeroom teacher had only been responsible for student management, while this instructor taught martial arts to students. He was a genuine martial artist at the muscle tendon refinement stage. He had been immersed in the muscle tendon refinement stage for many years. Teacher Li. One of Lin Shi's former underlings, who had been keeping his distance, spotted Teacher Li approaching and rushed over to plead. Please save Lin Shi. Gu-chun is completely out of control. He ambushed Lin Shi and beat him to a pulp. Upon arriving, Teacher Li heard the student's plea, furrowed his brow, and looked toward Gu-chun standing on the martial arts field. Then he looked at Lin Shi, who lay on the ground twitching intermittently. Gu-chun ambushed Lin Shi? Though he hadn't personally interacted with Gu-chun, he'd long heard rumors about the student's stagnant martial progress. His chi blood value had barely reached the teens after 3 years. Lin Shi was the school's most outstanding prodigy and the strongest among the younger generation of the Lin family. Were these two even comparable? Even if it was a sneak attack, Lin Shi shouldn't have been completely defenseless. Though his mind was filled with questions, Teacher Li quickly composed himself. As a practitioner at the muscle tendon refinement stage, he might not be on par with the Lin family, but he certainly wasn't going out of his way to curry favor. But Lin Shi was the prodigy he had personally trained. He was counting on Lin Shi to bring him glory and prestige in the martial arts grand examination. Then, his stagnant professional title might finally advance after years of stagnation. But if Lin Shi suffered any injury today and performed poorly in the martial arts grand examination, all his hopes would vanish. At this thought, Teacher Li's gaze turned icy as he coldly swept it over Gu-chun. Gu-chun, you show no sense of propriety. Lin Shi is our school's most gifted and strongest student. Our school is counting on him to bring back an outstanding result. Even though you were expelled, the school still taught you for nearly 3 years. Don't you have any sense of gratitude? Your ambush today has placed the school in a disadvantageous position. Have you lived up to the school's investment and your teacher's hard work? With that, a powerful surge of vital energy erupted from his body, bearing down on Gu-chun. Come with me. Seeing this, the half-dead Lin Shi struggled to his feet, slurring curses. You little punk, even if you won by ambushing me, what difference does it make? The teachers see everything clearly. I am the school's most outstanding genius. The entire institution is counting on me to bring glory to its name. And you? You're nothing but a worthless piece of trash. What do you have to compare with me? I beat up your childhood sweetheart. Come at me if you think you can handle it. All the martial arts teachers are on my side. The surrounding students witnessed this scene and shook their heads in disbelief. Teacher Li valued talent above all else, always hoping to nurture a prodigy who would bring him fame. So when Teacher Li took action against Gu-chun, they weren't surprised at all. Only a hint of regret lingered. Gu-chun had finally shed his former uselessness, only to have his newly demonstrated strength crushed by Teacher Li. Couldn't suppress him? Impossible. Teacher Li was a martial arts instructor at the refining tendons realm. Could he really not handle a mere Gu-chun? Unless Gu-chun was also at the muscle refining realm. But that was impossible. Gu-chun had been a complete failure for the past 3 years. Even if his strength had improved, there was absolutely no way he could have become a martial arts practitioner at the muscle refining realm. Thus, he was utterly powerless against Teacher Li's suppression. Yet just as everyone assumed Gu-chun would be immobilized under Teacher Li's overwhelming aura, Gu-chun suddenly laughed as if nothing was wrong. Simultaneously, a surge of vital energy erupted from his body, matching Teacher Li's in intensity. It forcefully repelled Teacher Li's oppressive aura. His clear, icy voice echoed across the martial arts field. Genius? A genius is merely a stepping stone to meet me. Amidst the stunned crowd, he took a single stride, transforming into a blur that appeared before Lin Shi. His right leg whipped out like a lash, striking viciously toward Lin Shi's chest. Thud! Before the horrified Lin Shi could react, a crisp, rapid crackling of shattered bones echoed from his chest. A jet of crimson blood erupted from his mouth mid-air. Annoying brat! You're forcing my hand. He then drew a graceful arc through the air before crashing into the crowd, his fate unknown. The impact jolted many awake. One by one, they snapped out of their daze as Gu Chencheng suddenly unleashed his Lianjin realm power, the surging qi and blood bringing them back to their senses. Simultaneously, all eyes turned toward Lin Shi, whose fate remained unknown. Shock and bewilderment intertwined in their minds. Gu Chen is also at the muscle tendon refinement stage? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He was just a weakling who'd barely improved his strength. How could he suddenly unleash the aura of the muscle tendon refinement realm? And he dared to strike the Lin family's eldest son with such ferocity, leaving Lin Shi unconscious and in critical condition. Is this something Gu Chen would do? This astonishment and shock weren't confined to the students alone. Even Teacher Li, who had initially unleashed his qi to take Gu Chen away, was equally stunned. First, he stared in disbelief at Gu Chen, who had unleashed his entire blood energy in the distance. Then he looked at himself, felt the genuine power of that qi and blood, and slapped himself hard across the face. After confirming he wasn't dreaming, the shock in his eyes was beyond words. A genius. An absolute genius. Only after several breaths did he seem to recall something. Forgetting his astonishment, he hurried to Lin Shi's side, who lay unconscious, his condition unknown, to check on him. Chapter 4, The Lin Family. After kicking Lin Shi away, Gu Chen made no intention of lingering. He slowly walked toward the school gates. Teacher Li, standing beside Lin Shi, instinctively opened his mouth to call out, but his gaze fixed on Gu Chen's retreating figure. He paused, then closed his lips, saying nothing. After a long moment, once Gu Chen had completely vanished from sight, he finished checking Lin Shi's injuries. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Principal, there's been an incident. Lin Shi was beaten up and has been sent to the hospital, but his condition isn't good. Even if he survives, he might be disabled. It was a student expelled from the school. You can't come back now, right? Alright. I'll take good care of Lin Shi. After leaving the school, Gu Chen headed straight for the crematorium. He hadn't held back on that kick earlier. After unleashing all his pent-up energy, he delivered a full-force blow to Lin Shi's chest. That kick would either kill Lin Shi or leave him gravely injured, a satisfying release of pent-up fury. At the same time, Gu Chen knew deep down. This matter was far from over. The Lin family would never let this go. They possessed multiple practitioners at the muscle tendon refinement stage, and their clan even boasted martial artists at the bone forging stage. He must rapidly enhance his strength. Otherwise, once the Lin family realized what had happened, it might be him who ended up dead. Upon returning to the crematorium, Gu Chen first counted the bodies before opening the translucent panel. Name, Gu Chen. Age, 17. Current cremation value, 0 points. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Realm, muscle tendon refinement. Vitality points, 1423. Comment, a slightly stronger ant. The muscle tendon refinement realm differs from the vital energy realm. Within this realm, vital energy nourishes and unblocks the meridians. Once all meridians are unblocked, they begin to replenish vital energy, continuing until vital energy exceeds 2,000 points. Crossing the 2,000 threshold triggers a qualitative transformation into the bone forging realm. Typically, practitioners of the muscle tendon refinement realm rely on time to gradually progress into the bone forging realm, entering it naturally when the time is right. However, one can accelerate this process by enhancing qi blood power, thereby rapidly reaching the bone forging realm. That was precisely Gu Chen's plan. The crematorium currently held over 1,000 corpses, which could yield him roughly 1 to 2,000 incineration points. With this additional incineration value, his qi blood power would surpass 2,000, allowing him to break through to the forging bone realm. This would place him at the same level as the head of the Lin family. However, incinerating all these bodies would require considerable time. Could the Lin family afford to give him that time? It was doubtful. If he were in charge of the Lin family and saw his own child beaten to the brink of life and death, he would likely seek them out within 2 or 3 days at the latest. That means he has at most 2 or 3 days. Therefore, he must act swiftly and strive to incinerate all these bodies within these 2 or 3 days. At this thought, Gu Chen frowned slightly and hauled all the old incinerators out of the storage room. After cranking all the incinerators to maximum power, he began burning the bodies. He planned to stay awake these next few days until every body was burned. He hoped time would be on his side. Soon, 2 days passed. Standing before the incinerator, Gu Chen heard the electronic female voice announcing the completion of cremation, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. Over these 2 days, he had burned out 2 cremation furnaces. But through his relentless day and night cremations, he had burned every stored corpse in the crematorium, including all the unclaimed bodies. The incineration process had even reached over 1,600 points, more than enough for him to reach the forged bone realm. As the excitement began to subside, Gu Chen opened the translucent panel. Name, Gu Chen. Age, 17. Current burn value, 1669 points. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Realm, muscle tendon refinement. Vitality points, 1423. Comment, a stronger ant. He then murmured silently, channeling all his burning value into his vitality. In the next instant, a familiar surge of heat erupted violently from the deepest recesses of his body. The intensity of this heat was so overwhelming that Gu Chen felt as though he were being consumed by flames. The agony was unbearable. But as he gritted his teeth and endured, the heat began circulating relentlessly through his meridians, tearing, bursting open, restructuring, and nurturing. Several tens of minutes later, the heat gradually receded. Gu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and slowly stood up. A series of cracking sounds erupted within his body as his height shot up another inch, reaching just over 1.8 meters. His pants, already too short, now barely reached his calves. His body was once again covered in sticky, filthy residue, emitting a pungent, sour stench more overpowering than the odor of a crematorium. After rinsing himself with tap water, he noticed that since his last significant power increase, his body had acquired a jade-like beauty. This time, it was even more pronounced. Now, simply standing still, he resembled a lush evergreen tree, radiating such vibrant vitality that it drew attention. Moreover, he could sense the vital energy within him slowly nourishing his bones. At the bone-forging realm, the chi and blood energy continuously strengthened every bone in his body. This significantly increased their hardness, markedly boosting both impact resistance and destructive power. After admiring his transformation, Gu Chen reopened the translucent interface. Name, Gu Chen. Age, 17. Current burn value, 0 points. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Realm, bone forging realm. Vitality points, 3092. Comment, where did this cockroach come from? Seeing his vitality had surpassed 3,000 points, Gu Chen nodded with satisfaction. He was now a forged bone realm expert, matching the same realm as the Lin family patriarch. His vitality had surpassed 3,000 points, far exceeding the 2,000 points typical for those newly entering the forged bone realm. He was now less than 2,000 points away from the next realm, the tempered viscera realm, which required 5,000 chi and blood points. He was now among the few elite masters in Qingcheng. He doubted the Lin family would seek to antagonize such a young forged bone realm expert. Besides, this incident wasn't his fault, it was all because Lin Shi had been so arrogant and overbearing. Trouble was bound to happen sooner or later. It just happened to fall into his hands. With the strength issue resolved, Gu Chen felt much better. He flopped onto a lounge chair. He picked up his phone and started scrolling through Douyin. Little white rabbit, white again and again. 2 ears perked up, a flower stood tall. Love eating carrots, so adorable. Afternoon, Lin residence. A middle-aged man clad in a black robe wielded a sword over 3 feet long, practicing sword techniques relentlessly in the courtyard. Wherever the eye could see, the sword's glint was fierce. After over 20 minutes, beads of sweat as large as soybeans streamed down the man's cheeks. Panting heavily, he finally halted his practice. This man was Lin Shi's father, Lin Tian, in his 30s, with a martial cultivation level at the muscle tendon refinement stage. Just as he rested, a woman, also in her 30s, appeared at the training ground. The moment she arrived, she began wailing. Lin Tian, how can you be so heartless? Your own son is still in the ICU, and you won't even seek revenge? How can you even call yourself a father? Seeing him beaten like that, doesn't it break your heart? Say something. Lin Tian heard her wailing, gave her a cold glance, and ignored her. Instead, he summoned a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Have you verified the details? Reporting to you, sir, it's been confirmed. Gu Chen, the one who injured the young master, is currently at the crematorium in the west of the city. His family are ordinary working-class people with an older sister. He's quite talented, but Gu Chen didn't get along well with him. He was even kicked out of the house not long ago. As for your suspicion that a master might be backing Gu Chen, I've looked into it. No unfamiliar figures have appeared around him. It's highly likely he's awakened some kind of martial physique. His martial cultivation is advancing at an astonishing rate. Lin Tian sheathed his long sword with a low hum, then fell silent, standing there with his brow furrowed. The middle-aged woman beside him, still sobbing and wailing, cried out angrily. Lin Tian, you beast! You heartless beast! Your own son is nearly dead, and you're still here investigating this and that. You won't even go see your own son or seek revenge? Are you even his real father? Little did she know, these words infuriated Lin Tian. All you know how to do is cry. If you hadn't spoiled Lin Shi so excessively, would we be facing this today? I warned you time and again, don't let Lin Shi abuse our family's influence to commit crimes. But you? You never took a single word to heart. Now that trouble's struck, you come crawling to me. Lin Tian seemed unsatisfied after his tirade and continued berating him. Lin Shi is a useless piece of trash. He's had the best of everything since childhood, the best cultivation conditions too. Yet he actually lost to an ordinary student. What a disgraceful piece of trash. As Lin Tian raged on, the middle-aged woman was so frightened she dared not utter another word, only silently weeping. Seeing her silent tears, Lin Tian soon softened. With a sigh, he said, All right, Xinger, go rest first. I'll handle this matter. You should go rest too. As he finished speaking, Lin Tian's expression hardened and he let out a cold snort. The martial arts grand examination is approaching. Casualties during the examination are to be expected. If Gu Chen dies in the exam, the powerful figure backing him won't be able to say anything or find fault. Our Lin family will have avenged ourselves. Oh, and that guy from the second branch family, isn't he serving as an exam supervisor this time? Have him pull some strings. I'll slip a couple of people in. Poof. Anyone who dares provoke the Lin family will only meet death. Chapter 5, The Thug. Gu Chen slept on the lounge chair until 10 a.m. the next day. The exhaustion from days of cremating bodies vanished. He stretched luxuriously and opened the translucent panel once more. Martial artists' realms were divided into Qi blood realm, muscle tendon realm, bone forging realm, viscera tempering realm, inner gale realm, outer gale realm, and so on. In a county town like Xinjiang, reaching the tendons training realm was enough to secure a respectable job and a decent social standing. Those at the bone forging realm were influential figures throughout Xinjiang. In his previous life, his ultimate dream had been to become a muscle tendon realm martial artist. He never imagined he would now be a bone forging realm martial artist. Had he not surpassed his previous life's aspirations? At this thought, a faint smile touched Gu Chen's lips as he rolled over and sat up. With his martial cultivation now resolved, the Lin family no longer posed a grave threat. It was time to register for the martial arts grand examination. The martial arts grand examination is similar to the college entrance exams of my past life, but far more brutal. Candidates are cast into prepared trial grounds. Every year, some candidates perish during the martial arts grand examination. However, the benefits are undeniably significant. Those who gain admission to martial arts universities can typically secure decent jobs upon graduation. Gaining admission to a prestigious martial arts university often leads to rising to prominence and bringing honor to one's family. Moreover, the more prestigious the martial arts university, the more exceptional the martial arts techniques and skills preserved within its halls. This was precisely what Gu Chen coveted. He urgently needed martial arts techniques and cultivation methods to maximize the development of his vital energy and blood. Without cultivation techniques or martial arts, relying solely on robust qi and blood might suffice against opponents with lower vitality. One could simply overwhelm them with sheer force. The forged bone realm practitioner from the Lin family was advanced in age, his vital energy waning. Even if he possessed cultivation techniques and martial arts, he posed little threat. But if he encountered an opponent with vitality comparable to his own, or even higher vitality combined with martial techniques, the situation would become perilous. Therefore, gaining admission to the martial arts university was his second primary objective, following the cremation of the body. Gu Chen looked up the registration location on his phone and headed toward the martial arts university entrance exam registration site. However, as he passed through a dilapidated alleyway, a cacophony of noise reached his ears. Among the clamor, one voice sounded vaguely familiar. He stopped in his tracks and peered into the narrow passageway. There, cowering in a corner, was a middle-aged man in his 30s, his face etched with terror. Looking closer, he recognized the man as the cousin of his original host. Before him stood 7 or 8 burly thugs, glaring at the man with ill intent. One of them held a steel pipe over a meter long, occasionally measuring it against his cousin's head while grinning maliciously. "Are you going to sign or not? If you don't, I'm going to have to take matters into my own hands. Don't blame me if something happens to you. I wonder if your old mom in the hospital will be heartbroken. How's she supposed to live alone at her age? Ha 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 ha." Hearing this, my cousin, huddled in the corner, gasped for breath. After a long moment, he forced out a breath and said, What do you want from me? Is there no law anymore?" The thugs burst into laughter at his words. "Law? Our Wang family is the law. You're the only ones in this neighborhood refusing to move. Stop dragging your feet, or you'll lose everything, both your family and your property. And I hear you have a daughter, just over 3 years old, right? What will happen to her if you die? Maybe I could take care of her for you?" Gu Chen, listening from a distance, couldn't help but frown at the thug's words. This cousin was the only child of his aunt's family. In the original body's memories, his aunt had always treated him well, giving him a generous red envelope during every holiday and welcoming him warmly. Despite his poor health, she never mocked him. Later, when he started working at the crematorium, she occasionally sent him food and clothes, always worried he might go hungry or cold. After he had crossed over, his kind-hearted aunt had also asked his cousin to deliver things to him. Though my cousin was quiet and we didn't interact much, he always showed concern whenever he brought gifts. It could be said that his aunt and cousin treated him better than his own biological parents ever had. With this thought, Gu Chen headed toward the alley where the thugs and his cousin were gathered. His cousin seemed cornered by the thug's words. "You're offering only 50,000 yuan in relocation compensation for a house worth $500,000? And you threaten violence if we refuse? My mother, who's over 50, couldn't take it anymore and confronted you guys. You beat her so badly she's still in the hospital. Not only did you refuse to pay a single cent for her medical bills, but now you want to forcibly demolish our home. I'll tell you this, it's impossible unless I'm dead." Hearing my cousin's words, the thugs burst into laughter. "Die? Ha 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 ha, you think it's that simple? Demolition is just like a construction site, people get killed all the time. Brother Lou's in a good mood today. We don't want to make a scene. Sign the demolition contract quickly and accept your fate, or you'll be the one lying in the hospital. With that, the leader of the thugs waved his hand. From the far end of the alley, an excavator roared toward them with brutal force, crashing through the walls and crushing them under its tracks. As it neared, the steel tracks of the excavator pressed toward his cousin's house. His cousin gritted his teeth and stepped directly in front of the machine. His eyes fluttered shut, trembling, but he refused to budge. The operator, a man with a scar across his face, glanced at my cousin's defiant stance, then turned to look at the gang leader. A look of excitement flashed across his face. The leader below was even more gleeful, his mouth stretched into a wide grin. What's the big deal about 2 dead bodies? Demolitions never happen without casualties. If someone dies, the Wang family behind him will handle it. He'd already verified that the family blocking the way held no real power or influence, nor did their relatives. At worst, they'd make a fuss for a while. He'd seen this kind of thing too many times, it never amounted to anything. Following the leader's command, the excavator surged forward once more. Seeing this, Gu Chen's heart lurched. He channeled his chi, accelerating his pursuit until his figure vanished like the wind. When he reappeared, he was already beside his cousin, yanking him to safety. Then he leapt onto the excavator's cab and delivered a powerful kick that sent the scarred man flying out. The scene left the thugs stunned, but their shock quickly turned to rage. Who the hell are you, you bastard? How dare you hit someone? One thug, with a tattoo of a celestial eye on his forehead, pointed at Gu Chen's face and cursed. After the tirade, 4 or 5 thugs beside him immediately stepped forward, ready to attack. His rescued cousin, however, felt no pain as expected. Opening his eyes, he saw his younger cousin Gu Chen standing before him, while the excavator operator lay twitching on the ground. Stunned, he then saw the thugs preparing to attack his cousin. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, but he gritted his teeth and stepped forward to intervene, urgently saying to Gu Chen, "Xiao Chen, why are you here? Get out of here. This isn't something you should get involved in. They've got blood on their hands. You need to get out of here." After saying this, I addressed the thugs surrounding us. "This is a distant relative of mine. The kid doesn't know any better. I'll cover the medical expenses for that big brother." But before he could finish, a slap cut him off. "Get lost. Keep talking and I'll beat you too." Then the thug approached, brandishing a baseball bat. He fixed a menacing glare on Gu Chen and sneered. "Haven't seen such a pretty boy in ages. Break his legs later and the brothers can have some fun tonight." Before the thug with the spiked club could finish, another interjected. "You take a seat. This one's mine. He's got way more appeal than some girl. I'm dying to have him." The other one rubbed his hands together. "Second brother, let me have a turn after you guys are done. I've never tried this before." "No way. I was here first." Seeing so many rivals eyeing his prize, the thug with the club grew impatient. He strode over to Gu Chen in 3 quick steps. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, just stay put." Gu Chen looked at the thug before him, feeling a wave of disgust. Before the man could finish speaking, Gu Chen kicked out. Thud! The thug wielding the spiked club flew backward like a missile. The other thugs froze in shock. Where was he? Just a moment ago, old 3 was right here. Only the leader's pupils contracted, and he instinctively took a step back. But before his foot could fully plant, Gu Chen's hand had already grabbed his short hair. Chapter 6, The Wang Family. He yanked the man's head and slammed it repeatedly against the nearby excavator. Thud, thud, thud. The leader of the thugs didn't even have time to react before excruciating pain shot through his cheek and forehead, accompanied by a ringing in his ears and a warm stream trickling down his chin. Next, his body felt light as he was hurled into the air, crashing heavily back to the ground. He reached out to brace himself on the ground, struggling to rise, but in the next instant, a hand slammed down on the back of his skull. A tremendous force erupted, slamming him back to the ground. Another wave of excruciating pain shot through his face. His nose bridge, his brow bone, they must have broken. After more than 10 seconds passed, the heavy hand withdrew. He forced himself to ignore the searing pain throughout his body and staggered to his feet, his mind still spinning. Another 10 seconds passed before his mind cleared slightly. Staggering and trembling with fear, he gasped at Gu Chen. "You? Who are you? How dare you hit me? I'm from the Wang family." "The Wang family, don't you know? The Wang family?" Gu Chen chuckled softly, then swung his fist at the excavator beside him. Thud! A deep fist mark now gouged into the pure steel excavator. The leader of the thugs, who had been feeling a bit dazed, suddenly felt his pupils contract. If that punch had truly landed on him, would it have punched right through him? A wave of fear washed over him, but then he thought of the Wang family backing him. The fear dissipated once more. He snarled viciously. "If anything happens to me, the Wang family will definitely step in. This land was chosen by the Wang family too. You can't stop it. Leave now, and I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, I'll call for backup." After saying this, the leader of the thugs stared confidently into Gu Chen's eyes, waiting for him to back down. The Wang family was a prominent clan in the city. Though slightly less influential than the Lin family, few dared to provoke them. This kid in front of him probably just had some strength, but couldn't have much real backing. He'd likely leave soon, perhaps even offering an apology. Sure enough, after the thug finished speaking, the youth appeared to have an epiphany. But in the next instant, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Looking down, he saw his arm twisted into a twisted knot. The youth named Guchen held up 2 fingers. I'll give you 2 choices. 1, you die. 2, call for help. Call in the strongest you can muster, the Wang family, the Lin family, everyone. The gang leader froze for a moment, then his eyes darkened with ruthless calculation and a hint of glee. He was backed by the Wang family, and this land deal was also arranged at their behest. He refused to believe some greenhorn, barely out of diapers, could stand up to the Wang family. Once the Wang family arrived, he'd make sure to teach this kid a lesson he'd never forget. He immediately pulled out his phone, gritting his teeth against the pain from his broken bones, and dialed the number. Brother Wang, I've been beaten up. Right at the demolition site in the old district. There's a kid who doesn't look very old. Guchen watched the thug making the call and sneered coldly. Oof. I'm not afraid of the Lin family in the city, let alone the Wang family. How powerful could the Wang family be compared to the Lins? The Lins had over a dozen experts at the muscle forging realm, while the Wangs only had 3 or 4. They didn't even have a single expert at the bone forging realm. They just rely on their money. Before someone like me who's reached the forged bone realm, they're nothing to fear. After all, wealth without martial arts masters to back it up is hollow, it shatters at the slightest touch. 20 minutes passed swiftly. A black Lincoln pulled up slowly by the roadside. A young man in his 30s, his expression cold and indifferent, stepped out before the crowd. His limbs were long and slender, his gaze sharp, his skin slightly dark. After stepping out of the car, he caught sight of the leader thug's battered, bruised face. With a cold glance, he delivered a sharp slap across the man's cheek. The tremendous force sent the leader crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Useless. You can't even handle a simple task. Do I keep you around just to eat for free? His name was Wang Tao, a renowned figure throughout Xinjiang. Having just broken through to the muscle tendon refinement realm last year, he presided over the Wang Family Martial Arts Academy with great renown, having defeated numerous opponents at the same cultivation level. He was also tasked with reclaiming land for the Wang family, but this particular plot had seen no progress for nearly 2 months. The clan had inquired about it more than once, only to be fobbed off with excuses. If there was still no progress, he could expect a scolding next time. After delivering the slap, Wang Tao still felt unsatisfied. He kicked the boy several more times before fixing his icy gaze on Guchen. Seeing that Guchen was only 17 or 18 years old, he couldn't help but snort in derision. So this is who dared provoke the Wang family, he sneered. Just a kid. He sneered dismissively and continued. Kid, do you even know what the Wang family is? How dare you have someone call for backup? Didn't anyone tell you about the Wang family's standing and power in Xinjiang? Or do you think a little bit of skill makes you worthy of challenging us? As he spoke, Wang Tao released the thick qi and blood within his body, walking toward them with a heavy, oppressive aura. Midway, the thugs felt the weight of this vital energy pressure. One by one, their faces drained of color as they were forced to their knees, staring at Wang Tao in terror. So this was the pressure of a qi refining realm cultivator's vital energy, terrifying indeed. Wang Tao was quite pleased with the effect his qi pressure had. To him, these were nothing but a bunch of nobodies. Actually fighting them would only dirty his hands. This kind of qi pressure intimidation was perfect. But just as he assumed that the handsome little brat who had dared to challenge the Wang family would also be crushed by his aura, he saw the kid standing there as if nothing had happened. When the boy noticed Wang Tao watching him, he even smiled. Then, in the blink of an eye, the little brat's form surged forward, charging straight at Wang Tao. His speed was blinding, a mere flash of movement, less than half a breath away. The brat, who had been dozens of meters away, was now almost upon him. A sudden sense of danger surged through Wang Tao. His muscles tensed as he lunged backward, trying to create distance. But in the next instant, Wang Tao saw the brat accelerate again, appearing before him and kicking straight for his stomach. Thud! Wang Tao felt the world spin wildly around him. 2 or 3 seconds later, he crashed heavily to the ground far away. It felt like a knife had been plunged into his gut, the pain unbearable. Ignoring the agony, he scrambled to his feet and stared at Guchen in utter disbelief. What just happened? The kid he had looked down on moments ago had kicked him flying with a single blow, leaving him completely defenseless? Impossible. He looked so young. He didn't look like someone with that kind of strength. But before he could think further, Guchen was upon him again. An iron hand, seemingly forged from steel, clamped down on his throat, hoisting him into the air. He tried to threaten Guchen to put him down, but the grip was too tight, he couldn't get the words out. The suffocating terror engulfed him. Only after a long moment did the grip release. Wang Tao crashed to the ground, gasping for breath. It took him 3 to 5 minutes to catch his breath. He glared at Guchen with venom. You're finished, you little punk. How dare you hit me? I'm a member of the Wang family. The Wang family may not be the top clan in Xinjiang, but we're not to be trifled with either. Gu Chen laughed upon hearing Wang Tao's words. Oh? Then have you heard of Lin Shi from the Lin family, a family far more powerful than yours who was beaten to the brink of death? As the words fell, Gu Chen saw Wang Tao's pupils instantly contract. But immediately afterward, he fixed his gaze intently on Gu Chen before him. It was you. Chapter 7, Scattering in All Directions. Gu Chen nodded indifferently, then bent down to pat Wang Tao's cheek as he said. It was me. Do you want to avenge Lin Shi? At those words, Wang Tao shuddered violently, recalling the suffocating sensation from moments before. He shook his head frantically. He gestured that he didn't want to experience that suffocating feeling again. I wasn't really close with Lin Shi, not at all. He was scared out of his wits. Yesterday he'd heard rumors about a ruthless thug in the city who had beaten Lin Shi from the Lin family nearly to death. Lin Shi had only survived after a day of emergency treatment in the ER. He'd also heard that even if he survived, he'd never be able to practice martial arts again and would be left disabled. Rumor had it all was caused by a high school student from the same school with no background whatsoever. When he first heard the rumor, he refused to believe it. Just hearsay, he dismissed. How could Lin Shi from the Lin family possibly be beaten half to death? The Lin family's influence in Qingzhou far surpassed that of the Wang family, making them arguably the city's most powerful clan. Who in their right mind would dare provoke the Lins? Lin Shi himself was no ordinary talent, a prodigy recognized citywide. How could he possibly be beaten so badly by a schoolmate with no background whatsoever? But he never imagined it was true. And to encounter it firsthand so soon? Unbelievable. Sigh. Better beg for mercy. This guy dared to beat up Lin Shi. What chance did he stand against him? After coming to terms with this, he continued. I'm not really close with Lin Shi. We've only met twice. What happened today was my fault. I'll pay the demolition compensation as agreed. No. I'll compensate you tenfold. I just beg you to let me off. Seeing this, Gu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, a person's shadow is the tree's name. In just 2 short days, many had come to know his reputation. But Gu Chen merely smiled, thinking to himself. Hitting my cousin, bullying my aunt, how could this matter just blow over so easily? A flash of coldness flickered in his eyes as he lifted his foot to stomp down on Wang Tao's calf. Wang Tao saw Gu Chen's move and felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly said. Wait. I have important news about you. Ha? Gu Chen's raised foot froze mid-air. Sitting on the ground, Wang Tao watched Gu Chen's raised foot, nervously swallowing several times. Could you put it down first? No. It's nothing. I'll tell you. Seeing the raised foot begin to descend toward him, Wang Tao hurriedly spilled everything he knew. After you crippled Lin Shi from the Lin family a few days ago, the Lin family investigated your background and uncovered everything about you. But there's one thing the Lin family still hasn't figured out: why your strength suddenly skyrocketed to the muscle tendon refinement realm. Is there a hidden master behind you, or did your innate talent awaken, causing your power to surge? It was precisely because they couldn't figure this out that the Lin family never moved against you. But indecision isn't a solution. Coincidentally, a member of the Lin family's second branch recently rose to become the third in command of Xinjiang, now overseeing the trials for the martial arts grand examination. The Lin family now plans to exploit the martial arts grand examination trials. They intend to deploy several peak muscle tendon refinement realm experts to eliminate you. This way, regardless of whether you have backers or not, it would be difficult for them to openly confront the Lin family. They might not even know about this plot. After finishing his explanation, Wang Tao felt it still wasn't enough. Clenching his teeth, he balled his right fist, channeling his tendons and bones with force, and struck his own left arm with a punch. Crack! A sharp sound of breaking bone echoed through the air. Wang Tao's face drained white with pain. I was wrong about the demolition. I'll return every penny of the compensation money. This arm is my apology. How about that? No. Tenfold repayment. Can you spare me? Watching Wang Tao sever his own arm, a flicker of surprise crossed Gu Chen's eyes. He remained silent, his thoughts turning to the Lin family. What the Wang family member said didn't sound fabricated. Given the Lin family's modus operandi, they were entirely capable of such actions. So the Lin family planned to eliminate him during the martial arts trial? If he were still at the muscle tendon refinement stage, he might have stood a chance. But unfortunately, he was no longer at the muscle tempering realm. He had advanced to the bone forging realm, the same realm as the Lin family head. Imagine those men striking at him during the martial arts grand examination, only to suddenly realize their target was a forged bone realm expert. The thought alone was laughable. Then he would simply participate in the martial arts grand examination as planned. After sorting through his thoughts, Gu Chen looked at Wang Tao, who was half kneeling on the ground, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He thought he could get away with assaulting someone so easily? If he hadn't gotten involved, would his cousin and aunt have any chance of survival? By the time he found out, they probably wouldn't even have intact bodies left, completely devoured by the Wang family. As Gu Chen contemplated this, the coldness in his eyes deepened. He lunged forward, grabbed Wang Tao by the hair, and slammed him violently into the ground. With a thud, the immense force drove Wang Tao's head deep into the ground. His limbs twitched feebly twice before all movement ceased. The surrounding henchmen, witnessing this scene, scattered in terror. Chapter 8 Leave me alone. Gu Chen made no move to stop them. Once they were all gone, he turned to face his cousin, who remained frozen in place. What? Don't recognize me? Staring at the familiar yet unfamiliar Gu Chen, his cousin opened his mouth but no words came out. Is this Gu Chen? He took out the Wang family with a single slap. Was he hallucinating? Was this really his cousin? He never could have imagined that his cousin, who had always been an ordinary person, would suddenly become a martial arts master, showing no fear of the Wang family's influence in the city. After a long moment, my cousin finally snapped out of it and praised him without reservation. Good. Well done. Finally, the Gu family has produced someone worthy. Your aunt would be overjoyed if she knew. Faced with his cousin's praise, Gu Chen scratched his head awkwardly. After exchanging a few words, he left. After leaving, Gu Chen headed to the registration office for the martial arts examination. 500,000 per person for recruiting teammates. Requirement: Chi blood value must exceed 500. Reward of 200,000 for entering a martial arts university. Entering a second-tier martial arts university rewards 400,000 yuan. Entering a first-tier martial arts university rewards 1 million yuan. Divine Wind Squad recruiting online. Requires vitality over 400. Our squad leader has 800 vitality. Only one spot left. Limited openings. Gak Gak Rampage Squad recruiting online. Requires over 600 vitality points. Join us and we guarantee admission to a second-tier martial arts university with luck, even a top-tier one. Seeking warmth, seeking companionship. Yours truly has 500 vitality points and seeks 3 teammates, each with vitality points no lower than 400. Gu Chen gazed at the bustling square and the myriad recruitment ads, unable to suppress a chuckle. He never imagined the martial arts entrance exams in this world would be so lively. With enough money, you could find any teammates you wanted. No wonder families like the Huangs and Lins held such sway in the city. They could afford to recruit elite teammates, guaranteeing their children admission to top martial arts universities. Once those children returned to seize power in Xinjiang, the gap widened generation after generation. Truthfully, this dynamic held true in both this world and his past life. But just as Gu Chen finished registering and prepared to leave, he suddenly spotted his older sister, Gu Lingxi, arguing with a man in the distance. It seemed they'd clashed while searching for a team after leaving the registration area. I'm bringing over 700 vitality points into your team, and you're only offering me 100,000 yuan? That's outrageous. I refuse to accept it, and you won't even let me leave. Gu Lingxi shouted angrily. Facing the furious Gu Lingxi, the man merely chuckled unconcernedly. Oh, really? I don't see how 700 HP is high. You think I can't make you lose your team with a single word? I'll make sure you don't even get into a third-tier martial arts university in the martial arts exam. While I'm in a good mood, join my team. Otherwise, you know what happens. As the man finished speaking, Gu Chen saw Gu Lingxi's chest heave violently twice, clearly seething with rage. The man noticed this too, and continued with disdain. Inviting you into my team is doing you a favor. What kind of family is the Lin family? And what are you? If you refuse, I can make sure you don't survive the martial arts grand exam. Faced with his relentless pressure, Gu Lingxi's eyes flashed red with fury. She wanted to retort, but the words never left her lips. The Lin family. They were a colossal force in Xinjiang, capable of crushing him with a single hand. Though the man before him belonged to a collateral branch of the Lin family, he still felt terrifyingly outmatched. A single word from him could easily cost her life in the martial arts grand examination. It was well known that the annual martial arts grand examination claimed many lives each year. Who could say whether he might be among this year's casualties? Yet agreeing to this fellow's request likely wouldn't end well either. Given this man's character, once inside the martial arts grand examination, whatever he might do to him would leave him helpless, with no one to turn to for help. Killing me and stealing my results would be child's play for him. Therefore, even if it meant offending him, she couldn't team up with him. With that thought, Gu Lingxi flatly refused him. The man hadn't expected Gu Lingxi to actually refuse him. He sneered coldly and said, "Fine. You actually dare refuse me. We'll see if you can find teammates. If you can find teammates, I'm not one to hold grudges. I'll let you off the hook and stop targeting you. Otherwise, just wait." With that, the man walked away. Gu Lingxi, her face drained of color, began scouring through countless ads in search of teammates. Is your team still looking for members? I have 700 HP and only need 200,000 credits. Oh, your team is already full. Alright, got it. Thanks. Hey, big guy. I've got 700 HP. Give me a look. Plus, my sword skills are solid. We'd make a great team. No? Alright, fine. Thanks. Hey, you guys seem to be missing one member. Think I'd be a good fit? Half an hour later, Gu Lingxi sat dejectedly by the roadside. She had approached dozens of teams, but every single one had turned her down. The reason was simple: she had offended that man. And that man belonged to the Lin family of the city. No one wanted to cross the Lin family, so they all refused to let her join. But if she couldn't find a team today, she wouldn't be able to take the martial arts exam tomorrow due to insufficient team members. To retake the exam, he would have to wait until the next session. But even if he waits until the next session, can he be sure he'll find a team? Besides, in martial arts, if you don't advance, you fall behind. Wasting a year, especially the prime years, would severely impact his martial cultivation. Watching Gu Lingxi's dejected expression, Gu Chen sighed from afar. His sister hadn't been particularly kind to his predecessor, but she hadn't done anything truly wrong either. Why not invite the sister to team up with him? After all, he was alone now and needed a teammate too. Given his abilities, it made more sense to benefit his own sister than someone else. Having made up his mind, Gu Chen walked up to Gu Lingxi and spoke. Want to team up? Gu Lingxi, who had been staring at her toes, looked up in surprise at the question. But upon recognizing Gu Chen, the delight froze into awkwardness on her face. A flash of annoyance flickered deep in her eyes. Don't bother me. Get lost. Chapter 9, You're not even worthy. Gu Lingxi had thought someone had recognized her strength and wanted to team up with her. Little did she expect that when she looked up, it was her useless younger brother. This useless brother had been cultivating for 5 or 6 years, yet his chi blood value was barely over 10 points, as bad as it could possibly get. Even the old man at the gate was stronger than him, a complete embarrassment. She wholeheartedly agreed with her parents kicking him out of the house. A useless piece of trash like him was nothing but a waste of food, better off dead. And now this good-for-nothing had the nerve to show up before her, asking to team up? He could dream on. He had over 700 vitality points. With normal performance, he could get into a second-tier martial arts university. With a bit of luck, maybe even a top-tier one. After graduation in Xincheng, he'd be unstoppable except for a handful of major clans. Beyond her initial shock, Gu Lingxi immediately sneered. You think you're worthy of teaming up with me? After 5 or 6 years of cultivation, your vitality's only in the teens? Someone like you dares fantasize about partnering with me? Did a donkey kick you in the head? Or is this a toad dreaming of eating swan meat? So I may be your senior, but you shouldn't treat me like this. Gu Lingxi's voice carried clearly, audible to everyone within dozens of meters. One by one, they turned to look at Gu Chen, their eyes brimming with contempt and ridicule. Only 10-something vitality points? Seriously? How could someone be this weak? Impossible. After years of cultivation, your vitality can't be this low. TSK. With over 700 vitality points, he still has the nerve to join in? Shameful. These two can't be real siblings. Otherwise, how could one have over 700 vitality points while the other barely has a dozen? Definitely. Siblings from the same mother couldn't be this different. But honestly, it's senior year and the martial arts exam is coming up. I've never seen anyone with only a dozen points of vitality. Don't even get me started. I've never seen anything like it either. I feel like he's just going to the martial arts exam to throw his life away. Listening to the surrounding jeers, Gu Chen stared at Gu Lingxi in disbelief. He never imagined his goodwill toward her would be met with such mockery. He assumed his predecessor's relationship with his biological sister was strained, but never this bad, publicly humiliating him like this. But Gu Chen quickly regained his composure, sighing, such a narrow-minded view. I wanted to help her soar, to lead her to slaughter opponents in the martial arts grand exam, yet she. Who really has the short-sighted vision here? Never mind. If she's unwilling, she's unwilling. After glancing at Gu Lingxi a few times, Gu Chen turned and walked away. As he left, Gu Lingxi, who had just insulted him, stood frozen in place. Watching Gu Chen's composed back, she suddenly sensed something different about him compared to before. The Gu Chen of the past wouldn't have been furious, but at the very least, his face would have flushed with embarrassment. Yet now, aside from his initial reaction, he showed no emotional response whatsoever, as if the insults hadn't been directed at him at all. Is this really Gu Chen? After leaving, Gu Chen circled other registration desks, recruited 3 teammates, and returned to the crematorium. Leaning against the cooling incinerator, he listened to the faint whispers of wind chimes dangling from the eaves as he awaited tomorrow's martial arts examination. These 3 teammates were chosen at random. Their strength was mediocre at best. Their vitality levels hovered around 100, typical of ordinary students. When exchanging contact numbers, they barely bothered to shake hands. After adding each other as friends, they went their separate ways. The next day arrived quickly. Gu Chen yawned, tucked his student ID into his pocket, and hurried along the dew-kissed gravel path toward the exam grounds. Upon reaching the plaza, he saw a teeming crowd surging across the square, a kaleidoscope of school uniforms in vibrant hues. Teams of 4 assembled like precision gears meshing together, the metal buckles on their tactical backpacks reflecting shimmering silver glints in the sunlight. After collecting compasses and distress beacons, they proceeded toward a massive teleportation array. Encrusted with ancient patterns, it spanned dozens of meters. Gu Chen's gaze sharpened. This was his first time seeing a real teleportation array. Whenever a candidate stepped onto it, faint blue light patterns rippled across the blue stone surface, as if waves of heat were distorting the air. Then, the unknown beast-shaped totems etched onto the bronze pillars would glow. Within a breath, the examinee on the array vanished, and the overseeing examiner would signal the next group to step onto the array. He recalled that teleportation arrays were engraved by martial arts masters. He didn't know their exact strength, but one thing was certain: there wasn't a single master capable of creating such an array in all of Qingzhou City, or even in the surrounding cities. After glancing around, Gu Chen began searching the crowd for his teammates from yesterday. But after a long while, he still couldn't find them. He repeatedly swiped his phone screen, sending them messages, all marked as read but unanswered. Voice calls went straight to busy, the ringing piercing his eardrums like steel needles. Where did they go? Gu Chen pondered for a moment, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the metal buckle on his tactical belt. The cold sensation reminded him of the drawer handles in the morgue at the crematorium. Maybe they haven't arrived yet. I'll wait a little longer. But as the crowd thinned, the figures of his teammates from yesterday remained nowhere to be seen. Gu Chen's brow gradually furrowed. The martial arts grand examination differed from traditional tests. It wasn't about written questions or measuring chi and blood levels, but about battling demonic beasts. The examination was also known as the martial arts trial. Engaging in combat with demonic beasts inherently carried risks, which is why teaming up with others was mandatory. If a team failed to reach 4 members, participation in the exam was prohibited. This was a strict rule, unalterable by anyone. This meant that if his teammates didn't show up, Gu Chen risked missing the entire martial arts grand examination. He'd have to wait another year for another chance, wasting a whole year. As Gu Chen frowned, waiting impatiently in place, a fully staffed 4-person team passed by, collecting their compasses and distress beacons. A woman in the group, her lips glossed with shimmering lip lacquer, suddenly halted, her arm encased in studded gauntlets. She tilted her head, staring at Gu Chen's face for a few seconds before suddenly speaking. Gu Chen? Hearing his name, Gu Chen looked up. The woman, seeing his gaze, curled her red lips into a mocking smile, confirming she hadn't mistaken him. She continued, I know you. You don't need to wait for your teammates anymore. After you left yesterday, another martial artist wanted to join your team. Since you weren't there, your teammates gave your spot to that martial artist. Look at the time now. She raised her wrist, glancing at the tactical watch display. Your squad should have already departed. They're probably already in the martial arts grand exam by now. Her words sent Gu Chen's heart plummeting to the depths. Chapter 10, Li Sisi. He froze, instinctively clenching his fist. Under the immense pressure, the fibers in his newly issued tactical gloves emitted a faint crackling sound. No wonder they were nowhere to be seen. A martial artist had joined and pushed him out. And knowing their actions were underhanded, they avoided him altogether, joining the exam early and leaving him alone to wait for them. Gu Chen found himself at a loss for words, feeling utterly speechless. What kind of mess is this? Why does every mess seem to find me? He'd wait a bit longer, see if any candidates needed a partner. If none appeared, he'd skip this year's martial arts exam altogether. He could just keep cremating corpses and try again next year. 20 minutes passed quickly. The number of candidates on the field dwindled to just a few scattered souls. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the bronze pillars long and thin. Gu Chen sighed and prepared to head back to the crematorium. But just as he was about to leave, 3 dust-covered figures suddenly appeared in the distance. Their footsteps on the stone path sounded like urgent drumbeats, startling the gray-feathered birds pecking at the roadside. Leading the group was a woman. Her black combat suit hugged her agile frame, and her high ponytail whipped wildly as she ran. The long sword at her waist clanged against her metal leg armor with each step. The imposing aura radiating from her over 900 vitality points caused the candidates along the path to instinctively step aside. A centipede-like scar ran along her neck, rippling slightly with each word as her muscles tensed. The 2 following her were no less formidable, each bearing purple medicinal powders signifying over 500 vitality points. Their eyes burned with ferocity. Judging by their appearance, they were likely candidates for the martial arts grand examination too, though for some reason, they were missing a teammate. As they drew nearer, Gu Chen heard one of them curse in frustration, that bastard Wen Chang. Why did he have to get sick at this moment? I wonder if the 3 of us can even take the exam now. If we don't make it, we're screwed. Another whole year to wait. It's all that good for nothing. Wen Chang's fault. When I get back, I'll beat his ass to a pulp and make him sleep on his stomach for the rest of his life. Enough. Stop talking and hurry up. We need to find out if the 3 of us can still take the martial arts exam. Within a breath, the trio arrived at the scene and were urgently explaining their situation to the martial arts exam staff. They explained that one teammate couldn't attend due to illness and pleaded for leniency, asking if the 3 of them could take the exam instead. Unfortunately, the exam staff refused their request. One staff member, whose badge read Proctor 03, lifted his slightly reflective glasses and spoke with a voice as sharp as a rusty guillotine blade. Rules are rules. No one can change them. If you wish to take the martial arts exam, find another candidate to form a team. Hearing the staff member's unwavering response, the woman in charge's gaze turned icy, though she said nothing. Behind her, however, one of the others ground their molars audibly. That bastard Wen Chang is such a piece of. Why did he have to get sick now? He was perfectly fine yesterday, but today he can't even get out of bed. Damn it! The trio grumbled for a moment. Though deeply frustrated, they had no choice but to wait for the next martial arts exam. But just as they were about to leave, the woman in charge suddenly noticed Gu Chen standing alone nearby. Seeing his solitary figure, her sharp eyebrows arched and a spark of hope ignited in her eyes. Simultaneously, her voice echoed across the field, "Classmate, are you also a candidate for the martial arts exam? Want to team up? Team up?" Gu Chen's eyes lit up, his knuckles tightening slightly. It wasn't impossible. He'd been tricked out of participating in the martial arts grand exam anyway. The woman's group was also missing one member. If he joined, they could form a 4-person team and participate normally. Moreover, with his strength, he had nothing to fear from their intentions. Should they dare to act recklessly, he could simply unleash his forged bone realm aura to subdue them all. Just as Gu Chen was about to agree, the woman's teammate grumbled discontentedly, "Cicely, is this kid even strong enough? His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Look at how scrawny he is, his vitality probably doesn't even hit 100. Hope he doesn't slow us down. Our goal in Qingzhou is to take first place. With this kid tagging along, we might not even make the top 3. Hearing her teammate's words, the leader's eyes flashed with silver patterns, her expression sour as she snapped, "This is all because you insisted on bringing your friend into the team. I said it was fine to join, as long as he doesn't slow us down. But where is your friend now? Forget holding us back, he can't even enter the martial arts exam grounds now? Even if his strength is lower, at least we could take the exam. It's better than waiting another year. If we wait a year, those peers will be at martial arts university, their strength already miles ahead of us." After scolding her teammate, the woman in charge regained her composure. She swiftly approached Gu Chen, extending her hand in a friendly gesture. The scar on her palm glowed with a faint golden hue. "Hello, I'm the captain of this squad. My teammate encountered an unexpected situation and couldn't make it, so we need a new member. Rest assured, we won't steal your results or bully the weak. We'll even protect you if you're threatened." Gu Chen looked at the woman before him. Her skin was fair, and her eyes were a pale blue, a trait uncommon among ordinary people. Her ancestors must have included powerful cultivators who altered their bloodline. Bathed in the scattered glow of the sun at 8 or 9 o'clock, she was undeniably beautiful. Gu Chen had no intention of refusing her request. He gently clasped her slightly cool fingers. "Gu Chen." Seeing his acceptance, a hint of a smile flashed across the leader's face. "Li Cici. Pleased to meet you." The venue for the martial arts grand examination lay within a vast mountain range southwest of Qingzhou City. After being transported by the teleportation array, Gu Chen and his 3 companions landed in a valley. Gu Chen rubbed his ears. Once the ringing subsided, he stood up and surveyed his surroundings. They stood on a grassy clearing in the valley's center, flanked by narrow, elongated slopes. Escape required traversing the entire length of the valley. Glancing at his companions, still reeling from dizziness, Gu Chen pulled out a map to pinpoint their location. The scorched edges of the parchment scraped against his fingertips. This map was the official one for the martial arts grand exam, distributed to every student to pinpoint their location. Chapter 11, The Pig Demon. But after studying it for a long time, he still couldn't find their location. Suddenly, he planted his feet firmly and pushed off with all his might. His body shot upward like an arrow released from a bowstring, soaring dozens of meters high before landing on a cliff above the valley. His robe fluttered, startling 2 black crows into flight. This vantage point offered a sweeping view. Gu Chen pulled out the map again to pinpoint his location. Within moments, he determined he must be on the western side of the mountain range. This area had few demon beasts, making it unsuitable for hunting to boost his score. To find more demon beasts, he must head east, the gathering place of these creatures. With that thought, Gu Chen scanned the valley below. Seeing that the others had not yet regained consciousness, he leapt back down the cliff to the spot where they had first appeared, waiting for his teammates to awaken. About 20 minutes later, the 3 began to show signs of waking. The leader, a woman, was the first to stir. Seeing Gu Chen already awake before her, a hint of surprise flashed across her face. Typically, after teleportation, candidates would fall unconscious, with the duration of unconsciousness varying, usually around half an hour. However, the stronger one's abilities, the shorter the unconscious period and the sooner one would awaken. That was why she looked surprised to see Gu Chen awake before her. Could this new teammate be more powerful than her? But she quickly dismissed the thought. It was probably just a matter of waking up early. Judging strength based on how quickly one regained consciousness after teleportation wasn't entirely accurate. A very small number of less powerful individuals also awoke early, and Gu Chen was likely one of them. Once Li Cici confirmed Gu Chen belonged to that category, she dismissed the thought and remained seated, waiting for her other 2 teammates to awaken. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the 2 in the valley also showed signs of waking up. Another minute or two passed before they lay on the ground, still not fully awake, muttering curses. Damn, my head feels like lead. This teleportation is brutal. This is awful. I'm gonna kill a few hundred beasts, or I'll never forgive myself. Hundreds? Dream on. Killing dozens is tough enough. If you manage hundreds, I'll drink water while standing on my head. Put. Has that kid woken up yet? Which one? That guy. Gu something or other. Gu Chen, I guess. No idea. Probably still out cold. Probably. That kid's all show and no substance, a total liability. If he hadn't gotten lucky and run into us during the martial arts exam, he'd never have gotten into martial arts university. Exactly. But as they spoke, their consciousness gradually cleared. One of the teammates spotted Gu Chen standing nearby, his expression freezing momentarily before his face flushed crimson. Then, noticing Li Sisi standing nearby, the flush deepened. Sorry, I was just talking nonsense. But the other teammate, upon seeing her, didn't back down. Instead, he snorted coldly and sliced through a half-dried vine with his dagger. Don't think waking up first makes you special, kid. Every year, there are plenty who wake up first but are weak as hell. As the words fell, the man who had flushed earlier regained his composure, realizing they'd likely encountered one of those weaklings who woke up early despite lacking true strength. Gu Chen watched the two exchange glances and smiled silently. Before they had woken up, Li Sisi had introduced them to him. The flushed man was Li Xiang, a distant relative of Li Sisi. The one who had snorted was Li Xiang's classmate, Wang Tian, with a vitality score of over 500. Including Li Sisi and the others, they were all examinees who had traveled from other cities. Their families had pulled strings to get them assigned to a testing location with less pressure. That location was Qingqing, the very city where Gu Chen resided. As for their earlier remarks, he paid them no mind. He could remain unmoved even by far more offensive words. Enough, stop talking. Hurry up and pull out the map to check our location. Li Sisi, hearing her two teammates still grumbling after sobering up, flashed a look of awkwardness. She tapped her sword scabbard lightly against the rock, producing a crisp sound, and quickly stopped them, urging them to pinpoint their location. Seeing Li Sisi speak up, they stopped arguing and pulled out the map to pinpoint their location. Within moments, they pinpointed their location and informed Li Sisi that they were in the northern part of the mountain range, needing to head left front. Hearing this, Gu Chen felt a pang of surprise. Had he misread the map? Impossible. Gu Chen pulled out his own map to double-check. As his index finger traced the folds of the paper, Li Xiang watched his knuckles tense. But after searching for a long time, he confirmed that their current location was in the western part of the mountain range, not the northern side. He spoke up to remind them. Did you misread it? I swear we're in the west, not the north. But no sooner had he voiced his objection than Li Xiang shot him a fierce glare. Me, misread? Don't be ridiculous. Someone with your strength should just stick close to us and keep quiet. Gu Chen felt speechless inside. Fine, you're right. After all, the martial arts grand exam lasts 7 days. Wasting a few days based on my own strength wouldn't matter. So the group crossed the gorge and began heading southward. But as time passed, half a day slipped by in the blink of an eye. Li Sisi, leading the way, frowned deeper as she surveyed the surroundings. Finally, she pulled out the map to double-check, only to find the route they were taking didn't match the map at all. Her expression darkened instantly. She summoned Li Xiang before her and coldly tossed the map at him. Is this the route you were following? You've got the direction all wrong, and you still want to get into martial arts university? Seeing Li Sisi's anger, Li Xiang dared not retort, only muttering under his breath. No way. I double-checked the direction. How could I have gone wrong? But as he double-checked the map and his current location, his expression grew increasingly grim. He realized Gu Chen had been right all along. He really had misread the location and taken the wrong path. Yet he seemed to channel his frustration over the wrong turn onto Gu Chen. After re-establishing their position and heading in the correct direction, Li Xiang walked over to Gu Chen, brimming with resentment. Why didn't you warn me when I was wrong? Did you enjoy watching me embarrass myself in front of Li Sisi? Gu Chen. Is this guy seriously messed up? He took the wrong path himself and blames others instead. Even when I warned him earlier that he was going the wrong way, he took it as mockery. He's seriously messed up. Gu Chen ignored him completely, stepping over him to catch up with his teammates ahead. Li Xiang, seeing this, felt resentment turn to rage. He wanted to hurl insults at Gu Chen, but catching sight of Li Sisi ahead, he swallowed his words. He shot Gu Chen a vicious glare before falling back into step with the group. Soon, as the squad adjusted its direction, they encountered a demon beast. It was a boar demon. Its massive frame was 3 to 4 times larger than an ordinary domestic pig, likely weighing over 2,000 kilograms. About 500 or 600 meters ahead, it was scratching its back against a tree trunk 70 or 80 centimeters thick to relieve an itch. Holy cow, what a massive boar! What wild boar! That's a demon beast, a demon pig. Shoo, don't make a sound. Li Sisi silenced her speaking teammate and cautiously observed the demon boar. This demon boar is no small creature. Its vitality should be around 7 or 800. Everyone be careful, but taking it down together shouldn't be a problem. Gu Chen, you'll stay in the rear to keep watch. Li Xiang and Huang Tian, follow me. We'll sneak up carefully. With that, she crouched low and crept forward cautiously. Seeing this, Li Xiang and Huang Tian quietly followed behind Li Sisi. Gu Chen acknowledged with a nod. His eyes burned as he fixed them on the demon boar. This was the first time he'd ever seen such a colossal creature. In his previous life, the largest animal he'd encountered was merely an elephant. As for the blue whales of the deep sea, he had never encountered them in real life. If they killed it for meat, they could probably eat it for a year or two without issue. Li Sisi and the others moved swiftly, closing in on the demon boar in no time. They were only about 7 or 8 meters away. The demon pig sensed something amiss in the air. It stopped scratching itself and began scanning its surroundings with eyes as large as copper bells. Its thick tail began to sway restlessly back and forth, and its hooves dug anxiously at the ground. After a single breath, Li Sisi suddenly burst from behind a tree and charged toward the demon pig. Li Xiang and Huang Tian followed close behind, charging out together. Mid-air, Li Sisi drew a long sword, her chi and blood surging as she vanished in a flash. Before the demon boar could react, the blade sliced along the side of its spine, from head to tail. The deepest gash reached half a meter, and the excruciating pain made the demon pig let out a shrieking wail. Its eyes, larger than copper bells, instantly turned bloodshot. It began charging wildly at the group, but Li Sisi and Huang Tian coordinated well. Li Sisi led the assault while Huang Tian and Li Xiang distracted and harassed the beast. After about 10 minutes, the demon boar's screams gradually weakened. Li Sisi seized the moment, plunging her blade into its heart. They instantly retreated. Having suffered a fatal blow, the demon boar began its final struggle. But after only a moment, it fell still. Li Sisi and the others waited a while longer, confirming the demon pig was completely still before approaching to cut it open. They extracted a pale blue crystal from its body. Upon seeing the crystal, their faces lit up with joy. "Captain, you're amazing. If it had just been me and Huang Tian fighting that demon pig, it would have taken a lot more effort, and we might have even gotten hurt." "Exactly. Our Captain Li's strength is among the top of all the candidates." Gu Chen nodded in agreement from a distance. Li Sisi clearly wasn't new to facing demon beasts. When confronted with its counterattack, she remained calm and composed, avoiding direct confrontation. Instead, she chose to engage in a protracted battle. She wore it down bit by bit, maximizing safety. You have to admit, she's got some serious skills. The crystal within the demon boar's body, also known as the demon beast's core, was the concentrated essence of every demon beast. They held extensive utility for humans, usable in medicine, cultivation after processing, and more. They also served as the scoring standard for the martial arts grand examination. The more demon beast cores one obtained, the higher the score, increasing the chances of admission to a better martial arts university. After Li Sisi stowed the demon beast core in her backpack, the group set off once more. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the demon beast cores they had accumulated grew steadily. They reached a total of 27, nearing 30 demon beast cores. A small portion, roughly 1/3, had been stashed away in Li Sisi's backpack. Chapter 12, Danger, Li Sisi's Despair. Another portion went into Huang Tian and Li Xian's pockets. Gu Chen also obtained 5. Normally, these 5 demon beast cores would be sufficient for admission to a third-tier martial arts university. However, after taking down another beast, Li Xian's resentment grew heavier. After one hunt concluded, he finally couldn't hold back and muttered, "Seriously, it's so unfair that some people get demon beast cores without lifting a finger. Unlike us, who have to work our asses off just to get these few demon beast cores." Hearing Li Xiang's complaint, Huang Tian nodded in agreement. He too felt that Gu Chen was useless. Every time they hunted beasts, Gu Chen only handled lookout duty. He just stood there watching from a distance, facing no danger whatsoever, let alone contributing any effort or merit. Seeing Huang Tian nod in agreement, Li Xiang couldn't help but complain again. "At this rate, that kid won't lift a finger and still get into a second-tier martial arts university. We're busting our asses just to get into a first-tier one, and we might not even make it. It's not fair at all. How about we make Gu Chen hand over some demon beast cores? I doubt Li Sisi would blame us for it." Hearing Li Xiang's words, Huang Tian felt a flicker of temptation. His gaze drifted to Gu Chen, who sat nearby, and his mind began to calculate. "Alright, let's do it your way. But Li Sisi can't find out about this. Given her temperament, she'd never let it happen." Seeing Huang Tian agree, Li Xiang's face lit up with delight as he replied, "Then we'll quietly look for an opportunity." Gu Chen, fetching water in the distance, overheard their whispered conversation and couldn't help but smile. Since entering the bone-tempering realm, his senses had sharpened dramatically. Generally, if someone spoke within a few hundred meters, he could hear them clearly unless they were whispering. His vision had also become exceptionally sharp, like a pair of binoculars. He couldn't even imagine what changes might come if he continued to advance. He understood their resentment. After all, who would be happy having someone in their group who did nothing yet still took their share of the spoils? He had no intention of staying with the group any longer. He wanted to venture into the deepest reaches of the mountain range. The beasts there would be stronger, and his progress would accelerate. But just as the group rested and set off again, passing through a forest, a woman's startled cry suddenly pierced the air ahead. The voice sounded terrified, as if something horrifying had occurred. Moreover, the scream grew louder as it approached, as if the woman was running for her life in their direction. Gu Chen immediately halted his steps, leaping onto a tree branch to peer into the distance. Though no human figure was visible in the distant woods, obscured by the dense canopy of trees, a massive creature could be discerned, rapidly approaching their direction. Its speed was astonishing, far faster than a Chi blood realm martial artist, approaching that of a muscle tempering realm practitioner. Gu Chen felt no fear. The trials for the martial arts grand examination were typically cleared of threats, with demon beasts rarely exceeding the muscle tendon realm in power. As a forged bone realm martial artist, what was there to fear? Li Sisi and the others nearby heard the woman's cries for help and immediately went on alert. But when they saw Gu Chen climb a tree to observe the situation, Li Sisi also leaped onto a branch. When she saw the direction and speed of the beast's movement, she was startled, forming a rough judgment of its strength. She immediately ordered the two below to climb up. Huang Tian, Li Xiang, hurry up and climb up. Huang Tian and Li Xiang recognized the urgency in Li Sisi's voice and immediately scrambled up the tree. Spotting the commotion in the distant forest, they realized they were facing a powerful demon beast. Holding their breath, they prayed the creature wouldn't detect them. As the woman's cries for help grew louder, Li Sisi and the others grew increasingly tense. It's coming! Gu Chen silently murmured to himself. A blood-soaked girl emerged from the depths of the forest, her face frozen in terror. A claw mark gouged across her shoulder, yet she moved with astonishing speed. With each stride, she covered several meters in a single leap, clearly a wealthy young noble trained in agility techniques. Within seconds of her emergence, a heavy rumbling echoed from behind. As the vibrations intensified, a colossal lizard over 10 meters long materialized before the crowd. Its width spanned 5 to 6 meters, and its foreclaws gleamed with a dark, ominous sheen, clearly formidable. Its scales shimmered with a cold, blue-green glow, gliding effortlessly over jagged rocks without a single scratch. Its cold, vertical pupils fixed intently on the fleeing woman ahead. Above, Li Sisi and the others dared not even breathe. This colossal lizard was clearly no ordinary creature. The sheer aura radiating from its body alone made breathing difficult for everyone present. It was likely a demon beast at the muscle tempering realm level. To confront such a muscle tempering realm demon beast required a martial expert of equal caliber. Yet, as far as they knew, the strongest candidate in this martial arts examination had only reached a Chi blood value of just over 900. They were still a considerable distance from the muscle tendon refinement realm. Li Sisi's vital energy was only around 800. She had no confidence in facing such a formidable beast. As for rescuing that woman? Don't be ridiculous. Who would dare attempt a rescue against a demon beast like this? But just as Li Sisi and the others were hoping the beast would pass quickly, the giant lizard, after passing several dozen meters beyond the tree where Li Sisi stood, suddenly halted. It raised its head, sniffing the air incessantly with its nose. It steadily approached the tree where Li Sisi was perched, its icy glare intensifying with every step closer. Seeing this from high above in the tree, Li Sisi's heart leapt into her throat. Li Xiang and Huang Tian both swallowed hard, their eyes filled with terror. As the giant lizard drew nearer, its pace suddenly quickened. Its tail lashed out like an iron whip, striking the tree where Li Sisi was perched. The tree trunk, thicker than a man, snapped instantly. Li Sisi leaped from the broken branch, landing on the ground far away. Her face grim, she stared at the giant lizard. Simultaneously, she pressed the distress signal button on her martial arts grand exam device. After snapping the tree, the lizard's thick tail swept out again, shattering every tree the others were clinging to. Li Xiang and Huang Tian, like Li Sisi, used the momentum to leap to her side, staring at the giant lizard with pale faces. Gu Chen landed beside Li Sisi as well, but he showed no fear. He calmly stared at the colossal lizard before him. He marveled inwardly. Damn, this thing is huge. If it were back in my old country, the Indians would be over the moon. In contrast to Gu Chen's composure, Li Sisi's expression grew grave as she addressed the group. This giant lizard is too fast. We can't outrun it altogether. Someone has to hold it off. She paused for a moment before continuing. Here's what we'll do, I'll go up and block it. You guys run. Rescue should arrive soon. Remember, don't look back. If I die, please deliver a message to my family. With that, Li Sisi unleashed all her chi and blood energy, pushing her internal power to its peak. A resolute expression flashed across her face as she drew the long sword at her waist and charged toward the giant lizard. Li Xiang and Huang Tian watched Li Sisi charge toward the colossal lizard, their expressions complex. They exchanged glances, clenched their teeth, unleashed their own chi and blood, and charged after her. Captain, we've known each other for a long time, and you're my cousin. If I go back alone, my father will never forgive me. Captain, we may not have known each other long, but I'm no coward. If we hold this beast together, we might just hold out until help arrives. Li Sisi saw the two following behind her as they charged toward the colossal demon beast. A faint smile touched her lips, and the vitality surging through her body grew even stronger. The colossal lizard watched the approaching figures, its cold vertical pupils flickering with amusement. With a sudden flick of its body, the thick tail whipped through the air like an iron whip, whistling as it lashed toward Li Sisi and the others. Li Sisi and the others tried to dodge, but the giant lizard's tail was far too swift to evade. They had no choice but to raise their swords to block it head-on. But the lizard's force was far beyond what they could withstand. A thunderous crash echoed. Li Sisi and her companions were swept away like isolated stones by the lizard's tail strike, landing more than 10 meters away. After scrambling to their feet, each of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Especially Li Sisi, who had charged ahead first. She bore the brunt of the attack, the strongest impact and sustaining the most severe injuries. After standing up, she coughed up blood 5 or 6 times before finally steadying herself with her long sword. Staring at the giant lizard, a look of sheer terror flashed in her eyes. She never imagined that her group couldn't even withstand a single exchange, suffering severe injuries from just one strike. Only Gu Chen remained, standing dumbstruck in place. At this thought, she let out a bitter laugh. Her lofty ambition to enter the top martial arts university had ended right here, during the entrance exam. After lashing out with its tail, the giant lizard saw that all of them were severely injured, unable to even stand steadily. A hint of mockery flashed in its eyes once more. Its massive claws slammed into the ground, propelling its colossal body toward the group. Closing in, it swung its tail once more. The thick tail sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, clearly aiming to finish them off in one blow. Li Sisi and the others tried to dodge, but even at full strength they couldn't evade it. How could they possibly escape now, gravely wounded? Huang Tian and Li Xiang tried to dodge but realized it was impossible. They gave up struggling. They closed their eyes, waiting for death. Only Li Sisi desperately tried to muster the last remnants of her qi and blood. Gu Chen, hidden in the tree, sighed at the sight. His form vanished from the tree. When he reappeared, he stood directly before Li Sisi and the others. The giant lizard's cold vertical pupils flickered with surprise at the sudden appearance of the youth before it. But immediately, its thick tail lashed out with even greater speed. Gu Chen watched the massive lizard's powerful tail strike with a calm expression. Just as the tail was about to strike, he unleashed a simple, straightforward punch. It seemed like a mayfly shaking a tree, an ant punching an elephant laughable. Yet that simple punch struck the tail as it swung through the air. A thunderous boom echoed. Chapter 13, Slaying the Giant Lizard. In the next instant, the giant lizard felt a sharp crack echo through its tail. Simultaneously, excruciating pain surged through its body as immense force rippled from its tail, hurling it backward. After tumbling several times, it scrambled to its feet, only to find a gaping wound over half a meter wide gouged into the center of its tail. The searing agony radiating from the wound. The relentless agony assaulted its brain, instantly turning the already savage creature's eyes bloodshot with rage. Yet, unable to gauge the youth's capabilities, it hesitated to act rashly. Instead, it circled Gu Chen relentlessly, searching for an opening, its vertical pupils fixed intently on him. The group, who had braced themselves for death, found it slow in coming. They opened their eyes and scanned their surroundings. Soon, they realized that Gu Chen, who had been standing dumbly nearby, had somehow appeared before them. The giant lizard, now crouched low, circled Gu Chen warily. Most crucially, they noticed a gaping wound about half a meter wide on the lizard's tail. The scales around the wound looked as if they'd been chiseled away by a machine, sparse and partially shattered. What had happened? Why were they still alive, while the giant lizard was injured and now watching Gu Chen warily? Could it be that Gu Chen had just saved them? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gu Chen was just a lowly sidekick tagging along for free meals. How could he possibly withstand the giant lizard's attack? Judging by its size alone, this giant lizard was undoubtedly a demon beast that had entered the muscle-tempering realm and not one that had just entered it. All the candidates in the martial arts grand examination were at the Qi blood realm. Facing this demon beast, they would be killed by a single tail swipe. Could it be that an examiner happened to pass by, saw them in danger, and intervened? But Huang Tian scanned the area and saw no sign of any examiners, plunging him back into confusion. No examiners in sight. Moreover, during the martial arts grand examination, examiners were forbidden from intervening to rescue candidates. Any intervention meant the candidate forfeited the trial, and their results were invalidated. Could it be that another master had happened to pass by? Huang Tian was lost in confusion. Beside him, Li Sisi stared fixedly at Gu Chen ahead, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. She hadn't closed her eyes to await death just now. After being knocked back, she had been circulating her qi and blood once more, preparing for a desperate last stand. She saw Gu Chen, who should have been up in the tree, appear before her eyes like a gust of wind. That wind-like speed was something she knew she could never achieve in her current state. After all, she considered herself a prodigy. With a qi blood value exceeding 900, she was among the top candidates in Qingzhou City. Perhaps other cities had candidates surpassing her, even those who had reached the muscle tendon refinement stage. But such talent was simply beyond what a small city like Qingzhou could cultivate. But the speed Gu Chen just displayed was clearly at the muscle tendon refinement realm level. Which meant that the random candidate she'd picked up in the square was a master at the muscle tendon refinement realm. The thought sent a wave of disbelief and confusion washing over her. Gu Chen gazed calmly at the giant lizard circling before him. This giant lizard's strength was comparable to his own when he had first entered the muscle training realm. Back then, encountering it might have posed some danger. But now? 10 more muscle-tempering realm beasts wouldn't make a difference. Vital energy represented a person's foundation, tendons served as its conduits, and only bones formed the bedrock. Once chi and blood found their foundation, the power unleashed wasn't just a slight increase, it was a geometric leap. After circling several times, the giant lizard's pale yellow pupils gradually filled with crimson, and its breathing grew heavier. As its savage fury reached its peak, the colossal lizard could no longer contain itself. Its massive, razor-sharp claws violently raked the ground, unleashing a foul-smelling gale as it lunged toward Gu Chen. Gazing at the lizard's charging fury, Gu Chen smiled. Amidst the stunned stares of his teammates, he took a half-step back, raised his fist, and swung an ordinary punch. Just as the giant lizard opened its massive jaws, bearing rows of razor-sharp teeth to tear into Gu Chen, a punch wrapped in a cold, whistling wind slammed into one of its teeth over half a meter long. The immense force snapped the half-meter-long fang clean off, embedding it deep within the giant lizard's jaw. Blood gushed forth in a torrent. The punch was too fast, too powerful, too sudden. The savage glint in the giant lizard's eyes hadn't faded yet, and the excruciating pain from its jaws had just begun to radiate throughout its body. Gu Chen stepped forward. He struck again, this time aiming for the underside of the giant lizard's head. The familiar, icy fist wind appeared once more, crashing into the giant lizard's jaw with a thunderous roar. The massive lizard's pride, its sturdy scales were pierced like newspaper under the immense force. Fortunately, the creature's massive size meant that although its jaw was pierced, its brain remained unharmed. Yet waves of excruciating pain washed over it, erasing the savage fury from its eyes as a new emotion surged upward: fear. It surged like an unstoppable flood, consuming its mind. It wanted to flee. This human before it was terrifying far beyond what it could handle. Gu Chen took another step forward, launching himself into the air. His fist slammed into the giant lizard's hard forehead. Boom! A deepest imprint remained on its forehead, its brain shattered into a pulp. With its massive body suddenly deprived of support, the giant lizard crashed to the ground, motionless. Gu Chen brushed the blood from his hands and called out to Li Sisi and the others nearby. Stop staring. Come help me. A lizard this big? I can't handle it alone. Li Sisi and the others, frozen in shock where they stood, hadn't fully recovered from the sight. They could only respond with a blank okay. After a long moment, they snapped back to reality and gasped. Ah. All right. I'll be right there. After more than 10 minutes, Huang Tian, clinging to the giant lizard's back, let out a startled cry. I found the demon beast's core. Covered in blood and reeking of gore, he leapt down from the giant lizard and approached Gu Chen, respectfully handing him the demon beast's core. When he saw Gu Chen actually slay the giant lizard, his mind went blank. Thankfully, he reacted quickly, shoving Li Xiang beside him. He dragged Li Xiang over to the giant lizard to search for the demon beast's core. He never expected that no examiner had intervened at all. It was all due to Gu Chen's extraordinary prowess. This was for the best. Following Gu Chen, with such a formidable expert by their side, their chances of success would be greatly enhanced. Gu Chen took the demon beast core handed to him, his brows lowered as his gaze fixed on it. This demon beast core was a full size larger than those from Qi blood realm beasts, roughly half the size of a fist. Its entire body was a deep green, resembling jade. When he grasped it, he could faintly sense demonic energy circulating within. So this is the core of a demon beast at the muscle tendon refinement stage. Not bad. Outside, such a core from a demon beast at the refining tendons realm commanded an exorbitant price, easily hundreds of thousands of credits, and often unavailable on the market. It's common for buyers to spend millions to acquire one. Unfortunately, it must be handed over once the assessment concludes. Gu Chen withdrew his gaze from the demon beast core, stood up, and tucked it into his backpack. He pulled out the map again to study the route ahead. Meanwhile, Huang Tian, Li Sisi, and the others stood awkwardly nearby, watching Gu Chen plan his route on the map. The sight was almost unbearable for Huang Tian. Never in his life had he been treated with such deference. Not even on Blue Star had they received such treatment. The people beside him looked like Filipino maids. It was too deferential. And aside from Li Xiang, the looks Li Sisi and Huang Tian gave him weren't like they were looking at teammates, they were more like they were staring at some kind of celebrity. Could you two stop staring? Come over here and look at the map with me. We need to figure out how to proceed. Hearing Gu Chen ask them to look at the map, Li Sisi and Huang Tian finally snapped back to reality. They gave an awkward chuckle, pulled their respective maps from their backpacks, and began planning the route. Our current location isn't far from the center point. If we head toward it, we're bound to encounter more demon beasts. Yeah, Captain Li's right. The beasts around here are usually around 600-700 HP, not too strong. The beasts at the center point are usually at the peak of the muscle tendon refinement stage, and some might even be at the muscle tendon refinement stage. But we have muscle tendon refinement experts among us, so we don't need to worry too much. Just avoid getting surrounded. Brother Chen, what do you think? Gu Chen glanced at the map as well, thinking to himself. That giant lizard that appeared earlier must have escaped from the central area. Killing a beast like the one earlier yields points equivalent to taking down over a dozen peak Chi blood realm beasts. If we head to the center point, our scores would definitely improve faster. But the people sent by the Lin family are probably there too. I just wonder how strong their people are. If they don't have forged bone realm strength, they'll be nothing but easy prey in my hands. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow, smiling inwardly. He looked up at Li Sisi and Huang Tian beside him and said with a smile, "Alright, let's go as you two suggested." With that, he headed toward the map's center point. Li Sisi and Huang Tian followed without hesitation. Li Xiang remained behind, hesitation etched on his face. After a few breaths of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and followed suit. At worst, he'd mocked Gu Chen a few times before it couldn't possibly warrant such harsh treatment. At worst, he might just get a smaller share of the demon beast cores. That was only natural. After all, he had mocked him so harshly before, it was only fair that Gu Chen might give him fewer demon beast cores now. Still, he believed that even if he received fewer demon beast cores, his overall gains would far exceed his previous earnings. After all, Gu Chen was a muscle refinement realm powerhouse. His demon beast hunting speed far surpassed theirs. Even the scraps that slipped through his hands would be far more than what they could hunt themselves. Gu Chen's group moved swiftly, quickly reaching the central location indicated on the map. Here, dense vegetation prevailed, with ancient trees towering 100 meters high everywhere. Looking up, the sky was completely obscured, hidden behind a thick canopy of leaves. The air was filled with the occasional chirping of insects and birdsong, punctuated by the distant roar of some colossal creature. The roar sounded somewhat like that of the giant lizard they had slain earlier, likely the cry of its kin. After walking deeper for over 10 minutes, Gu Chen suddenly halted near a thicket. He dropped to his hands and knees, pressing his ear to the ground to listen intently. The others nearby froze at his sudden movement. Realizing what he was doing, they quickly held their breath, careful not to disturb him. After about 3 breaths, Gu Chen rose from the ground, leaped onto a tree, and scanned the distance. His gaze settled on a spot roughly 1 to 2 kilometers away. He could clearly see ancient trees swaying in that direction. This swaying wasn't like the gentle movement caused by wind, it resembled the tremors produced by combat taking place there. Let's go check it out. Once he'd made up his mind, Gu Chen called out to Li Sisi and the others, explaining the situation. There's a fight over there. We have to go check it out. Maybe we can pick up some scraps. Huang Tian perked up at the mention of a fight, eagerly urging them to investigate. Li Sisi, however, remained rooted to the spot. Her large, watery eyes blinked a few times as she looked at Gu Chen, clearly waiting for his decision. Gu Chen noticed this exchange. His gaze lingered on Li Sisi for a moment before he looked away and said, "Alright, let's go check it out." Having lived 2 lifetimes as a perpetual bachelor, he couldn't bear the direct gaze of a beauty like Li Sisi. With that, he strode ahead, silently repeating to himself, "No women in your heart, and drawing your sword becomes divine. No women in your heart, and drawing your sword makes you a god." After repeating it silently 7 or 8 times, Gu Chen's heart gradually calmed down. Turning to look at Li Sisi, he felt no lingering distractions. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, faint sounds of combat drifted from ahead. Run! This demon beast is at the muscle tendon refinement stage, far beyond what our squad can handle. You must escape and wait for reinforcements. We can't let our captain die in vain. Run now! If that demon beast catches up, his sacrifice will have been for nothing. Brother, if we're leaving, we leave together. How could I abandon you and run away? You fool! My leg is broken, how could I run? Hurry! Staying with me will only drag you down. Neither of us will make it out alive. Listen to me, just run. Get out and tell my family. Even if I failed them and let my parents down, tell them to have another child. Stop dawdling. If you don't leave now, you really won't be able to go. Chapter 14, Gu Chen's sister. Stop dawdling. If you don't leave now, you really won't be able to go. I won't go. I won't go. If anyone leaves, we leave together. Gu Chen and the others heard the commotion ahead and peered cautiously in that direction. They saw a 17 or 18-year-old examinee struggling free from a 20-something-year-old examinee, both frantically fleeing for their lives. The older candidate only let go when the younger one released him, allowing the seemingly younger one to leave alone. The younger-looking candidate didn't want to keep dragging him along, so the two fled together. Far behind them, a massive gray wolf pursued. Its massive frame stretched 5 to 6 meters in length alone, standing roughly 3 meters tall. Including its tail, it measured 7 to 8 meters. The overwhelming aura emanating from it marked it as a demon beast at the peak of the Chi blood realm. To Gu Chen, it was nothing special, but for the other examinees, it was undoubtedly one of the most formidable demon beasts in the martial arts grand examination. The giant grey wolf followed the pair at a leisurely pace, its eyes gleaming with a hint of mockery. It seemed to believe that no matter how far the two ahead fled, they could never escape its grasp. They were merely fish and meat already laid out on the table. It could devour them whenever it pleased. This was merely a game before the feast began. Another fleeing team? Gu Chen was surprised. This was the second group fleeing for their lives he'd encountered today. Earlier, that woman had been hunted by a giant lizard, and now these brothers were fleeing for their lives. Their comrades were likely in grave danger. Such situations were rare in past martial arts examinations. It was unusual for so many candidates to perish. Typically, a martial arts examination in Qingzhou claimed only a dozen or so lives. Yet today alone, he had encountered 2 incidents where demon beasts had killed people. Could this be connected to the Lin family? It was highly probable. They were likely the local tyrants in Qingzhou City, using their influence to release demon beasts and create chaos. It was entirely possible they were taking advantage of the turmoil to strike against him. Huang Tian, watching the 2 fleeing figures, couldn't help but speak up. Should we try to save them? He glanced at Gu Chen as he spoke. He knew Gu Chen was now the core of their team. Any decision to intervene rested with him. Moreover, capturing this demon beast without casualties was only possible if Gu Chen took action. Gu Chen offered no reply, merely raising an eyebrow. He soared over the dense forest ahead and landed before the fleeing pair. The fleeing pair were startled by the sudden appearance of a figure before them. In their panic, compounded by the demon beast closing in behind them, they stumbled and fell to the ground. The pain made them both groan. But before they could recover, they struggled to their feet and resumed their flight. One of them shouted at Gu Chen. "Bro, don't just stand there. Run. There's a peak chi blood realm beast chasing us. My partner already died in its jaws. Run. If you don't run now, it'll be too late. Run now." With that, he sprinted forward. But after 2 strides, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. The candidate who had just appeared was still frozen in place, seemingly petrified by the demon beast. He couldn't help but urgently remind him again. "Bro, run. Don't just stand there. No matter how high your scores are, they're not worth your life." Seeing Gu Chen still standing there like a fool, he cursed under his breath in frustration. Stomping his foot, he ran toward Gu Chen, reaching out to grab his arm and pull him along to escape. But to his surprise, Gu Chen didn't budge an inch. Instead, it felt like he'd grabbed a solid steel bar. The sudden force threw off his balance, and he stumbled backward, crashing to the ground. The other examinee he was supporting was dragged down with him. Gu Chen froze for a moment at the sight, then broke into a smile, revealing his pearly whites as he said, "It's fine, don't worry about me. It's just a peak chi blood realm demon beast. No need to worry about it." As he spoke, the grey giant wolf spotted Gu Chen blocking its path ahead and showed no intention of stopping. Its eyes gleamed with excitement, saliva dripping as it ran, its pace quickening. Any playful mood vanished. With so many humans appearing, it couldn't let them escape. It was determined to feast, to have a big meal. As it neared Gu Chen, the wolf leapt into the air, swinging its right claw with a cold, sharp glint tearing toward him. After calming the 2 examinees, Gu Chen turned to see the giant grey wolf pouncing toward him with its massive paw. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. A mere beast dared to attack him? It truly didn't know when to quit. As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Chen watched the giant grey wolf closing in. Just as its gleaming claws were about to strike, he moved. In an instant. Like an agile hare, he effortlessly dodged the wolf's attacking paw and shifted to the opposite side of its claw. His hand shot out like lightning, clamping down on a bone in the claw and gripping it tightly. Then, with a slight twitch of his muscles, explosive force surged through his body. Gripping the wolf's paw, he slammed it violently to the side. The giant grey wolf first felt a searing pain in its paw. Before it could even hit the ground, the immense force from its own claw dragged it along, slamming it hard onto the hard ground beside it. Thud! The giant grey wolf slammed into the ground like a meteorite, sending intense vibrations rippling through the surrounding area. The force was so immense that most of its massive frame sank deep into the ground, filled with soil and gravel. Simultaneously, the shockwave sent the jaws of the enraged examinee who had been calling Gu Chen an idiot dropping in astonishment. Holy, how is this possible? How could there be someone this strong among the examinees? Beasts were typically massive creatures. At the same cultivation level, their strength far surpassed that of humans. At lower cultivation stages, humans usually relied on martial arts techniques and weapons to fight beasts. As martial cultivation deepened, elite practitioners would master divine martial arts and advanced weaponry to combat beasts. Among this group of examinees, there might be someone capable of defeating this giant grey wolf. But there was absolutely no one who could match a demon beast solely through physical strength. It was impossible for anyone to simply grab the giant grey wolf's paw and slam it violently into the ground from midair. After slamming the giant grey wolf into the ground, Gu Chen released his grip and waited for it to rise. Several breaths passed, yet the giant grey wolf showed no sign of movement. Nearly 2 minutes passed before the beast seemed to awaken from unconsciousness, letting out a wretched howl of agony. Spotting Gu Chen standing nearby, staring at it, fear flashed in the giant grey wolf's eyes, followed by a hint of madness. It struggled to climb out of the hole it had been driven into, limping to a halt before Gu Chen. It eyed him warily, emitting low, guttural growls. But it dared not charge recklessly as before, merely circling around Gu Chen, limping as it moved in a wide arc. After 2 or 3 minutes, the wolf's wariness peaked. It turned toward the forest and began retreating, intending to slip away quietly. Gu Chen snorted derisively. "You injured someone and think you can just run off? Leave your demon beast core behind." Gu Chen's sharp command echoed as his body sprang forward like a leopard. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, transforming into a blur as he charged toward the giant grey wolf. When he reached the giant grey wolf, Gu Chen coldly fixed his gaze on its pupils and delivered a punch straight to its head. The speed was so blindingly fast that the giant grey wolf couldn't react. It only saw the youth, who had been standing over 10 meters away, appear before its eyes in a blur. The fist offered no chance to resist. Just as the wolf prepared to dodge, the blow landed squarely on its forehead. A wave of excruciating pain washed over it, and darkness engulfed its vision as it collapsed to the ground. After delivering the blow, Gu Chen calmly observed the fallen giant grey wolf. He had held back on that punch, unleashing only the strength of a muscle tendon refinement realm practitioner. Upon striking the giant grey wolf, he had further restrained his power, knocking the wolf unconscious. In this world, wolf pelts commanded high prices, especially intact ones. They could fetch hundreds of thousands. The martial arts grand examination only collected the cores of slain demon beasts as assessment results. Other spoils of war were not confiscated. Gu Chen intended to gently kill this giant grey wolf and sell its pelt. He approached the wolf with his short blade, circling its massive demonic form to find the optimal striking point. His gaze soon settled on the wolf's lower jaw, spot where the hide was soft. Stabbing there would minimize damage to the pelt's integrity. But just as he was about to make the cut to skin it, footsteps echoed through the dense forest once more. The sound suggested not a single person, but a small squad advancing toward their position. As the footsteps drew nearer, the group came into view. 2 men and 2 women, a group of candidates taking the assessment. The 2 males bore a striking resemblance, likely twin brothers. Both were broad-shouldered and sturdy, standing around 2 meters tall with dark complexions. As they approached, one of the men swept a dismissive glance around the group before fixing his gaze on the giant grey wolf lying motionless on the ground. His eyes flashed sharply upon sensing the giant grey wolf's aura peak chi blood realm. A gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes, and a look of thrill spread across his face. "Ha! Heaven truly favors me. Just wandering around and I stumble upon this. The heavens truly favor me." His gaze turned cold as he crossed his arms and fixed his eyes on Gu Chen standing beside the giant grey wolf. "Kid, this giant grey wolf is mine. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Otherwise, once I make my move, it won't be a simple matter of leaving. It'll be a question of whether you can walk out of here at all." His identical twin brother, who bore a striking resemblance to him, also crossed his arms and glared coldly at Gu Chen. Besides these 2 brothers, there were 2 women in the group. Gu Chen had no recollection of one of them. She was plain-looking, the type you'd lose in a crowd. Seeing the giant grey wolf lying on the ground, she said nothing. The other woman, however, was someone Gu Chen recognized immediately. The moment she emerged from the dense forest, his gaze locked onto her. This woman was none other than Gu Chen's sister, Gu Lingxi. The sister who had always looked down on him. Emerging from the dense foliage, Gu Lingxi's expression shifted to one of shock upon seeing Gu Chen, especially the colossal grey wolf at his feet. Yet in the next instant, her expression smoothed back into composure. She assumed Gu Chen had merely stumbled upon a demon beast by sheer luck. As for personally taking down such a beast? Impossible. Just by its size alone, this giant grey wolf was clearly no pushover, far beyond what Gu Chen could handle. A useless person like Gu Chen could be crushed by any demon beast. She guessed it was either a team that hunted the beast and let Gu Chen reap the reward, or perhaps it was a beast hunted by Gu Chen's own team, though that possibility was highly improbable. Any team capable of recruiting her useless little brother wouldn't possess the strength to hunt such a high-tier demon beast. Most likely, another team had failed to kill the beast, allowing it to escape. Severely wounded, it had been encountered by Gu Chen's team, leading to the scene she'd just witnessed. As for her twin brothers attempting to seize the beast, she didn't object. A demon beast at the peak of the chi blood realm wasn't something one encountered every day. Passing up this opportunity meant there likely wouldn't be another. Besides, such a peak chi blood realm demon beast wouldn't be of much use to Gu Chen anyway. Even if he managed to get into the martial arts university, what good would it do? He'd just muddle through a few years at university, graduate with his tail between his legs, and see little improvement in his strength. Therefore, it was better to let her own team take the beast. Perhaps this giant grey wolf could even help her gain admission to a top-tier martial arts university. At worst, he could offer Gu Chen some compensation later. He was sure Gu Chen would understand. Gu Chen wouldn't agree? Impossible. Based on her understanding of Gu Chen, her word as his older sister had never been ignored. A smile touched Gu Lingxi's lips at the thought. She waved her hand, signaling her twin brothers not to act rashly and letting her handle it. Then she strode toward Gu Chen. Gu Chen hadn't expected to run into her here. The assessment grounds weren't huge, but they weren't small either. But what did she want by coming over? Surely she wasn't planning to forcefully seize this demon beast like her twin brothers had done? Gu Chen's expression grew colder. This sister of the original host had bullied her relentlessly since childhood, relying on her superior talent. If she dared to snatch the spoils he secured this time, he wouldn't hesitate to strike hard. As Gu Lingxi approached and saw the displeasure on Gu Chen's face, she instantly felt annoyed. That brat actually dared to give her attitude? Just like a spoiled brat who gets out of hand when not disciplined. This demon beast has caught my eye. You can leave now. A beast like this is useless to you anyway. At best, it might get you into some mediocre martial arts university. Hand it over to me. I might just get into a decent key martial arts university. Once I graduate, I'll pull some strings for you and find you a job. With that, Gu Lingxi approached the giant grey wolf. She drew a sapphire blue dagger and aimed it at the beast's abdomen, preparing to extract its demonic core. The twin brothers watching nearby looked surprised at this scene. The viciousness on their faces faded slightly. They had been about to intervene and seize the beast, but since Gu Lingxi knew it and could claim it without bloodshed, it was wiser to stay out of the way. It also allowed him to conserve his strength for hunting other demon beasts. But just as they thought everything was settled, Gu Lingxi, who had been preparing to extract the demon beast's core, paused. The candidate who had been standing near the giant grey wolf earlier, who seemed to be Gu Lingxi's younger brother, blocked her path. A fight? Sibling discord? The twin brothers exchanged a glance, licking their lips as a flicker of amusement danced in their eyes. What are you doing? Gu Lingxi stared at Gu Chen standing before her. She had been about to extract the beast core when her usually timid younger brother suddenly appeared, blocking her path. Somehow, the dagger in her hand had been snatched away by him. Gu Lingxi realized her attention had been entirely on the beast, allowing Gu Chen to seize it in a single, careless moment. Do you have any idea how important this beast is to me? You just got lucky picking up the scraps. Don't go thinking this beast is your prize. If you don't hand over this beast to me today, my teammates behind me won't stand for it either. In short, you'll hand it over whether you want to or not. Gu Chen listened to Gu Lingxi's words, his gaze sweeping over her. This sister of the original body, her face wasn't particularly large, yet her words were utterly shameless. It was clearly a beast she had hunted down herself, yet in her mouth it became someone else's. And she had the nerve to say she'd find him a job after graduating? Bull. Given the original host's sister's temperament, by the time she graduated from martial arts university, she might not even remember he existed. Finding him a job? Don't make me laugh. Now that I won't give it to her, she's ready to take it by force. A sister like this, TSK. Whoever ends up with her is doomed. Chapter 15, Twin Brothers. A chill deepened within Gu Chen's heart. He had no intention of giving away this demon beast. What? You want to take it by force? I killed this beast. As he confronted Gu Lingxi, Gu Chen toyed with the dagger he'd just snatched from her hand. The dagger was impressive, a deep, uniform blue throughout, with a substantial weight and texture. It felt icy cold to the touch, like gripping a block of ice. On the market, it wouldn't come cheap, starting at 100,000. Gu Lingxi's parents must have bought it for her to use in the martial arts exam. How biased. When I took the martial arts exam, they didn't even buy me weapons or gear, they didn't even ask. You killed him? Don't be ridiculous, okay? Gu Lingxi snorted derisively. She didn't believe for a second that Gu Chen had killed it. She figured he was just trying to use it as leverage to gain an advantage. After a moment's thought, she added, Here's the deal. Once we're out, I'll give you 2,000 yuan to buy yourself a new outfit. Consider it compensation. Her eyes flicked toward Gu Chen as she spoke, her expression clearly saying, you got the better end of the deal. Gu Chen couldn't help but laugh. 2,000 yuan for new clothes? Like I need that? Gu Chen shook his head, staring intently into Gu Lingxi's eyes as he spoke each word deliberately. Out of respect for you being my own sister, I could give you this demon beast after all, I don't need it. But 2,000 yuan is nowhere near enough. Here's the deal, 100,000 yuan. If you agree, this beast is yours. Don't think I'm overcharging. This beast's wolf pelt is incredibly valuable, it'd fetch hundreds of thousands on the market. I'll throw in the beast's core for free. How does that sound? 100,000 yuan. Why don't you just rob me? Gu Lingxi immediately bristled when Gu Chen demanded 100,000 yuan for the demon beast. Setting aside whether she could even come up with that kind of money, she never imagined Gu Chen would dare ask her for 100,000 yuan. Gu Chen, are you asking for a beating? Gu Lingxi took a step forward, her expression dark as she glared at Gu Chen. It seemed as though she'd strike the moment he dared mention money again. Gu Chen wasn't about to indulge her. With a swift flick of his wrist, the dagger in his hand shot forward like an arrow, leaving the bowstring. It sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing crack before plunging into the ground before Gu Lingxi. Gu Lingxi looked down to see the blade fully embedded in the hard ground, only the handle protruding above the surface. She bent down and yanked it out. The sound of metal scraping against soil seemed off, and her expression changed. She laid the dagger flat on her palm. When she saw the 7 or 8 cracks covering the blade forged from special high-grade steel, her pupils contracted. She had paid a hefty sum for this dagger, renowned for its unparalleled durability. Unless struck with a sledgehammer, it was virtually indestructible. The vendor had assured her it was a divine weapon among blades in the Qi blood realm, exceptionally sturdy and sharp. Yet now, with a single flick of Gu Chen's wrist, it had been thrust into the ground and nearly shattered. Gu Lingxi's mind raced with horror at this realization. She couldn't fathom what level of power Gu Chen possessed to destroy her special steel dagger with a mere flick of his wrist. But the shock was fleeting. She refused to believe Gu Chen possessed the power to destroy her dagger. It was more likely that during a previous battle, some unknown force had caused hidden damage within the blade. Gu Chen had merely been lucky, or perhaps the dagger itself was flawed, not truly made of special steel after all. She had been duped. Deep down, she leaned toward the second possibility, and her anger flared instantly. She paid a hefty price only to end up with a fake. Once the martial arts assessment concluded, she'd track down the dagger seller and demand compensation. For now, she needed to secure the immediate gain before her. Gu Chen hadn't mentioned it, but she knew the pelt of this giant gray wolf would fetch a hefty price on the market. The thought made her eyes dart toward the giant gray wolf lying on the ground, lingering on its pelt for a second or two. After pulling her gaze away, she had no intention of discussing the giant gray wolf with Gu Chen. She took a few steps back, returning to the twin brothers' side. She signaled the twins to move, letting Gu Chen take a beating, while her own gaze fixed on Li Sisi and the others standing not far behind Gu Chen. Simultaneously, her chi erupted, unleashing the oppressive aura of over 700 chi points. This served as a warning to Li Sisi and the others not to make a move. Behind Gu Chen, Li Sisi and the others exchanged stunned glances, their expressions frozen in disbelief, words failing them. The 2 examinees Gu Chen had rescued were equally speechless. They had just witnessed him utterly crush and defeat the giant gray wolf that had inflicted heavy casualties on their team. It was utterly devastating. The giant gray wolf had been completely helpless before that youth, as if it weren't a 7 or 8 meter long beast, but a tiny lapdog barely 7 or 8 centimeters long. And yet, someone dared to pull a hair from the top of such a master's head? Wasn't that like an old man hanging himself? Gu Chen couldn't help but laugh bitterly. His stepsister clearly didn't consider him family. Well, whatever. They never had any real familial bond anyway. The twin brothers exchanged a knowing glance at Gu Lingxi's signal, then licked their lips once more. You asked us to handle this. If your brother ends up injured, don't blame us. Don't worry. If anything happens, you won't have to pay for it, Gu Lingxi replied indifferently. Alright, your word is good enough. With that, the twins charged toward Gu Chen's location, one on each side. One of them remarked. Let me handle him. It's been ages since I've seen a kid with such delicate skin. This is going to be fun. Get lost. Why should you go first? I'm the older brother, I go first. Shouldn't the older brother yield to the younger? Don't you know what it means to respect elders and cherish the young? Then you be the older brother, and I'll be the younger. The 2 brothers bickered as they charged at Gu Chen with all their might, moving as fast as they could. The onlookers stared in stunned silence, thinking these must be the most unconventional brothers ever, not into women, but men. Especially Gu Lingxi. She burst out laughing. Serves you right. Serves you right for being so ungrateful, refusing to give me the demon beast and demanding 100,000 yuan back. Put. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never know who's the boss around here. The twin brothers moved with lightning speed. Before the words had even finished leaving their mouths, they were already upon Gu Chen. One launched a single palm strike at his shoulder, while the other swept a fierce leg strike at his right leg. Both attacks arrived simultaneously, their coordination flawless. Most people would likely panic and fumble against such an assault, risking injury if they couldn't react in time. But that was for ordinary people. Gu Chen watched the 2 attackers approach and let out a cold laugh. He chose neither to dodge nor to counterattack. He simply stood still, watching as the fist and kick landed squarely on his body. Thud. Thud. 2 loud impacts echoed through the forest. Then, 2 agonized cries echoed through the woods. Chapter 16, Yours. It hurts. I think my hand is broken. My leg. It hurts so much. The twin brothers lay beside Gu Chen. One clutched his abnormally twisted leg, writhing in agony on the ground. The other sat flat on his backside, clutching his injured hand, crying out in pain while staring at Gu Chen with terror. He wasn't human. His full-force strike had felt like hitting thick steel plate. The immense recoil had shattered several bones in his hand. Yet Gu Lingxi's younger brother stood before him, completely unscathed, as if the twins' attack had merely tickled him, causing no harm whatsoever. This was impossible. Their attack, while not quite full force, had still channeled the bulk of their strength. Yet it was the brothers who were injured, as if they'd struck an indestructible rock. Could Gu Chen truly be a master? The twin brothers regretted it bitterly. They'd thought he was a harmless lamb, only to discover he was a man-eating tiger. Gu Lingxi's eyes widened at the sight. He too hadn't anticipated the twins' assault having no effect on Gu Chen. Among all the candidates, the twins weren't the strongest, but they were certainly among the top tier. Facing their combined assault, even she would have been flustered if caught off guard. Yet Gu Chen didn't even flinch, relying solely on his body's inherent strength to block their attacks. Peak Chi Blood Realm? No. A Peak Chi Blood Realm cultivator couldn't possess such physical strength, only a Tendon Forging Realm cultivator could. Could Gu Chen be a Muscle Tendon Realm powerhouse? But the Muscle Tendon Realm. She herself hadn't reached it. As far as she knew, there were no Muscle Tendon Realm candidates in this martial arts examination. Perhaps some candidates from other provinces had reached the Tendon's training realm, but Gu Chen wasn't an out-of-province candidate. He was her own brother, someone she knew inside out. But why? Gu Chen rubbed the spot where he'd been struck. Not bad, no pain, just a bit numb. After rubbing it a few times, he looked down at his twin brother lying at his feet. He sneered coldly. Is that all you've got? With that level of strength, you still want to steal things? You really aren't afraid of getting beaten to death. He then glanced at Gu Lingxi, who stood beside him, eyes wide and gaping in astonishment. It must be said, the Gu family had good genes. Gu Lingxi was quite attractive, big eyes, a cherry red pout, and skin as fair, supple, and radiant as dew. At school, she ranked among the top beauties. Gu Chen was equally impressive. Already standing at 5 feet 10 inches, his height had grown even taller with his increased strength, now exceeding 6 feet. His features were sharp and defined, his eyes clear and piercing, and his skin was equally flawless. Though his build was lean, it wasn't the frail kind. His muscles were strong and powerful, giving him the appearance of a scholarly intellectual. Yet when he moved, he was as fierce as a mountain tiger. His appearance in his previous life had been decent, but after his transmigration, it had reached new heights, a testament to the Gu family's superior genetics. Reflecting on this, the chill in his heart eased slightly. Allowing them to take this demon beast wasn't entirely unreasonable. After all, it was merely a Peak Chi Blood Realm beast, one he could dispatch with a wave of his hand. For them, hunting Peak Chi Blood Realm beasts was already pushing their limits. Weaker teens would consider themselves lucky to escape unscathed if they encountered one. That was why her sister, upon seeing the Peak Chi Blood Realm beast at her feet, had been so tempted to seize it for herself. Little did she expect that he possessed extraordinary strength. The twin brothers were no match for him at all. Without even lifting a finger, he had defeated them both, leaving them both seriously injured. Fine, let her have it. After all, this could serve as compensation for the original owner's family, given my status as an outsider who had crossed over. Still want to fight? Gu Lingxi, still reeling from shock, jolted awake at Gu Chen's words. Snapping back to her senses, she frantically waved her hands, stammering. I won't steal it. I won't steal it. After saying that, she added another sentence. This demon beast was yours to begin with. How could I, your older sister, possibly take something that belongs to my little brother? I was just looking at it, not planning to steal it. By the end of her explanation, beads of sweat the size of beans were forming on her forehead, and her face contorted into a fawning expression. She was terrified Gu Chen would hold her accountable for what had just happened. Though she could block her twin brother's attacks, remaining completely motionless like Gu Chen was impossible. If Gu Chen got angry over what just happened and took action against her, expelling her from the martial arts exam or using some trick to make her fail and lose her chance at the martial arts university, she'd truly be helpless, with no one to turn to. Gu Chen felt a wave of disgust wash over him as he stared at Gu Lingxi's fawning smile. Call it knowing when to back down, or call it being a nuisance, whatever you wanted. But since he had already decided to give it to her, he had no intention of going back on his word. Ignoring Gu Lingxi beside him, Gu Chen walked around the giant grey wolf and positioned himself directly in front of its throat. He drew a short knife used for slaughtering demon beasts and delivered a single fatal blow. The giant grey wolf twitched twice in unconsciousness before falling still. Gu Chen then signaled his teammates behind him to extract the beast core from the giant grey wolf. After extraction, Gu Chen caught the demon beast core and tossed it toward Gu Lingxi's position. The demon beast core traced a graceful arc through the air, landing on the ground. It rolled twice before coming to rest, covered in dust and gravel, at Gu Lingxi's feet. It's yours. For me? Gu Lingxi stared at the demon beast core rolling at her feet, her eyes wide with astonishment. Really mine? But the shock quickly faded from her eyes, replaced by a hint of fear. Could I really accept this? Gu Lingxi stared at the blood-soaked demon beast core at her feet, swallowing hard. For a moment, she dared not move. Seeing Gu Lingxi's timid hesitation, Gu Chen snorted coldly. Aren't you the one who wanted this demon beast core so badly just now? Why are you backing out now that I've placed it right in front of you? Chapter 17, once I give it to you, no taking it back. Is there some reason? Everyone knew the demon beast core was the most crucial factor in the martial arts examination scoring. Earlier, when she saw a Peak Chi Blood Realm demon beast lying at my feet, she assumed my strength was too weak to hunt down a beast of that caliber. She'd been ready to snatch it away. But after I revealed a fraction of my true strength, Gu Lingxi suddenly backed down. Even when offered it outright, she dared not accept. Indeed, in this world, wealth and power are what truly matter. On Blue Star, money lets you do whatever you want. Lamborghinis, someone else's childhood sweetheart, power and status. Nothing is a problem if you have enough cash. After crossing over into this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, as long as your strength is formidable enough, all rules will yield to you. Killing was illegal? Slaughtering entire families? For those who reached a certain level of power, none of it mattered. It's like this: would an ant dare question a dragon about trampling its own kin? Perhaps some dared, but they were crushed by the dragon's paw without so much as a ripple. That is the gap of power. When the power gap reaches a certain point, the two sides are no longer on the same level or even the same species. Law and morality are mere illusions. This is the brutal truth of the martial world. Gu Lingxi was no exception. Even when offered gifts, she dared not accept them, fearing that a moment of my anger might cripple her with a single blow. Or that he might expel her from the martial arts examination, barring her from martial arts university altogether. Gu Chen understood her thoughts and dismissed them as petty suspicions about a noble person. Could he really do such a thing? That was underestimating him. As an outstanding youth educated in the new century of Blue Star, how could he possibly act so? If he said he didn't want it, then he truly didn't want it. You needn't fear. I truly am giving you this demon beast core. But giving you this demon beast core means we sever all ties. From now on, we go our separate ways. When you get home, tell your family that I'm repaying their kindness with this demon beast core. From now on, don't involve me in any family matters, and I won't involve myself in theirs either. In short, I'm severing all ties with the Gu family. Do you understand? Using a demon beast core to sever all ties with the Gu family felt perfectly appropriate to Gu Chen. It would prevent the Gu family from seeking him out again once his power grew, only to create more tangled complications. Better to start with Gu Lingxi. From now on, you are you, I am me, and the Gu family is the Gu family. He was merely a cremator. Really? Gu Lingxi stared at the demon beast core still dripping blood at her feet, a faint surge of excitement stirring within her. They're really giving it to her. As for severing ties? Does it even matter? The Gu family would be the same with or without Gu Chen. They never needed someone like him in the first place. From childhood onward, Gu Chen had always been the despised, neglected failure in the family. She, however, was the pride of the Gu family, always had been. Now, Gu Chen had somehow gained an opportunity to surpass her in strength. But she was certain this situation was only temporary. Once she obtained the demon beast's core and got into the university she desired, her rise to prominence would be just around the corner. By then, Gu Chen wouldn't even be able to touch his heels. And now, instead of smoothing things over, he wanted to cut ties entirely. He must have lost his mind. Fine. Since you insist on giving it to me, I'll take it. But are you sure you want to sever ties with me? If we really cut ties, don't regret it when I rise to prominence and you kneel before me begging to be my sister, only for me to kick you out without mercy. After speaking, Gu Lingxi, as if afraid Gu Chen would change his mind, bent down and scooped up the demon beast core from the ground. Ignoring the blood and sand particles on it, she tucked it into her bosom. Once tucked away, she stared warily at Gu Chen, worried that he might renege and snatch the demon beast core back. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Rest assured, I won't take the demon beast core back. I only hope you remember today's promise." With that, Gu Chen began skinning the giant gray wolf without another word. With his excellent physical condition and ample strength, a complete wolf pelt appeared in his hands within about 10 minutes. After securing the pelt, Gu Chen signaled his teammates to depart. As they left, he walked deep into the forest without a backward glance, not even sparing a look at Gu Lingxi, who remained rooted to the spot. But only after Gu Chen's figure vanished completely into the dense forest steps. Gu Lingxi stood rooted to the spot, staring at the spot where Gu Chen had vanished. For some reason, a sudden pang of pain pierced her heart, as if she had lost something profoundly important. Like some kind of opportunity, familial affection. Yet she quickly dismissed this fleeting sensation. Her gaze fixed on the demon beast core in her hand, her eyes brimming with delight. With this demon beast core, she could gain admission to a prestigious martial arts university. Her future was bright. Family bonds? Reputation? Such things were worthless in the face of personal advancement. They might even become stumbling blocks. Just wait. The day I achieve fame and fortune will be the day you kneel before me in submission. Brother Chen, why did you have to give that demon beast's core to that stinking woman? Keeping it for yourself would have been so much better. Exactly. That beast core is worth a fortune. Brother Chen can do whatever he wants. Besides, you two didn't even kill that beast. Losing it has nothing to do with you. Captain, why are you bringing me into this? Shut up, both of you. Li Sisi, who had been walking ahead, turned back and scolded the two of them. After finishing her rant, she looked at Gu Chen apologetically and said, "Sorry, Gu Chen. Neither of them has any objections to the demon beast core. Don't mind what they say. It's yours to do with as you please." She then stood respectfully beside Gu Chen, awaiting his response. Gu Chen gazed at the beautiful woman standing mere inches away, observing her awkwardly respectful demeanor. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Ever since Li Sisi realized her strength far surpassed her own, she had treated her with extraordinary deference and respect. If he said something wrong or spoke too harshly, Li Sisi would overthink it, practically setting up an incense burner to worship him. To him, it felt a bit uncomfortable. He was merely someone who had advanced faster in cultivation at his core. He was still a flesh and blood human being. Being worshipped like an idol felt genuinely uncomfortable. But just as he was about to tell Li Sisi she didn't need to be so stiff, a soul-shaking roar suddenly erupted from behind, accompanied by a faint yet palpable aura of power drifting from afar. Though weakened by distance, the quality of this pressure was undeniably high. Even from afar, it evoked the feeling of facing a natural predator, overwhelmed by the presence of a hunter. Most likely, it was a demon beast above the Qi blood realm. Moreover, the source of this pressure came precisely from the direction they had just departed, the very location where Gu Lingxi now stood. It was likely that a demon beast had followed the scent of blood to Gu Lingxi's location, and they probably hadn't left yet, otherwise, the beast's roar and oppressive aura wouldn't be reaching them. Li Sisi and the others also sensed the unusual nature of the roars and pressure, all staring toward the source of the sounds with horrified expressions. Holy! This can't be a Qi blood realm demon beast, right? Chapter 18, Taking Action. At the very least, it's a demon beast at the muscle-tempering realm. Nothing like that giant lizard we encountered earlier. Just the pressure alone is on a different level, at least one tier stronger. Even if it's not at the forged bone realm, it's likely a peak muscle tendon realm demon beast. I really don't know why so many overpowered demon beasts have appeared in this martial arts grand examination. It's not that they never existed before, but they were extremely rare. We've barely even encountered peak Qi blood realm beasts. This martial arts examination is downright bizarre. After sensing the beast's aura, Gu Chen silently pondered in his mind. Judging by its voice and aura, it should be at the peak of the muscle forging realm. A beast of this caliber wouldn't be difficult to kill. He could hunt it down later to boost his results. After all, any beast below the bone forging realm wouldn't last more than a few rounds against him. No time to waste. After assessing the beast's cultivation level, Gu Chen hurried back. Seeing his sudden movement, Li Sisi and the others hurriedly called out. Brother Chen, where are you going? You're not planning to hunt that beast, are you? Brother Chen, don't go. That beast is definitely no ordinary demon beast. It's at least mid to late muscle forging realm. That giant lizard is probably just a low-level minion compared to it. Gu Chen. But Li Sisi and the others spoke too late. Gu Chen's figure had already vanished from their sight. Finally, Li Sisi stomped her foot in frustration, muttered a curse under her breath, and set off alone in pursuit. Li Xiang and Huang Tian exchanged glances, then gritted their teeth and followed suit. They could ignore Gu Chen and the others, but since Li Sisi had gone too, they had to follow. Unlike them, Li Sisi's family held considerable influence in their city, far greater than the families backing either of them. If Li Sisi didn't return, her family would investigate and uncover what happened. If that happened, neither of them would be in a good position when they returned. Better to follow now. If things turned sour, they could always slip away later. At least they'd have an explanation when they returned. Besides, Gu Chen's strength was unfathomable. Perhaps he really could take down the demon beast. Huang Tian and Li Xiang exchanged a glance before quickly following Li Sisi's footsteps. Gu Lingxi, shouldn't you share some of this demon beast's core with us, brothers? Look at the severe injuries we sustained because of you. Don't you think you owe us some compensation? Don't worry, we won't ask for much, just give us the demon beast core you just obtained. The twin brothers grew bolder after Gu Chen left. Though badly injured, they still had their teammates. They turned their gaze to the other woman standing silently nearby. Gu Lingxi also fixed her gaze on the woman, silently frowning. She knew little about this woman, only that her name was Songwon. Her Qi blood value was unknown, but judging from how she dispatched the demon beasts along the way, it couldn't be less than 500. If Songwon teamed up with the twin brothers, she might not stand a chance against them. Noticing both pairs of eyes fixed on her, Songwon paused briefly before smiling. In ancient times, Kong Rong yielded his pair today, Lingxi yields her share. Wouldn't that make for a splendid tale to spread? Besides, when we joined the team, we agreed that demon beast cores would be distributed based on merit. Now that the brothers suffered significant injuries from the demon beast's core, shouldn't they be compensated more generously? What do you say? Lingxi? Gu Lingxi's heart skipped a beat, but she remained composed. This demon beast core was given to me by my younger brother. How can it be distributed based on merit? After a pause, she added. However, they did suffer considerable injuries. As their teammate, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Once the martial arts grand exam concludes and I'm released, I'll compensate you both with 30,000 yuan. That should suffice, right? As for the demon beast core, forget about it. It was given to me by my brother. Without me, you wouldn't even have seen it. Gu Lingxi's words fell on the ears of the others, causing the plain-looking Songwon's expression to darken. She shifted slightly to glance at the twin brothers, noticing their equally grim expressions. Exchanging a look with them, she made up her mind. Refuse? You'll have to give it whether you want to or not. This demon beast core isn't an ordinary one. If it were just any demon beast core, she wouldn't bother competing with Gu Lingxi. But this demon beast core belonged to a peak chi blood realm beast, making it incredibly valuable. Such a demon beast core wasn't something one could obtain casually. With this core, she could directly gain admission to a prestigious martial arts university. Even if she split it evenly with her teammates, the benefits she'd gain would surpass all her earnings from the past 2 days. What? Are you going to forcefully take it? Gu Lingxi sensed the tension thickening. Her gaze swept over Song Wen and the twin brothers as her body instinctively retreated toward the empty jungle behind her. Song Wen sneered coldly, her hand darting to her waist. A whip over 2 meters long materialized in her grasp. The whip was jet black and gleaming, its surface composed of segments of unknown demon beast scales. With a swift flick of her wrist, the whip extended from 2 meters to over 10 meters in an instant. With a terrifying whistling sound, the tip of the whip appeared above Gu Lingxi's head, sealing off her retreat. Forced to halt, she drew the dagger she had purchased at great expense and advanced toward the whip's tip. Crash! The collision sent a massive shockwave through the dagger into Gu Lingxi's hand, leaving her grip numb. The whip proved remarkably effective against the dagger, especially the terrifying force contained within the whip's swinging tip. Gu Lingxi had known whips countered daggers, but she hadn't anticipated the disparity being this stark. With her own 700 or 800 vitality points, she had actually lost in a clash to Song Wen, who possessed only a little over 500 vitality points. No, I can't fight head-on. Play to my strengths and avoid my weaknesses. I'll charge right at you and see how you wield that whip. Shaking her numb right hand, Gu Lingxi didn't retreat but lunged forward toward Song Wen instead. You'll hand over that demon beast core whether you want to or not. Seeing Gu Lingxi charge toward her, Song Wen showed no panic. Instead, she sneered coldly. Today, you'd best hand over the demon beast's core. We'll split it evenly. Otherwise, once it's in our hands, that demon beast core won't have a single thing to do with you. So you'd better not refuse the offer and end up paying the price. With a flick of her wrist, the 2-meter-long whip began to shrink. In mere moments, it transformed into a short sword about a meter long, now gripped firmly in her hand. Let me show you what a real treasure looks like. The whip, now transformed into a short sword, emitted a jet-black glow that enveloped its entire blade. A chilling aura radiated outward from it. This agile and versatile short sword was a genuine spirit artifact. Weapons were generally classified into 2 types, mundane weapons and spirit weapons. Mundane artifacts referred to weapons without spiritual essence, typically crafted by ordinary humans. Spirit artifacts, however, were different. They were usually forged by weaponsmiths at the forged bone realm or above. When crafting spirit artifacts, they inscribe magical arrays upon them, absorbing spiritual energy from the air to enhance the weapon's quality, endowing these weapons with powers beyond comprehension. Chapter 19, Turning on Each Other. The short sword in her hand exemplified this very principle. It could transform into either a long whip or a short blade, capable of both ranged attacks and close quarters defense, switching between forms at will. The weapon's power was formidable, far surpassing that of ordinary arms. Weapons like the one in Gu Lingxi's hand were merely ordinary tools, vastly inferior to the spiritual energy within her own grasp. At this thought, a flicker of contempt crossed Song Wen's icy eyes. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. Even after squandering her entire fortune, she'd only managed to buy an ordinary weapon. Did he think that by closing the distance, he could rely on his superior vitality to defeat her? Impossible. As Gu Lingxi drew nearer, Song Wen swung her short sword toward the advancing figure. A jet-black glow left a trail of light in midair before crashing down onto the dagger in Gu Lingxi's hand. Clang! A shrill metallic clang echoed through the dense jungle. Then, the jet-black dagger violently knocked Gu Lingxi's dagger away. It continued its descent toward Gu Lingxi. A flicker of shock crossed Gu Lingxi's eyes, but she reacted instantly. Her chi and blood surged as she dodged the strike, simultaneously kicking out at Song Wen. Thud! Song Wen hadn't anticipated Gu Lingxi attacking while evading. Caught off guard, she took a hard kick to the stomach. Her vital energy was already weaker than Gu Lingxi's. Though she mustered every ounce of strength to resist the kick, she was still sent flying through the air in a curved trajectory. Just as she was about to hit the ground, she managed to adjust her posture at the last possible moment, landing on her feet first and avoiding further injury. After delivering the kick, Gu Lingxi prepared to retreat into the empty jungle behind her. But as her gaze shifted backward, her movement froze. 2 figures had appeared ahead of her, standing where she had been walking moments before. It was the twin brothers, each wielding a long blade, glaring at her menacingly. Gu Lingxi's expression darkened. Though severely wounded, the twins were far from helpless in combat. Moreover, their twin bond allowed them to share thoughts and coordinate their attacks, greatly amplifying their combined strength far exceeding the sum of their individual abilities. The twin brothers, plus Song Wen wielding her spiritual energy, the situation looked grim. Yet Gu Lingxi remained undeterred in her pursuit of the demon beast's core. If this path proved impassable, she would simply find another. So what if she had to fight her former teammates? Once she grew powerful enough, wouldn't they come crawling back to curry favor with her? Gu Lingxi searched for an opening amidst the trio's encircling assault. But as she scanned for an opening, her gaze fell upon the dense foliage behind Songwon. She thought she'd seen the leaves stir behind Songwon just now. Something seemed poised to emerge from the trees. Gu Lingxi silently calculated in her mind. It was probably some forest animal, preferably a demon beast. Perhaps the intervention of a demon beast could help her escape their encirclement. But in an instant, Gu Lingxi's pupils dilated sharply, and her heart began to pound violently. What emerged from the thicket behind Songwon was neither a wild animal nor an ordinary demon beast, it was a demon tiger. The sheer size of its head, barely visible above the foliage, was as large as a locomotive engine. The fangs protruding from its jaws stretched over 2 meters long. What chilled her blood most was that this demon tiger had come so close without being detected. This was definitely no ordinary demon beast. Peak Chi Blood Realm? No. It was far beyond the Chi Blood Realm. A demon beast at that level couldn't have come this close without being detected. Such concealment. Only demon beasts at the muscle forging realm or bone forging realm possessed such prowess. The thought sent a chill down her spine, leaving her with only one thought. Run! Gu Lingxi no longer cared about the twin brothers blocking her path. Gripping her dagger tightly, she charged toward them. Simultaneously, she shouted urgently. Get out of the way! Demon beast! If you don't run now, it'll be too late. Seeing this, one of the twin brothers sneered coldly. Don't try to scare us with some demon beast nonsense. Even if your mother came today, you'd still have to leave your demon beast core behind. That's right. Even if you talk yourself blue in the face, we won't let you pass today. The brothers' obstruction left Gu Lingxi frantic with anxiety. Her blood surged, and she thrust her blade at one of them with all her might. Seeing Gu Lingxi charging recklessly, the brothers were startled and scrambled to dodge. Holy, what the hell are you trying to do? Gu Lingxi had no time to respond. Seeing them dodge, she fled in panic. The twin brothers watched her flee, unsure whether a demon beast truly existed or if Gu Lingxi merely intended to escape with its core. But one of them soon spotted the thicket behind Songwon. His eyes widened in horror as he exclaimed. Holy! Run! He immediately hoisted his legless brother onto his back and began fleeing for his life. The brother on his back hadn't seen the demon tiger. Once hoisted up, he demanded an explanation. What the hell are you doing? Why are you carrying me? Put me down. Don't move. Look behind Songwon. What's so interesting about her? Holy! Run! You're too slow. Left behind, Songwon watched the two flee in panic, feeling utterly bewildered. Why are they running? You don't look like you're chasing after Gu Lingxi, more like you're running for your lives. But what are you running from? No one's chasing you. But what's that foul stench? It's truly repulsive. Like a dead rat in the sewer. Or maybe some kind of animal's bad breath. Animal bad breath? Songwon jolted awake and glanced behind her, only to find a massive demon tiger glaring at her with predatory eyes. She tried to flee, but it was too late. The demon tiger opened its gaping maw, letting out a deafening roar. The shockwave alone made Songwon's 7 orifices bleed, collapsing her to the ground. Yet she saw the beast didn't devour her immediately. Instead, it sank its razor-sharp fangs into her abdomen, clamped her in its jaws, and charged toward the direction of the twin brothers. It seemed intent on eliminating every member of their squad. At this thought, a pang of sorrow welled up in Songwon's heart. Ha! Stealing demon beast cores. This time, we've all become dinner for the beasts. Gu Lingxi fled desperately through the forest, running until she was gasping for breath before finally stopping to catch her breath. She was still trembling with fear. Why would the martial arts grand exam feature such terrifying demon beasts? That beast was far beyond the capabilities of any examinee. No one could stand against that demon tiger. Her only option now was to run, to flee for her life with every ounce of strength, praying the demon tiger wouldn't pursue her. The memory of that extraordinary demon tiger still sent shivers down her spine. But now was no time for lingering fear. She bit her crimson lips and picked up her pace once more. Not long after, perhaps just a couple of minutes later. After running for a while, Gu Lingxi suddenly spotted Gu Chen ahead. He had vanished earlier, but now he appeared at the edge of her vision, where the vegetation was sparse. He was moving incredibly fast. 1 second he was at the edge of her vision, the next he was not far away, and in the very next instant, he was right beside her. A large hand landed on her shoulder. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but the moment that hand touched her shoulder, she felt warmth and strength. Even the chill fear in her heart caused by the demon tiger's appearance seemed to melt away. Chapter 20, The Twin Brothers Dawn. This left her somewhat astonished, while also sparking new speculation about Gu Chen's abilities. The reason she felt warmth in Gu Chen's palm. One possibility was that they shared the same parents, being siblings born of the same mother, a bond of blood. On the other hand, it was highly likely that Gu Chen's true strength surpassed hers, perhaps even vastly so, and that the qi and blood energy within his body far exceeded her own. The impact of his excessively high qi and blood levels, combined with their shared maternal lineage, caused her to sense it. But this warmth came swiftly and faded just as quickly. The moment Gu Chen's palm touched hers, it withdrew. As she felt the warmth leave, an inexplicable sense of emptiness filled her heart. Gu Chen, of course, remained oblivious to the tangled emotions swirling within Gu Lingxi. Ever since he had heard the demon beast's tiger-like roar, he had rushed here without a moment's delay. A demon beast at the peak of the muscle tendon refinement stage was an extremely rare find in the martial arts grand examination. Succeeding in capturing this beast alone would be sufficient to claim the top prize in the martial arts grand examination. Moreover, the value of a peak muscle tempering realm demon tiger far exceeded that of the giant lizard he had previously encountered. Once the martial arts grand examination concluded, selling the beast's carcass would net him a substantial sum, more than enough to fund his cultivation and schooling. "Where is that demon beast?" Gu Chen inquired about the demon beast from Gu Lingxi. Perhaps still warmed by the tender moment they just shared, she didn't withhold any information. She quickly recounted everything she knew about the demon tiger, warning that they shouldn't linger here, the beast could pursue them at any moment. What surprised her, however, was that upon learning the demon tiger might pursue them at any moment, her own younger brother, Gu Chen, showed no trace of panic. Instead, his expression seemed eager and determined. Could it be that Gu Chen was confident he could handle that extraordinary demon tiger? The thought flashed through Gu Lingxi's mind before she shook her head. It was clearly impossible. Even though Gu Chen had just slain a peak qi blood realm demon beast, he was no match for the demon tiger, not even close. Yet why did Gu Chen's reaction to the demon tiger differ so markedly from her expectations? A few strands of confusion began to weave through Gu Lingxi's mind. But Gu Chen couldn't care less about what Gu Lingxi was thinking. After receiving the confirmed news, he simply left her behind and sped off down the path she had come. He couldn't care less about Gu Lingxi's thoughts. The familial bond between them had long since evaporated during the incident with the demon beast's core. His earlier intervention had merely been to extract precise intelligence about the beast. Now that he knew the specifics, all he needed to do was reach the beast's location. Shortly after Gu Chen parted ways with Gu Lingxi, he followed her path and encountered the twin brothers. The twins were in dire straits, supporting each other as they limped along. The one with the broken leg was particularly worse off, his chest bearing a massive claw mark, bloodstained and severely wounded. Judging by the situation, even if they managed to escape, without top-quality medicine to treat him, he likely wouldn't survive. The other twin fared slightly better, though not by much. While his legs were unbroken, his body was covered in wounds of varying sizes, including a fractured arm. His injuries were simply less severe than his companions. More crucially, trailing behind them at a leisurely pace was a demonic tiger. This demonic tiger was roughly the same size as the giant lizard encountered earlier. Its coat was predominantly earthy yellow, with black stripes winding across its body, resembling the tigers seen in zoos in its previous life. Yet its aura was entirely different, far more formidable than the giant lizard before, radiating a fierce, commanding presence. This formidable demon tiger now trailed the twin brothers at a leisurely pace, observing their frantic flight without haste. Its cold, vertical pupils occasionally flashed a hint of human-like mockery. It seemed to mock the two ahead, as if their attempt to escape was nothing but a fool's fantasy. Whenever the twins' escape pace faltered, the demonic tiger would accelerate, closing in to inflict fresh wounds upon them, forcing them to pick up speed once more. It was like a cat toying with a mouse. The twin brothers knew full well the demonic tiger was toying with them, yet they had no choice but to grit their teeth and run. As for turning back to fight the demon tiger? Don't even dream about it. That would be like an old man hanging himself asking for death. A single swipe from the demon tiger behind them would leave both men unable to rise again. If anyone could possibly stop this beast, it would likely be Gu Chen, who had left them behind. But even they only believed Gu Chen could halt the demon tiger, not defeat it. When they had attacked Gu Chen earlier, they had felt a sense of pressure, but it had never been as overwhelming as the pressure emanating from the demon tiger behind them. After all, Gu Chen was just another examinee from the same cohort as them. How could he possibly stand a chance against such a terrifying demon beast? Maybe in another 2 years. Upon arriving, Gu Chen did not immediately appear before the twin brothers and the demon tiger. Instead, he first observed the situation from behind a massive tree of unknown species. Peak muscle refinement realm. Not bad. Gu Chen's gaze settled on the demon tiger behind the twin brothers, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. In past martial arts examinations, it was virtually unheard of for a demon beast at the muscle tendon refinement stage to appear. Even if one did, it was usually a demon beast that had broken through from the peak chi blood realm. A peak muscle tendon realm demon beast in the martial arts grand examination? Never before. He had never even heard of such a thing. If he took down this beast, he wouldn't need to expend extra effort hunting others. With his mind made up, Gu Chen stepped out from behind a nearby tree, coming into view of the twin brothers and the demon tiger. The sight of him brought joy to the twins' faces, and their escape pace quickened by twofold as they desperately raced toward Gu Chen's position. In their eyes, Gu Chen ahead was their only lifeline. They had already activated the distress beacon in their backpacks, but it remained silent. Even if it had, it wouldn't have mattered. By the time any rescuers arrived, they'd both be nothing more than a pile of in the demon tiger's belly. They'd already decided where they'd be reincarnated in their next lives. The demon tiger behind them slowed its pace. Its eyes, as large as copper bells, scanned Gu Chen twice. Seeing his calm demeanor, a hint of caution flickered in its gaze. But after circling its gaze around Gu Chen several times and sensing no threat, the caution slowly faded from its eyes, replaced by its original savage mockery. Yawning, it puffed out 2 wisps of white smoke from its nostrils before resuming its pursuit toward the location of the twin brothers, the very spot where Gu Chen stood. Chapter 21, The Kill. Gu Chen, of course, had no idea what the twin brothers were thinking. But when they spotted him and rushed toward his location, he naturally guessed their intentions. He felt a hint of displeasure at this, yet he understood their reasoning. If he were being hunted by a demon beast and encountered someone he had a grudge against, he'd likely lure the beast toward them too, seeking revenge while seizing an escape opportunity. The only thing was, they had miscalculated his strength. With the system at his disposal, he could enhance his power simply by burning corpses. After cremating bodies at the funeral home for some time, his power had long surpassed that of Qingzhou City's younger generation, even exceeding most established veterans. After all he needed to do was burn corpses to grow stronger. Gaining strength by burning corpses? As the demon tiger and the twin brothers drew nearer, Gu Chen stared at the beast and suddenly realized demon beast corpses were corpses too. Could burning them also increase his incineration value? Moreover, demon beasts were massive creatures. Even a single one could be as large as 5 or 6 people combined. Some colossal beasts weighed as much as 100 people put together. If demon beast corpses could be burned too, his power growth could accelerate even further, potentially outpacing the gains he made cremating bodies at the funeral home. If that were the case, after slaying the demon tiger before him, he couldn't halt his demon beast hunts to wait for the martial arts grand examination to conclude. Instead, he must continue hunting demon beasts to strengthen his power. Once he had exterminated all the demon beasts in this region, his strength would undoubtedly reach a new level. Reaching the tempered viscera realm was unlikely, as each corpse consumed considerable time to burn, and the larger beasts would undoubtedly take even longer. But advancing further within the forging bone realm would pose no difficulty. At this thought, a sharp gleam flashed in Gu Chen's eyes, and his heartbeat quickened. With the martial arts examination's time limited, he would start with this demon tiger. After watching his twin brothers flee past him, Gu Chen fixed his gaze on the approaching demon tiger. His chi and blood erupted, unleashing a numbing aura of pressure that radiated outward from his body. This pressure was overwhelmingly powerful. The twin brothers, who had barely escaped, felt it and were instantly pinned to the ground, unable to rise. They stared in terror at the source of the pressure. How is this possible? Is this the pressure of the bone-tempering realm? Forging bone realm? Impossible. How could there be a forged bone realm candidate in the martial arts grand examination? Absolutely impossible. Probably some martial skill that amplifies vital energy pressure. The demon tiger charging straight at Gu Chen sensed this pressure and, momentarily caught off guard, was also slammed to the ground by it, thudding loudly. Its eyes, as large as copper bells, flashed with terror. Unlike its twin brothers, however, as a peak muscle forging realm demon beast, it had once experienced the pressure emanating from a bone forging realm demon beast. That pressure was of the same caliber as the pressure emanating from the young man standing before it now. This was no fake pressure created by martial arts techniques. Escape. It had to flee. The human world was terrifying. Such a young person, already at the forged bone realm level? After a moment of shock and fear, the demon tiger erupted with its own vital energy and began fleeing for its life. Under Gu Chen's imposing aura, its entire body surged with energy, attempting to counter the pressure emanating from Gu Chen. The tendon's forging realm was still considered a minor master, even in the demon beast world. Though far inferior to the bone forging realm, it wasn't completely incapable of resistance. After unleashing its vital energy, the demon tiger rose from the ground. Knowing it was no match for Gu Chen, it fixed a deathly stare on him before bolting in the opposite direction. Its speed was remarkable. Though its form wavered slightly under the pressure of Gu Chen's vital energy, its pace was truly swift. Watching this unfold, Gu Chen showed no surprise. Expecting to subdue a demon beast at the muscle-tempering realm solely through vital energy pressure was unrealistic. Especially a demon beast, such creatures typically possessed greater strength than humans at the same cultivation level, boasting more potent vital energy. Hunting down a demon beast usually required 2 or 3 martial artists of the same realm working together to succeed. But despite their strength, the vast gap in cultivation levels made it manageable. No matter how powerful a muscle-refining realm demon beast was, it could never surpass a bone-forging realm human. Seeing the demon tiger flee, Gu Chen hesitated not a moment before giving chase. His speed was swift, closing the distance to the fleeing demon tiger in just 2 breaths. He swung a fist. This time, Guchen held nothing back, unleashing the full might of his bone-forging realm power. The fleeing demon tiger abruptly halted. Feeling the sheer force of Guchen's punch, it had no time for panic. It tried to dodge the blow with a flash of movement, but realized evasion was impossible. A fierce glint flashed in its bell-sized eyes. Bearing fangs over half a meter long, it lunged to bite the incoming fist. Snap! The half-meter-long fangs snapped clean off. The immense shockwave forced the demon tiger to steady its numb upper jaw as it tried to pull back and evade the punch. But it was too late. Dodging such a blow was no easy feat. The demon tiger could only watch as the fist slammed into its upper jaw. Amidst the cracking of bones, it drove straight through. Half an arm plunged into its jaws. Only its massive size prevented the fist from shattering its skull. But the force of that punch knocked it off balance. It fell to the ground, struggling for a long while but unable to rise. Like a cat run over by a car, it staggered to its feet, swaying from side to side, only to collapse again just as unsteadily. Guchen glanced over, then walked to the other side of the demon tiger's head. He delivered a kick to its skull, sending the 7 to 8 meter long beast flying. It thrashed on the ground twice before lying still, unable to rise again. After confirming the demon tiger's death, Guchen turned his gaze to the twin brothers nearby. Seeing them staring blankly at him with wide eyes, he made no further move. He picked up 2 pebbles, flicked them with his fingers, and they whizzed through the air like bullets, striking the twins squarely in the forehead. They passed clean through, leaving 2 bloody holes 2 to 3 centimeters wide. 2 thuds followed as the bodies collapsed. Neither uttered a scream before their breaths ceased. Chapter 22, Barbecue. The reason for killing these 2 was twofold. First, they had witnessed his true strength, and second, they had shown no mercy when attacking him earlier. Earlier, with too many witnesses present, he had refrained from killing them. Now that the opportunity arose, he naturally finished the job. Besides, even without him, the twin brothers would never have escaped the demon tiger's grasp. Sooner or later, they would have ended up in the beast's belly. After dispatching the twins, Guchen gathered dry wood from the surroundings, piling it beside the fallen demon tiger to prepare for cremation. He sought to verify his inner conjecture. If true, his combat prowess would surge rapidly during the martial arts grand examination. Once his strength reached the next level, the Lin family would cease to be a threat. Soon, a pile of dry branches for burning accumulated where the demon tiger had fallen. Guchen lit the fire, and the branches ignited. Guchen stood to the side, watching the blazing pyre as he waited in silence. About 10 minutes later, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears from the direction he had come. Guchen immediately headed toward the source of the sound. As he neared the source of the footsteps, he leapt onto a tree branch. Soon, as the footsteps drew closer, Li Sisi and her companions came into view. They advanced cautiously toward his position, swords and knives drawn, brows furrowed. Why do I smell roasted meat? Who's grilling in the deep forest? You must be mistaken. How could anyone grill meat in the deep forest? Are they suicidal? No, wait. There really is a smell of grilled meat. Captain, smell it, there's definitely a scent of grilled meat in the air. Stop dreaming. You're just craving barbecue, aren't you? Wait till I get back, I'll treat you to barbecue, and not just 1 meal, but 10. Li Sisi, standing nearby with her sword drawn, snapped impatiently. Shut up. We're here to find Brother Chen. Keep it down. Huang Tian and Li Shangyan fell silent upon hearing this. But as the scent of grilled meat grew stronger in the air, Huang Tian couldn't help but speak up again. Captain, there really is a smell of grilled meat, and something like burnt pig hair. Wait, not pig hair, some kind of fur or hide. But how could there be grilled meat here? Could someone really be barbecuing? Li Xiang shook his head in puzzlement. It really is grilled meat. I thought it was my imagination at first. But whoever this is, they've got some nerve grilling meat in a place like this. Li Sisi also caught the scent of grilled meat, her brow furrowing. She too was baffled by its presence here, but could only keep the 2 behind her in check. Enough talk. Let's find Brother Chen first. He might be in trouble facing that extraordinary demon beast alone. We could probably lend a hand. We'll investigate the source of that grilled meat smell once we return. As Li Sisi spoke, the group fell silent once more and continued rushing toward the direction from which the demon beast's howling had originated. Hidden in the tree, Guchen listened to their arguments and chuckled silently. As they drew closer to his position, he leapt down from the branches, landing directly before Li Sisi and the others. Completely unaware of the presence in the tree, Li Sisi and the others jumped in surprise, instinctively raising their swords and knives at the sudden apparition of Guchen. Only when they recognized him as Guchen did they relax, sheathing their weapons. Li Sisi, her face brightening, exclaimed. You scared the life out of me. I thought someone was ambushing us to steal the demon beast's core. By the way, weren't you chasing the demon beast that let out that tiger-like roar? How'd it go? Did you find it? At the mention of that beast's roar, Li Sisi unconsciously tensed up, her initial joy fading slightly. Guchen heard Li Sisi's question and shot her a peculiar look. The demon beast that roared like a tiger? Didn't you already smell it? However, Guchen had no intention of hiding anything. After a moment's thought, he recounted the demon beast he had just slain, naturally omitting his forged bone realm strength. He described it as an ordinary refining tendons realm beast, which he had slain after a grueling battle, while his twin brother had perished in the beast's jaws. Huang Tian, standing nearby, exclaimed in surprise. Ah, so the brothers are dead? That's a real shame. They had good talent, being twins, and if they'd grown up, they would have had a bright future ahead of them. He didn't doubt Gu Chen's ability to slay a muscle-refining realm demon beast. After all, Gu Chen had previously killed a giant lizard. Defeating a tiger-like demon beast wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. Li Sisi, however, gave Gu Chen a long, searching look. She didn't believe it was an ordinary muscle-tempering realm demon beast. Hearing that tigers roar from afar, she knew this beast was extraordinary, possibly even a bone-forging realm demon beast, or at the very least, a peak muscle-tempering realm creature. Yet she never imagined even such a beast could fall to Gu Chen. Gu Chen, truly a prodigy. To have grown to such strength in this small place, once he enters the martial arts university and gains access to resources unavailable in these backwaters, his power will skyrocket. Truly unexpected that a county town in Qingzhou City has produced a true dragon. After a few brief exchanges, Gu Chen and the others arrived at the location of the demon tiger's corpse. The dry branches and wood surrounding the beast had been burning for some time. Its charred remains were now a deep, sooty black, with only a few spots oozing a trace of fatty oil. Huang Tian and Li Xiang's eyes widened at the sight. Holy! I knew it smelled like grilled meat. Look at this, it's grilled meat. And it's tiger meat. I've never tasted tiger meat in my life, and now I get to try it during the martial arts grand exam. And demon tiger meat at that, from a beast at the muscle forging realm. Once I get out of here, I'm gonna brag about this to my buddies. Li Sisi's eyes widened as well, staring blankly at the flames not far away. She never imagined that in less than an hour, Gu Chen had already slain a demon beast she considered terrifying? And he was actually planning to roast it over the fire and eat it? Had she underestimated Gu Chen, or was she hallucinating? Not only had multiple demon beasts at the muscle tendon realm appeared during the martial arts grand examination, but a candidate capable of slaying such a beast had emerged. And this candidate was roasting and eating the slain demon beast. No matter how she looked at it, this didn't seem like reality. It felt like a tale from a storybook. After all, when everyone else was struggling to break through the Qi blood realm, you tell me you can slay a muscle tendon realm demon beast, and not just any ordinary one at that. Does that even make sense? Watching the others discuss roasting the demon tiger carcass, Gu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 23, Li Qianqian. He hadn't anticipated that Li Sisi and the others would mistakenly think he wanted to eat barbecue, which is why they placed the beast over the fire. Little did they know he was testing the incineration value. But it worked out perfectly. Otherwise, who in their right mind would kill a demon beast only to help cremate it? That would be utterly insane. As for whether Li Sisi and the others eating the beast meat would affect the incineration value, Gu Chen made a mental calculation. Most likely not. How big were Li Sisi and the others' stomachs? How much could they possibly eat? A 7 or 8 meter demon tiger weighed at least several tons. As a demon beast at the muscle tempering realm, its flesh contained high energy. Even if they ate it, they wouldn't consume much. 810 pounds was the absolute maximum. With his mind made up, Gu Chen waited a moment until the flames around the beast died down. He then leaped to its carcass, ready to take some meat. The outer layer of the beast's flesh was charred black, some areas even reduced to cinders. Gu Chen gently prodded it with his knife, and the burnt carbon flaked off cleanly. Gu Chen located a section that appeared untouched by charring and swiftly sliced it off. A 100-pound chunk of scalding hot beast meat landed in his hands. After handing it to Huang Tian, who had been waiting nearby, Gu Chen gathered some dry branches to use as firewood and tossed them into the flames. This time, he deliberately gathered extra. After all, the beast's massive body wouldn't burn away in a short while. He estimated that once the surrounding firewood was consumed, it would be nearly done. By the time he finished these tasks, Li Sisi approached, carrying a piece of demon beast meat wrapped in oil paper. Her pale blue eyes blinked steadily as she gazed at Gu Chen. Extending her slender, fair hand, she offered the demon beast meat to him. Her expression held a hint of coy shyness. This demeanor was quite a contrast to the bold and spirited woman he'd seen earlier in the square. Gu Chen wasn't one to be overly picky. When a beauty personally offered him food, why would he refuse? Besides, it had been ages since he'd had a proper meal. Lately at the crematorium, his days were consumed solely by cremating bodies. With his focus on honing his skills, he'd scarcely had time for a decent meal. The martial arts exam was much the same, roughing it outdoors, subsisting on dry buns, canned rations, and whatever else was available. Seeing this roasted demon beast meat, his appetite surged. Without hesitation, he took the prepared demon beast meat from her hands and bit into it. This piece of meat weighed about 3 or 4 pounds. Gu Chen's single bite took at least 2 ounces. The moment it touched his tongue, a rich, savory aroma filled his mouth, spreading across his taste buds. The meat was firm and springy. It was undeniably quite good. Indeed, the finest ingredients require only simple preparation. As a beast at the muscle-tempering realm, it was tossed into the fire and roasted casually, yet it tasted far superior to anything from those renowned barbecue joints in town. It was like the free-range chickens and pigs from his past life, far superior to those factory-farmed animals slaughtered after just 20 days. Before long, Guchen devoured over 3 pounds of the demon beast meat. After finishing, he grabbed several more chunks. Once sated, he estimated he'd consumed roughly 60 to 70 pounds of demon beast meat. He had consumed roughly 60 to 70 pounds of demon beast meat. After finishing, he felt a warm glow spreading throughout his entire body. He could feel a gentle warmth spreading from his stomach throughout his body, slowly strengthening his chi and blood. Gu Chen marveled inwardly. No wonder wealthy families ate demon beast meat whenever they could. It contained vast amounts of energy. Digesting it strengthened one's chi and blood, making longevity a natural consequence. Back in school, he'd heard stories of wealthy students regularly eating demon beast meat to boost their chi and blood. He'd never tried it himself due to his own financial constraints, so he'd never known its effects. Now that he had tasted it, the difference was truly remarkable. Had he consumed this demon beast meat from childhood, even without the system, his strength at school would never have been weak. Ranking in the top 10 would have been effortless. Li Sisi and the others nearby. They ate sparingly, each consuming only about a pound or two. Demon beasts at the muscle-forging realm contained immense energy. Even as formidable candidates, they couldn't consume much. A pound or two was the absolute limit. As a forged bone realm expert, he naturally consumed more and possessed superior digestive capacity. After all, strength was the foundation of everything. Without it, even opportunities right before one's eyes remained out of reach. After a moment of reflection, Gu Chen's gaze fell upon the still burning corpse of the demon tiger. By now, the beast's remains were nearly consumed, with only a few stubborn bones resisting the flames. Soon, only the bones would remain. Another half-hour passed swiftly. Gu Chen gazed at the demon tiger's remains, now reduced to ash save for the bones. With a wave of his hand, a translucent interface materialized before his eyes. Name, Gu Chen. Age, 17. Current incineration value, 120 points. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Realm, bone forging realm. Vitality points, 3092. Comment, where did this cockroach come from? Gazing at the semi-transparent panel displaying over 120 burn points, a flicker of delight crossed his clear eyes. It works! Not only human corpses could be converted into combustion points, the charred remains of demonic beasts could yield them too. Moreover, likely due to this demon beast being significantly stronger than the average human, burning it yielded over 100 points of incineration value. To put it in terms of cremating bodies at a funeral home, he'd need to incinerate 80 or 90 corpses to earn this much incineration value. This meant he could continuously enhance his strength during the martial arts grand exam. At this realization, a gleam of calculation flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. He signaled to Li Sisi and the others, who had just finished eating, to set out in search of demonic beasts. Though surprised to be setting out so soon after eating, Li Sisi and the others said nothing. They obediently gathered their belongings and followed Gu Chen. Gu Chen intended to continue searching for demon beasts in this central area, as it was the region with the highest concentration of them within the martial arts grand examination. To find denser concentrations, they would need to venture beyond the exam grounds into the deeper mountain ranges. However, the danger level increased significantly. The mountain's depths teemed with demonic beasts. While those at the muscle-forging realm were uncommon, reports of them were frequent. Even those at the bone-forging realm were occasionally heard of. Rumors even suggested the existence of demon beasts beyond the forged bone realm deep within the mountains. While the beasts in this area couldn't match those in the mountain's depths, the danger level was comparatively lower, making it a decent choice. However, as Gu Chen and his group began hunting beasts in this area, Gu Chen noticed two groups of examinees clashing on the mountainside ahead. Among one of the groups was none other than his childhood friend, Li Chanqian. As far as he knew, Li Chanqian possessed decent strength, with a vitality score of over 300. Though their relationship as childhood friends meant they weren't particularly close, they were certainly not strangers. But right now, Li Chanqian was in a bad spot. Her team was getting pushed around. Among the opposing group was a candidate named Zhang Cheng, whose vitality exceeded 500. He was now aggressively demanding they hand over the demon beast they had just slain. The strongest candidate in their own team only had a vitality score of just over 400. This significant gap in vitality points compared to their opponents had put them at a disadvantage. Hand over the beast core. We'll let you off this time, considering we're all candidates. Otherwise, not a single member of your team will make it out of the demon beast mountains alive. Don't even think about using your distress beacon for help. We're right at the heart of the assessment grounds. By the time those martial arts instructors arrive, it'll be too late. A youth clad in black combat gear from the hostile squad spat out the threat, his eyes darting repeatedly over the curvaceous figures of Li Chanqian and her companions. The female candidates in Li Chanqian's group flushed crimson with embarrassment, but outnumbered and outmatched, they dared not speak up. Chapter 24, Li Chanqian's request. They could only curse silently in their hearts. But one woman in Li Chanxian's group wasn't one to take it lying down. Facing the aggressive taunts, she snapped back. This is nothing but forced abduction. How is this any different from bandits? I don't believe you'd dare lay a finger on us. If even one of us escapes, you'll face the full force of the law once you're out. Seeing her teammate growing increasingly heated, Li Chanxian quickly pulled her back, preventing her from continuing. She wasn't wrong. If the other side dared to act, they only needed one person to escape, and the consequences would be severe. But who could guarantee they'd be the one to escape? What if none of them made it out? If they angered the other side and fell into the hands of those candidates, wouldn't they be helpless, with no one to turn to for help? So it was best not to provoke them. After all, life was their own, and they only had one. After calming their agitated teammate, Li Chanxian and the others exchanged glances. They decided to pay the price to avoid disaster and hand over the Demon Beast Core. Li Chanxian took the Demon Beast Core from her hand and handed it to their team leader. The captain, also a female candidate, cast a few reluctant glances at the Demon Beast Core. This Demon Beast Core was the fruit of their entire team's hunting efforts, invaluable yet now beyond their grasp. Across the way, Zhang Qing of the opposing team, seeing the Demon Beast Core about to be in his grasp, let a faint smile touch his lips. With this new addition, their team now possessed 7 Demon Beast Cores, including 2 with vitality values exceeding 500. With the martial arts grand examination still in its early stages, they were certain to acquire even more Demon Beast Cores once it concluded. Based on past admission standards, their entire squad would likely gain admission to prestigious martial arts universities, their futures bright and promising. He could already envision himself dominating the prestigious martial arts university. But just as Li Chanxian, the team leader, was about to toss the Demon Beast Core to Zhang Qing, Gu Chen and Li Sisi pushed aside the obstructing weeds and branches, appearing within everyone's sight. Both teams, Zhang Qing's and Li Chanxian's, froze upon seeing them, their movements to hand over the Demon Beast Core momentarily halted. Li Chanxian reacted differently. Spotting Gu Chen, she rubbed her eyes to confirm she wasn't seeing things. A smile instantly spread across her collagen-rich face. Back in school, she had resented Gu Chen for a while because Shui Weling often paid out of her own pocket to support him. However, since Shui Weling had always defended Gu Chen, she never openly expressed that resentment. However, after Gu Chen struck back at Lin Shi for injuring her best friend, even crippling him, her opinion of him had shifted. Seeing him now only reinforced that feeling. If Gu Chen could defeat a genius like Lin Shi before, dealing with Zhang Qing should be a piece of cake. With this thought, Li Chanxian called out to Gu Chen, who stood not far away. Gu Chen, they're bullying us and trying to steal our Demon Beast Cores. Help us teach them a lesson. When I get back, I'll definitely put in a good word for you with Shui Weling. Gu Chen's gaze swept over the people present, finally settling on Li Chanxian. A hint of a smile appeared on his face. He didn't refuse her request. Leading Li Sisi and the others, he approached Li Chanxian and positioned himself between the two groups. He stared directly at Zhang Qing and his group, whose expressions were anything but friendly. Li Chanxian was Shui Lingyue's best friend. If she was being bullied and he hadn't seen it, that was one thing. But having witnessed it, he had to lend a hand. Zhang Qing's gaze swept over Gu Chen and his group, lingering briefly on Li Sisi and Huang Tian. Then his gaze settled on Gu Chen. Seeing Gu Chen's handsome features, a flicker of jealousy crossed his eyes. What's going on here? You're sticking up for these women? Careful you don't get yourself into trouble. Let me give you some advice. If you leave now, I'll pretend nothing happened. But if things get physical later and you end up missing an arm or a leg, don't blame me. Especially with your delicate features, it wouldn't do to leave any scars, would it? As Zhang Qing finished speaking, Li Chanxian's team leader tugged at her sleeve and whispered. Who's this? Your friend? How strong is he? Can he even stand a chance against Zhang Qing? Don't drag him down again. Hearing the captain's question, Li Chanxian patted her ample chest, glanced at Gu Chen standing ahead, and whispered with a smile. Captain, you can rest easy. My friend may not be much else, but when it comes to freeloading, he's got it down. His skills, though? Pretty impressive. Zhang Qing only has a little over 500 health points. Trust me, 10 Zhang Qings wouldn't stand a chance against my friend. Hearing her assurance, the captain's gaze fell on Gu Chen. Seeing his gaunt physique, she couldn't believe it for a moment. She didn't recognize Gu Chen. She couldn't fathom his strength being so formidable. After all, if he were that powerful, his name would have spread throughout the city long ago. How could he remain so obscure? Still, Li Chanxian's words eased her concerns somewhat. Even if Li Chanxian was exaggerating, her friend's strength might not be as formidable as claimed, but it probably wasn't weak either. At the very least, he should be on par with Zhang Qing, or perhaps just a notch below. But even if she was only a notch weaker, teaming up with her group meant they wouldn't need to fear Zhang Qing and his crew. Gu Chen looked at Zhang Qing before him, having no intention of wasting words. After assessing that his strength wasn't particularly formidable, she said calmly. You have 10 seconds to leave this place. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. With that, he stood still and began counting silently. Across from him, Zhang Qing erupted in fury. Seeing Gu Chen utterly disregard him, he erupted in a torrent of curses. Who the hell do you think you are? 10 seconds? Put. I've never even seen you before. Think you're some famous genius or something? With that, he charged forward, his fist flying toward Gu Chen's face with a fierce punch. The punch carried considerable force, pretty decent for the Qi blood realm. He must have trained in some martial art. But to Gu Chen, it was hardly worth mentioning. Facing the incoming blow, he didn't move an inch. Only when the fist was about to land did he snort coldly. One hand firmly seized the swinging fist, crushing it in his grasp. Zhang Qing instinctively gasped in shock, realizing Gu Chen was no pushover. He tried to yank his fist free, straining every muscle until his face turned crimson, but to no avail. Panic gripped him, and he lashed out with a kick toward Gu Chen. But Gu Chen's reflexes were faster. The instant Zhang Qing raised his leg, Gu Chen tightened his grip on the fist. The sudden pressure was too much to bear, and several sharp cracks echoed as bones snapped. The pain left him too weak to kick back. Kneeling on the ground, drenched in sweat, he was speechless. Chapter 25, The Burly Youth. After a long moment, he finally gathered enough strength to say, "Fine. You've got guts. I'm no match for you." At this, Zhang Qing sneered coldly. "But I'm from the Lin family. You know the Lin family, right? The Lin family, the local tyrants of Qingzhou City. And I have the Lin family's distress signal flare. Their people are nearby. If you dare lay a finger on me, the Lin family will come to avenge me. So what if you're strong? Can you really take on the entire Lin family? Here's the deal, let me go and give me 2 more beast cores. This whole thing will be forgotten. I won't ask for more, just 2 beast cores. For someone of your caliber, demon beast cores should be easy enough to obtain. Why risk offending the Lin family, don't you agree? The Lin family. Not far away." Everyone present, except really Cece and Gu Chen, felt a chill run down their spines at Zhang Qing's words. When it came to the Lin family, few in Qingzhou were unaware of them. Everyone knew the Lin family were the city's powerful elite, even its de facto rulers. Offending the Lin family meant effectively having no place to live in Qingzhou. Li Chanxian also looked at Gu Chen with concern. Gu Chen had crippled Lin Shi, a member of the Lin family. If they encountered the Lin family's forces, it wouldn't end well. But Gu Chen felt no fear. He'd nearly killed Lin Shi, why would he fear the Lin family now? Besides, he was already a forged bone realm expert. What was there to be afraid of? If the Lin family's forces hadn't encountered him, they should consider themselves incredibly lucky. Their ancestors must be watching over them from below. If they crossed paths with him, it would be their own misfortune. Besides, he wanted to see for himself. Hadn't the Lin family declared they'd deal with him during the martial arts grand examination? He'd see what they had to offer against a forged bone realm expert. Let go of me. When the Lin family arrives, I'll make you pay. Pay? Gu Chen raised an eyebrow in disdain, tightening his grip even further. He crushed Zhang Qing's fist in his grasp into a pile of soft pulp, shattering every bone within. Only when Zhang Qing was rendered speechless by the agony did Gu Chen release his hand. Don't say I didn't give you a chance for revenge. Go find the Lin family's men. Don't worry, I'll be right here. I'm not going anywhere. See if the Lin family's men can avenge you. Zhang Qing, his face deathly pale, held up his crushed hand. After hearing Gu Chen's words, he tried to say something, but the excruciating pain in his hand made it impossible to form a complete sentence. After about 10 minutes, the excruciating pain in his hand had dulled somewhat. He shot Gu Chen a vicious glare. He motioned for his teammates to gather around. From one of them, he retrieved a signal flare bearing the Lin family's emblem and launched it skyward. It traced a vivid red arc across the heavens, its fiery trail lingering long after the flare itself had vanished. You bastard, just wait. Just see how long you can keep up that arrogance. After firing the flare, Zhang Qing muttered these words with a dark expression, then said no more. He endured the pain in his hand and waited silently for the Lin family's people to arrive. The Lin family responded swiftly. Within about 10 minutes, a group of candidates dressed in uniform appeared before the crowd. Leading them was a burly man nearly 1.9 meters tall, though his youthful features suggested he was not yet old. His aura hovered around the peak of the Qi blood realm. Gu Chen felt a twinge of surprise. Oh? The Lin family actually had candidates at the peak of the Qi blood realm, surpassing Lin Shi by a hair. It seemed Lin Shi's reputation as the Lin family's prodigy was somewhat exaggerated. Or perhaps he earned that title solely because of his status as a direct descendant. Gu Chen leaned toward the second explanation. After all, this world also had distinctions between legitimate and collateral branches. The legitimate branch enjoyed better resources and greater power. Generally speaking, even with equal talent, the resources available to a collateral descendant were far inferior to those of a legitimate heir. Only exceptionally talented individuals might receive some resource. The burly youth before them clearly belonged to the latter category, a prodigy of extraordinary talent. The few individuals standing beside the burly youth were no ordinary figures either. At a glance, Gu Chen saw that none of their vitality values fell below 500. One among them even boasted a vitality value exceeding 800, slightly less than Li Cici's nearby, but not by much. As Gu Chen appraised them, the burly youth was also sizing up the assembled crowd. His gaze swept around the room, lingering on Li Cici for a few breaths. He seemed surprised by her surprisingly high vitality value, but his attention shifted away almost immediately, clearly unimpressed. His gaze then fell upon Gu Chen. Upon finding nothing remarkable about him beyond his delicate features, he promptly moved on. His gaze then fixed on Zhang Qing. His eyes widened, and he snapped at Zhang Qing, demanding to know why he'd fired the signal flare. "Xiao Qingzi, what's going on? Why did you fire a signal flare? Didn't I tell you not to fire them unless it's an emergency?" Zhang Qing, unfazed by the burly youth's glare, gave a nervous chuckle before stepping closer and recounting the entire incident in detail. The burly youth seemed unconcerned at first, his expression relaxed. But as Zhang Qing laid out the entire sequence of events, a seriousness deepened in his eyes. He couldn't help but turn his gaze toward the youth he'd initially overlooked. He pondered silently. Something's off. At first glance, this youth before him seemed like an ordinary examinee, weak in strength, with barely detectable vitality. Yet upon closer observation, the aura emanating from this person was unfathomably deep, reminiscent of the feeling one gets when facing those powerful elders within a clan. Not ordinary. Not ordinary at all. And he knew Zhang Qing's strength. Within the Lin family, he was considered decent, even a formidable opponent. Yet this youth before him had effortlessly crushed his hand bones. That level of power was something he himself could never achieve. Facing their arrival, not a trace of panic flashed across his face. Earlier, when Zhang Qing mentioned him confronting the Tiling family, his expression had been equally unruffled. Evidently, he held neither them nor the Lin family in any regard. Could this person be a candidate from another city's prominent family? But that didn't make sense either. He remembered every candidate from other city clans who had come to take the exam, and there was no one like this among them. Had he misremembered? Chapter 26, The Black-Robed Man. The burly youth pondered for a long while but couldn't make sense of it. After weighing his options, he decided caution was best. Since one cannot see through things clearly, harmony should be the highest priority. As the old saying goes, one must be humble and kind, never forgetting one's place in the world. He knew from childhood that flaunting the Lin family's name and influence could bring great prestige. But sooner or later, he would fall hard and never rise again. With this realization, the imposing youth reigned in his imposing aura. He exchanged a nod with his companions, signaling them to restrain their own energy as well. Then, a smile spread across his face as he approached Gu Chen, clasping his fists in greeting and asking, "Pleased to meet you, sir. May I ask your name? My friends here are a bunch of dimwits. If they've done anything foolish, please don't take offense. I offer my apologies on their behalf." As he spoke, the burly youth gestured toward Zhang Qing and the others. He then motioned to his companions, who produced a demon beast core roughly half the size of a fist and handed it to Gu Chen. This series of actions left Gu Chen momentarily stunned, then a peculiar expression flickered across his face. This was the first time he'd encountered such an easygoing member of the Lin family. Previously, every Lin family member he'd encountered, whether servants or mainline relatives, had carried themselves with an arrogant, "I'm your dad" attitude. Seeing this, Gu Chen's initial urge to take action gradually faded. The Lin family was vast, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. Within such a large clan, the complexities of human relationships ran deep, and people varied greatly in character. Perhaps this burly youth wasn't inherently bad, he hadn't grown up spoiled and corrupted by his privileged upbringing. "My name is Lin Shu. What might your name be, classmate?" "Gu Chen. Gu as in the Gu family, Chen as in morning. What a fine name. The day's work begins at dawn, as the saying goes." Never mind. It's a good name either way." Watching Lin Shu praise his name, Gu Chen gave an awkward smile. He accepted the demon beast core offered to him without refusal, tucking it into his bag. Seems the Lin family has sealed off the news. Even this distant branch of the Lin family was unaware, yet how did that kid from the Wang or Huang family find out? Across from him, Lin Shu visibly relaxed upon seeing Gu Chen accept the demon beast core. His enthusiasm grew as he pulled Gu Chen into casual conversation. He chattered about where to find demon beasts, which areas had more of them, which spots were particularly dangerous, and so on. Seeing this, Lin Shu's teammates behind him gradually dropped their guard and began chatting with Li Cici's group and Li Chanxian's group. Being teenagers around 17 or 18, they quickly bonded. Among them, Zhang Qing was dragged to the front by the burly Lin Shu to apologize. Lin Shu kicked Zhang Qing hard in the back of the knee, causing Zhang Qing's legs to buckle instantly as he knelt on the ground. Gu Chen glanced over. The spot where Zhang Qing knelt was strewn with stones, and Lin Shu's kick had been no light blow. The pain made Zhang Qing suck in sharp breaths, but perhaps because Lin Shu was present, he managed to stifle any cries. Lin Shu then produced several more demon beast cores and distributed them to Li Chanxian and the others, finally putting the matter to rest. Gu Chen stayed behind to chat idly with Lin Shu. After all, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. After about an hour, Lin Shu glanced at the sky. Brother Chen, it's getting late. We still have the martial arts grand examination to attend to, so we won't keep you any longer. Once the martial arts examination concludes, we'll gather again. Farewell. Gu Chen bid him farewell. But just as Lin Shu and his companions were about to disappear from Gu Chen's sight, at the edge of his vision, a small squad came into view. This squad was unlike any he'd seen before. Previous squads, due to hunting demon beasts, were covered in dust to varying degrees, most of them looking disheveled and worn. This squad, however, was spotless. Though their appearance still carried a hint of youthfulness, they were clearly not 17 or 18, at least 20 years old. Their expressions were remarkably relaxed, as if they weren't here to compete but merely strolling through a park. Lin Shu seemed to recognize them. Upon seeing them, he instinctively gaped, seemingly unable to believe they were here. After a moment, once the shock had passed, Lin Shu turned to the unfamiliar faces, his expression shifting to one of obsequiousness. He began bowing and scraping, looking every bit the fawning servant. As for what they said, the distance made it hard for him to hear clearly. He only caught fragments like, "The Lin family, help," something like that. But after they finished speaking, Lin Shu actually walked back, accompanied by the group of strangers who had just appeared. Stepping before Gu Chen, he glared at him and barked without a word. "Gu Chen! Prepare to die." His imposing, nearly 2-meter frame erupted with the aura of a Peak-Chi Blood Realm cultivator, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure as he lunged toward Gu Chen. The sudden turn of events left those around Gu Chen gasping in shock. None had anticipated that Lin Shu, who had been smiling moments before, would abruptly turn hostile and ambush Gu Chen. And his first move was brutal. His Peak-Chi Blood Realm strength was unleashed in full force. Facing Lin Shu's onslaught, Gu Chen showed no panic. Instead, he laughed aloud. "Bring it on!" He swung a punch straight at Lin Shu's face. In an instant, Lin Shu felt a powerful gust of wind slam into his face, the biting wind cutting like a blade. This Gu Chen's strength? So powerful. Shocked, he didn't dare meet Gu Chen's punch head-on. Gritting his teeth, he countered with a punch of his own. He refused to believe it. Gu Chen was so skinny, looking like some pretty boy. Could his strength really surpass his own? Boom! Their fists collided with a dull thud. Lin Shu felt as if he'd struck a mountain, no, an iron mountain. Before he could process it, a powerful recoil erupted from the iron mountain opposite him, surging through his fist and crashing into his arm. In that instant, excruciating pain shot through him. Then his entire body flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The scene fell into a stunned silence. No one had expected Lin Shu of the Lin family to be defeated in a single move. There was no trickery involved, it was a pure clash of raw power between the two. Li Sisi and the others watched Lin Shu being sent flying backward, yet their eyes held no trace of surprise. They had long been aware of Gu Chen's strength. Victory was expected, defeat would have been the anomaly. Clap! 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 A round of applause erupted. Among the group of strangers in clean attire, a man clad in a black robe was clapping. After clapping, he turned to Gu Chen with an admiring look. "Impressive. Very impressive. It was worth the trouble of us making the trip. He truly is a young prodigy. To possess the strength of the muscle tendon realm at such a young age, back when I was still in the Chi blood realm. No wonder you beat the Lin family's direct descendants so badly. That old codger from the Lin family was in such a hurry to send us to kill you, he must have been afraid you'd come knocking in a couple of years." Ha 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 ha. The man's words struck like thunder, causing everyone to turn their gaze toward Gu Chen. Gu Chen is already at the muscle tendon refinement stage? He reached the muscle tempering realm before even entering university? That's insane. And he crippled the Lin family's direct descendant? Could that crippled heir be Lin Shu? No wonder the Lin family sent people to eliminate Gu Chen during the martial arts grand exam. With such a genius as an adversary, I wouldn't be able to sleep a wink either. What a pity. A generation of genius is thus cut short. Li Sisi and the others nearby grew uneasy at the sight. They knew Gu Chen possessed formidable strength, having reached the muscle tendon refinement stage, and even among those at that level, he was considered a powerhouse. Chapter 27, Sudden Outburst. But ultimately, he was still an unripe prodigy. Facing an ambush, the odds were stacked against him. Gu Chen, however, showed no panic. As if he was a forged bone realm expert. He refused to believe these 20-something attackers had reached that level. At best, they were peak muscle tendon realm practitioners. Just like that demon beast, they wouldn't last more than a few rounds under his hands. He looked up and smiled. "So, you're here to kill me?" The stranger, hearing Gu Chen's words, glanced at the smile on his face, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Facing an ambush and still smiling, that's some mental fortitude. "My name is Zhou Ping, and I'm the leader of this squad. I came here intending to kill you, but after seeing you, how could I possibly not spare you? If you join our squad, you'll survive and even receive better training." "What do you say? Not so good." Gu Chen didn't think much of these people and flatly refused Zhou Ping. What decent person would become an assassin? They were all vicious individuals. He wasn't about to join them. Zhou Ping, though rejected, showed no anger. He merely sighed and said with a hint of regret, What a shame. A genius is about to be lost. With that, he wasted no more words. A flick of his wrist summoned a long sword into his hand. Entirely dark blue, the blade was 2 fingers wide, adorned with intricate patterns. Along its sides ran a groove likely a blood groove, designed to channel blood during killing. I'll ask you one more time. Do you agree or not? After being rejected by Gu Chen once more, a powerful surge of vital energy erupted from his body, pressing down on Gu Chen. Gu Chen assessed his opponent. Muscle Tempering Realm. Near the peak of Muscle Tempering Realm, but not quite there yet. But this pressure was nothing to him. Who had ever seen a nascent soul cultivator crush a spirit transformation cultivator with mere cultivation pressure? That would be a dream. Seeing Gu Chen show no reaction whatsoever to his pressure, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Ping's eyes, followed by a soft snort. Poof. Not bad. Able to withstand the pressure of vital energy. You have some skill. With that, Zhou Ping slammed his palm against his chest. His qi and blood surged violently throughout his body, yet his aura intensified to a new level. Veins bulged prominently across his body. Unable to endure the pressure, Li Sisi, who had retreated to a distance, witnessed this scene and shouted at Gu Chen. Gu Chen! That's the vibration technique. It stirs up the qi and blood throughout the body, unleashing stronger pressure while allowing greater force. It usually doubles one's power, but it can't be sustained. Just hold them off for now. Oh? Shockwave technique? Then I'll test your mettle. Gu Chen watched Zhou Ping advance toward him with sword drawn. He drew one hand, forming it into a sword finger, and stepped forward to meet him. No way. Has Gu Chen lost his mind? He's actually going to block that fierce strike head-on? That strike will probably take half his palm. Teammates behind Zhou Ping snorted derisively at the sight. Is that it? He must be brain-dead, trying to block a sword with his bare hands. Thank goodness he didn't join our squad. Imagine if he screwed us over on a mission someday. I wish he'd given that talent to me. When I was his age, I was still fretting over which university to apply to. Enough chatter. Let's guess how many moves it'll take the captain to finish him off. 10 moves. 5 moves. Oh no. 3 moves will be enough. Zhou Ping listened to the mocking laughter around him, his eyes growing colder as his movements quickened. He intended to finish this quickly. He swung his sword directly at Gu Chen's blade. Gu Chen neither dodged nor retreated. The instant the blade descended, his 2 fingers clamped down like iron pincers, gripping the sword shaft with ironclad hold. No matter how violently the blade trembled and struggled to break free, his fingers didn't budge an inch. The fierce wind cut by the blade abruptly ceased, followed by a collective gasp from the crowd. Holy! What did I just see? He actually caught it. Slap me twice to see if I'm dreaming. Li Sisi and the others were equally stunned by the scene. After confirming Gu Chen was unharmed, they slowly exhaled in relief. Zhou Ping felt the immense force emanating from the opponent's 2 fingers and was utterly shocked. No matter how hard he tried to pull his sword free, it felt as if it would snap in 2 before he could dislodge it. Such force was far beyond what an ordinary muscle tempering realm cultivator possessed. At the very least, this was peak muscle tempering realm. This realization sent shockwaves through Zhou Ping. At 26, he had only reached the peak of the mid-stage of the muscle training realm, still a considerable distance from the late stage. But how old could this youth before him possibly be? 17? 18? In any case, he couldn't possibly be over 20. A peak muscle tendon refinement cultivator under 20. The more Zhou Ping thought about it, the more terrified he became. Yet the long sword felt as if it were welded to his hand, utterly immovable. Gritting his teeth, he yanked the sword violently, using the momentum to lunge at Gu Chen. Simultaneously, he clawed out with one hand, aiming for Gu Chen's face. The claw's wind was fierce, whistling through the air. Facing the claw strike, Gu Chen countered with a swift kick. His foot struck Zhou Ping's abdomen with blinding speed, despite being the slower attacker. Zhou Ping let out a piercing scream and flew backward. The long sword slipped from his grasp. Gu Chen seized the weapon as it flew past, catching it and holding it before his eyes. This sword was quite good. Gu Chen had taken a liking to it the moment Zhou Ping drew it. Though not a spirit artifact, its craftsmanship was solid, superior even to the dagger in Gu Lingxi's grasp. Moreover, it was considerably more expensive than that dagger. After all, its size was undeniable. Gu Chen tossed the sword to Li Sisi standing nearby and walked toward Zhou Ping, who had been kicked flying earlier. Zhou Ping lay on the ground clutching his stomach, struggling to rise. The searing pain in his abdomen robbed him of strength. His teammates rushed forward, forming a protective barrier in front of him as they glared at Gu Chen approaching. One of them, a petite woman, shuddered visibly at the sight of Gu Chen approaching. I'm warning you, take one more step and I won't be able to control myself. The other 2 teammates were men, yet both had faintly pale expressions. Their eyes darted nervously, avoiding direct contact with Gu Chen. Clearly, the captain's defeat had shaken them deeply. They were afraid Gu Chen would take it out on them. Gu Chen couldn't care less. If they dared to stand in front, they had to be prepared to get beaten up. One kick each sent them flying through the air before crashing back to the ground. These guys were just average, peak chi blood realm cultivators. Not much to speak of. Getting kicked by him wouldn't kill them, but it would cripple them. Serves them right for trying to kill him. After sending them flying, Gu Chen paid them no further attention. He walked over to Zhou Ping, towering over him with a condescending gaze. So, still need teammates? Ha! Zhou Ping was now utterly terrified. He never imagined Gu Chen could strip him of his ability to resist with a single kick. When Gu Chen asked, he hurriedly replied. No more. No more. I swear I don't need any more. It's all my fault for being blind and not knowing my place. Let me off, how about it? I still have hundreds of thousands in funds. I can give it all to you. Chapter 28, The Old Man of the Lin Family. Seeing a flicker of interest in Gu Chen's expression, Zhou Ping quickly added. I also have a younger sister in her first year of high school. She's incredibly pretty. I can. But before he could finish, Gu Chen shook his head. He reached out, grabbed Zhou Ping's throat, and twisted with brutal force. A sharp crack echoed from the young man's neck. As darkness closed in, he heard Gu Chen say. I'm the type who thinks money is enough as long as it's sufficient. You're giving too much. Then Zhou Ping lost consciousness and fell into death. Li Sisi, watching nearby, moved closer to ask how to handle the others. After all, Zhou Ping's group was now in a half-crippled state. Should they be disposed of outright, or given a helping hand since they were already half-dead? And what about that burly teenager, Lin Shu? Should he be dealt with too? But as she approached Gu Chen, stepping over gravel and weeds until she was just a few meters away, his clear, bright eyes fixed on her, halting her advance. He said. This isn't over yet. Don't come any closer. If I end up at a disadvantage, just take your team and run. Don't worry about me. Otherwise, I'll have to split my focus. The matter isn't over yet? Li Sisi startled, lifting her head to scan her surroundings. She saw nothing, only a few unidentified birds darting through the trees, nothing else. But the next moment, Gu Chen, standing beside Zhou Ping's body, murmured softly toward the southwest woods. Stop looking, Clan Chief Lin. Come out and talk. The Lin family patriarch. Li Sisi gasped in shock, her eyes widening as she stared in the direction Gu Chen had indicated. In the southwest stood 7 or 8 large trees, each trunk a meter or 2 thick. Aside from their slightly yellowing leaves, they appeared perfectly ordinary. Just as Li Sisi was about to ask if she had seen wrong, footsteps echoed from behind one of the trees. Shuffle, shuffle. Then, Li Sisi saw an elderly man in his 70s slowly emerge from behind the trees into view. He was short, slightly stooped, with snow-white hair and skin dotted with countless age spots. Yet his eyes burned with an intense, piercing light. Li Sisi felt as though she were staring into the scorching sun itself, an overwhelming sensation that filled her with dread. She knew this phenomenon stemmed from an immense disparity in martial prowess, the overwhelming vitality of the opponent, unrestrained and radiating an oppressive force. Yet such an effect rarely manifested at the muscle tendon refinement stage. It was typically reserved for those at the bone forging refinement stage or higher. So the old man before her was a forged bone realm expert? Li Sisi was instantly startled. She tried to turn and look at Gu Chen behind her, but the old man's overwhelming chi pressure made even that impossible. Yet within 2 breaths, Gu Chen slowly approached from behind, gently patting her shoulder to shield her from the old man's overwhelming chi and blood pressure. Li Sisi felt her entire body relax. She instinctively looked up, catching Gu Chen's clean, uncomplicated smile. If I told you to go, you should have gone. What if we get into a fight and I can't win? Would you say I should run or not? That would just slow me down. Do as I say. Take your teammates and Li Qianqian away. I'll deal with this old man. I'm talking to you. Ah. Alright, fine. Li Sisi felt her heart flutter. Why did she freeze up the moment she saw Gu Chen smile? Only when she returned to her teammates did she fully snap out of it. After one last lingering glance at Gu Chen nearby, she motioned for her teammates and Li Qianqian's group to leave. After most of the group had departed, Gu Chen turned his gaze toward the elderly man standing at a distance. Not going to make a move? If not, I'm leaving. The old man gave a dry chuckle, his skin, dotted with age spots, creasing into wrinkles. You truly possess extraordinary talent. If not for your grudge against my Lin family, I would have taken you as my adopted son and helped you rise to the top. At your age, I was still struggling to break through the muscle refinement realm. At first, my son insisted sending those muscle refinement realm practitioners wasn't reliable enough and insisted I come personally. I didn't believe him at first. Looking back now, though my son's martial path ended at the muscle tendon refinement stage, he did possess sound judgment, ahem. The Lin family elder paused at this point, narrowing his eyes as he addressed Gu Chen. I may no longer be the head of the Lin family, but I still hold some standing. How about this? I take you as my adopted son, and we wipe the slate clean. Foster son? Gu Chen shook his head at the elderly Lin family member. He couldn't care less. An adopted son was neither here nor there. What if this old man was deceiving him? Once he let his guard down, the old man could strike him down with a single move, leaving him gravely injured. Or lure him back to the Lin family compound and have them all gang up to eliminate him. All of that was possible. After all, he had beaten the old man's legitimate grandson half to death. And even if the old man spoke truthfully, so what? The martial resources he needed were merely for cremating corpses. Martial arts techniques could be obtained at the academy. Given his current level of strength, the techniques in martial arts he obtained would certainly be of high quality. Therefore, this adopted son arrangement was more trouble than it was worth. He absolutely could not agree to it. Seeing Gu Chen's refusal, the Lin family elders showed no surprise. Perhaps it had been nothing more than a passing suggestion. Very well. Then let's settle this with our fists. With that, the Lin elder yanked open his own robe, revealing a physique of powerful, well-defined muscles. Huff. As the elder took a deep breath, his already formidable muscles began to swell once more. His back slowly straightened, his posture becoming more upright. His height shot up from just over 5 feet to 5 feet 3, 5 feet 4, 5 feet 5, 5 feet 6. Finally halting at around 2.1 meters tall, his width was equally astonishing. His arms were thicker than Gu Chen's thighs. This is a body forging technique I mastered years ago. The longer I cultivate it, the larger my physique becomes when channeling energy, and the greater my strength grows. The enemies who have fallen to this technique number more than 10. Gu Chen watched this scene unfold, his heart sinking in silent awe. This old man from the Lin family truly lived up to his reputation as a seasoned forged bone realm expert. Unlike himself, who had only recently entered the forged bone realm with shallow foundations and no proper cultivation technique to speak of. Don't fight him head-on. Retreat. Gu Chen had never intended to clash head-on with this old man from the Lin family. Moreover, he hadn't known the old man from the Lin family would ambush him during the martial arts grand examination. The reason he had detected the old man at all was when the latter had killed Zhou Ping with a single strike. The surge of vital energy the old man had emitted had been sensed by Gu Chen. The old man likely hadn't anticipated that Gu Chen could eliminate Zhou Ping in a single strike, which was why he'd exposed that opening. Having resolved to flee, Gu Chen hesitated no longer. He bellowed at the old man of the Lin family, feigning an attack. "Old man, watch this move." As he shouted, Gu Chen began retreating backward, appearing as if he were moving in reverse. The old man from the Lin family froze in shock at the sight, staring blankly at Gu Chen's retreating movements. It seemed as though no one had ever dared to use such a low-blow tactic in front of him before. But by the time he snapped out of it, Gu Chen had already gained a significant distance. His face flushed crimson with rage. "You brat!" He stomped the ground violently, instantly cracking it open with spiderweb-like fissures over a meter wide. His massive, muscular frame shot skyward, hurtling straight toward Gu Chen. His speed was astonishingly faster than Gu Chen's. Chapter 29, Why the hell not? Gu Chen, fleeing ahead, glanced back and cursed under his breath. How could this old man be so fast? He's actually a fraction faster than me. He's so heavy, shouldn't he be slower? He couldn't let the old man catch him. He was still young. Even if he won, it would be a huge loss. He'd be either dead or severely injured. If the old man launched a desperate counterattack before dying and took him with him, that would be a total disaster. Besides, only a fool would fight him now. The optimal solution was to burn the corpse again, raise his cultivation level, and then crush him with a single palm strike. As time passed, Gu Chen not only failed to pull away from the old man of the Lin family but actually drew closer. Seeing this, Gu Chen cursed inwardly. This old man can run surprisingly well. He's got incredible stamina. At this rate, he might actually be caught. Gritting his teeth, he seized a moment when the old man wasn't looking and swung a punch at him. He channeled every ounce of strength into that punch, causing his bones to resonate and his blood to surge violently. The two were already close, and Gu Chen's punch came as a complete surprise. Perhaps the old man from the Lin family was simply too old, his reflexes slowed. Only when the fist was nearly upon his face did he react. He roared in anger. But he showed no fear, countering with a punch of his own. Boom! As their fists collided, Gu Chen instantly felt a tremendous recoil surge through his knuckles, shooting up his arm alongside a searing pain. His knuckles were shattered. He couldn't fight this head-on. This old man possesses incredible strength. Without pausing to think, Gu Chen used the momentum from their clash to propel himself forward, continuing his escape. Though the Lin family elders suffered no injury, the collision momentarily slowed his pursuit. Gu Chen's momentum and the recoil effect instantly distanced him by 700 or 800 meters. As the distance widened again, Gu Chen kept running forward. The pattern of pursuit and escape resumed once more. Half an hour later, the elderly man from the Lin family, trailing behind, was the first to exhaust his strength. He leaned against a nearby tree, panting heavily as he came to a halt. A flash of frustration crossed his eyes as he watched Gu Chen still fleeing ahead. That Gu Chen could run forever. If he were young, he could run for a day, let alone an hour. But now, with age catching up, he simply couldn't keep up. And every time he nearly caught up, Gu Chen would turn and attack, but they always separated the moment they touched. Gu Chen used the recoil to pull away again, and to catch up, he had to close the distance once more. But the moment he drew near, Gu Chen would turn and attack again, the distance widening once more. Gu Chen! You coward, stop running! Do you take me for a fool? Gu Chen, leading the charge, wasn't having an easy time either. This old man was too powerful. Though both were at the forged bone realm, the old man wasn't just a seasoned forged bone expert, he also wielded cultivation techniques, while Gu Chen had nothing. Each time they turned to clash, the recoil force inflicted heavy wounds. The cumulative toll left Gu Chen utterly exhausted. Now that the Lin family elder couldn't hold on, he had to seize the chance to widen the gap. If he waited until the old man recovered his strength, escape might become impossible. Soon, Gu Chen vanished from the old man's sight. Furious, the old man cursed viciously for over 10 minutes. Once his rage subsided somewhat, he pulled out a phone much larger than a standard mobile. It resembled an old-school mobile phone, but was far more sophisticated. After retrieving the device, he searched his contacts for a number and dialed it. That brat Gu Chen got away. I couldn't catch him. His cultivation isn't just at the muscle tempering realm, it's at the bone forging realm. Though he's just entered the bone forging realm, he's quite cunning. I can't capture him alone, so I need your help. Lin Hui. Didn't I warn you not to meddle in the affairs of the younger generation? If they lose or get killed in a fight, that's their own business. It's their own fault for lacking skill. But here you are, a junior loses, and you send people to ambush him? You even got involved personally? Ended up losing more than you gained and made him hate you for it. Now you come to me. Getting your man imprisoned was the absolute best I could do. Don't ask me for anything else. Brother Lu, I've never asked you for anything all these years. But this kid is truly terrifying. If we fail to capture him this time, I fear my entire Lin family will face retribution. Just help me this one time. You've been stuck at peak forged bone realm for years, haven't you? I happen to have a grade 3 blood god flower. It should be enough for your breakthrough. The moment the words grade 3 blood god flower were uttered, a gasp erupted on the other end of the line, followed by rapid breathing. It seemed utterly unexpected that Lin Hui still possessed such a treasure. After about 2 minutes, the voice on the other end finally spoke again. Fine. I'll help you one more time. But I can't intervene personally. My position is too sensitive, too many eyes are watching me. At most, I can provide Gu Chan's real-time location. Really? Lin Hui felt a surge of surprise and delight upon hearing the other party agree to provide Gu Chan's real-time location. Each candidate in the martial arts grand exam wore a device with real-time location tracking. He'd wanted Gu Chan's location before, but his contact, Brother Lu, had never budged. Now that he had Gu Chan's real-time location, he could recruit a few more helpers and have the Lin family search and intercept him. He didn't believe Gu Chen could truly escape his grasp. Thanks. Once this is settled, I'll personally deliver the 3rd grade blood god flower to your doorstep. Finally, he's not chasing anymore. Gu Chen glanced back over his shoulder and saw the old man had finally stopped pursuing him. He breathed a sigh of relief. These mere tens of minutes had taken a heavy toll on his stamina. Each clash had inflicted fresh wounds upon his body, and the cumulative damage had left him severely injured. Had that old man from the Lin family persisted any longer, he might not have been able to hold out. Fortunately, the old man from the Lin family had given up first. It was fortunate that he had known from the start he was likely no match for the old man and hadn't engaged in a head-on clash. Still, the fact that this old man from the Lin family had managed to ambush him during the martial arts grand examination spoke volumes about the Lin family's formidable reputation. After all, the examiners for the martial arts grand examination were all drawn from major cities. Logically, they should have no ties to the Lin family. Yet first came assassins sent by the Lin family, followed by the old man himself taking action. This undeniably demonstrated the capabilities of the Lin family's local warlord. Local warlord, huh? Gu Chen leapt onto a large tree trunk. After confirming the surroundings were safe, he sat cross-legged on the trunk, meditating to recover his stamina. With each breath, the skin across his entire body began to pulsate rhythmically. He was channeling his chi and blood to dissolve the wounds inflicted during the recent battle. This vital energy not only strengthened his body but also repaired less severe injuries. 2 hours passed swiftly. Seated cross-legged on the trunk, Gu Chen slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. It sliced through the air like a sharp blade, emitting a piercing whistling sound. After over 2 hours of recovery, he felt much better. Though minor bruises and injuries remained within his body, they no longer hindered his ability to exert his full strength. With his injuries fully healed, a faint smile touched Gu Chen's lips. With his injuries healed, it was time to consider the situation ahead. The old man from the Lin family wouldn't let this pursuit end without a fight. He would likely attempt to ambush him again. Moreover, having learned from this failure, he would not come alone. He would surely bring reinforcements. And these reinforcements wouldn't be limited to Chi Blood Realm or Muscle Tendon Realm practitioners, even Bone Forging Realm experts were a possibility. After all, the old man of the Lin family had lived so long, how could he not have several friends at the same cultivation level? None at all? Gu Chen didn't believe it. Moreover, as the de facto rulers of Qingzhou, the Lin family's annual income was astronomical, with countless rare treasures at their disposal. Using a fraction of those resources to hire several forged bone realm experts to ambush him wasn't impossible. This meant he wouldn't just face one forged bone realm expert, but a coordinated ambush by several such masters. A weight settled in Gu Chen's heart. His advancement to forged bone realm was recent, and his strength was relatively weak among peers at this level. This deadly ambush would be no easy task. To rapidly boost his strength, there was no other method besides burning corpses. Wait! Gu Chen suddenly remembered another method to boost his strength besides burning corpses. That was burning demon beast corpses. Moreover, the incineration value gained from a single demon beast corpse far exceeded that of ordinary corpses. If he could burn demon beast corpses in large quantities, his martial cultivation would soar rapidly. His demands weren't excessive, he only needed to reach the late forged bone realm and possess sufficient self-defense capabilities. Just as Gu Chen pondered how to quickly obtain incineration points, two sets of footsteps approached from the distance. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes and saw two ordinary candidates from the martial arts grand examination approaching. Their chi blood values hovered around 3 to 400. They scanned their surroundings warily while chatting idly, their conversation even touching upon him. Didn't that candidate named Gu Chen offend someone? Why are so many people suddenly showing up looking for him? No idea. I heard this time it was ordered by that local tyrant, the Lin family, who sent a large force in to track down Gu Chen. The Lin family? Then Gu Chen probably won't get off easy. Judging by the Lin family's style, he likely offended someone from their clan, and they're planning to crush him during the martial arts grand examination. But Gu Chen isn't just some ordinary person. He's managed to evade capture despite offending the Lin family. I heard the bracelets we issued can track locations. Why hasn't Gu Chen's been detected? Damn. Probably lost it. But it was bound to happen sooner or later. With this level of search intensity, it's just a matter of time. They'd find him even without the bracelet. After the two had walked far away, Gu Chen leapt down from the tree. He watched their retreating figures for a moment, deep in thought. Sure enough, the Lin family had already begun. They'd mobilized forces to surround and block him, using the bracelets issued during the martial arts grand exam for tracking. If he hadn't lost his bracelet during the chase with the old Lin family patriarch earlier, he'd likely be trapped here now. Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a flicker of relief. But the martial arts grand examination only covered this much territory, and the Lin family ruled this place like feudal lords. Who knew if there were other ways to survey the location? He couldn't linger here, or even stay within the entire martial arts grand examination area. Yet just as Gu Chen prepared to leave, an inexplicable irritation stirred within him. Why should he be the one running? He had been minding his own business, studying diligently. It was Lin Shi who had provoked him first, beating him half to death. Given Lin Shi's temperament and the multitude of crimes he had committed, on Blue Star alone, he would have been shot 3 or 5 times over. After dealing with Lin Shi, the entire Lin family came out swinging. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Because of the Lin family's constant threats, he'd been forced to relentlessly improve his strength, burning corpses non-stop at the crematorium. Every single day was nothing but burning bodies. Before reaching the forged bone realm, he'd dreamt countless times of the Lin family hunting him down in his sleep, brutally murdering him. And since arriving in this strange world, he hadn't enjoyed a single day of peace, let alone indulged in the bathing and massage services this new world offered. These thoughts only fueled the growing darkness within Gu Chen's heart. If the Lin family didn't want him alive, then none of them would live. He was going to pull off a major heist. Chapter 30, You're Here to Kill Me Too? Gu Chen watched the two figures who had left earlier and strode after them. After about 20 minutes, he spotted their backs. Without hesitation, he flashed forward and landed before the two candidates. The startled candidates timidly asked the suddenly appearing Gu Chen what he wanted. Gu Chen replied, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Gu Chen, the very same Gu Chen wanted by the Lin family." Gu Chen? Upon hearing the person before him call himself Gu Chen, one of the candidates' eyes darted nervously. He wanted to move to subdue Gu Chen, but the other candidate grabbed his companion, stopping him from acting. Anyone wanted by the Lin family couldn't be ordinary. If they made a move, they might not live to see tomorrow. Gu Chen noticed the exchange, but he ignored it and continued speaking. "I'm not stopping you to rob you. I just need you to deliver a message. Tell all examinees to evacuate the southwest region within 2 hours. Failure to comply will be at your own peril. Here's your reward." Gu Chen tossed a demon beast core onto the ground before them. He'd killed the beast en route, a low-tier creature with a blood essence value around 400-500. Its vitality was around 4 or 500 points. It was insignificant to him, but should be decent enough for these candidates. Sure enough, the two candidates' eyes widened as they stared blankly at the demon beast core on the ground. After a few seconds, they eagerly agreed, promising to relay the message to every candidate they encountered. Gu Chen said no more. After leaving, he continued to shuttle through the area, spreading the message for all candidates to evacuate. Along the way, he encountered numerous candidates eager to capture him and deliver him to the Lin family for the bounty. For such candidates, Gu Chen showed no mercy, sending them all to the Western Paradise. After doing his utmost to notify all candidates to evacuate the area, Gu Chen stood atop the highest treetop, gazing down at the deep, ancient forest below, shaded by lush green trees. After a moment of silence, Gu Chen flicked his wrist. Several black, pill-sized spheres flew from his hand, scattering into the dense forest below. Within a breath or two, a thunderous roar erupted from below, a massive explosion reverberating through the entire forest. Then came a towering wave of heat, followed by a sky filled with flames and smoke. Feeling the scorching heat wash over him and watching the flames grow ever more intense, Gu Chen's expression remained cold and composed, his mind utterly calm. If the Lin family intended to surround and kill him, what did he have to fear? It would be nothing more than a desperate, mutually destructive confrontation. Besides, defeat was not inevitable. As long as enough demon beasts were incinerated, the more burning points he would gain. This vast expanse of deep forest would be ample for him to gain immense amounts of burning value. Enough to propel him to the mid-stage, late stage, or even the peak of the Forged Bone realm. It might even allow him to touch upon realms beyond the Forged Bone realm. As for whether setting the mountain ablaze would cost many lives, that was none of his concern. He had done his utmost to warn everyone to evacuate the area. Those who remained were mostly either spies watching him, hoping to curry favor with the Lin family. The rest were either here to ambush him. Facing such individuals, why should he show mercy? Killing them was the only solution. Even if the flames didn't claim them, Gu Chen would personally see them off, sending them to their next life as decent people. As time passed, news of Gu Chen ordering the candidates to evacuate spread rapidly among them. Several groups of candidates encountered each other along the way. What? Gu Chen ordered all candidates in this area to evacuate? What's he playing at? How dare he? The Lin family has him on a wanted list, and he actually tells everyone in this area to evacuate? Says he won't be responsible for any collateral damage? Did a donkey kick him in the head or something? Poof. I don't believe he'd dare attack if I stay. The Lin family has been tracking his location. The moment he makes a move, they'll pinpoint him. Besides, Gu Chen is just a candidate with slightly higher strength. If we run into him, we might even capture him and claim the reward from the Lin family. Is that really wise? I've heard many candidates who tried to take him out vanished without a trace, likely dealt with by Gu Chen himself. Wouldn't it be reckless for us to confront him? What do you know? Those are all rumors spread by Gu Chen himself. Even if he's strong, he can't be that powerful. He's alone, how could he possibly take on a fully manned team? Most likely, it's just him spreading false information. At worst, we'll recruit several more teams. Strength lies in numbers. Once we deal with Gu Chen, we can continue the martial arts grand examination. Alright, let's do it. About an hour later, the first few teams that had decided to take action against Gu Chen set sail. As they advanced, they encountered several other teams preparing to leave. Upon learning of the plan to target Gu Chen, these teams joined forces, significantly expanding their combined strength. Along the way, they encountered a group of 8 or 9 candidates led by a woman named Li Sisi. Upon learning of their plan to target Gu Chen, she stared at them in utter disbelief. Her expression seemed to say, "You dare to go after Gu Chen?" Without hesitation, she refused their invitation to join their group and walked away without looking back. As she departed, she uttered a peculiar remark. "Good luck to you." After Li Sisi departed, the highest-ranked cultivators among the 7 or 8 groups exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of puzzlement. Li Sisi's cultivation wasn't weak compared to the strongest among them, she was on par. Yet why did she react so strangely upon hearing they intended to target Gu Chen? As if they weren't hunters heading out on a mission, but a group of candidates preparing to throw themselves into certain death. But how could that be? Their combined strength was formidable enough to dominate this entire region. Gu Chen was merely a candidate with decent strength. What possible threat could he pose to them? After pondering this baffling situation, they concluded the woman must be mentally unstable and pressed onward. As they set off again, they encountered several other teams. Among them was a candidate whose strength was exceptionally high, reaching the peak of the Qi blood realm, just a hair's breadth away from the muscle tendon realm. After explaining their purpose, both sides quickly agreed to join forces and pursue Gu Chen. However, as they ventured deeper, the surrounding temperature rose noticeably. A faint, acrid smell of smoke lingered in the air, as if something was burning. After another 10 minutes of trekking, the group crested a mountain peak. Suddenly, one candidate in the party looked up toward the distance and cried out in terror. "Look! Is that a fire over there?" The candidate's cry of alarm caused many others in the group to look up as well. On the horizon, thick plumes of smoke billowed skyward. Flames advanced relentlessly from the edge of their vision, steadily devouring the forest. Waves of intense heat washed over them from the sky. A wildfire? Worse still, ahead of the flames, not far from the group, a figure wanted by the Lin family was locked in combat with 7 or 8 other figures. No! It wasn't a fight, it was a massacre. A one-sided slaughter. With each swift swing of Gu Chen's blade, heads rolled clean off shoulders. The overwhelming aura of blood and power radiating from the scene pressed down on them like a mountain, despite the 1,000-meter distance separating them. It felt like facing an elder who radiated authority at home. No. Even more overwhelming than an elder's authority. Soon, as 7 or 8 figures collapsed to the ground, Gu-chen casually glanced in their direction. His figure flickered, and when he reappeared, he was already near the group. Perched atop an 8 or 9 meter tall tree, he looked down at the stunned and terrified crowd below, his voice cold yet tinged with amusement. Oh, another group. Are you here to kill me too? Chapter 31, let's go. Gu-chen regarded the dozen or so candidates before him with an expression as calm as the surface of a lake, devoid of any emotion. This was already the third group of candidates sent to hunt him down. The previous 2 teams had been smaller, each numbering fewer than 10. This group was the largest, appearing to have 12 or 13 members. The first 2 groups had already met their end at his hands, and this group would be no different. Moreover, their corpses could be tossed into the mountain fire for cremation, boosting his incineration value. Their superior physical conditioning compared to ordinary people meant they would yield more incineration points. A faint smile touched Gu-chen's lips at this thought. He gazed at the terrified group of candidates staring at him, then leapt from the tree. Transforming into a blur of speed, he lunged toward them. It's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Gu-chen. Brother Chen, it's all a misunderstanding. We surrender. Spare our lives. Ah. Gu-chen mercilessly reaped the lives of this group of candidates. After reaching the bone-tempering realm, the gap between him and these ordinary candidates was simply too vast. Ordinary candidates were utterly powerless against him, doomed to be slaughtered without mercy. Candidates at the muscle-tempering realm might offer some resistance, but unfortunately, such candidates never appeared in the outskirts of this small city. After a few breaths, Gu-chen halted the slaughter. Standing amidst the corpses, he expressionlessly plucked a leaf and wiped the crimson blood from his long sword. Under his careful wiping, the bloodstains vanished, revealing the sword's cold, gleaming edge. After cleaning his sword, Gu-chen sheathed it at his waist. Glancing around, he activated the semi-transparent panel. Name, Gu-chen. Age, 17. Current burn value, 560 points. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Realm, forged bone realm. Vitality points, 3092. Comment, where did the cockroaches come from? Seeing the incineration value above reach over 500 points, a gleam of satisfaction flashed in Gu-chen's eyes. Not bad. Setting the mountain ablaze had been the right move. In less than an hour, the combustion value had surged past 500, an astonishingly rapid increase. Soon, he could use this burning value to break through to the mid-stage of the forged bone realm, significantly boosting his strength. Then, facing the Lin family's blockade would be much easier. Now he only needed to keep expanding the flames and patiently wait for the burn value to climb. At the same time, he intended to see just how many reckless candidates dared to rush in and hunt him down. Captain, are we really not going to help Brother Chen? I heard the Lin family mobilize their entire force this time, solely to kill Brother Chen during the martial arts grand examination. Brother Chen is powerful, but the Lin family has so many people, several practitioners at the muscle tendon refinement stage, plus a top-tier forged bone realm expert. I fear he might not be their match. What if we quietly follow behind? If things look bad, we could help Brother Chen escape? Besides, wouldn't that be abandoning our comrade? Huang Tian gazed anxiously at the thick smoke rising from the mountainside, his initial reassurance toward Gu-chen now tinged with unease. After spending time with him, he'd come to see that Gu-chen was a decent person, generous in his dealings. More importantly, following Gu-chen would undoubtedly lead to better results. What are you thinking? Hearing Huang Tian's words, Li Sisi smacked him hard on the back of the head with her palm. The blow sent him stumbling backward, nearly knocking him to the ground. What the hell? Why hit me? Hit you? I hit you for your own good. With your measly strength, you think you can go save someone? You must be dreaming. The last thing we should be doing is causing trouble for Gu-chen. We need to find a place and stay put. After scolding Huang Tian a few more times, Li Sisi led the group further toward the outskirts of the martial arts grand exam. Her pace slowed slightly, however, as if she hesitated over whether to turn back and find Gu-chen. Though she had only known Gu-chen for a short time, he had left a profound impression on her. A mysterious and powerful youth, the image of his clear, pure gaze kept surfacing in her mind. Whenever she was with him, her heart would beat faster without her control. She wondered if she might be developing feelings for him. Especially when Gu-chen confronted the old man from the Lin family, her heart nearly leapt out of her chest. She feared Gu-chen was no match for the old man and might be killed. Thankfully, after they left, she heard the news that Gu-chen hadn't died and was being hunted by the Lin family, and she breathed a sigh of relief. But after another 10 minutes or so, Li Sisi's footsteps grew slower and slower. Just as the others behind her were about to ask why, she suddenly stopped completely. Turning to face the group, her eyes held a resolute determination. A breeze swept through her hair as she addressed the group where Li Chanshan stood. Sorry, we need to go back and find Gu-chen. If any of you prefer not to, you may leave ahead of us. As soon as she finished speaking, Huang Tian's face lit up with delight. Li Xiang looked startled but didn't object, silently falling behind Li Sisi. A gasp rippled through Li Chanshan's group. None seemed to have anticipated that Li Sisi would choose to return for Gu Chen. Didn't she know Gu Chen was being targeted by the Lin family? Going back meant they might never return. Soon, Li Chanxian's team reached a decision: the entire group would not return for Gu Chen and would leave on their own, including Li Chanxian. Li Sisi wasn't surprised by this outcome. They were merely acquaintances. Li Chanxian was just Gu Chen's childhood friend, not someone particularly close to her. After watching them depart, Li Sisi gazed at the thick smoke rising in the distance and the faintly approaching heat wave. After a few minutes of silence, she spoke. "Let's go." Chapter 32, finally over. Let's go. The three of them pushed through the heat wave blowing in from the distance and vanished into the jungle. Gu Chen fanned himself against the scorching breeze, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. It was unbearably hot. The wildfire he'd ignited burned with extreme intensity. Though he wasn't in the fire's epicenter, the heat was still unbearable. If he weren't a forged bone realm expert far surpassing ordinary candidates, this scorching heat alone could have roasted him alive. He estimated the air temperature to be around 80 to 90 degrees Celsius. The core area could easily reach 120 degrees Celsius. Gu Chen wiped the sweat from his body and opened the translucent panel once more. Name, Gu Chen. Age, 17. Current combustion value, 1360 points. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Realm, bone forging realm. Vitality points, 3092. Comment, where did this cockroach come from? Seeing the combustion value above, Gu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Though it was a bit hot, the rate at which the combustion value was rising was surprisingly fast, exceeding his expectations. He had initially thought this inferno would only push his cultivation to the peak of the bone forging realm at most. Little did he expect this burning value. In just a few short hours, the combustion value had skyrocketed like a rocket, soaring past 1,000. While he had killed quite a few candidates along the way and tossed them into the wildfire, they had contributed a significant amount of combustion value. At this current rate, he estimated his combustion value would surpass 2,000 by evening. If he channeled all 2,000 into his chi blood, his cultivation would instantly reach the peak of the forged bone realm. He was less than 1,000 chi blood points away from the chi refining realm, which required 6,000. Gaining that final 1,000 shouldn't be too difficult as long as he could stall long enough to delay the Lin family from finding him. Even if the wildfire's intensity slowed, gaining 1,000 chi blood points overnight shouldn't be too difficult. Once he broke through to the Quifu realm and his strength surged, would the Lin family still pose a threat? With an entire realm separating them, even if the old man of the Lin family possessed numerous martial arts techniques and was exceptionally powerful for the forged bone realm, he likely wouldn't be a match for him. After all, it was a gap of an entire realm. The old man of the Lin family wasn't some prodigy, nor did he possess the ability to fight beyond his realm. This thought brought a slight sense of relief to Gu Chen's heart. Previously, being hunted down by the Lin family elder had left him somewhat uneasy. Now, all he needed to do was wait. As long as he avoided detection by the Lin family during this period, once his burning value accumulated enough for him to reach the peak of the forged bone realm or even advance to the tempered viscera realm, his strength would surpass the Lin family's. He could even turn the tables and eliminate the Lin family, ensuring they never returned. Having made up his mind, Gu Chen scanned his surroundings before his gaze settled on a massive tree, over 10 feet in girth. He didn't know the species of this tree, but he observed it possessed extraordinary heat and fire resistance. When exposed to flames, only the leaves and branches were consumed. The trunk itself nearly turned slightly blackened, showing no signs of being burned. He surmised this must be some special variety, immune to fire. The one he had now targeted was over 10 feet wide. Hollowing out its interior would easily conceal 1 or 2 people. He only needed to hide within it until the incineration value reached his desired level. No sooner said than done, Gu Chen swiftly hollowed out the tree. After clearing away any traces around it, he slipped inside, took several deep breaths, crossed his legs, and sat quietly within the tree, waiting for the burning value to rise. Time ticked by, and before he knew it, over an hour had passed. During this time, Gu Chen heard footsteps twice. One set was particularly chaotic and numerous, likely indicating a large group, either fellow examinees or searchers sent by the Lin family. The other set of footsteps was extremely light. Had it not been for Gu Chen's astonishing hearing, an ordinary candidate would likely have missed them entirely. Those footsteps paused nearby, circling the area before lingering in place for 5 or 6 minutes before finally departing. During those 5 or 6 minutes, Gu Chen had seriously doubted whether he'd been exposed. A thought had even flashed through his mind: rather than sitting here waiting for disaster, he might as well take action himself. Fortunately, after 5 or 6 minutes, the footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Gu Chen's heart settled, and he resumed waiting for the burning value to rise. It's time. Gu Chen glanced at the translucent panel, where the incineration value had already reached over 2,100. He calculated that with this additional burn value, he could reach the late stage of the forged bone realm. Closing his eyes, he silently chanted, "All in." Gu Chen heard a rumbling sound. The incineration value on the translucent panel began to decrease. Replacing it was a massive surge of heat within his body, like a wild bull charging through his insides. It relentlessly shattered his meridians and flesh, yet amidst the destruction, a gentle force emerged, ceaselessly repairing the damaged areas, making his meridians and flesh more resilient. The excruciating pain from this cycle of destruction and repair made Gu-chun clench his teeth, forcing himself not to cry out. This system had one major flaw: every power-up was brutally violent, making him wish he were dead. Especially when the power surge was significant, the excruciating agony was beyond description. Gu-chun felt that Guan Yu's bone-scraping treatment back then hadn't been this agonizing. As the combustion value on the translucent panel steadily decreased, Gu-chun felt increasingly relieved. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, Gu-chun exhaled deeply. Finally done. Chapter 33, keep going. He opened the translucent panel. Name, Gu-chun. Age, 17. Current burn value, 0 points. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Realm, bone forging realm. Vitality points, 5212. Comment, where did this cockroach come from? Seeing his vitality exceed 5,000 points, Gu-chun breathed a sigh of relief. He had now reached the late stage of the bone forging realm. Even if his strength still fell short of the old man from the Lin family, the gap wasn't vast. If they fought again, he wouldn't be as thoroughly beaten as before. After all, they both had over 5,000 vitality points. Even if he was slightly higher, how much stronger could he really be? Even if you mastered martial arts to boost combat prowess, don't forget the old man from the Lin family was advanced in years. His strength was long past its peak, while he himself possessed no martial arts. But youth was on his side. The adage "fists fear the young" held true in the martial world too. He could wear the old man down through sheer endurance. With that thought, Gu-chun struck out with a palm, hitting the inner wall of the tree trunk where the opponent was hiding. The massive tree's wall instantly shattered into pieces, scattering everywhere. Stepping out, Gu-chun was met with a mountain forest largely reduced to ashes. Unburned branches and stumps still smoldered, sending thick smoke billowing upward into the air. Occasionally, a wave of heat would wash over him. This area had already been ravaged by the wildfire, and the air temperature had dropped significantly. The burn value on the panel still fluctuated, but its rate had slowed considerably compared to before. Not drastically slower, but noticeably less rapid. It seemed most of this area had already been scorched by the wildfire, leaving only a few scattered patches untouched. This won't do. Gu-chun's gaze fell upon a tree stump, now only half its original size, as he watched the flickering embers atop it. It wasn't enough. He hadn't advanced to the tempered viscera realm yet. How could the wildfire possibly stop? I'll make this wildfire burn fiercer, like oil on fire, making the flames roar even more intensely. No time to waste. Gu-chun picked up a burning branch from the ground, still smoldering. His footsteps echoed as his clothes fluttered in the wind. Like an arrow released from its bowstring, Gu-chun vanished from his spot, his speed twofold faster than before. After a little over 10 minutes, Gu-chun arrived at the edge of a cliff. His gaze fell upon the opposite side of the cliff. Clearly spared by the sheer drop, that slope remained untouched by the wildfire, a lush expanse of verdant vegetation where wild beasts occasionally darted through. Without hesitation, Gu-chun took a running start and leaped across the precipice. Gathering a pile of dry branches and leaves, Gu-chun tossed the flame from his hand onto them. Within seconds, the dry debris ignited, the flames growing from small to large. He then gathered a pile of larger tree trunks and tossed them onto the flames. Once the fire was burning fiercely, he grabbed the ends of the trunks, pulled them out, and hurled them into the dense forest. Repeating this process, Gu-chun tossed every burning log from the fire into the dense forest. After about 20 minutes, the once dense forest erupted into a raging inferno. After completing this, Gu-chun did not stop. He continued searching for areas untouched by the wildfire. Before long, he located another patch untouched by the flames. Following his previous method, he ignited it. Along the way, he encountered a group of candidates hunting a demon beast. The group was formidable, currently hunting a demon beast with a vitality of 700. When Gu-chun appeared, the squad clearly recognized him as the individual wanted by the Lin family. But perhaps because Gu-chun had killed too many squads before, word had spread. The leader of this squad cast a wary glance at Gu-chun, then abandoned the demon beast they were hunting. With a smile plastered on his face, he jogged over. Upon reaching Gu-chun, he didn't adopt an arrogant tone about the Lin family or anything. Instead, he kept calling him Brother Chen, pulling demon beast cores from his robe and placing them into Gu-chun's hands. To outsiders, Gu-chun seemed closer to this man than his own brother, making Gu-chun feel awkward. He couldn't help but wonder, had his reputation become that terrifying? He'd only killed a few groups of candidates, and those candidates weren't exactly saints either. Would decent people risk their lives for the Lin family's bounty just to kill him? In the end, Gu-chun didn't even take the demon beast cores in his hands and just ran off. The man's enthusiasm was overwhelming. Gu-chun feared that if he stayed any longer, the leader would insist on swearing brotherhood with him. For the first time, Gu-chun realized that excessive enthusiasm could be terrifying. After escaping, Guchen found 2 more areas untouched by the wildfire, set them ablaze, then hid in a cave, quietly waiting for the flames to spread. Useless. How could you not find a living person like Guchen? How long has this gone on? Not a single trace found. What the hell am I paying you for? The old man of the Lin family stood bare-chested in an open clearing, facing over 30 black-clad figures. Each kept their heads bowed, daring not to meet his gaze. Beside them stood 2 mysterious figures clad in pale gold robes and wearing masks, observing the scene with detached indifference. Occasionally, they whispered a few words to each other, but their voices were too soft to make out the content. Don't tell me the fire's too fierce to find anyone. Mark my words, even if it's raining knives from the sky, you'd better find those people for me. Otherwise, you'll all be waiting for death. I'll rip your heads off one by one and toss them into wine jars to soak in liquor. Your families will be sent to the medical station to be sold for money. Think carefully about whether you want them dead or alive. After ranting for a while, the old man from the Lin family grew bored at their lack of response and waved them away. Once everyone had departed, he turned to the 2 men clad in pale gold robes. His expression softened into a friendly smile as he said, "My apologies for the spectacle. These men won't listen without a beating, and they won't get anything done without a scolding. Finding the person will still take some time, so I ask for your patience. Rest assured, if we still haven't found anyone by tomorrow, you'll receive every penny of your reward." The 2 men in pale gold robes nodded in response to the old man from the Lin family. "Old Lin, it's not that we disregard our years of friendship. It's just that what you've done this time is far too serious. Helping you now puts us at significant risk. The Empire has intensified its crackdown on the martial arts grand examination. All regions are strictly forbidden from interfering with it. Anyone caught will face severe punishment without exception. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of families involved in the martial arts examination now. Especially since you've made such a huge commotion, it's impossible for the higher-ups not to notice. Even as the local strongman of Qingzhou, you might not be able to cover this up." The old man from the Lin family frowned upon hearing this, but his expression quickly relaxed. The higher-ups were indeed cracking down hard on the martial arts grand examination. This time, he had essentially defied the authorities. If discovered, his Lin family would likely suffer severe consequences. Yet compared to that, he was far more concerned about the threat posed by the prodigy Guchen. That youth named Guchen possessed extraordinary talent. At such a young age, he had already reached the forged bone realm. In a place like this, where resources were scarce, it was truly terrifying. He bore a grudge against the Lin family. If left unchecked and allowed to grow stronger, the Lin family would have no chance of survival. Moreover, Guchen possessed remarkable wit, repeatedly evading capture during their pursuit. He had discarded the tracking bracelet and even exploited the mountain fire to complicate their search. A youth possessing such remarkable talent and cunning must be eliminated at all costs. Even at a heavy cost. You needn't trouble yourselves with this. Rest assured, I won't reveal your identities, and your reward will be generous. As long as you locate that youth named Guchen, your assistance is sufficient." Hearing the old man from the Lin family speak, the 2 mysterious figures clad in pale gold robes hesitated for a few seconds before replying, as soon as possible, then nodded in agreement. Chapter 34, Advancement. A faint smile touched the old man's lips. "Guchen. I'll see where you run this time. Even if I didn't catch you during the martial arts examination, I'll track you down in Qingzhou City. I'll pin you to the ground and eliminate you completely." But just as the old man of the Lin family assumed the 2 in pale gold robes would say no more, one of them suddenly spoke up. "By the way, shouldn't the reward be increased? After all, when we discussed it earlier, we didn't mention it would take this long. I have urgent matters at home. For the sake of your Lin family's affairs, I even postponed urgent matters at my own home." Hearing this, the old man cursed inwardly. "Damn it! What urgent matters? Like I don't know if there's an emergency or not? The old fox just wants more payment. What's wrong with me paying up?" As the old man from the Lin family cursed under his breath, he quickly pondered what kind of reward to offer. "I have a mansion in Huacheng. Within it grows a Qingyun tree, now at the peak of the 1st tier. With focused cultivation for a while longer, I believe it can reach the 2nd tier. When it reaches that stage, it'll be excellent whether used in medicine to create healing potions or consumed directly to enhance physical strength. However, if we fail to locate that youngster during this martial arts grand examination, I hope that after the examination concludes, you 2 friends could lend a hand in capturing him for me in Qingzhou City." As the old man of the Lin family finished speaking, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the 2 mysterious figures clad in pale golden robes. They seemed taken aback by the old man's unexpected generosity. Presenting a spirit herb on the verge of ascending to the 2nd tier had greatly exceeded their expectations. Thus, the 2 figures in pale gold robes hesitated no longer and immediately agreed to the additional reward offered by the elderly patriarch of the Lin family. Their concern had been whether intervening during the martial arts grand examination might draw attention from higher-ups. But if they acted in Qingzhou City, they had absolutely no reservations. After all, this wasn't the martial arts grand examination. Even if discovered, it wouldn't matter much. Besides, it was just a teenager even if he was a prodigy, so what? Over the years, they had seen countless prodigies, but those who truly matured into something were few and far between, fewer than the fingers on one hand. To them, those who never truly matured were pitifully weak. The old man of the Lin family showed no surprise at their agreement. He would have been more surprised if they had refused. Alright, since you've agreed, let's discuss how we'll capture Guchen. The western sector has been thoroughly combed through. The eastern and southern sectors have also been searched. Only the northern sector remains. Though the north has been searched twice, the efforts were too cursory and lacking in detail. Guchen could very well be hiding there, undetected. To avoid alerting him, we should covertly follow the search teams. Once Guchen shows himself, we strike with lightning speed to eliminate him. This plan is excellent. We'll proceed according to this plan. 591, 592, 593. 601, 621, 628. 659, 667. Guchen stared at the numbers on the translucent panel in the cave as the burn value climbed relentlessly. Almost there. Almost 1,000. It had already surpassed 700, needing only another 300 to reach the 1,000 mark. Once it hit 1,000 burn value, he could once again use that energy to enhance his strength to reach the tempered viscera realm, becoming a tempered viscera realm powerhouse. The Qifu realm was no ordinary level of power. Not a single Qifu realm expert existed in all of Qingzhou City. The strongest figure was likely that old man from the Lin family, who had reached the peak of the forged bone realm. Even in the real world, Guchen had only heard rumors about who might be a Qifu realm powerhouse. The Qifu realm was considered the final stage of refining the human body. Beyond that lay the Unity realm. The Unity realm involves achieving profound unity within the body, aligning all meridians into a single, cohesive force to unleash even greater power. But Guchen had only seen Unity realm practitioners on television, he had never even heard of one existing in reality. It could be said that whoever reached the Qifu realm would not only be the strongest in Qingzhou City, but would likely be a formidable powerhouse anywhere else as well. Even in the major cities of the empire, they would be the backbone, the core of any faction. Just 230 more. Almost there. Soon, he would become a Qifu realm powerhouse. Another half hour passed in the blink of an eye. Guchen opened the translucent panel once more. Name, Guchen. Age, 17. Current combustion value, 1105 points. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Realm, bone forging realm. Vitality points, 5212. Comment, where did this cockroach come from? With burning value exceeding 1,000, combined with his original vitality, his total stats had surpassed 6,000. Now, by allocating all burning value points to vitality, he could become a qi refining realm powerhouse, crushing the Lin family and others. The thought stirred a faint thrill within Guchen's heart. Fortunes change over time. Never underestimate the young. Karma's coming for you, Lin family. Without hesitation, Guchen silently chanted, allocate. The burning value on the translucent panel began decreasing again, replaced by a rise in the vitality value column. The familiar warm current reappeared, beginning its cycle of destruction and repair within his body. But alongside this familiar warmth, Guchen sensed a completely different force emerging. This new force was unlike the previous warmth. It was neither truly warm nor truly cool. If called a warm current, it carried a faint chill. If called cool, it held a hint of heat. Unlike the previous warmth that circulated through the body's meridians, this force flowed through the internal organs. With each cycle, Guchen felt a soothing coolness permeate his organs, as if his entire being had become transparent. It felt like soaking in a comforting hot spring, drifting in a state of blissful ecstasy. Is this tempering my internal organs? This felt incredibly pleasant. But just as Guchen thought this was how the tempering of his internal organs would proceed, the lukewarm energy suddenly erupted within them with a startling, scorching heat. It felt as though his organs weren't soaking in a hot spring, but in scorching magma hot enough to incinerate a corpse. The pain made Guchen let out an involuntary scream. Holy! Ah, this hurts too much. Guchen never dreamed that the soothing hot spring would transform into scorching magma. He felt as if his internal organs were about to be roasted to a crisp. It hadn't been like this just moments ago. It had been so pleasant. How did it suddenly turn into this? After about 10 minutes, Guchen gritted his teeth and finally endured until the intense heat subsided. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. But the next instant, an extreme chill erupted. It spread through his internal organs. Guchen let out another curse. Damn it! Is this ever going to end? First I nearly got burned to death, now I'm freezing to death? Guchen couldn't help but feel speechless. He'd never heard that advancing to the tempered viscera realm required enduring both extreme cold and extreme heat. Chapter 35, Tempered Viscera Realm. Guchen couldn't help but feel speechless. He'd never heard that advancing to the Qifu realm required enduring extreme cold and heat. Guchen felt as though his internal organs were submerged in ice water, the coldness unbearable. But at this point, giving up was no longer an option. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. Guchen gritted his teeth and endured for half an hour. Only when the chill within him began to slowly dissipate did he breathe a sigh of relief. Looks like it's ending. Ha! Holy! It's happening again. Just as Guchen felt the chill retreating from his organs and thought the tempering was over, a familiar burning sensation surged through them once more. As the chill receded, this searing heat flooded his organs once more, unleashing excruciating pain that felt like being submerged in molten lava. What, is this happening again? Guchen was speechless. He had assumed this advancement would be like previous ones, painful but bearable. But he never imagined the advancement to the tempered viscera realm would be so extraordinary. Extreme heat followed by extreme cold, alternating between freezing and scorching, leaving him numb. Soon, as time passed, the extreme heat began to recede, only for the extreme cold to return. Upon realizing the bitter chill had resurfaced, Guchen sighed and silently gritted his teeth to endure it. Soon, the bitter cold receded once more, only for the intense heat to surge back. This cycle repeated 3 times before his body finally regained its calm. After confirming the extreme temperatures had ceased, Guchen collapsed to the ground, his body going limp. It was unbearable. It was finally over. He truly hadn't imagined advancing to the tempered viscera realm would be so agonizing. Thankfully, he had persevered. After resting for a while, recovering his breath, Guchen sat up on the ground and activated the translucent panel. Name, Guchen. Age, 17. Current combustion value, 685 points. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Realm, tempered viscera realm. Vitality points, 6249. Comment, where did that rat come from? Finally reached the tempered viscera realm. Guchen took a deep breath, expelling a puff of white vapor that shot over 3 meters. His heart pounded vigorously within his chest. As his internal organs pulsed rhythmically, Guchen felt his chi and blood surging with unparalleled strength and vitality. If Guchen had previously been a Wuling Hongguang encased in a Ferrari shell, with the engine still that of a Wuling Hongguang. Now, not only was the exterior a Ferrari shell, but the engine inside was also Ferrari grade. Every movement radiated raw, potent power. Not bad. Guchen felt the changes within his body and couldn't help but praise. Now, if anyone from the Lin family including old Lin himself dared to lay a finger on him again, he would ensure they never returned. So what if they were old? So what if they knew martial arts? His cultivation level was higher. One force overcomes all techniques. With his cultivation level suppressing them, what could the old man of the Lin family do? He had no way at all. The old man of the Lin family was now nothing more than a mere slap away from him. The upper limit of strength at the forged bone realm is merely 3,000 kilograms 6,000 gene. The upper limit of strength in the tempered viscera realm far surpasses that of the forged bone realm, reaching 6,000 kilograms 12,200 gene. With such a gap in strength, ordinary people unless they possessed some extraordinary innate talent simply couldn't hope to match it, let alone some old man. An old man attempting to fight above his tier? Don't be ridiculous. His incineration points had risen considerably during his recent advancement. After subtracting the remaining points, he had gained nearly 400. At the crematorium, he would need to incinerate over 200 corpses to accumulate that amount. That would take roughly 3 to 4 days. His entire advancement to the tempered viscera realm took no more than 3 hours. Yet in just those 3 hours, his incineration value had surged by nearly 400 points. Truly, no horse grows fat without night feed, no gold belt comes from murder and arson, and the same goes for cremating corpses. Honestly, burning corpses just doesn't compare to the burn value gained from arson and murder. Guchen estimated the remaining wildfires could yield him over 1,000 more burning points. Over 1,000 combustion points equaled more than 500 corpses. Once the martial arts examination concluded and he entered the martial arts academy, he planned to find a crematorium and quietly burn bodies. He was confident his martial cultivation would soon reach new heights. Guchen sat on the ground once more to consolidate his cultivation. When he felt his realm had stabilized, he opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. It's about time. It was time to send the Lin family on their final journey. With that, Guchen rose to his feet and walked out of the cave like an ordinary person. But unlike ordinary people, each stride he took spanned hundreds of meters, his speed astonishingly swift. It was even faster than when he had fled for his life against the old man of the Lin family earlier. Before long, Guchen encountered a group of 7 people. They appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, likely all examinees. One dark-skinned youth, seeing the sky darken, couldn't help but grow impatient. Is this ever going to end? Another search? We're here for the martial arts exam, not to be the Lin family's lackeys. Shoo! Are you crazy? You dare speak ill of the Lin family? You'll regret it if you don't make it back alive. So what if I don't care about my life? My mother is gravely ill, and my father died long ago. If I can't pass the martial arts university entrance exam and get that scholarship, I won't have the money to treat her illness. I might as well die here now, rather than watch her suffer and be powerless to help. The dark-skinned youth's words fell silent, and the other peers immediately stopped their chatter. They were all candidates for the martial arts university entrance exam, but never expected the Lin family to come knocking, demanding they find someone. This naturally delayed their martial arts exam, and they harbored resentment toward the Lin family's high-handedness. But the Lin family was too powerful. Before them, they were like ants. They dared not voice their grievances. Gu Chen regarded them thoughtfully for a few moments before gently circulating his qi and blood. Instantly, his features transformed dramatically. From his initial refined features, he transformed into an utterly ordinary passerby. He scooped up handfuls of dirt from the ground and smeared it across his face, then feigned being a candidate chased by demonic beasts. He scrambled and crawled his way before the 7 or 8 youths. Help! A demon beast is chasing me. Chapter 36, Departure? Help! Monsters are chasing me. The 7 or 8 youths, seeing someone burst forth, immediately raised their swords and blades in readiness. Upon realizing it was merely a disheveled examinee, they relaxed slightly. Their gazes shifted to the disheveled youth's back, waiting for the demon beast he described to appear. Several youths began circulating their qi and blood, preparing to strike at any moment should the beast materialize. But after waiting a while, no demon beast appeared. The group grew visibly impatient. A fair-skinned, slightly chubby youth stepped forward and asked Gu Chen, who was slumped on the ground. Hey! Where's that demon beast you mentioned? Maybe it ran off seeing you guys? Anyway, it was chasing me just now, a leopard over 2 meters long, super fast. It ambushed and took out my teammates one by one. It's not here now, but it might come back later. The fair-skinned chubby boy frowned at this, turning to a mature-looking candidate in the group. This candidate was a young man, already bearing wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and streaks of gray hair at his temples. He was the strongest among this group. Gu Chen glanced at his vitality gauge, which hovered around 800, a minor prodigy. Brother Chang, what do you think? The prematurely aged youth frowned as well, his gaze settling on Gu Chen and scanning him repeatedly. After staring intently for a moment without discerning anything unusual, he waved his hand to signal his teammates nearby. As they approached, he whispered, "Go check him. See if he's carrying anything unusual." The teammate beside him didn't respond verbally, instead walking straight toward Gu Chen. Gu Chen offered no objection. He carried nothing unusual, just a long sword at his side and a few beast cores. The cores were small, and at his martial cultivation level, hiding them undetected was effortless. The search concluded swiftly, uncovering only the few demon beast cores Gu Chen had deliberately left exposed. The higher grade cores remained entirely undetected. Alright, now that you have a beast core, there's no need to fear. Our team is strong enough that beasts shouldn't dare come back. After asking Gu Chen a few basic questions about the exam, they allowed him to follow behind their group, treating him as just another ordinary candidate who had lost his companion. Gu Chen trailed behind the group, silently listening to the whispers about himself. But after over an hour passed without any mention of himself or the Lin family, Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit down. He had joined this group intending to gather intelligence on the Lin family, hoping to secretly track down the old patriarch's whereabouts and uncover the measures the Lin family had prepared against him. That way, he could eliminate them all at once, leaving no survivors. Otherwise, if he charged in directly, some might flee upon receiving word. Yet over an hour had passed. All he heard within the group were complaints about the Lin family or worries about getting into martial arts university. Gu Chen shook his head in exasperation, already preparing to slip away unnoticed. Since he wasn't getting any useful information anyway, he might as well try his luck elsewhere. Just as he turned to leave, the fair-skinned, chubby boy ahead addressed the mature-looking Brother Chang. Brother Chang, it's almost time. The Lin family's designated gathering time is approaching. If we're late, we might end up getting a beating. Brother Chang frowned at this, the wrinkles on his face deepening. He looked up at the endless mountain forests in the distance, paused for a few seconds, then said, "Alright, let's head to the Lin family's assembly point." As he spoke, the group changed direction. Within the group, Gu Chen blinked a few times. Here it comes. What was that saying again? You search high and low in vain, but when it comes without effort. No. That's not quite right. How to put it? Never mind, it saved him the trouble of figuring it out himself. Once certain the group was heading toward the Lin family's designated gathering spot, Gu Chen quietly remained within the ranks, following the others to the meeting place. Soon, after about half an hour, they arrived at the designated meeting point. The designated gathering spot was a rocky outcrop. Scant trees dotted the landscape, replaced mostly by low shrubs. Only in the distance could one glimpse expanses of forested hills. The rocky outcrop was already crowded with people. Judging by their ages, most were candidates in their late teens. A smaller group of several dozen people stood in neat formation, clad in black. Their ages varied, some with graying temples, others as young as the candidates. The leaders were masters of the muscle tendon refinement realm. Their discipline was remarkable. While the surrounding areas buzzed with noisy chatter, their section was filled only with barely audible whispers. Gu Chen also observed this group of black-clad individuals. He had previously killed a squad like this before. Judging by their appearance, they were either external reinforcements hired by the Lin family or a unit formed by the Lin family itself. Or both. Beyond that, Gu-chun also spotted two mysterious figures clad in pale golden robes, their faces concealed by veils, their features indistinguishable. But the fluctuations emanating from them were anything but weak. Gu-chun took a moment to sense them carefully. Forged Bone Realm. Forged Bone Realm experts. He couldn't pinpoint their exact tier, but through his blood energy perception, he knew they were at least at the Forged Bone Realm. Were these new reinforcements hired by the Lin family? Two Forged Bone Realm experts? A flicker of surprise crossed Gu-chan's mind, accompanied by a hint of relief. Thankfully, he'd thought to set the mountain ablaze to rapidly increase the burning value. Otherwise, with these two Forged Bone Realm experts plus the old man from the Lin family, three Forged Bone Realm masters closing in on him, he would likely have faced dire consequences. At this thought, a cold gleam flashed in Gu-chan's eyes. But since he had already reached the tempered viscera realm, these reinforcements the Lin family had hired would stay trapped in these mountains too. Soon, as time passed, the number of people present swelled by dozens more. The old man of the Lin family finally appeared in everyone's sight. Without a word, the old patriarch of the Lin family stepped onto the tallest boulder. He surveyed the crowd, stroking his long, black and white beard as his vital energy radiated outward. Those present felt a sudden weight on their shoulders, and the scene instantly fell silent as all eyes turned to the old man. Some weaker individuals were instantly forced to their knees, glaring at the old patriarch with bitter resentment. The old man paid no heed to these glances. He spoke slowly. I know many of you dislike me. You believe I've delayed your martial arts examinations, hindered your futures, and forced you to work for the Lin family against your will. You harbor much resentment. Now I can tell you this, those who no longer wish to serve may leave. Leave? Chapter 37, Walking into Death? Now I can tell you this, those who no longer wish to serve may leave. Leave? We really can leave? As the old man from the Lin family finished speaking, delight flashed in the eyes of many candidates. Even Gu-chen's group reacted similarly. The fair-skinned chubby boy tugged at the sleeve of the guy called Brother Chang, asking if they should leave. But before he could finish, a resounding slap landed squarely on his forehead, sending him reeling. Seconds later, as the fair-skinned chubby kid prepared to demand an explanation, a stern reprimand cut him off. Shut up! Are you stupid? Believe me, if you dare say another word, you'll be carried out horizontally the next moment. The fair-skinned chubby boy shuddered violently, realizing there was no turning back now. The way back offered by the Lin family was nothing but a perilous trap. Anyone foolish enough to accept it would likely meet a gruesome end. Brother Cheng's voice had carried far, and many had heard it. Word spread like wildfire. The candidates who had been preparing to withdraw were suddenly doused with cold water, and the clamor for withdrawal instantly died down. The old man from the Lin family above didn't seem annoyed by this. He merely smiled as he looked down at the crowd below. When the moment felt right, he swept his sleeve dramatically. Alright, since no one is withdrawing, I'll explain the next phase of the plan. He was ready to assign the upcoming tasks. With so many candidates present, they could be of considerable assistance. As for the candidates below, they dared not voice their anger at his words. One by one, they stood obediently in place, waiting for the Lin family's instructions. The West. Wait, I want to withdraw. But just as he was about to assign tasks, a clear, crisp voice rang out from the crowd. The old man from the Lin family looked up in surprise, following the source of the voice. There, atop the scattered rocks, stood an unremarkable-looking youth, smiling directly at him. The voice had come from this boy. The crowd below also turned their gaze in that direction. There really is someone fearless enough to step forward. The candidates in Gu-chen's group stared at him in shock. What was this boy they'd picked up along the way up to? Did he want to die? Hadn't he heard the team leader say that anyone who objected would likely be carried out horizontally? The fair-skinned, chubby boy happened to be standing not far from Gu-chen. Hearing his objection, he hurried over. Are you crazy? Don't you want to live? Quickly tell the Lin family you misspoke, or you really will be carried out horizontally. Hurry up and say it. What are you standing there for? It's fine. Gu-chen smiled and declined the fair-skinned chubby kid's offer, turning his gaze toward the towering old man of the Lin family. Meeting the old man's gaze directly, he spoke calmly and deliberately. I said I want to withdraw. Do you have any objections? As the words fell, not just the old patriarch of the Lin family, but everyone present froze once more. Holy crap! Not only did this guy want to withdraw, but he had the nerve to speak so defiantly. Did he even realize he was facing the Lin family, the local overlords of Qingzhou? Killing an ordinary candidate was child's play for them. And the old man before him was rumored to be a forged bone realm expert, the only one in all of Qingzhou City. The fair-skinned, chubby boy beside him immediately pushed Gu-chen's arm in panic. Are you out of your mind? Do you even know who's standing up there? You're asking for trouble. Gu-chen didn't respond to the fair-skinned chubby kid's well-meaning warning. He just smiled, patted the kid's shoulder, and said, I had a childhood friend who was built much like you, with a heart as kind as yours. Don't worry, I'll be fine. After saying this, Gu Chen looked up at the old man from the Lin family once more. Old man Lin, take a good look at who I am. As the words fell, the crowd present turned their curious gazes toward him. They saw Gu Chen's vital energy begin to circulate slightly. His previously ordinary features vanished, transforming him into a handsome young man. And this handsome youth was someone they all recognized, the very person the Lin family had been hunting. Gu Chen! Holy crap! It's Gu Chen! The Lin family is hunting him down. How dare he show his face here? It really is Gu Chen. This Gu Chen is incredibly bold, daring to come here alone. The chubby kid beside him was also startled, stammering out. You're Gu Chen? The old man of the Lin family, standing high above, froze in surprise. Upon recognizing Gu Chen, he burst into a loud, booming laugh. Ha 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 ha. Heaven offered you a path, yet you refused to take it. Hell has no gates, yet you barged right in. Gu Chen, you've truly lost your mind. To dare show yourself before me, do you really think escaping once means you can escape twice? As the old man of the Lin family finished speaking, his chi and blood erupted, transforming him back into the form he had taken when pursuing Gu Chen earlier. A thick, oppressive aura swept across the entire scene. Everyone present, save for a handful, felt an immense pressure bearing down on them. Their bodies began to tremble involuntarily, slowly being forced to their knees. The few practitioners at the muscle tendon refinement stage fared slightly better, managing to remain standing without being crushed to the ground. Gu Chen, did you truly believe I came alone this time to capture you? If not now, then when? As the Lin family elder finished speaking, Gu Chen noticed the two figures clad in pale golden robes who had been standing at a distance earlier. They now stood quietly on either side behind him. Once in position, their vital energy erupted as well. Vital energy realm. Muscle tempering realm. Bone forging realm. Their chi blood surged until it reached the mid-stage of the forged bone realm before stabilizing. The crowd, already crushed beneath their weight, felt the pressure intensify once more. Some even began to struggle for breath. The practitioners at the tendons training realm also sensed the intensified pressure, but they were relatively unaffected. Being only one major realm below the bone forging realm, they merely endured greater strain without further consequence. Chapter 38 Potion. The few practitioners at the muscle training realm also felt the pressure of their own strengthening, but they were fine. They were already at the muscle training realm, only one major realm below the bone forging realm. Aside from feeling a bit more pressure, they were unharmed. Gu Chen, are you ready to die? Die? Gu Chen merely shrugged indifferently. This oppressive aura meant nothing to him. As for being surrounded, come on, he was now at the tempered viscera realm. They were the ones who should be scared. Thus, Gu Chen, surrounded in the center, smiled with a hint of amusement. Prepare to die? Old man, you don't really think you've got me cornered, do you? Ha 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 ha. Who do you think you are? Today, I've got you cornered. Just a greenhorn. Gu Chen shook his head at the arrogant old man from the Lin family. The next moment, his figure vanished like an arrow leaving the bowstring. When he reappeared, he was already standing before the old man. Arms crossed, he stared intently at the old man. The distance between them was mere inches, barely 20 or 30 centimeters, their faces almost pressed together. Gu Chen asked coldly. And now? The old man's pupils instantly contracted as he stared intently at Gu Chen, who had suddenly materialized before him. Despite his late forged bone realm cultivation, he had only caught a fleeting afterimage moments ago. Yet he hadn't even had time to react. By the time he registered what was happening, Gu Chen was already standing right before him. That kind of speed. Could Gu Chen truly achieve such speed? Could it be that Gu Chen had already reached the Qifu realm? Such speed was only possible for a Qifu realm expert. Yet, when that kid escaped last time, he was merely at the early stage of the forging bone realm. In just one day, he'd advanced from early forged bone to quenched viscera? Impossible. The old man from the Lin family quickly dismissed the thought. How could it be? He had cultivated his entire life and was now only at the peak of the forging bone realm. Though he was but a hair's breadth away from the tempering viscera realm. But he knew how agonizingly difficult it was to breach that final barrier. He likely wouldn't break through in his lifetime, destined to grow old and die at the peak of forged bone realm. And Gu Chen was merely an exam candidate not yet 20 years old. Reaching the early forging bone stage was already a sign of extraordinary talent. As for the tempering viscera stage, that was utterly impossible. Perhaps that kid Gu Chen had somehow gotten his hands on some speed-enhancing cultivation technique and was running around scaring him with it. Reaching this conclusion, the weight on his chest finally lifted, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But just as his relief settled, it surged back up again. Before him, Gu Chen extended a hand to rest on his shoulder. Simultaneously, the aura of vital energy emanating from Gu Chen surged from the initial chi and blood realm, to the muscle training realm, to the late muscle training realm, to the early forged bone realm. Mid-forged bone realm. Late forged bone realm. Peak forged bone realm. Finally, as the old man from the Lin family stared in utter shock. Gu Chen's aura of vitality and blood pressure gradually broke through the peak of the bone-forging realm, reaching the tempering viscera realm. It reached that realm he had dreamed of breaking through. The Quifu realm. The Quifu realm. How is this possible? The old man of the Lin family's expression twisted, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Gu Chen. In just one day, he had broken through to the realm he had longed to reach in his wildest dreams? Impossible. This is fake. Gu Chen sneered contemptuously at the remark, grabbing the old man's shoulder and exerting force with a sudden jerk. The immense force instantly crushed the old man's shoulder with a series of cracking sounds, followed by the snapping of bones. Gu Chen crushed the old man's shoulder. The excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder only made the old man's expression grow more frenzied. Impossible? It's impossible. I started martial training at 3, entered the Qi blood realm at 5, reached the muscle tendon realm at 18, and advanced to the bone forging realm at 40. Every day was nothing but martial arts training, practicing through the hottest summer days and the coldest winter nights, never resting a single day. Now at 80, I've reached the peak of the forging bone realm. How dare you, a mere child, surpass me? This isn't fair. It must be fake. The madness in the old man's eyes grew more intense. He suddenly jerked his shoulders, breaking free from Gu Chen's grip. His already fractured shoulder, under the force of his violent movement, tore through the flesh, exposing a gleaming white bone fragment that oozed bright red blood. After breaking free, a resolute glint flashed in the old man's eyes. He knew with near certainty that Gu Chen had genuinely broken through to the tempered viscera realm, becoming a master of that realm. At this critical moment, only by reaching the Quifu realm himself could he grasp a sliver of hope. Even if it meant paying a price. Without further hesitation, the old man of the Lin family pulled a vial of black potion from his robe and injected it into his neck. The dark liquid surged into his body as if possessed by a life of its own. As the dark liquid flooded his system, the old man let out a piercing scream. His veins began to swell, black tendons bulging beneath his skin, while his heart pounded with explosive force. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed. What kind of potion was this? Judging by its effects, it seemed capable of enhancing a martial artist's strength. He had always assumed this world's technological level was comparable to that of his previous life on Blue Star, but he never imagined such a special potion existed here. No, he couldn't let the old man of the Lin family grow stronger. Gu Chen's qi and blood surged as his entire qi refining realm power erupted. His figure vanished from the spot once more. When he reappeared, he was already standing before the old man of the Lin family. Without hesitation, he raised his arm and swung a punch. Even before the fist left his hand, it sent shockwaves rippling through the air, erupting in a series of explosive crackles. Seeing this, the old man of the Lin family's expression grew grave, the madness in his eyes fading slightly. He immediately raised both arms to protect his chest, preparing to absorb the blow. Gu Chen's fist struck the old man's arms with blinding speed. A thunderous crash echoed. The old man of the Lin family was sent flying as if struck by a speeding truck. Completely defenseless, he was sent hurtling through the air in an arc before crashing into the edge of the mountain forest. But the old man from the Lin family wasn't dead. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, gazing at his body covered in black veins, he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. With his fractured arm, he fumbled for another vial of black liquid and injected it into his neck. As another vial pierced his neck, the old man convulsed violently, like a patient seized by epilepsy in a hospital. Chapter 39, The Vanished Corpse. The old man convulsed uncontrollably, like an epileptic patient in a hospital. This vial differed from the previous one. After entering his neck, the new drug began circulating relentlessly throughout his entire body. Black veins pulsed with the old man's breath, undulating as if alive. Under the drug's effect, the fractured arm snapped back into place with a series of cracks, the damage fully repaired as if new. The previously waning vitality returned to normal, steadily growing stronger with each rise and fall of the old man's chest. What the hell is this thing? Gu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. He had struck with full force just now. Normally, even a martial artist at the peak of the forged bone realm who managed to block his punch would be severely injured, unable to continue fighting. Yet the old man of the Lin family before him had only suffered broken arms from that punch, with no other serious injuries. This was absurd. He was a qi refining realm powerhouse. His full-strength punch had only caused the old man minor fractures, yet the man was already recovering as if nothing had happened. Gu Chen couldn't help but sink into deep self-doubt. Even if he hadn't learned any martial arts techniques, this shouldn't be happening. After pondering for a long while, Gu Chen finally decided that no matter what, he had to strike first. He couldn't just stand by and watch the old man from the Lin family grow stronger. Otherwise, who knew what kind of monstrosity the old man might become in the end? Gu Chen vanished from his spot once more. When he reappeared before the others, he was already standing directly in front of the old man from the Lin family. Compared to before, the old man had changed again. His entire body was gradually covered in black veins, somewhat resembling a black person from his past life, but far more muscular than any he'd seen before. As time passed, those black veins seemed to form a mysterious pattern. Gu Chen couldn't make out the exact pattern. Yet the aura emanating from his body gradually surpassed that of the peak-forged bone realm, advancing toward the tempered viscera realm. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes and swung another punch directly at the old man's head. The punch was lightning fast. The old man of the Lin family, not yet having entered the tempered viscera realm, was unable to react in time and was struck squarely in the head. Thud! The old man's skull shattered upon impact. Yet, just as it was about to burst, black veins rapidly spread across his head. Covered by these veins, the skull was forcibly pulled back together. Yet the force behind Gu Chen's punch was not so easily nullified. The head, now encased in black veins, resembled a water-filled balloon struck hard by a palm. Under the force of the palm, the water-filled sphere violently shook and deformed, yet it ultimately did not burst. It suffered severe deformation, yet as the black veins pulled taut, the distorted head swiftly returned to its normal shape. Gu Chen, too stunned to dwell on the shock, unleashed another punch at the newly restored head. He refused to believe this thing had no limits to its recovery. Boom! A thunderous crack echoed through the air. Enveloped by the black veins, the old man's head once again pulsed violently like a water-filled balloon. Gu Chen didn't wait for it to recover before unleashing another punch, striking once more at the head encased in black, bulging veins. Before it could recover, another punch followed, then 2, 3, 4. Finally, under Gu Chen's relentless barrage of punches, the head encased in black veins reached its limit. With a loud crack, it exploded under the immense force of Gu Chen's blows. The old man from the Lin family's body suddenly stiffened, and the veins, which had pulsed as if alive, ceased their movement. Witnessing this, Gu Chen's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. There was no way around it, this thing was too bizarre. If he hadn't finished it off quickly, who knew what it might have turned into? And if it had transformed into a monster at the tempered viscera realm, he wasn't entirely sure he could handle it. His strength lay in overpowering opponents. With his cultivation level, he possessed no martial techniques of his own. The old man of the Lin family was a seasoned forged bone realm powerhouse, possessing numerous martial arts and cultivation techniques. Once he advanced to the forged bone realm, his strength would inevitably surge, and the martial arts and cultivation techniques at his disposal would greatly enhance his power. This incident served as a stark warning to Gu Chen. While relying on cultivation level to suppress opponents was effective, one must also master certain cultivation techniques and martial arts to fully unleash one's potential. After confirming the old man of the Lin family was dead, Gu Chen surveyed his surroundings. The area was now filled with mountains and forests. The crowd that had been pinned down by the aura of blood energy in the distance had long since fled, as the shift in Gu Chen and the old man's positions had caused the aura to move elsewhere. The two mysterious figures clad in pale golden robes had similarly fled the moment they witnessed Gu Chen display his chi-refining realm prowess, sensing the unfavorable situation. Gu Chen had been too preoccupied with the old man to pursue them. Fortunately, the old man of the Lin family, that major threat, had finally been dealt with. The old man was truly extraordinary. Even though Gu Chen had already advanced to the tempered viscera realm, the old man still had ways to fight him back blow for blow. Yet some of the fleeing figures could not be spared, particularly those two in pale gold robes and the entire Lin family contingent. After all, to uproot the weeds, one must eliminate the roots. Leaving his squad behind was unacceptable. The mysterious figure in the pale gold robe also needed to be dealt with. They had prepared to kill him, how could he let them off so easily? As for the examinees, Gu Chen had no intention of pursuing them. Most had been forced into this situation. With his mind made up, Gu Chen began searching the mountain forest for traces of the Lin family and those two mysterious figures. His persistence soon paid off. Following footprints, he quickly located the Lin family's group. "It's you!" A Lin family member at the muscle tendon refinement stage cried out in shock. "What have you done to my clan leader?" "You guess." Gu Chen sneered coldly, launching his attack on the Lin family members without hesitation. Gu Chen's speed was blinding, transforming into a mere afterimage as he charged into the Lin family's ranks. His chi-refining realm power unleashed without restraint, like a wolf among sheep. One punch per target, leaving no survivors beneath his fists. Screams, curses, and cries of terror echoed in all directions. Even the Lin family's practitioners at the muscle-tempering realm fared no better. None lasted a single exchange against Gu Chen. His overwhelming power rendered them instantly defeated with a single strike. Moreover, Gu Chen's cultivation base was too high, and his aura and blood pressure too overwhelming. Some lower-level members of the Lin family couldn't even flee, forced to watch their deaths approach helplessly. In less than 2 minutes, the entire Lin family force was eliminated. Gu Chen exhaled a long breath before searching the bodies. Soon, he held a large bundle of banknotes and 2 martial arts manuals. These 2 martial arts manuals were taken from the 2 practitioners at the muscle tendon refinement stage within the group. One was a palm technique manual titled Falling Cloud Palm. According to its teachings, mastering it would allow a single strike to unleash a double-layered force, greatly amplifying its destructive power. Not bad. The other focused on leg techniques, but its power was mediocre. Even at its peak, it could only increase speed by 1 or 2 tiers. The most crucial aspect, the cultivation method for refining chi and blood, was nowhere to be found. Each cultivation technique was extraordinarily precious, the very foundation of a family's existence. It was only natural that they hadn't brought it out. Oh right, I haven't checked the old Lin family patriarch's body yet. Gu Chen suddenly remembered he hadn't searched the old Lin family patriarch's corpse yet. As the clan leader, the old man should have had some valuable items on him. Gu Chen turned back. He planned to search the old man thoroughly before seeking out those two mysterious figures. But when he returned to the site of the earlier battle, he suddenly realized. The old man's body was gone. Nothing remained except a pool of dark blood on the ground. Chapter 40, Retreat. The old man's body was gone. Nothing remained except for some dark bloodstains on the ground. Had it been carried off by a demon beast? Gu Chen couldn't help but wonder aloud. Logically speaking, the time he spent dealing with the Lin family was brief. The round trip plus the time to search the body probably took only half an hour. As a forged bone realm expert, the old man's corpse should have radiated a formidable aura for some time after death. Ordinary people couldn't approach it, and neither could demonic beasts. This meant that both demonic beasts and ordinary candidates should have been unable to approach this area. Unless those two mysterious figures had returned to retrieve the old man's body. Or else, the old man of the Lin family wasn't dead. Gu Chen leaned more toward the second possibility. The black potion the old man had produced was too unusual, too eerie, and possessed an extremely potent vitality. It was highly likely that during his absence, the old man had revived and slipped away. The old man's surprisingly resilient. Gu Chen cursed under his breath. After pondering for a while, he decided not to linger here any longer. The martial arts grand exam lasted a week, and 4 days had already passed. It would end in just over 2 days. The demon beast cores he possessed were already sufficient to secure him admission into a top martial arts university, perhaps even one ranked among the top 3. Staying longer to gather more cores would only marginally boost his score and allow him to hunt a few extra beast materials for sale, nothing worth risking his safety for. Moreover, the disappearance of that old man from the Lin family, it left him with a vague sense of unease. It would be safer for him to leave. Having come to this realization, Gu Chen gathered his spoils, determined his direction, and headed toward the exit of the martial arts examination grounds. The exit of the martial arts grand examination bordered a small marketplace near Qingzhou City. Most of the people here were martial artists who made their living by hunting demon beasts. Their strength, however, was generally modest. Most were at the Qi blood realm or muscle tendon refinement realm, with the stronger ones barely reaching the late muscle tendon refinement realm. The price for each demon beast was exorbitant. While the rewards were generous, the risks were considerable, with a notably high mortality rate. Martial artists who survived beyond 10 years were considered veterans. Yet those who did survive for 10 years accumulated considerable wealth, ensuring a worry-free later life. If their sons and grandsons avoided squandering it, their fortunes could even last for generations. The settlement office for the martial arts grand examination stood right at the entrance of the marketplace. From a distance, Gu Chen could see a massive pillar erected beside the marketplace gate. Over 20 meters tall and 3 meters thick, it bore 7 large characters carved into its surface, Martial Arts Grand Examination Settlement Office. Due to its sheer size, Gu Chen spotted it from a considerable distance. After observing it and finding nothing unusual, confirming it was indeed the settlement point for the martial arts examination, Gu Chen approached with ease. This is so boring. This scorching sun is killing me. I really should have trained harder back then. If I had, I wouldn't be stuck here doing this miserable work now. The speaker was a woman in her 20s. Braving the scorching sun, she fanned herself relentlessly with a handheld fan while complaining about her past neglect of martial training, which had led to her exile to this place. Beside her stood another woman, roughly the same age and appearance, both around 20, with looks that were quite similar, each scoring about a 7 on a 10-point scale. The only difference was that the woman beside her was taller, standing at about 5 feet 9 inches, with a well-proportioned figure, curvy in all the right places. Both women possessed martial cultivation at the peak of the Qi blood realm, which wasn't particularly strong. Gu Chen approached the two women. Before he could speak, the woman who had been complaining earlier saw him and her eyes lit up. Hey, handsome, I'm single. Got a car, a house, no loans. Never dated before. My mom's a company executive and my dad works for the Public Security Bureau. Not bad, right? After we marry, our first child will take your surname and the second mine. After all, I'm the only child in my family. I can give you 50,000 yuan in spending money each month, no more than that, or I won't have any left for myself. Plus, I know to bundle up when it's cold and run home when it rains. If we get married, wah? The tall woman beside her listened with a grimace, covering the chatterbox's mouth. Sorry, classmate. My colleague isn't quite right in the head. Don't take what she says seriously. You're here to submit your martial arts exam results, right? Place the Demon Beast Core on this machine. This device is specifically designed to analyze Demon Beast cores with exceptional accuracy. Gu Chen. Adhering to the principle of saying as little as possible, Gu Chen gave the two an awkward smile before walking over to the machine she had mentioned. The device occupied a considerable area, roughly 3 square meters. Its entire body was a luminous white, made of metal with sharp edges, radiating a distinctly technological feel. Chapter 41, I'll upload it for you. The device occupied a considerable area, roughly 3 square meters, with a luminous white finish. Crafted from metal, its sharp edges and angular design radiated a distinctly futuristic aesthetic. Why'd you cover my mouth? I'm already in my late 20s, almost 30, and in a few more years I'll be 40. I finally spot a handsome guy, and you won't even let me talk to him. The chatterbox woman wriggled free from the tall woman's grip, muttered a few displeased words, then scurried over to strike up a conversation with Gu Chen. What's your name, handsome? I'm Su Lan Lan, just call me Lan Lan. Seeing Su Lan Lan approach, Gu Chen rubbed his temples and murmured, Gu Chen. After stating his name, Gu Chen reached into his robe to retrieve the demon beast cores for scoring. He had slain quite a few demon beasts, one at the peak of the muscle tendon realm, several at the peak of the chi blood realm, and one at the early stage of the muscle tendon realm. He also had demon beast cores looted from corpses, scattered here and there, totaling over a dozen. In total, he possessed over 20, approaching 30 demon beast cores. Combined, their value likely reached several million. With that, he could probably choose any of the top 3 martial arts universities. But just as he was about to pull out the demon beast cores, 5 or 6 men in their 20s appeared at the entrance of the marketplace, walking towards Gu Chen's location. One of them, a sharply dressed man with narrowed eyes, flashed a look of lustful desire upon seeing Su Lan Lan. But his expression stiffened when he noticed the handsome Gu Chen standing beside Su Lan Lan, especially since she was so close to him. A flash of jealousy then flickered in his eyes. He strode forward, rudely wedging himself between the two. After shooting Gu Chen a cold glance, he addressed Su Lan Lan in front of him. Lan Lan, what do you feel like eating later? I heard a new Japanese restaurant just opened in the market district and it's supposed to be pretty good. Once you're done here, shall we grab a bite? Gu Chen watched the scene unfold, utterly speechless. He wasn't trying to be her love rival. She was his goddess, and she'd taken a liking to him. Why was he glaring at him? Before Gu Chen could continue extracting the demon beast core, Su Lan Lan had had enough. She turned to the man with the narrowed eyes in front of her and said coldly, I've told you, I don't like you. Please stop bothering me, okay? Also, my name is Su Lan Lan. Please use my full name from now on. We're not that close. And please don't interrupt my conversation with my friends. Now, move along. Su Lan Lan's words made the squinty-eyed man's expression turn extremely ugly. He wanted to explode, but after opening his mouth, he swallowed his words again when faced with Su Lan Lan. He turned away instead, directing his scorn at the innocent Gu Chen. What are you staring at? You're just a pretty boy, one punch from me and you're dead. What else could you possibly be doing at your age besides being a pretty boy? Even if you lack martial talent, you shouldn't be wasting your life like this. You're a candidate this time, right? Well, I happen to be a staff member for the martial arts exam. Hand over your demon beast core and I'll verify your results. You never know, someone might be cheating. Already at a loss for words, Gu Chen retorted upon hearing the slanted-eyed man's remark. Oh? Are you sure? The man with the narrowed eyes hadn't expected Gu Chen to dare question him back. He paused for a moment before continuing. Of course I am. Song Chang, don't push it. We have machines to record the scores. Why do you have to come over and meddle? The machine's accuracy in calculating scores is far superior to yours. That's not quite right. Machines are still machines, they're bound to make mistakes sometimes. If you're not satisfied, you can file a report. Let's see if what I did was compliant or not. Young man, you can take out your demon beast core now. The man with narrowed eyes finished confronting Su Lan Lan and turned to look at Gu Chen, his eyes revealing a hint of contempt. You want to challenge me? The grading of demon beast cores wasn't particularly clear-cut, especially for lower-tier cores where the distinctions between them were even more blurred. For instance, distinguishing between a mid-stage Chi Blood Realm beast and a late-stage Chi Blood Realm beast was straightforward when they were alive. But after being hunted down and turned into a demon beast core, with their vital energy power withdrawn inward, the difference between the two became less pronounced. Many demon beast cores from late Chi Blood Realm beasts are mistaken for those from mid-stage beasts. Mid-stage demon beast cores are likewise mistaken for late-stage cores. This phenomenon is particularly common during the martial arts grand examination. Gu Chen had previously heard tales of wealthy young masters who had shown brilliantly in the martial arts grand examination, hunting down some peak Chi Blood Realm demon beast and achieving excellent results, with the demon beast's score being one minor grade higher than their own. Candidates from humble backgrounds with exceptional talent, especially those who had offended others, often hunted beasts one tier below their own level. Their scores plummeted significantly, causing them to miss out on admission to prestigious martial arts universities. The youth before him wore plain clothes, with no family members waiting in the marketplace. He was likely just an ordinary candidate. Such candidates were easy prey for him to bully. Once he retrieved the demon beast's core, he could simply report a lower grade for it, drastically reducing the youth's final score. Su Lan Lan, standing nearby, understood the underhanded tactics and urgently tried to dissuade Gu Chen. Gu Chen, you absolutely mustn't trust him. Scores are reviewed by machines now. Manual grading is prone to fraud, inflating low scores and deflating high ones for those without connections. That's why everything is machine reviewed now. Gu Chen, ignore him. Just submit your results directly to the automated system. Gu Chen stared at the squinty-eyed man named Song Qing standing mere inches away, a cold sneer forming in his heart. Sure enough, conflict lurked everywhere. Even when he came to verify his own scores, someone tried to make things difficult. He understood the inner workings of such schemes, but never imagined it would happen to him. Fine. Just wait until you see the high-grade demon beast core. I'll see how you explain yourself then. After calming the anxious Su Lanlan beside him, Gu Chen addressed Song Cheng. You want to verify the results? Go ahead. With that, Gu Chen pulled a small pouch from his robe, extracted a demon beast core, and tossed it to Song Cheng. Song Cheng snorted coldly, catching the demon beast core. After a quick glance, he recognized it as a mid-stage Chi Blood Realm demon beast core. But he certainly couldn't admit it was a mid-stage Chi Blood Realm demon beast core. Glancing coldly at Gu Chen and Su Lanlan, he declared, Early Chi Blood Realm demon beast core. Record 10 points. He then entered 10 points into the machine behind him. Bull. This is clearly a mid-stage Chi Blood Realm demon beast core, yet you call it low stage? You're doing this on purpose. Gu Chen, forget about this machine. There's another one over there. Go to that one, and I'll calculate your score for you. No need. Gu Chen smiled and declined Su Lanlan's offer, continuing to pull another demon beast core from the small cloth bag. This demon beast core was also intermediate level. Song Cheng glanced at it and declared once more. Low-grade demon beast core from the Chi Blood Realm. Record 10 points. He then entered the 10 points into the machine. Unfazed, Gu Chen pulled out another demon beast core. This one was from a late Chi Blood Realm beast, and the aura it emitted was significantly stronger than the previous one. Song Cheng glanced at it again before accepting the demon beast core, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Late Chi Blood Realm beasts were no easy prey. Even with teammates, the danger was considerable. Typically, only candidates with Chi blood values around 700 would consider hunting such beasts. This fair-skinned youth had a Chi blood value of 700? He was somewhat surprised, but only somewhat. When he had participated in the martial arts grand examination, his Chi and blood value had also reached over 700. Now, he had even become a muscle-tempering realm expert. Though he was only newly entered into the muscle tendon refinement realm, it was still the muscle tendon refinement realm. Among the official personnel of this martial arts examination, his status was quite high. Mid-stage Chi Blood Realm Demon Beast Core. Record 30 points. Song Ching. Don't push it too far. This is clearly a late Chi Blood Realm. Su Lanlan lunged forward, intent on grabbing Song Ching's face. But Gu Chen quickly restrained her. After giving her a reassuring glance, he pulled another beast core from his pouch. This demon beast core was entirely green, its Chi blood energy reaching the peak of the Chi blood realm. The moment it appeared, not only Su Lanlan was startled, but even Song Ching felt a surge of astonishment. He stared intently at Gu Chen's face, seemingly unable to believe this demon beast core could have been hunted by Gu Chen. Candidates who hunted peak Chi blood realm demon beasts must possess a Chi blood value exceeding 900 in his estimation, that already placed them among the geniuses. Could this fair-skinned youth truly be a prodigy? But ultimately, he suppressed his astonishment and accepted the demon beast core from Gu Chen's hand. He recorded it as a peak Chi blood realm demon beast core, awarding 60 points. Just as he assumed this was the highest grade demon beast core Gu Chen could produce. He saw Gu Chen give him a cold smile and pour another demon beast core from his small pouch. This demon beast core was as large as a fist, radiating a deep crimson hue with intense chi fluctuations. Weaker candidates struggled to hold it steady. The moment Song Ching saw it, he froze, his mind screaming impossible. A demon beast core from the muscle tempering realm. Chapter 42, Scores. The core of a demon beast at the muscle tempering realm. Though merely an early stage demon beast core, is this a creature a candidate could possibly hunt? Even a muscle tempering realm expert wouldn't dare claim they could hunt a demon beast of equal rank. At this thought, his eyes widened as he stared at Gu Chen, his shock growing deeper by the second. Pretty boy, no. This is a genius. He dared not mock the youth before him as a pretty boy anymore. A formidable individual capable of hunting a muscle-tempering realm demon beast during the martial arts grand examination would experience another period of rapid growth and strength once entering the martial arts university. By sophomore year, they could well reach late muscle tendon refinement. By graduation, they might even become forged bone realm masters. At the forging bone realm, one would be considered the top expert in a small town, and even a core force in a major city. Without extraordinary opportunities, Song Ching himself would likely peak at the forging bone realm in his lifetime. Yet the youth before him might achieve that very realm before graduating from martial arts university. The gap between them was undeniably vast. This realization sent a cold sweat down Song Ching's back. To offend a future powerhouse destined to surpass the forging bone realm over a woman was simply not worth it. After a moment's thought, he prepared to apologize for his earlier rudeness. But before he could speak, Gu Chen let out a cold laugh and pulled another demon beast core from his bag. This demon beast core was also blood red, but noticeably larger than the previous one. The aura of vital energy it emitted was far more potent. This was the core of a peak muscle forging realm demon beast. It was absolutely a peak muscle tempering realm demon beast core. Good heavens! How did he hunt down a demon beast core of this caliber? Song Cheng was genuinely stunned. He could understand the early muscle tempering realm demon beast core from earlier. After all, while muscle tempering realm candidates were rare in small towns, they weren't that uncommon in big cities. There were still quite a few. But candidates capable of hunting peak muscle tempering realm demon beasts? They were geniuses among geniuses. Even in major cities, they'd rank among the top. And he had offended such a genius. Song Qingjin felt like smashing his head against the nearby pillar to end it all. What rotten luck to offend such a prodigy over a woman. Song Cheng was filled with regret and unease. Candidates capable of hunting peak muscle tempering realm beasts possessed strength far surpassing his own. If they took action against him over the earlier incident, he likely wouldn't stand a chance. A severe beating seemed inevitable. Moreover, since he'd been the one scheming to frame someone, reporting it himself would be useless. He might even get reprimanded for it. Su Lanlan, standing nearby, was equally stunned. She never imagined this seemingly ordinary-looking boy could produce the core of a peak muscle tempering realm demon beast. Initially, she had strongly opposed Gu Chen presenting the demon beast core for scoring, knowing Song Cheng would inevitably suppress his results. But just as she'd feared, Song Cheng had downgraded the core's grade by one level. A demon beast core from the mid-stage Qi blood realm was declared to be from the early stage, while one from the late stage was downgraded to mid-stage. This would severely drag down the scores of ordinary examinees, preventing them from gaining admission to their desired martial arts universities. But then Gu Chen nonchalantly pulled out a peak Qi blood realm demon beast core, followed by another core that was astonishingly from a muscle tendon realm beast. That was a muscle tempering realm demon beast core. Though only at the initial stage, hunting it required muscle tempering realm cultivation. This meant Gu Chen already possessed muscle tendon realm cultivation higher than his own. But it didn't end there. Gu Chen produced yet another demon beast core at the peak of the muscle training realm. She was utterly dumbfounded. Her mind. Percent. Was this a demon beast a candidate could possibly hunt? Gu Chen watched Song Cheng, who was frozen in shock. She waved her hand in front of his face. Once Song Cheng snapped back to reality, Gu Chen sneered at him. Snap out of it. Counting toward your score. Gu Chen's voice sent a chill down Song Cheng's spine as he snapped back to reality. He immediately offered a sheepish apology. My apologies, I didn't recognize your true worth. My deepest apologies. I'll re-enter the scores immediately. With trembling hands, Song Cheng began re-entering Gu Chen's scores. Once everything was completed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he fished a gold-edged bank card from his pocket. Holding it out with both hands, he respectfully presented it to Gu Chen. I'm truly sorry. This is my life savings, roughly 3 million yuan. Please accept it and forgive my earlier rudeness. I hope you'll be magnanimous and forgive me. Gu Chen glanced at the bank card in his hand and accepted it without showing any emotion. Several million, indeed a substantial sum. The sincerity was commendable. No one ever complains about having too much money. With this money, I'll let what happened earlier slide. Having decided to let Song Cheng off the hook, Gu Chen emptied the rest of the demon beast cores from the bag. He then pulled several more bags from his robe and emptied them out as well. Nearly 30 demon beast cores in total. Scattered on the ground, they formed a small pile. Song Cheng and Su Lanlan, standing nearby, couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of this heap of demon beast cores. That's far too many. How many demon beasts did this person kill? Song Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful he hadn't stubbornly insisted on taking the blame. This mountain of demon beast cores, it was simply outrageous. The performance of this Gu Chen before them would likely secure him first place in Qingzhou City, perhaps even rank him among the top 10 nationwide, or even claim the national championship. Gu Chen knew exactly what they were thinking. They were stunned by the sheer number of demon beast cores. After a minute or two, the two recovered and quickly entered Gu Chen's results. Once the entry was complete, Gu Chen saw his own score. 970 points. This was an exceptionally high score. The cutoff for the top 10 martial arts universities hovered around 700 points. The top 3 martial arts universities had cutoff scores around 800 points. Gu Chen's score surpassed that by a full 100 points, nearly 200 points higher. Chapter 43, What are you back here for? The top 3 martial arts universities had cutoff scores around 800 points, and Gu Chen's score was a full 100 points higher, nearly 200 points above that. This wasn't about choosing any university or major he desired, it was pure dominance. Gu Chen couldn't help but reflect on his past life as an academic underachiever. To have the chance to freely choose any school now, truly, life was unpredictable. Back then, he'd hop from cram school to cram school, spending every waking hour either on the way to or at one, yet still failed to get into his dream university. After a few sighs of reflection, Guchun uploaded his scores. Once the upload completed, he decided to leave. He planned to leave Qingzhou City and head to the nearest major city to find a job cremating bodies, hoping to boost his strength. After all, he had already cremated most of the bodies stored in Qingzhou City, leaving very few remaining. He couldn't gain much more strength by staying here. Another reason was the disappearance of the old man from the Lin family. He couldn't shake the feeling that the old man wasn't truly dead. That black potion was too strange. He still hadn't figured out what it was, nor had he ever even heard of such a substance before. With his mind made up, Guchun lingered no longer. His results had already been submitted. He exchanged a farewell with Su Lanlan before departing under her lingering gaze. As he walked away, Guchun heard Su Lanlan's voice calling after him. "Guchun, I'll wait for you forever. When we meet again, I'm going to give you a monkey." Guchun. His footsteps quietly quickened, and soon his figure vanished into the bustling marketplace. Guchun moved swiftly, crossing the marketplace in no time and returning to Qingzhou City. He pulled out his phone to check the time. After a few seconds of hesitation, he decided to head home first to pack his things before going to the crematorium to collect the rest. His home lay in the city's old district, quite a distance away. By the time he reached his residential complex, darkness had fully settled over the sky. 8:30. This neighborhood had seen better days. In his past life's memories, he had lived here since childhood at least a decade ago. Consequently, the roads and walls showed signs of wear and tear. Cracks spread across the cement paths, patched with black sealant, while the bricks lining the walkways were missing here and there. This was his first return since his transmigration. He had been working at the crematorium, and in his original life, his biological parents hadn't treated him well, so he had never come back. Unit 4, 3rd floor, apartment 302. Recalling the address, Guchun entered the building, climbed the stairs, and arrived at the door of 302 on the 3rd floor. The security door before him was entirely black, standing 2 meters tall and over a meter wide. It resembled the security doors from his previous life, though it looked a bit worn. At the bottom, the black paint was peeling, revealing the dull metal beneath. After a glance, Guchun knocked on the door, knock knock knock. Perhaps it was an instinct left in his body, but the words slipped out of his mouth. "Mom. I'm home." After about 5 or 6 seconds, footsteps echoed from inside the room, approaching the doorway. Before I even reached the door, I heard someone inside call out. "Who's there? Is it our daughter coming home? The exam's over, how did it go?" The last words carried an unmistakable hint of joy, as if the speaker had mistakenly thought it was her daughter returning home. Her footsteps quickened slightly. As the doorknob turned, a middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s appeared before me, her features cold and beautiful. She stood about 5 feet 3 inches, with fair skin, dressed in a homey nightgown. Traces of cosmetic procedures were visible on her face, though fine wrinkles still creased the corners of her eyes and neck. This middle-aged woman was Guchun's mother, Wang Ru. However, in Guchun's eyes, the smile that had been on Wang Ru's face when the door opened slowly faded as she saw him standing there. Her eyes scanned Guchun with confusion, darting over his body as if she didn't recognize him, yet felt a sense of familiarity. It was likely that his enhanced abilities had altered his appearance from before. Combined with the events he had experienced during the martial arts grand examination, where he had killed many, his aura had changed significantly. This made it difficult for Wang Ru to recognize him as her biological son. Another reason was likely that she and his original self had never been close to begin with. Coupled with the long period they hadn't seen each other, she simply didn't recognize him. "It's me, Guchun." The middle-aged woman before him heard the handsome yet vaguely familiar youth step forward and declare his name. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. She studied him more closely, and then, slowly, astonishment began to appear. It seemed she truly hadn't expected the person before her to be her useless son. After a few more breaths, her astonishment gradually faded as she confirmed it was indeed her son. With a hint of impatience, she asked, "What brings you back?" Chapter 44, Burn It All. After a few more breaths, her eyes cleared of surprise as she recognized him. With a hint of impatience, she asked, "What brings you back?" Guchun showed no reaction to Wang Ru's tone. Every time he came home before, she'd greeted him with this same impatience. This time, at least, she hadn't told him to leave. "I came back to collect my things. I'm heading to Yanqing tomorrow. After this, I'll probably only come back once a year." "Once a year? What are you going to do?" "To study. I got into martial arts university." "You got into martial arts university? Ha! Don't spout nonsense. With your level of skill, you think you can get into martial arts university? Stop dreaming. You'd be better off sticking to your job at the crematorium. Honestly, your sister's the talented one in this family. She's the only one who stands a chance at martial arts university. As for you? Forget it. Just go wash up and go to bed." Wang Ru heard Guchun say he got into martial arts university, and a look of contempt flashed in her eyes. She crossed her arms, leaned against the edge of the security door, and mocked him without mercy. Gu-chin didn't take it to heart. After all, she was the original host's mother, he couldn't exactly hit her. Besides, he was occupying her son's body. He wished she wasn't there at all. That's exactly how he'd handled it when the original owner was mocked as a good-for-nothing. Gu-chen walked past Wang Ru toward the room he remembered. They lived in the old city district where housing was affordable, occupying a 3-bedroom apartment. His room was tucked away in the farthest corner, receiving the least sunlight all day. Only 2 or 3 hours of sunlight filtered in, leaving the bedding perpetually damp. In the original owner's memories, the most relaxing time each day was when the midday sun streamed in. Lying on his bed, he'd quietly savor the warmth of the sunlight on his skin. But later, he couldn't even feel that warmth anymore. He had been kicked out. This was his first time returning home since being driven away. Gu-chen followed his memory to the door of his room. With a creak, he pushed it open. But the moment he stepped inside, he froze. What was before him was no longer his bedroom at all, it was a storage room. Dust had settled thickly around the clutter, indicating this conversion had been in place for quite some time. It was highly likely that his bedroom had been turned into a storage room immediately after he moved out. Your bedroom was just sitting empty, so your dad turned it into a storage room. Your stuff is all over there. Go take a look. Wang Ru had appeared at the doorway unnoticed. Seeing Gu-chen standing dazed in the former bedroom, she assumed he couldn't find his things. She explained why it had become a storage room and pointed out where his belongings were. Gu-chen scanned the room and followed Wang Ru's gesture to see a pile of random junk haphazardly stacked in one corner. Whether it was because of the original owner or not, he felt an inexplicable pang of sadness. Before he could even check what was inside that pile of his belongings, Wang Ru's mocking voice reached his ears again. By the way, why did you come back so early from the martial arts exam? Have you seen your sister? Why hasn't she returned yet? Then again, your sister should still be taking the exam. With her skills, getting into a second-tier martial arts university shouldn't be hard. If she performs well, even a top-tier school is within reach. Unlike you. Did you get scared out of your wits during the exam? That's why you came back so early. A loser is a loser after all, nothing like your sister. Lucky for you dad's not home right now. Otherwise, he'd beat you half to death asking why you're such a coward. Hearing this, Gu-chen's unease grew heavier and heavier. Finally, he couldn't hold back and slammed his fist into the wall beside him. A dull thud echoed as the wall instantly caved in, forming a hole the size of a bowl. The sound startled Wang Ru, who was still chattering away with her taunts, making her jump. But she immediately pointed at Gu-chen's nose and snapped. Oh, look at you, big boy. Think you're all grown up now? Daring to smash walls? Do you even deserve to own this place? You actually dare threaten me? You've got some nerve. Mark my words, if you don't give me a proper explanation today, this isn't over. Gu-chen, who had smashed through the wall, stared at Wang Ru, still pointing and yelling at him. Suddenly, he swung another punch. It whizzed past her ear and slammed into the wooden door behind her. The wooden door couldn't withstand the punch of a chi refining realm expert. Another thunderous crash echoed through the room. The wooden door snapped at its hinges, sent flying by the immense force. But it didn't stop there mid-air, it shattered into a pile of splinters. Wang Ru was utterly terrified. Her taunts stuck in her throat, not a single word escaping. Her eyes went blank as she stared dumbly at Gu-chen, now mere inches away. It took her a long moment to recover. But when she did, she no longer dared to hurl insults at Gu-chen as before. Her eyes now held a hint of fear. Gu! Gu-chen, have you eaten? I'll go make you something to eat? Gu-chen watched Wang Ru, whose smile seemed forced, but offered no reply. After a moment of silence, he pulled a bank card from his pocket, the very one Song Ching had given him at the marketplace, holding several million yuan in deposits. Gu-chen placed the bank card on the table beside him. There should be several million in there. I don't know the exact amount, but it shouldn't be small. This money is yours. It should be enough for both of you to live comfortably in your old age. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. You're my sister's only child. Don't call me ungrateful. Everyone knows how you've treated me over the years. You haven't spent much on me, and these millions are more than enough to repay your kindness. After saying this, Gu-chen felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Like the wind in the sky, he felt free. Gu-chen then turned his gaze to the pile of belongings marked as his. He fetched a lighter from the living room and a roll of paper. First, he lit the paper roll, then carried the burning roll back into the room. He tossed the flaming paper onto his pile of belongings. Soon, thick smoke filled the damp room. Worried the fire might die out due to the humidity, Gu-chen grabbed several more rolls of paper and tossed them into the flames. The flames soon grew fierce. Beside him, Wang Ru stared blankly at the flames, lost in thought whether from Gu-chen's earlier words or some other reason, it was unclear. Once the fire had burned down sufficiently, Gu-chen swept his palm through the air. A powerful gust of wind swept through the room, extinguishing the flames. After completing this, Gu Chen left without looking back, leaving Wang Ru alone in the room, lost in thought. About half an hour later, Wang Ru finally snapped out of her daze. Looking around, she saw no trace of Gu Chen. She found herself staring down at the charred remains of the debris, speechless for a long while. After leaving home, Gu Chen hurried to the crematorium, arriving around 9 o'clock. The crematorium was deserted. Gu Chen checked the cold storage room and confirmed there were indeed few bodies left, only about a dozen. Gu Chen fired up the furnace at full power, incinerating all the bodies at once. After they were completely burned, he opened the translucent panel. Chapter 45, My Friend Has a Problem. Gu Chen fired up the furnace at full power, incinerating all the bodies in one go. Once they were completely burned, he opened the translucent panel. Name, Gu Chen. Age, 17. Current incineration value, 1165 points. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Realm, tempered viscera realm. Vitality points, 6249. Comment, where did that rat come from? The combustion value has once again surpassed 1000 points. Most of this comes from the mountain fire ignited by Gu Chen during the martial arts grand examination, with only a tiny fraction, perhaps a few dozen points acquired from the recent corpse incineration. But every little bit counts. Opportunities to gain large amounts of burning value like that mountain fire don't come often. Once he entered martial arts university, he'd likely spend most of his time gaining burning points by incinerating corpses. The next realm was the Unity realm. If the tempered viscera realm represented the backbone of major city factions, then the Unity realm was the backbone of the backbone. The Unity realm integrates all bodily power, fusing and unifying all previous realms such as the Vitality realm, the Muscle forging realm, the Bone forging realm, and the Quenched viscera realm into a single cohesive force. Reaching this realm demands both innate talent and unwavering perseverance. One must also possess over 10,000 chi blood points, with 12,000 being the minimum threshold for unification realm. Gu Chen's current combustion value stands at just over 1,000. Adding his existing chi blood value, he still falls short by over 5,000 combustion points. Converted into corpses, that equates to needing over 2,000 bodies. Over 2,000 corpses. Gu Chen felt a headache coming on. Over 2,000 corpses? How long would it take him to burn them all? Wouldn't he still be burning them after graduating from martial arts university? Maybe he should cultivate martial arts himself? Gu Chen quickly shook his head, as if repenting for having such a mistaken notion. Practice martial arts? Don't be ridiculous. This fool, whose innate talent meant he'd only managed to cultivate a mere dozen points of chi and blood after years of training asking him to pursue martial arts. Might as well buy a couple pounds of liquor, chug it down, and dream away on the bed. Besides, as a time traveler with a cheat code, why not use it? It's just burning a body, after all. Worst case, he could open a fully automated crematorium later. After shaking off these frivolous thoughts, Gu Chen returned to his single room, packed his belongings, and noticed the sky had already begun to lighten. He decided against sleeping and headed straight for the train station. By 8 or 9 in the morning, Gu Chen boarded the train. It was an old-fashioned model, rattling and clattering as it moved. The interior decor was also rather dated, looking well-worn. Gu Chen's seat was in car 5, F3. As he walked over, he saw 3 women and 2 men seated next to and across from him. The seats in the old train were arranged with 2 adjacent seats on one side and 2 adjacent seats facing them on the opposite side, creating a face-to-face configuration. On the other side, there were 3 seats in a row, with another row of 3 seats facing them, also arranged in a face-to-face configuration. The 3 girls and 2 boys appeared to be traveling together. They were all young, around 17 or 18, likely students. One of the girls was particularly striking, with skin as smooth as jade and eyes as beautiful as a painting. Her figure was also impressive, combining the delicate slenderness of a southern Chinese woman with the fullness of a northern one. Her aura bore a resemblance to the former celebrity Lu Shishir. Across from her sat a young man of equally remarkable presence. His features were bold and striking, his posture tall and muscular. A Rolex adorned his wrist, immediately signaling his family's considerable wealth. The others were less remarkable, just ordinary passers-by. Gu Chen's seat was positioned right in the middle of the 3-seat arrangement, with the Lu Shishir-like woman on one side and another woman on the other. As they took their seats, the others noticed Gu Chen. The youth with the Rolex frowned slightly upon seeing Gu Chen seated beside the woman who bore a resemblance to Lu Shishir, his expression hinting at displeasure. The woman who resembled Lu Shishir said nothing, quietly gazing out the window instead. The other woman, whose appearance was more ordinary, noticed Gu Chen's striking features and her eyes lit up. She flashed him a sweet smile. After Gu Chen sat down, the woman initiated conversation. "Hey handsome, are you here alone? My name's Susan. My sister's 18 this year, you know." Gu Chen. Was that really the best way to introduce herself? Gu Chen could only offer an awkward smile, muttered his name, and then fell silent. But Susan wasn't about to let him off the hook. She reached out and grabbed his arm. She asked if he had a girlfriend, where he was going, and so on. Seeing no response, she pouted and pleaded. Hey, handsome, I'm asking you a question. Will you tell me? If you don't tell me, I'll be really sad. Listening to Susan's words from the next seat, Guchen helplessly rubbed his hair. He couldn't help but think that the woman beside him was like this, and the woman who had taken a liking to him in the marketplace earlier, both were quite bold. That was the only adjective that came to mind for now. Had society's morals really deteriorated this much? Either they get hurt easily, or they're all 18-year-old girls? He really couldn't understand. Ahem. The woman whose demeanor resembled Lu Shirshir's cleared her throat softly, interrupting Susan's continued pouting. She turned to Guchen beside her and said apologetically. Sorry about that. My friend has a bit of an issue. Please don't take it personally. She pointed at Susan's head, implying that Susan had issues. Susan caught the gesture and immediately grumbled in displeasure. Waninan, you think everyone's like you, with hordes of people chasing after you every day, love letters filling up whole pockets? I'm just an ordinary high school girl. If I don't make a move, I'll be left on the shelf. Ugh. Forget it. If you don't want to talk, then don't. This is so annoying. With that, Susan turned her head away in a huff, refusing to speak to Guchen any further. The atmosphere grew awkward, and Waninan gave an embarrassed chuckle. Just then, the boy across from them, wearing a Rolex on his wrist, spoke up to change the subject. Hey, Waninan, how did you do on the martial arts exam this time? Got in? Any chance of landing a spot at a top-tier martial arts university? Chapter 46, Awkwardness. Hey, Waninan, how did you do on the martial arts exam this time? Did you pass? Any chance of getting into a top-tier martial arts university? Waninan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as he took up the topic. Not bad. Barring any major surprises, getting into a first-tier martial arts university shouldn't be a problem. That's good. You know the difference between a first-tier and second-tier martial arts university is huge. If you didn't get into a first-tier one, I'd have to ask my father to help you transfer later, which would be a real hassle. Waninan frowned involuntarily at the remark, seemingly surprised that the youth wearing a Rolex would say such a thing. Did his admission to a first-tier or second-tier university even concern him? But perhaps realizing the other might mean well, he said nothing more, merely leaning back slightly into the seat behind him. Anyone who'd ridden an old-fashioned train knew the seats weren't spacious, some were even narrow. If two people leaned back against the seat, their shoulders pressed right up against each other. At that moment, Guchen felt a delicate sensation brush against his arm and shoulder. Simultaneously, a faint fragrance wafted to his nose. It was coming from Waninan. Glancing sideways, Guchen noticed a faint blush had crept onto Waninan's neck. Clearly, she too felt their proximity growing too close, and she leaned inward. But the seat was only so big. Where else could she go? Their shoulders still brushed against each other from time to time. Guchen certainly had no complaints after all. Who would grumble about having a beautiful woman sitting next to him who kept brushing against him? But Guchen was soon captivated by the scenery outside the window. The scenery of this otherworldly realm differed from that of Blue Star, appearing more vividly colorful. Due to the martial arts culture, many structures were built directly onto sheer cliffs. As the train passed, rocks tumbled down, yet whether by magic or technology, they bounced back up after hitting the ground. It was quite astonishing. His destination was Yanqing, a large city. Though not the most prestigious, it was considered a second-tier metropolis. Yet this second-tier city was unique. Situated on the empire's frontier, it was frequently plagued by demon beasts, whose attacks maintained an alarmingly high death rate. Moreover, within this second-tier city stood one of the nation's top 3 martial arts academies, Qinglong Academy. It wasn't the main campus, though just a branch. Due to the frequent demon beast activity, security in the city was extremely tight. Its crime rate consistently ranks as the lowest among all cities. As long as the old patriarch of the Lin family remained alive, Yanqing's safety would be exceptionally well guaranteed. And most crucially, the mortality rate from demon beasts remains alarmingly high. Which means, plenty of corpses, plenty of crematoriums, plenty of incineration points. With his academic record, admission to Qinglong Academy should pose no problem. Perfect. Time slipped away unnoticed. Guchen dozed off in his seat for a moment. When he woke again, the people beside him were chatting. You know what? During the martial arts grand exam, I encountered a Peak-Chi Blood Realm demon beast. That thing was as tall as a 3-story apartment building. If I hadn't reacted fast, you wouldn't be seeing me right now. Same here. Except mine was a tendon-forging beast. 6 stories tall, with a 20-meter long maw big enough to swallow a whole building. My dumb teammates saw it and insisted on charging in. Only my brilliant intervention saved their lives. And me, I encountered a forged bone realm demon beast. If it weren't for me. Muscle tendon realm. Bone forging realm demon beasts? As soon as Guchen woke up, he found the others around him bragging, with the 2 youths across from him boasting the loudest. Beasts at the muscle forging and bone forging realms possess incredibly keen senses. Encountering one usually meant certain death. Without some extraordinary circumstance, escape was impossible. Such beasts couldn't grow that large either. Typically, a muscle-forging realm beast measures around 7 or 8 meters in length and 2 or 3 meters in height. A bone-forging realm beast might be twice as big as a muscle-forging one, but nowhere near the exaggerated sizes they described. It was as tall as a 6-story building. And with every sentence, he instinctively glanced at Wen beside him. Gu Chen couldn't help but smile. Such as youth, the wind of parting is more precious than gold. But perhaps Gu Chen's smile had slightly provoked one of the youths. This youth had a relatively low vitality level, around 500. From their chatter, his name seemed to be Li Yuan. His looks were certainly nothing special compared to his own. Seeing Gu Chen smile, he seemed to think he was mocking him. Then when Inan's gaze swept over, Li Yuan summoned his courage and opened his mouth to sneer. I wonder how this student fared in the martial arts grand exam, or did you get so scared you didn't even dare to take it? As the words fell, all eyes instantly turned to Gu Chen. This included Wen Yinan beside him and Yi Xiuqi across from him, the youth sporting the Rolex watch. The name Yi Xiuqi was something he'd picked up from their chatter. It must be said, Yi Xiuqi was a rather fitting name. It had a certain ring to it, reminiscent of a protagonist from a novel in his previous life, though perhaps more akin to an important supporting character. Gu Chen, seeing all eyes on him, showed no sign of nervousness. He spoke confidently. I'm also a candidate for the Martial Arts University entrance exam, and my results are quite good. Getting into one of the top 3 martial arts universities in the empire shouldn't be a problem. Top 3? Ha 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 ha. Are you kidding me? Pardon my bluntness, but did you suffer some head injury? How could you say something like that? Do you even know what getting into one of the top 3 martial arts universities means? It means supreme honor. It means the moment you graduate, countless corporations and factions will be chasing after you, begging you to join their ranks. Your later years will be spent in luxury and wealth, surrounded by unimaginable riches. It also signifies extraordinary talent beyond ordinary, meaning your martial path could extend far into the future, refinement realm, unity realm, and beyond. And you actually think you can get into a school this prestigious? I can't tell if you're serious or joking. Honestly, I'd say it's probably the latter. Someone like you would struggle to get into any martial arts university, let alone one ranked in the top 3. Don't be ridiculous. Gu Chen stared at Li Yuan's disdainful expression and found himself at a loss for words. To say he was wrong? But Li Yuan had just described the top 3 martial arts universities as incredibly difficult to get into, implying that those who did were the cream of the crop. That was essentially an indirect compliment to Gu Chen. But if he agreed, it meant accepting Li Yuan's judgment that he had no chance of getting into martial arts university, that he lacked the strength, let alone the ability to get into one of the top 3. That was nothing but a pipe dream, an unrealistic fantasy. There was even a hint of mockery in his tone. Sigh, one can only say that the prejudices in people's hearts were like mountains. What's wrong? Got nothing to say now that I've called you out? The girl seated on Gu Chen's other side, who'd been intrigued by him from the start, sensed the tension in the air. Just then, she spotted a middle-aged attendant pushing a food cart toward them from the far end of the carriage. Seizing the moment, she quickly changed the subject. Li Yuan, stop it. Maybe he really did get in. Come on, the next stop, Yanqing, isn't far. Let's all order something to eat. I'm starving. Yeah, I'm starving too. Get me a beef brisket rice bowl. Another guy chimed in just in time. Wen Yinan, seated on the other side of Gu Chen, also sensed the tension and called out to the attendant pushing the cart. I'll have a tomato and egg rice bowl. The attendant quickly reached their seats and handed out the requested boxed meals. Unlike the dining cars in her past life, the one in this alternate world was spacious, over 3 meters long and 1.5 meters wide, and offered a wide variety of options. There were instant noodles in various flavors, steaming boxed meals, freshly cooked rice bowls, and even steak. The selection was truly extensive. Gu Chen also ordered a boxed meal, but when he took it and went to pay, he suddenly realized he didn't have enough money. He hadn't had much to begin with. Aside from the several million he'd given to his previous incarnation's mother, Wang Ru, and the bank card given to him by the man he'd dealt with at the Li residence earlier. But that money was in the bank card, and since it was given to him by someone else, he hadn't linked it to his phone. The money on his phone had been mostly spent on tickets and taxis, leaving him with no cash on hand, only the bank card and some loot from the corpses. But those items were all gold jewelry, watches, and similar valuables, no loose change. Watching Gu Chen fumble for money for a long time without success, Wen Yinan paused for a few seconds before calmly pulling out 20 yuan from his bag and handing it to the attendant waiting to collect payment. Gu Chen's face flushed slightly at the sight. He tried to find 20 yuan to give Wen Yinan back, but he simply didn't have it. All he could manage was 5 or 6 yuan in loose change. So embarrassing. 1,000 curses raced through Gu Chen's mind. Chapter 47, Yu Xiaoyu. So awkward. 1,000 curses raced through Gu Chen's mind. He'd just boasted about getting into one of the top 3 martial arts universities, only to find himself without enough money for a meal, and it was some unfamiliar girl who ended up paying for him. And this was completely different from the earlier mockery. Li Yuan had mocked his lack of skill, saying he wouldn't get into a martial arts university, let alone one ranked in the top 3. He felt nothing but indifference. It was like a breeze had swept past him, leaving no trace of emotion. He knew he could get into any top 3 martial arts university he wanted. His cultivation had reached the tempered viscera realm, making him a leader among his peers. But this time was different. He genuinely had no money. He couldn't even afford a boxed meal. How embarrassing. Yet he couldn't just act like nothing was wrong, ignore the young lady's kindness, and grab the boxed meal to eat. That would be downright rude. After wrestling with the dilemma for a while, Gu Chen thanked Wen Yinan beside him.
Thank you. I rushed out today and didn't bring any money. I'll pay you back once I get to Yancheng.
Wen Yinan, who was eating nearby, turned her head slightly upon hearing this.
It's fine. It's just a boxed meal.
With that, Wen Yinan resumed eating her boxed meal, taking small bites of the tomato and egg rice dish before her. Seeing this, Gu Chen said no more. Since she said it was fine, he didn't feel right insisting. He couldn't very well suggest adding her contact info and repaying her later. That would make it seem like he had ulterior motives, like he'd deliberately planned to run out of money so he could get a free meal. That would be too tacky. At most, he'd repay her if they met again in Yancheng. By then, he'd surely have money again. But just as the matter seemed settled, Li Yuan, who democked Gu Chen earlier, spoke up again. Oh, I thought you were some big shot, always going on about the top 3 martial arts universities.
Who knew a silver spear wax head like you couldn't even afford a boxed meal? And Wen Yinan had to pay for you. Here's the deal, it's still a long way to Yancheng, and we won't arrive until tomorrow afternoon.
We'll need at least 2 more meals. Call me Brother Yuan, admit you were just bragging earlier, and I'll cover your next boxed meal.
What do you say?
A hint of amusement flickered across Li Yuan's face as he looked at Gu Chen, as if bestowing a favor. He expected Gu Chen to agree immediately and call him Brother Yuan. His gaze drifted back to Wen Yinan, who was still eating. Unfazed by Li Yuan's glance, Wen Yinan remained silent, focused on his meal. Across the table, Yi Shouqi, wearing a Rolex on his wrist, spoke up instead.
Enough, Li Yuan. Even if Brother Gu Chen didn't get into that martial arts university, that's his business. Besides, he might genuinely have forgotten his wallet. Yi Shouqi seemed to hold some standing among this group. After his intervention, Li Yuan shot Gu Chen a glare but dropped his hostility. Clutching the meal he'd bought, he began eating with a satisfying slurp. After scolding Li Yuan, Yi Shouqi turned to Gu Chen with an apologetic expression. My little brother speaks his mind a bit too bluntly. Don't take what he said to heart. My family has some assets in Yancheng. Here's my card.
If you ever need anything after arriving in Yancheng, feel free to reach out. As Yi Shouqi spoke, Gu Chen's brow gradually furrowed.
What did he mean by a bit blunt? Meaning Li Yuan was right, huh? Interesting. A high-level player, huh? Starting to feel like a villainous second male lead. Gu Chen's frown relaxed. No wonder that remark felt so off-putting.
The implication was that he was nothing but a braggart and a fraud.
Gu Chen stared at him, letting out a cold laugh.
If they weren't on a train right now where a fight would lead to legal trouble, he'd have slapped him silly.
Riding a train sure comes with a lot of drama.
But he only glanced at him before picking up the lunchbox from the small table and starting to eat. He had to admit, he was actually pretty hungry. Across from him, Yi Shouqi was a different story. Cold sweat was pouring off him. When Gu Chen's gaze had turned his way just now, it felt like a towering mountain was crushing down on him. Every vein, bone, and organ in his body seemed pinned down by an overwhelming pressure. It felt as if he would be crushed in the next instant, like a mere mortal gazing upon a deity that could not be slighted in the slightest. How could this be possible? The man before him was clearly just an ordinary person, average in vitality and blood, penniless, relying on Wen Yinan to pay for his meals. The only thing remarkable about him was his appearance. He was clean-cut and quite handsome. But handsome men were a dime a dozen.
Why did only Gu Chen before him radiate such unimaginable pressure?
Yi Shouqi grew more and more perplexed. Such an aura typically belonged to masters of much higher realms, and the gap between them needed to be immense for a mere glance to be so intimidating. At the very least, there needed to be a gap of 2 major cultivation realms. He was currently at the Qi blood realm, meaning the other person must be at the muscle tendon realm,
bone forging realm, or even the Qi vessel realm.
It required reaching the tempered viscera realm to achieve such an effect, which meant the Gu Chen before him was at the tempered viscera realm.
Impossible.
Yi Shouqi swiftly dismissed this conclusion. For in his view, it was utterly implausible. Gu Chen appeared to be about his age, and Yi Shouqi himself was at the peak of the Qi blood realm. How could the other possibly surpass him by 2 major realms? Moreover, if Gu Chen were a Qifu realm powerhouse, how could he not even afford to buy food? To such a cultivator, a few million was pocket change. Their savings typically ran into the hundreds of millions, if not billions. Though he dismissed Gu Chen as a Qifu realm powerhouse, that scene had left a deep impression. After careful consideration, Yi Shouqi had no intention of provoking Gu Chen. He would simply keep a watchful eye on Gu Chen's every move from the shadows.
Gu Chen naturally had no idea about Yi Xiuqi's little schemes, but even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. Gu Chen quickly finished his boxed meal, and a sudden urge to urinate came over him. He got up and headed for the restroom. Since the restroom in his car was occupied, he had to dash to the one in the next car ahead. After using the restroom, Gu Chen prepared to return. On his way back, however, he noticed the woman who had mentioned her 18-year-old sister standing in the aisle. She faced the restroom, apparently waiting for her turn. Gu Chen didn't know her name, only that they kept calling her Little Fish. Chapter 48, Tempering the Viscera Realm? He didn't know her name, only that they kept calling her Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's appearance was indeed quite ordinary, the kind you'd never notice in a crowd. Just your average face. Her height was decent though, around 5 feet 7 inches, quite tall. What are you doing here? Spotting Gu Chen approaching from another carriage, Xiaoyu's face lit up with a smile. She spoke like a neighbor's little sister. I thought you found our group hard to get along with and went to sit somewhere else. Gu Chen chuckled at her words. No way. I just went to the bathroom. Hearing that Gu Chen had also been to the restroom, Xiaoyu responded with exaggerated surprise. Restroom? What a coincidence. I was heading there too. We really are meant to be together, huh? Amused by her exaggerated act, Gu Chen continued. Well, since we're so destined to meet, let's exchange WeChat contacts. If you refuse me, I'll get angry, and when I get angry, I'll eat people. But the moment Gu Chen finished speaking, he saw Xiaoyu freeze in front of him, seemingly caught off guard by his request to connect on WeChat. After a few seconds of hesitation, she agreed and pulled out her phone to add him. As she did so, Gu Chen suddenly noticed how fair and flawless her skin was. It was the kind of fair, luminous skin that clearly hadn't done any manual labor. It was a completely different color from her complexion. Her face was too sallow and waxy. Logically speaking, even if her face were darker, it shouldn't look like this with hands this fair. Gu Chen also noticed faint, unblended wrinkles along the edges of Xiaoyu's face. Fake? A mask was applied to her face. This discovery truly shocked Gu Chen. What's wrong? Seeing Gu Chen standing there looking a bit off, Xiaoyu asked. Nothing. I was just lost in thought. Let's connect on WeChat. Should you add me, or should I scan your QR code? I'll scan yours. With a ding, Gu Chen added Xiaoyu on WeChat and saw the note she had sent. Yu Xiaoyu. Gu Chen sent his name without a trace of emotion. After exchanging a few more words, he headed back. After Yu Xiaoyu returned from the restroom, he poured himself a cup of hot water. As he passed by her, he pretended to lose his grip, letting the cup slip from his hands. The water splashed toward Yu Xiaoyu. Yu Xiaoyu scrambled to dodge, but luckily Gu Chen reached down and caught the falling cup firmly. Sorry, I didn't catch it. Yu Xiaoyu said nothing, only standing up and patting her chest as if startled. Wan Yinan hurriedly checked to see if Xiaoyu had been scalded. Across from them, Li Yuan couldn't help but snap. How the hell were you holding that water? What if you'd scalded someone? You can't even afford a boxed lunch. Do you think you could afford to pay for the damage? It's my fault. My hand slipped just now. Sorry, you're not burned, right? After checking and confirming Xiaoyu was unharmed, everyone finally relaxed. Gu Chen also sat back down with a sigh of relief, closing his eyes to rest. But what no one knew was that inside him, his heart was thumping wildly. For he had discovered that the little girl beside him possessed a cultivation realm of Qifu realm. And it wasn't just that. He sensed she was at least a Qifu realm cultivator with exceptionally solid foundations, and there was even a possibility she was beyond that realm. Holy! He believed he had reached his current status as a Qifu realm expert solely because of his golden finger. He believed that even if he wasn't the strongest among his peers, he was certainly among the top few. Yet here he was, taking a train to Yen City, only to find an ordinary-looking girl beside him whose martial cultivation surpassed his own. This was beyond absurd. Was this world gone mad, or was he still half asleep? If not for the hot water nearly spilling on her, triggering an instinctive surge of vital energy, and his constant vigilance, he would never have detected that she was at least a Qifu realm expert. Was this the caliber of prodigies in this alternate world? Truly terrifying. Even as Gu Chen closed his eyes to rest, his heart refused to settle. Mealtime came around again soon, and Gu Chen's stomach growled loudly. Wan Yinan, sitting beside him, once more ordered a meal for Gu Chen. Across the table, Li Yuan hurled a few more taunts. Glancing at Wan Yinan beside him, Gu Chen reminded himself they were traveling together and chose not to dwell on it, continuing his meal. Before he knew it, the day had passed. The train attendant's voice echoed through the carriage. Attention passengers, we are approaching Yanqing Station. Those traveling to Yanqing, please prepare to disembark. Attention passengers, we are approaching Yanqing Station. Passengers traveling to Yanqing, please prepare to disembark. Gu Chen quickly gathered his belongings and prepared to disembark. 5 minutes later, he bid farewell to Wan Yinan and the others. During the farewells, Gu Chen greeted everyone except Li Yuan and Yi Xiuqi. He gave a particularly friendly nod to the seemingly unremarkable Yu Xiaoyu, adding that if they ever met again in Yanqing, they should grab a meal together. Yu Xiaoyu smiled and agreed. After bidding farewell to the others, Guchen first went to the bank to withdraw some cash and deposit it into his phone. He certainly didn't want a repeat of what happened on the train. It had been too embarrassing, something that hadn't happened in either of his 2 lifetimes. Then Guchen pulled out his phone and opened an app to locate the crematorium. Big cities truly lived up to their name. Xingzhou City had only 1 crematorium. Yanqing, on the other hand, had over 20, each with detailed descriptions and specialties. He could even see pictures of each crematorium, all lavishly decorated, looking grand and opulent, like gazing at a royal palace hotel. The comments section below truly opened Guchen's eyes. "Help me out, please. I'm desperate to get a job at a crematorium. Anyone willing to hook me up? I'll pay." The pay at crematoriums is insane. "I make 12 grand a month, but that's nothing compared to what they offer, at least 20 grand monthly, plus 7 insurances and 2 funds. I have connections. 500,000 yuan flat rate, guaranteed placement at the crematorium. Don't believe it. The guy above is a scammer. I paid 500k, worked for a month, never even signed a contract, and they fired me. No refund either. Forget it, it's too hard to learn. I'm not taking the exam. Now they actually require calculus to get into a crematorium? What, do you need arithmetic to burn bodies? My calculus is okay, but my English sucks. Last year I got rejected because of my English. Seriously, why do you need English to work at a crematorium? Do corpses speak English? I have connections. Online girlfriend recruitment. I'm a crematorium worker with a monthly income of 30,000 yuan, 7 insurances, and 2 funds. Seeking a girlfriend who is fair-skinned, beautiful, has long legs, is kind-hearted, and family-oriented. Guchen scrolled through the comments one by one, and mentally rolled his eyes a million times over. Is the competition that fierce at Yanqing's crematorium? You actually have to take exams to get hired at a crematorium, tests on calculus and English? That's ridiculous. Chapter 49, Guchen, the Skeptic. You actually have to take an exam to get into a crematorium? Math, calculus, and English? That's ridiculous. He could still recall some English, but calculus? He'd forgotten it all long ago. Most of his high school math had faded from memory too, though he remembered bits and pieces, not much. In other words, he didn't even qualify to enter the crematorium. And the comments below mentioned that even if you passed the first written exam, a second interview awaited you. To pass the interview, 3 requirements must be met. First, sufficient height, at least 5 feet 10 inches or taller. After all, lacking adequate height somewhat tarnishes the crematorium's image. Second, you must have a good appearance, meaning you have to be handsome or beautiful. If you're not, forget it. Third, you must have connections in your family. Without connections, even if you meet the first 2 requirements, you won't be hired. This is outrageous, as absurd as Yu Xiaoyu claiming to be on a higher plane than him. Getting a job at the crematorium should be easy, right? How did it become as competitive as applying for a civil service position in a major city in Yanqing? Education, looks, background, not one can be lacking. Forget it, I don't care, he's going in anyway. How else would he earn incineration points? Without earning incineration points, how can he boost his strength? Through daydreaming? The crematorium in Yanqing might be tough to get into, but how can a man live without dreams? No matter how difficult it is, he'll get in. He refuses to believe a master at the tempered viscera realm can't even get into a crematorium. Soon, following the location on his phone, Guchen arrived at the nearest crematorium. Unlike the photos on his phone, which were already quite exquisite and upscale. But when he actually stood beside this crematorium, he realized the photos had underestimated its size. The scale was too small. This was clearly a palace. The crematorium's massive enclosure walls were uniformly brown, over 5 meters tall, and visibly constructed with solid materials. The main gate was even more extravagant, flanked by 2 massive black pillars over 100 meters tall and 7 or 8 meters wide, carved with a row of grand, flowing characters. Second high-grade crematorium of southern Yan City. It looked extraordinary. Below the gate stood 7 or 8 security guards, each over 1.8 meters tall. Uniformed in burly, they wore stern expressions and carried regulation long knives at their sides. Each radiated formidable vitality, all at the peak of the vitality realm. Their imposing presence suggested they were battle-hardened veterans. After observing from outside for a moment, Guchen intended to approach and inquire about job openings. But before he could step inside, the guards stopped him at the entrance. Halt! What business do you have here? After Guchen explained his purpose, the guard who had stopped him frowned. He gave Guchen a dismissive glance and said bluntly, "We're not hiring right now. Recruitment happens every year in June and July. It's only April now, there are still over 2 months before we start hiring." After speaking, the guard gave Guchen another glance, his tone softening slightly as he added, "But you look pretty good, tall and handsome, top-tier material. I'll ask our manager. If he has time, he might come take a look at you. But I'll be honest, there's no guarantee it'll work out." Guchen thanked the security guard promptly upon hearing his words.
The guard said nothing further and turned to enter the crematorium, presumably to find the manager he mentioned. About 8 or 9 minutes later, the security guard reappeared in sight, accompanied by a middle-aged man dressed in a suit with a respectable appearance. This must be the manager the security guard mentioned. The two quickly approached Gu Chen. The security guard spoke first. "This is our manager Nyo. You can discuss your matter with him." "Hello, Manager Nyo. My name is Gu Chen. I'm here to apply for the cremation worker position." Gu Chen extended his hand to shake Manager Nyo's, but as he did so, Manager Nyo showed no intention of returning the gesture, his face remaining cold and impassive. Gu Chen's outstretched hand froze mid-air. "Gu Chen, is that right? Where are you from? What does your family do?" Gu Chen silently withdrew his frozen hand, silently repeating to himself. I'm not angry. When you're working away from home, who hasn't had to put up with things? It's normal to endure." Gu Chen composed himself, then offered a friendly smile and said, "I'm from Qingzhou City. My parents work for a state-owned enterprise." Qingzhou. Manager Nyo, sitting across from Gu Chen, looked puzzled upon hearing the name. He seemed to be trying to place which city Qingzhou was. Before he could ponder much longer, one of the 7 or 8 security guards quietly edged closer to Manager Nyo and whispered into his ear. "Qingzhou City? That's a remote backwater. The strongest practitioners there barely reach the muscle tendon refinement or bone forging realm." After hearing this, Manager Nyo nodded thoughtfully, then turned and headed toward the crematorium. Gu Chen instinctively took 2 steps toward Manager Nyo's direction, but the 7 or 8 security guards immediately closed in around him. Restricted area. No entry permitted. Damn it! 1,000 curses raced through Gu Chen's mind once more. This Manager Nyo was infuriating as hell. Gu Chen could have slapped him to death. Manager Nyo wasn't particularly powerful either, about the same level as the guards at the entrance, both at the peak of the Qi blood realm. Gu Chen could have killed him with a single slap. But Yanqing wasn't Qingzhou. Qingzhou was the Lin family's turf, tightly controlled by them. The law there was actually pretty lax. Killing someone wasn't particularly difficult. But Yanqing was different. It was a major city, not top tier, but still quite substantial. The law is strict here. Assaulting someone will cost you money. Killing someone might go unpunished if no one discovers it, but if someone finds out and reports you, you'll likely end up behind bars. Major factions exist in Yanqing too, but they operate under official oversight and adhere to the law. Had Gu Chen resorted to violence just now, he would have faced compensation at best, imprisonment at worst. Huff. Gu Chen exhaled a long, pent-up breath, gazing out at the bustling street filled with cars and pedestrians. Fine, Manager Nyo, I'll remember you. I refuse to believe that a master at the tempered viscera realm like me can't even get into a crematorium. Gu Chen pulled out his phone, opened the map, and began searching for the locations of other crematoriums. Sorry, we're not hiring. We're fully staffed. Alright, thanks for your time. Where'd this brat come from? Doesn't he know we're not hiring? Get lost. We don't need anyone here. You're an outsider trying to work at a crematorium? Did a donkey kick you in the head? Sorry, we're full. The restaurant needs a waiter. Interested? We're not short-staffed, but I've been alone for 20 years now, and I'm feeling rather lonely lately. If you keep me company for a while, I might be able to find someone for you, squeeze you in somewhere. Chapter 50, Strange. We don't need anyone, but Auntie here has been alone for 20 years. I'm feeling pretty lonely lately. If you stick around for a while, maybe I can find someone to help you get in. Get stuck in the crematorium? Let him take the exam. If he fails, that's that. The entire day passed, yet Gu still hadn't found a crematorium willing to take him. Every place was either fully staffed, didn't want him, or dismissed him outright upon learning he was from out of town. In short, not a single crematorium would take him. He really couldn't get in. He'd traveled all the way to Yanqing early precisely because he'd set his sights on the crematorium industry there. Little did he expect that upon arrival, he'd discover these crematoriums weren't places just anyone could walk into. What a hassle. Depressed, Gu Chen sat on the roadside, contemplating his life. With his qualifications, he could go anywhere. Should he switch cities now, move to another metropolis with an equally developed cremation industry to burn bodies? Gu Chen pondered briefly before dismissing the idea. Yanqing's cremation industry was uniquely advanced, few other cities could match its sophistication. Second, he'd learned his lesson this time. He'd specifically searched online for information about crematoriums in other major cities and found that while they faced similar issues, none were as severe as Yanqing's. So he decided it was better to stay in Yanqing. Since he was already here, he might as well keep searching. Gu Chen checked into a hotel and embarked on his lengthy job hunt. Half a month passed as Gu Chen scoured every street and alley in Yanqing. Finally, on the official website of a crematorium, he spotted an announcement. North District First Crematorium seeks 10 cremation workers for Building C. Must be willing to endure hardship. Gu Chen's eyes lit up the moment he saw the notice. An opportunity. This was precisely the chance he'd been waiting for.
Gu Chen immediately called the North District First Crematorium to confirm the interview location. The interview was held at the crematorium itself. After confirming the location, Gu Chen rushed straight there. The North District Crematorium was located closer to the outskirts. Compared to other areas, it had fewer people, but only relatively speaking overall, it was still quite busy. The streetscape wasn't bad either, clean and tidy roads lined with green trees, towering buildings standing tall. It took Gu Chen about 20 minutes to reach the North District First Crematorium. The moment he stepped out of the taxi, he was stunned by the sight before him. Typically, crematoriums didn't have walls, and even if they did, they were only 2 or 3 meters high, merely symbolic. But this crematorium not only had a wall, but one that Gu Chen estimated to be at least 30 meters tall. Was this even a wall? This was clearly a city wall. Moreover, the guards at the entrance and the gate itself appeared to be of a much higher standard than any crematorium he had visited before. No wonder it's the top crematorium in the North District, it truly lives up to its reputation. Gu Chen stepped out of the car and approached the guard, explaining his purpose. The guard who met him was a man in his 30s, with small but piercing eyes. Upon hearing that Gu Chen had come to apply for the latest cremation worker position, the guard scanned him from head to toe, his gaze holding an indescribable mix of emotions. It seemed to hold a hint of regret and a touch of mild astonishment, as if he hadn't expected someone so young to apply for a job burning bodies at a crematorium. After registering his personal information, someone led him through the crematorium's main gate and deeper into the facility. The crematorium beyond the walls was quite different. If one had to describe Qingzhou City's crematorium in 3 words, they would be filthy, chaotic, and dilapidated. Tools scattered everywhere, damaged pavement, old carts, the pungent stench permeating the air, and the notorious odor of sweaty feet, among other things. Gu Chen had no choice but to endure it, otherwise, he would have slipped away long ago. This crematorium, however, was quite different. Upon entering, the first things to catch the eye were the smooth pavement and a rock garden covering several hundred square meters. The rockery stood dozens of meters tall, home to unidentifiable birds and trickling streams. Below lay an artificial lake teeming with dozens of unnamed fish. Each fish glistened with a golden sheen, not goldfish, but some other expensive-looking species. In the distance lay a vast expanse of green lawn. Only at the edge of one's vision could the silver buildings rise into view, likely housing the crematorium's operations. Gu Chen was led inside by an elderly man, likely in his 70s or 80s, clad in a brown jacket emblazoned with the words North District First Crematorium across the chest. The old man's gaze was piercingly sharp. When it swept over Gu Chen, it felt like being pulled over by a traffic cop for drunk driving in a past life. After glancing at Gu Chen, a flicker of obvious confusion crossed his eyes, a look Gu Chen couldn't help but notice. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that this crematorium's hiring process was different from before? Soon, the old man led Gu Chen to a large workshop. The building was large, spanning several hundred square meters, with over a dozen old cremation furnaces arranged around the perimeter. In the center stood a middle-aged man in a suit, likely in his 40s. His features were unremarkable, yet he carried himself with distinction. His martial cultivation was evident, the aura emanating from him marked him as a Forged Bone Realm expert. In Qingzhou City, practitioners at the Forged Bone Realm were often clan leaders, so this man appeared to be merely a mid-level manager. Before him stood over a dozen job applicants, though these candidates for crematorium workers appeared decidedly unprofessional. Most were middle-aged or elderly individuals in their 60s and 70s, entering the latter half of their lives. Their hair was mostly gray, their backs hunched, and their faces deeply lined with wrinkles. Some appeared to be in their 80s or 90s, walking with unsteady steps and eyes clouded with age. Not a single young person was present. Aside from Gu Chen, the youngest was a man in his 40s. The man wore a blank expression, clad in a black top and a pair of grimy jeans. He would occasionally cover his mouth to cough, and crimson blood would seep from his fingertips. Gu Chen. What the hell is this? Is this a legitimate job recruitment? Why are they all elderly, weak, or disabled? Gu Chen touched his own cheek, confirming he was the only young person present, and sank into deep self-doubt. Chapter 51, A Suicide Squad of the Elderly, Weak, Sick, and Disabled? Is this a legitimate job recruitment? Why are they all elderly, infirm, or disabled? Gu Chen touched his cheek, confirming he was the only young person present, and sank into deep self-doubt. Typically, recruitment drives target young people, or at the very least those in their 30s or 40s. Yet here at the North District's premier crematorium, the candidates were all old enough to be his grandfather or uncle. As Gu Chen approached, the others noticed him too. Seeing that he was led by an elderly man in a jacket, a flicker of surprise crossed their faces. They clearly hadn't expected someone as young as Gu Chen to come here for work. Moreover, judging by his physique and complexion, he didn't appear to be ill. Even the middle-aged man leading the group paused slightly at the sight of Gu Chen, such a handsome young man. He too seemed taken aback that someone so youthful would choose this line of work. Gu Chen, of course, noticed their expressions. Combined with what he had observed earlier, his doubts only deepened. It was one thing for the applicants to be elderly, infirm, or disabled, but for them to find a young man like himself strange? Could there really be something wrong? The old man led Gu Chen inside and then left. The middle-aged man cleared his throat and asked, "Young man, are you here to apply for the cremator position?" Gu Chen nodded, indicating he was indeed there for the cremator position. Seeing that Gu Chen was indeed there for the cremator position, the leader said no more. He motioned for Gu Chen to stand with the others and waited a while longer until the line grew a bit longer. Only then did he address the crowd before him. "Hello everyone. My name is Wang De, and I'm in charge of this recruitment. You should all be aware of the purpose of this hiring process, so I won't waste time on formalities. Death compensation, 500,000 yuan. Disability compensation, 200,000 yuan. Disability pay is collected personally. Death benefits are claimed by family members. No deductions whatsoever. If you survive without injury, you'll be hired as a permanent employee. 7 insurances and 2 funds, with a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan. As Wang De finished speaking, most of the people around Gu Chen showed no surprise, as if they had known these terms all along. They stared silently at Wang De, their expressions blank, seemingly convinced they'd never survive unscathed to join the crematorium's permanent staff. Only a small handful showed signs of interest. Before Gu Chen could ask more questions, Wang De led the group toward the crematorium's incineration site. Still bewildered, Gu Chen pulled aside a man in his 50s or 60s during the walk and whispered, "Uncle, what's really going on here? Isn't being a crematorium worker pretty safe? Why did that guy just mention death compensation and stuff, like it's super dangerous or something?" The man whose sleeve Gu Chen had tugged glanced at him before kindly explaining. "You're from out of town, aren't you, young man? The crematorium hires 2 types of workers. One is regular cremation workers hired through normal channels. The other is non-standard. We fall into the non-standard category. The bodies at the crematorium are also divided into 2 types. One type poses no danger, they're just ordinary people's remains. The other kind is different. During cremation, they might undergo corpse transformation and indiscriminately attack the living nearby. Moreover, these transformed corpses were martial artists in life, possessing formidable physical strength. Once transformed, their bodies become incredibly hard, making them virtually impenetrable to ordinary people." At this point, the old man glanced at Wang De, who was leading the way ahead, and whispered, "The regular workers at the crematorium refuse to burn these bodies, so they find people willing to do it. At first, no one knew they were cremating such bodies. But as the deaths pile up and word spread, now only those who've settled their final affairs come to handle these cremations." The old man's expression darkened as he spoke, likely dwelling on his own impending demise. Feeling despondent, he fell silent, making no further inquiries about why Gu Chen had come here. Truthfully, there was no need to ask. The old man had likely guessed that Gu Chen had seen the crematorium's recruitment notice for cremation workers and had plunged in without fully understanding the situation. Gu Chen. After hearing the old man's words, Gu Chen frowned and glanced at Wang De ahead, then looked around at the numb expressions on the faces of those nearby. No wonder there was no screening process, they were thrown straight into cremating bodies, surrounded by nothing but the elderly, infirm, and disabled. This wasn't cremation work, it was suicide duty. Gu Chen was speechless. He considered leaving, but opportunities like this to enter the crematorium were rare. Getting hired through formal channels seemed impossible given his educational background and lack of connections. Working at the crematorium was as difficult as climbing to the moon unless he joined a suicide squad like this one. But what exactly did they mean by corpse transformation? Gu Chen's mind drifted to the zombie films he'd watched in his past life, Uncle Ying's productions like Zombie Uncle, Zombie Family, and so on. If these were just the watered-down zombies from those movies, they wouldn't be a threat. He could take them down with one hand now. But these mutated corpses at the crematorium, what exactly were they? Gu Chen had no clue, and a sense of unease crept into his heart. But then he thought about it. As a Qiufu realm powerhouse, what was there to fear? At the Qiufu realm, one was the strongest in any local area, and even in a major city, one would be a core force within a large organization. Could these mutated corpses possibly surpass his strength? Even if he couldn't defeat them, couldn't he at least escape? With his mind made up, Gu Chen followed Wang De all the way to the crematorium's incineration chamber. This crematorium differed from others, surrounded by steel bars as thick as arms likely to prevent the zombie corpses inside from escaping. Upon entering the incineration area, Gu Chen surveyed the scene, rows of small, reinforced concrete structures. Above each stood a numbered plaque, ranging from 1 to 100. The doors to these units were also made of arm-thick steel bars, exceptionally sturdy. Chapter 52, Continuing the Cremation. The doors of these small rooms were also made of steel bars as thick as an arm, crisscrossed and extremely sturdy. Moreover, there wasn't just one door. Behind the iron door lay another massive, pitch-black steel door. This steel door was entirely black, stamped with the words 577 Special Steel. It seemed purpose-built to contain something, poured specifically to prevent escape. It was clear that anyone entering the room beyond this steel door, whether a cremator or a mutated corpse, would likely be trapped inside. Gu Chen examined it, then walked over and gave the steel door bearing the 577 mark a squeeze. Not bad. It felt slightly soft to the touch. If he wanted to, he could break through the door at any moment. After all, his chi-refining realm strength wasn't something to be trifled with. A mere steel door wouldn't hold him back. It also suggested that the transformed corpse probably wasn't that powerful, at least not to him. Wang De, the leader, didn't see Gu Chen leave a handprint on the steel door. Noticing Gu Chen had left the group without permission, he frowned with displeasure and called out for Gu Chen to return to the group immediately. Gu Chen said nothing, simply returning to the crowd and fixing his gaze on Wang De at the front. Since everyone knows the purpose of this recruitment drive, come forward to collect your numbered tickets. Form an orderly line, no pushing. But as soon as the words left his mouth, the previously orderly line erupted like calm waters disturbed by a giant catfish. People scrambled forward, jostling to reach the old man and grab the numbered tickets. The elderly, infirm, and disabled who had been shuffling along unsteadily moments before now showed no trace of their ailments. Each one was as lively as a dragon, crowding around Wang De to snatch the numbered tickets with the lowest numbers. By the time Gu Chen approached, the earlier numbers had long been snatched up, leaving only the last few remaining. 49, 50. 53. Wang De, seeing Gu Chen approach to collect a number, said nothing. He simply picked the highest number from the remaining batch and tossed it to Gu Chen. Good luck. With that, he instructed those who had received their numbers to proceed to the corresponding booths according to their assigned numbers. The booths were those reinforced concrete rooms. Gu Chen followed the crowd to his assigned room. Upon entering, Gu Chen discovered the interior space was surprisingly spacious, likely expanded downward, measuring about 50 square meters. The interior was better decorated than he'd expected. The floor was covered with tiles of an unknown material, the walls were painted a clean white, and a bright light bulb hung overhead. The layout was reasonably functional. A bed stood behind him, presumably for rest. Against the wall at the front sat a smart incinerator and a set of necessary tools. On the wall opposite the incinerator was a window-like opening, likely used for transporting bodies, though it was currently covered by a pale gold panel. The air carried no unpleasant odors, only a faint scent of rose tea. It smelled quite pleasant. It was the first time Gu Chen had encountered such a unique cremation environment, and he couldn't help but marvel. Truly befitting a major city's crematorium, even the cremation environment is uniquely designed. After his admiration, Gu Chen stepped forward to examine the automated cremation furnace and its operating procedures. About 10 minutes later, the iron door behind Gu Chen slowly slid open. Turning around, Gu Chen saw it was Wang Fu. Upon recognizing him, Wang Fu said, "Since you're young, I'll give you a heads up, you can still turn back now. Once the cremation starts, it'll be too late." Gu Chen froze at Wang Fu's words, then replied with a faint chuckle. "No worries, kid. I'm lucky as hell. Nothing bad should happen to me." Hearing Gu Chen's words, Wang Fu shook his head. To him, Gu Chen was lighting a lamp in a latrine, courting death. But life was about making your own choices, and no one owed you help. He'd already gone out of his way to warn him. If it weren't for the kid's youth and decent looks, he wouldn't have bothered. Still, the kid had rejected his kindness, truly didn't know a good deed when he saw one. With another shake of his head, he turned and walked away. Seeing Wang Fu walk away, Gu Chen naturally guessed what had just crossed his mind. But he didn't say anything more. As a Qiufu realm powerhouse, couldn't he even handle a corpse? Besides, where else would he gain strength if he didn't burn the corpse? Rely on cultivation alone? Forget it. Gu Chen knew full well he wasn't cut out for cultivation. Better stick to burning the corpse. Soon, as everyone entered the iron chamber and took their positions, a loudspeaker blared from a corner of the room. "Attention all personnel, attention all personnel. We will commence corpse deployment in 10 minutes. Cremation workers, prepare for incineration. Upon receiving a body, cremate it immediately. Do not linger. Additionally, do not breathe on the corpses or speak to them. Most importantly, if a corpse suddenly opens its eyes while you are handling it, do not panic. Maintain your composure. Avoid eye contact with the corpse and cease all cleanup activities. Immediately place the body into the crematorium, set the temperature to maximum, and seal the chamber door. Sound the alarm. I will dispatch reinforcements immediately." The announcement faded as the room's loudspeaker fell silent. Though Gu Chen was aware of the corpse transformation incident, the gravity of the broadcast's content made his expression grow more serious. Earlier, when everyone was grabbing number tickets, people scrambled for the lower numbers. It was highly likely that later numbers carried greater danger, with transformed corpses becoming stronger. Or perhaps the probability of zombification increased, which was why people avoided the later numbers. This thought sent a chill through Gu Chen's heart. If the later numbers meant stronger opponents, what if he couldn't even defeat a transformed corpse when the time came? A wave of unease washed over him. Soon, 10 minutes passed. From the wall side section, the faint golden partition emitted the sound of mechanical lifting. The golden panel slowly rose, revealing the conveyor belt beneath. A nearly 2-meter-long black bag was transported by the belt to Gu Chen's front. Gu Chen lifted the black bag onto the corpse processing platform and pulled it open. Inside was indeed a corpse. The body was female, about 1.75 meters tall, with very fair skin that appeared even paler after refrigeration. Her features were well defined, with long eyelashes, though her hair was rather sparse, everything was rather sparse. Chapter 53, The Treasure Pavilion. Her features were well defined, with long eyelashes, though her body hair was rather sparse, quite sparse all over. Gu Chen glanced again at the information about the woman on the body bag. Female, Li Qin, 29 years old. Graduated from Yencheng Martial Arts University. Martial Realm, Peak Muscle Forging Realm. Cause of death, heart meridians shattered by a forged bone realm demon beast. Delivered to the crematorium 1 week prior. Post-transformation corpse assessment, early forged bone realm. After reviewing the corpse's records, Gu Chen sighed inwardly at the tragedy, feeling a pang of sorrow for such a young woman's loss. Yet, a sense of relief also washed over him. Zombie transformation wasn't all that terrifying. The woman before him had possessed peak muscle tendon refinement strength in life, yet her post-transformation state only reached early bone forging refinement. Such power was like a toy in his hands, easily dealt with. Confirming no danger remained, Gu Chen began preparing the body. About 10 minutes later, he placed it into the cremation furnace, raised the temperature, and initiated the incineration. The furnace's temperature steadily climbed, and the corpse inside began to char under the intense heat. An hour later, the corpse was reduced to a pile of ashes. Gu opened the crematorium, used an iron shovel to crush the larger, unburned bones, and then restarted the furnace. Another half-hour passed. Satisfied the remains were fully incinerated, Gu Chen opened the crematorium to collect the ashes. After organizing the ashes, Gu Chen sat on the floor and opened the translucent panel. Name, Gu Chen. Age, 17. Current incineration points, 1235. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Realm, tempered viscera realm. Vitality points, 6249. Comment, where did that rat come from? Gu Chen froze upon seeing the incineration value above. If he remembered correctly, it had only been around 1,000 and a few dozen before. Now, after burning a single corpse, it had skyrocketed by nearly 200 points, an increase of over 100. Just one corpse yielded this much? Could it be, different corpses yield different incineration values? Did higher-powered corpses yield more incineration points, or was there another reason? Gu Chen's eyes flickered as he pondered. If the higher incineration value was due to the corpse's greater strength in life, then he would have to seek out stronger corpses to burn in the future. His incineration value would rise much faster. If such corpses were plentiful, he might overturn his previous expectations and reach the Unity realm or even higher before graduating college. If it wasn't due to the corpse's strength, he needed to uncover the exact reason. After all, this directly impacted Gu Chen's own power. After reaching this conclusion, Gu Chen set aside the prepared ashes and pressed the conveyor belt button. Half a minute later, a new corpse slid down. Gu Chen pulled open the black bag. This corpse was also a woman. Name, Lin Jinjin. Age, 40. Martial realm, late Qi blood realm. Cause of death, killed by a demon beast that invaded the residential complex. Estimated post-transformation strength, peak Qi blood realm. Gu Chen frowned as he studied the information before him. Late Qi blood realm was a bit low in strength. The corpse earlier was at the muscle tendon realm, while she was only at the Qi blood realm, a significant gap. She wondered how much incineration value burning this body would yield. Without further ado, Gu Chen efficiently processed the corpse and tossed it into the crematorium. 2 hours later, Gu Chen opened the crematorium, crushed the bones, and continued the cremation, collecting the ashes. Opened the translucent panel. Name, Gu Chen. Age, 17. Current cremation value, 1245 points. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Realm, tempered viscera realm. Vitality points, 6249. Comment, where did that rat come from? Only 10 burning points? Gu Chen felt a pang of disappointment. The previous corpse at the muscle tempering realm had added over 100 points to his burning value. This newly burned corpse only added 10 points to his burning value, more than 10 times less than the previous one. That was far too little. Even ordinary corpses could grant him 1 to 3 points of burning value. Ordinary corpses could add 1 to 3 points of incineration value? A glimmer of hope seized Gu Chen's heart. Ordinary human corpses could add 1 to 3 points of burning value. The Qi Blood Realm corpse just now had added 10 points to his burning value, while the previous corpse that added 100 points was at the Muscle Tendon Realm. In other words, cultivation level determined the amount of combustion value. Ordinary people only yield a few points of combustion value, Qi Blood Realm corpses reach 10 points, and Muscle Tendon Realm ones can exceed 100. To verify this hypothesis, Gu Chen hurriedly burned 2 more corpses. One was an ordinary person's corpse, the other an early Muscle Tendon Realm corpse. After burning them, Gu Chen opened the translucent panel and saw the incineration value indeed rise differently. While the Muscle Tendon Realm corpse didn't increase as much as the previous one, it still added 80 to 90 points. The ordinary person's corpse only added 3 points. Gu Chen's spirits soared. His hunch was correct. By burning more corpses of higher-powered individuals, his own strength could rapidly increase. But that wasn't all. He realized this only reflected the corpse's strength before death. What about after they underwent corpse transformation? After all, these corpses wouldn't be particularly formidable after transformation, at most rising 1 or 2 cultivation realms. He could handle them with one hand. Take these 2 corpses he'd burned, both at the muscle tendon refinement realm. If they transformed, their power might increase by 2 tiers. That would mean more incineration points for him, accelerating his own power growth even further. Guchen suppressed his excitement and glanced at the time. It was already 4:30 p.m. It was almost quitting time, and burning another corpse might not be feasible in the time remaining. Anyway, the corpses were right here. He could come back tomorrow. Soon, as the clock struck 5, footsteps echoed outside Guchen's room, followed by the click of a lock opening. With a creak, the door hinges turned, and Wang Fu's face appeared before Guchen. Spotting Guchen, he nodded. That's all for today. Come back tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Guchen responded with a nod and followed him out of the reinforced concrete room, stepping outside the small hut. Outside, a crowd had already gathered. A weary-looking man stood waiting for Wang Fu's instructions. However, Wang Fu glanced at them but did not address them first. Instead, he stood before the crematorium marked with the number 36 and knocked twice on the steel door. There was no response from inside. Wang Fu knocked twice more, this time with heavier force, causing the iron door to clang loudly. Still, there was no movement inside. In fact, Guchen even heard a series of inhuman growls emanating from within. Had the corpse turned? Guchen stared thoughtfully at the unresponsive steel door. If his guess was correct, the crematorium worker inside was likely in grave danger, probably already killed by the mutated corpse. As the experienced supervisor of this section, Wang Fu, seeing no response and the door remaining motionless, immediately grabbed his walkie-talkie and shouted. Incineration Chamber 36 has an incident. A corpse has likely undergone transformation. Check when the last body was brought in, its strength level, and estimate its strength after transformation. After relaying these instructions, he grabbed the walkie-talkie again and ordered. Third squad, come handle the reanimated corpse situation. After relaying the orders, Wang Fu addressed the assembled personnel. Opportunity and risk always go hand in hand. If you want high returns, you must be prepared to take on certain risks. Rest assured, no matter who among you perishes, every penny of your due compensation will be paid in full. Xiao Wu, you take them off duty. Wang Fu waved his hand, and a young man in his 20s came running from a distance. He appeared to be Wang Fu's assistant. Upon hearing Wang Fu's instructions, he led the group away. Guchen was among them as they departed the crematorium. Upon returning to his pre-booked hotel, he opened the translucent panel once more. Name, Guchen. Age, 17. Current incineration value, 1346 points. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Realm, tempered viscera realm. Vitality points, 6249. Comment, where did that rat come from? Seeing that the incineration value had risen by nearly 200 points in a single day, he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad at all. Working 8 hours a day and still gaining over 200 incineration points, this job at the crematorium wasn't a waste of time. As for the corpse transformations occurring before shift's end, he paid them no mind. Just as Wang Fu had said, risk and opportunity always go hand in hand. When they offer you such generous compensation, they're essentially buying your life. If something went wrong, who could you blame? Guchen took a bite of his meal and checked his phone balance. Over the past 2 days, he hadn't just been job hunting, he'd also consolidated all his funds. He sold off all the demon beast materials he'd acquired, except for the cores that had been confiscated. In total, he had over 9 million yuan in hand, just a few 100,000 short of reaching the 10 million mark. Now he could truly call himself a millionaire. He planned to set aside this money for living expenses and use the rest to purchase a body refining cultivation technique. He was currently sorely lacking in cultivation techniques and martial arts skills. He didn't possess a single technique worth mentioning, meaning he'd likely fare poorly against opponents of equal cultivation level. Moreover, he lacked any means to protect his life. After much deliberation, he decided to purchase a physical cultivation technique. Body forging techniques not only granted formidable offensive power but also provided sufficient means to protect one's life. After all, physical cultivation fundamentally enhances one's bodily strength and defensive capabilities. This would significantly boost his chances of survival. Most crucially, Yanqing's proximity to the border meant it teemed with demonic beasts. Many were hunted down, making rare physical cultivation materials commonplace here. This had fostered a thriving body forging culture in Yanqing, with numerous techniques available. As long as he was willing to pay, he could certainly acquire a decent body forging manual. Then, he could burn corpses during the day to accumulate incineration points, and practice body forging techniques at night. No time to waste. Guchen tidied up, left the hotel, and searched his phone for listings selling physical cultivation techniques. Looking for physical cultivation techniques? What are you waiting for? Come to our treasure pavilion.
We have the most comprehensive selection physical cultivation techniques, martial arts manuals, combat skills of every tier.
You name it, we've got it. Don't trust the comments above. Treasure Pavilion is the biggest scammer around.
Last time I went there, I bought a technique supposedly accelerating chi and blood cultivation. They hyped it up like it was the best thing ever, but after 2 months of practice, I saw zero results.
They wasted 2 months of my time. Terrible service. Chapter 54, Martial Arts Techniques. Don't trust the comments above. The Treasure Pavilion are the biggest liars around.
Last time I went there, I bought a cultivation technique they claimed could accelerate chi and blood cultivation. They hyped it up like it was the best thing ever, but after 2 months of practice, I saw zero results.
They wasted 2 months of my time. Terrible service. Treasure Pavilion isn't what it used to be.
They pass off inferior goods as genuine, mixing fakes with real items.
Last time I bought a long sword there, they ripped me off.
A sword selling for 200,000 outside, they charged me 500,000, claiming it was some peerless masterpiece.
Put. I nearly got beaten to death by my mom when I got home. Who even shops at the Treasure Pavilion these days? Everyone goes to the Spirit Treasure Market outside now.
They've got cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, and all kinds of weapons.
I know about the Martial Cultivation Market. I got ripped off for tens of thousands there last time.
They mix genuine and fake goods too, but the prices are genuinely cheaper 2 or 3 times cheaper than the Treasure Pavilion.
But the fakes are even more common than at the Treasure Pavilion.
You really gotta keep your eyes peeled when shopping there.
Go to the newly opened Lingba Pavilion. It's right across from the Treasure Pavilion. Everything there is genuine. I've never heard of any scandals or counterfeit goods. True, as a new establishment, Lingba Pavilion has done quite well in this regard.
The search results flashed before Gu Chen's eyes, giving him a clearer picture of Yanqing's marketplace.
Yanqing had 3 main channels for purchasing goods.
First was the established Treasure Pavilion, though prices there were inflated and genuine items were mixed with counterfeits. Second was the Martial Cultivation Market, somewhat akin to the wandering cultivator markets in cultivation novels. It was a chaotic mix of everything imaginable, where finding quality goods depended entirely on one's discernment.
Third was the newly opened Lingba Pavilion. As a new merchant, Lingba Pavilion consistently guaranteed the quality of its goods, though naturally, the prices were steep. It was the go-to choice for wealthy young masters seeking genuine items. After pondering his options, Gu Chen decided to explore the newly opened Lingba Pavilion first. The Lingba Pavilion should also hold a considerable collection of physical cultivation techniques, and he should be able to purchase some decent ones. After confirming this, Gu Chen immediately set off for the Lingba Pavilion. Leaving the hotel, Gu Chen followed his phone's navigation to the Lingba Pavilion's location. The Lingba Pavilion was situated in the heart of Yanqing, the city center where land was worth its weight in gold. It occupied a vast area, occupying an entire office tower approximately 100 to 200 meters tall. Above the building, the 3 golden characters Lingba Pavilion shone brightly. From the outside, the building's exterior was exquisitely decorated. The entire structure was a pale gold color, giving it a magnificent and opulent appearance. The entrance doors were a deep, dark gold, radiating elegance. Standing at the entrance were 2 stunningly beautiful young women, both around 20 years old, radiating youthful vitality. As Gu Chen stepped through the gates of Lingba Pavilion, the 2 women offered him a warm smile.
"Good day, welcome," they said, assisting him through the dark gold doors.
One of them inquired, "Sir, is there anything we can assist you with?"
Gu Chen truthfully stated his request, explaining he needed a physical cultivation technique, preferably of the highest rank available. The young woman who had asked the question glanced at Gu Chen with a smile after hearing his request. "Sir, rest assured. Lingba Pavilion houses a vast collection of physical cultivation techniques, including numerous high-tier ones.
We will certainly meet your needs."
Saying this, she led Gu Chen deeper into the Lingba Pavilion. Along the way, Gu Chen learned from their conversation that the young woman was a first-year student at Yanqing University named Hu Yuan, 21 years old, working part-time at the Lingba Pavilion. Gu Chen hadn't inquired about her martial cultivation, but through his chi blood perception, he estimated she was only at the peak of the chi blood realm, not particularly high, even somewhat low.
However, considering she attended Yanqing University, it seemed somewhat normal.
After all, not every school was Qinglong Academy. Yanqing University, as a local institution, possessed a long history and ranked among the upper tier of schools, yet it was not among the absolute elite.
Gu Chen followed Hu Yuan into the main hall of the Lingba Pavilion. After collecting a palm-sized token, she led him to the entrance of the 2nd floor. At the staircase entrance, a layer resembling a water membrane blocked their path. Hu Yuan held the palm-sized token before it, and the membrane instantly vanished. Only after they passed did it reappear. Gu Chen, standing beside Hu Yuan, felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Was this the legendary barrier? Or some kind of formation? Indeed, this was a big city, so many things he had never seen before. Hu Yuan seemed to sense his confusion and astonishment, offering an explanation. "This is our Lingba Pavilion's formation. It's not a barrier, but a type of early warning system. As long as you don't pass through holding the token, the formation will immediately sound an alarm. Of course, Lingbao Pavilion does possess true barrier formations. Above the 30th floor lies a genuine barrier formation capable not only of early warning but also unleashing terrifyingly powerful attacks. It's said to be capable of instantly eliminating even Unity Realm experts without issue. At our headquarters, we even possess barrier formations capable of instantly eliminating practitioners beyond the Unity Realm, those at the Inner Gang Realm, and even the Outer Gang Realm. Gu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Formations capable of instantly killing those at the Unity Realm and beyond. Was this the terror of a major city? Forget it. After grabbing the body refining techniques, he'd better stick to burning the corpse. Hu Yuan soon led Gu Chen to the second floor's cultivation techniques section, stopping at the location for physical cultivation. She addressed Gu Chen beside her. Sir, this is the second floor where the body cultivation techniques are located. The body tempering techniques here are diverse and varied. Each has a label attached, so you can take your time selecting one. After thanking Hu Yuan, Gu Chen's gaze fell upon the cultivation techniques in the physical training section she had mentioned. 10 massive metal shelves stood in rows, each divided into 5 tiers holding dozens of cultivation manuals per level. It seemed there were indeed quite a few techniques here. He stepped forward, picked up a manual, and began to browse. Golden Bell Cover, Chi Blood Realm Martial Art. Upon mastery, it provides defense against blunt weapon strikes and offers some enhancement to physical strength. Iron Armor Technique, Chi Blood Realm Martial Art. Through training in high-pressure water, it grants some defense against sharp blades upon mastery. Iron Groin Technique, Chi Blood Realm Martial Art. Involves repeatedly striking the groin using a special method. Gu Chen frowned slightly as he examined the manual in his hand. He then picked up several other martial arts manuals from the shelves, only to find they were all Chi Blood Realm techniques. All Chi Blood Realm martial arts manuals? This is far too basic. It offers little benefit to someone at the tempered viscera realm like me. Turning to Hu Yuan standing behind him, Gu Chen inquired. Are there any higher level manuals? These body tempering manuals are all for the Chi Blood realm. They're a bit too basic for me and offer little benefit. Too low? Hearing Gu Chen's words, Hu Yuan looked slightly surprised and couldn't help but take a closer look at him. His lips were pale, his teeth bright white, and his features handsome. Though his chi and blood weren't particularly noticeable, he gave off an overall aura of grace and elegance. Yet he was clearly under 20, significantly younger than her. He was younger than her, yet he claimed Chi Blood Realm cultivation techniques were too basic and useless to him? Could he be a prodigy? Hu Yuan's mind raced. The thought that Gu Chen might be a prodigy flashed through her mind, and in the next moment, she said, "Very well, sir. I'll take you to the third floor immediately." With that, she led Gu Chen to the third floor. Another water membrane covered this level. After passing through with their token, they entered the section dedicated to body refining techniques. Sir, this is the area for higher tier physical cultivation techniques. Please take your time selecting. Gu Chen glanced around. The third floor's body tempering techniques area was similar to the second floor's, only with fewer techniques, roughly a third fewer. He picked up a few manuals to examine them, only to find they were all for the tendons refinement realm. He promptly set them back down. He said, "These techniques are still a bit too basic for me. They won't be of much help. Could you take me to a section with higher tier techniques?" Not helpful? Hu Yuan's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing Gu Chen dismiss them again. She hadn't expected even the tendon training realm techniques to be useless to him. Could the youth before her be a bone tempering realm expert? Impossible. Even if this youth were a prodigy, he couldn't possibly have reached the bone forging realm. At this age, those who reached the forged bone realm could be counted on one hand. Each was a prodigy renowned throughout Yen City, a hot prospect for the top 10 martial arts universities. They were the seeds of future martial arts titans, yet the unfamiliar face before her clearly didn't belong to any prodigy she knew. Here to mock me? Or perhaps a student from Lingbao Pavilion here to broaden his horizons? Or maybe a troublemaker sent by the rival Jubao Pavilion? Several possibilities flashed through Hu Yuan's mind as her gaze fixed on Gu Chen, scrutinizing him intently. Yet that probing look vanished almost as quickly as it had appeared. She realized a youth like Gu Chen couldn't possibly be a troublemaker sent by the rival treasure-gathering pavilion. He was simply too young, someone that young couldn't possess profound strength. If he came to disrupt the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, they could suppress him in minutes. Chapter 55, Martial Arts Market. She quickly dismissed the idea that a youth like Gu Chen could be sent by the rival treasure pavilion to cause trouble. He was simply too young. At 17 or 18, no matter how formidable he might be, his cultivation couldn't be profound enough to pose a serious threat. The Spirit Treasure Pavilion could suppress any disruption in mere moments. After all, at 17 or 18, no matter how talented one might be, how formidable could they truly be? He was likely just a youngster here to broaden his horizons. With this realization, Hu Yuan relaxed. As long as he wasn't sent by the treasure-gathering pavilion to cause trouble, everything else was manageable. With that thought, Hu Yuan replied to Gu Chen. Beyond this level, you'll find cultivation techniques for the forging bone realm and tempering viscera realm. Techniques of this caliber are relatively rare, so they're all stored on the 3rd floor. However, the 3rd floor differs from the 1st and 2nd. The array protecting it cannot be bypassed with a token. Access requires meeting the strength requirements. One must have reached either the forging bone realm or tempering viscera realm. Once you reach the 3rd floor, other staff members will guide you in selecting cultivation techniques. After finishing her explanation, Hu Yuan showed no sign of mockery. She simply stood to the side, quietly awaiting Gu Chen's response. Gu Chen quickly gave Hu Yuan his answer: either have her escort him to the 3rd floor or tell him its location so he could go himself. Seeing Gu Chen still intent on reaching the 3rd floor, a flicker of disdain crossed Hu Yuan's eyes. She believed someone so young couldn't possibly make it up there. Yet, professional courtesy compelled her to lead Gu Chen to the entrance of the 3rd floor. The water barrier at the 3rd floor entrance differed from those on the 1st and 2nd floors. Its hue was darker, evoking the sensation of gazing into an abyss of unfathomable depth. Touching it with a hand, one could feel a repulsive force emanating from the membrane, as if trying to drive intruders away. This force was roughly equivalent to the early stages of the forged bone realm, not particularly strong. Gu Chen easily blocked it. But Gu Chen didn't enter immediately. After sensing the repulsive force of the 3rd floor's water membrane, he withdrew his hand, thanked Hu Yuan beside him, and then boldly stepped through the membrane into the 3rd floor. Hu Yuan, watching from behind, was utterly dumbfounded. She had seen Gu Chen extend his hand into the membrane only to pull it back, assuming he'd been forced out by its resistance. Yet moments later, the youth before her spoke a single sentence before his entire body passed through the water membrane, a barrier only those at the forged bone realm could penetrate. And he passed through with ease, without the slightest hint of difficulty. As effortlessly as passing through an ordinary curtain. Could he truly be at the forged bone realm? Hu Yuan still found it hard to believe the youth was at the forged bone realm. Clenching her teeth, she reached out and mimicked Gu Chen's actions, plunging her hand into the water membrane on the 3rd floor. But the moment her hand touched the water membrane, an overwhelming force erupted, propelling her hand backward with such force that her entire body was thrown back 7 or 8 meters before the force was finally neutralized. After the impact subsided, she didn't pause to check for injuries. Her gaze remained fixed on the water membrane, her mind flashing back to the youth who had entered it so effortlessly moments before. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Gu Chen was once again stunned by the interior design. He had thought the 1st and 2nd floors of Lingbao Pavilion were already quite impressive, representing top-tier craftsmanship. But upon reaching the 3rd floor, those were mere child's play. The 1st and 2nd floors were mere children compared to the grandeur of the 3rd. Though the floor area of the 3rd floor was the same as the 1st and 2nd floors combined, its ceiling height towered far above them. It soared to a height of over 10 meters. Jade-carved pillars stood around the perimeter, while the floor was laid with a translucent marble. The surrounding decor was exceptionally luxurious, far surpassing any 5-star hotel from his previous life. At the entrance to the 3rd floor stood new attendants, 2 women in their 20s. Their appearance resembled those below, but their martial cultivation was a step above. Both were martial artists at the muscle tendon refinement stage, possessing solid foundations. Every movement radiated a sense of sturdy vitality and energy. The 2 muscle tendon realm women noticed Gu Chen passing through the water membrane to reach the 3rd floor. Their gazes immediately fixed on him, particularly drawn to his youthful and handsome features. "Hello, how may we assist you?" Gu Chen explained his request. To prevent a repeat of the earlier incident downstairs, he specifically mentioned needing a body refining technique for the Quifu realm, not one for the Duangu realm. This made the 2 women's gazes grow even more fervent, as if they'd spotted a gold ingot, practically ready to pounce. The 2 women then summoned several nearby colleagues and together escorted Gu Chen to the location where the Quifu realm body tempering techniques were kept. Along the way, Gu Chen learned their names, Li Wei and Song Qingqing, both fresh graduates who had joined Lingbao Pavilion immediately after finishing their studies. As they chatted, they soon reached the 3rd floor where the physical cultivation techniques were displayed. The shelves housing the body tempering techniques on the 3rd floor were of a higher quality than those on the 1st and 2nd floors. The 1st and 2nd floors featured metal racks, not cheap, but certainly not luxurious. The racks on the 3rd floor, however, were different. Crafted entirely from jade, they bore intricate engravings that immediately signaled their considerable worth. The packaging of the cultivation techniques on the jade shelves was also far superior to those on the 1st and 2nd floors. Each technique was housed in a wooden box, with the name and description of the technique printed on the lid. Gu Chen picked up each wooden box, carefully examining the descriptions of the cultivation techniques inside. Heavenly Net Body Tempering Technique, a Qi Refining Realm Cultivation Method. Utilizing the principle of strengthening the internal organs during Qi Refining Realm cultivation, it performs deeper internal refinement. Upon successful cultivation, practitioners gain 2 additional layers of vital energy and blood strength compared to opponents of the same tier. Dragon Forging Body, a Qi Refining Realm Technique. Its creator was inspired by witnessing a ferocious dragon enduring a heavenly tribulation at sea. Successful cultivation greatly increases physical strength, toughness, and power, but may slightly diminish rationality. Choose this path with caution. Greenwood Body Forging, a chi refining realm technique. Its creator was an ascetic who meditated atop treetops daily for 99 years, ultimately developing this art. Mastery accelerates cultivation progress, though at a slower pace. It possesses extraordinary efficacy in healing bodily injuries, enabling rapid recovery. Golden Body Unshakable. As time passed, over half an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. Gu Chen had reviewed all the Qifu realm body forging techniques on the third floor. The Lingbao Pavilion actually held very few such manuals, only a dozen or so. About half of them carried severe side effects or required mastery of specific cultivation techniques as prerequisites. This left him with only 5 or 6 true body forging techniques to choose from a truly meager selection. Among these, 2 caught his interest. One was the body forging technique he had initially examined, dragon forging. Upon mastering dragon forging, one's physical strength, resilience, and power would increase dramatically. This would yield terrifying combat power gains. Successfully mastering it would elevate his fighting prowess to at least the upper tier among peers of the same cultivation level, no longer relegating him to the bottom ranks. However, the dragon forging technique carried a fatal flaw: successful cultivation would slightly diminish the practitioner's intelligence. To put it bluntly, it would make one less intelligent. It was precisely this reason that made him hesitate, preventing him from directly choosing the dragon-forged body. Another technique called the Advanced Iron Shirt was developed by a martial arts prodigy who studied various schools and elevated the Iron Shirt from the Chi Blood realm to the Tempered Viscera realm. Upon mastering this Advanced Iron Shirt, one not only becomes impervious to blades and spears but also gains a certain boost to their Chi and blood. It also provided a modest increase in strength, though nothing extraordinary. Beyond that, it had no special features, a fairly standard technique. How much for this cultivation technique? Gu Chen picked up the dragon-forged body and asked the 2 men who had been following him. Upon seeing the dragon-forged body in Gu Chen's hands, the 2 men replied in unison. "Sir, this dragon-forged body is a body forging technique for the Tempered Viscera realm. Our retail price is 220 million. If you become a member, you'll receive a 10% discount, saving you quite a bit." After hearing their quote, Gu Chen fell silent. "Sorry to bother you." His total assets amounted to just over 9 million, not even half of what was needed. The advanced version of the Iron Shirt technique probably wouldn't be cheap either, likely costing over 10 million. Qifu realm techniques were that expensive? He had thought his assets were substantial enough, but now it seemed he had rejoiced too soon. After a moment, Gu Chen cleared his throat and told them he needed more time to decide which one to purchase. Having worked at Lingbao Pavilion for some time, these 2 weren't newbies. They could tell Gu Chen was likely strapped for cash and couldn't afford a Qifu realm cultivation technique. But neither of them said much, remaining respectfully at his side. After all, Gu Chen was a forging body realm powerhouse, and at such a young age, he was undoubtedly an extraordinary genius. Such a prodigy might not be able to afford it now, but he would certainly be able to afford it in the future. They weren't about to risk offending him now just to save face, only to have him turn against them later when he rose to prominence. They weren't that foolish. "My apologies, I hadn't realized body tempering techniques for the chi refining realm were so expensive." "No problem, sir. Qiufu realm techniques are generally quite costly. You can come back once you've saved up the funds." The woman spoke with a gentle smile and calm eyes. Gu Chen exchanged a few more words with the 2 before leaving the Lingbao Pavilion. The Lingbao Pavilion did carry the techniques he sought, but they were simply too costly. Since he couldn't afford them, what was the point of lingering? Better to leave early and explore other places. After leaving the Lingbao Pavilion, Gu Chen opened his map and began searching for martial cultivation markets. He had no intention of visiting the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. As an established merchant, the Treasure Gathering Pavilion charged prices comparable to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, equally steep. If he couldn't afford the Chi refining realm cultivation techniques at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, the same would hold true at the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. Moreover, he'd heard the staff at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion weren't easy to deal with. If he arrived empty-handed and couldn't afford anything, he might even get scolded. That would be too humiliating. Moreover, the Treasure Pavilion mixed genuine and counterfeit goods. What if he bought a fake cultivation technique and messed up his cultivation? Better to check out the martial cultivation market. At least the goods there were cheaper, and he might even snag a bargain. With his destination decided, Gu Chen immediately pulled out his phone to search for the martial cultivation market's location. The martial cultivation market was located in the southern part of the city, quite a distance from the northern area where Gu Chen was staying. Glancing at the sky, which was already turning slightly dark, Gu Chen realized it was still early. He hailed a taxi and headed for the martial cultivation market. After nearly an hour, Gu Chen arrived at the martial cultivation market. By then, dusk had fallen, with only a sliver of the setting sun lingering on the horizon.
Unlike Lingbao Pavilion and Jubao Pavilion, which operated as shops within office buildings, the martial cultivation market was a bustling street lined with small vendors on both sides, all selling items related to martial cultivation. It resembled the bustling farmers' markets of his past life, filled with lively activity. The cacophony of hawking cries, arguments, heated debates, and electronic music created a complex din. After stepping out of the taxi, Gu Chen walked toward the martial arts market. The vendors lining both sides, seeing him arrive alone and noting his handsome features and distinguished bearing, assumed he was some wealthy young master come to browse. They immediately began shouting their sales pitches with renewed vigor.
Come see, come see. Seize the moment. These weapons are freshly unearthed. I risked my life and endured unimaginable hardships to retrieve them from ancient tombs dating back to the last century. Chapter 56, Only what you steal is real. Seize the moment, for it won't last. This weapon was just unearthed. I risked my life and endured unimaginable hardships to obtain it from a grand tomb dating back to the last century. Everyone, come see. This sword was brought from the eastern lands by my brother-in-law's fourth niece from her maternal family. It cuts through iron like mud and shaves hair like a breeze. You won't regret it. Now only 10,000 yuan. Freshly brewed elixirs. Boost your vitality and power limits. Buy 10, get 1 free. Buy 10, get 1 free. Grand opening special for new customers. New customers only. Sign up for our membership card now and enjoy 20% off all purchases, plus 150% discount voucher. Take it for a song. I swear this was my father's heirloom. He dominated his entire generation with it, unbeatable among peers. Now that he's gone and I'm no martial artist, it's useless. Take it for 20 grand. You and I are destined to meet, monk. By the stars, I foresee bloodshed in your future today. Only by purchasing this blessed jade pendant can you escape harm. Gu Chen observed the cacophony of hawkers. This martial arts market was truly bustling. He barely arrived and was already being greeted with such fervor. Beyond the street stalls and vendors, there were also many customers and passers-by. It somewhat resembled the feeling of traveling during holidays in his previous life, though not quite as crowded. It was still quite lively. Elders mingled with youth, white-collar workers in crisp shirts stood alongside demon hunters clad in rugged gear. The crowd was diverse, a veritable melting pot of all walks of life. Gu Chen entered the martial arts market to search for the cultivation techniques he needed. After about 10 minutes of flipping through manuals at the surrounding stalls, he gradually frowned. While there were many cultivation techniques here, most were low-tier, with few high-tier options. Finding techniques of a higher rank proved rather difficult. He had already passed by several stalls. While they offered quite a few cultivation techniques, they were all low-tier methods that would be useless to him. Advanced cultivation techniques weren't non-existent, but they were genuinely scarce. He had only spotted 2 volumes in total. One was called the self-purification heart method, designed to balance one's internal qi and blood, not particularly useful to him. The other was the 9-stage body tempering, a physical cultivation technique. Gu Chen thought it looked promising, but the stall owner's asking price was exorbitant, matching the rates at the Lingbao Pavilion. Besides, in a place like this, you couldn't be sure if it was real or fake. If he spent money on a fake, he'd have nowhere to cry about it. But that was the nature of the martial arts market. Genuine and fake were hard to distinguish. To find something worthwhile, one had to look around and practice diligently. Gu Chen didn't expect to find a suitable body refining technique right after arriving. However, as Gu Chen wandered through the martial cultivation market, he suddenly noticed a commotion erupting in the distance. It sounded like people were arguing, and the noise seemed quite loud. The surrounding chaos and crowd made it impossible for Gu Chen to discern what was happening at a glance. He could only gather that the conflict seemed to stem from a physical cultivation technique. Since it involved a physical cultivation technique, Gu Chen decided to investigate. Even if it wasn't the high-level technique he sought, he had to check it out. Besides, as someone who had lived on Blue Star in his previous life, how could he pass up a good spectacle? If only the conditions weren't so primitive, otherwise, he'd definitely grab a handful of sunflower seeds and watch leisurely. Many others were trying to get closer to the commotion, but the crowd was too dense for ordinary people to push through. Gu Chen surveyed the throng, then unleashed his qi refining realm strength. With a few powerful shoves, he forced his way inside, reaching the innermost spot where the crowd gathered to watch the spectacle. Once there, Gu Chen identified the source of the commotion, a burly middle-aged man clad in tight-fitting armor. His weathered face bore the mark of hardship, a scar running beneath his eye. His appearance screamed either demon hunter or professional brawler. Facing him stood a young woman of 18 or 19, quite attractive. Even Gu Chen found her pleasing to the eye, comparable to the beauty he'd met on the train. She had willow-shaped arched brows and fair skin, though perhaps lacking slightly in the aura of elegance that had graced the train companion. Though this one lacked that same aura, the tears glistening at the corners of her eyes gave her a unique charm. She appeared to be the vendor at this stall. Clutching a martial arts manual tightly to her chest, she wailed loudly. "Wah, I won't sell it. I won't sell it. Your offer is way too low. This is nothing but robbery, wah." It's clearly a Unity realm manual, yet you insist it's for the bone-tempering realm. And you only offer 20,000. When I refused, you threatened me. Is this how you do business? Why? Just as mother said, not a single man in this world is any good. They're all swindlers and thieves. Amidst the crowd, Guchen overheard the woman's tearful lament. Just as he was puzzled, his extraordinary hearing as a chi-refining realm cultivator picked up the full story from an old man sunbathing in the distance. The story went like this: the tear-streaked woman before him had always lived with her mother. Or rather, it wasn't quite living with her mother, was a Unity realm powerhouse who held some standing in Wild Goose City. Under her mother's protection, she had grown up happily, training in martial arts. But the good times didn't last. Not long ago, her mother had been killed by a demonic creature during an encounter. Now, she was a helpless orphan. Compounding her misfortune, her cultivation was only at the peak of the Chi blood realm. Having just enrolled in martial arts university this year, she lacked the strength to defend the inheritance her mother left her. After her mother's death, her family's assets were swiftly plundered by relatives and acquaintances. Job searches proved fraught with obstacles, leaving her with barely enough money to scrape by. Now that her last savings had run dry, she had no choice but to sell off her remaining possessions. What she hadn't anticipated was that she still possessed a cultivation technique for the Unity realm, a fact that could only be described as deeply hidden. Yet she never imagined selling it would prove so difficult, especially for a helpless young woman selling such a high-level cultivation technique. It was only because the martial arts market maintained some semblance of order that she hadn't met a gruesome end elsewhere. The middle-aged man with the facial scar grew increasingly displeased as the crowd of onlookers swelled. He'd merely been strolling the streets when he stumbled upon this high-grade cultivation technique. The vendor was a weakling who likely didn't even grasp the value of what he held. A thought immediately took root in his mind. He wanted the cultivation technique and the person too. He planned to start by offering 200,000 to secure the manual. But the little girl before him recognized its worth. She knew it was a Unity realm manual and refused to budge. She screamed for help, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Now, safely taking this Unity realm technique away wouldn't be easy. Even if he managed to get it out, the lack of legitimacy would make him an easy target for others to use as an excuse to attack him. Therefore, he had to find a way to silence all the mouths. The middle-aged man's eyes darted about, and he quickly devised a plan. He intended to pretend to be the girl's relative, claiming he feared the cultivation technique might leak out of the family. Bull! Come home with me this instant. Fellow cultivators, forgive my intrusion. This is my younger sister. She took our family's cultivation technique to sell, and I happened to catch her. As the eldest son, I cannot stand idly by while our family's teachings are trafficked. Upon hearing this, many of the onlookers who didn't know the truth actually believed his story and began trying to dissuade the girl. Young lady, listen to your elder brother and go home with him. Otherwise, when your elders find out you've been selling our family's cultivation techniques, you'll suffer greatly. My daughter's just as stubborn, always butting heads with me. It's driving me crazy. But at least she never sold our family's martial arts manuals. Looks like she's finally grown up a bit. Right. If I had a daughter like that, I'd have beaten her to death long ago. Bunch of fools. You believe everything anyone tells you. I could even claim to be your father. Hey, watch your language. How dare you insult people? Just saying the girl's disobedient, why escalate it to personal attacks? You're the one who's infuriating. You're not even qualified to be my father, let alone my son. You fools won't admit it, but it's obvious this middle-aged man wanted to snatch the cultivation technique from the girl's hands, so he claimed to be her brother. You really have no brains at all. Bull. How am I brainless? He clearly said he was her brother. Guchen shook his head at the noisy crowd around him. These people better not say anything. The little girl spoke up in defense. I don't have a brother at all. I only have my mother. She was a master at the Unity realm. She passed away recently after an accident. Now I'm selling her cultivation techniques to make a living. There's no so-called brother. He's lying to you all. As the little girl's words spread, the noisy crowd gradually quieted down. Guchen sighed inwardly. This girl was so inexperienced. A helpless orphan daring to claim she possessed advanced cultivation techniques, it was practically inviting trouble. Sure enough, as the girl spoke, the crowd fell silent. But the next moment, one by one, their eyes burned with greed as they stared at the little girl trapped in the center, as if they could devour her whole. A cultivation technique for the Unity realm. This is a Unity realm technique. They'd heard rumors before, but dismissed them as lies. Now, it seemed almost certain a genuine Unity realm technique existed. At this thought, their eyes flashed with greed, each scheming to seize the Unity realm technique for themselves. The little girl immediately covered her mouth, realizing she'd spoken out of turn. But it was too late. Instead, the middle-aged man who had initially intended to seize the technique stepped in front of her and loudly rebuked the crowd. What are you doing? I was here first. Everything follows the principle of first come, first served. The middle-aged man's words fell on deaf ears. The crowd's eyes still burned with greed, paying him no heed whatsoever. Forced acquisition and plunder. What difference did order of arrival make? Only the one who snatched it first was in the right. Chapter 57, Forged by 100 Battles. When everyone's just grabbing what they can, what's the point of arguing over who got here first? Seizing it is the only way. Seeing this, the middle-aged man inwardly cursed his luck. The attraction of a Unity Realm cultivation technique was too overwhelming. With only his muscle tendon realm strength, he'd likely struggle to protect this manual. He'd have to think of another plan. Should he seize it first, glance through it, then toss it aside? No. The middle-aged man quickly dismissed the idea. The martial arts market strictly forbade snatching. Discovery meant severe punishment and hefty fines. Losing the cultivation technique while incurring such costs was simply not worth it. Wait until the little girl exits the market and snatch the manual then? That wouldn't work either. While his cultivation at the muscle refinement stage gave him some chance, if caught snatching items outside the martial cultivation market, the consequences would still be severe. He'd likely have to pay back everything he took, with interest. Unless he snatched the cultivation technique himself and fled before the authorities reacted. But what about his family and friends back home? The middle-aged man's mind raced frantically, yet no viable solution emerged. The little girl was also deeply shaken. It was the first time in her life she'd been the focus of so many intense gazes. Many of those staring at her possessed martial cultivation far surpassing her own. Though they didn't emit any aura of blood energy, the pressure she felt was immense. Their sole objective was the martial arts technique for the Unity realm she carried. That was her last remaining asset. If she didn't use this martial arts manual to trade for vast resources to cultivate her martial arts and rapidly increase her strength, she would surely be devoured alive by those ruthless relatives. Moreover, if today's events were exposed, even if the manual wasn't snatched away now, she would surely have it taken from her by those relatives the moment she returned home. The thought sent a chill through her heart. Her thoughts drifted to her late mother. When her mother was alive, those relatives had been nothing but kind and affectionate. Every new year, she'd received generous red envelopes and gifts from them. They seemed like a genuine family. But after her mother passed away, everything changed. Those relatives bared the fangs hidden beneath their smiles, intent on devouring her completely. Her money had been snatched away, her house was about to be seized, her household possessions had been taken, and now even the martial arts manual she had left was about to be stolen. Power. If only she had enough power, none of this would have happened. With strength, she could reclaim everything her mother left her and make those villains pay the price they deserved. But first, she needed a refuge, a sky that would shelter her growth into a formidable force. A resolute expression hardened on the woman's face as she shouted to those around her. Don't you all want this manual? I no longer want this cultivation technique. I only ask to exchange it for someone who can support my growth into a forged bone realm expert. If anyone can do that, I will hand over this technique with both hands. After speaking, the woman clutched the cultivation technique tightly in her hand, making a gesture as if ready to tear it to shreds at any moment. It seemed that if anyone tried to forcibly take it, she would shred the technique, leaving both parties empty-handed. The crowd was startled by her sudden gesture, fearing she might tear the entire manual to shreds in a fit of impulse. After all, there's only one copy of the technique. If the woman tears it to shreds, killing her won't help either. The technique would be lost forever. Therefore, it would be best not to provoke the woman. But if they were to genuinely fulfill the woman's exchange demands, few present could manage it. Most were martial cultivators at the cheap blood realm or muscle tendon realm. They themselves hadn't reached the bone-shattering realm. How could they possibly protect others in achieving it? Among the crowd, only a handful of bone-severing realm experts flinched slightly. The rest sighed in unison. They knew this cultivation technique was beyond their reach. Yet some remained undeterred. One man addressed the woman. Though I am currently at the muscle tendon refinement stage, I am on the verge of reaching the bone forging realm. I am willing to sign a contract with you and protect you until you reach the bone forging realm. But as soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of mocking laughter rippled through the crowd. Who are you trying to fool? You're not even at the bone forging realm yet, and you expect to protect him until he becomes a bone forging expert? Give me a break. Once you reach forged bone realm, the first thing you'll probably do is devour her whole and discard her. Besides, you'll likely never reach the forged bone realm. Masters of that caliber don't just appear overnight. Gu Chung shot a glance. If the man who had just spoken was the target, his eyes would have held a trace of contempt. This man was only at the early stage of the muscle forging realm, still a long way from reaching the bone forging realm. To reach the bone forging realm, one needed at least another decade of cultivation. If he kept talking nonsense, he might never break through in his lifetime. And this man dared to claim he could help others reach the forged bone realm? He was nothing but a fraud. Young lady, don't believe him. My cultivation surpasses yours. I can see his true level, merely early muscle tendon refinement. He's light years away from forged bone. Don't let him deceive you tomorrow. Exactly. I'm 30 years old and a mid-stage muscle tendon refinement expert. Even I wouldn't dare claim I could reach forged bone realm in my lifetime. Yet here he is, over 40, bragging about breaking through the bone-severing sword. Why not choose me instead? I'm 20 years old, already at the peak of chi blood realm, about to enter muscle tendon realm. Reaching bone forging realm within my lifetime isn't impossible. If breaking through to bone severing realm proves hopeless, I'll marry you. Either way, you won't lose out. What do you say? A young man in his 20s in the crowd gazed at the woman's appearance, his eyes flashing with keen interest. He clearly had his sights set on her, wanting to claim both the woman and the cultivation technique for himself. But no sooner had he spoken than a wave of murmurs rippled through the surrounding crowd. Many had seen through his intentions. After about 5 or 6 minutes, a man in his 50s stepped out from the noisy crowd. He let out a soft snort. The imposing aura of a forged bone realm cultivator radiated from his body, dispersing the surrounding crowd. Fixing his gaze on the girl before him, who was also affected by the pressure, he spoke. I am Sun Yifan, an early forged bone realm cultivator and elder at a company in Yancheng. My annual income is around 10 million yuan. If you give me the cultivation technique, I believe my resources can support you to the forged bone realm without much strain. Of course, this assumes your talent is sufficient. Otherwise, even with ample resources, you won't become a bone-severing sword master. Before the woman could respond, a voice cut through the crowd again. Poof. A mere 10 million yuan a year, and he dares to flaunt it. As the words echoed, another figure stepped forward from the crowd. It was a middle-aged woman, likely in her 60s, whose imposing aura matched that of the previous man. Her bone-shattering sword technique was equally extraordinary. In fact, hers was slightly stronger than his, though only marginally, perhaps just a hair more intense. The man's expression darkened instantly upon seeing the middle-aged woman step forward. I know you're an elder of the Li family. Your assets are impressive indeed, you're wealthier than I am. But your Li family now faces a three-pronged assault from the Song family. Your financial chain is about to snap. I doubt you'll still have enough money to support someone then. I doubt you'll even be able to afford your own retirement by then. The middle-aged woman, having been called out on her weakness, felt her face flush with embarrassment. You. What? What did I say that's wrong? You think you can lay a hand on me? You may have reached the forged bone realm before me, but I'm younger, 10 years younger. I don't believe you could beat me. As the two argued, the surrounding crowd silently backed away another distance, fearing they might start a fight and accidentally injure bystanders. If that happened, they'd have to pay for their own hospital bills out of pocket. You couldn't exactly go asking a forged bone realm expert to cover your medical expenses. If you actually did, you might get beaten to death trying to collect the bill. Not a single hair left on your head. Fortunately, they didn't come to blows. After a brief argument, they began discussing who would trade with the girl. This girl is meant for me. Don't fight me over her. Let me have her. You're such an old fool. Have you no shame? The man in his 50s now disagreed with this statement. The middle-aged woman pondered for a moment before speaking again. How about this? We both compromise. We split the martial arts manual evenly. You get to review it once, I get to review it once. We also split her food and lodging costs equally. As for cultivation resources, we share those equally too. So we both get a fair deal, paying less while the girl gets equal resources. How about it? This should work, right? The middle-aged woman's words made the man fall into deep thought. But he soon came to a decision. He agreed to the woman's proposal. The two would jointly fund the girl's training to become a bone-setting master. As for the cultivation technique, they would study it together. During their discussion, they hadn't considered anything else. They hadn't even taken the girl's feelings into account. In their eyes, she was merely the lowest rung of society, possessing nothing more than a single, albeit valuable, martial arts manual. They were middle to upper class. Dealing with someone from the lowest rung was as easy as snatching something from a child. Even if the woman refused to make a deal with them, they had ways to make her comply. What if they resorted to force? With their connections, a few well-placed calls could make it look like a fair deal. The woman might even end up locked up for a few days. Or 10 years. Or until she was old. The woman preparing to trade her martial arts techniques clearly understood all this. She understood she had no right to refuse. Gritting her teeth, she prepared to agree. She understood deeply that if a forged bone realm expert targeted her, she'd likely not survive in Yancheng. The cultivation technique in her hands would be seized sooner or later. Better to hand it over now and secure resources in exchange. I hope you two gentlemen will honor your promise. With that, the woman prepared to hand over the cultivation technique she carried. Gu Chen couldn't stand idly by and watch the cultivation technique fall into others' hands. After a few seconds of contemplation within the crowd, he stepped forward, his movements swift and precise. In the next instant, he materialized directly before the woman. Facing the woman, who looked utterly bewildered by his sudden appearance, he spoke calmly. I'm quite interested in this cultivation technique. May I take a look? Before she could refuse, his hand moved slightly. The cultivation technique in her grasp shifted into Gu Chen's possession. Body refining technique, body refining technique, body refining technique. Gu Chen repeated silently in his mind. He hoped it was a body forging technique. When Gu Chen clearly saw the words 100 battles body tempering method on the first page, his eyes lit up. It was truly a body forging technique. And just from the name alone, one could tell this body forging technique was no ordinary one. Turning to the second page, he found the technique's introduction. The 100 battles body tempering technique was created hundreds of years ago by a master named Tian Fengzhenren. This technique harnesses a unique method of qi and blood manipulation, allowing one to grow stronger with each battle. After enduring 100 combat encounters, one's physical prowess would significantly increase. After 1,000 battles, physical prowess would surge dramatically. If one endured 10,000 battles, the technique's power would explode, rivaling higher tier methods. Crossing boundaries to fight would pose no challenge. After reading the description, Gu Chen pondered inwardly. The mother of this girl, who appeared to be about his age, had likely pursued endless combat due to this technique. She had met her end after encountering danger. This technique was undeniably powerful, yet its flaw was equally evident. To grow stronger, one must relentlessly battle martial artists of the same type and level, using them to hone oneself. This relentless pursuit of strength inevitably led to the current peril, the risk of being killed by an enemy. At this realization, the flame of excitement in Gu Chen's heart flickered and died. He was a body collector, how could he possibly engage in combat? After all, combat carried the risk of death and injury. The safest path, the one he had chosen, was to diligently cremate bodies at the funeral home, accumulating cremation points to gradually grow stronger. But just as he was about to give up, the translucent, clear interface before his eyes suddenly activated on its own. Name, Gu Chen. Age, 17. Current cremation points, 1346. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Technique, 100 battles body tempering method, not beginner level, can be upgraded using burn value. Realm, tempered viscera realm. Vitality points, 6249. Comment, where did that mouse come from? A new line appeared above. An additional cultivation technique, battle hardened body refinement method, had been added, leaving him momentarily stunned. So it could automatically detect cultivation techniques. Why hadn't the previous manuals displayed anything? Was it because his cultivation level wasn't high enough? Or was there another reason? Gu Chen couldn't figure out the problem. Moreover, there was an option for stat allocation displayed afterward. Could it mean that cultivation techniques could be allocated points? At this thought, a flicker of excitement stirred within Gu Chen. If points could be allocated, then wouldn't that mean it was just like the point allocation systems in those novels from his previous life? He could allocate points to martial arts techniques, continuously enhancing his own strength. That's just insane. As long as he kept reaping bountiful harvests, he could continuously allocate points to enhance his mastery of the cultivation technique. He was determined to obtain this woman's cultivation technique at all costs. With that thought, Gu Chen looked at the woman before him and said, "This cultivation technique is excellent, and I'm very interested. However, I don't have that much money right now. I can only promise you this: once I obtain it, I will absolutely help you reach the Forged Bone Realm. And within 20 years, I'll get you to the Forged Bone Realm. You're full of hot air. You're not even fully grown yet, and you're making such bold claims. Do you even know what the Forged Bone Realm entails? Are you currently at the Tendon's Training Realm? I doubt you've even reached the peak of the Vitality Realm." As the words fell, a wave of mocking laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Exactly. He looks barely 17 or 18. At my age, I still haven't fully developed, and my cultivation is only mid-blood chi realm. Youngsters these days have no filter when they speak. But what about those two Forged Bone Realm elders? Why aren't they saying anything? Could it be they're stunned by this arrogant brat? Did they never expect a mere kid to have the nerve to boast about sponsoring someone to reach the Forged Bone Realm? Probably. Or maybe they just don't want to waste their breath on a kid. The middle-aged woman and the man didn't see it that way. They exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with astonishment. One was an elder of the Li family, the other a high-ranking elder in a major corporation. Both possessed formidable strength. Logically, their bodies, honed by years of martial cultivation, should have become extraordinary. They could see ordinary objects with remarkable clarity and possessed keen hearing. Yet just now, neither had noticed how Gu Chen had appeared beside the woman, nor the astonishing speed with which she seized the cultivation technique. Even with their keen eyesight, they had only caught a fleeting afterimage. This defied all logic. An 18 or 19-year-old youth simply couldn't possess such speed. Had they seen things? But just as they were convinced their eyes had deceived them, the astonishing youth actually persuaded the woman to hand over the cultivation technique. He helped her reach the Forged Bone Realm. This was unacceptable. Unification realm cultivation techniques were extremely rare resources even in Yen City. Regardless of their type, they were invaluable. At the very least, they could save one many years of arduous cultivation. Such a treasure couldn't be handed over so easily, even if the youth before them seemed extraordinary. The two exchanged a glance. Sun Yifan stepped forward, approaching Gu Chen. "Young friend, this cultivation technique seems destined for me. Might you be willing to part with it? If you grant it to me, I offer 2 million coins to befriend you. What do you say? Before Gu Chen could respond, Sun Yifan continued. I wonder where you hail from, young friend? That move you just executed was astonishingly swift, so fast even this old man couldn't discern it clearly. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Chapter 58, The Technique Secured. The two exchanged a glance. Sun Yifan stepped forward, approaching Gu Chen. I wonder where you come from, young friend. Your technique just now was truly swift, so fast that even this old man couldn't follow it. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Before Gu Chen could reply, Sun Yifan pressed on. Young friend, this cultivation technique seems destined for me. Might you be willing to part with it? If you would grant it to me, I am prepared to pay 2 million to befriend you. What do you say? The middle-aged woman beside him stepped forward, though her tone was worlds apart from Sun Yifan's. She coldly demanded. I don't care who you are. Hand over the cultivation technique now. Once we start fighting, regret won't help you. After speaking, the middle-aged woman saw Gu Chen standing motionless. She unleashed the full force of her vital energy pressure, violently pressing it toward him. The young woman behind Gu Chen was caught in the crossfire, engulfed by the surging pressure. At her chi blood realm cultivation, she felt as if a mountain was bearing down on her. This mountain was incredibly heavy and massive, crushing her until she could barely breathe. After struggling for a moment, she collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Just as she was about to pass out, she suddenly noticed the man who had been standing beside her earlier, the one who had offered to buy her cultivation technique, now standing directly before her. The overwhelming pressure of vital energy that had been bearing down on her seemed to be completely blocked, like an iceberg encountering an icebreaker. Instantly, she felt a wave of relief wash over her entire body. Him? A flicker of disbelief crossed the young woman's eyes. When this youth had initially stepped forward to buy her cultivation technique, she hadn't taken him seriously. How could a youth roughly her own age possibly afford a cultivation technique for the Unity realm? Most likely, he was a Chi blood realm martial cultivator like herself. Or perhaps a Tendon's refinement realm practitioner. As for the bone forging realm? That was impossible. After all, the youth before her was barely 20, the same age as herself. Even if he had cultivated since birth, reaching the forging bone realm was beyond his reach. What he never could have imagined was that, faced with overwhelming pressure, the youth blocked it as if it were nothing. He even stood before him with remarkable ease, shielding him from the overwhelming pressure. This couldn't help but make him question the world. Here was someone under 20 possessing such formidable strength. Yet he himself, also under 20, was being bullied and oppressed like a dog. Could these two people truly exist in the same world? He understood. The surrounding crowd, swept away by this overwhelming pressure, instinctively pushed further back to watch the spectacle, preparing to see this youth, Gu Chang, get taught a lesson by the middle-aged woman's blood pressure. But to everyone's surprise, Gu Shen seemed completely unaffected by the pressure, showing not the slightest change. One by one, their hearts trembled. Speculation swirled, could this youth truly be a master? Sun Yifan, who stood watching nearby, was also deeply shaken by the scene. But the most shocked of all was the middle-aged woman. She never imagined her aura could be so effortlessly blocked. And the young girl behind her was protected within it too. What did this mean? It meant the youth was at least at the forged bone realm, and possibly even higher than her own cultivation level. After all, the young girl behind him remained completely unharmed under his protection. This was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary forged bone realm cultivator. At the very least, he was likely in the mid-stage or even the late stage of the forged bone realm. Rash, that was the only thought in his mind. But then he thought, since he'd already crossed the line, he might as well go all the way. He must seize that cultivation technique at all costs. The moment the middle-aged woman stamped her foot, she shot forward like a shadow. Her speed was blindingly fast, closing the distance to the customer in the blink of an eye. The next instant, a piercing scream echoed. As swiftly as she had charged forward, she retreated. All the onlookers saw was a blur darting forward, then flying back, crashing heavily onto the ground far away. What was different? Only the manner of landing. Oh, and the woman's scream. Defeated in an instant. Sun Yifan was the most shocked among the crowd. He swallowed hard, his gaze darting nervously toward Gu Chen. What? He feared Gu Chen might casually kick him flying too. After all, his strength wasn't much different from that middle-aged woman's. They were masters of the same tier. If Gu Chen could kick the middle-aged woman flying with one strike, he could just as easily send him flying too. Not only would he fail to obtain the martial arts technique, but he'd also suffer injuries all over his body. That would be a terrible loss. Realizing this, he hurriedly clasped his hands in apology. Young hero, your cultivation is truly formidable. I humbly concede defeat. This cultivation technique, I withdraw my claim. With that, he turned and sprinted away without looking back, terrified that Gu Chen might attack him if displeased. Once Sun Yifan had vanished, Gu Chen turned his icy gaze upon the crowd of onlookers. His gaze alone sent a chill down their spines, prompting them to scatter in panic. Within 2 breaths, the ancient city stood empty save for the young girl. Once everyone had departed, Guchen turned to the girl. Extending his hand, he introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Guchen. My name is Yun Nuo." Yun Nuo was deeply shocked, but she quickly composed herself. After all, her mother was also a martial artist of profound cultivation. Moreover, she was a martial artist at the Unity Realm, possessing immense power. He had encountered many individuals at Guchen's level before, though none as young as him. Thus, he quickly composed himself and said, "You've already reviewed the cultivation technique. Shouldn't there be any issues? Isn't it time you fulfilled your promise?" Guchen didn't refuse. He took out his phone and transferred 5 million yuan to Yun Nuo. This amounted to the bulk of Guchen's personal fortune. "Here's the money for now. Keep it. Come back to me when you need more. By the way, where are you staying now?" "I'm staying at a hotel at night and working at the train yard during the day. If you want to go home, I might not be able to protect you. If you're worried about safety, you can come with me to the hotel and work at the crematorium during the day." "Go to the hotel with you?" When Guchen suggested she accompany him to the hotel, Yun Nuo glanced at him. Yet she made no protest, simply nodding her agreement. Seeing her consent, Guchen wasted no further words. They left the lunch break market, hailed a cab, and returned to the hotel. Upon returning to the hotel, he upgraded their room from a single to a double bed. It wasn't that Guchen specifically wanted a double bedroom. The truth was, when he went to upgrade the room, there were no other rooms available, only a double bedroom. And it was a couple suite. When Yun Nuo stepped into the room, she glanced at Guchen once more. Guchen certainly felt Yun Nuo's gaze, and his face flushed involuntarily. He explained that only the king-size bedroom was available, there were no other rooms left. Without waiting for Yun Nuo's reaction, believe it or not, he walked straight to the window to check the martial arts manual. But moments later, Guchen left the room altogether and headed straight for the hotel's rooftop. The sparse crowd made it ideal for cultivation, and his own secrets wouldn't be easily discovered. He sat cross-legged on the ground and activated the translucent panel. Name, Guchen. Age, 17. Current burn value, 1346 points. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Technique, 100 battles. Body tempering method not initiated, can be upgraded using combustion points. Realm, tempered viscera realm. Vitality points, 6249. Comment, where did that rat come from? He glanced at the burning paper in the interface. Then his gaze settled on the 100 battles body tempering technique. His gaze then shifted to the available stat points section below. Could he really allocate points? Guchen tentatively tried it. He silently recited the command to add points. But nothing happened. Just as Guchen thought, it had no effect. The next instant, the burning value in the translucent panel instantly decreased by 100. In its place, the section on the 100 battles body tempering technique changed. The 100 battles body tempering technique entry at the end of his fingertips changed from not initiated to initiated. The entire interface shifted. Name, Guchen. Age, 17. Current burn value, 1246 points. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Technique, 100 battles body tempering method beginner 110 can be upgraded using burn points. Realm, tempered viscera realm. Vitality points, 6249. Comment, where did that rat come from? He probably added about 1/10 of the progress points, not bad. Physically, he didn't feel much change, just a warm glow throughout his body, as if he were brimming with energy. It felt like he'd had a good rest and was fully recharged. The burning value consumption was reasonable, only 100 points, not excessive. One more time. Guchen silently repeated the attribute boost in his mind. Soon, another 100 points vanished from the translucent panel. Guchen felt a slight increase in warmth, but beyond that, nothing much changed. A slight disappointment flickered in Guchen's heart. This technique didn't seem as powerful as he'd imagined. He'd invested 200 burning points, yet the changes in himself were minimal. Could it be that the burning value was too low? Gritting his teeth, Guchen silently added points again. This time, he added significantly more, silently repeating the incantation 8 times and consuming 800 burn points. The translucent panel before his eyes shifted in response to the increase. Name, Guchen. Age, 17. Current incineration points, 424. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Technique, 100 battles body tempering method initial 010 can be upgraded using burning points. Realm, tempered viscera realm. Vitality points, 6249. Comment, where did that rat come from? He couldn't spare a thought for the pain of burning energy depletion. Suddenly, his body felt scorching hot, like it was immersed in molten lava, repeatedly forged by raging flames. Inside his body, a warm current surged continuously, just like during a breakthrough, ceaselessly repairing the wounds on his body. After the warmth finally dissipated, the excruciating pain vanished too. Guchen stood drenched in sweat. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally over. That was exhausting. He clenched his fist tightly, causing the air to crackle with a sharp pop. He discovered his physical prowess had increased by roughly 30%. That was a significant improvement. Not bad, not bad. Though it consumed a bit more of the burning pool, the gains were well worth it. A 30% increase in physical prowess would put him roughly on par with a mid-stage chi refining realm expert. To advance to the mid-stage of the tempered viscera realm would normally require 2,000 burning pool points, yet he achieved the same effect with just 1,000. Could this truly be He Aging's cultivation technique? It was terrifyingly powerful. It was unimaginable yet, once he reached the peak of the tempered viscera realm and perfected this cultivation technique to its fullest within that realm, who could possibly stand against him? Only a select few would stand a chance against him. The thought sent waves of excitement coursing through Gu Cheng for a long while before he gradually calmed down. Previously, his cultivation had advanced too rapidly, leaving his combat skills severely lacking. Compared to practitioners from the Chongqing realm, his overall strength fell significantly short. It was his weak point. Now, that weakness had been addressed. He need only focus on cultivating steadily to grow stronger. Glancing at the sky, Gu Chen noticed the faint glow spreading across the horizon. It was now around 4 or 5 in the morning. The process of adding points to his cultivation techniques and allowing them to reshape his body had consumed the entire night. It was time to go to the crematorium to burn the body. He stepped onto the balcony. Then he descended from the rooftop back into his room, waking the soundly sleeping Yun Nuo and asking if he would accompany him to the crematorium to burn the body. Yun Luo hesitated for a moment before turning to agree. The two began washing up. About 10 minutes later, Gu Chen and Yun Nuo boarded the vehicle heading to the crematorium. Gu Chen's residence was quite a distance from the crematorium. By the time they arrived, daylight had fully broken. Gu Chen produced the identification document he'd been given upon leaving the previous day and passed through the entrance checkpoint without issue. But when it was Yun Nuo's turn, the guard at the gate teased him, "Bringing your girlfriend along to cremate the body? What the hell?" Yun Nuo lowered her head in embarrassment. Gu Chen didn't argue, instead leading her directly to the spot where he had cremated the body the previous day. Though it was still early, a crowd had already gathered, waiting for the cremations to begin. Standing there, Gu Chen suddenly noticed people inside the steel, concrete, and cement-reinforced huts. After inquiring, he learned they were the night shift workers. The crematorium operated on night and day shifts, and even this high-risk group was divided into 2 teams. Gu Chen and his group belonged to the day shift crew, while the night shift workers were still in their cabins, not yet off duty and burning the final batch of bodies. But they were almost done. Probably just over 10 minutes left. After learning what he wanted to know, Gu Chen couldn't help but sigh. He had always known crematoriums had day and night shifts, but in small towns, the day shift usually finished most of the work, leaving the night shift with little to do. And now he was part of a funeral procession that required night shift workers? He couldn't help but wonder how advanced the cremation industry in Yanqing really was. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly echoed from nearby. Gu Chen's heart sank. Another death. But unlike before, the scream was followed by the unnerving sound of gnawing a creak that made his scalp crawl. Transformed corpses were no ordinary matter. If handled poorly, they could rise and attack, posing extreme danger. This was already the second he'd personally discovered. No wonder only those on the brink of death came here to work as crematorium workers. Who in their right mind would come here to meet their end? They were either desperate souls with nowhere else to turn, or those seeking to leave an inheritance for their families after death. Monster! Surrender now! The command echoed as the crematorium's security guard on duty rushed to the scene. They flung open the door to the room where the screams originated and tossed a grenade inside. Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Was this how modern society dealt with mutations? Gu Chen couldn't help but recall the wildly imaginative movies and novels from his past life. Truly, art imitates life. After tossing the grenade, the security guards waited for the smoke to clear before charging in. A clatter and banging ensued for a while before everything fell silent. Soon, a voice called out. Cremator number 10 deceased. Compensation to be paid as usual to his family. Number 10. Gu Chen had never seen the night shift cremator and thus had no recollection of him. He overheard whispers around him. Apparently, he was a sickly-looking man in his 30s who rarely spoke. He'd only been on the job for nearly a month, and now he'd lost his life at this moment. Gu Chen also overheard that the most senior night shift cremator had only been on the job for 2 months, yet had already sent 4 batches of bodies into the furnace. In other words, within about 3 months, nearly everyone here would die several times over, only to be replaced by new cremation workers. This cycle repeated endlessly, seemingly without end. And from the way these people talk, they seemed to know more. One of them even mentioned. Last year, someone cremated a corpse that had undergone the Union Realm transformation. Everyone present was disemboweled and devoured by that Union Realm corpse, including the crematorium security guards. Not a single soul survived. It wasn't until a master arrived at the crematorium later that the unified realm corpse was subdued. And such incidents occur almost every year. It's hardly a rare occurrence. Hearing this, Gu Chen felt a chill run through him. Facing a corpse at the Unity Realm stage meant only one option: flee for your life and pray your luck holds out day after day. Soon, as the night shift ended and the day shift arrived, Gu Chen entered the familiar dark room. He also dragged Yun Nuo inside with him. Yun Nuo was frightened. It was understandable for a young woman to feel frightened. She had just arrived at the crematorium when someone died, and the staff kept mentioning how many people died each year at the hands of the corpses. Those corpses were powerful, so fear was only natural. Gu Chen had no other choice, the body still needed to be cremated. After offering a few words of comfort, he pumped the bellows, stoking the coal furnace until it glowed red hot. The corpse brought down the passageway this time was another woman, around 40 years old. After skillfully preparing the body, Gu Chen tossed it into the cremation furnace. The charred remains soon broke apart into segments. As the furnace fire encountered fresh fuel, the leaping flames turned green, and the furnace temperature surged to its peak. After about an hour, the body was completely consumed. Gu Chen opened the translucent panel. Name: Gu Chen. Age: 17. Current incineration points: 426. Martial skill: military boxing beginner. Technique: 100 battles. Body tempering method: initial 0-10 can be upgraded using incineration points. Realm: tempered viscera realm. Vitality points: 6249. Comment: where did that rat come from? Seeing the rising incineration value, he nodded with satisfaction. Thankfully, no matter what, the fluctuation of this incineration value was what reassured him most. As long as the combustion value was high enough, any corpse or enemy would be reduced to a pile of ashes. Gu then retrieved another corpse from the duct and began incinerating it. But this corpse was different. Halfway through the incineration, he suddenly noticed his translucent panel materializing before his eyes. Like a movie reel, it began playing the life story of the corpse's owner. The deceased was a female student. Her father served as mayor of Longchuan City, and her family enjoyed considerable wealth. Gifted from childhood, she excelled academically. Her martial arts cultivation was also remarkable, making her a true prodigy. She had reached the muscle tendon refinement stage at a young age, only a sophomore in high school. Such an early achievement spread her reputation as a genius throughout the city, and her parents had immense expectations for her. They hoped she would become one of humanity's strongest warriors. Yet at just 15, during a practical training session, she met a boy. This boy possessed striking good looks, his appearance truly extraordinary. His cultivation was equally impressive, only a hair's breadth behind hers. As they sparred as training partners, she gradually fell for him. He, too, developed feelings for her. Their feelings grew stronger, and unable to resist, they tasted the forbidden fruit and conceived a child. As the child grew, the secret inevitably came to light, reaching the girl's father. He demanded she abort the child, but she refused, insisting on giving birth. Enraged, the girl's father berated her harshly. Yet, it was still his own flesh and blood. Ultimately, the girl's father relented and allowed her to keep the child. The girl was overjoyed, eagerly awaiting the child's arrival. But when the time came for the baby to be born, the girl's lover vanished. With labor imminent, she had no choice but to push through, planning to find him after giving birth. Yet the instant the child was born, a wretched scream echoed through the delivery room. The child she had carried for 10 months was not human at all. It was a creature covered in black, slimy mucus, resembling an alien monster from another world. The moment it was born, it possessed immense combat power. It instantly killed the midwife, doctor, and nurses who had delivered it. It then devoured their bodies, instantly reaching the cultivation level of the mind refinement realm. The girl's father, hearing the screams from outside, rushed in to find the alien creature just finished devouring the corpses. Overcome with horror and rage, he ignored his daughter and prepared to strike the creature down. But the girl desperately held him back, saving the alien's life. Because of his daughter, the father refrained from killing it. The alien was confined to the basement. Over the next decade, disappearances in the city multiplied. As mayor, the father was overwhelmed with the crisis. Eventually, the girl's father discovered his daughter was connected to these disappearances. Enraged, he rushed home to confront her, only to witness her releasing the creature. It prepared to devour passers-by. He immediately attacked the creature, intending to kill it, but he never imagined the alien's strength would increase so rapidly. In just over a decade, the mayor found himself no match for it. He was defeated in mere moments and devoured by the creature. His daughter's desperate cries were utterly futile. After devouring the mayor's body, the alien grew even stronger. It effortlessly killed the city guards and fled into the wilderness. Having witnessed such a horrific turn of events, the mayor's daughter lost all will to live and took her own life immediately. Chapter 59, finally encountering a corpse in decay. Having endured such a tragedy, the mayor's daughter lost all will to live and took her own life immediately. The vision ended here. The scene within the translucent panel slowly faded like ripples on water. By the time the panel had completely dissipated, a black fruit from an unknown plant had appeared in his hand. Simultaneously, information about this black fruit appeared in his mind. The fruit of regret. Enhances your vital energy and physical constitution. Gu Chen's mouth fell open in shock. His corpse burning ability had this effect too? Not only could it burn corpses to gain incineration points and boost vitality, but it could also allocate points to martial arts techniques, enhancing his strength. And now it could even bear some kind of fruit that further boosted his power? This is insane. In my opinion, this god mode ability utterly outclasses all others. It's practically invincible. After confirming the fruit was harmless, Guchen picked up the black fruit, held it to his nose, and took a light sniff. An aroma instantly filled his nostrils. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. The fruit dissolved into sweetness in his mouth, flowing down his throat and permeating every fiber of his being. Guchen's muscles crackled and swelled instantly. Within mere breaths, his once slender frame expanded by a full size, transforming him into a muscular figure. But then, his muscles contracted once more, returning him to his previous form. Lean and wiry, yet radiating raw power. Ah! Guchen couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. He flexed his fists a few times, feeling his strength increase by roughly 3 tiers. It was comparable to his cultivation of the body forging technique. This reward was truly exceptional. If he had relied solely on burning corpses, he would have needed over 1,000 incineration points to achieve this effect through cultivating the 100 battles severing technique. Yet now, merely by consuming a single fruit, his physical stats had similarly surged by roughly 30%. But he knew full well that such things were likely rare and hard to come by. Despite burning countless corpses before, he had never encountered one like this. It seemed the conditions required to produce such a corpse were exceptionally extreme. If it weren't so rare, he would have encountered such a fruit long ago after burning so many corpses, and his strength would have skyrocketed by now. After incinerating this corpse, Guchen burned several more. About 5 or 6 hours had passed. He estimated the time and felt it should be close to quitting time. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, an electronic voice echoed through the room's speakers. Time is up. Please complete handover procedures and proceed to clock out. A series of creaking sounds followed as one room after another opened, and incineration workers emerged one by one. Guchen glanced at the sky. The horizon was indeed growing dark. It must be around 4 or 5 o'clock. Another day had passed. How quickly a day went by and he hadn't even finished cremating all the bodies. But just as Guchen stepped out the door to head home, the voice of the elderly man who had led him earlier echoed in his ears once more. Cremation Room 13, corpse has undergone transformation. The cremator is dead. Security personnel are requested to respond. Another one dead? With the one who died yesterday, that makes 2 dead now. It seems the probability of these corpses undergoing corpse transformation isn't low. But why haven't I encountered it myself? He wanted to burn another corpse to see how a transformed corpse differed from a normal one. He wondered if burning them would increase the amount of incineration points gained. But unfortunately, he hadn't encountered a single one. Guchen let out a soft sigh and walked away. As for his deceased colleague? Having taken this job, they had to accept the risk of death. Besides, you're all a bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled people. After death, you can still get generous survivor benefits. You could say it was well worth it. Yan Nua followed Guchen out, and the two returned to the hotel. After a quick meal, Guchen ascended to the rooftop once more to cultivate the 100 battles body tempering technique. He channeled all the combustion energy from the translucent panel into the 100 battles body forging technique, boosting his strength. After completing all this, Guchen opened the translucent panel to review today's results. Name, Guchen. Age, 17. Current burn value, 6 points. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Technique, 100 battles body tempering method. Early stage 410 burn points can be used to level up. Realm, tempered viscera realm. Vitality points, 7249. Comment, where did this muscle mouse come from? Seeing the changes in his stats panel, Guchen nodded with satisfaction. This was quite an improvement. His chi and blood had surged by over 1,000 points after consuming that fruit earlier today. His physical attributes had also improved, though these weren't displayed on the semi-transparent interface. Still, he could tangibly feel the difference. His current physical prowess now surpassed his state from 2 days prior by roughly 6 tiers. 3 tiers came from the 100 battles body forging technique, while the other 3 were from that black fruit. Combined, they amounted to roughly 6 tiers, equivalent to over half his previous physical prowess. This transformation was nothing short of monumental. Indeed, burning corpses was his true path forward. Soon, the sky brightened once more. Guchen first accompanied Yun Luo to the martial cultivation market. This trip wasn't to purchase martial arts techniques, but to buy cultivation resources for Yun Luo. Having accepted her martial arts technique, he felt obligated to do something in return. While he grew stronger by burning corpses daily, Yun Luo couldn't rely on that. She needed resources to accelerate her chi and blood cultivation. She possessed the techniques to enhance them, but lacked the means. With resources, her strength could surge rapidly, at the very least matching the cultivation pace her mother had maintained before her passing. After Guchen guided her in purchasing cultivation resources, they returned to the crematorium. This time he arrived a bit late. By the time he got there, nearly everyone else was already present. Only a few were absent. After inquiring, Guchen learned that several had been so terrified by the recent string of deaths that they dared not return to work at the crematorium, deeming the job far too dangerous. The crematorium had treated them fairly, paying them for the 2 days they had worked. Guchen saw nothing wrong with their decision. After all, fearing death was only human. No one was immune to that fear, and those who claimed otherwise were exceedingly rare. As the last night shift cremator emerged, Guchen entered his own small hut. Yun Nuo followed behind him. Once inside the cabin, she found a spot and silently began her cultivation practice. No deaths occurred during tonight's shift, but who knew what the day shift would bring? After tidying the room, Guchen retrieved a corpse from the passageway to begin the next round of cremation. After completing the cremation, Guchen received another body. This corpse, however, was different from the others. It belonged to a robust adult male. The records indicated his name was Wang Ting, a soldier who had died during a mission. His martial cultivation was at the mid-stage of the muscle tendon refinement realm, neither high nor low, just average. But what struck Guchen as peculiar wasn't this fact. Instead, it was the iron chain wrapped around the man's body. When Guchen pinched it, an indentation instantly appeared. The chains were surprisingly sturdy, more than sufficient to restrain someone at the muscle tempering realm, almost an overkill. Even some at the bone tempering realm might struggle to break free from them. But why was this corpse bound by chains, setting it apart from the others? Curiosity piqued, Guchen examined the body more closely. Soon, he discovered a distinct difference. First, the complexion was abnormal. Most corpses turned pale or bluish after death, but this one was dark. Moreover, the corpse retained a certain elasticity even after death, far exceeding that of freshly deceased bodies. This was highly unusual. Could this be a corpse on the verge of transforming into a zombie, or one with the potential to do so? Yun Nuo, who had been cultivating nearby, noticed the change in Guchen's expression and paused her practice to look at him. Guchen, sensing her gaze, replied, "It's nothing. Just that this corpse is likely about to undergo corpse transformation." Zombie transformation. Hearing Guchen say the corpse was about to undergo corpse transformation, Yun Nuo turned pale with fright and urgently urged him to throw the body into the crematorium. Seeing her frantic expression, he couldn't help but smile. Yun Nuo had weathered life's harshest trials and greatest triumphs. Rarely did one witness fear in her. He hadn't expected her to be afraid of a corpse. Seeing Guchen smile, Yun Nuo felt a surge of irritation. Yet she dared not truly show it, merely grunting under her breath before ignoring him. She pushed herself closer to the doorway, ready to flee at any moment. Just as Guchen was about to tease her further, the chained corpse beside him suddenly jerked, rattling the chains. Clank! Roar! Accompanied by a low growl, a piercing sound of chains being pulled echoed from the side. Guchen's heart tightened. He whipped his head around. Then he saw the corpse that had been tightly bound to the iron plate by chains actually come back to life. A corpse transformation had truly occurred. The fluctuations emanating from it differed from those of a normal martial cultivator, yet they were still perceptible. The corpse's energy had evolved from mid-stage muscle tempering realm to late-stage muscle tempering realm, and it continued to grow stronger. It soon reached the peak of the muscle tempering realm, then advanced to the early stage of the bone forging realm. Yet its physical form seemed stronger than martial artists at the same level. With a violent tug, the chain strained under the strain, emitting a shrill, grinding sound. Yun Nuo was utterly terrified by the sight. She grabbed the door handle, desperate to flee outside. But crematoriums feared escaped reanimated corpses. The doors had been sealed shut the moment they entered. Escape was impossible until closing time, when outside staff could unlock them. After struggling in vain for a long time, Yun Nuo began crying uncontrollably. Guchen offered a word of comfort before turning his attention back to the transformed corpse. The corpse still retained a broadly human form, but numerous details had shifted. Its eyes, for instance, were entirely blood red, with pupils that bore no resemblance to human ones. Instead, they resembled those of some predatory animal. A savage aura emanated from its body, as if it wanted to tear everything around it to shreds. Its height had also changed dramatically, growing from its original 1.8 meters to nearly 2 meters. At that moment, it struggled frantically, its eyes bloodshot and crimson, trying to break free from its restraints. Its strength was immense. The iron chains binding it visibly cracked with tiny fissures. It managed to create some slack, then seized the moment to lunge at Guchen with its gaping maw. Guchen's eyes suddenly widened. His body instinctively reacted. His left foot stomped hard against the ground. As his upper body shifted, his right foot stepped forward and pushed off the ground, followed by his left foot lifting off. He delivered a kick. Though he only exerted 50% of his strength, Guchen was a master at the tempered viscera realm with exceptional physical prowess. The force of that kick was terrifying. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed. The transformed corpse was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily into the room's wall. The entire wall trembled, clearly shaken by the immense force of the strike. Just as Guchen thought the corpse would never rise again after his kick, the corpse let out another growl and slowly rose to its feet, though it was now in a terrible state. A small crack split open in its skull. A thick, foul-smelling substance oozed from the wound. One thigh was severely twisted, making it difficult for it to even stand steadily. Holy! It can still stand up? Witnessing this scene, Guchen couldn't help but let out a startled exclamation. This transformed corpse was truly extraordinary. Guchen, fearing delays would invite trouble, closed in and delivered several more kicks. The corpse flew backward once more, crashing into the wall with a thud. It could rise no more. After finishing this, Guchen opened the crematorium door and walked over to the mutated corpse. With a single kick, the corpse flew into the crematorium with the precision of a soccer ball. Guchen leisurely closed the crematorium door and began incinerating the corpse. He wanted to see what made this mutated corpse different. Had the corpse, originally at the muscle-tempering realm, reached the bone-forging realm after mutation? And if he disposed of it by burning it in the crematorium, would he gain more incineration points? After all, his incineration points increased proportionally to the rank of the corpses he burned. Yun Nuo, watching nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. That was all the transformed corpse could do? She'd imagined something far more terrifying. In just a few moments, Guchen, who was about her age, had disposed of it. Soon, as time passed, the struggling sounds from the corpse inside the incinerator grew fainter and fainter, gradually turning into a pile of ashes. Once everything was finished, Guchen excitedly opened the translucent panel. The incineration value displayed on the panel had surged significantly. Name, Guchen. Age, 17. Current incineration value, 506 points. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Technique, 100 battles body tempering method early stage 410 burn points can be used to level up. Realm, tempered viscera realm. Vitality points, 7249. Comment, where did this muscle rat come from? This corpse alone provided him with a full 500 burning points. That was no small amount. His guess was likely correct. The burning value of corpses was determined by their strength at the time of incineration. Each level of strength gained during the corpse's transformation meant more burning value. This was terrifying. If every corpse he burned underwent transformation, his incineration value would skyrocket. In that case, if only there were a way to induce corpse transformation. Transform corpses? A flash of insight struck Guchen. Making corpses transform didn't seem impossible. While dangerous for others, the risk to himself was relatively manageable. The real challenge wasn't the danger posed by the reanimated corpses themselves, but figuring out how to reanimate them in the first place. What exactly causes a corpse to transform? Guchen pondered relentlessly in his mind. In his previous life, watching Uncle Ying's films, Uncle Ling had explained that corpse transformation occurred when a person had a lingering breath that hadn't been swallowed before death. This breath became trapped in the throat, unable to rise upward or descend downward. Over time, the corpse would transform. Alternatively, a corpse that hadn't yet decomposed might encounter a living person who imparted a breath of young energy, triggering the transformation. But these were all theories from his past life on Blue Star. He had no idea what caused corpses to transform in this world. Guchen speculated it was likely due to intense resentment harbored by the deceased at the moment of death, compounded by some other factor. But exactly what those reasons were, he still didn't know. Hey! What are you spacing out about? Guchen snapped out of his thoughts upon hearing someone call his name nearby. He saw Yun Nuo standing before him, waving her hand in front of his face. Sorry, I was spacing out. Seeing Guchen snap back to reality, Yun Nuo breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you were hurt by that corpse. Honestly, with your skills, why are you still working here? Yun Nuo's large eyes fixed on Guchen as she voiced the question that had been nagging at her since they arrived at the crematorium. Guchen was clearly very young, yet immensely powerful, at the very least a forged bone realm expert. He might even be at the tempered viscera realm. That mutated corpse he just dealt with was likely already at the forged bone realm. Yet despite its formidable power, the corpse offered no resistance whatsoever against Guchen, shattered in mere moments. And earlier at the martial arts market, Guchen hadn't even bothered to intervene much, yet he'd beaten that old woman so badly she couldn't get back up. But with such formidable power, why did Guchen persistently stay at the crematorium, working there, for that measly pay? Does a forged bone realm expert really need that measly 2,000 or 3,000 extra per month? A typical forged bone realm expert earns around 10 million a year. What kind of pittance is a crematorium job? Chapter 60, The Big Bed. Earlier at the martial arts market, Guchen barely lifted a finger before knocking that old woman to the ground. But with Guchen possessing such formidable strength, why has he remained at the crematorium, working at the crematorium, for that measly pay? Does a forged bone realm expert really need an extra 20 or 30,000 a month? A typical forged bone realm expert earns around 10 million yuan annually. What's a crematorium worker's pay compared to that? Most forged bone realm experts either become minor executives within corporations or minor elders within clans. Who would choose to be a crematorium worker? Guchen froze upon hearing Yun Nuo's question. He couldn't very well admit he had a cheat code that burning corpses made him stronger. If word got out, he'd be in danger. With luck, no one would believe it. With bad luck, he'd likely end up in a lab getting dissected. He felt the probability of being dissected was higher. Nothing much. Just a personal hobby, Guchen replied after a few seconds of silence. Hearing this answer, Yun Nuo also wore an understanding expression. She thought the same, only a personal hobby explanation held water. After all, it wasn't unheard of for masters to have peculiar pastimes. Her mother had once mentioned a master at the Unity Realm level she knew who had to visit a foot spa every day for a massage treatment. He claimed that if he skipped a day, his whole body would itch. Another had to sleep in a coffin every night, otherwise, she couldn't sleep at all. Yet another demanded a different man each day, or else she'd go mad. These masters all had peculiar quirks to varying degrees. Guchen's cremation fetish wasn't exactly severe, nor was it trivial, it fell somewhere in the middle. Gazing at Yun Nuo's pensive expression, Guchen felt a sudden headache coming on. Surely this little minx didn't think he had some peculiar fetish too? But peculiar fetishes were peculiar fetishes. At least it was better than ending up in a lab being dissected. Guchen kept reassuring himself. After a while, he resumed burning bodies. This time, the corpse was a young girl, around 13 or 14 years old. Her martial cultivation was only at the early Qi blood realm. Cause of death, car accident. Guchen felt a mix of disappointment and regret. He was disappointed that the corpse's cultivation was too low, likely adding little to his incineration points. The regret stemmed from the young girl losing her life so young. But lamentations aside, the body still had to be burned. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, it was time to clock out. After incinerating the final corpse, the steel door to the room slid open. Guchen stepped out, paused for a few seconds in deep thought, then walked over to Wang De. Is the night shift short-staffed? I can't stand idleness. I'd like to take the day shift and cover the night shift too. Not working is also an option. Standing there pondering whether Guchen was approaching him to resign, he never imagined that Guchen wasn't quitting the cremator job at all. He wanted to take on the night shift as well. Young people's ideas were truly unpredictable. He was getting old after all, unable to keep up with the times. But this kid wanting to work nights was actually a good thing. The night shift was always short-staffed, the death rate was consistently the highest, and manpower was often insufficient. If Guchen was willing to take it, he should go for it. With that thought, he turned to Guchen and said, "Are you sure? If you are, I'll process the paperwork for you." "I'm sure. But I have one request." "A request?" Wang De frowned, but he patiently asked, "What is it?" "Could you assign me a bed? I'm tired and need to rest for a bit." Hearing this request, Wang De couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He'd expected something difficult, only to find it was just this simple request, merely wanting to rest for a while. "That's all? No problem. I'll have someone deliver a bed to your room shortly." Wang De agreed immediately. A bed was no big deal. Besides, he had a favorable impression of this young man, Guchen. The lad showed promise and drive. If he survived, Wang De might even recruit him to work under him. After bidding Wang De farewell, Guchen returned to where Yun Nuo was waiting for him in the distance. "Let's go. Back to burning bodies." Yun Nuo froze in surprise. Burn more bodies? She'd been smelling the stench of burning corpses all day, and now she had to go smell it again after work? She took back her earlier words. Guchen's obsession was definitely not mild, no. It was downright severe. But she had no right to refuse. If she wandered off alone and ran into those blood-sucking relatives of hers, she'd be in for trouble. So she gritted her teeth and agreed. Guchen, seeing her consent, pulled her back into the cremation room. By now, a 2-meter-wide bed had been set up inside. Seeing the large bed, Guchen marveled at how quickly Wang De had acted. It seemed the night shift was truly short-staffed. Yun Nuo's tense expression eased slightly. At least there was a place to sleep now, no more resting on the concrete floor. Unlike Guchen, she didn't possess such high martial arts cultivation. She needed rest. After her expression eased somewhat, Yun Nuo walked to the bedside and pressed her hand into the mattress. Her hand sank into the bedding. It was surprisingly soft. Yun Nuo's expression eased a bit more. Chapter 61, Yun Nuo's disappearance. She wasn't Guchen, she didn't possess such profound martial arts cultivation. She needed rest. After Yun Nuo's expression eased slightly, she walked to the bedside and pressed her hand down. Her hand sank into the bedding. It was surprisingly soft. Yun Nuo's expression eased a little more. This bed's not half bad. After bringing Yun Nuo inside, Guchen resumed burning the corpses. Another night passed in the blink of an eye. Guchen had burned a total of 6 bodies, increasing his incineration points by about 100 in total. Each body had yielded him a little over 10 incineration points on average. Not too much, not too little. But he hadn't encountered a single corpse that had undergone corpse mutation. Oh well. Keep burning. Burning enough ordinary corpses isn't a bad option either. And so, day after day, Guchen burned corpses. Before he knew it, a month had passed.
Inside the crematorium, Guchen skillfully packed the ashes into bags before sitting cross-legged on the floor and opening the translucent panel.
Name, Guchen. Age, 17. Current cremation points, 4,502. Martial skill, military boxing beginner.
Technique, 100 battles body tempering method early stage 410 can be upgraded using cremation points.
Realm, tempered viscera realm. Vitality points, 7249. Comment, where did this muscle mouse come from?
Seeing his burning value surpass 4,000, Guchen smiled with satisfaction. After a month of relentless corpse incineration, his burning value had surpassed 4,000. A portion of this came from mutated corpses, but most was earned from burning regular bodies. The primary reason he'd accumulated so much was the exceptional quality of corpses at the North District's premier crematorium. Nearly every corpse possessed some level of martial cultivation. The highest level one Guchen had encountered was at the Forged Bone realm, which alone had granted him several hundred incineration points.
That was no small amount. Of course, his relentless effort played a crucial role. He worked day and night without rest, having gone a full month without sleep. He subsisted on mere breadfruit scraps each day, burning bodies without pause. Outside, Wang De had once assumed Guchen had perished in the room. Only after sending someone to investigate did they discover Guchen was alive and well. Eventually, Wang De stopped coming altogether, even handing Guchen the room key so he could freely enter the crematorium. Yun Nuo had also had enough of the crematorium. After a week, she couldn't stand it anymore and ran out, telling him she'd wait for him at the hotel where she'd been staying before. It's time to advance to the Unity realm.
The Unity realm represented the pinnacle of core combat strength. Essentially, once you reached this level, major factions generally treated you with respect, as Unity realm experts were considered their most reliable core forces. While they did possess inner gang realm experts above that, most held high positions and significant power, rarely intervening lightly. As for the outer gang realm, reaching this realm was even rarer, typically reserved for the leaders of Yenqing's second-tier factions. Their power was terrifying, placing them among the true elite. Above that lies the spirit-refining realm. To reach this stage, one must push the outer gang's realm to its absolute limit and cultivate a divine consciousness. Without this divine consciousness, no matter how powerful one is, advancement to the spirit-refining realm is impossible. Those at the spirit-refining realm are usually the leaders of first-rate factions, people whose word is law, the true rulers of Yen City. Beyond that lay the unattainable realm of Grandmaster. To Guchen's knowledge, Yenqing had no practitioners at that level. The highest known cultivation seemed to be spirit refining. That realm seemed incredibly difficult to attain. Of course, Guchen had confidence with enough corpses, he believed he could break through any realm. After pondering, Guchen decided to break through to the Unity realm now. He then reopened the translucent panel. Name, Guchen. Age, 17. Current incineration value, 4,502 points. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Technique, 100 battles body tempering method early stage 410 can be upgraded using combustion points.
Realm, tempered viscera realm. Vitality points, 7249. Comment, where did this muscle mouse come from?
He silently chanted to boost his vitality. He watched as the combustion value in his semi-transparent panel rapidly decreased, replaced by vitality surging upward.
7,005. 8,000. 8,005. 9,000. 9,005. 9,008. 9,009. 9,999. 10,000.
When his vitality hit 10,000, Guchen's body suddenly swelled to 3 or 4 times its original size. The qi and blood surged through him like the roaring yellow river, veins bulging across his body. Every muscle on his body glowed, washed by the surging qi and blood. Every bone in his body trembled, while his internal organs whirred like windmills spinning at breakneck speed, emitting a whooshing sound.
Pain. It was excruciating. Guchen felt as if his entire body was about to explode.
This state persisted for 2 hours before Guchen's internal condition gradually stabilized, his body returning to normal.
A layer of black grime appeared on his skin. Guchen scraped some off and held it to his nose. The stench was so foul he nearly vomited.
He had encountered this before when he first obtained the golden finger and advanced to the muscle refinement realm. A similar layer of black grime had covered his body.
He never imagined his body would react this way again upon entering the Unity realm.
Guchen hurried to the bathroom in the small house to wash himself clean. After rinsing off the grime, he noticed his skin had improved dramatically, now fair, smooth, and radiant, surpassing even the complexions of top celebrities from his previous life. His physical strength had also surged, far surpassing his pre-unification realm self.
Guchen felt he could now single-handedly overpower his former self.
This was a comprehensive enhancement, unlike previous realms that primarily targeted specific physical attributes. The Unity realm elevated his entire body, binding it into a single cohesive force that unleashed vastly greater power. After admiring the changes in his body, Guchen sat on the large bed and opened the translucent panel once more. He wanted to see how much burning value he had left.
Name, Guchen. Age, 17. Current combustion points, 1703. Martial skill, military boxing beginner.
Technique, 100 battles body tempering method early stage 410 can be upgraded using combustion points.
Realm, tempered viscera realm. Vitality points, 10030. Comment, where'd this little dog come from?
Seeing over 1,000 burning points remaining, Guchen felt quite pleased. During his breakthrough, he'd suddenly realized that as his martial cultivation grew stronger, breaking through realms might require additional burning points. But now it seemed he'd worried needlessly it hadn't cost him any extra.
Time to rest now. School must be starting soon, probably within the next few days. Come to think of it, why hasn't Yunhua returned yet? She usually comes back every 2 days. Counting the days, today is already the 4th day. By all accounts, she should have been back long ago. Guchen pulled out his phone and made several calls, but there was no response. Seeing this, Guchen couldn't help but frown. He wasn't the type to take money and not deliver. Since he'd promised to ensure Yunhua reached the Forged Bone Realm, he had to see it through. Her absence now likely meant trouble. It seemed it was time for him to get moving. It would be a good chance to relax. Chapter 62, The Lai Family. He wasn't the type to take money and not deliver. Having promised to ensure Yunhua reached the Forged Bone Realm, he would see it through. Yunhua's failure to return likely meant trouble had befallen him. It seemed time for him to go out and stir things up. It would be a good chance to relax. With that thought, Guchen decided to leave the crematorium first and head to the hotel where he had previously stayed to check on the situation. The hotel he stayed at wasn't considered a luxury establishment in Yenshan, but it wasn't small either. It was said to hold some influence within the city. He had booked a room there for over a month, and there should still be a few days left on his reservation. Guchen exited the crematorium, hailed a taxi, and soon arrived at his former lodging. The hotel had changed since a month ago. Previously, it had occupied roughly 3 floors within an office building, which itself had over 10 floors. Now, the hotel had taken over the entire building. It seemed to have expanded considerably in just 1 month. Guchen wondered what resources the hotel had used for this expansion. He hoped it wasn't connected to Yunhua. Otherwise, he gave a cold chuckle and stepped inside the building. At the entrance, a receptionist greeted him. Spotting his arrival, she immediately approached. Her smile broadened noticeably at the sight of Guchen's striking appearance. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Here's my room key. Could you check how many days are left on it?" Guchen said, handing the pale gold key card to the receptionist. The receptionist accepted it with a smile, asked him to wait a moment, and went to the front desk to check the dates. Soon, the receptionist returned with the card in hand and said apologetically, "Sir, your room was checked out a week ago." "Checked out? But I don't remember checking out. Besides, hotels are strict these days, you need your ID to check out, and I've had mine with me the whole time. I never checked out. Can you explain what's going on? Could there be another me out there who checked out?" The receptionist was stumped by Guchen's question, momentarily speechless. Guchen waved her away and instructed her to call the hotel manager. The receptionist nodded and left. A moment later, a man in a suit strolled over. He wasn't tall, only about 5 feet 3 inches, but he was very overweight. Guchen estimated he weighed over 200 pounds, close to 300. His gaze toward Guchen was dismissive. Approaching with a slouch, he asked casually, "What do you want?" Seeing this, Guchen shook his head, stood up, and delivered a direct kick to the man's bulging stomach. The terrifying force ripped through the white shirt covering his belly. He flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. The scene terrified onlookers, triggering screams as some called the police and others dialed emergency services. Guchen strode over to the man, disregarding the commotion. He planted his foot on the man's head, towering over him as he demanded, each word deliberate. "I'll ask one more time. Where did the girl in my room go?" The man in the suit had already regained consciousness from the excruciating pain. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and stared at Guchen in terror. But as Guchen's foot pressed down harder and harder, he had no choice but to answer. Stammering, he replied, "I really don't know. A few days ago, a group of people burst in asking where that girl was. Seeing they outnumbered me, I told them the room number. About 5 or 6 minutes later, that group came out with the girl you mentioned. Before leaving, they gave me a card with a substantial amount of money on it. I used that money, plus my own savings, to buy the office building and open the hotel." "That's it?" Guchen asked coldly. "That's all I know, honestly," the chubby man in the suit hurriedly replied. But then he felt Guchen's foot press down harder, nearly splitting his skull open. He hurriedly spoke again. "Oh, right. I know one of them, he's from the Lai family of Yenshan." Upon hearing the chubby man's answer, Guchen delivered another kick, sending the man flying once more. This time, the man was knocked unconscious. If it weren't for Yenshan's strict laws, he would have kicked the life out of this slacker. He then glanced out at the bustling street outside the hotel, a cold smile curling his lips. The Lai family? Yenshan, Lai family manor.
In a garden filled with birdsong and blooming flowers, a young man dressed in vibrant, ornate robes pleaded earnestly with a stern-faced middle-aged man. "Father, please let me go to the Yun family. Yun Nuwa is at the Yun residence right now. You know I've always loved her. If you hadn't forcibly brought me back a few days ago, she would already be mine." Nonsense. Forget about Yun Nuwa. Until that young man's background is thoroughly investigated, you won't set foot outside this house. Chapter 63, The Fierce Inquiry. Nonsense. Forget about Yun Nuwa. Until that young man's background is thoroughly investigated, I won't let you step outside this door. Dad, that kid's just a crematorium worker. What's there to worry about? Besides, he's not even a permanent employee at the crematorium. He could die at any moment. Why overthink it? Oomph. My word is final. Don't argue with me. If I find out you went to the Yun family, you won't see a penny of your allowance for 6 months. No, Dad. My allowance is barely enough to survive. If I don't get it for half a year, I'll be in serious trouble. Fine, I won't go. The stern middle-aged man looked at his son, who had finally agreed, and his expression softened slightly. His name was Lai Tian, the patriarch of the Lai family. He managed every big and small matter in the household, working non-stop day and night with little free time. Today, he finally had a chance to rest, only to learn that 2 days prior, his son had followed the Yun family's men, captured a woman, and interrogated her about some martial arts technique. He knew the woman Tu Yun Nuwa, also of the Yun family. Her mother had been a powerful cultivator at the Unity realm, once the head of the Yun household. After her death, everything changed irrevocably. The family estate was sold off and devoured by other members of the Yun clan. Even her daughter became a target, with demands that she reveal whatever martial arts techniques she possessed. Her son Lai Wen had participated in this affair. Upon learning of this, she immediately investigated and soon discovered the matter was far more complex than it seemed. By Yun Nua's side was a youth who resembled Gu Chun. Though Gu Chen was roughly Yun Nua's age, his power was extraordinary. He had once defeated 2 Forged Bone Realm experts in an instant at the martial cultivation market. While those 2 were only at the early stage of Forged Bone Realm, defeating Gu Chun in an instant required at least mid-stage Forged Bone Realm strength. He himself was only at the late Forged Bone Realm, likely just 1 minor realm below Gu Chen's strength. And that was just an estimate. There was a significant chance Gu Chen was actually at the late Forged Bone Realm. To reach the Forged Bone Realm at his age made him a top-tier genius in Yen City. He was no ordinary corpse-burning artisan, as his son Lai Wen had claimed. If he was a corpse-burning worker, then what was he? Another corpse-burning worker? What about Lai Wen, a dog? The foundation he had built up couldn't be destroyed like this. Thinking this, Lai Tian looked at his son and added, "Remember what you said. Otherwise, I'll break your legs and make you crawl out." Lai Wen immediately cringed, his neck shrinking back in fear, daring not utter another word. Only after Lai Tian had left did he grumble in discontent. "It's just a cremator. Why be so cautious? Besides, Yun Nuwa still has that Unity Realm cultivation technique in her hands. You must understand, father, the cultivation technique you practice is only at the Forging Bone Realm level. How is it that the highest tier cultivation technique in the entire Lai family is merely at the late Forging Bone Realm stage?" As Lai Wen paced the courtyard, his resentment grew. By the end, he was seething with determination. "It's only half a year's allowance. Once I get that Unity Realm cultivation technique, we'll see if you dare to practice." Lai Wen believed that once he obtained the Unity Realm cultivation technique, he would become the Lai family's greatest asset. Then, forget about 6 months' allowance. Even if he asked for the stars in the sky, his father would give them to him. At this thought, a thrill of excitement spread across Lai Wen's face. He could already picture the moment he obtained that Unity Realm cultivation technique. "Fine. I'll go to the Yun family now and see if I can get Yun Nuwa to spill the beans about the cultivation technique." With that, Lai Wen stepped out of the courtyard, crossed the main hall, and approached the front gate. But just as he reached the entrance, ready to push the door open, he heard the sound of a car pulling up outside, followed by a smooth, youthful voice. "Thanks, master. This is the place." The sound of a car door closing followed, then the voice of his household servant stationed at the entrance. "Hello, may I ask who you are? Do you have an appointment?" "Without an appointment, we cannot allow entry." But strangely, he didn't hear the young man's voice again. Was he just passing by? Just as he was about to push open the door to investigate, the young man's voice sounded again from outside. This time, however, the words made him frown. "Appointment? Sorry, I don't need one." "Not needed?" What kind of rude brat was this? Did he really think the Lai family's place was open for anyone to come and go as they pleased? A surge of anger welled up in Lai Wen, and he was about to step out to teach the insolent youth a lesson. But in the next instant, to his utter shock, 2 dull thuds echoed from outside. Then, the thick vermilion wooden door before his eyes shattered with a thunderous crash as a tremendous force smashed it inward from the outside. Then, before his eyes appeared a youth of 18 or 19, with rather handsome features. The aura emanating from this youth was truly extraordinary, as if he were an immortal cast down from the heavens untainted by the mundane world, gentle and refined like jade.
He felt utterly inadequate in comparison. Meanwhile, the two servants from his household lay sprawled on the stone floor, their fate unknown. "Who are you?" Lai Wen mustered his courage to demand. "Do you know this is the Lai family's territory? I'm giving you a chance, leave now, and I'll pretend nothing happened." With that, the youth across from him sneered dismissively before vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, the youth stood directly before him, his hand clamped firmly around Lai's throat, sending a wave of suffocation through him. "I hear the Lai family captured Yun Nua?" Upon learning it was connected to the Lai family of Yencheng, Gu Chen left the hotel and headed straight for the Lai residence. On the way, he searched for information about the Lai family on his phone. The Lai family was a minor clan that had risen to prominence 20 years ago. Their clan leader, Lai Tian, was 50 years old, possessing late-forged bone realm strength, and was known for being cautious and meticulous. His son, now 20, attended a top martial arts university through expensive enrollment. Yet his talent and strength were mediocre, only reaching the peak of the Qi blood realm without advancing to the muscle tendon realm. He was ambitious but lacking in ability, his sights set too high for his capabilities. His daughter, Lai Ling, aged 15, possessed extraordinary talent, reaching the peak of the Qi blood realm and poised to surpass her brother Lai Wen. She was likely the next heir apparent of the Lai family. Lai Tianba, the father of clan leader Lai Tian, is at the early forged bone realm but possesses solid combat prowess. He enjoys fishing. After reviewing the Lai family's basic situation, Gu Chen had a clear plan in mind. The Lai family's strength was not formidable, he could likely sweep through them single-handedly without much trouble. As long as no one died, the Lai family would likely avoid escalating the matter too much. Gu Chen soon arrived at the Lai residence. After thanking the taxi driver, he swiftly disposed of the guards at the entrance. Kicking the gate to shatter it, he spotted Lai Wen standing at the entrance. Having seen his photo before, Gu Chen recognized him as Lai Tian's son. Without a word, he grabbed him and demanded Yun Nua's whereabouts. Lai Wen, choking in Gu Chen's grip, gasped out. "What Yun Nua? I've never heard of her. Let go of me, or I'll call the police." "Oh?" Gu Chen watched Lai Wen's eyes darting nervously around. Instantly, he knew Yun Nua's disappearance was indeed connected to this man. He silently tightened his grip. Chapter 64, Explanation. "Oh?" Gu Chen watched Lai Wen's evasive gaze and instantly knew Yun Nua's disappearance was indeed connected to this man. He silently tightened his grip. A suffocating pressure instantly enveloped Lai Wen. As time dragged on, the choking sensation grew heavier and heavier. Finally, he tried to speak, wanting to confess what he knew about Yun Nua. But Gu Chen's massive hand clamped down like steel, trapping him so tightly he couldn't even utter a sound. He could only turn to Gu Chen with a pleading look, his eyes filled with desperate entreaty. But Gu Chen remained utterly unmoved, not loosening his grip until Lai Wen was on the verge of unconsciousness. Lai Wen slid from Gu Chen's grasp like a dead dog, collapsing onto the ground. Perhaps the coolness and earthy scent of the soil jolted him back to consciousness. He began gasping for fresh air, taking deep, ragged breaths. Huff. After catching his breath, he looked up at Gu Chen with terror in his eyes. He had genuinely been on the verge of suffocation. There was no longer any intention to hide anything. He truly never wanted to experience that feeling a second time. I'll talk. Yun Nua is. Just as he was about to reveal Yun Nua's whereabouts, rapid footsteps echoed through the courtyard. A middle-aged man emerged from the Lai family compound, none other than Lai Tian. Lai Tian saw his son sitting on the ground, deathly pale, especially with a youth standing before him, his expression unfriendly. A surge of anger flared within him. He had been handling clan affairs in the rear courtyard when he sensed a powerful surge of qi erupting from the main gate of the Lai family compound. It felt like a fight, and the qi fluctuations were significant. Fearing the worst, he had rushed from the rear courtyard. His fears were confirmed. Yet he swiftly suppressed his anger. He suddenly recognized the youth before him as somewhat familiar, resembling Gu Chen, the young man he had recently sent investigators to look into. That youth, though not yet of age, possessed the strength of the forged bone realm. Forcing the issue was not an option. Lai Tian made his decision and tentatively asked, "Who are you? Leave my son alone. He's young and ignorant. If there's anything, speak to me. I'll give you a satisfactory answer." Luwen, standing nearby, saw his father arrive and his face lit up. His fear of Gu Chen quickly faded. He shouted, "Father, save me. That's Gu Chen. Break every bone in his body and hand him over to me. I'll make him taste the 18 tortures." "Gu Chen?" Lai Tian ignored his son's pleas, staring at Gu Chen not far away, his mind filled with nothing but shock. Though he'd long known that Gu Chen, who defeated 2 forged bone realm cultivators in the martial cultivation market, was young, seeing him standing before him in person, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Young. Damn, he's so damn young. If only I had a son like that." At that thought, his gaze toward Lai Wen couldn't help but carry a hint of disgust. His son was a hopeless case. In his 20s and not even at the Tendon's training realm, he spent his days loafing around with a bunch of good-for-nothing friends, always getting into trouble. When things got serious, Lai Tian had to step in and bail him out. This time, he'd tangled with Gu Chen, a young prodigy with boundless potential. He should have just. Father, say something. Hurry up and help me take this guy down. He hit your own son. Shut up. Lai Tian delivered a palm strike across the distance, the powerful gust of wind slapping Long Island Expressway when square in the face. A sharp crack echoed through the air. A bright red handprint remained on Lai Wen's cheek. Lian Wan, who had just been urging his father to strike Gu Chen, froze in shock. After several breaths, his eyes snapped back into focus, and he shouted at his father. Dad! What are you doing? Why hit me? Hit that guy next to me. If you take him down, that Unity Realm cultivation technique will be ours. His plea was met with a barrage of palm strikes, smacking repeatedly against Lai Wen's face. Only when his face was bloodied did Lai Tian stop. He bowed apologetically to Gu Chen. Young brother Gu, I truly apologize for this. My son is a good-for-nothing, a complete fool. I'm aware of the situation. A few days ago, while wandering the streets, he ran into a group from the Yun family. Among them was a friend of my useless son. He followed the Yun family to a hotel, apparently to capture that Unity Realm practitioner's daughter. To interrogate her about martial arts techniques. But the girl kept her mouth shut and wouldn't reveal anything, so they brought her back to the Yun family. My son was involved in this incident, but he merely followed along and didn't do anything else. Moreover, after he returned, I sternly reprimanded him and ordered him to stay out of this matter. Having spoken, Lai Tian still seemed unsatisfied. He swung another palm strike at Lai Wan, who was already dazed from the previous blow. The fierce palm wind howled toward Lai Wan. This palm strike carried far more force than the previous ones, its power significantly greater. The dazed Lai Wan was instantly sent flying by the force of the strike, crashing into an empty patch of ground nearby. He spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, evidence that the blow had been devastatingly powerful, inflicting internal injuries on Lai Wan. After finishing this, Lai Tian turned his gaze back to Gu Chen, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Since he'd already struck his son, he might as well finish the job, taking Gu Chen directly to the Yun family to demand the return of the person. After all, the Yun family was no longer what it once was. Only 2 forged bone realm elders remained to uphold its power. Without a Unity Realm expert to anchor them, they were hardly a threat. The young man before him, however, was already a forged bone realm expert at such a young age. Given time, he would surely become a Unity Realm master, perhaps even surpass that level. Young brother Gu, though Lai Wan played only a minor role in this affair, he was indeed involved. How about this? To make amends, I'll take you to the Yun family myself. What do you say? Chapter 65, The Yun Family. This unexpected turn of events left Gu Chen momentarily stunned. Usually, when you beat the young ones, the elders show up, beat the elders, and the ancestors come. Who just admits fault so cleanly and decisively? Not only admitting fault, he even wanted to take him to the Yun family. It seemed he intended to vouch for him. This head of the Lai family was truly beyond words. Could it be he had seen through Gu Chen's true strength as a Unity Realm cultivator? Gu Chen's mind raced with speculation. But from what he'd just heard, Yun Nuwa hadn't been captured by the Lai family, she'd been taken by the Yun family. Lai Wan had only gotten involved because he'd happened upon Yun family members going to the hotel to seize her. This possibility wasn't out of the question. Judging by the head of the Lai family's behavior, it seemed highly probable. Meaning it had little to do with the Lai family. And Lai Tian, that man, was actually quite competent in his dealings. The anger in his heart lessened considerably. Sparing the Lai family might not be out of the question. At this realization, Gu Chen's expression softened. He gave the Lai family head a slight nod, agreeing to their proposal. Upon seeing Gu Chen's consent, Lai Tian's face lit up with joy. He immediately shouted to those around him. Someone! Prepare the carriage! To the Yun family! He then tossed it aside carelessly. The vehicle dispatched by the Lai family was a black sedan, both its exterior and interior exuding luxury. Gu Chen didn't know its make. He only knew it seemed incredibly expensive, probably around 10 million yuan. He'd have to sell everything he owned to afford one. Once inside the vehicle, Lai Tian began briefing Gu Chen on the Yun family's influence and circumstances. The Yun family is a Unity Realm level clan, with Unity Realm experts stationed within its ranks. They rank among Yen City's second-tier families, not exceptionally powerful, yet the Unity Realm carries some prestige. Few would provoke them without cause. However, recently the Yun family's Unity Realm expert passed away, leaving only 2 forged bone realm elders behind. Their strength was no longer formidable. In the wake of their pillar's demise, the Yun family had begun scaling back their holdings, relinquishing numerous vital enterprises and mining operations. Moreover, the mother of Yun Nuwa, whom Gu Chen had sought out, was none other than the deceased Unity Realm expert of the Yun family. Upon hearing that Yun Nuwa now possessed a Unity Realm cultivation technique, the Yun family tracked her down, captured her, and subjected her to interrogation to extract the technique. Speaking of this, Lai Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When Yun Nuwa's mother was alive, Yun Nuwa had been the Yun family's little princess, cherished and pampered by the entire clan. Whatever she desired, be it rare delicacies or exotic treasures, was served at her table that very day. Her wardrobe consisted solely of high-end custom-made garments.
Yet with her mother's passing, her status plummeted. Not only were the family assets her mother left her seized, but she herself was cast out of the household. After her expulsion, rumors spread that she possessed cultivation techniques of the Unity realm.
They seized her once more. Alas! Lai Tian couldn't help but wonder, if he were to pass away one day, would his descendants face the same fate within the Lai family? Would they too be cast out? Or be secretly killed? Lai Tian dared not dwell on the thought. He knew the likelihood was high once he was gone, his descendants would certainly face hardship. Beside him, Gu Chen listened to Lai Tian's account while opening his phone to look up basic information about the Yun family. The Yun family's situation matched Lai Tian's account.
After Yun Nua's mother passed away, only 2 forged bone realm elders remained in the clan. Both were advanced in age, their combat prowess limited, posing little threat. With his own Unity realm strength, pushing through should pose no real problem. Within about half an hour, Gu Chen and Lai Tian arrived at the Yun family's location. The Yun family's estate was also in the city center, even more prime than the Lai family's location, and similarly spacious. After getting out of the car, Lai Tian walked up to the Yun family's vermilion gate to ring the bell, but Gu Chen waved him aside. Before Lai Tian could grasp the situation, Gu Chen delivered a powerful kick to the gate. The heavy door shattered into pieces with a thunderous crash. Then, after Gu Chen finished kicking the gate, Lai Tian heard him take a deep breath before bellowing out a clear, powerful voice.
Yun family, hand over Yun Nua.
The voice surged through the air like a torrent, sweeping into the depths of the Yun residence.
Along the way, shattering glass and cries of terror echoed. What's happening? An earthquake? The glass in my room just shattered. Earthquake my ass. Someone's here looking for trouble. Didn't you hear them shouting for Yun Nua? Demanding our Yun family hand over Yun Nua. Oh. I didn't notice earlier. I thought it was an earthquake. Chapter 66, The Clash. Just as Lai Tian was still confused, Gu Chen kicked the door with all his might. The heavy door shattered into pieces with a thunderous crash. After the door kicked in, Lai Tian heard Gu Chen take a deep breath before bellowing with a clear, powerful voice. Yun family, hand over Yun Nua. The voice surged through the air like a torrent, sweeping toward the interior of the Yun residence. Along the way, shattering glass and cries of terror echoed. What's happening? An earthquake? The glass in my room just shattered. Earthquake my ass. Someone's here looking for trouble. Didn't you hear them shouting for Yun Nua? Demanding our Yun family hand over Yun Nua. Oh. I didn't notice earlier. I thought it was an earthquake. Whoever that fool is, daring to act so brazenly at our Yun residence? Does he really think we're defenseless just because we don't have a Unity realm expert? Let's go check it out. Dozens of figures from the Yun family rushed out of the courtyard and headed straight for the main gate. As Gu Chen stepped through the gate, he saw someone approaching, with more figures arriving steadily behind them. Seeing them arrive so swiftly, Gu Chen stood his ground. After all, they were here seeking the Yun family. Whether he went to them or they came to him made no difference. The first few Yun family members to arrive were all young, their eyes darting between Gu Chen and Lai Tian before settling on the shattered gate. Seeing the thick wooden structure torn to pieces, their pupils contracted sharply. Their family gate was crafted from special wood, exceptionally sturdy, something ordinary people couldn't possibly destroy. To kick it into such a state required at least the strength of someone at the muscle-tempering realm. Moreover, their hesitation stemmed from recognizing Lai Tian. As the clan chief of the Lai family and a forged bone realm expert, they knew him well. Thus, they dared not make a scene for the moment, standing quietly in place. But as time passed, more Yun family members arrived at the entrance, and their murmurs grew louder. Isn't that the Lai family patriarch? What's he doing at our Yun residence? Could he be the one who kicked our gate to pieces? It must be him. As a forged bone realm expert, kicking down this sturdy gate would be no trouble at all. But he's always been on good terms with our Yun family. Why would he kick our gate? How should I know? Let's wait for the elders to arrive before speaking. A forged bone realm expert could end my life with a single kick. Lian Tian, standing beside Gu Chen, listened to the Yun family members' murmurs. His facial muscles twitched involuntarily as he glanced sideways at Gu Chen. It was clearly you who kicked the door, yet these Yun family members stubbornly insisted was their doing. What kind of idiot would attack your Yun family? If it weren't for that genius Gu Chen, the Lai family's strength wouldn't even be enough to take you down. Only someone with a brain kicked by a donkey would do something like that. Soon, an elder from the Yun family arrived, though only one came, one of the 2 forged bone realm experts of the clan. Dressed plainly, he resembled an elderly man strolling through the park with his grandchild. His expression was serene, though his hawk-like eyes held a piercing sharpness. He too glanced at the shattered gate before fixing his gaze on Lai Tian and spoke calmly. Not only did the Lai family patriarch come to our Lai family, but what business brings you here? You've also kicked in the gate my Yun family spent a fortune building. Do you, Clan Chief Lai, think that just because our Yun clan lost a master at the Unity realm, we can be bullied at will? As he spoke, the Yun family head's aura surged forth, pressing down upon Gu Chen and Lai Tian like a towering mountain. Gu Chen felt this aura. Not bad. Similar to Lai Tian, both late forged bone realm. Not weak at all. The old me might have chosen to mind my own business, but now that I'm at the Unity realm, what's there to fear? Forging bone realm was no match for him. With that thought, Gu Chen prepared to crush him decisively. But just as he was about to strike, Lai Tian beat him to it, roaring. You old bastard. I've had my eye on you for a long time. Come fight. With that, Lai Tian lunged forward, slashing his palm toward the Yun family elder who had just spoken. The force was formidable, the palm wind cutting like a blade. The Yun family elder, with no time to think, scrambled to meet the attack, thrusting a fist toward the descending handblade. Crash! A deafening collision echoed between them, followed by the clamor of fierce combat. Chapter 67, Bamboo Grove. Gu Chen prepared to crush the resistance with overwhelming force. But before he could act, Lai Tian roared from the side. You old bastard! I've had my eye on you for far too long. Come fight! With that, Lai Tian lunged forward, delivering a palm strike toward the Yun family elder who had just spoken. The attack carried formidable momentum, the palm wind slicing like a blade. The Yun family elder, with no time to think, scrambled to meet the attack, thrusting a fist toward the descending palm strike. Crash! A deafening collision echoed, followed by the clamor of fierce combat. Surrounding Yun family members scrambled to dodge the chaos. This was no joke, a clash between forged bone realm experts. One careless hit could leave you crippled, if not dead. After a quick glance confirmed Lai Tian held the upper hand, Gu Chen turned and walked deeper into the Yun family compound. Since advancing to the Unity realm, his perception had greatly enhanced. Though he hadn't developed a divine sense like cultivators, he could vaguely sense Yun Nuo in the southwest corner of the Yun family compound. Her life fluctuations remained relatively stable. Judging by the time elapsed, she'd been captured for 2 or 3 days. Her vital energy fluctuations indicated she was unharmed. Gu Chen then headed deeper into the Yun family compound, intending to retrieve her. Other members of the Yun family approached him with hostile expressions. Brother, you look unfamiliar to me. You're not from the Lai family, are you? Explain why you followed the Lai family head to the Yun residence. Seeing no response from Gu Chen, they added. Hey, you. We're talking to you. Are you deaf? Stop right there. Thinking you can just walk in here? Do you take the Yun family for a marketplace? Think you can go wherever you please? The Yun family members' expressions grew increasingly hostile as they closed in around Gu Chen. Leading them was a tall, lean young man whose chief fluctuations indicated he was around the muscle tendon refinement realm. Gu Chen glanced at him but continued walking forward. Seeing him ignore them and press on, the Yun family members' anger flared. The slender, tall man at the front was no exception. Burning with rage, he blocked Gu Chen's path and swung a punch straight at his face. He put all his strength into that punch. He unleashed the vast majority of his strength, intent on beating this insolent fool half to death. Gu Chen watched the fist hurtling toward him, letting out a cold laugh. Just as the fist was about to strike, he opened his palm and seized the attacking fist firmly. The lanky man felt trapped as if ensnared by steel cables. He tried to pull his fist back, but no matter how hard he strained, his fist was held fast, not even a millimeter budged. Just as he was about to give up, the hand suddenly released its grip. The sudden recoil threw him off balance, and he stumbled backward, crashing to the ground. The surrounding Yun family members erupted in a wave of mocking laughter. Yun Ji, what's wrong with you? You can't even beat a little kid? Did you wear yourself out with your wife last night? That won't do, you're too young to be so weak. Exactly. Look how weak you are. You'd better just stay put and watch how I make this kid beg for mercy on the ground. A short, dark, and thin man spoke as he emerged from the crowd of Yun family members. He grinned maliciously at Gu Chen, now mere inches away. You little punk, I'll make you wish you were dead. Ugh. Before he could finish, Gu Chen's kick sent the dark-skinned man flying like a cannonball. He vanished from his spot and crashed into a distant pond. Gu Chen's movements were lightning fast. The surrounding Yun family members only caught a blur before their kinsman vanished. What just happened? The crowd nervously turned their gaze toward Gu Chen, who appeared harmless as a lamb. Seeing the tense stares directed at him, Gu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Reciprocity is the name of the game, now it's my turn. With a series of thuds, Gu Chen kicked out, sending each of the surrounding Yun family members flying with a single blow. The Yun family elder locked in combat with Lai Tian saw this and his eye twitched. He shouted at Lai Tian, who was still fighting him. Lai Tian, is this your trump card? A young forged bone realm expert? You think this is enough to take down the Yun family? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Our Yun family's grand elder recently broke through the late forged bone realm to reach its peak and is about to break into the Unity realm. This brat from your Lai family has barely entered the forged bone realm. His strength is still far too immature. He'd be defeated in mere moments by our grand elder. Then everything belonging to your Lai family would become ours. Lai Tian laughed dismissively, then unleashed even fiercer attacks with each successive move. Joking aside, he had a persistent feeling that Gu Chen wasn't as simple as he seemed. Even a peak forged bone realm expert would likely struggle to defeat him.
After dispatching those surrounding him, Gu-chen continued deeper into the Yun family grounds. Though some followers lingered nearby, none dared approach, merely trailing from a distance. Soon, guided by his senses, Gu-chen arrived at the southwest corner of the Yun family estate. The southwest corner of the Yun family estate was a bamboo grove. To the naked eye, it appeared no different from any ordinary bamboo forest. Chapter 68, Found. Soon, relying on his senses, Gu-chen arrived at the southwest corner of the Yun family estate. The southwest corner of the Yun residence was a bamboo grove, appearing no different from any ordinary bamboo forest to the naked eye. Gu-chen walked around the grove but found no trace of Yun Nuo. It truly seemed like an ordinary bamboo forest. Yet, under Gu-chen's perception, Yun Nuo was clearly present here. A secret passage? Or an underground dungeon? Gu-chen suspected it was a dungeon. For a family like the Yun clan, possessing an underground prison was perfectly normal. It would be strange if they didn't have one. Glancing at the Yun family members trailing behind him, Gu-chen flickered and vanished. When he reappeared, he stood before a middle-aged woman. This middle-aged woman possessed only modest cultivation, roughly at the mid-stage of the muscle tendon refinement realm. Her appearance was unremarkable, with nothing particularly striking about her, save for her thin lips. Startled by Gu-chen's sudden appearance, she quickly shot a vicious glare and threw a punch. Gu-chen sidestepped effortlessly, then reached out to seize her pale neck, demanding, "Which way to the dungeon? Cough, you." The woman's eyes widened in terror. She had just witnessed Gu-chen effortlessly defeat all her kin, dismissing it as mere carelessness on their part. But now, facing this young man herself, she realized just how terrifying he truly was. He had dodged her attack with a mere sidestep. Then, with deliberate slowness, he seized her throat. Her attempts to dodge or break free proved utterly futile. His hand felt like a massive, cast steel clamp she couldn't escape. A suffocating pressure closed in. Only when the woman was on the verge of passing out from suffocation did Gu-chen release his grip. She collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath for 5 or 6 seconds before erupting into a violent coughing fit. The terror in her eyes as she looked at Gu-chen was palpable. I'll talk. The entrance to the dungeon is behind that big rock. There's a mechanism beside it, just give it a gentle push to get inside." Having obtained the desired information, Gu-chen turned and headed toward the stone the woman had described. The boulder was substantial, over 2 meters tall and a meter wide, likely made of granite or similar stone. Gu-chen felt around its surface and soon located a movable switch. With a light press, a click sounded, and the switch shifted into motion. As the switch activated, the sound of a mechanism turning came from Gu-chen's left. About 2 meters away, the ground split open, the crack rapidly widening to reveal an entrance over a meter wide. Gu-chen glanced at the Yun family members present before descending into the passageway. The passage was surprisingly spacious. While the entrance was only about a meter wide, the interior opened up considerably, stretching far beyond his line of sight. The floor was paved with high-quality blue bricks, while the walls were lined with reinforced concrete cells. Many of these cells still held prisoners. Perhaps the noise of the dungeon opening had roused them. One by one, they scrambled to their feet and crowded against the bars of their cell doors, shouting. Some cursed, some begged for mercy, others cried out their innocence. I'm innocent. I never took anything from your Yun family. That first-tier spirit pearl, it really wasn't me. I swear I didn't take it. Please, let me out. Let you out? Don't even dream about it. The Yun family devours people whole. I used to have some assets, doing business in the city. Then the Yun family set their sights on me, saying they wanted to invest. I refused, and the next day I was dragged here. I don't see you getting out anytime soon. Damn the Yun family. You've locked me up for 30 years. How much longer do you plan to keep me here? I only killed a few of your people, is this really necessary? Let me out. I'm the only son of the mayor's third sister-in-law in Yancheng. Every time the mayor visits my family, he brings me gifts. The Yun family had captured quite a few people. Gu-chen glanced around and estimated there were at least 100 prisoners in this dungeon. But Yun Nuo wasn't among them. Gu-chen continued deeper into the dungeon. His senses told him Yun Nuo should still be inside. As he advanced deeper, the dungeon's conditions visibly improved. Earlier cells had been crammed with people, where sleeping required curling up, and the air was thick with a sour stench. Yet further in, many now occupied single cells, with even the most basic accommodations housing 2 prisoners per cell, complete with bedding and essentials. Unlike the earlier prisoners who had erupted in commotion, most of these inmates merely gave Gu-chen a fleeting glance before turning away. Only a few spoke up. Kid, you look unfamiliar. Not one of the Yun family, are you? Not a Yun family member? No wonder. He's so well built, doesn't look like Yun family stock at all. But how did someone not from the Yun family even get in here? That's weird. Why do you care? You're not getting out of here anyway. I can ask questions, can't I? Shut up. Gu-chen said nothing and continued deeper into the complex. After walking several dozen meters, he spotted Yun Nuo in a cell about 20 square meters in size, the first time he'd seen her in days.
Yun Nua lay curled up on the straw bedding, eyes tightly shut, unconscious. Bloodstains covered his body, especially his back, where distinct whip marks were visible. She had clearly been tortured and interrogated to reveal her martial arts techniques. Seeing this scene, a surge of rage instantly filled Gu Chen's heart. Just days ago at the crematorium, she had been fine. Now, after only a few days, she had been reduced to this. The Yun family could really bring themselves to harm their own kin. Utterly inhumane. Gu Chen pushed open the reinforced steel cell door and approached the unconscious Yun Nua, checking for a breath. Not bad, still a decent pulse. He then picked up the unconscious Yun Nua and headed toward the exit. The Yun family member who had been following Gu Chen all along also followed him out of the cell. Seeing Gu Chen pick up Yun Nua and prepare to leave, a man in his 30s with a handlebar mustache rushed forward to block his path. No! She's family. You can't take her. Gu Chen stared at the man with the handlebar mustache blocking his path. Without a word, he swung his leg out, kicking Yun Nua straight into the man. Gu Chen held nothing back, unleashing the full force of his Unity Realm power. A crackling sound filled the air as terror flashed in the man's eyes, but it was too late. The immense force of Gu Chen's kick instantly sent the man flying backward, a mouthful of blood spilling from his mouth as his chest caved in. He crashed through the walls of several cells. Finally, his momentum spent, he was embedded deep into the wall, silent. The scene froze in place. Both the Yun family members who had followed and the prisoners inside the cell stared wide-eyed at the scene. They stared in disbelief at Gu Chen, who was holding Yun Nua. It was terrifying. To kick someone through several prison cells in one blow. These cells weren't made of ordinary materials, they were specially constructed for martial artists. Yet even so, they were still kicked through. And he'd killed members of the Yun family. Chapter 69, Taking Action. And they even killed members of the Yun family. Do you think you can just kill anyone you please? They have a Unity Realm expert guarding them. The prisoners in the cell block naturally knew nothing of the Unity Realm expert's demise. The Yun family members trailing behind swallowed hard and silently retreated. With Yun Luo in his arms and no one blocking his path, Gu Chen strode toward the dungeon exit. After about 2 breaths, sunlight once again bathed Gu Chen and Yun Luo. Numerous Yun family members remained above ground. Seeing Gu Chen emerge from the dungeon cradling Yun Nua, especially the child in his arms, their gazes immediately fixed upon Yun Mu. Some, seeing Yun Nua carried out of the dungeon, flashed looks of astonishment, clearly unaware she had been brought back to the Yun family. Others shifted their gazes uncomfortably elsewhere, evidently knowing full well of her return. At the same time, they likely didn't think they could stand up to Gu Chen, so they chose to look away. Gu Chen carried Yun Nua out of the dungeon. After scanning the surrounding Yun family members, he turned his gaze toward Lai Tian and the others still engaged in combat. By now, the battle between Lai Tian and the Yun family's Grand Elder had intensified. Their strengths were comparable, both at the Forged Bone Realm level. Lai Tian at the late stage, while the Grand Elder, though at the peak of the Forged Bone Realm, had seen his vitality wane due to old age and frailty. Thus, the two fought each other evenly. After carrying her out of the dungeon, Gu Chen headed toward the Yun family's entrance, intending to return Yun Nua first. Among the Yun family members nearby, some who witnessed the scene dared not attack Gu Chen directly. Instead, they sent several people to find the current clan head, intending to use him to block Gu Chen from taking Yun Nua out of the Yun family compound. The position of clan chief had previously been held by Yun Nua's mother but was now occupied by another peak Forged Bone Realm expert. His strength surpassed the Grand Elders by a hair, though not by much. Before long, as several family members departed, Gu Chen hadn't gone far when a furious roar echoed from the rear of the Yun residence. Do you really think the Yun family is defenseless now? Put down Yun Nua immediately, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, we'll settle this with our fists. After shouting these words, Yun Tian, the clan head, leapt through the air several times and appeared not far from Gu Chen. He glared coldly at Gu Chen, simultaneously berating him for treating the Yun family as if it were empty. Hearing Yun Tian's roar, Gu Chen sneered dismissively. No one left in the Yun family? He actually thought that. He was now a Unity Realm expert. In Yin City, teeming with masters, he was considered upper-tier talent. Wherever he went, he was treated with respect. The Yun family's Unity Realm expert was dead, leaving only 2 old fossils who were merely at the Forging Bone Realm, not even reaching Unity Realm. A family like that was nothing more than a third-rate clan. Moreover, Yun Nua had entrusted him to cultivate her to the Forged Bone Realm. He would never break his word, he would protect her safety at all costs. Not only had the Yun family seized her mother's entire estate, but now they dared to target her daughter as well, even attempting to force her to reveal her last remaining cultivation technique. They had no shame whatsoever. What more could he say about such a family? With that thought, Gu Chen let out a cold laugh. Oh, I'd love to see what tricks the shameless Yun family has left up their sleeves. Gu Chen, will meet them head-on, no matter what tricks they pull. With that, he held Yun Nua and looked at Yun Tian, the current clan head of the Yun family, waiting to see if he would make a move. If he did, then he wouldn't hold back. But he roughly estimated that, given the temper of the current clan head, Yun Tian, hearing these words would likely send him into a rage. He wouldn't be able to resist attacking Gu Chen, wanting to take him down and establish his authority. Sure enough, moments after Gu Chen finished speaking, Yun Tian, standing not far away, erupted in fury. His face flushed crimson as he pointed an accusing finger at Gu Chen. You insolent brat. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson so you finally know your place. By you? Gu Chen poured fuel on the fire. Yun Tian's rage surged even higher. His vital energy erupting within him: muscle refinement realm, bone forging realm. Early bone forging realm, late bone forging realm, peak bone forging realm. Yun Tian's aura surged relentlessly, climbing from the initial muscle training realm all the way to the peak of the bone forging realm. You brat! Today I'll show you that the Yun family isn't for anyone to bully. If you think you can on our Yun family, I'll be the first to stop you. Having reached the peak of the bone forging realm, Yun Tian spoke these words with bloodshot eyes. Yet his vital energy fluctuations continued to rise steadily from the peak of the bone forging realm, advancing toward the unity realm. Soon, his vital energy fluctuations surpassed the peak of the bone forging realm. Those around him, noticing this, gaped in astonishment. Clan Chief. Has he already broken through to the unity realm? Look at that vital energy fluctuation. It's already surpassed the peak of the forging bone realm and is advancing toward the unity realm. Ha 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 ha. Once the clan chief enters the unity realm, neither the Life family nor this brat before us will escape today. Lock the doors. Their fate is in our Yun family's hands. Exactly. A unity realm expert is among the elite of Yen City. Our former clan chief was also a unity realm expert. Back then, we walked with such dignity. Ordinary folk would show us respect. But after the former clan chief passed away, that prestige vanished. But thankfully, our current clan chief is about to break through to the unity realm. Our former glory will return. Gu Chen watched Yun Tian's vital energy fluctuations surge from the peak of the forging bone realm toward the unity realm. He blinked in disbelief. He truly hadn't expected the elderly clan chief, well past 60, to still be capable of advancing to the unity realm. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover, nor measure the depth of the sea with a bucket. One shouldn't gauge people by their age alone. To make such progress at this advanced age was nothing short of extraordinary. But he wasn't afraid. He refused to believe that an old man nearing death could be compared to him, a vibrant youth not yet 20. The saying "fists fear the young" wasn't just empty words. Once a person aged, even at the unity realm, their vital energy fluctuations would decline. Some suffer such severe decline that even unity realm masters cannot match the peak strength of young men at the forged bone realm. How many of those legendary masters of the older generation were defeated by younger opponents who came knocking on their doors in their twilight years? Their defeat stemmed not from technique or skill, but from diminished vitality. With insufficient internal energy and blood, their recovery far lagged behind that of the young. Not to mention, he had recently acquired a unification realm-level cultivation technique. That manual had significantly boosted his strength. He now believed that in combat against peers of the same realm, as long as his opponent wasn't a prodigy, victory was almost assured. Yun Tian, his opponent, certainly did not fall into the category of a prodigy. Therefore, even if Yun Tian succeeded in advancing to the unity realm, he likely wouldn't be a match for him. Moreover, it had been ages since he last fought a peer at his level. This old man advancing to the unity realm provided the perfect opportunity to test his combat skills against him. However, while Gu Chen dismissed it as trivial, Lai Tian in the distance took it very seriously. He was only at the late forged bone realm, still a considerable distance from the unity realm, with the peak forged bone realm standing between them. Therefore, once the Yun clan patriarch ascended to the unity realm, he would likely settle old scores. And Lai Tian had no power to resist after all. This was a gap between major realms, not minor ones. If Yun Tian ascended to the unity realm, defeating him would be effortless. When that happened, the Lai family's resources would likely be severely drained by the Yun family, leaving them unable to hold their heads high around the Yun clan ever again. Ah, what regret! He had calculated everything, yet never imagined this old man could actually ascend to the unity realm and become a unity realm expert. What should he do? Should he go beg for mercy, pleading that he'd been momentarily foolish and asking for leniency? Or should he strike now against Gu Chen, capture him, and hand him over to the Yun family to mitigate some of the punishment? These two options swirled relentlessly in Lai Tian's mind. He wanted to steel himself to strike Gu Chen, but an inexplicable feeling gripped him. The moment he raised a hand against Gu Chen, he would be the one filled with regret. He even sensed that if he betrayed Gu Chen, he would meet a gruesome end, and the Lai family would surely suffer calamity. Forget it. Better to wait and see. He exchanged a glance with the Yun family's senior elder, who was locked in combat with him. With perfect understanding, both simultaneously withdrew their attacks, silently waiting for Yun Tian to ascend to the unity realm. Soon, as time passed, Yun Tian's vital energy fluctuations intensified, surpassing the threshold of the half-step unity realm and gradually reaching the true resonance of the unity realm. The instant he fully attained it, every person present save for a handful felt as if a massive hammer had struck their very hearts. It was as though some terrifyingly powerful being had awakened. Was this the oppressive presence of a unity realm expert? It was overwhelmingly powerful, truly extraordinary. Ha 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 ha. You dared to cause trouble at the Yun family. Well, now that a Unity Realm expert has stepped in, let's see what you can do. Will you kneel and beg for mercy, pleading with our clan patriarch to spare you? Heh, don't say it couldn't happen. After all, we only get one life. It's only natural for some people to get weak in the knees. Sigh, what a disgrace. That's a Unity Realm powerhouse. What's a momentary bow? Those destined for greatness must endure hardship, toil, and deprivation. What's a little setback compared to that? You're right, that's exactly how it is. But I doubt our clan chief will give him that chance. After all, he reached the Forged Bone Realm at such a young age. Give him more time, and he might break through to the Unity Realm. Then he'd have no fear of our clan chief. So our chief might cripple him now while he's weak, ensuring he'll never threaten the Yun clan again. Exactly. Our ancestor is quite capable of such a move. After all, the clan's interests come first. The surrounding murmurs and mocking laughter reached Gu Chen's ears, while Lai Tian's distant reaction caught his gaze. He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. You all think I'm no match for him? What a bunch of short-sighted fools. Then let me show you what a true genius looks like. Gu Chen resolved to unleash his Unity Realm aura, to show them what a true genius was, one who had reached the Unity Realm before the age of 20. He would demonstrate what a peerless prodigy truly was, incomparable to those decrepit old men who had scraped their way into the Unity Realm. Moreover, Gu Chen suspected that Yun Tian's own unification realm attainment was likely achieved by swallowing most of Yun Nua's mother's inheritance, consuming countless treasures for longevity, cultivation enhancement, and vital energy, and ingesting innumerable elixirs and potions, only then barely scraping into the unification realm. Ha 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 ha. This Taoist has made it. After over 80 years of arduous cultivation, today I finally enter the Unity Realm, becoming a Unity Realm expert. Upon realizing his success, Yun Tian burst into joyful laughter. After about 10 seconds, when the laughter subsided, he turned to Gu Chen with a cold stare. You little brat, ready to die? You still have time to back out now. I have a contract here. Sign a servant contract with me, and I'll spare your life. I promise, as long as you stay with the Yun family, any beauty you desire, I'll grant you. Of course, if you wish to leave behind bloodline, that would be even better. But if you refuse, today is your death day. Chapter 70, you're also at the Unity Realm? Then today is your final day. As Yun Tian's words fell, the scene instantly fell silent. No one had expected Yun Tian, now a master of the Unity Realm, to offer Gu Chen a chance. If Gu Chen agreed to sign a servant contract, he could remain in the Yun family. Any beauty he desired would be his, and he could even leave behind an heir. This could be considered a chance for Gu Chen. After all, it was now clear to everyone that Gu Chen's chances of victory were slim. After all, Yun Tian had ascended to the Unity Realm, a power beyond the reach of ordinary men. Granted, if given 20 years, perhaps it might be possible. But what Gu Chen lacked most now was time. But just as everyone thought he would agree, Gu Chen, standing in the center of the crowd, suddenly turned to them and sneered coldly. A servant contract? You've got some nerve. How dare you? You, who embezzled Yun Nua's mother's inheritance, aren't even fit to be my dog. And you want me to sign a servant contract with you? Dream on. Then, Gu Chen circulated his chi and blood, causing waves of energy to radiate from his entire body. Muscle Refinement Realm. Early Bone Forging Realm, Mid Bone Forging Realm, Late Bone Forging Realm, Peak Bone Forging Realm. Gu Chen's vital energy surged relentlessly, causing the surrounding crowd's eyes to widen in shock. Even Yun Tian, already a master at the Unity Realm, flashed a hint of astonishment in his eyes. He hadn't expected Gu Chen's vital energy fluctuations to rise so rapidly, reaching the peak of the Bone Forging Realm in mere moments. Could he be a Unity Realm expert too? No, impossible, absolutely impossible. How old could he possibly be? A mere youth under 20, the Forging Bone Realm was likely his peak. He couldn't possibly be a Unity Realm expert. After all, it had taken him nearly 100 years of cultivation to reach the Unity Realm. This mere youth had reached the Unity Realm before turning 20? Absolutely impossible. It defied all logic. But things didn't unfold as he'd anticipated. Gu Chen's aura fluctuations didn't halt at the peak of the Forged Bone Realm. Instead, they surged upward at an astonishingly rapid pace. Unlike his own gradual ascent, it shot upward like a rocket, propelling him first into the half-step Unity Realm, then fully into the Unity Realm itself. Yun Tian was stunned, his jaw nearly dropping as a string of impossible echoed in his mind. Impossible. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could a mere brat under 20 be a master of the Unity Realm? This is utterly impossible. I must have hallucinated from rushing my breakthrough too hastily. Yun Tian then slapped himself hard across the face twice, leaving his cheeks flushed red as a searing pain spread across them. But he paid no heed to the searing agony. Instead, he rubbed his eyes and stared at Gu Chen once more. He needed to confirm whether this kid was truly a Unity Realm expert or if he'd been hallucinating. But his disappointment was swift. For the aura emanating from Gu Chen before him was undeniably the vital energy fluctuation only a true Unity Realm expert could possess. In other words, Gu Chen was indeed a Unity Realm expert and a remarkably young one at that. He was far beyond comparison to someone like Yun Tian, a Unity Realm expert well past 50. And this was only the most superficial assessment. A faction capable of cultivating such a young Unity Realm expert was definitely no ordinary force. At the very least, it had a refining gang's realm expert stationed within. Even an inner gang's realm expert might not be able to hold them back. It was likely at least an outer gang's realm expert. For such a faction to annihilate the Yun family would be as easy as saying a word. No. How come I've never heard of such a young Unity Realm expert in Yin City? Could he be using some technique to simulate the vital energy fluctuations of a Unity Realm expert? Yun Tian began to ponder whether Gu Chen's vital energy fluctuations were genuine or fabricated. He truly hadn't heard of such a young Unity Realm expert in Yin City. Moreover, he had heard of certain cultivation techniques capable of simulating vital energy fluctuations one tier higher than one's own. Perhaps Gu Chen before him was doing just that. After witnessing his own advancement to the Unity Realm and realizing he was no match, he intended to use a special cultivation technique to mimic the chi blood fluctuations of a Unity Realm expert, compelling him to back down. The more Yun Tian pondered, the heavier the doubt in his eyes grew, and the more convinced he became that this was indeed the case. The surrounding Yun family members remained unaware of Yun Tian's inner thoughts. Upon seeing Gu Chen's chi fluctuations match and even surpass their team leader's depth, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Good heavens! This kid is actually a Unity Realm expert? Am I dreaming? Ouch. Slap me twice to see if I'm dreaming. This is unbelievable. He's barely 20 and already a Unity Realm expert? What's there to fear? Our ancestor was also a Unity Realm expert. And our ancestor is older and more cunning. He'll definitely take down this Gu Chen. Don't try to fool us. Haven't you heard that youth is fearless? Our clan chief is ancient. How could he possibly be a match for that youngster? Why are you boosting his morale and undermining our own? Haven't you heard the saying, old hands are sharpest? Experience counts for something. Our leader is that old for a reason. He must have ways to deal with Gu Chen. Take down Gu Chen? I doubt it. He's so young, and the forces backing him must be formidable. Who knows what life-saving artifacts they've given him? Plus, I've heard that when those powerful factions unleash their life-saving treasures, the results are terrifying. Wiping out a master of a higher realm is commonplace, and at the very least, it ensures escape. The younger members of the Yun clan began murmuring among themselves, while some elders made their way over to Yun Tian's side. Clan chief. Should we bow our heads? This kid is no ordinary talent. Facing such a prodigy, it's no shame for our Yun clan to concede. After all, such extraordinary talents are exceedingly rare. And he's so young. If he escapes and becomes a refining gang's realm expert, our clan won't stand a chance against him. Clan leader, please reconsider. We absolutely cannot make a powerful enemy out of impulse. As Yun Tian listened to the incessant pleas from the surrounding Yun family members, his expression grew increasingly grim. His face turning ashen, he declared, "Step aside. I have my own considerations." Before the Yun family members could step aside, he erupted with the aura of a Unity Realm cultivator, sending everyone flying back. After doing this, he coldly fixed his gaze on Gu Chen. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you play some petty tricks. Let me tell you, I see right through every one of your little schemes. Sign a contract with me now, and you might still have a sliver of a chance to live. Otherwise, you're just waiting to die. As Yun Tian finished speaking, he saw Gu Chen across from him shake his head in refusal. Rage surged within Yun Tian. Fine. Even if you truly are a Unity Realm expert, I'll fight you. I refuse to believe that at my age, with my battle experience and top-tier weapon techniques, I couldn't defeat you. No matter how high your realm, you're still just a greenhorn. Having made his decision, Yun Tian waved his hand. A massive blade nearly 2 meters long, emitting a sharp ringing sound, flew from the distance and landed in his grasp. This blade has been my companion for over 30 years. I've slain countless thousands with it. Today, it seems another shall be added to that tally. Yun Tian then charged at Gu Chen, blade raised. His speed was blinding. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Gu Chen, swinging his blade down toward the young man's face with terrifying force. Before the blade even fell, a violent gust of wind erupted across the field. Those standing too close felt the sharp wind lash their cheeks, instantly cutting them open, blood streaming freely. Panic seized the crowd, forcing them to retreat further back. They watched the duel from a safe distance. Facing this powerful, heavy blow, Gu Chen did not choose to meet it head-on. Instead, he executed a slight sidestep, dodging the strike while simultaneously launching a punch toward Yun Tian's exposed opening. Yun Tian, anticipating Gu Chen's attack, swiftly raised his long sword to his side, blocking the punch. The clash produced a deep, explosive rumble. A thunderous boom echoed, as if a bomb had detonated, its force terrifyingly immense. Chapter 71, Defeat. The sheer force was terrifying. Before the blow even landed, a violent wind swept across the battlefield.
Those standing too close felt the gale lash their cheeks, the fierce wind tearing through their skin, blood flowing freely. The crowd instinctively retreated further back, watching the battle from a distance. Facing Yun Tian's strike from the 4 great journeys, Gu Chen didn't choose to take it head-on. Instead, he sidestepped with a slight slide, dodging the blow while simultaneously punching toward Yun Tian's exposed opening. Yun Tian, facing Gu Chen's attack, immediately raised his long sword horizontally to his side, blocking the punch. The clash produced a deep, explosive rumble. A thunderous crash erupted, as if a bomb had detonated, its force terrifying. Yun Tian felt the sheer force behind Gu Chen's punch, no less powerful than his own. He was forced to stumble back 5 or 6 steps to absorb the transmitted momentum, his heart sinking in silent alarm. He truly was a master of the Unity realm. He hadn't deceived me. Moreover, his physical prowess surpassed mine by more than just a notch. This made him regret his decision to attack Gu Chen. If only he hadn't acted so rashly. Who knew Gu Chen's strength was anything but weak? He truly was a master of the Unity realm. What should he do now? Before he could fully process the situation, Gu Chen closed the distance and unleashed a punch at Yun Tian, who was still deep in thought. This punch carried even more terrifying force than the last. Before the surrounding air could fully recover, a crackling sound erupted, clear evidence of the immense power behind it. Yun Tian's eyelids twitched. He knew he couldn't take this head-on, he had to dodge it somehow, or this single blow could end him. He tried to sidestep the blow, but the punch was too swift and fierce. He could only manage to hold his long sword horizontally across his chest to block Gu Chen's strike. With a thunderous crash, the blade let out a mournful wail as the 2-meter-long sword snapped clean in two. The fist showed no sign of slowing, smashing squarely into Yun Tian's chest. A series of cracking sounds erupted from his chest. With a piercing scream, Yun Tian flew backward like an old sack struck by a missile. He landed on the ground, struggling for a long moment before finally scrambling to his feet. His eyes, bloodshot and wild, locked onto Gu Chen. He wanted to strike again, but the injuries to his chest forced him to abandon the thought. Defeated? He hadn't expected to be rendered incapable of further combat after just a few exchanges. Shouldn't they have been evenly matched? The thought filled him with bitter resentment, yet he could do nothing about it. The wound in his chest made even breathing difficult. Attempting another strike was nothing short of delusional. The surrounding crowd erupted in gasps once more. He lost already? After just a few moves? How could our clan leader lose so quickly? Yeah, I thought our clan chief was about to dominate and defeat Gu Chen. Who knew he'd lose in the blink of an eye? Sai, I told you we shouldn't have provoked Gu Chen. He's so young, and our clan chief is so old. Even if he loses this time, as long as Gu Chen survives, he'll seek revenge against our clan someday. And by then, Gu Chen might be even stronger. Our Yun family would be utterly helpless, with no one to turn to. Losing now is actually a blessing. It means this matter is resolved today, rather than waiting until Gu Chen grows stronger and inflicts severe retribution on our clan. Sai, you're right. With our clan chief losing now, perhaps our Yun family can escape disaster. Otherwise, once Gu Chen's cultivation soars, he might indeed inflict even greater vengeance upon us. Put that way, it almost sounds like a blessing. My heavy heart feels a bit lighter. True enough. But our ancestors' defeat weighs heavier on my heart. Had he won and slain Gu Chen right here, wouldn't all this future trouble have been avoided? You're right. If the patriarch defeats Gu Chen and executes him here, the Yun family can naturally eliminate all future troubles. But what if Gu Chen escapes? He's so young, I refuse to believe he doesn't have powerful backers or major corporations supporting him. Without such backing, no matter how gifted he is, he couldn't have reached the Unity realm at such a young age. And if he escapes, our Yun family won't even be able to run away. We'll just become lambs trapped in a snare. Exactly. That's precisely the situation. Even if Gu Chen has no major factions or corporations backing him, his age is still a factor. His physical stamina and overall capabilities will undoubtedly surpass our ancestors' condition, which means his chances of escape are significantly higher. Should we apologize to Gu Chen now? Given his genius, wouldn't it be better to make amends sooner rather than later? I heard our Yun family recently acquired a second-tier spirit herb. Should we offer it to Gu Chen to win his favor? Probably not. That second-tier spirit herb might seem ordinary to Gu Chen. After all, he likely has major factions or corporations backing him. A spirit herb of that level probably wouldn't catch his eye. I just had a brilliant idea. Should we hand over the clan chief to appease Gu Chen's wrath? That might just calm his anger. Yun Tian, who had barely managed to stand, heard the murmurs of his own clan members and immediately coughed up another mouthful of blood. He had toiled tirelessly for the Yun family his entire life. Now, in his twilight years, his own kin wanted to sacrifice him to appease others. It was utterly heartbreaking. Yet he couldn't deny that his descendants had a point. A young prodigy like Gu Chen must have powerful factions or corporations backing him. If he achieved this without such support, his innate talent was even more terrifying. It meant his natural gifts had reached such a terrifying level that he could attain the Unity realm without any resources. For such a prodigy, the Unity realm was hardly his destination, merely his starting point.
The inner gang realm, the outer gang realm, and beyond. With such a prodigy, you either avoid offending them entirely or nip them in the bud early on. Otherwise, prepare for endless retribution. But clearly, he had failed. He chose to crush this prodigy, only to discover he was no match for the genius at all, falling in defeat after just a few moves. He was about to face the prodigy's vengeance, and his life was likely in jeopardy. No. He might survive, but his cultivation would be utterly destroyed. Within the Yun family, he could kill Gu Chen, but Gu Chen could not kill him. Because this was the Yun family. If he killed Gu Chen, surrounded by Yun family members, they wouldn't leak the fact of his murder, they would all help cover it up. But Gu Chen was different, he wasn't a member of the Yun family. If he dared to kill him, the Yun family would certainly report it to the authorities. Then the officials would bring people to examine the evidence, uncover the truth, and arrest Gu Chen. Under Yanqing's legal standards, murder demanded death. No matter how gifted Gu Chen might be, he'd pay with his life. But Gu Chen wasn't stupid. He wouldn't strike directly. At most, he'd destroy Yun Chang's lifetime of cultivation, reducing him to a useless shell. In other words, his juniors were right, either refrain from action entirely, or eliminate Gu Chen completely. Clearly, that path had already failed. Now, the only option left was to beg for mercy, pleading with Gu Chen to spare his life or at least refrain from destroying his cultivation. Chapter 72, Awake? Now, the only options left were to beg for mercy, pleading with Gu Chen to spare his life or refrain from destroying his cultivation. As this thought struck him, his eyes darted about as his mind raced to find a solution. Soon, an idea struck him. Everything in this world revolved around one word: money. Money could solve any problem. Love, hatred, and grudges were no match for it. If a problem couldn't be solved, it was surely because the money wasn't enough. With enough money, anything in the world could be resolved. Even if he couldn't solve it himself, someone else could. Young hero, I admit I'm no match for you. It's better to resolve grudges than to hold them. How about this? I'll give you 10 million yuan, and we'll call it even. How does that sound? Oh no, 15 million. I'll give you 15 million. 15 million is more than enough for you to buy a car, a house, and all those cultivation resources. Gu Chen couldn't help but sneer when Yun Tian offered him 15 million yuan. 15 million? What a grand gesture. One might think he'd received some immense favor. 15 million would vanish buying mere trifles, and even decent cultivation techniques might cost more than that. How dare he think this paltry sum could settle things? Settling it with money wasn't impossible, but 15 million was far too little. It was nowhere near enough. He needed to up the offer. Yun Tian observed the utter contempt in Gu Chen's expression and inwardly cursed his luck. The young hero clearly looked down on this 15 million. Gritting his teeth, he spoke again. 15 million is indeed a bit low. Since it doesn't meet your standards, young hero, I'll add another 20 million. How about 35 million in total? But when he finished, seeing Gu Chen's expression unchanged, he knew this sum still fell short of the other party's expectations. Gritting his teeth once more, he revealed his entire current fortune, 95 million. Young master, this is every last penny I possess. I truly have nothing more. All these years in the Yun family, this is all I've managed to save. If you're still not satisfied, I'm truly powerless. The surrounding Yun family members, hearing Yun Tian offer 95 million to buy his own life, instantly widened their eyes, stunned into speechlessness by the staggering sum. 95 million. The entire Yun family's liquid assets amounted to only around 30 million. Yun Tian's personal stash alone reached 95 million, more than triple the family's liquid funds. And since Yun Tian possessed no personal holdings, this meant every penny of those 95 million had been embezzled from the Yun family's businesses. 95 million, the figure was staggering. How much embezzlement would it take to amass such a sum? Likely over half the family's profits over the years had flowed into his pockets. No wonder the Yun family's available funds had dwindled, especially after Yun Nua's mother passed away. The decline had become glaringly obvious. He constantly justified infrastructure projects like road and sewer repairs, claiming damage where none existed, insisting on demolition and reconstruction. Initially, everyone thought he cared about the Yun family's environment, but now it was clear everything he did was for personal gain, a veritable pest within the clan. The senior patriarch, currently entangled with Lai Tian and struggling at the Broken Bone realm, was so enraged upon hearing Yun Tian propose 95 million to settle the matter that he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Yun Tian. You're not human. How can you face the clan? How can you face me, your father, and every member of the Yun family? The elder grew increasingly enraged, pointing his finger at Yun Tian's nose and cursing him viciously, determined to vent his fury until he was satisfied. As he raged, he felt it still wasn't enough. Rolling up his sleeves, he lunged toward Yun Tian, ready to strike. Gu Chen naturally wouldn't let him get away with it. While 15 million might be beneath him, 95 million was quite decent. With that sum, he could resolve a significant portion of his problems, purchasing high-level cultivation techniques and funding Yun Nua's cultivation resources. With a light flick of his wrist, he pushed the Yun family's senior elder aside before turning to Yun Tian. 15 million is too little. 95 million is acceptable. Hand over the money, and this matter is settled.
Upon hearing that 95 million could settle the matter, a flicker of relief crossed Yun Tian's eyes, swiftly followed by a pang of pain. This 95 million represented his entire savings. Now, for the sake of a single person, Yun Nuo, he had to hand over his entire fortune. It felt worse than death. But at this point, he had no choice but to accept his fate. Yun Tian then pulled a black card with gold edging from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Gu Chun, who stood nearby. Young master, this is a precious gold card containing 95 million yuan in deposits. Moreover, it comes with an unconditional overdraft limit of 20 million yuan. Consider this limit my gift to you. I hope you will put this matter completely behind us and cease targeting the Yun family. Gu Chen accepted the card and replied in a solemn tone, rest assured, I am not one to go back on my word, nor am I one to take advantage. As long as you cease targeting Yun Nuo and me, and the Yun family stops causing us trouble, this matter is settled. I will not take action against the Yun family over this. Hearing Gu Chen's words, the Yun family members instantly breathed a sigh of relief as long as Gu Chen wasn't the type to cause trouble after taking money. With the matter largely settled, Gu Chen picked up Yun Nuo and continued toward the Yun family's entrance. Night had fallen by then. After the turmoil at the Lion Yun families, it was time for the crematorium to open again. For him, nothing could stand in the way of his quest to strengthen his abilities. Passing by Lai Tian, who was still staring blankly at him, Gu Chen reminded him, stop spacing out. Let's go. Lian Tian snapped out of his trance at Gu Chen's words, his eyes widening in shock. He always assumed Gu Chen's strength was comparable to his own, or perhaps just a notch above. He never imagined Gu Chen was a Unity Realm expert, a figure belonging to the upper echelons of Yin City. More crucially was Gu Chen's age barely 20, perhaps 17 or 18, yet already possessing Unity Realm strength. What heights would he reach in his 20s, 30s, or even 40s? Inner Gung Realm? Outer Gung Realm? Or beyond? Lai Tian dared not imagine it, having never encountered such a young Unity Realm expert. Facing Lai Tian's astonishment, Gu Chen showed no surprise. It was only natural for anyone to be shocked by such martial prowess at his age. Yet he offered no explanation for his extraordinary strength. Seeing Lai Tian regain his composure, he simply turned and walked away. Gu Chen carried the unconscious Yun Nuo, bypassing the hotel and heading straight for the crematorium. He placed her in her small chamber before returning to the task of burning corpses. This corpse is quite good. With its muscle tendon refinement realm strength, it actually gave me so much incineration value. This one's strength isn't bad either. After 5 or 6 hours, Yun Nuo, carried back by Gu Chen, finally stirred awake. A splitting headache pounded her temples, and the nauseating stench of the dungeon mingled with the acrid smell of burning flesh filled her nostrils. She snapped her eyes open to find herself in the familiar crematorium. Warm yellow light streamed down from the ceiling, making the blue brick floor gleam. Beneath her, the bedding was soft and comfortable, a world apart from the hard straw mats in the dungeon. Awake? Chapter 73, Xinglong Academy. Awake? Gu Chen's voice came from the crematorium, where he was currently processing a freshly acquired corpse. Yun Nuo jolted upright, the movement tugging at the wound on her shoulder. She couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Only then did she notice her clothes had been changed to clean undergarments, and her wound was wrapped in medicated gauze, emitting a faint herbal scent. This is a crematorium, not the Yun family dungeon? She eyed Gu Chen warily, her fingers clenching the bedsheet. Relax. This is the crematorium, not the Yun family estate. Gu Chen placed a paper bag on the table, revealing a stack of bank cards inside. 95 million. The pin is 6 zeros. Go to the martial cultivation market later to buy some cultivation supplies. The rest of the money is yours too. This is what the Yun family gave you. The Yun family gave this to me? Yun Nuo froze. She remembered being locked in the Yun family dungeon, her body covered in wounds. How had she suddenly been released and given 95 million? This was no small sum. For the Yun family to part with such money, they must have suffered a severe blow. Moreover, her last memory before losing consciousness was collapsing from exhaustion. Why give me money? Yun Nuo stared at Gu Chen, her mind filled with confusion. Although Gu Chen had promised to sponsor her path to becoming a forged bone realm expert, there was no need to hand her over 95 million directly. This was no small sum. After all, the inheritance left by his mother had only been around 50 million, and it had been snatched away. And then he went to the Yun family to rescue her. That was a life-saving favor. It's fine. Just take it. It's compensation from the Yun family anyway. You don't need to feel any burden about it. Seeing Yun Nuo hesitating to accept it, Gu Chen said with a smile. Ah. All right. Yun Nuo finally agreed to take the gold card after Gu Chen's persuasion. But as he accepted the card, Gu Chen, busy cremating the body, didn't notice Yun Nuo watching his back from behind, lost in thought, a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Time passed, and before they knew it, the day of the new semester arrived. Gu Chen glanced at the time, confirmed it was indeed the first day of school, and instructed Yun Nuo to return to the hotel. He then headed straight for Xinglong Academy. About 20 minutes later, Gu Chen stepped out of the taxi. The first thing that caught his eye was a massive sign towering dozens of meters high.
The 4 characters' Qinglong Academy shimmered in golden light, as if a colossal dragon were coiling between them. After a few glances, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down on him. This oppressive force was immense, akin to the feeling he had experienced when he was still at the Qi and Blood realm facing someone at the Muscle and Bone realm. Guchen even had a sense that when he reached higher realms, seeing the 4 characters of Qinglong Academy would still overwhelm him with the same oppressive force as it did today. The person who inscribed these characters possessed martial prowess far beyond the ordinary, at the very least, strength equivalent to 3 or 4 stories tall. Indeed, as one of the top 3 martial arts universities, it possessed something special. Guchen wasn't the only one intimidated by the words Qinglong Academy. Glancing around, he saw at least 10 others frozen in place, their mouths agape as they stared blankly at the 4 characters. At least a dozen people nearby stood frozen, mouths agape, staring blankly at the 4 characters. Several students who appeared to be upperclassmen from Qinglong Academy passed by and chuckled. Look at those freshmen staring at the Qinglong Academy sign again. Those characters aren't something you casually glance at. Got them intimidated this time, huh? You're laughing at them? When you were a freshman, weren't you the same? You had nightmares for days afterward, acting all spooked out about everything you saw. Bull. That was reverence for the dean's calligraphy, not nightmares. Right, you're absolutely right. So those characters were written by the dean of Qinglong Academy. Looks like the dean isn't some empty-headed fraud who holds an official title without any real power. Guchen was positioned at the west gate of Qinglong Academy, while the gathering point for new students was at the east gate. Guchen followed the instructions and headed to the east gate. The east gate opened onto a vast plaza paved entirely with blue bricks. At its center stood a raised platform, but it was covered with something, obscuring its contents. The crowd here was denser, mostly teenagers around 17 or 18, likely all freshmen. Their chief fluctuations generally indicated early muscle tempering realm cultivation, with the occasional mid-stage practitioner visible. Peak Qi blood realm cultivators were rare. Those at the bone tempering realm weren't entirely absent, but Guchen scanned the crowd and found them to be mostly upperclassmen with mature features. It made sense. To gain admission to one of the top 3 martial arts universities, one needed extraordinary martial prowess. Without at least muscle training realm strength, getting into Qinglong Academy was exceedingly difficult. Even if they did, they were likely exceptional combatants. Still, most peaked at the muscle tendon refinement stage. Freshmen at the bone forging stage were probably rare, perhaps even just one. After all, the forged bone realm wasn't exactly commonplace. It wasn't something just anyone could achieve. A single forged bone realm expert could form a third-rate clan in Yen City. Guchen waited in place for a while as the square filled with more and more people. The time had now reached 8:30 in the morning. School administrators entered, weaving through the crowd to the covered platform. As the cloth covering was pulled away, a massive jade stone over 10 meters long came into Guchen's view. This jade was immense, over 10 meters long, about 5 meters wide, and standing a full meter tall. Entirely white in color, it emitted a soft, luminous glow. Its extraordinary nature was immediately apparent, suggesting it was likely a treasure of considerable value. Some freshmen who recognized the jade gasped in awe. Is this the Ascension Stone of Qinglong Academy? It truly looks extraordinary. I heard this Ascension Stone is a 7th-tier treasure at Qinglong Academy. It's always used for the new student trials. Usually, the top spot in each cohort is decided by who climbs the Ascension Stone the highest. Generally, the higher the level you reach, the better your score and the greater your rewards. Yet others, upon hearing this jade was the Ascension Stone used for testing, couldn't help but question. But it's just a piece of jade. There are no tiers like you described. How could it possibly test performance? I could kick this thing over with 1 foot. Ah, that's where your misunderstanding lies. This jade is classified as a 7th-grade treasure precisely because, when activated, it transforms into a ladder soaring straight into the heavens. Moreover, the higher the tier you ascend, the greater the pressure you endure. Typically, new students who reach around the 30th tier are considered average. Those who make it to the 50th tier are exceptionally talented. Reaching the 70th tier means you're the top freshman. As for the 80th tier? No freshman has reached it in many years. That amazing? What did you expect? Guchen's curiosity was piqued as well. He scrutinized the massive jade stone at the center. He'd just heard others say it was a 7th-grade treasure. Translated into martial cultivation, that equated to practitioners beyond the outer Qi realm, reaching the spirit-refining realm. At that level, a martial artist could split mountains and cleave earth with a single strike, or at the very least, become impervious to blades and arrows, fearing nothing. A 7th-grade treasure was equally precious. At the very least, Guchen had never even heard of such a treasure existing anywhere. Had he not overheard others discussing it, he would never have known. And for Qinglong Academy to simply leave a 7th-tier treasure lying on the plaza at the east gate, whether they were reckless or simply overconfident in their academy's might, believing no one would dare touch or steal such a 7th-tier artifact, was baffling. But upon reflection, it made sense. As one of the Empire's top 3 martial arts universities, Qinglong Academy harbored countless masters. Some 3rd and 4th year students already possessed martial cultivation at the Forged Bone realm, and even those at the Tempered Viscera realm or the Unity realm existed. As for the teachers with profound martial cultivation, needless to say, their cultivation levels typically reach the inner gang realm, outer gang realm. As for the principal and vice principals, it was unlikely any foolhardy thief would dare to steal anything. I am Chang Qingtian, vice principal of Qinglong Academy. Greetings, new students. I am Chang Qingtian, vice principal of Qinglong Academy. I won't waste time on formalities. As per tradition, after registering your personal information, please proceed to the center of the plaza for the martial arts assessment. The top 10 will receive 200 points, the top 5 will receive 500 points, the top 3 will receive 1000 points, and the first place winner will receive 2000 points. Chapter 74, The Little Fat Guy. Greetings, new students. I am Chang Qingtian, vice principal of Qinglong Academy. I won't waste time on formalities. As per tradition, after registering your personal information, please proceed to the center of the plaza for the martial arts assessment. The top 10 will receive 200 points, the top 5 will receive 500 points, the top 3 will receive 1000 points, and the first place winner will receive 2000 points. I won't elaborate on the purpose of these points. Instructions will be distributed shortly for your reference. I'll only remind you once, points are hard-earned. Make the most of this opportunity. Then Guchen watched as the vice principal lightly tapped the desk. The thick stack of pamphlets instantly flew into the air. Like scattered flowers, they drifted away from the surrounding crowd. The force was controlled with extreme precision. A single pamphlet landed on the head of every new student. Guchen extended his hand, and the pamphlet automatically landed in his palm. What precise control! Guchen murmured in admiration before beginning to read the pamphlet. Though called a brochure, it was essentially the school regulations, filled with rules and guidelines about the institution. It also detailed the uses and acquisition methods of points. School points served as a means, or rather, a channel to obtain resources. Points could be exchanged for cultivation techniques, weapons, and some extremely rare resources. Even resources that money couldn't buy could be acquired through points. For instance, the Unity Realm cultivation technique Guchen had needed recently could be exchanged here. Moreover, a typical Unity Realm technique only required around 500 points. Better Unity Realm cultivation techniques cost only 700 or 800 points. Medicinal items and resources that enhance Unity Realm Chi and blood could also be purchased here. Acquiring these items externally would demand tens of millions of credits at minimum, with no guarantee of availability. Resources that boost vital energy might be priceless yet unavailable, and their authenticity would be uncertain. The school platform operates differently. Since the school dares to list items here, they are guaranteed to be genuine. If they were counterfeit, there would be no point in listing them at all. Methods for earning points were outlined earlier. The first method involves exchanging money for points, though the exchange rate is extremely unfavorable. 10 points cost 1 million credits, while 100 points demand 10 million. The second method involves earning points through various competitions. Typically, in campus tournaments, the top 10 earn 100 points, the top 3 earn 200, and first place earns 300 points. Alternatively, in the annual final exams, the top 10 earn 500 points, the top 3 earn 1000 points, and first place earns 2000 points. Or, as the principal mentioned earlier, the freshman grand competition. It must be said, Guchen was genuinely tempted. If he could secure first place, he'd earn 2000 points. While he could boost his chi blood value by burning corpses, more methods meant more paths. Who would ever complain about having too much money? The surrounding crowd finished reading the brochure and erupted in astonishment. The items you can exchange these points for are incredibly diverse. They even have dragon blood fat. That stuff is top tier. Not only does it enhance one's chi and blood, but it also strengthens the body and raises the upper limit of chi and blood. It's an absolute treasure. I heard it appeared at the auction in Yen City before, fetching a staggering price of over 80 million. I couldn't afford it at all. And this ice crystal snow lotus, another treasure. I heard it sold by the gram, fetching millions per gram. Then there's this inner gang realm cultivation technique. Outside, this would command an astronomical price, and even with money, you might not get it. It's tightly controlled by certain clans. But I never imagined you could actually exchange points for these here. If I redeem them here and sell them outside, wouldn't I make a fortune? You're crazy. Didn't you see the notice below? Selling is strictly prohibited. Anyone caught will face severe punishment. Oh, I didn't notice that earlier. I was too excited. Gu Chen, eavesdropping nearby, was utterly speechless. Trying to exchange it for a quick profit? You'd be lucky if you sold it before next year's grave grass grew taller than you. After a while, the vice principal, seeing that the freshmen below had mostly finished looking, spoke again. Everyone's had a good look, right? Let me explain the rules for this freshman grand competition. You see this jade? It's both your competition venue and the rules. When I activate this jade, you will see it transform into a stairway to the heavens. This stairway has 100 levels. The higher you climb, the better your score. But if you fail to reach even the 10th level, you will be expelled from Qinglong Academy. The freshman competition begins in 1 hour. After delivering these words, the vice principal of Qinglong Academy rose and approached the massive jade stone, placing his hand upon it. Within a single breath, the stone suddenly glowed, emitting a blinding white light. When the light faded, the jade slab vanished, replaced by a dazzling white stairway stretching toward the clouds. It wasn't pure white, golden patterns adorned its edges, pulsing with a rhythmic glow that seemed to breathe, alternating between light and shadow. Fixing one's gaze upon these golden patterns induced a dizzying sensation, as if they were not meant to be stared at for long. So this is a 7th tier spirit treasure? Truly extraordinary. If only I had one like this, I'd never worry about food or clothing for the rest of my life. Don't you have any ambition? You already possess a 7th tier spirit treasure, yet you only wish for basic sustenance? Where are your grand aspirations and ambitions? But who do you think will shine in this freshman trial? I heard the Lin family produced a Azure Dragon Overlord. Azure Dragon Overlord? Yep, exactly what you're thinking, that peerless Azure Dragon Overlord. Holy crap! A Blue Dragon Overlord showed up at Blue Dragon Academy this year? How are we supposed to compete now? I was aiming for first place, but forget it, who could possibly beat a Blue Dragon Overlord? Qinglong Overlord physique? Hearing their murmurs, Guchen couldn't help but pause. What the hell is a Qinglong Overlord physique? Why haven't I heard of this before? He quickly found the answer on his phone. The Qinglong Overlord physique is a type of constitution, an exceptionally unique one. Legend has it that ancestors of those possessing it once consumed the blood of an azure dragon, infusing it into their own bloodlines. Passed down through generations, exceptionally gifted individuals could awaken the azure dragon's blood within themselves, gaining the Azure Dragon Overlord physique. Typically, those with this physique possessed physical strength far surpassing martial cultivators of the same level. Moreover, their vital energy was far more abundant, often boasting nearly double the vital energy points of their peers. This dominance makes them virtually unmatched at their tier. Every practitioner who masters this physique inevitably becomes a regional overlord. After reading the description of the Azure Dragon Overlord physique, Guchen felt a flicker of surprise, but not much. Come on, no matter how overpowered the Azure Dragon Overlord physique was, could it compare to his own cheat-level abilities? How long had it been since he awakened his golden finger that he'd already reached the level of a master at the Unity realm? Could the Azure Dragon Overlord physique achieve that? Even if he had 10 Azure Dragon Overlord physiques, he couldn't match that. Beyond that, Guchen heard mention of several other prodigies possessing abilities similar to the Azure Dragon Overlords, but he paid them no mind whatsoever. Just as Guchen thought this matter had nothing to do with him, he suddenly heard his name being called out from the crowd, and not just once. Look! They posted a list over there with this year's top 10 contenders. But here's the weird part, check out that guy named Guchen. He's supposedly this year's college entrance exam champion, yet he's ranked dead last year. What's the story behind that? What story? Rumor has it that this Guchen guy cheated his way to the top spot nationally. His real strength probably wouldn't even land him in the top 10. Look at the others on the list: the Qinglong Badui, that Tianing Body, the heir to our Yenqing's top faction, and that so-and-so faction's Holy Maiden. Every single one of them is 100 times stronger than Guchen. The only reason he made this list is because he cheated his way to being the top college entrance exam scorer. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be on it. Just look at his odds, 5 to 1. That tells you how little anyone believes in him. It really is 5 to 1. Guchen followed the man's pointing finger. A massive projection screen stood at the plaza's edge, displaying 10 names this year's top contenders for the championship. The Qinglong Body had been on the list too, ranked first. Guchen's name appeared as well, but he was 10th, the very last spot. His odds were the highest of all, a staggering 5 to 1. This clearly indicated that many didn't hold much hope for him. Ranked second was a female contestant, described as possessing the heavenly solidification physique. Third place belonged to a local Yen City competitor, also exceptionally strong. Though lacking any special physique, his profile highlighted extraordinary comprehension skills, mastery of numerous weapon techniques, and a knack for defeating opponents beyond his own tier. Fourth place, fifth place. Guchen glanced through them briefly before losing interest. He crossed his legs on the ground, quietly awaiting the commencement of the freshman competition. Before he could rest long, however, a clamor erupted around him. Let me go! Let me go! I'm not betting with you anymore. I'm not betting. Several students who looked slightly older were seen tugging at a chubby kid, trying to get him to sign a piece of paper. From their conversation, it seemed the chubby kid had initially wanted to place a bet on the freshman tournament, but for some reason changed his mind later. The bookie refused to back down, insisting on forcing him to place a wager. The chubby kid resisted, leading to a heated argument. I told you I'm not betting. You guys forced me to bet on that guy Guchen, saying he was top in the college entrance exams, top in grades, and super strong. But if I hadn't heard from others that Guchen got his grades through cheating, I'd have been totally fooled by you guys. Then when I tried to leave, you heard I wasn't betting and tried to block my way, refusing to let me go unless I bet on Guchen. Don't you have any conscience? Hearing the chubby kid's words, those mature-looking students looked genuinely embarrassed. They tried to explain but couldn't find the words, finally snapping in anger. You're betting today whether you like it or not. If you don't place a bet today, you're not leaving this door. No, you're not leaving this plaza. What gives you the right? This is forced buying and selling. Let me tell you why we can. Because we're better than you. Hearing this, Guchen felt utterly speechless. How had this situation become entangled with him? And why was everyone accusing him of cheating?
His grades were solid and genuine, not a shred of deception involved.
Watching the little chubby kid argue with that guy just ahead, Guchen couldn't help but sigh. Fine.
In the end, this matter was still somewhat connected to him after all.
So Guchen walked over to the chubby guy, patted his shoulder thoughtfully, and said, "Bro, I was standing nearby just now and got the whole story. What they did was way too over the top. You absolutely can't back down on stuff like this once they start, they'll keep coming back for more. Oh, and bro, where'd you stash the money you were planning to bet?"
The little chubby guy was momentarily stunned by Guchen's sudden appearance and words, unable to react immediately.
He instinctively pulled his bank card out of his pocket. Seeing this, Guchen didn't hesitate. He took the card, turned around, and handed it to the group of older-looking students. "Bet on Guchen to win the championship. Sign the contract now." The chubby kid froze, watching in shock as Guchen handed over the card and signed the betting contract. Only after everything was done did his reflexes kick in. He burst into tears, wailing, "My money! My money! My money's gone." Chapter 75, Widespread Dissemination. It wasn't until everything was done that his brain finally caught up. He burst into tears and wailed, "My money! My money! My money's gone." Guchen witnessed the scene and burst out laughing. "You have the nerve to laugh? You lost all my money. You're paying me back. If you don't compensate me, I'll sue you. I'll call the police and have you arrested." "Right. What's your name? Hand over your ID card. If you run away, I'll be able to catch you." Seeing this, Guchen didn't hide his name and told him. "Guchen, huh? I'll remember that name. Wait, you're Guchen? You're that Guchen with the 1:5 odds?" The chubby guy was momentarily dumbfounded. Guchen replied calmly. "Yes, I'm the Guchen who cheated his way to becoming national champion. I'm also the Guchen with 1:5 odds." Then Guchen pulled out his bank card from his pocket and handed it to the few mature-looking students who hadn't left yet. "Here. There's 20 million in this card. Bet on Guchen to win." The students, who had looked stunned from the moment they heard this was Guchen, were completely dumbfounded when he handed them the card and said to bet on his victory. "What? You don't want it?" "Yes, yes, yes." Snapping out of their daze, the mature-looking students quickly produced contracts and had Guchen sign them. Their eyes then fixed on Guchen's face, as if trying to confirm whether he was indeed the Guchen who had cheated his way to the national championship. Guchen ignored them and turned his attention to the chubby kid. "Don't worry, I won't let you lose money." He patted the chubby kid on the shoulder before returning to his seat to wait quietly for the freshman tournament to begin. The chubby kid stood frozen for a few seconds before rushing over. He plopped down beside Guchen and asked in disbelief, "Hey, bro, you really are Guchen?" Upon receiving Guchen's affirmative reply, his face lit up with delight. "So that means those rumors online about you cheating your way to the national championship are fake, huh? No wonder you're betting against yourself. Ah, there's just too much fake news these days. Hard to tell what's real and what's not." Seeing the chubby kid's easygoing manner, Guchen didn't mind it. The two started chatting. From their conversation, Guchen learned the chubby kid was actually his distant relative, also surnamed Gu. His name was Gu Pang. True to his name, he looked like a ball, plump and round. His martial cultivation was at the early stage of the muscle tendon refinement realm, which made him a prodigy at least back in his hometown. But here at Qinglong Academy, his cultivation was nothing special. Soon, half an hour passed and a bell tolled from the center of the square. Simultaneously, the vice principal's voice echoed across the square. "The freshman competition officially begins. Students whose names are called, please step forward. Lu Yu, Zhang San, Sun Hong, Li Wanyue." After calling out approximately 200 names, the vice principal of Qinglong Academy instructed these 200 students to ascend the celestial ladder first. He then continued calling out names, and another group of students ascended the celestial ladder. Among this group was Qinglong Body, long considered a top contender for the championship. Guchen finally got a glimpse of what this Qinglong Body looked like. The Qinglong overlord was a male student, standing about 1.8 meters tall with a well-proportioned build. He wore a relatively vintage-style blue robe, with a dragon-shaped jade pendant hanging at his waist. His complexion was fair, featuring sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, giving him a rather heroic and extraordinary aura. His name was Song Qingting. As he stepped onto the stage, a wave of gasps erupted from the female spectators below. "Wow, so handsome. Is this the Blue Dragon Overlord? Husband, I want to bury your children. Move it. How dare you be so bold? You want Brother Song to give birth to your child? If anyone's having kids, it's me. I'll give him twins, a boy named Song Tiancheng and a girl named Song Wenwen. I've already picked out their names. Get lost. I was here first. Don't you understand first come, first served? Song Qingting heard the gasps below caused by his arrival, but he merely shot them a cold glance before fixing his gaze on the celestial ladder. After observing for a second or two, he began his ascent. The first group to start climbing had already ascended about 10 levels. The faster ones were now around the 15th or 16th level, the slower ones were around the 7th or 8th level. Every climber wore a strained expression, as if ascending each rung less than 50 centimeters wide was an agonizing ordeal. As they ascended higher, their expressions grew increasingly grim. Each step seemed to drain every ounce of strength from their bodies. Beads of sweat as large as beans poured down relentlessly. After reaching the first step, Song Qingting paused briefly, as if gauging the pressure from the staircase. Satisfied it matched his expectations, he began ascending rapidly with long strides. His ascent was lightning fast, unlike the first group of students who moved at a snail's pace, plodding along like oxen pulling a cart. After climbing for ages, they had barely made it past the 3rd or 4th level. He took nearly 1 step per tier, covering 7 or 8 tiers in the blink of an eye. In an instant, he surged past 7 or 8 levels, reaching the 7th or 8th tier of the heavenly ladder and still accelerating upward. The pressure emanating from the ladder seemed to have no effect on him whatsoever. Soon, he took another 7 or 8 strides, reaching the 15th or 16th level of the ladder. He paused briefly here, and everyone's hearts tightened with tension. It was terrifying. He had reached the 15th or 16th level in just a few breaths. Especially the first group of students. Witnessing Song Qingting's terrifying speed, catching up to the front runners in the blink of an eye, they couldn't help but sink into deep self-doubt. Was it that they were too weak, or was Song Qingting simply too formidable? Fortunately, Song Qingting did pause at the 15th or 16th level, sparing them a shred of dignity and preventing them from looking too foolish. But soon, to their shock, after pausing briefly at the 15th or 16th level, Song Qingting lifted his gaze toward the point where the ladder plunged straight into the clouds. Then, he began moving again, his speed no slower than before, climbing toward the higher reaches of the ladder. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed the first group of climbers, leaving them far behind. Within 2 breaths, Song Qingting reached the 30th level and continued climbing upward. His pace showed no sign of slowing, instead accelerating with each step. The initial climbers were utterly dumbfounded. Bro, we're all human, why are you so freaking abnormal? Is this the power of the Azure Dragon Overlord's physique? Why don't I have it? I want to be this badass too. Below the stage, Song Qingting's adoring female fans flushed crimson at the sight, erupting into shrieks. Husband, husband is the best. Husband, husband is the best. Husband, I'll bear you children as many as you desire. Wow, my husband is just too handsome. When my husband steps up, everyone else is just a bunch of nobodies. Students called by the vice principal to enter the 3rd batch of the ascension ladder were stunned by the scene, as were those below who hadn't been called. Even the upperclassmen watching the freshman competition from afar couldn't help but exclaim. Old Lou, when we were freshmen, did anyone in our class climb this fast? Not that fast, I don't think. I recall the highest climber in our year only reached around 70-something floors, not quite 80. I think it was 76. And their climbing speed wasn't nearly this fast. I reckon this kid Song Qingting will definitely surpass 80 floors, shattering that year's record. He might even rival the strongest students in the school's history. The Qinglong Overlord physique truly is extraordinary. With just a casual move, he utterly crushed the others. Sigh, if only I had a special physique. Below, Gu Chen, whose name hadn't been called yet, also fixed his gaze on Song Qingting. Huh, this kid's got something. But compared to me, he's still far behind. But the chubby kid beside him grew tense. He'd bet nearly his entire savings on Gu Chen winning the championship. Seeing Song Qingting climb so fiercely and reach the 30th floor so quickly, the pressure mounted. He feared Gu Chen might lose the championship to Song Qingting's overwhelming skill, meaning all his money would go down the drain. Brother Chen, this Song Qingting is way too strong. Do you think you've got a shot? If you don't, maybe we should see if we can get our money back. Otherwise, it'll all go down the drain. Refund? Do you think this is the national soccer team, where you can just ask for a refund? The contract's already signed. Even if you wanted a refund, they wouldn't give it to you. And you have so little faith in me? In this little chubby guy's eyes, am I really that easy to beat? You're questioning the value of my top scorer title in the college entrance exam. At that thought, Gu Chen shot the chubby kid a sharp glare. Seeing that look, the little chubby guy instantly realized he'd said the wrong thing. He looked a bit embarrassed and said, Sorry, Chen Gu. I was just worried that Song Qingting guy is way too aggressive. I was afraid the money would go down the drain, so I spoke up. Hearing the chubby kid's words, Gu Chen replied with a hint of exasperation. Don't worry. Even if we lose money, I'll cover your losses. Trust me. After saying this, Gu Chen ignored the chubby kid and closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the vice principal above to call his name. Soon, the 3rd batch of students had all gone up, followed by the 4th, 5th. It wasn't until the 7th group that Gu Chen heard the vice principal call his name. Qingcheng number 3 middle school, Guchen. Guchen opened his eyes and slowly made his way toward the central staircase. But halfway there, he overheard murmurs among the surrounding freshmen. Guchen from Qingcheng number 3 high school? Isn't he our top college entrance exam scorer? Top scorer? Give me a break. Didn't I hear he cheated his way to that title? Did you actually see or hear him cheating? Don't just spout nonsense. What if he earned that score through genuine ability? Who's talking nonsense? It's all over the internet with detailed accounts. Besides, look at him. Apart from being good looking, he doesn't seem special at all. No extraordinary abilities or anything. Someone like that is the top scorer? Give me a break. I wouldn't dare dream of such a thing. What if the rumors online are fake? Fake or not, even if it's true, I doubt Guchen could beat the Qinglong overlord body. Hey, cut it out. We'll see if this top scorer can beat the Blue Dragon overlord in a bit, won't we? Why all the arguing now? Fine, we'll see. I still don't believe this top scorer got his spot through cheating. Even if he did cheat. Guchen, walking toward the sky ladder, felt a pang of surprise. Had the rumor that he cheated his way to the top spot spread this far? Even ordinary students knew about it? Chapter 76, The Beginning. Guchen, walking toward the sky ladder, felt a bit surprised. Had the rumor that he'd cheated his way to the top spot in the college entrance exam really spread this far? Even these ordinary students knew about it? But Guchen didn't let it bother him. After all, whether he cheated or not, others might not know, but he himself knew the truth. His score was earned through the hard work of hunting demon beasts. It wasn't obtained through cheating as rumored online. Soon, Guchen arrived at the base of the celestial ladder. Gathered there were the students from the 7th batch whose names had been called both boys and girls, though the girls seemed to outnumber the boys. As he approached, their gazes fell upon him. Some eyes appraised him, others held disdain, and still others were filled with suspicion. At least, he didn't see a single pair of eyes as fervent as those he'd encountered when facing the Azure Dragon's overlord. Soon, with the 7th batch fully assembled, they began ascending the ladder. Guchen took his time, waiting until most had reached the first rung before stepping onto it himself. The instant his foot touched the rung, a wave of pressure washed over him, causing his shoulders to dip slightly. This pressure descended from above, enveloping him completely. Fortunately, he barely registered it. It felt as light as a breeze, almost effortless. Glancing around, Guchen saw the others had already started climbing the second tier. Clearly, the first tier hadn't posed much of a challenge for them either. Seeing this, Guchen stepped onto the second tier. The pressure here was slightly heavier than the first tier, but not by much. It felt like a breeze slightly stronger than a gentle wind blowing against him, at most, a little over a level 1 wind, not reaching level 2. He then proceeded to the 3rd, 4th, all the way to the 10th level. He didn't climb too quickly, maintaining a steady pace like ascending stairs. By the time he reached the 10th level, the number of fellow students around him had dwindled considerably. Of the 200 students in the 7th batch, only about 100 had made it to the 10th level with him. Most of these 100 students were now beginning to sweat slightly. Evidently, starting from the 10th level, they felt a considerable pressure, and climbing was no longer as effortless as before. Those who hadn't reached the 10th floor yet weren't necessarily unable to make it, it simply required more time. Guchen continued his ascent. The 11th floor, the 12th floor, the 13th floor, the 14th floor. Guchen ascended as if climbing ordinary stairs, quickly reaching the 20th floor. As he stepped onto the 20th level, something astonishing occurred. He suddenly sensed that within the downward pressure emanating from above, there seemed to be some kind of substance capable of tempering his body, muscles, and bones. However, this force was extremely faint, almost imperceptible. Had Guchen not been a master at the Unity Realm level, he wouldn't have sensed this subtle power at all. Guchen suspected that the higher he climbed, the stronger this tempering force would become. With this thought, he quietly climbed another level, and indeed, the tempering force increased ever so slightly. A flicker of delight crossed Guchen's eyes upon this realization. No wonder climbing the heavenly ladder was chosen as the assessment for the freshman competition. It not only screened students' abilities but also enhanced their physical strength, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With that realization, Guchen abandoned his steady pace and began scrambling upward with renewed urgency. Seriously, the higher you climb the ladder, the more intense the physical tempering becomes. Who'd want to linger here playing games with you guys? As Guchen accelerated, the students from the 7th group who had been climbing alongside him were stunned. They watched in disbelief as his speed shot upward like a rocket, blazing past the 22nd, 23rd, 25th, 27th, and 30th tiers in the blink of an eye. And his pace showed no signs of slowing as the tiers grew higher. If anything, it seemed to accelerate. Holy, is Guchen cheating? How did he suddenly get so fast? I was right beside him the whole time, thinking we were evenly matched. Never expected that after he passed the 2nd floor, he'd leave me in the dust in the blink of an eye. Exactly. I was right in front of him just now, and now I can't even see his ass anymore. Didn't they say he cheated his way to being the top college entrance exam scorer? Does this level of skill look like cheating to you? I don't think so. Probably not. His speed is on par with that Qinglong body guy. Then that rumor must be just slander made up by people who can't stand Guchen. Beyond the seventh group of students climbing alongside Guchen, those waiting below for their names to be called were also stunned, each letting out gasps of astonishment. Holy crap, holy crap! This Guchen is the real deal. He really is the top scorer. If anyone tells me again he cheated his way to being top scorer, I'll lose it. You're telling me this pace is normal? Don't make me laugh. The chubby kid below was also stunned by the scene, but as he came to his senses, a wave of joy spread through him. Guchen's exceptional talent meant his investment wouldn't go to waste, it might even turn into a huge profit. The vice principal standing beside the ladder showed no surprise at the scene. As a member of the school's upper management, he had long known that Guchen's achievements were genuine, not the result of cheating as rumored outside the school. Therefore, Guchen's speed held no surprise for him. Had Guchen maintained that sluggish pace, that would have been surprising. It would have fueled suspicions that his results were indeed cheated. In the blink of an eye, Guchen had ascended to the 40th floor of the ladder. Upon reaching the 40th floor, his pace didn't slow. He continued climbing toward the 50th floor. Along the way, he passed numerous students from earlier batches. Each one was stunned by his terrifying speed, their mouths spilling out polite greetings. Floor 46. Floor 47. Floor 48. When he reached the 52nd floor, Guchen encountered a girl whose appearance was every bit as striking as Wenyi Nan's. Guchen felt he recognized her vaguely. She seemed to be the one possessing the heavenly coagulation physique. The heavenly condensation physique wasn't as overpowering as the Azure Dragon Overlord physique, but it was still one of the top-tier innate physical constitutions. Unlike the Azure Dragon Overlord physique, which enhanced the user's physical strength, it accelerated cultivation speed, rapidly boosting vital energy levels. Moreover, those with the heavenly condensation physique faced significantly less resistance when breaking through cultivation realms, an advantage that became even more pronounced when ascending to higher realms. Guchen had heard that several top-tier experts within the Empire possessed this heavenly solidification physique. It could be said that as long as a Tianing physique bearer did not perish prematurely, they would inevitably rise to become a supreme powerhouse, much like those with the Qinglong Overlord physique. Moreover, while this woman's cultivation appeared at first glance to be late muscle tempering realm, closer inspection revealed she had actually reached the bone forging realm. This was the first time Guchen had encountered someone his age who was already a forged bone realm expert. Though astonished, Guchen made no plans to linger. He swiftly ascended past this level, continuing his climb toward greater heights. However, the woman with the heavenly solidification physique on this level watched Guchen's rapid ascent, particularly his astonishing speed, and couldn't help but gape in astonishment. She stared at his departing figure, speechless for a long time. Below, fellow students climbing the celestial ladder caught the scene and couldn't help but chuckle. Guchen's climbing is just too fast. He's making Ling's sister feel insecure. I bet she never imagined anyone besides the Qinglong Overlord could climb the ladder this fast. Forget her, I never imagined it either. We all thought he got into Qinglong Academy by cheating, but turns out he's got real talent. No cheating involved at all. Soon, Guchen reached the 60th level. The instant he stepped onto the 60th level, he felt the pressure on his body surge dramatically. While it didn't significantly affect him yet, it was undeniably stronger. Moreover, alongside this intensified pressure, he sensed an enhanced refinement effect within his body. It was now capable of refining even his unified realm cultivation base. Seeing this, Guchen slowed his pace, sitting down on the steps. He intended to ease his rhythm, using the heavenly ladder to thoroughly temper himself and solidify his foundations. After all, the ladder had no time limit. He'd simply ascend step by step. As Guchen settled onto the steps, the students below him, still struggling to climb the ladder, silently breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was simply too abnormal. Despite having no special constitution, his ascent speed was incredibly fast, even outpacing that of the Azure Dragon Overlord. Although the Azure Dragon Overlord had now reached the 70th tier, that student had joined either the second or third batch. Guchen, however, was entirely different. He had just stepped onto the ladder. While his initial pace was somewhat slow, his subsequent speed was extraordinary. In no time, he had overtaken many students from earlier batches, leaving them questioning their own abilities. The Qingling body who had just been overtaken breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Guchen come to a halt. As the possessor of the celestial solidification body and a top contender for the championship, the pressure on her was immense. She kept wondering, what if she couldn't win the championship? What if she didn't even make it into the top 3? That would be laughable. She was already anxious, especially when Guchen swiftly overtook her. Chapter 77, The Ascent. His anxiety reached its peak. Fortunately, Guchen stopped not far ahead, sitting cross-legged on the ground, seemingly exhausted from the rapid ascent. This thought brought him some measure of relief. With enough effort, catching up wasn't impossible, even overtaking him might be feasible. After all, Guchen had stopped to rest at the 60th floor, a clear sign that reaching that point had drained most of his stamina. Even if he recovered some strength later, the pressure increased with each higher floor. The number of floors he could continue climbing would inevitably be extremely limited. As for the Azure Dragon Overlord physique, he had long abandoned any hope of catching up. That physique was simply too monstrously powerful, there was no way he could ever match it. Below, those yet to begin their ascent to the heavenly ladder breathed sighs of relief upon seeing Guchen seated in rest at the 60th floor. Thank goodness, he only made it to the 60th floor. With some effort, many of us should be able to reach it too. Some who had stubbornly insisted Guchen was cheating immediately straightened their backs upon seeing him resting at the 60th floor. See? I told you he was cheating. Exhausted after just 60 floors. Now look at that heavenly condensation physique, though a few floors below him, his pace hasn't slowed at all. He's still climbing steadily. And that Azure Dragon Overlord physique? He's already past the 70th floor and is charging toward the 80th. Now that's a true prodigy. Nothing like that fake prodigy Guchen, who looks like a 70-year-old grandpa, unable to climb past the 60th floor without sitting down to rest. Exactly. I always said he cheated. First, he has no special constitution. Second, he comes from no influential background. I heard his parents are just ordinary working-class folks. He even got expelled from high school for being too unpromising. Who'd have thought he'd cheat his way to becoming the top scorer on the college entrance exam? Who knows where he got that demon beast core? He must have smuggled it into the exam grounds and submitted it as his own work to snag the top scorer title. But fakes are bound to be exposed. Look, he's already hit his limit at the 60th floor, sitting there resting. Every top scorer in history was a prodigy. Has any ever stopped at 60 floors? And look at Su Ling, the heir to Yenqing's top faction. He's already reached the 65th floor. Sure, he's still a ways behind that freak with the Azure Dragon Overlord physique, but he's still several floors ahead of Guchen. This proves Guchen must have cheated on his college entrance exam. How else could he have achieved such high scores? Some teachers on stage wore expressions of disappointment. When they first saw Guchen climbing swiftly, they believed him a genuine prodigy, not the rumored cheating champion. But stopping to rest at the 60th floor clearly didn't match the caliber expected of a national champion. This suggested Guchen might indeed have cheated his way to the top, as the rumors claimed. Only the vice principal on stage heard the teacher's murmurs but remained silent. He fixed his cloudy eyes on Guchen at the 60th floor, then pushed up his reading glasses on his nose. A toothless grin spread across his face as he muttered to himself, "This kid's not half bad." Unfortunately, his voice was too soft for the surrounding teachers to catch. They continued their heated debate about Guchen's alleged cheating. Some extremists insisted that a cheater like him must be expelled to strictly deter such behavior. Others shared the vice principal's view, arguing that cheating without getting caught was a skill in itself and that expulsion was unnecessary. As for the chubby kid below the stage, his emotions were like a roller coaster, soaring high one moment, plummeting low the next. Just moments ago, he'd been thrilled by Guchen's speed. At this pace, he'd overtake the latter's second place in minutes, and within 5 or 6 more minutes, he might even surpass Qinglong Body to claim the top spot. As long as Guchen wasn't overtaken by other competitors, he would secure the top spot among the freshmen. But he never imagined that shortly after overtaking Tianningti, Guchen would sit down to rest on the 60th floor, as if completely drained of energy. This felt like his heart had been smashed to pieces on the ground. Just then, he overheard someone nearby mutter, "I told you he was cheating. Look at him now, sitting there resting." The chubby boy, already stung by the wasted money, flared up at the surrounding chatter. "Shut up. 60 floors is still 60 floors. Can you even climb to the 60th floor? I'll ask you straight, can you make it to the 60th floor?" Startled by the chubby kid's sudden outburst, the man stared at him strangely. He opened his mouth to speak but, fearing the kid might snap, backed away several steps instead. Seeing this, the chubby kid's temper flared even more. "What the hell are you backing away for? Like I'm going to eat you or something?" He opened his mouth to yell, but just then, he heard the vice principal call his name. He couldn't afford to argue with the man any longer. Muttering a curse under his breath, he turned and walked toward the stage, preparing to climb the celestial ladder. Guchen, seated on the 60th level, felt subtle shifts within his meridians, bones, and flesh. Slowly opening his eyes, he nodded with satisfaction. The effect of this ladder on tempering his sinews and bones was even better than he had anticipated. He had only sat here for about 15 minutes at most, yet the strength of his sinews and bones had increased by roughly 5%. The pressure at the 60th level now offered negligible improvement to his physique. He needed to seek out a place with greater intensity. A 5% increase in strength might seem insignificant at first glance, but if this enhancement came at absolutely no cost, purely free, would you still consider it insufficient? Moreover, this was merely the effect of the 60th floor. He could continue climbing upward. Guchen believed that the higher he went, the greater the pressure would become, and consequently, the tempering effect would inevitably improve. With that thought, Guchen rose and headed toward the 61st floor, reaching it swiftly. The pressure on the 61st floor was indeed slightly greater than that on the 60th, though the difference wasn't particularly pronounced. Guchen then ascended another 4 floors, arriving at the 65th. The pressure on the 65th floor was noticeably stronger than on the 60th, sufficient to further temper his physique. Gu Chen once again sat cross-legged on the floor, closed his eyes, and silently observed the changes occurring within his body under the intense pressure. The classmates behind Gu Chen, along with those below the platform who hadn't yet ascended, watched him climb steadily from the 60th to the 65th floor. They expected him to launch into another rapid ascent, but instead, they saw him sit down on the 65th floor to rest. See? I told you. Gu Chen's true strength is only at the 60-something level. Climbing so fast earlier drained most of his stamina. This 5-level push was his final sprint. I'd bet even if he keeps going, he won't get past 3 more levels. 70 is his absolute limit. I agree. Gu Chen isn't weak, but compared to those top prodigies, he still falls short. I reckon 70th floor is his ceiling. 70 floors is his limit? I don't think so. The fact that Gu Chen can climb 5 floors at once proves his strength is far more than meets the eye. He should easily surpass 70 floors. Even if he can't get close to Qinglong Body and the others, he won't be far behind. Are you out of your mind? Thinking Gu Chen could surpass the 70th floor? Do you even know what that means? Anyone who clears beyond the 70th floor becomes a top-tier expert in the country after graduation. Are you seriously betting on someone who cheated their way to the national exam championship to become one of the nation's elite? How can you be so sure he cheated? What if he just got lucky and picked up a few demon beast cores during the exam trials? Ha 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 ha, are you trying to kill me with laughter? Picked up a few demon beast cores? Do you think the demon beast trials and the college entrance exam are child's play? You just say you picked up demon beast cores? How did you get so lucky? Alright, stop arguing. It'll be our turn soon. The chubby boy climbing the celestial ladder had naturally seen Gu Chen climb from the 60th to the 65th floor before sitting down to rest. He'd also heard the murmurs of the surrounding students. But by now, he'd come to terms with it. The money was gone, and that was that. Since things had already reached this point, there was no point in making them worse. With that thought, the chubby kid took a deep breath and buried his head back into climbing the ladder. Hey! You're Gu Chen, right? Gu Chen, sitting cross-legged on the 65th floor, opened his eyes at the sound of his name. He looked up to find the Tianing physique girl he'd encountered on the 50th floor calling out to him. She stood before him now, hands on her hips, leaning forward slightly as she studied him with curiosity. Listen to me, don't try to climb so many floors at once. Maintain a steady pace on each level and conserve your energy as much as possible. Only then can you climb higher. Following my method, someone who could only reach the 70th floor before can now make it to at least the 75th. Thank you. Gu Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected anyone to show concern for him. You're welcome. It was just a word or two. Keep resting. I'm continuing my climb. The heavenly condensation physique girl turned away after speaking, resuming her ascent up the ladder. The pressure on her shoulders was immense, and the psychological burden was no less heavy. She had to push herself to the absolute limit to reach higher levels. Gu Chen watched the girl with the heaven-condensing physique climbing the ladder, an involuntary smile spreading across his face. In this day and age, someone actually cared about their competitor. This young girl truly had a kind heart. Another 10 minutes passed. Gu Chen opened his eyes once more, stood up from the ground, and stretched his body. He distinctly felt his physical strength had increased by roughly another 5%. A surge of joy filled his heart, and he immediately continued his ascent toward higher levels, level 66, level 67, level 68, level 69. Gu Chen didn't follow the method the girl from the Tianing body sect had suggested for climbing the celestial ladder. Instead, he continued ascending at his own pace. The method she provided wasn't useless. For ordinary people, it was highly practical. Perhaps it could truly help someone who could only reach the 70th floor climb to the 75th, just as she claimed. But the crux of the matter was this: he was anything but ordinary. As a cheat code user blessed with divine favor, did he really need to follow conventional methods to ascend the celestial ladder? There was absolutely no need to pay it any mind. As a martial artist at the Unity Realm, I just plowed through everything in my path. Gu Chen soon reached the 70th floor, where the pressure had intensified significantly compared to the 65th. On the 70th floor, Gu Chen spotted the heavenly condensation physique girl who had previously advised him to conserve energy and maintain a steady pace. She was still advancing at a consistent speed, climbing toward the 71st floor. Spotting Gu Chen at the same level, she felt a surge of pressure deep within, yet she still smiled and said to him, "Oh my, that's wonderful, Gu Chen. Congratulations on reaching the 70th floor. Don't let this small achievement go to your head, keep pushing forward." Hearing her words, Gu Chen couldn't help but laugh. How had he not noticed before that this girl was actually quite interesting? He opened his mouth to ask her name, but before the words could leave his lips, she had already resumed her climb, ascending to the 71st floor. Witnessing this, Gu Chen swallowed his question. They were both freshmen, they were bound to meet again. He could ask her name next time. After that, Gu Chen sat back down on the ground, closed his eyes, and quietly felt the tempering taking place within his body under the high pressure of the celestial ladder. This time, the students below the stage and those who hadn't taken the stage didn't say much. Most were deeply shocked that Gu Chen had reached the 70th floor, but they all agreed that this was likely his limit. He definitely couldn't climb any higher. Moreover, Gu Chen was still far from the championship. Currently, the ladder's top contender, Qinglong Body, had already surpassed the 80th level and was advancing toward the 85th. This was an astonishing achievement. For several years now, no freshman in the Qinglong Academy's tournament had managed to surpass the 80th tier of the ladder. The last time such a feat occurred seemed to have been 5 years ago. Moreover, judging by Qinglong Batai's demeanor, 80 floors was far from his limit. He possessed the capability to ascend even higher, potentially breaking through the 90-floor barrier and becoming a once-in-a-century prodigy for Qinglong Academy. As Qinglong Batai shattered the 80th floor barrier, teachers from numerous schools gathered in the central plaza below the stage broke into relieved smiles. They unanimously agreed that the top spot in this year's freshman tournament was undoubtedly Qinglong Batai's to claim. Some even speculated that his extraordinary talent might bring unexpected benefits to Qinglong Academy, potentially ending the years-long drought where no freshman had broken the 80th floor barrier. After this comparison, whether Gu Chen had cheated to win the National College Entrance Exam Championship seemed to matter less. Now, everyone's primary focus was on whether the Qinglong Overlord could build on this momentum and ascend the 90th tier of the ladder, a height no new student had reached in decades. Chapter 78, Song Qingting. In this light, whether Gu Chen cheated to win the National College Entrance Exam Championship no longer matters. The paramount concern now is whether Qinglong Body can build on this momentum and conquer the 90th tier of the Celestial Ladder, a feat no freshman has achieved in decades. If Qinglong Body truly ascends, the headquarters of Qinglong Academy will undoubtedly grant the academy more resources and benefits, along with special admission quotas. Especially those highly exclusive slots. Each one commanded astronomical value without connections, even billions couldn't buy a single spot. Qinglong Overlord Song Qingting. He knew nothing of what transpired below the stage. Beads of sweat dripped incessantly from his chin onto the heavenly ladder. He had already ascended to the 86th tier. At this level, each step forward subjected him to immense pressure. Even his Qinglong Overlord physique was struggling to withstand it. With every step, it felt as though 10,000 pounds of pressure descended from all directions, making his bones creak and groan. His blood vessels seemed ready to burst. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. He refused to believe that even with the Azure Dragon Overlord's body, he couldn't reach the 90th level of the heavenly ladder. Moreover, he had something to prove. He possessed not only the Azure Dragon Overlord's physique but also an unyielding will, constantly pushing beyond his own limits. He wasn't some useless who relied solely on his physical constitution. Come on, Song Qingting. You can do this. You will reach the 90th floor of the heavenly ladder. Come on, Song Qingting. You're not some useless who's nothing without your physique. As Song Qingting kept pumping himself up, his halted steps began climbing again. Floor 86, 87, 88. Though his ascent was slow, each step was resolute. Below, Gu Chen slowly opened his eyes and rose from the ground. It's about time. The pressure here no longer serves much purpose for me. His body had now acclimated to the pressure here. Staying any longer would yield negligible further tempering of his physique. He needed to find a place with even greater pressure. Gu Chen thus continued his ascent up the celestial ladder. The 71st level, the 72nd level, the 73rd level. On this level, Gu Chen spotted the woman with the celestial spirit physique. She sat resting on the ground, her complexion pale, strands of hair damp with sweat. Climbing the celestial ladder seemed to be taking a considerable toll on her. The heavenly spirit body woman seemed to sense Gu Chen's gaze. She lifted her head and glanced at him. Recognizing Gu Chen, she offered a faint smile. Oh, it's you. Well, what can I say? This ladder is exhausting. I'll rest here a little longer before continuing my climb. Seeing this, Gu Chen smiled back at her and spoke. This ladder is indeed exhausting. By the way, what's your name? I haven't even learned it yet. The celestial spirit woman paused slightly at his question. She seemed surprised that Gu Chen didn't even know her name. But her hesitation lasted only a second or two before she quickly recovered and told him her name. My name is Shanggong Qingqing. The Shanggong family? Gu Chen was somewhat surprised to hear the celestial spirit woman's name was Shanggong Qingqing. Whether in his past life or this world, people with the surname Shanggong were relatively rare. Typically, families bearing such surnames were influential, likely descended from prominent figures. Yet despite his surprise, Gu Chen showed no emotion on his face. He exchanged a few words with Shanggong Qingqing with a smile. Due to the urgency of refining his body, time was tight. After a brief conversation, Gu Chen bid farewell to Shanggong Qingqing and continued climbing the celestial ladder. The 73rd level, the 74th level, the 75th level. As Gu Chen stepped onto the 75th level, he once again sensed a slight pressure. He sat down on the ground and began using the ladder's oppressive force to temper his body. However, this time, when Gu Chen sat down, many people below him were no longer calm. For one thing, Gu Chen had already climbed nearly 80 levels in exceptionally high altitude. Just a few more floors up lay the position of Song Qingting. Secondly, Gu Chen's expression was far too relaxed. Reaching the 75th floor of the celestial ladder seemed effortless for him. Moreover, his seated rest with eyes closed lasted only briefly. Each time he closed his eyes for rest lasted about 15 minutes, at most 20 minutes, before he would rise and resume climbing the ladder. Moreover, each time he resumed climbing, he would ascend at least 5 floors. His pace during these climbs was exceptionally swift, far surpassing that of ordinary climbers. These signs clearly indicated that Gu Chen was far from the simple person he appeared to be. Many teachers from the schools below also fixed their gaze upon him. Previously, they hadn't noticed him because Qinglong's overlord, Song Qingting, was simply too outstanding. Now, Gu Chen had already reached the 75th floor, approaching the 80th. Who could say whether Gu Chen might surge straight to the 80th floor next time? Moreover, only 3 students had reached his current position. First was Qinglong body's Song Qingting. Second was a student from the mainland, a disciple sent by some major power to inherit their legacy. Third was Gu Chen. While the top 2 were known to Qinglong Academy, Gu Chen remained a complete mystery. The principal might have some information, but the teachers genuinely knew nothing about this student. They'd only heard online rumors that Gu Chen had cheated his way to becoming the top scorer on the college entrance exam. Beyond that, they knew nothing. Below the steps, the little chubby boy climbing upward also felt a surge of emotion. Staring at Gu Chen's retreating figure, he muttered to himself, "Holy, could there still be hope?" But then he glanced at Song Qingting, the Qinglong overlord ranked first. That thought vanished instantly. This Gu Chen seemed to have some real talent. Without Song Qingting, he might have won the championship and become the top freshman in the competition. But the problem now was that Song Qingting was simply too monstrous. That kid had already climbed to the 88th tier of the heavenly ladder. He was about to step into the 89th tier. He was very likely to break the Qinglong Academy's decade-long streak of no freshman reaching the 90th tier of the heavenly ladder. He could only accept his misfortune running into a freak like Song Qingting. Soon, Gu Chen sensed that the 75th tier of the ladder offered virtually no further physical refinement for his body. He knew the 75th tier had become useless to him. He opened his eyes once more, rose from the ground, and advanced toward the 76th tier. Gu Chen's stride was light as he swiftly traversed the 76th tier, reaching the 77th. The pressure on this tier also proved manageable for him. He passed through it in mere breaths. The 78th tier followed suit, and soon he had ascended to the 80th tier. The instant Gu Chen reached the 80th tier, he sensed something distinctly different. The pressure here, to be honest, was significantly stronger than before. At the very least, it was 2 or 3 times stronger than the 79th floor. It could be said that a qualitative change had occurred. Moreover, Gu Chen sensed that the transformation in his physical strength experienced below the 80th floor hadn't been caused by the pressure of the stairway itself. Instead, it stemmed from a peculiar substance embedded within the stairway. This substance was the catalyst driving Gu Chen's body to undergo continuous metamorphosis and grow stronger. Previously, its concentration had been too low for Gu Chen to notice. But upon reaching the 80th floor, the density of this substance in the air had at least tripled. Only then did he recognize it, realizing the reason his sinews and bones had been tempered was connected to this very thing. Each time he sat cross-legged on the ground, this peculiar substance would permeate his body under the ladder's pressure, slowly tempering his physical strength. Moreover, this peculiar substance seemed to increase in abundance the higher one climbed the celestial ladder. It was not, as he had previously assumed, the ladder's pressure itself that forged the body. Thinking about it, as a master at the Unity Realm level, this level of pressure was child's play for him. How could it possibly temper his body? After pondering this, Gu Chen abandoned any thought of lingering at the 80th level. His gaze shifted toward the ladder's summit. This ladder was truly extraordinary. From the outside, each tier appeared only about 50 centimeters tall and roughly 1 meter wide. Yet, once one ascended, they discovered that while the height remained largely unchanged, the width stretched dozens of times wider, becoming tens of meters broad. And the strangest part was this. Though each step appeared only 50 centimeters high, stepping onto it caused one's elevation above the ground to instantly surge by dozens of meters. It was truly extraordinary. This meant that Gu Chen's current position was already thousands of meters above the ground. If not for his considerable strength, he wouldn't even be able to see the students below clearly. But all that was secondary. He had discovered that the celestial ladder contained a substance capable of tempering physical strength, an opportunity he couldn't let slip. The higher the tier climbed, the greater the concentration of that special substance. What was there to wait for? Let's climb. With that thought, Gu Chen rose to his feet and began ascending toward the 81st tier of the celestial ladder. Soon, he reached the junction where the 81st floor ladder met the 82nd floor ladder. Not far ahead of him stood a student over 1.9 meters tall. He was struggling to ascend to the 82nd floor. But the pressure on the 81st floor was overwhelming. To him, it felt like a mountain crushing down. Every step was excruciating. Gu Chen recognized this person. He was a top contender to win the freshman grand competition, with odds far more favorable than his own. Rumor had it he was the heir to some influential faction, possessing cultivation far above his peers. But to Gu Chen, he was just average. He didn't even know his name. Guchen glanced at him briefly before passing by and continuing his ascent up the stairway. As he effortlessly passed the man, he heard the latter take a deep breath, attempting to stride toward the 82nd level like Guchen. But his will was stronger than his body. His stride was too wide, and the pressure of the 81st level proved overwhelming. Before he knew it, he stumbled and crashed onto the staircase. He struggled several times but couldn't get back up. Seeing Guchen, he felt like laughing. But as an outstanding youth of the new era, how could he mock others? He forced the smile back and continued toward the 82nd floor. Within just a few breaths, Guchen reached the 82nd floor. Compared to the 81st floor, the pressure on the 82nd floor had increased by about 1/3. Guchen ascended from the 82nd to the 83rd floor, where the pressure increased by another third. It could be said that with each floor climbed now, the pressure was significantly higher than before. It was nothing like the lower levels, where one needed to climb 10 floors to experience this level of pressure increase. Now, climbing just one floor brought a substantial rise in pressure. Chapter 79, Keep Going. Where climbing 10 floors used to yield this pressure increase, now a single floor brought a substantial jump. Upon reaching the 83rd level, Guchen pressed onward without pause, striving upward toward the 84th, 85th, 86th, and 87th levels. When Guchen's figure appeared on the 89th level, he clearly saw Qinglong body Song Qingting just cross the boundary of the 89th level of the heavenly ladder, successfully stepping onto the 90th level. The instant Song Qingting crossed the 89th tier, his body suddenly sank, crashing to one knee on the 90th tier's surface. Beads of sweat the size of beans continuously seeped from his forehead, gathering into streams that dripped down his chin, spreading into dark patches on the surface of the ladder. His entire body shook violently as he strained every ounce of strength to resist the terrifying pressure of the 90th tier. Yet the pressure proved overwhelming. Time and again, he was crushed to the ground, only to stubbornly push himself up with his hands, forcing himself into a half-kneeling position. But as his strength rapidly depleted, he was ultimately pinned flat against the 90th step, utterly unable to move. But barely a dozen seconds later, a pale blue vertical line slowly emerged at the center of his forehead. The mark, about the size of a thumb pad, emitted a faint blue glow. Imprinted on the center of his forehead, it stood out strikingly. As the mark appeared, a pale blue light instantly enveloped his entire body. This light was miraculous. The bruises that had covered his entire body from struggling were visibly fading and healing at a rapid pace under its embrace. Even more astonishingly, as the pale green light permeated every inch of his skin, Song Qingting's physical strength rapidly recovered. Before long, he had fully recovered his strength, and his physical resilience now seemed to have reached a new level. Without using his hands for support, he rose steadily to his feet using only the strength of his knees, standing tall and straight once more atop the 90th tier of the celestial ladder. Once steady, he looked up at the sky and exhaled a long, heavy breath. Clearly, reaching the 90th tier had been an extreme challenge for him. The moment Song Qingting firmly planted his feet on the 90th tier, the crowd below erupted in thunderous gasps and cheers. Good heavens! He did it! He truly reached the 90th tier of the celestial ladder. It's been a full decade since any freshman from our Qinglong Academy climbed this high. Looks like this year's freshman competition champion is a foregone conclusion. It's definitely Song Qingting, the one with the Qinglong overlord physique. You're telling me? Back when I first enrolled, I could barely make it past the 60th level. That year, the highest-ranking senior only reached the 75th level, not even close to touching the 80th. Youngsters these days are incredible. That's nothing. Our class was worse. The highest record was only 72 floors. No one even broke through the 75th floor of the ladder. We were the weakest class in the Academy's history. This time it's different. Qinglong Academy finally has someone break through the 90th floor of the ladder. Wonder what reward headquarters will give our academy? Reward? You're out of the loop. I'm a senior this year, and I heard from upperclassmen that when someone broke through the 90th floor before, the Qinglong Academy headquarters doubled our branch's resources. That class of seniors leveraged those doubled resources to skyrocket their strength. By graduation, major factions and top companies were scrambling to recruit them. Seriously? There's such a thing? Doesn't that mean our class has hit the jackpot? Absolutely. Just as the crowd below was buzzing with excitement over someone finally reaching the 90th floor of the Azure Dragon Academy, many eyes suddenly shifted to another figure, Guchen. When they realized Guchen was already standing firmly on the 89th floor of the ladder, everyone's pupils contracted in shock, their faces frozen in disbelief. Look! Guchen's already on the 89th floor. What? You're not kidding me, right? Let me see. Holy crap! It's true. He really made it to the 89th floor. Could he be the second person to reach the 90th floor? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I'd bet my life climbing to the 89th floor is his limit. Reaching the 90th is harder than climbing to the moon. If he makes it, I'll kneel down and eat my own right here. Well, better get your eating gear ready. Who among you bet on him earlier? Everyone said he'd be exhausted by the 70th floor at most. Now he's almost at the 90th floor. Doesn't that sting? Oomph, it's just luck. Everyone has their lucky streak. Maybe he's only made it this far by sheer luck. I still think 89th floor is his limit. He doesn't have Song Qingting's special constitution, nor has anyone heard of him having any deep connections. At best, he's just an ordinary student with a bit of talent. The teachers below had also witnessed Gu Chen's astonishing ascent to the 89th floor, each of them stunned by his performance. Previously, their attention had been almost entirely focused on Song Qingting, the dragon's dominance physique, leaving them completely unaware of how Gu Chen had steadily climbed to the 89th floor. By the time they realized it, Gu Chen was already standing firmly on the 89th floor, a height that had long been considered top tier among freshmen. Not only had he surpassed the second-place climber on the ladder, but he was now just one floor away from the leader, Song Qingting. This meant Gu Chen had every chance to follow suit and reach the 90th tier of the ladder. If two freshmen truly reached the 90th floor this year, it would be monumental news for the entire Qinglong Academy. The resources allocated to the academy could potentially double again, and the salaries and benefits for faculty like them would see a significant boost. This was undoubtedly a win-win situation with nothing but advantages. But the question remained, could Gu Chen truly reach the 90th tier? As academy instructors, they understood better than anyone the pressure at the 90th tier was incomparable to any preceding tier. It was a terrifying, exponentially increasing burden. If the pressure at the 89th tier equaled 1 ton, then the 90th tier would be at least 30 tons, potentially reaching 40 or even 50 tons. That Gu Chen had reached the 89th floor through sheer ability was astonishing enough. But could he truly withstand the terrifying pressure of dozens of tons on the 90th? But consider this, Gu Chen's ascent to the 89th floor alone had already thoroughly debunked the online rumors claiming he cheated his way to becoming the National College Entrance Exam champion. Reaching the 89th level of Qinglong Academy's ladder of ascension demonstrated a caliber of skill that undeniably placed him among the nation's top college entrance exam champions, even elevating him into the elite tier. With such prowess, coupled with a bit of opportunity and luck, securing the national top rank was practically inevitable. At this moment, the teachers all silently hoped Gu Chen would also successfully reach the 90th floor. If he succeeded, the resources they could obtain this year would undoubtedly double. Then, whether it was improving their own or using more resources to cultivate students, once these students grew up in the future, Qinglong Academy's reputation would also become even more resounding. In stark contrast to the tense anticipation below, Song Qingting, having just reached the 90th floor, took a moment to steady his breath before turning curiously to look down. He wanted to see everyone's reaction to his ascent to the 90th floor. But what he saw sent shockwaves through his heart. On the 89th floor beneath his feet stood a young man roughly his own age. The man possessed handsome features, fair skin, and stood about 1.8 meters tall, clearly another freshman enrolled this year. Yet it wasn't his appearance that stunned Song Qingting after all. Outstanding looks were common among new students each year. What truly sent a cold sweat down his back was the realization that he never imagined a freshman could climb to a level so close to his own. What terrified him most was that he hadn't sensed this person's approach at all. In a real battle, he would have been ambushed long ago. He quickly regained his composure, however. After careful reflection, he realized it might be because his spiritual perception had been severely suppressed under the terrifying pressure of the 90th floor, preventing him from detecting the approach in time. Another reason compelled him to take this seriously. He actually recognized this freshman, who was now just one floor away. None other than Gu Chen, the very student whose name had been circulating wildly online, accused of cheating his way to the top spot in the National College Entrance Exams. Yet the reality before him utterly debunked those rumors. How could someone who cheated their way to the top possibly climb to the 89th floor of the ladder? Clearly, those malicious rumors were nothing but baseless fabrications spread online by those with ulterior motives. Still, Song Qingting felt no anxiety about Gu Chen catching up to him on the 90th floor. Having just personally experienced the leap from 89 to 90, he understood the staggering difference in pressure between those two levels. Reaching the 89th floor might have drained Gu Chen's last ounce of strength, but the pressure at the 90th floor was incomparable to that of the 89th. Without the protection of his Azure Dragon invincible body, he would have been crushed by the pressure long ago, unable to even stand. With this thought, Song Qingting decided to stay put, no longer continuing his ascent. Instead, he watched Gu Chen with keen interest, eager to see if this college entrance exam champion slandered by rumors could truly create a miracle and reach the 90th tier of the celestial ladder. Soon, under the gaze of tens of thousands, Gu Chen began his ascent toward the 90th tier. His strides were steady and powerful, each step covering nearly a meter. Within mere breaths, he reached the threshold between the 89th and 90th levels. At that moment, the area below the ladder fell deathly silent. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed intently on Gu Chen, afraid to miss a single detail of him stepping onto the 90th level. Gu Chen seemed to sense the gazes converging on him from all sides. He first swept his eyes over the crowd below, then glanced at Song Qingting standing at the edge of the 90th level. A confident smile curved his lips as he lifted his foot without hesitation, stepping firmly onto the surface of the 90th level of the celestial ladder. Chapter 80, the 91st level. Gu Chen, too, felt the tension. He glanced down at the crowd and then at Song Qingting's position before grinning. He extended one foot and stepped onto the 90th floor ladder. Instantly, Guchen felt a pressure more than 10 times stronger than that of the 89th floor crash down upon him, slamming his outstretched foot hard onto the cold ladder surface. This pressure is indeed far stronger than the 89th tier. No wonder everyone's eyes are fixed on me. It seems the divide between the 89th and 90th tiers truly is an insurmountable watershed. But for me, this level of pressure isn't even a warm-up, Guchen silently mused to himself before firmly planting his other foot within the boundaries of the 90th tier. At this point, Guchen stood fully on the ground of the 90th tier. The surrounding pressure felt no different than when he'd stepped in with one foot, yet he distinctly sensed countless gazes piercing his back like needles. A playful urge stirred within him. He deliberately adjusted his breathing, feigning struggle against the terrifying pressure of the 90th tier. His body began to tremble slightly, as if locked in a desperate battle against this colossal, crushing force. Then, crushed by the weight, he collapsed face down onto the 90th tier, limbs splayed out, utterly motionless, as if completely crushed by the pressure. Witnessing this, the crowd below erupted in a complex murmur of sighs. Some deeply regretted Guchen's apparent failure to reach the 90th step, while others secretly breathed a sigh of relief at his defeat. This subtle, ambivalent sentiment, a mix of dreading a brother's misfortune yet secretly hoping for his downfall, spread through the crowd like a silent tide. For them, Guchen reaching the 90th floor would undoubtedly be a positive outcome. It meant the academy would gain more resources, benefiting their own cultivation paths. Yet, on the other hand, if Guchen truly succeeded in reaching the summit, it would ruthlessly stir up their deep-seated feelings of inferiority. Why such a vast gap between us freshmen? He reaches the 90th floor while I can't even hope to reach the 80th. How could I bear that? Moreover, with Song Qingtang already having conquered the 90th floor, another success by Guchen would only highlight their own mediocrity. Thus, witnessing Guchen's failure brought a strange sense of relief to many. Unlike the ordinary trainees, the teachers watching below could not hide their disappointment. Their anticipated resource doubling plan was about to fall through because of Guchen's failure. Had Guchen also reached the 90th floor, the resources they could obtain would have doubled again. Now that hope was dashed, disappointment was written all over everyone's faces. Among all the disappointed faces, none bore a more agonized expression than the little chubby boy. Stuck on the 50th tier of the ladder, he had long reached his physical limit. His eyes fixed intently on Guchen's movements, his emotions riding a roller coaster with every step. When Song Qingting successfully reached the 90th floor, the vast gap between them plunged him into despair. When Guchen surged to the 89th level, hope of winning back his wager flared anew. But now, seeing Guchen stuck on the ground, unable to move, despair consumed him, meaning his hard-earned month's allowance was about to vanish into thin air. At this thought, the little chubby boy's eyes reddened, tears welling up as he nearly cried out. Yet just as everyone assumed Guchen had failed his 90th floor challenge, the figure sprawled on the ground suddenly rose as if nothing had happened. He leisurely smoothed his slightly disheveled hair, then casually sat cross-legged on the floor as if in his own living room. With a sly grin, he declared, "Sorry, everyone. I always get a bit sleepy around this hour and need to lie down for a quick nap. You didn't really think I couldn't make it up this 90th floor staircase, did you? You might not believe me, but this 90th heavenly ladder looks intimidating. For me, it's nothing more than a breeze just a few steps up." Guchen's exaggerated grin instantly made Song Qingting, who was also on the 90th heavenly ladder, feel a surge of blood rushing to his head. His face turned an extremely ugly shade of red. What kind of international joke was this? This was the 90th tier of the heavenly ladder. As the possessor of the Azure Dragon Overlord physique, his physical prowess far surpassed cultivators at the same realm, even outstripping some at higher realms. Yet he had only barely managed to reach the 90th tier, breaking the embarrassing decade-long streak of no one from Azure Dragon Academy reaching the summit. Yet now, this Guchen stood before him, casually claiming he'd effortlessly reached the 90th tier? How could he bear this? Where was his pride supposed to go? What was even harder for Song Qingting to accept was that his own ability to stand there relied entirely on the Azure Dragon Overlord body unleashing its power at critical moments, forcibly boosting his physical strength. Even then, he could barely maintain his stance. To move freely like Guchen was nothing short of a pipe dream. This meant Guchen's claim of effortlessly reaching the 90th floor was likely true. The realization brought Song Qingting an indescribable sense of frustration. Compared to Song Qingting's inner torment, the reactions of the crowd below were far more vivid and dramatic. Holy crap! Guchen actually got back up off the ground. Am I dreaming? Didn't he nearly pass out from the pressure just now? Exactly. I clearly saw Guchen lying motionless on the ground, convinced he was done for. But the next second, he stood up like nothing happened. Now he's sitting there on the 90th tier of the sky ladder, looking as relaxed as can be. It's like that immense pressure around him doesn't even exist. Oh no! I got carried away and placed another bet. This time I put my money on Xinglong's invincible body, Song Qingting, to win the freshman competition. Looks like my money's going down the drain now. I should have bet on Guchen. Just look at how relaxed he is. He's definitely got more climbing left in him. You can still place bets? Dude, stop joking around. Don't you know once the freshman competition starts, no more bets are allowed? I'd say you've been scammed 9 times out of 10. Why? That was my hard-earned money. My entire semester's living expenses. What am I supposed to do now? What else can you do? Go report it to the police immediately.
Meanwhile, the teachers below the stage watched with gleaming eyes, fixated on Guchen climbing the ladder he had succeeded. This not only meant their upcoming resources would double but also potentially elevate Qinglong Academy's overall rating for the coming year, boosting their benefits and perks accordingly. But that wasn't what excited them most. Judging by Guchen's current state, he still seemed to have reserves to climb higher, potentially breaking into the top 10 of Qinglong Academy's freshman strength rankings. With a bit of luck, he might even make it onto the Academy headquarters overall leaderboard. Should Guchen achieve this feat, the rewards they would receive would be even more substantial.
The Vice Dean of Qinglong Academy was also visibly thrilled, his gaze toward Guchen flashing with an unmistakable gleam of excitement.
As a high-ranking official of the academy, he had long known that Guchen's college entrance exam scores were not obtained through cheating, and he was well aware that Guchen's strength was among the top of the freshman class. Even so, he never imagined Guchen could ascend to the 90th tier of the heavenly ladder. This far exceeded his expectations. Like the other teachers, the Vice Dean believed Guchen had the potential to climb even higher, perhaps even breaking into the top 10 of his branch academy's history.
If he performed well, he might just make it onto the headquarters overall rankings.
At this thought, the Vice Dean could no longer contain his excitement. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed a number.
Hello? Is that old Lou? Where are you right now? Drop everything you're doing. Our academy is in the spotlight.
This year, 2 freshmen have successfully reached the 90th floor of the celestial ladder.
At this rate, our academy's resources next year will likely quadruple. Why would I lie to you? I'm the Vice Dean of Qinglong Academy. Would I joke about something this important? Drop everything and come back immediately. We need to report this to headquarters without delay. Alright, I got it. You come back quickly. I'll be waiting at the academy.
After resting briefly on the ground of the 90th tier, Guchen rose once more, preparing to ascend to the 91st tier. Though the concentration of special substances here was already exceptionally high, guaranteeing significant enhancement of his skeletal strength through cultivation, he still felt it slightly insufficient. After all, the ladder had 100 tiers in total. He planned to climb straight to the 100th tier before cultivating. Surely the concentration of special substances there would be even richer, yielding better cultivation results. Just as Guchen was about to step toward the 91st level, Song Qingting, who had been standing nearby looking somewhat despondent, suddenly rose from the ground. He looked at Guchen, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked, "Are you planning to climb the 91st level of the heavenly ladder?" Seeing Song Qingting take the initiative to ask, Guchen didn't hide anything and answered truthfully, "That's right. I'm about to start climbing the 91st floor of the heavenly ladder. Do you want to come up with me and take a look?" "Come with you?" Song Qingting was rendered speechless by the invitation. If he truly possessed the strength to ascend the 91st heavenly ladder, why would he be lingering here on the 90th? Though the power of the Azure Dragon Overlord's body allowed him some limited movement within the 90th tier's vicinity, he knew full well that in his current state, he was utterly unqualified to attempt the 91st tier. Yet here was Guchen, a peer his own age, extending an invitation. To refuse would surely be a blow to his pride. Gritting his teeth, Song Qingting steeled himself and declared, "Alright. Let's climb the 91st heavenly ladder together. I've rested up anyway, so it'll be good to stretch my legs." Seeing this, Guchen didn't question whether Song Qingting truly possessed the ability to climb the 91st heavenly ladder. After all, he understood the truth that there were always people more skilled than oneself, and skies beyond skies. Though he himself possessed an external aid that made his strength far surpass that of his peers, no one could say for certain whether there existed even more powerful external aids in this world. What if this Qinglong Overlord body truly possessed some undiscovered special ability, capable of staging a desperate counterattack under extreme pressure? It wasn't entirely impossible. After receiving Song Qingting's affirmative response, Guchen walked alongside him to the boundary between the 90th and 91st floors of the celestial ladder. Without hesitation, Guchen stepped onto the 91st heavenly ladder, his body settling firmly upon its surface. He assessed the pressure intensity of the 91st tier. Though not as terrifying as the jump from the 89th to the 90th tier, it still tripled the load. For ordinary people, such a pressure increase was utterly daunting. It was like suddenly having to lift 300 pounds instead of 100, a burden few could bear. For Guchen, however, this threefold increase remained insignificant. It could be described as a piece of cake. Of course, this effortless referred solely to the ladder's pressure fluctuations. If he were actually asked to lift a person whose weight suddenly ballooned from 100 Jin to 300 Jin, he might not be able to handle it either. After fully stepping onto the 91st tier of the ladder and carefully sensing the surrounding pressure, Guchen turned to look at Song Qingting behind him. Seeing Guchen's gaze, Song Qingting understood immediately that it was now his turn to act. He prepared to follow Guchen onto the 91st tier of the ladder. For the sake of his pride, Song Qingting gritted his teeth to overcome his fear. He stomped his foot firmly and stepped forward, constantly urging himself onward in his mind. Qinglong Overlord's body. I possess the Qinglong Overlord's body. How could I chicken out now? Look at Guchen right in front of you. Didn't he just step over it effortlessly? Look, he hasn't changed at all.
That means the pressure on the 91st step isn't that intense. Maybe I can step onto it easily too.
Yet the instant Song Qingting stepped onto the 91st tier, his face turned as white as paper. His eyes widened with shock and disbelief. He distinctly felt the surrounding pressure surge far beyond his imagination. A terrifying oppressive force crashed down upon him like a mountain collapsing, leaving him no time to struggle before he was violently slammed to the ground. At that moment, even breathing normally became an agonizing struggle for Song Qingting. His entire body felt nailed to the ground, utterly immobilized. Only his eyes could still move slightly. Yet even that lasted only 2 seconds before he lost consciousness completely. The vice principal below had been closely monitoring the latter's activity. Seeing Song Qingting collapse unconscious the moment he stepped onto the 91st tier, he gasped in shock and leapt to his feet. In the next instant, he vanished from his seat. When he reappeared, he had materialized beside Gu Chen and the unconscious Song Qingting on the 91st floor of the ladder. Chapter 81, Gu Chen's Ascent. The vice principal below witnessed this scene and immediately rose from his chair. The next instant, he vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he had materialized at the 91st floor ladder, standing beside Gu Chen and the unconscious Song Qingting lying on the ground. He then pulled Song Qingting from the 91st tier into the 90th tier's vicinity, helping him to his feet. Grasping his wrist, a powerful force surged through it into Song Qingting's body, repairing the injuries caused by his forced ascent. After about 2 minutes of the vice principal's healing, Song Qingting's complexion visibly regained its healthy color. Seeing his complexion return to normal, the vice principal delivered a sharp slap to Song Qingting's back, jolting him awake from unconsciousness. The awakened Song Qingting wore a look of lingering terror. He hadn't had time to react before being pinned to the ground, knocking him unconscious. Had the vice principal not intervened in time, he would have been either dead or gravely injured. His suspicions had been confirmed. The 91st floor stairway was truly terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that the fellow beside him, named Gu Chen, had climbed it without a single scratch. It was utterly crushing. He had always considered himself the most outstanding genius, unmatched even within Qinglong Academy. Yet on the very first day of school, he had been crushed into dust in an instant. The other guy had climbed the 91-story stairway without a scratch, while he was gravely injured and nearly dead. That was the gap. The thought sent a wave of rage surging through him. His head lolled to the side, and he fainted once more. The vice principal, assuming some hidden injury remained within him, hastily channeled his gale energy once more, circulating it through his body. Finding no internal damage, he finally withdrew. Frowning deeply, he pondered, why had Song Qingting fainted again? Gu Chen was startled to see Song Qingting collapse again. But seeing the vice principal examine him thoroughly and find nothing amiss, his own heart eased. He dreaded the thought of accidentally killing a classmate on his very first day of school. The guilt would be unbearable. Seeing Song Qingting was fine, he returned to the 91st tier of the heavenly ladder and resumed his ascent. Soon, Gu Chen traversed the 91st heavenly ladder and arrived at the 92nd. Upon reaching the 92nd heavenly ladder, Gu Chen instantly felt the pressure on his body triple. But this increase was within Gu Chen's expectations. After reaching the 92nd tier, he immediately rushed toward the 93rd tier. He ascended the 93rd heavenly ladder, followed by the 94th and 95th. When Gu Chen reached the 96th heavenly ladder, he finally felt a slight pressure. But it was only a slight one, barely noticeable to him. It felt as effortless as carrying a 5-pound bag of water in his previous life. The special substance here was already quite potent. With each breath Gu Chen took, he could faintly feel his muscles rejoicing, constantly stretching and relaxing. Then, Gu Chen fixed his gaze on the 99th and 100th levels. If the special substance was already so thick here, what would the 99th and 100th floors be like? And since he'd already come this far, what difference did a few more steps make? Gu Chen then began ascending toward the 97th level. The vice principal trailing behind Gu Chen had long since been dumbfounded. He'd been speechless since Gu Chen had ascended from the 92nd to the 95th floor. And seeing Gu Chen ascend with such effortless ease, he slapped himself twice across the face, trying to determine if he was dreaming. If this were a dream, then everything could be explained. If he wasn't dreaming, then he must be hallucinating. Surely, the vice principal's relentless workload had strained his eyes, and he needed to get a proper checkup at the hospital. But after the pain subsided, he realized he wasn't hallucinating or dreaming. Gu Chen had genuinely, through his own cultivation, reached the 96th floor. What did this signify? It signified that the Qinglong branch had produced a peerless genius, a true, unparalleled prodigy. Moreover, Gu Chen's effortless ascent through these 90-odd levels proved he could climb higher still, indicating these tiers were not his limit. The teachers below stared wide-eyed at Gu Chen, seemingly unable to believe he had reached the 96th tier of the heavenly ladder and with such apparent ease. To their knowledge, the highest recorded ascent from the Qinglong Academy branch had only reached the 97th tier. Now, Gu Chen stood just one step away from equaling that record. If he advanced just one more step, he would tie their record. 2 more steps would surpass it entirely, establishing a new benchmark.
Moreover, breaking the record would trigger additional rewards from the Qinglong Academy headquarters, meaning they would receive even more resources. The chubby boy below had long since frozen in place. Standing on the 50th tier of the stairway, his eyes wide as copper bells, he stared at Gu Chen. To make sure he wasn't seeing things, he rubbed his eyes, confirming Gu Chen had indeed reached the 96th tier. Once he was certain, the corners of his mouth split into a wide grin, and he jumped up and down in excitement. This is great. This is great. My money won't go to waste. Brother Gu really did become the top freshman. He didn't lie to me or trick me, he actually pulled it off. Now who dares say my big bro Gu cheated his way to being the national top scorer? Even the national top scorer might not make it to the 96th floor of the sky ladder in Qinglong Academy's grand competition. His ascent to the 96th tier proves his genuine strength. All you haters, open your eyes and see for yourselves, did he cheat or not? Enough talk. I'm off to collect my winnings, over 20 million. Over 20 million. More than I could ever spend in a lifetime, more than I could ever spend in a lifetime. After that, the chubby kid didn't even bother with the competition. He started bouncing down from the 50th floor, laughing happily all the way, occasionally tossing out a few words. See that 96th floor guy, Gu Chen? Let me tell you, that's my brother. From now on, don't you dare say my brother cheated his way to becoming the National College Entrance Exam champion. If you say it again, my brother will beat you up and I won't stop him. I'm rich now. I'm buying a car, a house, and a magical artifact. I'm marrying 10 wives. And each one will give me a big, healthy son. The little chubby kid's voice carried loud and clear, reaching Gu Chen all the way up on the 96th floor of the celestial ladder. He couldn't help but cover his forehead. He's such a goofball. It's just a few tens of millions of yuan. Is he really that excited? After watching the little chubby kid descend the stairway, Gu Chen began his ascent toward the 97th level. Since Gu Chen wasn't particularly sensitive to the pressure on the 96th tier, he reached the boundary between the 96th and 97th tiers in just a few steps. He first reached in to test the pressure of the 97th floor, carefully gauging it before withdrawing his hand. He lifted his foot and stepped onto the 97th floor. He proceeded in the same manner, continuing all the way to the 99th tier. Upon reaching the 99th tier, the atmosphere and ambience weighed heavily upon Gu Chen. It felt as though he were carrying a 100-pound sack on his shoulders from his previous life, causing him considerable discomfort. Fortunately, the special substance here was exceptionally dense, at least 10 times more concentrated than on the 95th and 96th levels. With every casual breath, he could feel his bones and muscles rapidly strengthening under the influence of this substance. Within mere breaths of entering, he sensed his body's sinews, bones, flesh, and internal organs had gained at least a 20% increase in strength. This made the oppressive pressure of the 99th heavenly ladder somewhat more bearable, easing his discomfort considerably. Gu Chen speculated that the pressure on the 100th tier would be at least 3 times greater than that of the 99th tier, and possibly even 10 times stronger. Given his current state, attempting the 100th tier would surely end in failure. He'd likely be crushed beneath it, unable to rise, just like Song Qingting, the Azure Dragon Overlord, who had been pinned down on the 91st tier, unable to move, until the Vice Principal dragged him back to the 90th tier and healed him before he regained consciousness. To ascend the 100th tier, he must first cultivate at the 99th tier for an extended period. By harnessing this unique substance, he could fortify his physique and elevate his foundational strength. Only after reaching a sufficient threshold should he attempt the 100th tier. Without hesitation, Gu Chen immediately sat cross-legged on the 99th step, beginning to harness the unique substance to fortify his physique. This peculiar substance possessed overwhelming potency, unconditionally fortifying the body. Though Gu Chen knew not its true nature, he surmised it must be exceedingly precious. Below, the crowd watching Gu Chen cultivate on the 99th tier showed no impatience. Nearly all eyes were fixed intently on him, watching to see if he could break through to the 100th tier. The 100th tier of the celestial ladder was a challenge few even among the senior students could overcome. Typically, only 3rd or 4th year students nearing graduation could ascend to this 100th tier, and their cultivation levels were generally profound. At the very least, they were masters at the Unity realm, with some even reaching the inner gang realm, and others surpassing that to attain the outer gang realm. Only those who had reached this level could break through the 100th tier and ascend beyond it. For a freshman to reach the 100th tier is unprecedented, at least within the Qinglong Branch Academy, where the highest achievement has been reaching only the 97th tier. Thus, each of them watched with bated breath, eager to witness history in the making. If they witnessed this historic moment, they'd have bragging rights for years to come, telling tales of how they'd seen the peerless master Gu Chen triumph in the freshman competition and ascend to the 100th tier of the heavenly ladder. As for the chubby kid? He'd probably brag, "See that peerless master? Let me tell you, he's my brother." The teachers below weren't thinking about such things. Their minds were focused on the increased resources that would surely come their way. After cultivating for a while on the 99th tier of the heavenly ladder, Gu Chen opened the translucent panel. Name, Gu Chen. Age, 17. Current combustion value, 2,703 points. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Technique, 100 battles body tempering method early stage 410 can be upgraded using burning points. Realm, tempered viscera realm. Vitality points, 9100. Comment, where did this little dog come from? After opening the translucent panel, Guchen noticed his chi and blood had decreased slightly. Startled, he began carefully sensing the energy within his body. Why was it diminishing instead of increasing? Soon, he realized his chi and blood hadn't diminished under the refinement of that mysterious substance on the 99-tiered heavenly ladder, it had been condensed. Or rather, compressed was more accurate. What had been 100 portions of chi and blood had been compressed into 90 portions. His original value of over 10,000 had now been squeezed down to just over 9,000. Yet Guchen sensed his cultivation realm remained unchanged. He was still a master at the unity realm. Moreover, he sensed his chi and blood felt even stronger than before, more potent than when his levels had peaked at 10,000. It could be said that although his chi and blood had previously reached 10,000, it felt somewhat hollow, with certain foundations not being solid. After being refined by this unique substance, his chi and blood had become more refined. As time passed, Guchen's vitality continued to decline. After roughly half an hour, his vitality had dropped to just over 8,000. In this brief span, his vitality had fallen by over 1,000 points, yet Guchen showed no intention of stopping. He allowed the peculiar substance to continue its refinement. Only after over an hour had passed did he slowly rise to his feet, stretching his limbs. A series of cracking sounds immediately echoed through the air. He then opened the translucent panel. Name, Guchen. Age, 17. Current burn value, 2,703 points. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Technique, 100 battles body tempering method mid-stage 110 can be upgraded with combustion points. Realm, tempered viscera realm. Vitality points, 7,100. Comment, though you've shrunk, you've grown stronger. Seeing his chi and blood value drop to just over 7,000, nearly a third less than before, he showed little surprise. The chi and blood previously enhanced by the system, while not entirely superficial, weren't particularly refined either. It could only be considered standard chi and blood, neither strong nor weak. But after being tempered by this special substance, though his chi and blood had decreased by nearly a third, its strength had increased several-fold. It was like comparing 100 unarmed soldiers to 60 soldiers clad in armor in battle. The difference in strength was obvious. Beyond the transformation of his physical vitality, Guchen sensed earth-shattering changes within his bones, flesh, and internal organs. Their strength had at least doubled. Moreover, after being tempered by this mysterious substance, his Unity Realm cultivation technique had inexplicably advanced to the mid-stage, elevating his physical strength to a new tier. The pressure from the 99-tiered heavenly ladder had now diminished to negligible levels. He could attempt to ascend the 100th tier. With this realization, Guchen slowly rose from the ground after preparing himself. As he rose, all eyes, whether the vice principals, the chubby boys, or those of the teachers and students below, turned to him. Everyone knew Guchen had rested sufficiently and was now preparing to charge the 100th tier of the heavenly ladder. Even Qinglong body Song Qingting, who had fainted earlier, had regained consciousness at some point. He now stared intently at Guchen, eager to see just how far he could go. He even hoped Guchen could reach the 100th tier of the heavenly ladder. That would prove it wasn't that he was weak, but that Guchen was simply too powerful. That was why he had lost to him. Below the platform, Shangguan Qingqing felt the same way. At first, he was utterly shocked that Guchen could be so powerful, leaving him far behind and even surpassing the Qinglong overlord. But as Guchen continually shattered his expectations, he grew numb. After reaching the 70th tier, realizing that was his limit, he sat down on the steps to watch Guchen prepare to break through the 100th tier of the heavenly ladder. Guchen glanced down at the crowd watching him and couldn't help but smile. He then strode decisively toward the 100th tier of the ladder. Following his usual routine, he first extended his hand to test the oppressive force of the 100th tier. The moment his hand touched it, he felt a tremendous force grip his wrist, pulling him toward the ground. Fortunately, he braced himself and steadied his hand. Guchen roughly estimated the pressure. It should be manageable, though extremely challenging. He then stepped onto the ladder, his entire body entering the 100th tier. The instant he stepped in, he felt immense pressure crushing down from above. Every muscle in Guchen's body tensed as his chi and blood surged, mobilizing his full strength to resist the pressure. But the pressure was overwhelming. Guchen held out for only a few seconds before his entire body began to creak and groan. His bones felt as if they were being tortured, on the verge of shattering at any moment. Unable to withstand the force, Guchen collapsed to one knee. As the pressure intensified, his spine bent gradually, his head drooping lower until he was completely pinned to the ground. The vice principal, who had been watching from below, immediately disregarded Song Qingting, who hadn't fully recovered, and rushed to Guchen's side. "Are you alright, student? Can you hold on? If you can't, I'll send you down. Don't worry. Reaching the 99th tier is already an impressive achievement. There's no need to risk your life attempting the 100th tier." Hearing the vice principal of Qinglong Academy's words, Guchen knew that if he didn't do something, he might be taken down as a failed challenger. He mustered every ounce of strength, crawling to his feet and shaking his head with great effort to signal he could endure. Seeing this, the vice principal no longer interfered but remained nearby, standing beside Gu Chen on the 100th tier, ready to pull him to safety at a moment's notice. Gu Chen clung to the 100th floor ladder, gritting his teeth to endure while absorbing the unique substance permeating the air there. The concentration of this substance in the air here was astonishingly high, several times greater than on the 99th floor stairway. Even without breathing, the substance poured into his body through his pores as he lay there. Gu Chen sensed that if he could absorb all the special substance here, he should be able to stand up on the 100th floor stairway. After all, the sheer abundance of this substance meant that fully absorbing it would bring immense benefits to his body. Moreover, Gu Chen sensed this substance might serve other purposes. Absorbing it now could prove advantageous later. The crowd below, seeing Gu Chen pinned to the ladder, erupted into murmurs once more. Those who had previously accused him of cheating were especially merciless in their remarks. "I told you so. Even if he didn't cheat his way to the national exam championship, he'd never make it to the 100th step of the ladder. Look at him, pinned to the ground, unable to move, humiliating himself. If I'd known it was impossible, I'd have come down from the 99th step myself to avoid this embarrassment." Yeah, he should have come down earlier. Look, the vice principal still standing by, worried something might happen to Gu Chen. How rude of him to make the vice principal wait like that. If you ask me, Gu Chen has no self-awareness whatsoever. Just because he climbed a few more floors on the celestial ladder than Qinglong Songqingting, he's lost all sense of who he is. Challenging the 100th floor? Utterly arrogant and wasting his talent. Someone like that will probably die on the road after leaving school. Just get down already. Lying there like that, thinking you can actually stand up? What a waste of time. But not everyone below was disparaging Gu Chen. Some spoke up for him. Shut up, all of you. It's his business if he challenges the 100th floor. What right do you have to talk? If you're so capable, climb the 100th floor yourself. I bet you can't even make it past the 50th. Just sour grapes because you can't reach it. Pathetic. Exactly. You've been yapping non-stop since the start. What's your problem? Are you some kind of woman? Mind your own business and watch quietly. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll beat you senseless. Chapter 82, The End, Wan Yinan and Yi Xiuqi. I was standing right next to them. They've been pointing fingers at Gu Chen since the very beginning. So annoying. Hey, those guys don't look like they're from our Qinglong Academy. Their school emblem looks like it's from the neighboring martial arts university. Looks like it. Check his ID badge, it says Celestial Wolf Martial Arts University. Put. What kind of third-rate martial arts university dares show up at our Qinglong Academy? That Tianlang Martial Arts University is just a third-rate school. And their students actually have the nerve to come here and critique us? Seriously. Freshman number 1, what gives them the right? Get rid of them. They've been stirring up trouble the whole time. Hurry up and kick them out. Yeah, tell them to get out. In the end, those disruptive students were kicked out. The atmosphere below instantly calmed. Meanwhile, on the 100th tier of the heavenly ladder, Gu Chen continued absorbing the peculiar substance permeating the air. He remained unaware of everything unfolding below. About half an hour passed. Gu Chen, who had been lying prone on the ground, suddenly exerted force. His entire skeleton creaked and groaned once more. But this time, it was different. Under his exertion, his body, which had been lying flat on the ground, began to slowly rise. Soon, it rose to about 50 centimeters. Gu Chen knelt on one knee. He then assessed the pressure on his body and concluded he couldn't stand yet. He resumed absorbing the peculiar substance from the air. Another half hour passed. Feeling his strength returning, Gu Chen exerted himself once more, igniting his qi and blood to drive his tendons, bones, and flesh into full motion. This time, Gu Chen did not disappoint. After several seconds of struggle, he slowly straightened his body. As he stood upright, cheers erupted from below the heavenly ladder. Gu Chen rocks! Gu Chen rocks! Gu Chen, I want to bear your children, no, I want to bear your monkeys. He actually broke the record for the Qinglong Academy branch. No one has ever reached the 100th floor before. It's unbelievable. The most incredible thing just happened right before my eyes, and I'm a witness to history. From now on, I'm his #1 fan. I'll manage his official account in Weibo from now on. I'm going to turn him into a national superstar. Get lost. I'm his #1 fan, and he's my husband. Don't you dare steal my husband. If you try, I'll destroy you. You? I'm at the peak of the muscle tempering realm. Think you can beat me? Just at the muscle refinement realm? What's there to be so cocky about? I'm a third-year student now, already at the viscera tempering realm. Wiping you out would be a piece of cake. My apologies for the disturbance I overstepped. You can keep being his #1 fan. The teachers below also erupted into cheers. Gu Chen, this freshman, not only shattered the record but also became the first freshman in history to reach the 100th tier of the heavenly ladder. They dared not imagine what rewards or resources the Qinglong Academy headquarters would bestow upon them. Double it? Triple it? No, no, no. That's too small-minded. You're thinking too small. Beyond those special quotas, the resources sent by the Qinglong Academy headquarters would at least be multiplied by 10. Moreover, the benefits and perks for them as teachers would also increase significantly. Beside Gu Chen, the vice principal of Qinglong Academy also broke into a smile. He had served as vice principal for over 50 years. Now in his late 250s, throughout his decades of teaching, he had never encountered a freshman who reached the 100th tier of the celestial ladder. The highest Annie had reached was the 97th tier, just 3 tiers short of the 100th. Do not underestimate these 3 tiers. For some, the gap they represent is simply insurmountable. Because starting from the 97th tier, the pressure to ascend each subsequent tier would at least triple. And when advancing from the 99th to the 100th tier, the pressure skyrockets from 3-fold to over 10-fold. This was simply too daunting for newcomers. That's why, over all these years, he had never encountered a single person who could reach the 100th tier during their freshman period. It must be said that Gu Chen is truly a peerless genius. What no one had achieved in all these years, he has accomplished. The vice principal of Qinglong Academy then patted Gu Chen on the shoulder and said, "Well done, young man. Keep up the good work. Come find me after the new student competition concludes." The vice principal of Qinglong Academy then gradually faded away, vanishing from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already seated below, sipping tea. Witnessing this, Gu Chen's eyes narrowed sharply. What level of power did this vice principal of Qinglong Academy possess? Was he an inner gang realm expert or an outer gang realm expert? Neither seemed quite right. Gu Chen had a feeling that this vice principal's cultivation level was likely absurdly high. He must belong to the very elite few in Yen City. When would he ever attain such cultivation? Truly appearing and vanishing without a trace, who would dare give him the cold shoulder then? After murmuring his thoughts, Gu Chen didn't rush to descend. Instead, he remained on the 100th tier of the celestial staircase. There were still abundant special substances here, and he hadn't fully absorbed them yet. Since he was already here, he felt he owed it to himself to absorb every last bit of this unique substance. Gu Chen then sat cross-legged on the ground once more, beginning to absorb the peculiar substance permeating the air. After about another half hour, Gu Chen had completely drained the special substance from the stairway. His current location must be the source of these substances. Having drained it completely, he reasoned there likely wouldn't be any left elsewhere. Scratching his head at this realization, Gu Chen remembered he'd forgotten to ask the vice principal earlier. What exactly was this substance he'd been absorbing? Why did it rapidly increase physical strength without any apparent side effects? He also wanted to know if such a substance could be purchased outside this place and at what price. It was highly unlikely to be available outside, and even if it were, the price would be astronomical. But what if? What if he could afford it? These were questions no one could answer for certain. At least asking wouldn't hurt. After fully absorbing all the special substance, Gu Chen saw no reason to linger on the 100th floor of the celestial ladder. He began descending the ladder one floor at a time. Upon reaching the 90th floor, Song Qingting spotted him and offered an awkward smile, greeting him. Seeing this, Gu Chen smiled back, returned the greeting, and continued his descent. 80th floor of the ladder. 70th floor. 50th floor. 30th floor. 20th floor. 4th floor. The school's central plaza. Along the way, Gu Chen encountered many fellow students still climbing the ladder. They all greeted him warmly, and he responded with smiles. Upon reaching the central plaza, Gu Chen approached the vice principal of Qinglong Academy. With so many people around, it wasn't the right time to ask about the special substance. He also didn't want to linger here watching others climb the ladder. He addressed the vice principal of Qinglong Academy. "Your Excellency, may I retire now? I'm rather exhausted from climbing the ladder." The vice principal of Qinglong Academy clearly sensed Gu Chen's reluctance to waste time here. He therefore granted Gu Chen's request. He was permitted to return first. Under the gaze of many, Gu Chen proceeded to the office handling student housing arrangements. After collecting his accommodation details, he hurried toward his dormitory. The dorm rooms at Qinglong Academy were all quadruple occupancy. Gu Chen's was no exception. As he pushed open the wooden door handle and stepped inside, he was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. The room was roughly 70 or 80 square meters in size. It was comparable in size to a modest 3-bedroom apartment from his previous life. The floor was laid with herringbone pattern tiles, and the decor was quite grand. The beds weren't the typical metal frames found in reality, but rather special wooden beds crafted from intricately joined timber. They even emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance. It was truly luxurious. Truly befitting Qinglong Academy, ranked among the nation's top 3. Even as a branch campus, it was quite impressive. Gu Chen selected a bed, organized his belongings, then stepped out to explore the surroundings. After about 2 hours, Gu Chen had explored the entire Qinglong Academy. After getting a feel for the campus, he slipped out the back gate and headed to the snack street in the alley behind the academy. This snack street was quite large. Gu Chen couldn't see its end even when looking straight ahead. He had seen photos of this street on his phone before. It was reputed to be the largest snack street in Yancheng. The reason was the cluster of martial arts universities surrounding it. One of them was his own Qinglong Academy. Beyond that, there was one third-tier martial arts university and 3 first-tier martial arts universities. These were considered relatively good martial arts universities. Moreover, these martial arts universities are all quite large in scale. Their enrollment typically ranges from 70 to 80,000 students. They are all large-scale institutions. Students from these schools who didn't want to eat in the cafeteria came to the snack street for food. Smells pretty good. Gu Chen caught the aroma wafting from the snack street and suddenly felt peckish himself. He'd expended too much energy on the ladder and his stomach was already growling loudly. He needed a hearty meal to replenish his depleted reserves. Without hesitation, Gu Chen swiftly navigated the food stalls. He bought fried chicken, skewers, grilled bread, roasted chicken wings, sushi, and more. He practically shoved everything straight from the fryer into his mouth and devoured it. He had eaten about 500 or 600 yuan worth of snacks before his stomach finally felt somewhat full. He had also walked the entire length of the snack street from start to finish. Gu Chen then prepared to leave. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly spotted a familiar face around the corner. Well, not exactly a familiar face, more like someone he'd shared some awkward moments with. Back then, because of that incident, he had resolved in his heart to make things right. Now that he'd run into them, he couldn't let it go. So Gu Chen walked toward the acquaintance's location. Wen, come quick. Look at this huge snack street over here. Do you think we could try every single snack on this street during our 4 years of college? If we could eat our way through this entire street, that would be pure bliss. The young girl beside Wen chattered excitedly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the delights of street food. Wen maintained a faint smile in response, not overly enthusiastic, but certainly not cold either. Occasionally, his gaze drifted toward the food stalls. It seemed he was quite tempted to try these snacks too. Should he go over? Gu Chen pondered inwardly. Not going over might avoid awkwardness, but since they'd already met, not saying hello would be rude. Alright, I'll go over. Gu Chen began walking toward Wen and his companion. Hey, boss. Give me some grilled gluten extra spicy and numbing. Owner, give me some Odin. I'll take this fish tofu, and make sure to add extra spice. Hey, is that him? As Wen stood beside the vendor's stall about to order Odin, she suddenly spotted Gu Chen approaching from a short distance away. Wen, what are you staring at? Did you spot a hottie? Wow, look who's coming over so handsome. I'm telling you, no stealing him from me this time. How many hotties have you snatched from me since we were kids? Get lost. Who said I'd steal your guys? I never even said a word each time. You didn't say anything, but didn't those guys all rush to add you on WeChat? Nobody ever adds me. And I'm not ugly either, I'm a total beauty. Who added WeChat? I didn't add anyone. You know all my guy friends since childhood. Besides, I know this guy walking over. He's probably here for me. Keep it down. If you scare him off again, I'll be so embarrassed. The girl next to Wen heard this and stuck her tongue out at him. After making the face, though maybe because she heard Wen say Gu Chen was someone he knew, she didn't say anything else. But her eyes kept lingering on Gu Chen. By now, Gu Chen had walked up beside them and greeted the pair. What a coincidence. Never expected to run into you here. It is. Do you go to college here? Wen asked. Hearing the question, Gu Chen didn't hide the fact that he attended Qinglong Academy. He answered directly. Yeah, I go to the school next door. Today's the first day of student registration. I just finished signing up and came out. Me too. I just finished registration at Martial Arts University next door and came out afterward. The two chatted casually for a few more moments. Meanwhile, their snacks were ready. Here you go, ladies. Your snacks are ready. Both orders are extra spicy. That'll be 25 yuan total. Cash or scan? Gu Chen saw an opportunity to repay Wen for the favor she'd done him on the train and immediately offered. I'll cover it. I felt so bad last time on the train when you paid for my meal. I couldn't sleep properly after getting back. No need, no need. What happened on the train was just a small favor. Gu Chen feared Wen might refuse, so he directly pulled out his phone, scanned the QR code, and paid the bill. Hearing the payment successful notification from the owner's end, Wen's face twisted into a wry expression. He then turned to Gu Chen beside him and said, This round's on you. Next time, I'll treat you. Let's exchange contacts. Wen then pulled out his phone to exchange contacts with Gu Chen. Gu Chen didn't refuse. Soon, they had exchanged contact information. Gu Chen then prepared to leave. But just as he turned his heel to walk away, the girl beside Wen suddenly spoke up. Hey, haven't you heard? When you add a girl on social media, you have to add the people next to her too. Otherwise, it's rude. Ha? Gu Chen chuckled at the remark, turning his gaze toward the girl beside Wen. She stood about 5 feet 5 inches, roughly 3 or 4 centimeters shorter than Wen Yinan beside her. She wore her waist-length hair in curls, clearly styled and well-maintained. To Gu Chen, her face scored over 8 points, definitely a beauty, though she still fell short compared to Wen Yinan beside her. Her qi blood fluctuations hovered around the peak of the qi blood realm. In Yanqing, she would be considered a rather outstanding talent. However, at Qinglong Academy, where he now studied, she was merely average. She was dressed in designer brands, suggesting her family possessed considerable wealth. Gu Chen promptly added her on WeChat. From the contact note sent to his phone, he saw her name was Song Wenwen. A very ordinary name. Gu Chen then sent his own name and prepared to leave once more. But he didn't get away. He heard Song Wenwen, whom he just added on WeChat, casually ask, "Oh, by the way, which university do you attend?" Gu Chen paused for a moment, then replied without hiding the fact that he attended Qinglong Academy. "I'm at Qinglong Academy. We should be pretty close to each other. You can come visit me sometime." Song Wenwen gasped in surprise upon hearing this. Qinglong Academy. Are you serious? In his eyes, Qinglong Academy was the best university in Yanqing. It could even be considered one of the top 3 martial arts universities nationwide. Since childhood, many people had taken pride in getting into Qinglong Academy. Even his parents had wanted him to get in. But his martial arts cultivation was simply too low, falling far short of the scores required by Qinglong Academy. So he'd casually applied to a martial arts university. His best friend, Wen Yinan, had been a prodigy since childhood, with grades far surpassing his own. Yet even she fell short of Qinglong Academy standards, settling for the next best martial arts university in Yanqing. It could be said that everyone aspired to attend Qinglong Academy. Graduates from there were guaranteed positions at the very least as high-level executives within corporations. The more exceptional ones even rose to become elite figures within major factions. Many even became the empire's most formidable warriors. Thus, the difficulty of gaining admission to Qinglong Academy was immense. To enter, one needed not only substantial resources but also exceptionally outstanding talent. Without both, one would likely never even see the gates of Qinglong Academy. Yet this youth before them, whose appearance alone was striking, had somehow gained admission to Qinglong Academy? Could it be fake? Song Wenwen was overcome with doubt. But she didn't say anything. She wasn't so insensitive as to tell Gu Chen to his face that he was bragging about getting into Qinglong Academy. Instead, she remarked that Gu Chen was so talented to have gotten into Qinglong Academy, and that she'd definitely take him there for a tour someday. Gu Chen smiled and agreed. He had noticed the doubt in Song Wenwen's eyes earlier, but he didn't give it a second thought. He'd stick to his own path and let others talk. Besides, he hadn't just gotten into Qinglong Academy, he'd ranked first among all freshmen. If he told him that, wouldn't his jaw drop? After chatting for a few more minutes, Gu Chen took his leave. After Gu Chen left, Song Wenwen took a big bite of the weak gluten in her hand. With red oil dripping from the corners of her mouth, she turned to Wen Yinan beside her and said, "Did Nan Nan really get into Qinglong Academy? He seemed so ordinary, not like someone who could get in." After hearing Song Wenwen's question, Wen Yinan pondered for a moment before responding. "Well, I'm not entirely sure myself. We only met once on the train. He didn't have any money at the time, so I treated him to a couple boxed meals. He mentioned he could get into one of the top 3 martial arts universities in the country, but whether that's true or not, I really don't know." Hearing Wen Yinan's answer, Song Wenwen's eyes darted around as she continued. "Oh? He didn't have money even while riding the train? And you, a stunning beauty, treated him to meals? That's definitely fake. He has no money, no resources whatsoever. How could he possibly get into Qinglong Academy? Anyone who gets into Qinglong Academy has money, resources, and talent. You can't get in without all 3, and each has to be exceptional. Take that guy Gu Chen earlier, he claims to be a Qinglong student but can't even afford meals. That means he has 0 cultivation resources. As for talent, I haven't seen any. Those with talent are renowned geniuses far and wide. Only if he possessed a special constitution could he possibly enter Qinglong Academy. But you should know that if he possessed a special physique, you'd be instinctively repelled by its aura the moment you approached. Gu Chen showed none of that. That proves he doesn't have a special physique. In other words, Gu Chen is most likely just an ordinary person who's full of hot air." Wen Yinan rolled her eyes at Song Wenwen's lengthy analysis. "Why are you meddling so much? So he's lying, so what? I'm not losing anything. Besides, I actually enjoy hanging out with him. And what if he's telling the truth?" Seeing her best friend roll her eyes at her, Song Wenwen instantly felt a pang of displeasure. "Why are you rolling your eyes at me? I'm just looking out for you, worried someone'll take advantage of you and you'll end up counting their money for them." Pft, pft, pft. "What do you mean, taken advantage of? Why do you have to talk so harshly? If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore, okay?" Seeing Wen Yinan getting a little upset, Song Wenwen immediately realized she'd said the wrong thing. She stuck out her tongue. "Oh, I'm just worried about you. Don't be mad. I won't say it again. Hearing Song Wonwon promise not to mention it again, when Yinan let it go. The two continued eating and strolling through the snack street. However, Gu Chen, who had left the pair, was stopped not far away. It was none other than Li Yuan and Yi Xiuqi, the two he'd briefly met on the train. Li Yuan was the one who had mocked him earlier, saying he'd never get into one of the top 3 martial arts universities in the country. Yi Xiuqi was the youth sporting the Rolex on his wrist. Both shared a common trait, they looked down on Gu Chen. Though Yi Xiuqi didn't show it overtly, Gu Chen could sense his disdain. After blocking his path, Li Yuan spoke first. Well, if it isn't Lord Gu Chen, the one who claimed on the train he'd get into one of the top 3 martial arts universities nationwide. How come Lord Gu is now eating street snacks? Those things are loaded with food additives. Watch out for your health. Don't come crying later that you didn't get into a top 3 martial arts university because we treated you to snacks that ruined your body. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Li Yuan's mocking words, Gu Chen couldn't help but glance at him. Li Yuan's laughter abruptly choked off as if a steamed bun had lodged in his throat. He couldn't laugh anymore. He felt as if a ferocious beast had fixed its gaze upon him. And this beast possessed terrifying strength. That single glance alone made his blood freeze in his veins. His very soul seemed frozen solid. Only when Gu Chen withdrew his gaze and stopped staring did his blood begin to flow again. His soul seemed to thaw, allowing him to think once more. What was going on? Why did he feel completely frozen? Could it be that Gu Chen possessed extraordinary power? Impossible. Impossible. That kid Gu Chen, under my own perception, was only average in strength, even slightly weaker than me. How could he possibly be some powerful expert capable of crushing me? That was utterly impossible. But he wasn't stupid. After what just happened, he wisely kept his mouth shut and didn't provoke Gu Chen any further. Instead, he stood beside Yi Xiuqi. He nudged Yi Xiuqi with his elbow and whispered, "Brother Qi, maybe we shouldn't mess with him. Something about this kid feels off." Yi Xiuqi glanced at Li Yuan beside him. His expression and gaze seemed to say, "Are you okay, bro? What's the big deal about some ordinary freshman? Why all the caution?" Li Yuan opened his mouth to explain what he'd just witnessed. But glancing at Gu Chen standing before them, he immediately swallowed his words. Forget it. Better not say anything. Let Yi Xiuqi test Gu Chen's true capabilities instead. He didn't believe it? Fine, let him try. If Gu Chen was truly just an ordinary freshman, then there was no need for caution. But if Gu Chen was the one behind what he'd just witnessed, then it would be Yi Xiuqi standing beside him who'd be the unlucky one. Not himself. Seeing his sidekick cower, Yi Xiuqi stepped over to Gu Chen. He patted the young man's shoulder and said, "You're getting a bit too close to Yinan. To be perfectly honest, she's the woman I've set my sights on. Here's the deal, I'll give you 2 million yuan. Just keep your distance from him. How about it? 2 million should keep a broke guy like you busy for a long time. 2 million? Stay away from Yinan?" These words swirled around in Gu Chen's mind, and he suddenly understood the situation. This man named Yi Xiuqi. He must have liked Yinan for a long time. He seemed to have chased her all the way from somewhere else to Yancheng. But Yinan appeared to be rather sensitive. Yi hadn't openly confronted her about it. Instead, he'd simply thrown money around, driving away all her suitors. As for himself, 2 chance encounters with Yinan had brought them closer. They'd even exchanged WeChat contacts. Yi Xiuqi had seen this and grew displeased. He'd intercepted Gu Chen and offered him 2 million yuan to keep his distance from Yinan. After sorting through all this, Gu Chen mused inwardly. Why hadn't he encountered such good fortune in his previous life? Now that he'd crossed over, none of this was necessary. Yet here he was, facing it head-on. After all, with tens of millions at his disposal, what was a mere 2 million yuan? Besides, as a master at the Unity Realm level, what couldn't he have? But then Gu Chen chuckled to himself. What kind of family was this? They couldn't even spare 2 million? He turned to Yi Xiuqi with a grin. "Oh my, brother Qi, I had no idea Yinan was the woman you had your eye on. Had I known, I wouldn't have gotten so close to him. But since you brought up the 2 million, could you give it to me?" Hearing Gu Chen address him as brother Qi and admit he wouldn't have gotten so close to Yinan had he known she was your target, Yi Xiuqi's vanity was instantly flattered. "Rest assured, I'll give you the money. Your brother Qi isn't short on 2 million yuan. But I know this sum is crucial for you. With it, you can buy the cultivation resources you need. This bank card has 2 million yuan inside. Take it and spend it." "Alright, thank you, brother Qi." Gu Chen took the bank card from Yi Xiuqi and promptly tucked it into his pocket. Seriously, refusing free money would be downright stupid. No questions asked, just stuff it in your pocket first. Who cares about the rest? After tucking it away, Gu Chen smiled and bid farewell to Yi Xiuqi. Once Gu Chen had left, Yi Xiuqi turned to Li Yuan beside him and remarked, "See that? He's just an ordinary freshman with no money to his name. 2 million yuan was enough to send him packing. You don't have to be so scared. You look like a mouse seeing a cat. Enough." I'm not wasting my breath on you, you coward. I'm off to find my little sister, Wan-Nan. With that, Yi Xiuqi strode off toward Wan-Nan's direction. Li Yuan was left standing there, questioning his existence. Wait, something's off. I distinctly felt my blood freeze and my soul nearly piss itself in terror just now. Could it have been my imagination? But that feeling was so real, you know. After leaving the snack street, Gu Chen wandered around for a while before returning to the dormitory. When Gu Chen pushed open the door, his 3 assigned roommates were already inside, tidying up their beds. Hearing the sound at the doorway, they all turned toward the entrance simultaneously. But the moment they recognized who had entered their dorm room, their mouths dropped open, eyes widening in disbelief. Holy crap, it's Gu Chen? Holy crap, the top freshman is actually in our dorm? Is this real? Am I dreaming? Hold on. I need to post this on my social feed. I gotta tell my girlfriend the top freshman is actually my roommate. Hey, come sign my stuff first. I'm afraid it'll be tough to get your autograph after graduation. Come on. Quick, close the door, don't let him get away. Gu Chen looked at his 3 roommates surrounding him and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. But he obliged, signing autographs for each of them one by one. After their excitement died down, the dorm atmosphere gradually settled. Gu Chen knew a bit about each of them. The one sleeping on the left by the window was Lu Chang, nicknamed Di Chang. He was a burly guy from northeast China, standing 1.9 meters tall. His martial cultivation was also quite high, at the early stage of the muscle tempering realm. Among the freshmen, he was considered quite outstanding. On the right side was Li Xiao. He stood around 1.75 meters tall. His martial arts cultivation was at the peak of the Qi and blood realm. Another roommate hailed from the western regions of the empire. His name was Wang Li, with rather deep-set features. Standing about 1.8 meters tall, he was roughly the same height as Gu Chen. His martial cultivation was also quite impressive, reaching the early stages of the muscle tempering realm. Gu Chen needed no introduction, they all knew him well. Afterward, everyone began organizing their personal belongings. Once most had finished, the group started cleaning the dormitory. By the time they wrapped up these tasks, Gu Chen glanced at the time and saw it was already past 6 p.m. Gu Chen and the others suggested going out for dinner. After deciding on a restaurant, they set off in a lively group. The restaurant was chosen by Li Xiao. Li Xiao was a native of Yancheng. His family ran a small business and seemed to have considerable assets. The restaurant he chose was also family-owned, the Yancheng Grand Hotel. Just by the name, one could tell this establishment was no small affair. Sure enough, when Gu Chen and the others arrived, they were greeted by a towering building over 10 stories high. 3 or 4 security guards, both tall and handsome, stood at the entrance. As the group entered, one of the security guards saluted Li Xiao and greeted him. Upon seeing this, roommate Lu Chang remarked, "Wow, this is impressive. Your family's hotel is quite large, isn't it?" Li Xiao scratched his head in response. "Yeah, it's okay. Nothing special. My parents started out running a restaurant, so they accumulated some assets. But none of this is mine, it all belongs to my parents." "Aren't your parents still yours? Get lost. My parents are my parents, and I am me. I'm going to be the new era version of myself." "New era self, huh? Look at me, do I look like your new era dad?" Gu Chen listened to their banter, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It had been ages since he'd heard his friends bickering like this. Upon entering the hotel, Li Xiao greeted the manager. "Uncle Zhang, is room 666 occupied? I'm here to dine with my classmates." Uncle Zhang was a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in a well-tailored suit with his hair combed immaculately. Upon hearing Li Xiao's inquiry about room 666, he responded immediately. "Young master, this private room is currently unoccupied. I'll go arrange it for you." Uncle Zhang then summoned a waiter, instructing him to prepare the room first. Afterward, Uncle Zhang led Li Xiao and the others toward the private room, chatting casually along the way. After passing through an area with artificial hills and flowing water, they arrived at an antique-style building. It bore a resemblance to the historical architecture of Jiangnan from his previous life, though smaller in scale yet featuring more intricate ornamentation. Soon, Uncle Zhang led them into the private room. The private room was quite spacious, covering over 100 square meters. It featured miniature mountains, flowing water, and a forest. After ushering them inside, Uncle Zhang tactfully withdrew, leaving the space to Li Xiao. "Order whatever you like, don't hold back. This place is mine, so don't worry about the cost. My old man and my mom earn all that money just to spend it on me, so go ahead and indulge." Lu Chang grinned widely at Li Xiao's words. "Well then, I'm in for a treat today. I've never eaten at such a grand restaurant before. Today's feast is all thanks to you." Wang Li chuckled too. "Got any membership cards or discounts? I'll bring my girlfriend here later and get a discount." Li Xiao waved his hand dismissively at Wang Li's suggestion. "Who needs a membership card? Just mention my name when you come. It's just a meal, no big deal." Wang Li's eyes lit up at the idea of eating here for free in the future, but he quickly added hesitantly, "That doesn't seem right. After all, it's your parents' restaurant. Who knew Li Xiao would suddenly glare at him, displeased. Just trust me on this. If I say it's fine, it's fine. I'm telling you, if you push this off again, you're no longer my brother. Hearing this, Wang Li stood up abruptly, clasped his hands together in a bow, and addressed Li Xiao. Honorable godfather, please accept this humble bow from your son. Ha 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 ha. As Wang Li finished his gesture, laughter filled the private room, and the atmosphere grew lively. Soon, Uncle Zhang approached carrying the menu, handing it to Li Xiao. Chapter 83, Class with Teacher Wan Lily. This doesn't seem quite right. After all, this is your parents' restaurant. To everyone's surprise, Li Xiao's eyebrows shot up in displeasure as he retorted. Just listen to me. I'm telling you it'll be fine, it absolutely will be. I'm telling you, if you push this back again, you're no longer my brother. Hearing this, Wang Li immediately stood up, clasped his hands together, and bowed deeply to Li Xiao. Honorable godfather, please accept this humble bow from your son. Ha 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 ha. As Wang Li finished his gesture, laughter filled the private room, and the atmosphere grew lively. Soon, Uncle Zhang approached carrying the menu, handing it to Li Xiao. Without even glancing at it, Li Xiao passed the menu to the other three. There were 3 identical copies. Gu Chen took one copy, glanced down, and was immediately startled by the prices listed. The items listed were quite expensive, even downright pricey. A simple steak alone cost over 10,000 yuan. And this was just a relatively ordinary cut. Some items listed were even demon beast grade steaks. For instance, there was a cut called refined iron beef, priced at 200,000 yuan per serving. This ironclad ox, Gu Chen, you know this demon beast? It possesses second-tier strength, equivalent to a human cultivator at the muscle-forging realm. Typically, a single iron core ox can grow to weigh around 10 tons. Its body is completely hairless, with skin as hard as refined iron. Among second-tier demon beasts, it's considered one of the more troublesome types. But who would have thought that once served on the table, a single slice of this steak would command a price of 200,000 yuan? And this particular piece? Gu Chen estimated it weighed only about half a gene, maybe a little over half a gene at most, absolutely not a full gene. And he was referring to gene, not kilograms. Beyond that, Gu Chen spotted an even more staggering price tag. Crystal affection, crafted from the brain matter of a third-tier demon beast harvested from thousands of meters beneath the ocean depths, priced at 8 million. See Emperor's sashimi. Deep-sea third-tier demon beast, the deep blue scallop, priced at 20 million. Gu Chen scanned down the menu line by line, discovering that even the cheapest dish here cost thousands of yuan. Truly befitting one of Yanqing's top-tier restaurants, these prices were no joke. He then glanced at the 2 people beside him, noticing they too were staring at the menu items in stunned silence. Clearly, neither had anticipated such exorbitant prices. The ingredients were either second-tier demon beasts or third-tier demon beasts. Prices ranged from tens of thousands to millions, even tens of millions. This wasn't just ordinary wealth, it was extraordinary wealth. They must be among Yanqing's elite. Go ahead and order, guys. What's the point of just staring at the menu? Don't worry about the prices, my parents have plenty of money. Just order whatever you want. Seeing this, Wang Li and Lu Chang nodded and began selecting dishes from the menu. However, they both opted for some of the cheaper dishes, with the most expensive being a fish dish costing around 18,000 yuan. Clearly, neither dared to order anything too extravagant. Gu Chen followed suit, avoiding the priciest items. His most expensive choice was a stir-fried chicken gizzard dish, made from a special second-tier demon beast meat chicken, costing over 20,000 yuan. Li Xiao, who was waiting for the waiter to take their order, saw this and thought, how could this be acceptable? He waved his hand grandly, scribbled several more items on the menu, adding dishes made from third-tier demon beasts, then handed it to the server behind him. I told you to order freely. You're being so stingy, not generous at all. I said this restaurant is run by my family, order whatever you want, it's on the house. I'm just trying to save your family some money, Wang Li retorted. Save my ass. Eating won't bankrupt us, drinking won't bankrupt us. As long as we don't invest in starting a company, my family's assets could last 10 lifetimes. So just eat freely. Hey, waiter, come here. I heard you got a shipment of top-tier third-tier deep-sea lobsters? Bring me 10 of them. Right away, sir. I'll bring them over immediately. Witnessing this scene, the others exchanged glances and fell silent. Forget it. Destruction. How could the gap between people be so vast? Some people never even taste lobster in their entire lives, while others casually order 10 top-tier third-tier lobsters. Do you know what third-tier lobsters are? They're equivalent to experts at the forged bone realm level. And such a formidable opponent was being treated as mere ingredients, 10 of them at once. Gu Chen could only describe it as sheer extravagance. Beyond that, no other words came to mind. Soon, as the dishes arrived, everyone began devouring the delicacies on the table. Gu Chen was no exception. Though he was already a master at the Unity Realm level, he'd never experienced such extravagant dining before. This single meal easily cost over 10 million credits. And the price was justified, the meal was truly exquisite. Especially those 10 third-tier lobsters Li Xiao ordered later. Their flavor was absolutely incredible, leaving the crayfish from his past life in the dust by a mile. They weren't even in the same league. As everyone neared the end of their meal, a knock sounded at the private room door. Before anyone could reach it, a young woman of 17 or 18 stepped inside. Standing about 5 feet 7 inches, she was slender, dressed in a long white fairy-like gown. Her skin was fair, and her features resembled those of Weninan's close friend, a delicate, petite beauty who could easily score an 8 out of 10, quite attractive. But as soon as she entered, her gaze swept over the group before settling on Li Xiao. Without mincing words, she declared, "Li Xiao, you're bringing your deadbeat buddies here to freeload again? Didn't I tell you last time? Keep this up, and don't blame me for not giving you any leeway. Shue, they're not my friends. They're my roommates, college roommates. And my friends aren't deadbeats either. They're brothers. Who do you think you are calling Shue? Like you have the right to call me that? You're only a year older than me. Fine. I'll call you Auntie Liqing Shue. They really are my roommates. Isn't today the first day of school? I brought them over for a meal at our place. Just this once. And I didn't even spend much, just ordered some pretty ordinary dishes. They're really your roommates?" Liqing Shue's gaze swept over Gu Chen and Wang Li as she heard Li Xiao's words, lingering on Gu Chen for an extra second. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, as if stunned by his appearance. But Gu Chen and his roommate couldn't help but twitch their lips. Didn't cost much? Just some ordinary dishes? You call spending tens of millions on a single meal ordinary? Has the standard for ordinary meals gotten this extravagant? Or maybe we've just been living too frugally all this time. Fortunately, Liqing Shue seemed to believe her brother's explanation. After giving him a few parting instructions, she departed. My apologies, my sister has a bit of a temper. She currently manages this hotel and occasionally drops by to check on operations. Next time, we can try one in South City. It's quite nice, even better than this place. Since it's farther away, she doesn't visit often, so we won't be disturbed during our meal. Better than this one? Higher standards? Why does my sister find it too far to bother going? Gu Chen and the others exchanged another glance, speechless. Apart from this minor incident, nothing else unexpected happened. After dinner, Li Xiao suggested going to a foot spa, claiming the girls there were usually around 17 or 18, with excellent service and good looks. Both Wang Li and Lu Chang were quite tempted by the proposal, but Gu Chen declined. After the Qinglong Academy tests during the day and lunch in the afternoon, it was now 7 p.m. He needed to return to the crematorium to continue burning bodies. After all, cremation was his true calling and the means by which he grew stronger. Moreover, he had already wasted an entire day today. He couldn't afford to miss the evening cremations under any circumstances. Gu Chen bid farewell to his roommates and soon returned to the crematorium. By the time he arrived back at the crematorium, it was around 8 p.m. Yun Nuo was currently at the hotel and not at the crematorium. Gu Chen entered his small room and deftly pressed the teleportation switch, commencing the cremation process. He had become highly proficient at cremating bodies. As long as the furnace temperature was sufficiently high, he could typically cremate one body in an hour and a half. Moreover, the bodies here usually possessed martial arts cultivation. One such body could yield as much as 10 ordinary corpses. Although the incineration points he required were increasing, as long as he came frequently to burn bodies, the points he gained were still quite substantial, and his martial cultivation wouldn't lag too far behind. Soon, as time slipped by, the night passed unnoticed. The familiar sound of a gong rang out from outside, accompanied by an electronic female voice inside the room announcing the end of the night shift. Gu Chen tidied up the interior and stepped out of the steel-cast hut. The night had been remarkably calm. No one had encountered any unexpected incidents, making it a relatively safe night. Gu Chen opened the translucent panel to review the night's results. His incineration points had increased by roughly 200 to just under 300, a fairly respectable gain. After leaving the crematorium, Gu Chen stopped by the hotel to check on Yun Nuo. She was diligently cultivating there. Her cultivation level had advanced from the late Qi blood realm at the start to the peak of the Qi blood realm now, on the verge of breaking through into the muscle tempering realm. While this pace was decent compared to the average, it was notably slow for someone like Gu Chen, who was practically a cheat code. Even compared to most geniuses, this progress was considered sluggish. Gu Chen frowned. A bit slow. How to address this? Should he enroll him in a cultivation class? Keeping him cooped up in the hotel wasn't exactly ideal. Yun Nuo's cultivation was still light years away from the forging bone realm. At this snail's pace, reaching it would take ages. Moreover, the older he got without advancing his cultivation realm, the slower his progress would become. With his bones already fully formed, stages like the Tendon-Tempering realm and forged bones realm would be painstakingly slow. The problem was clear, but Gu Chen had no immediate solution. Just as Gu Chen was pondering how to proceed, his phone rang. He saw it was Li Xiao calling. He and his roommate had exchanged contact information yesterday. Li Xiao was likely calling this morning because it was the first day of school, inviting him to attend classes together.
Come to think of it, this was the perfect chance to ask Li Xiao about Yun Nua's situation.
As a wealthy second-generation kid from Yancheng, he should know plenty of ways to enhance cultivation. So Gu Chen pressed the answer button and connected the call.
Sure enough, the moment he answered, Li Xiao's voice blared from the other end, urging him to get to class.
Gu Chen, where did you go last night? Hurry back, class is about to start. Let me tell you, the teacher for our first period is seriously impressive.
He's only 40 years old, and his cultivation level is just one major realm below the vice principal's.
He's a genius among geniuses.
Plus, rumor has it this teacher is about 5 feet 9 inches, fair-skinned, gorgeous, with killer legs, and has impeccable fashion sense.
Countless students in our academy want to take his class.
But because of school regulations, who gets to attend is purely luck-based.
We got lucky he just happens to be teaching our class.
Let's hurry up and grab seats up front so we can admire him up close.
Gu Chen listened to the endless chatter on the other end of the line, feeling a bit speechless. It's just a beautiful teacher, right? Is it really worth getting this excited over?
Haven't you heard the saying, when I stand atop the mountain, the plum blossoms will come to me? Even if she's married by then, or older. But you can't put all your eggs in one basket. No girl stays 18 forever, but every year brings new 18-year-olds. Once you've made it big, wouldn't it be better to find someone younger?
Forget it.
When I was her age, I couldn't walk past a pretty girl either.
So he replied to Li Xiao. Alright, remember to save me a front row seat. I'll be back soon.
Oh, did you eat breakfast?
I'll bring you something. No need. I've got everything covered. My mom didn't just pack for me, she packed for all of you too.
Alright, good buddy.
Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Gu Chen hung up and hurried toward school. The distance wasn't short, even a taxi would take over 20 minutes.
Glancing at the time, he realized class started in less than half an hour. After a moment's thought, he decided against hailing a cab and started running instead. Given his current physical condition, his speed was undeniably far faster than any car navigating city traffic. With a slight burst of speed, the surrounding scenery receded like a view from an airplane.
In just about 5 minutes, Gu Chen arrived at Qinglong Academy.
With roughly 20 minutes left before class, he had ample time. He asked a fellow student for directions to the third teaching building and headed toward his destination. When Gu Chen entered the classroom, the teacher hadn't arrived yet. Glancing around, he saw his roommate Wang Li and others had already saved seats for him. They were seated in the second row, right in the center, offering an excellent view. As Gu Chen entered the classroom, his roommates immediately stood up and gestured for him to sit beside them. But as he rose, everyone's gaze fell upon Gu Chen.
The girls' gazes held admiration, excitement, and curiosity.
The boys' looks were far more complex, a mix of awe, jealousy, reluctance to accept defeat, and the helplessness of wanting to strive forward but not knowing where to begin.
That's Gu Chen. He's so handsome. I'd love to have his baby, but I wonder if he'd even notice me. Notice you? Give me a break.
He'd be lucky to notice me after all. I'm gorgeous, with a killer body and huge boobs. Just look at my flawless, porcelain skin and these waves of hair cascading down to my waist.
My volume alone puts you all 8 streets behind me. You're kidding, right? Your looks and figure beating mine by a mile? That's laughable. I'm the one who'd beat you by a mile. Honestly, none of you stand a chance. Your cultivation levels are pathetic. The strongest among you is only at the early stage of the muscle tempering realm.
A single powerful blow from him could kill you.
I think I should handle this.
After all, my cultivation is higher than yours. I've reached the late stage of the muscle tempering realm. The boys were all over the place with their comments.
Oomph. So what if he's a bit stronger? Give me time, and I'll get stronger too.
Then I'll be just as popular as him.
By the time you get there, it'll be too late. He'll probably be one of the Empire's top experts by then.
You'll be running errands for him, and his word will mean more than your whole family's lives.
Sigh, if only I had his talent. He'd get whatever he wanted.
If I asked for the stars, my parents would probably pluck them from the sky for me.
Enough with the daydreaming, everyone. Get back to training. Who knows? Maybe one of you will be a late bloomer and become an unparalleled master. Then money, beauties, power, whatever you want, you'll have it. I reckon I'm that late bloomer. Anyone want to invest early?
Don't worry, I don't need much, just 20 million should do it.
20 million?
I think $50 was too much to invest in you. Gu Chen listened to the murmurs around him, his face involuntarily twitching. Thankfully, his composure held firm. He strode straight over to where Wang Li, Li Xiao, and the others were sitting, plopping down into the seat they'd saved for him. No sooner had he sat down than his roommate Wang Li slapped him on the shoulder, a teasing look on his face.
So this is the power of being top freshman? You've got the whole building buzzing the moment you step in. If I were as cool as you, I could help any girl I wanted. Get lost. Gu Chen laughed, shooing him away. Lu Cheng chimed in from the side. Man, I envy you, Chen. If only I could be top freshman.
Forget everything else, I'd probably get stacks of love letters every day. Nah, forget being top freshman or all that. Just one thing, I wish I looked as handsome as you.
Hearing Gu Chan's roommate's comments, the rest of the class burst into laughter. It's true. Besides his exceptional talent and extraordinary strength, Gu Chan's looks are top-notch. He's definitely one of our school's heartthrobs. Seriously, how is anyone supposed to compete? Strong, talented, and good-looking. If I were a girl, I'd probably send him love letters too. Alright, stop it. The teacher will be here any minute. Seeing the conversation escalate, Gu Chan quickly changed the subject, mentioning the teacher's imminent arrival. The group glanced at the time and realized class was about to start. They quickly composed themselves, toning down their earlier playful banter. Soon, after about 5 or 6 minutes, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed down the hallway. After a few breaths, the sound grew closer and closer, finally stopping at the door of the large classroom. All eyes turned toward the doorway. Soon, a woman in her 30s pushed open the door and entered. She wore a form-fitting white striped blouse, a professional skirt that fell to her thighs, and a pair of black stiletto heels. A colorful ribbon was tied at her collar, and she wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Her expression was somewhat stern. She cast a cold glance around the room before striding to the lectern. Hello, everyone. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will be leading your classes at this academy for the next 4 years. My name is quite easy to remember. I'm Wang Lily. You can call me Sister Lee. Also, I have no respect for those who rely on their exceptional talent to look down on others. To such people, I have only one thing to say: don't ever fall into my hands. If you do, I'm sorry, but I'll make sure you'll be crying out for help with no one to answer. After saying this, the teacher named Wang Lily cast an unobtrusive glance at Gu Chen below. Gu Chen caught her gaze and, recalling her earlier words, instinctively frowned. What was that teacher implying? He said all that, then glanced at me. Could it be that she was talking about me? The name Wang Lily sounded unfamiliar. Besides, I'd only just arrived in Yanqing. I hadn't offended anyone here. Why was she targeting me? Gu Chen was baffled. Before he could finish pondering these questions, Wang Lily at the front of the classroom noticed Gu Chen's frown. She raised her arm and pointed her index finger at him. Young man, what's the meaning of that frown? Am I wrong in what I'm saying, or do you have some objection to my words? As teacher Wang Lily spoke, not only Gu Chen froze, but the surrounding students also fell silent in shock. Once they regained their composure, they couldn't help but wonder inwardly. Does this new teacher have a beef with Gu Chen? It seems like she looks down on him, but why? Gu Chen's grades are excellent. He's the top freshman. Shouldn't teachers be fighting over students like him? Gu Chen also began to wonder. He began to ponder, had he truly done anything to offend this teacher? But after racking his brain, he couldn't recall any such incident. In fact, since arriving in Yanqing, he hadn't offended anyone except for the Yun family, of course. But the Yun family knew his capabilities. They wouldn't do something so foolish. Moreover, this female teacher's cultivation was merely average. Judging by the qi and blood emanating from her, she was likely at the mid-stage of the tempering viscera realm, just above the forging bone realm. Her strength wasn't particularly formidable. He could crush her with a single slap. Most importantly, he genuinely hadn't crossed this teacher. Perhaps it was Gu Chen's silence that made the female teacher's temper flare. She continued. Student, I'm speaking to you. Why aren't you answering my questions? Or is it that you genuinely have something against me? Let me tell you this, even if the principal were here, I'd say exactly what I just said. Because I haven't said anything wrong. Seeing Wang Lily's words growing increasingly sharp, Gu Chen had no choice but to stand up and reply. Ms. Wang, I don't think what you said was wrong. But the reason I became the top freshman is because of my own hard work, step by step. It wasn't because of any special talent. After saying this, Gu Chen sat back down. He wasn't wrong. His strength had been earned bit by bit. Wasn't burning corpses considered effort? If he hadn't burned corpses, where would his incineration points have come from? Without those points, how could he have improved his abilities? If you told him burning corpses wasn't hard work, he'd have to tell you about the nights he'd stayed up burning corpses, burning them day and night, even burning them while eating. That's what earned him the rapid growth in incineration points and the rise in his strength. In other words, he wasn't someone who relied solely on natural talent to survive. That's why he refused to accept this teacher's criticism. Hearing Gu Chen's response, Wang Lily's expression darkened instantly. She likely hadn't anticipated Gu Chen refusing to give her face, directly stating that his top freshman ranking wasn't achieved through effortless talent. Gu Chen, are you saying your current strength isn't due to talent? Gu Chen, sensing Wang Lily still wouldn't let him off the hook, stood up again and said, Teacher Wang, I've already explained this once. Since you didn't understand, I'll repeat it. My abilities are related to talent, but they aren't solely due to talent. My position as top freshman is inseparable from my personal effort. Moreover, what I said earlier is virtually identical to what I'm saying now. May I ask, Teacher Wang, is there something wrong with your ears, or is it your brain? Hearing Gu Chen bluntly accuse Teacher Wang Lily of being brainless, the students in the large lecture hall collectively gasped. Having just transitioned from high school to university, they hadn't yet shed the mindset that teachers were infallible. Moreover, their abilities weren't particularly outstanding at Qinglong Academy. They lacked the credentials to look down on their instructors. Still, that didn't stop them from discussing the matter among themselves. Holy, Gu Chen's got some nerve. He actually dared to confront a teacher. Calling Wan Lily brainless? How dare he? But why does it feel so satisfying? Exactly. Brother Chen said it before, his strength isn't just talent, it's his hard work. But teacher Wang clearly heard what Gu Chen said, yet she pretended not to and asked again. She got called out. Who's to blame? If I had Gu Chen's talent, I'd dare to tell teachers off too. I'd think, who does this teacher think they are, telling me what to do? Give me a few years of training and I'll surpass you. How can someone like you be my teacher? I think the teacher's point is valid. Gu Chen only became the top freshman because of his exceptional talent. Exactly. Talent alone isn't enough. If you don't put in the effort to cultivate, how could you possibly be top freshman? What about the Azure Dragon Overlord technique? It ranked second, doesn't that hurt his pride? Exactly. Does the Azure Dragon Overlord technique have no pride? Are you saying it was crushed by someone's raw talent? Use your brain, will you? Shut up, all of you. Wang Lily listened to the murmurs below, her expression darkening by the second. Finally, she bellowed, silencing the class. Perhaps realizing she'd overreacted, or perhaps sensing she wasn't gaining ground on this topic, she continued. My apologies, everyone. I lost my composure. Let's drop these irrelevant topics and get back to discussing university life. After that, Wan Lily stopped picking on Gu Chen and began explaining the important matters at Qinglong Academy. Qinglong Academy differed from the top 4 universities in that it lacked positions like counselors. Instead, it had specialized instructors for each discipline. For instance, if your swordsmanship was exceptional and your talent in the way of the sword outshone your peers, earning the favor of the instructor responsible for teaching the way of the sword, that instructor could allocate subsidies, awards, or resources under their purview to you. National subsidies also existed here, but these weren't managed by counselors. Instead, every subject teacher held 1 or more subsidy quotas and scholarship allocations. Naturally, if you're exceptionally talented, you might secure scholarships and grants from multiple instructors. In fact, one student once received scholarships from over 10 specialized instructors, each offering substantial sums. He used those dozens of scholarships to reach the pinnacle of his career. This was one aspect that differed from his previous life. The first teacher they encountered today, Wan Lily, was an instructor specializing in internal cultivation. The reason he was imparting this foundational knowledge today was his role as the first instructor for all freshmen. Every inaugural instructor for new students explains the school's rules and regulations that must be followed. After Wang Lily finished explaining the regulations and various welfare systems that new students needed to follow, she began to discuss the internal cultivation methods she was responsible for. He stated his primary cultivation method was a text called the Mystic Yin Heart Method, a cultivation technique of the Unity Realm level. The technique was divided into 5 transformations. Although he was currently at the Tempered Viscera realm, he had already cultivated the technique to the 3rd transformation. After reaching the 3rd transformation, his strength was unmatched among those at the same realm. In his own words, he was formidable, and provoking him would lead to dire consequences. Gu Chen had a feeling these words were directed at him. Sure enough, after Wang Lily finished introducing her cultivation technique, she shot a pointed glance at Gu Chen. Gu Chen? You don't actually think you're that impressive, do you? A feeling stirred within Gu Chen. This teacher might harbor some misplaced notions, perhaps believing himself superior to Gu Chen in every way, especially financially. She clearly didn't grasp the true value of being the top freshman, or the significance of reaching the 100th floor of the ladder. Gu Chen now had another realization, that 100th floor of the ladder wasn't meant for freshmen to climb at all. It was meant for them to look at. After all, what entrance exam could possibly require a master at the Unity Realm to exert every ounce of strength just to claim the top spot? And if not for that mysterious substance on the ladder, even he wouldn't have reached the 100th floor. The sheer perversity of that assessment bordered on inhuman. It didn't seem designed to test people at all, it seemed crafted to test psychopaths, or those even more twisted than psychopaths. After all, what kind of exam requires a new student at the Unity Realm to reach the summit? However, Gu Chen, mindful that Wang Lily was a teacher, pretended not to notice her gaze and continued listening to the precautions regarding the cultivation technique. After roughly an hour and 20 minutes, Wang Lily's lesson on cultivation techniques finally concluded. As soon as class ended, before Gu Chen could say anything, his roommate Lu Chang suddenly spoke up. Gu Chen, I can't shake the feeling that teacher Wang was deliberately targeting you. Did you do something to offend him? Faced with Lu Chang's question, Gu Chen was equally baffled. He genuinely didn't know teacher Wang Lily and couldn't recall offending her in any way. Yet this teacher had targeted him inexplicably from the very start. Was it because his talent was too exceptional, inviting jealousy? Or had he somehow affected teacher Wang Lily's interests? If that were the case, it could only be because he'd claimed the top spot on the ladder, pushing the original second-place holder down. Could it be that Wang Lily had some connection to Qinglong Body's Song Qingting? Gu Chen quickly dismissed this thought. He didn't sense any connection between them, it must be something else. But as for other reasons, Gu Chen hadn't thought of any. He could only put the matter aside for now. Although this teacher disliked him, her strength was still slightly inferior to his, posing no real threat. Given time, his own strength would continue to grow. Then, any foolhardy soul who came looking for trouble would be crushed without a second thought. That said, Teacher Wang Lily's lectures weren't entirely useless. At the very least, they deepened his understanding of cultivation techniques. Techniques corresponded to a practitioner's cultivation level. Generally, those at the bone-tempering realm should cultivate techniques suited for that realm to maximize their potential. While one could attempt higher-level techniques, doing so meant failing to unleash their full power and reaching their limits. That said, it's not entirely useless. Practicing a technique one level above your own realm can yield greater power than techniques suited to your current level. However, you'll face a significant issue. Such techniques are usually far more difficult to master, come at a much higher cost, and carry a high risk of draining half your vital energy in a single session, leaving you unable to fight again. Many cultivation techniques also impose strict prerequisites. Attempting to practice them prematurely often leads to self-inflicted damage. His 100 Battles body tempering technique was a qi and blood cultivation method, considered quite effective among its kind. Gu Chen, why are you spacing out? Why is that teacher singling you out? Lu Cheng noticed Gu Chen's dazed expression and waved his hand in front of Gu Chen's face. Seeing Gu Chen snap back to reality, he pressed on. I'm talking to you. That teacher, Wang Lily, does she have some grudge against you? Gu Chen gave a wry smile. How should I know? I don't recall having any issues with her. She started targeting me like she'd lost her mind from the very beginning. I'm baffled myself. Seeing that Gu Chen was equally clueless about the teacher's hostility, Lu Cheng couldn't help but vent. Maybe she's going through menopause? She looks pretty enough, but she sure acts weird. Li Xiao chimed in from the side. Don't worry, Gu Chen. Let me look into this when I get back. I'll find out what's really going on. The deputy secretary of the academy is my uncle. Lu Cheng and Wang Li couldn't help but look surprised upon learning that the college's deputy secretary was his uncle, but they quickly accepted the fact. Given Li Xiao's family background, it was perfectly normal for an uncle to hold such a position at the college. Given their family background, it would be unusual if no one held a position of authority. Seeing this, Gu Chen also thanked Li Xiao. No need to thank me, it was nothing. I haven't visited my uncle in a while anyway, so it's a good excuse to drop by and see how things are going, and have some tea with him while I'm there. Li Xiao then continued. Let's not dwell on this anymore. The next class is sword technique practice, and we need to head outside for it. It's almost halfway through the period, we should hurry. Sword practice? At the mention, Lu Cheng's eyes lit up noticeably clearly. He was quite interested in sword training. Gu Chen's gaze sharpened slightly as he pulled out his phone to check the schedule. Basic sword techniques, 36 forms, taught by Gong Weiwei, 1 hour 20 minutes, large class. It was indeed the sword practice class. Gu Chen was also quite interested in sword practice. Though it was only the basic 36 form training, it was sword technique nonetheless. In his previous life, swords were revered as the weapon of the noble gentleman, a symbol of the gentlemanly class. After his transmigration, however, his high school curriculum focused primarily on enhancing qi and blood, offering no proper opportunity to practice swordsmanship. Now that he had entered Qinglong Academy and had the chance to practice swordsmanship, he intended to train diligently. What if he turned out to be that 1 in a million swordsmanship prodigy? No sooner said than done. Gu Chen and his roommates quickly arrived at the sword practice grounds. The practice grounds were a vast stadium. Following the electronic signage, Gu Chen swiftly located the assembly point. When Gu Chen arrived, many from his class were already present, eyes gleaming with excitement as they awaited the lesson's start. After about 10 minutes, the class bell rang. A middle-aged man in his 40s slowly walked in. Dressed in black training attire, his medium-length hair tied back, and holding a wooden sword, he bore a striking resemblance to a character from a video game Gu Chen had played in his previous life. Upon reaching the group, he began his introduction. Welcome to Qinglong Academy, students. I am Lu Qinghua, your instructor for sword practice. I have cultivated the way of the sword for over 30 years. However, I am only human and bound to make mistakes. If anything seems amiss, please feel free to correct me. Turning to the students, Lu Qinghua beckoned. A student 2 or 3 years older than Gu Chen and the others came running up from behind them, carrying a large stack of wooden swords. Line up and take one at a time. These wooden swords are made from dense wood, heavy enough to feel substantial without being too light. They're perfect for beginners practicing swordsmanship. But they're also quite expensive. If you break one, you'll have to pay for the replacement. He then began directing the students to line up and collect their swords. Gu Chen quickly received his own wooden sword. It felt somewhat light at first touch, but upon weighing it in his hand, it came to about 50 jin. This weight was actually quite substantial. For the average person, lifting a 50 jin object would be a struggle, let alone wielding a 50 jin wooden sword for practice. Many might not even be able to lift it, let alone practice sword techniques. Observing his classmates, Gu Chen noticed those with weaker chi fluctuations struggled to lift the swords despite managing it. The weight seemed to strain them, making proper sword technique practice with such heavy weapons seem impractical. This thought suddenly reminded Gu Chen of a TV drama he'd seen before. It claimed that sword training must begin with heavy blades. Only after mastering techniques with such weight could one progress to feather light wooden swords. Ultimately, when even the wooden sword became unnecessary, one would attain peerless mastery. He wondered if the theory from that TV drama in his past life would hold true in this world. If it did, then the wooden sword in his hands was far too light. At this thought, Gu Chen couldn't help but grin. But whether it was because of that smile or because he was this year's freshman champion who had also reached the 100th floor of the ladder, Master Lu Qinghua, who was above, saw him smile and immediately said, "Are you enjoying yourself, young man? Come up here. I'll demonstrate the sword technique and you'll replicate it for me." Chapter 84, The Drought Demon. "Hey there, you look pretty happy. Come up front. I'll demonstrate the sword technique and you replicate it for me." Hearing teacher Lu Qinghua's words, Gu Chen's smile instantly froze on his face. Though he ranked first among the new students, his advantage lay in his martial arts cultivation being several levels higher than his peers, not because his aptitude or other qualities surpassed his classmates. But since the teacher had called his name, Gu Chen steeled himself and stepped forward. Teacher Lu Qinghua then began demonstrating the foundational 36-form sword technique. His movements weren't fast, in fact, they were quite deliberate, yet each transition between motion and stillness possessed a fluid, flowing beauty. After about 5 minutes, Lu Qinghua completed the entire sequence. He then began teaching the first form again, moving even more deliberately. When this second demonstration concluded, Lu Qinghua fixed his gaze on Gu Chen. "How about it? Did you get it? Try it once yourself." He then stepped aside, leaving the space for Gu Chen to demonstrate the basic 36-form sword technique. "Huh? It's my turn already?" Gu Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected Master Lu Qinghua to let him take over after only 2 demonstrations. How could he possibly know it? Fortunately, as his strength steadily increased, his body continued to develop, and his memory had significantly improved. He managed to roughly recall the moves Master Lu Qinghua had just demonstrated. After mentally reviewing the sequence, Gu Chen began executing the 36-form basic sword technique taught by Master Lu Qinghua on the training ground. Form 1, Form 2, Form 5, Form 6. Gu Chen swiftly completed all 36 basic sword forms. He then stood to the side, waiting for teacher Lu Qinghua to speak. As teacher Lu Qinghua watched him finish demonstrating the sword techniques, a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. This disappointment was unmistakable, and Gu Chen, standing nearby, noticed it too. The students below, noticing the disappointment in their teacher's eyes, began whispering among themselves. "Gu Chen doesn't seem particularly gifted in swordsmanship. He looks pretty average. I could probably perform just as well if I tried. I think he's pretty impressive. I couldn't even remember all the moves, just 3 or 4 at most. Any more and I'd get them mixed up. I need to practice bit by bit. I don't think much of it either. Maybe he really lacks talent in swordsmanship. He just has higher chi cultivation, faster cultivation speed, and greater strength. Look at how you're talking. Aside from lacking talent in swordsmanship, he has high vitality cultivation, fast cultivation speed, and greater strength. What you're listing, aren't those all things we lack? If someone's swordsmanship talent is lacking, so be it. But if they have other strengths to compensate, how can you just dismiss them? Maybe a genius student here, without any of that, is just nothing. Enough, enough. Stop talking. You're breaking my heart." Gu Chen saw the disappointment in Lu Qinghua's eyes and heard the murmurs among his classmates, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "Bro, you only taught me twice. I'm no sword prodigy, how could I possibly master it that fast? If you asked me to cremate bodies without limiting the crematorium, I could handle 20 in an hour. But when you ask me to practice sword techniques after just 2 lessons, this is the best I can manage. If you demand more, I'll have to cheat by boosting my incineration stats." Teacher Lu Qinghua frowned with a look of disappointment, then sighed. Picking up the wooden sword in his hand, he said to Gu Chen, "All right, return to your squad for now." After Gu Chen returned to the group, he resumed explaining the 36-form basic sword technique. This time, however, he explained it in great detail, commenting on each move one by one. He only covered the first 5 moves. After confirming the students had mostly grasped them, he had them begin practicing in place. Seeing this, Gu Chen also began practicing in place, though his execution this time was significantly better than when he had demonstrated it earlier in front of the students. After all, Master Lu Qinghua had provided a thorough review, pointing out many of his shortcomings. Moreover, mastering just 5 foundational sword techniques posed little difficulty for him. Within about half an hour, he had mastered these 5 fundamental sword techniques completely. He then began practicing the subsequent basic sword techniques based on his mental recollection. With ample time to recall, reflect, and practice the foundational techniques, his progress accelerated rapidly. By the time the bell rang, he had mastered up to the 20th move. He estimated that with one more class, he could fully grasp all 36 basic sword techniques. After bidding farewell to instructor Lu Qinghua, Gu Chen headed to the school cafeteria with his roommate. On the way, Lu Chang and Li Xiao began discussing the basic sword techniques. This is so exciting. I've already mastered all 5 basic sword techniques. Looks like I really am a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Mastering mere sword techniques is no big deal for me. As Lu Chang finished speaking, Li Xiao replied with exaggerated exaggeration. Lu Chang, let me tell you something, don't brag. You say you've mastered 5 basic sword techniques? How long has it even been? You've supposedly mastered 5 basic sword techniques? I'm telling you, you're pulling my leg. I'm sharp as a tack. Lu Chang burst out laughing at Li Xiao's expression and words. He lunged forward to grab Li Xiao, but Li Xiao gave him no chance, sidestepping his outstretched hand. Think you can catch me? Go back and train 10 lifetimes over, you still won't catch me. With that, Li Xiao vanished in a flash. Lu Chang stood 1.9 meters tall, weighing around 180 jin, with a massive build. Li Xiao, however, was just over 1.7 meters tall, slender and agile. Lu Chang tried to chase after Li Xiao but realized he couldn't keep up. Giving up, he shouted in frustration. Li Xiao, don't make me catch you in the cafeteria. If I do, you're paying for my lunch today. Wang Li watched the scene unfold from behind, smiling silently. The cafeteria at Qinglong Academy was quite impressive. The moment Gu Chen stepped inside, he was greeted by a rich, enticing aroma. Qinglong Academy had a total of 10 cafeterias, each spanning 3 to 4 stories. The one Gu Chen and his group entered was a 3-story building, its sign reading Qinglong Academy Dining Hall No. 5. Each floor was roughly half the size of a football field. Arriving right at lunchtime, Gu Chen and his friends found the place packed with people. Some food stalls had lines stretching dozens of meters long. Lu Chang, standing nearby, saw the long line forming outside the shop and wanted to try it out himself to see if the food was any good. But before he could make a move, Wang Li grabbed him by the arm. What are you doing? If you really want to eat there, why not come back another day when it's less crowded? Look how long this line is. By the time you finish eating, all 3 of us will be in afternoon classes. Lu Chang realized Wang Li had a point and decided not to insist on trying that particular shop. Gu Chen didn't overthink it. He casually picked a shop with fewer customers, ordered a meal, and sat down at a table to eat. He ordered beef soup rice. The menu specified the beef came from a first-tier demon beast. Gu Chen found it tasted significantly better than ordinary beef soup rice, though it still fell short of the dishes he'd eaten at Li Xiao's family restaurant yesterday. But then again, that made sense. A restaurant that big, with such high standards, where a single meal started at tens of thousands of yuan, the food was bound to be different. The meals at school were actually pretty decent too. Being able to eat meat from first or second tier demon beasts at such low prices meant the school must be subsidizing it. There was no way that wasn't the case. Lu Chang ordered a pork rib hot pot rice, while Wang Li went for a spicy hot pot. Li Xiao, who had vanished earlier, reappeared with a large plate of chicken stew made with spirit chicken meat. It tasted fantastic, and Gu Chen helped himself to a generous portion. After finishing lunch, the group returned to their dormitory for a short rest before resuming afternoon classes. Gu Chen glanced at their semester schedule. Perhaps because they were freshmen, it was packed to the brim. 4 major classes daily, evening study sessions for cultivating qi and blood, and full-day cultivation on Saturdays. Only Sundays offered a break. But Gu Chen suspected that even with Sunday off, given the temperament and nature of Qinglong Academy students, they probably wouldn't rest. Gu Chen had asked Li Xiao why the freshman year was so packed. It turned out the first year included instruction in over 10 different weapons. Every student had to try each one to determine their natural aptitude for a specific weapon. In their sophomore year, they would then specialize in that weapon. This was essentially the academy's way of screening students to find the weapon best suited to them. Of course, if none of the weapons suited them or appealed to them, there were still a series of martial arts like Changquan, fist techniques, and leg techniques. There was bound to be something that fit. The afternoon schedule featured 1 fist technique class and 1 palm technique class, both of which Gu Chen attended. However, Gu Chen noticed a common pattern. Whenever he attended these instructors' classes, they would demonstrate the techniques several times before asking him to step forward and repeat them. Afterward, they would dismiss him. He understood the reason. They wanted to see if he had any talent for practicing fist techniques and palm techniques. Once they saw he lacked talent, they sent him back down. He understood this to some extent, yet it began to grate on him. Assessing his aptitude was one thing, but did they have to constantly make him stand at the front to repeat the moves? Fortunately, the afternoon session ended quickly. Gu Chen felt burning bodies at the crematorium wasn't nearly as exhausting. After bidding farewell to his roommates, he headed back to the crematorium for his shift. He arrived at the crematorium early, around 5 o'clock, with 2 hours to spare before his night shift at 7. He began wandering around the premises. Soon, he stumbled upon another cremation site labeled Body Incineration Zone B. His current workstation was in Zone A. He had heard that Zone B was where the crematorium's regular staff performed the cremations. Glancing around to ensure no one was nearby, Gu Chen slipped into Zone B. He soon reached the cremation area assigned to them. Unlike Zone A, which consisted of small, reinforced concrete rooms, Zone B resembled the crematorium where he had worked in Qingzhou. Gu Chen made another round through the cold storage, where he spotted hundreds of bodies. His hands started itching. After another glance to confirm no one was around, his eyes fell on the inactive cremation furnaces. Should he give it a try? After all, it was still early before his shift started. He wasted no time. Locating the power switch, Gu Chen expertly activated all 5 cremation furnaces. He then retrieved 10 bodies from the cold storage, carefully labeling and sorting them. Once the furnaces reached the required temperature, he methodically loaded the bodies into the cremation chambers. Then he waited quietly for the cremation to finish. About an hour later, the crematoriums began emitting a series of ding-ding notification sounds. Opening the translucent panel, Gu Chen saw his qi and blood points increase by only 20 or 30 points. He frowned inwardly. The incineration value from these bodies was disappointingly low. He had noticed it when loading the bodies. Most corpses in Section B belonged to ordinary people, with very few cultivators. Of the 10 bodies he had just fed into the furnace, only one was a cultivator, hence the low incineration value. But even a few mosquitoes add up, right? Accumulated over time, it could become quite substantial. Gu Chen then tossed the remaining 5 corpses into the crematorium. He planned to finish burning these 5 before heading over to the night shift area to incinerate corpses there. Comparing the two, the night shift yielded a much higher amount of incineration points. Another hour passed quickly. Glancing at the time, Gu Chen realized it was getting late. He swiftly tidied up the sanitation in Section B, restoring it to its previous state, then hurried towards Section A. By the time Gu Chen arrived at Area A, the night shift crew had already entered the small concrete reinforced room. Feeling slightly awkward, he greeted the middle-aged man before entering the room himself and resuming the cremation process. The first corpse was a middle-aged woman, around 40 years old, slightly overweight, standing about 1.65 meters tall. Her martial cultivation was higher than average corpses, reaching the late alchemy realm. Typically, such bodies required longer burning times but yielded significantly more incineration points, usually granting him 20 to 40 points per corpse, which was undeniably substantial. As for the cause of death, Gu Chen didn't bother to check. He simply tossed the corpse into the crematorium and began the incineration. With nothing else to do after tossing the corpse into the furnace, Gu Chen began practicing the basic 36 sword techniques taught by Master Lu Qinghua that day. Though he claimed to have mastered them, his grasp was merely superficial. He knew the moves but couldn't execute them fluently. Constant practice was still needed. As soon as he began practicing, Gu Chen became completely immersed in the atmosphere of sword technique training. Before he knew it, over an hour had passed when the crematorium's electronic chime interrupted his practice of the basic 36 sword forms. He then scooped the ashes from the cremator, packed them into a box, labeled it with the deceased's name, age, and identification number, and proceeded to cremate the next body. When Gu Chen received the new body, his eyes lit up. This corpse was exceptionally young and beautiful. She appeared to be around 20 years old, with shoulder-length hair that was jet black and lustrous. Her features were delicate and refined, her eyebrows resembling the willow leaf brows typical of women from the Jiangnan region. Most striking was her skin, still fair and radiant, unlike the previous corpses whose complexions had turned dark and sallow, or ghostly pale, immediately revealing them as dead bodies rather than living beings. Moreover, this woman possessed an excellent figure, curvy in all the right places, with legs that were straight and long. In terms of overall appearance and physical form, Gu Chen could only think of Wen Yinan as a comparable match. But this was solely regarding looks and figure. He had never scrutinized Wen Yinan's physique so closely. Had he'd likely be chased down and beaten senseless by now. Still, it was a shame this woman had died so young. Pondering this, Gu Chen glanced at the cause of death, Gu Lingling, a native of Yanqing, age 20. Cause of death unknown. Known only that she fell into a coma on the morning of the 23rd, her vital signs gradually fading. She was sent to the crematorium on the 28th, martial cultivation, early forged bone realm. When Gu Chen saw her cultivation level, surprise flashed in his eyes. Early forged bone realm was exceptionally high for someone her age. At 20, she'd be in her sophomore or junior year. Reaching that stage by her second or third year was no small feat. She must have been a prodigy at her school. At Qinglong Academy, she'd likely rank among the top tier at the very least, within the top 20 students. Such a prodigious talent, gone in an instant, it was truly tragic. And to think she had simply fallen asleep one night, never to wake the next morning. Her vital signs had gradually faded away, meaning the exact cause of death remained undetermined. While inwardly lamenting the young woman's death, Gu Chen opened the crematorium door and slid her body onto the push tray, sending it inside. Genius or not, everyone ends up in the crematorium. I can't make an exception for you. Losing you would probably knock a few dozen points off my incineration quota. Closing the furnace door, he pressed the power switch and raised the temperature. After completing these tasks, Gu Chen resumed practicing the foundational 36-form sword technique. He kept pondering a question: were those concepts from his past life's TV dramas and movies, like the unity of man and sword, the harmony of heaven and man, the sword's heart and momentum, actually real? It seemed everyone said they were fake, just plot devices invented for dramas. Gu Chen didn't really understand these things. This morning, Master Lu Qinghua hadn't mentioned the realms of swordsmanship either, he'd only taught the basic 36-form sword technique. But just as Gu Chen practiced for a little over 10 minutes, not quite 20, he suddenly heard an unusual sound coming from the crematorium. Yet when he paused to listen carefully, the crematorium fell silent again. He resumed practicing the basic 36-form sword techniques. Strange noises from the crematorium were normal when bodies burned, some substances would crackle and pop due to incomplete combustion. That was the source of the sound, so there was no need for concern. It was perfectly normal. However, after barely moving a few times, the crematorium emitted another strange sound. This time, it was different from before. It sounded as if something inside was clawing at the furnace's steel cast walls. This startled Gu Chen. He calmed himself to listen intently, but the sound vanished, as if it had been a mere illusion. Yet Gu Chen knew it wasn't an illusion, something had genuinely been clawing at the crematorium. Gu Chen's vigilance shot up. His gaze fixed on the still operating crematorium as the qi and blood within his body began to surge. A faint blue glow enveloped him, covering his entire form. This was a special skill attained at the mid-stage of the 100 Battles body tempering technique. It allowed the qi and blood to not only circulate within his body but also overflow slightly outside, forming a pale blue defensive layer on the outer layer of his skin. Gu Chen had tested this protective layer and determined it could enhance his defense by roughly 3 tiers. While the increase wasn't enormous, it was still useful. Once the pale blue light enveloped his entire body, Gu Chen cautiously approached the cremation furnace. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. Soon he stood directly before it, barely over a meter away. Through the furnace's tempered glass, Gu Chen could clearly see the female corpse still lying intact on the iron rack inside. Not even a strand of her hair had been singed by the flames. As he drew nearer, he distinctly noticed 2 claw marks etched into the furnace's inner iron wall. The sight sent a chill down Gu Chen's spine. This was a case of corpse reanimation. Gu Chen immediately cranked the knob on the crematorium's right side all the way up. This crematorium's furnace was advanced, capable of reaching temperatures up to 3000 degrees Celsius, enough to melt many types of special steel, let alone a small, mutated corpse. But before Gu Chen could relax, the furnace's internal temperature surged. The corpse abruptly sat up, its tightly closed eyes suddenly snapping open. A pair of blood-red eyes fixed themselves intently on Gu Chen. In the next instant, the corpse lunged toward Gu Chen, but the reinforced glass barrier prevented it from succeeding. The corpse then noticed the tempered glass between them and lashed out with a claw, striking the glass. With a sharp crack, spiderweb-like cracks erupted from the point of impact. Witnessing this, Gu Chen instinctively stepped back, a faint sense of satisfaction rising within him. It really had come back to life. Excellent, excellent. It seemed his burning value gains were about to double. Though the reanimated corpse's strength seemed formidable, likely reaching the tempered viscera realm, meaning it had leaped directly from the previous forged bone realm to tempered viscera realm, advancing an entire major realm, it was clear this corpse was no ordinary being. Truly, it was a prodigy who had reached the forged bone realm at such a young age. As for whether Gu Chen would be harmed by the transformed corpse, he had absolutely no reason to worry. After all, he was now a master at the Unity realm, a full major realm above this transformed corpse. His strength, speed, and reaction time far surpassed it. How could he possibly be no match for this transformed corpse? Moreover, through cultivating the 100 Battles body tempering technique and enhanced by the special substances of the heavenly ladder, his physical prowess and strength had increased at least 3-fold. Within his cultivation realm, he was virtually unmatched. This transformed corpse couldn't even scratch him. Thus, its transformation was essentially a gift sent to him. After confirming the corpse's cultivation level, Gu Chen began preparing to deal with it. The cremation furnace clearly couldn't contain it. Better to simply open it for the corpse and let it out, than eliminate it himself. This way, the furnace wouldn't be damaged by the corpse, and he could dispose of the mutated corpse before incinerating it in the furnace. Otherwise, if the crematorium broke down, what would he do tonight? A broken crematorium meant neither regular corpses nor this mutated corpse could be incinerated. He'd be left helplessly watching. As cracks spread across the tempered glass, Gu Chen realized delaying further was futile. He pressed the crematorium's activation button. With a mechanical whir, the glass barrier between them vanished. Perhaps taken aback by the suddenness, or perhaps the undead corpse hadn't anticipated Gu Chen removing the barrier, it froze for 2 seconds before snapping back to reality and lunging at him. Gu Chen sidestepped the attack, dodging the corpse's bite. Losing its balance, the corpse crashed to the floor. As it scrambled to rise, Gu Chen delivered a swift kick, sending the revived corpse tumbling back down. The force of the kick was considerable. The corpse struggled twice but failed to get back up. Gu Chen prepared to deliver another kick to ensure it couldn't get back up. But just as he moved closer to deliver the final blow, a translucent panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Among the options on the panel, a new line of text appeared. Detected collectible spirit pet. Proceed with collection? Spirit pet? Gu Chen furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze settling on the word spirit pet in the panel. Below that was a line of description. Gu Lingling, though born female, possessed a pure yang constitution.
This pure yang nature allowed her chi cultivation to surge at an astonishing rate, advancing by leaps and bounds. Yet, what made her rise also led to her downfall. As her martial cultivation deepened, the conflict between her pure yin energy and pure yang constitution intensified.
Ultimately, during a nighttime training session, the violent clash between these energies caused Gu Lingling's death. Yet, when exposed to the intense heat of a furnace, a twist of fate reactivated her pure yang constitution, causing her corpse to undergo a transformation.
During this process, her pure yang energy itself mutated, evolving into the constitution of a drought demon. As a ferocious entity from ancient times, the drought demon required this mark to channel vital energy into its body. The infusion must continue until the drought demon acknowledged its master. After reading this description, Guchen noticed a polygonal pattern appearing in his palm, likely the mark mentioned in the panel. Through this mark, he could subdue the drought demon before him.
Guchen pondered inwardly, should he accept it?
Judging by the description of the translucent panel, this drought demon seemed quite formidable. If he could subdue it, it might prove a significant asset in the future.
So, should he take it? Guchen felt a flicker of temptation.
Then he decided, since the semi-transparent panel spoke so highly of it, he might as well seize the opportunity. With his mind made up, Guchen's gaze returned to the corpse of the transformed corpse. Delayed by the semi-transparent panel, the transformed Gu Lingling had already scrambled to her feet.
However, one of her legs bent at an unnatural angle, likely fractured, limping her along.
Her gaze, once savage, had shifted. Where before it had looked at him like he was a delicious meal eager to pounce and devour him, now its gaze, though still vicious, clearly held a hint of apprehension. This transformed corpse was no ordinary one, it possessed a degree of intelligence. Typically, corpses that underwent transformation lack any semblance of sentience. Yet this one was clearly different, manifesting a distinct awareness.
Perhaps because the transformation was recent, its intellect still fell short of that of a human. But given time, who knew? It might well develop cunning and strategic thinking on par with a human.
No, this corpse must not be left behind. If it cannot be made into a spirit pet, it must be burned immediately.
Guchen knew well the terror of such creatures.
He held nothing back, channeling his vital energy. In an instant, he vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already before the transformed corpse. His palm shot out, striking its forehead before it could react. Then, the immense chi and blood within his body flowed along the imprint, beginning to pour into the corpse's body. Strangely enough, as Guchen's chi and blood infused it, the corpse instantly grew still, ceasing its howling.
Moreover, with each infusion, Guchen sensed a faint mental connection forming between himself and the corpse before him.
This sensation, which had started out faint and elusive, grew increasingly intense. Until finally, Guchen felt as though the corpse before him was his own flesh and blood, capable of moving at his command. However, as his vital energy steadily drained away, Guchen sensed something amiss. The loss was far too rapid. His own life force felt like a breached dam, surging violently downstream. He tried desperately to halt the flow, to withdraw the energy from his own body and cease its infusion into the corpse, but found himself utterly unable to stop the torrent. In no time, half of Guchen's vital energy had poured into the transformed corpse. Its aura surged rapidly, leaping from the initial stage of the tempered viscera realm to the mid-stage, and continued to climb. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the corpse's power surged again, reaching the late stage of the tempered viscera realm. Just one more step forward would take it to the unity realm. Another 10 minutes passed, and Guchen's vital energy diminished by 3 more layers. Now, only about 2 layers remained within him. This depletion left his face pale and his legs unsteady, the result of excessive loss. He felt as though the corpse before him was a bottomless pit, determined to drain him completely. Soon, the corpse's aura underwent another transformation, surging from the refining viscera realm toward the unity realm.
Guchen felt a chill run down his spine. How could this corpse's power increase so rapidly?
Merely by devouring his vital energy, it had advanced from the early refining viscera realm to the brink of the unity realm, on the verge of becoming a unity realm expert. This was utterly monstrous, faster than even his own cheat-like power growth. Soon, as the corpse's aura reached a new peak, the suction in Guchen's palm gradually weakened. The corpse's aura stabilized, finally settling at the mid-stage of the unity realm. Guchen sensed that even a peak unity realm expert might not be a match for this corpse. His own physical constitution was exceptionally robust, and his vital energy was exceptionally potent due to various factors. At the very least, he could be considered on par with a late-stage unity realm expert. Now, this corpse had consumed nearly all of his vital energy, essentially devouring most of his strength. With his own vital energy depleted to the brink, how could it not be formidable? Nearly drained of all his vital energy, Guchen felt dizzy and lightheaded, collapsing directly onto the ground.
He then opened the translucent panel and saw the words "Spirit Pet Subdued" displayed. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Had he failed to subdue it, his situation would have been dire. He never imagined that subduing the spirit pet would consume almost all his vital energy, leaving him stripped of most of his strength and forced away quietly for time to restore it. Fortunately, his plot device hadn't let him down. He'd successfully tamed the spirit pet, and through absorbing his vitality, it had already reached the mid-stage of the Unity realm. It was a powerful ally and a stunningly beautiful, fair-skinned, long-legged beauty at that. Just thinking about it made Gu-chun feel a surge of excitement. Ahem. Realizing his mind was wandering, he quickly dismissed those less than wholesome thoughts. As a model youth of the new era, how could he possibly entertain such chaotic notions? After calming himself, Gu-chun turned his gaze to the corpse of Gu Lingling. Seeing her completely naked, he immediately covered his eyes, selected one of his own jackets to drape over her, and only then began to carefully examine his newly acquired spirit pet. The hanba, an ancient creature, was well known to Gu-chun. He'd always heard tales of its ferocity, how its emergence brought droughts stretching for thousands of miles, skies devoid of clouds for tens of thousands of miles, and no rain for over 2 months. Never did he expect to encounter one today, let alone acquire it as his spirit pet. After confirming it was safe, Gu-chun approached the spirit pet, gently lifting its chin with his fingers. Compared to when it had lain lifeless on the iron plate, it now carried a faint trace of living energy, subtle, yet undeniably different. Its eyes, once blood red from the corpse transformation, had now returned to normal, whether due to becoming a spirit pet or some other reason. Gu-chun also sensed that her appearance seemed more beautiful than before, perhaps due to her increased power. Could it be that the drought demon had gained a beauty boost? Gu-chun then subjected the transformed Gu Lingling to various tests. He discovered that aside from her inability to speak, she functioned like any ordinary person. She understood others when spoken to, yet remained mute. But that wasn't a major issue. What did it matter if she couldn't talk? As long as she obeyed his commands and could beat people up, that was all that mattered. As for how to enhance Gu Lingling's strength in the future, Gu-chun had a plan. Corpse-transformed beings typically increase their power by absorbing human blood. She was likely no exception, since the Huanba was essentially a type of corpse-transformed entity, albeit a top-tier one. The principle remained the same, she should also gain strength through blood absorption. But blood-sucking fundamentally meant absorbing vital energy. As long as he could continuously supply Gu Lingling with vital energy, he could help her advance her cultivation and increase her martial realm. Moreover, he boosted his own strength by burning corpses to increase his incineration value, unlike his classmates who needed to diligently hone their vital energy. He only needed to burn corpses to boost Gu Lingling's martial realm as if using a cheat code. If this method truly worked, then Gu Lingling would become his ultimate trump card. As these thoughts unfolded, a flicker of excitement flickered in Gu-chun's eyes. Besides, Gu Lingling was quite attractive. Next, Gu-chun tested her intelligence to gauge her cognitive abilities and whether she had developed any spiritual awareness. After all, when the corpse had transformed earlier, it was clear she possessed some level of intelligence, but the specifics remained unknown. As Gu-chun continued testing Gu Lingling, he soon discovered that after her transformation, her spiritual awareness was comparable to that of an ordinary person. However, she had lost all her memories, a blank slate, so to speak. Even the memories of her parents and all her relatives had vanished completely. Gu-chun pondered whether to keep her by his side or return her to her parents' home. Truthfully, he leaned toward keeping Gu Lingling with him. This way, he could constantly supply her with vital energy to strengthen her abilities. Moreover, as a transformed corpse stripped of all memory and emotion, no one could guarantee she wouldn't harm others. Moreover, with her striking beauty and memory loss, she was an easy target for harassment. If provoked, Gu Lingling might perceive a threat and lash out violently. Given her power, who knew what might happen once she struck? The potential damage was immense. She might even lose control after seeing blood and embark on indiscriminate slaughter. Who could guarantee such things wouldn't occur? Therefore, Gu-chun preferred to keep her close. This way, he could watch over her at all times, prevent her from making grave mistakes, and feel more at ease himself. However, this approach also brought complications. For instance, Gu Lingling's family would certainly object. After all, parents rarely feel comfortable with a young girl staying with a boy of the same age, especially knowing she had lost her memory. They would undoubtedly take her back to guide her or attempt to restore her memories. Could he keep her family unaware of her survival? That seemed unlikely. First, every body at the crematorium was marked with a corresponding ashes container. If the ashes didn't match the next day, the crematorium would investigate. And during the shift change, the staff would notice an extra woman behind Gu-chun and investigate thoroughly. The crematorium could easily trace that woman back to the body Gu-chun was supposed to cremate that day. Chapter 85, Wang Lily's motive for hatred, buying a house. Keeping Gu Lingling's family from knowing she had come back to life? That would be an extremely difficult task to accomplish. On one hand, the crematorium marks every body, and the ashes must correspond to the marked remains. If the ashes didn't match the next day, the crematorium would definitely launch an investigation. Moreover, during the shift change the next day, if staff noticed an extra woman had been added to the roster, it would inevitably trigger a thorough investigation. The crematorium could easily trace this woman back to the body that should have been incinerated that day, Gu-chun's. But then they would discover that the body that should have been cremated had come back to life. Even if they didn't realize Gu Lingling had undergone a corpse transformation, they would notify her family. They would have Gu Lingling's family take her away.
They wouldn't let him take her. Moreover, if the crematorium conducted a thorough examination of the body, it would be easy to determine that Gu Lingling had undergone a corpse transformation. Moreover, they would have noticed that the transformed Gu Lingling hadn't attacked anyone, so they would have taken her away for examination to determine the cause. Therefore, secretly taking Gu Lingling away was simply not feasible. It seemed the only option was to report that Gu Lingling had come back to life. They would claim she had merely been in a state of suspended animation and had now revived. Then have her parents take her home. They could visit her later. They must also warn Gu Lingling not to harm anyone. If she harmed anyone, it would be trouble. Who knew if Gu Lingling could suppress her bloodlust? After pondering Gu Lingling's situation, Gu Chun glanced at the claw marks on the crematorium. Then he muttered under his breath. Wonder if the crematorium comes with a warranty. This crematorium was pretty badly damaged. If it wasn't covered under warranty, he hoped they wouldn't deduct the cost from his paycheck. It wasn't much, but having wages docked always felt different. After a few more mutterings, Gu Chen resumed collecting the body. This time, the body belonged to a middle-aged man, roughly 50 years old, standing about 1.8 meters tall. His chi blood cultivation was notably weak, only at the peak of the chi blood realm. It was unclear whether his decline was due to advancing age or if his cultivation had never been particularly high to begin with. Still, every little bit counts. After preparing the body, Gu Chen tossed it into the incinerator and began the cremation process. Soon, as time passed, a faint chill began to seep into the air. Gu Chen pulled out his phone to check the time. It was almost time. He had just over half an hour left before his shift ended. There wasn't enough time to bring out another body for cremation. Gu Chen's gaze then fell upon Gu Lingling. Ever since he'd started burning bodies at midnight, Gu Lingling had stood motionless nearby. She remained there now, just as she had before, standing utterly still, not shifting an inch. The only difference was that her gaze had been fixed on him the entire time. When he moved to the left, her eyes followed him there. When he moved to the right, her gaze shifted to the right. This spirit pet truly seemed different. After waiting for some time, it was finally time to finish work. Gu Chen stepped out of the small hut. The remaining cremation workers slowly emerged one by one. Glancing over, Gu Chen noticed the number of workers had dwindled significantly. About 5 were missing. There had been around 20 before, but now only a little over 10 remained. It seemed the missing ones were likely in grave danger. Gu Chen then brought Gu Lingling to the day shift supervisor. He explained Gu Lingling's situation to the supervisor. Of course, he didn't say she had been resurrected through corpse transformation. Instead, he explained that Gu Lingling had previously fallen into a state of apparent death. It was while he was handling the corpse that she suddenly came back to life. Moreover, after his examination, Gu Lingling had fully restored her vital signs. She was a completely normal person. The day shift supervisor's eyes widened upon hearing this. His gaze fixed on Gu Lingling as he scrutinized her from head to toe. This was likely his first encounter with someone who had come back from the dead. For a moment, he didn't know how to proceed. Should he send her back home? But if something went wrong, who would bear the responsibility? Should he detain her at the crematorium to thoroughly examine her body to determine the cause of her condition and whether she posed a threat to society? All of this was unknown. But if he didn't let her go home, once her family found out, it would likely be a whole different matter. As he hesitated to make a decision, he was finally forced to report the situation to his superiors. Ultimately, they made the call: Gu Lingling's family could take her home. However, they had to sign a liability waiver. It stated that Gu Lingling's family voluntarily took her home, and any subsequent risks would be borne solely by them. Soon, Gu Lingling's family arrived at the crematorium. Seeing their gifted daughter truly alive again, they immediately wanted to take her home for rest and recuperation. As for the crematorium's requirement to sign a liability waiver, Gu Lingling's father waved his hand dismissively and signed it without hesitation. Grinning broadly, he then pulled his beloved daughter toward home, eager to welcome her back with a feast and wash away any lingering misfortune. As for his daughter's memory loss and inability to speak, he expressed complete understanding. After all, she had died once. Some abnormalities were perfectly normal. Besides, it was merely memory loss and an inability to speak, nothing compared to death itself. To express his gratitude to Gu Chun for pulling his daughter back from the brink of death just as she was about to enter the incinerator, he pulled out a bank card, held it in his hand, and placed it warmly in Gu Chen's palm. With a gentle smile, he said, "Young brother Gu Chun, I cannot thank you enough. Had you not realized at the last moment that my daughter was not truly dead, I would have been separated from her forever. Please accept this small token of appreciation, 1 million yuan. Once my daughter has recovered and rested sufficiently, I will extend an invitation for you to grace our home with your presence." As for Gu Lingling's mother, seeing her daughter return from the dead had left her sobbing uncontrollably. She kept murmuring, "Lingling, Lingling. I knew you hadn't left us. I knew you wouldn't abandon us. If you had truly left us, how could I go on living? You are our only daughter. Thank heaven for its mercy. My daughter, you have returned to me." "Wah?
Do you know how I've lived these past days? I've cried myself to sleep every night. I'd give my life to bring yours back. The sight of Gu Lingling's mother clutching her daughter and weeping was truly heartbreaking. Yet Gu Lingling, held in her mother's arms, watched this scene unfold. Her eyes, which had turned from blood red to a normal human black, suddenly began to redden. But this wasn't the red of impending tears. It was the red of primal instincts being stirred, the red of a bloodlust rising to the surface. Gu Chen, witnessing this, hurried over and spoke soothingly. Auntie, Gu Lingling just woke up and needs rest now more than anything. What you should do is take her home to recuperate or find a doctor to examine her. Your emotional state is too unstable right now, and it could very well affect her condition. As Gu Chen finished speaking, Gu Lingling's mother suddenly understood. She immediately released her grip on Gu Lingling and stammered, flustered. I'm sorry, I got a little too worked up. I'll take her to see a doctor right now, and as soon as we're done, we'll go home for rest. After saying this, she turned to Gu Lingling's father. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and contact the doctor. You know the vice president at the city hospital, right? Get in touch with him immediately. Faced with his wife's urgency, Gu Lingling's father didn't grow angry. He immediately grabbed his phone and began contacting the doctor. Gu Chen stood beside Gu Lingling, using his spirit pet's telepathic connection to signal her to calm down. He urged her to return home with her parents, promising he would come pick her up later. Under Gu Chen's reassurance, Gu Lingling's emotions gradually calmed. Yes, as her parents prepared to take her home, she no longer resisted. Within just over 10 minutes, Gu Lingling's father had reached the doctor. Following the doctor's instructions, they were told to take Gu Lingling to the hospital for relevant examinations. Seeing everything resolved, a huge weight lifted from Gu Chen's heart. This matter was finally over. It had come to a close. After bidding farewell to the shift supervisor, Gu Chen arrived at school at 7 o'clock. His roommate Wang Li had just bought breakfast when she ran into Gu Chen. Hey, Chen, you're back from off campus again. I haven't seen you in the dorm at all these first 2 days of school. Tell me, do you have a girlfriend? Is that why you're staying out? Hearing her roommate's speculation, Gu Chen waved his hands dismissively. Get lost. I don't have a girlfriend. I'm out because I have a part-time job at night, so I can't stay in the dorm. Hearing Gu Chen's response, Wang Li scratched her head, puzzled. Brother Chen, you're actually working a part-time job? With your abilities, doesn't the school offer any scholarships? If you took on tutoring, I bet you could earn more than many teachers. Plus, you wouldn't have to pull such long nights. Sure, you're a martial artist with better physical stamina than most, but you shouldn't neglect your health like this. And even if your body can handle it, your mind won't hold up over time. After all, we haven't reached the spirit refining realm yet, so our mental strength is still fragile. Working long hours like this could lead to nervous exhaustion, which would ruin your future prospects. Gu Chen listened to his roommate Wang Li's words, feeling both amused and exasperated. She was worried about his physical condition, unaware that his cultivation level was already close to the spirit refining realm. With a little more focused cultivation, he might very well reach the spirit refining realm soon. Besides, thanks to his special advantage, he hadn't felt any signs of nervous exhaustion or other ailments. Seeing Gu Chen's lack of reaction, Wang Li continued lecturing him on the dangers of staying up late. Only when they reached the dorm did she finally shut up, though reluctantly. Li Xiao and Lu Chang had already gotten up. Seeing Gu Chen return, they chimed in unison, "Hey, what were you up to last night? Looking for a girlfriend?" Hearing their teasing, Gu Chen repeated the explanation he'd just given Wang Li. But unexpectedly, though they didn't lecture him about staying up late or taking care of himself like Wang Li had, they didn't believe his story about working a part-time job either. Instead, they clung to their original belief: Gu Chen was staying out with a girlfriend off campus, which was why he wasn't returning to the dorm. Even if Gu Chen kept insisting he was working part-time, it wouldn't matter. The two remained convinced that Gu Chen had another home off campus. Only as class time approached did they drop the subject. Li Xiao brought up the teacher who had singled Gu Chen out yesterday. "Oh, Gu Chen, I looked into that teacher from yesterday. Her name is Wang Lily, a local from Yancheng. Her cultivation is at the tempered viscera realm, not particularly strong. She was considered a prodigy in her youth, reaching the forged bone realm at a young age. But later, a male student appeared at their school who far surpassed her in both talent and natural ability. Wang Lily fell hopelessly in love with him. But that boy was a scumbag. He accepted her affection at first, but soon grew tired of her. He found an excuse and dumped her. Hate then consumed Wang Lily. Shortly after, for reasons unknown, that boy died on his way to an internship during his senior year. The police investigated Wang Lily afterward but found no evidence linking her to her ex-boyfriend's death. The case was eventually closed without resolution. Yet privately, people whispered that her ex's death couldn't be separated from her. It was highly likely she orchestrated it herself, only the evidence was too scarce for anyone to prove it. And most crucially. At this point, Li Xiao's expression grew excited, tinged with a hint of gossip as he turned to look at Gu Chen. Lu Chang and Wang Li, standing nearby, couldn't wait to ask. "Stop teasing us. Spit it out already." Then Li Xiao gave a mischievous smile and continued. I got my hands on a photo of Wang Lily's ex-boyfriend through my family connections. Guess what I saw? I saw that Wang Lily's ex-boyfriend actually bears a striking resemblance to Gu Chen, maybe 6 or 7 out of 10. So I suspect Wang Lily's targeting you because you look so much like her ex-boyfriend. She's transferring her hatred for him onto you. Wang Li and Lu Chang gasped at the revelation, then shot Gu Chen a look that was anything but innocent. No wonder teacher Wang Lily always picks on you, turns out you look just like her ex-boyfriend. But Gu Chen was a bit speechless. What kind of ridiculous situation is this? Can you believe a teacher targets you just because you look too much like her ex-boyfriend? Talk about trouble falling from the sky when you least expect it. Anyone in this situation would cry foul. But he couldn't care less about what happened to Wang Lily. If that Wang Lily dares to target him again, he won't hold back from getting revenge. Her ex-boyfriend's beef with her was his problem. What did it have to do with him? If he dared track him down again, he wouldn't hold back from showing no mercy. Soon after finishing breakfast, everyone headed to their first class of the day. As luck would have it, the first class of the day was taught by Wang Lily. Before the class even began, teacher Wang Lily sent someone to inform him that she needed to speak with Gu Chen and asked him to come to her office. Seeing this, Gu Chen didn't hesitate. He lifted his head and walked toward Wang Lily's office. No matter what tricks Wang Lily pulled, he was ready to face them. He refused to believe he couldn't handle someone like her. Soon, Gu Chen arrived at the door of Wang Lily's office. He knocked and entered after receiving permission. Upon entering, he saw Wang Lily sitting at her desk in black stockings, reviewing her lesson plan. Gu Chen showed no sign of nervousness. He walked straight into the office and sat down on the sofa. As Gu Chen settled onto the sofa, Wang Lily's brow furrowed involuntarily. She seemed slightly annoyed that Gu Chen had taken the liberty of sitting down without her permission. But she felt it would be unbecoming to fly into a rage over such a minor matter, so she swallowed her irritation. About 5 or 6 minutes later, after finishing the lesson plan in her hands, Wang Lily finally turned her gaze toward Gu Chen. Gu Chen, I called you here to discuss something. You won first place in the freshman competition earlier, right? Normally, you'd receive 2,000 points for that. But the school is facing some difficulties right now, and there was a minor oversight. Those 2,000 points might not be issued until next semester. I hope you don't mind. And if you do have any concerns, feel free to discuss them with me. I'm the teacher responsible for managing the new students scoring this term. Upon hearing Wang Lily mention the 2,000 points wouldn't be credited until next semester, Gu Chen paused briefly before quickly grasping her true intentions. It seemed Wang Lily had no intention of giving him the 2,000 points at all. She was deliberately delaying the 2,000 points that should have been given to him soon until next semester. But by the time next semester actually arrived, she would likely claim that the points had encountered difficulties again, requiring him to wait until his sophomore year to receive them. Through endless delays, the points would gradually vanish. And even if she did give him the 2,000 points next semester, it probably wouldn't be because of a school error as she claimed, but rather because she herself wanted to delay the points. After all, Gu Chen was only 17 and a half this year, not yet 18. He was in his prime, a period where every resource was crucial. During this phase, a gifted individual with sufficient resources could rapidly advance their cultivation. But if delayed, he would lose half a year, falling behind his peers. Should any other opportunities arise later, he might well lose out to equally talented rivals precisely because of that lost half year. The strong grow stronger, the weak grow weaker, that's how it works. In other words, this Wang Lily before her had no good intentions whatsoever. She merely sought to use her authority to stall her progress. By delaying until next semester or the semester after, by which time she would be lacking resources and falling behind other prodigies, she could secure those points. But what if he refused? Gu Chen pondered silently for a moment. He quickly realized that refusing would likely be futile. Unless he could approach the vice principal and have him intervene in this matter. Only then would his credits be released on time. But going to the vice principal just for this matter alone? That seemed excessive. His points weren't the priority. What truly mattered was burning corpses to increase his incineration value. That was his absolute focus. In other words, he needed sufficient time to perform cremations. These 2,000 points, once obtained, would likely only afford him a decent weapon or a higher level cultivation technique. But a suitable weapon would likely become obsolete as his cultivation level rapidly advanced, necessitating replacement. As for advanced cultivation techniques, he already possessed the battle-forged body technique, making them less urgent. Therefore, Gu Chen neither immediately agreed nor voiced any objections. Alright, Teacher Wang, let me think about it when I get back. If there's truly no other way, then we'll just have to wait until next semester. Wang Lily's lips curved slightly at Gu Chen's words before straightening again. Very well, Gu Chen. You may return now. If you have your own connections, feel free to reach out to them. Gu Chen saw this and left the office. After Gu Chen exited the office, Wang Lily took out her phone and dialed a number. Once the call connected, she stated, I've taken care of the matter you asked me to handle. If I didn't already have a bone to pick with this Gu-chen myself, I wouldn't have done it for you. Oh, and the money you promised? Transfer it to my account this afternoon. The voice on the other end belonged to a middle-aged man with a magnetic tone. Alright, thank you so much, Teacher Wang. As long as we can delay things, my son might still have a chance to compete with Gu-chen. After all, my son possesses the Qinglong body physique, a truly exceptional constitution. Since kindergarten, he's been the undisputed top student. Aside from that Gu-chen, he's never faced any real competition. Rest assured, Teacher Wang. If the school has any updates later, just let me know. I won't shortchange you. Wang Lily's eyes darted around before she replied. Our school is undergoing reforms lately, shifting focus to practical combat training. This semester's final exam will be a live drill at the wall outside the northern city gates. You know, when it comes to real combat, a few casualties are bound to happen. Wouldn't you agree? The male voice on the other end faltered upon hearing this. After several breaths of silence, he finally continued. You're saying. After leaving the office, Gu-chen didn't return to the classroom. Instead, he glanced at the class schedule and told his roommates he had something to attend to and wouldn't be going back to class for now. He walked out the school gates, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the crematorium. Gu-chen decided to skip classes for now. He would focus on elevating his martial arts cultivation first and accumulate more burning points. As for those classes, attending them wasn't really necessary. Of course, there were a few exceptions courses Gu-chen found genuinely interesting, like Professor Lu Qinghua's Basic Sword Techniques, 36 Forms, and the Palm Techniques class on Wednesdays. Those were the ones he was truly interested in. What if someone seized upon his skipping class? Worst case, they'd dock his credits. No big deal. Gu-chen arrived at the crematorium quickly. He headed straight for the day shift supervisor's office. He explained his thoughts, wanting to continue taking over the day shift's cremation duties. The day shift supervisor looked surprised but agreed to Gu-chen's request. After all, what supervisor wouldn't appreciate an employee who loved their job and could generate greater profits for the company? After receiving approval, Gu-chen headed to his small cabin and resumed cremating bodies. 1 body, 2 bodies, 3 bodies. By 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Gu-chen had cremated roughly 5 or 6 bodies. That amounted to over 100 cremation points. Glancing at the time, Gu-chen realized it was still early and decided to visit Yun Nuo. Yun Nuo had been staying at the hotel for quite some time now, and it wasn't a sustainable arrangement. He'd been thinking about buying a decent apartment in Yancheng. That way, it would be convenient for him to attend school here, and Yun Nuo would have a place to stay instead of constantly living in a hotel. Besides, staying in a hotel for too long would make it feel less like home. No time to waste. Gu-chen left the crematorium and headed straight to the hotel to find Yun Nuo. It took him about 20 minutes to reach the hotel. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Yun Nuo changing clothes. Startled by Gu-chen's sudden appearance, Yun Nuo let out a startled cry, her face flushing bright red as she demanded he leave immediately. Seeing this, Gu-chen hurriedly backed out, nervously closing the door behind him. His timing couldn't have been worse walking in on her changing. Once Gu-chen was outside, Yun Nuo hurriedly finished changing. But perhaps because she was still flustered from the earlier incident. While pulling on her pants, she lost her balance. She fell to the floor with a thud, accompanied by a pained cry. Outside the door, Gu-chen instinctively reached to push it open again. But just as his hand touched the doorknob, Yun Nuo's voice came from inside. No, don't come in. I just tripped and fell. You don't need to worry about me. Please, don't come in. Hearing Yun Nuo tell him not to come in, Gu-chen quickly straightened the door handle he slightly pressed down. At the same time, he silently cursed himself. He realized how rude it was to swipe his card and enter a young woman's living space without even knocking first. And Yun Nuo was only 2 or 3 years younger than him. In another year or two, she'd be a young woman. How could he have been so reckless? Had burning corpses fried his brain? After another moment, Yun Nuo's slightly fragile voice came from inside. Gu-chen, you can come in now. When Gu-chen entered the room, he saw Yun Nuo standing by the window, her cheeks flushed, looking both delicate and slightly bashful. Gu-chen couldn't help but glance at her a few extra times. Then he sensed something was off and cleared his throat softly to cover his awkwardness. I came to see you today because I want to take you house hunting. After all, staying in a hotel isn't a long-term solution. It's inconvenient for many things, and privacy isn't ideal either. When he mentioned privacy, Gu-chen glanced at Yun Nuo with a hint of guilt. But as luck would have it, Yun Nuo had also lifted her head and was looking at him with flushed cheeks. Gu-chen. He truly hadn't meant to. Seeing Yun Nuo remain silent, Gu-chen continued. I'm planning to buy a detached house with its own yard. That way, practicing martial arts in the yard would be much more convenient. It's just that I'm not very familiar with the prices. You grew up in Yancheng, so you should know more about that, right? Hearing that Gu-chen had come to ask about property and intended to buy a detached house with its own courtyard in Yancheng, the flush on her cheeks gradually faded. After gathering her thoughts, she replied. As a major city, Yancheng has plenty of detached houses with private yards. but I'm not entirely sure about the exact prices. After all, I've always lived with the Yun family and haven't had much exposure to other aspects of life. I think I've heard my uncle and cousin mention it before. Generally, a decent detached house in Yanqing should cost around 20 to 30 million yuan. Cheaper ones might be 5 or 6 million, but I really don't know the specifics of the properties themselves. But I have a high school classmate whose family is in the real estate business. We were pretty close back in high school, and I even referred 2 deals to him that earned his family several million yuan. Plus, his place isn't far from here. We could go ask him. Hearing Yun Nua's suggestion, Guchen pondered for a moment and agreed it was a viable approach. Although he had the money, he didn't want to be taken advantage of. Having Yun Nua's connection was perfect. Around 4:30 p.m., Guchen and Yun Nua arrived at Xingyu Garden. After explaining their situation to the security guard at the gate, they entered the residential complex. This was a rather upscale neighborhood. Most residences were detached houses with private yards. The community was lush with greenery, filled with birdsong and the scent of flowers. Even the most basic units were townhouses. Occasionally, one could spot cleaning ladies walking their employers' pet dogs under the shade of trees. At the complex's center lay a large artificial lake. Over 10 black swans glided across its surface, while dozens of koi fish swam freely beneath the emerald water. Rows of unnamed green plants lined the shore. Guchen and Yun Nua soon arrived at Unit 102, Building 4, Block 1. Ding dong ding dong. As the knocking sounded, a young woman's voice echoed from inside apartment 102. Who is it? Yun Nua, standing at the door, immediately responded. It's me, Yun Nua. Hearing Yun Nua's voice, the girl inside promptly opened the door. Before Guchen stood a girl around 16 or 17 years old, standing just over 5 feet 3 inches tall, with a figure neither plump nor thin. Her features were fairly ordinary: a standard nose, narrow almond-shaped eyes, and thin, almost emotionless lips. Her skin was slightly dark, making her blend in as an ordinary passerby on the street. Spotting Yun Nua and Guchen together, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. That surprise quickly morphed into a hint of jealousy, though she concealed it well. Had Guchen not been a master of the Unity realm with exceptionally keen insight, he would never have detected the shift in Yun Nua's best friend's gaze. Soon, the jealousy vanished from Yun Nua's friend's eyes, replaced by delight, accompanied by a surprised tone. Yun Nua, it really is you. You haven't come over to my place in nearly a year. Come on in, come in. And this must be your boyfriend? Oh my, he's so handsome. You two make such a perfect couple. Upon seeing Guchen, Yun Nua's best friend assumed he was her boyfriend. A flash of jealousy flickered in her eyes once more, this time more pronounced and heavier than before. She seemed genuinely surprised that Yun Nua could find a boyfriend as good-looking as Guchen. Still, she concealed it well this time, and Yun Nua didn't notice. Once Yun Nua and Guchen entered, Guchen noticed how spacious her friend's home truly was. The living room alone covered roughly 100 square meters. The double-height ceiling created a remarkably open and airy feel. To the left of the living room windows stretched a lawn as large as half a sports field, truly grand. While Yun Nua chatted about everyday life, reconnecting with her long-lost friend, Guchen continued to take in the villa's surroundings. The house was indeed impressive, but it likely cost tens of millions. He could afford it if he wanted, but it wasn't worth it. That money would be better spent on self-improvement, burning 100,000 corpses to accumulate massive amounts of incineration energy. That would elevate his power to new heights. Once he reached that higher realm, any house he desired wouldn't require his own money. They'd be offered to him freely, with people begging him to accept them. For now, a detached house with a yard would suffice. Overhearing their conversation, Guchen learned the girl's name, Shuiru. She was currently attending Yanqing 9th High School, a senior this year, just one class below him. Yun Nua had also attended this school before, and they were even in the same class. However, Yun Nua had dropped out after his mother's incident. But dropping out didn't matter. In this world, strength was everything. As long as you were powerful enough, no one cared whether you had a college degree or not. Shuiru and Yun Nua soon shifted their conversation to real estate. Yun Nua mentioned she wanted to buy a detached house and asked Shuiru if she knew of any suitable options. Upon hearing Yun Nua mention a detached house, Shuiru immediately replied that her family no longer operated in real estate and she really didn't know much about houses anymore. Such an obvious evasion. Even Yun Nua could tell, and her expression grew slightly awkward as she asked. I remember just 2 months ago you told me your family had dozens of unsold properties, your cash flow was about to dry up, and you asked me to help buy 2 units. Then I referred clients to you, they bought 5 or 6 units, making your family millions in one go. That's how you caught your breath and avoided bankruptcy. Now I'm buying a house, and you're still making excuses to me? I'm not refusing to pay. Who knew Shuiru would explode upon hearing this? She retorted without a shred of politeness. Yun Nua, do you really think you're the same person you used to be? Let me tell you, I've heard your mother died a month ago. You were kicked out of the house. Now you're a good-for-nothing who can't even get into college. What right do you have to call yourself my sister? You should feel honored I'm even sitting here talking to you. After all, my status is beyond your reach. And now you dare question me? Do you believe I could make you vanish from this world with a single word? You! Shui-ru, you're shameless. How am I shameless? I'm merely a bit of a social climber. Is that a crime in this world? Yun-nua, I'm giving you one last chance.
Apologize to me now, kneel down and beg for forgiveness, and I'll pretend today never happened.
Otherwise, you'll face my revenge. Yun-nua's chest heaved with fury at these words. Shui-ru, I truly misjudged you. You want me to apologize? That's impossible. Don't even dream about it. Shui-ru stared at Yun-nua, whose face was burning with rage.
Suddenly, she let out a creaky laugh, revealing 2 yellowed front teeth, and mocked her mercilessly.
Yun-nua, do you know what you look like right now? You look like a drowned rat.
Then Shui-ru turned her gaze to Gu-chen, grinning widely, her 2 yellowed buck teeth protruding beyond her lips.
Gu-chen could even see a piece of vegetable leaf stuck in the gap between them.
The sight made him feel slightly nauseated.
But Shui-ru didn't see anything disgusting about herself. Still feeling confident, she flashed Gu-chen a flirtatious glance. Handsome, how about you be with me?
I'll give you 200,000 yuan in spending money every month. That's 200,000, not 200 yuan.
This guy next to you is useless at home and got kicked out. I'm different. My father is the CEO of a listed company in Yenching with assets worth hundreds of millions.
If you become my boyfriend, I'll give you all the prestige and money you could ever want. After saying this, Shui-ru looked at Gu-chen with brimming confidence, expecting him to be overjoyed and agree immediately. After all, despite being in high school, she'd frequented nightclubs and similar venues. In those places, as long as she was willing to spend money, those young, pretty boys would be utterly obedient, crawling at her feet. The man before her, Gu-chen, might be more handsome and refined than those guys, but what did that matter? As long as she threw enough money at him, she was certain she could have him. There was no one in the world money couldn't buy. If it didn't work, it only meant her bargaining chips weren't strong enough. Her father had told her that. And she believed him. Nothing in this world was impossible if you were willing to throw money at it.
Handsome, I'm talking to you. 200,000 a month.
Plus, I'll buy you the latest iPhone, custom-tailored suits, everything on my tab. But her hopes were dashed quickly. Gu-chen seemed completely oblivious to her words.
He remained standing beside Yun-nua, unmoved. As if he hadn't heard a word she said. Was 200,000 yuan not enough? If 200k wasn't enough, she'd offer more. She refused to believe money couldn't win him over. After a moment's thought, she continued. 200,000 yuan. Since you look down on that amount, I'll add another 100,000. Chapter 86, Shui-ru gets beaten up giving up revenge. If you still refuse, I'll add another 100,000 per month, 400,000 total. That's more than many people earn in a decade, and you'd get it in just 1 month. Working with me for a year could net you 4 to 5 million, money most people never earn in a lifetime. What do you say? You won't regret joining me.
After speaking, Shui-ru looked at Gu-chen again, brimming with confidence. Earlier, Gu-chen had refused because her offer was too low. Now, the price was no longer modest, it had doubled. This time, Gu-chen would surely agree, or perhaps he'd immediately kneel down and kiss her feet. But her hopes were dashed once more.
Gu-chen remained expressionless.
After hearing her words, a look of contempt even flashed in his eyes.
What does that mean? Does he look down on me? He looks down on me? Was my offer of 400,000 too low? Or did he simply look down on me as a person?
No, it must be that he thinks 400,000 is too low, not that he looks down on me as a person. I may not be exceptionally tall, but I'm certainly above average in looks.
A heartthrob wherever I go. For a hottie like Gu-chen, 400,000 a month wouldn't even scratch the surface. My girlfriends? They could probably command $1 million a month. Should I raise my offer? Shui-ru silently calculated in her mind how much disposable income did she actually have left. She gritted her teeth and addressed Gu-chen once more. This is my final offer. This is your last chance. If you want more, I can't help you. 1 million yuan, take it or leave it. 1 million is the absolute maximum I can afford. Any more than that, and I'm powerless.
After speaking, Shui-ru fixed her gaze on Gu-chen again, hoping he would agree quickly. After all, 1 million was a bit steep, but it was worth every penny.
Playing around with a hottie like this? She'd gladly shave 10 years off her life for it.
Yun-nua, standing nearby, burst out laughing upon hearing this. She had been furious at first. Shui-ru was truly her good friend. Even though they hadn't seen each other in months, she had always held her in high regard.
But who knew people could be so deceiving?
The person she'd always considered a close friend had cut ties with her the moment she was disowned by her family. The friendship she thought she had was fake. It vanished the moment she was disowned by the Yun family. Shui-ru had only befriended her deliberately because she was a member of the Yun family. Yet she had poured her heart out, treating Shui-ru as a true friend. Now that she faced hardship and had hit rock bottom, Shui-ru revealed her true colors. At first, she was furious.
But as Shuiru set her sights on Gu Chen, trying to keep him around by offering increasingly generous sums, only to be repeatedly rejected, her anger began to fade. Didn't she have any self-awareness? Thinking she could support Gu Chen? How laughable. An ordinary girl like her, with only a tiny bit of money, dreaming of supporting a man whose looks and physique were among the best of their peers? It was pure fantasy. Moreover, this man's martial cultivation was exceptionally high, even absurdly so. She had never seen anyone her age surpass Gu Chen's martial realm. At the very least, he was in the late forged bone realm. She even suspected he might be a master at the unity realm level. How old could he be? At most 20, just 2 or 3 years older than her. She herself was only about to enter the refining gold realm. Yet he was several major realms above her. Even if she wanted to throw herself at him, she feared he wouldn't accept her. You're such an ugly girl, and you think throwing money at him will work? Dream on. Could someone of that caliber be bought with money? Even if money could buy him, how much would it take? Selling off Shuiru's entire family wouldn't be enough. So once she sorted through all this, her anger suddenly faded. After all, watching someone get humiliated is quite satisfying. Someone like Gu Chen would never agree to this. He's powerful, handsome, and certainly not short on money. Though he might not have hundreds of millions, he definitely has tens of millions. Would someone with tens of millions even consider a monthly allowance of over $1 million? Especially when it's a woman maintaining a man. I'm talking to you. Will you agree to the million or not? This is $1 million. Once this opportunity is gone, it won't come back. Seeing Gu Chen's utterly expressionless face at her $1,000,000 offer, Shuiru grew impatient. She threatened that if he didn't agree now, the million would vanish. Gu Chen never imagined that accompanying Yun Nuo to a friend's house would lead to the someone actually offering $1,000,000 to keep him. Something he never encountered in his past life was happening right here in this world. As an outstanding young man of the new century, how could he possibly agree? Most importantly, this woman named Shuiru was simply not to his taste. Her face was as white as a millstone, her skin was far from smooth, dark and pockmarked with acne. But what he couldn't stomach most were those yellow teeth stained with vegetable residue. But he wanted to see how high Yun Nuo's best friend could drive the price, so he remained silent. Now it seemed that 1,000,000 yuan was her absolute limit. This won't do. A mere million? That's her ceiling? He thought he could splash out 10 or 20 million. This isn't even enough to keep me as a mistress. So Gu Chen sneered directly. That's it, 1 million? I spend tens of millions on random purchases. A single martial art manual or weapon costs 20 million. You think a measly million will buy my loyalty? Go back to sleep. You'll find everything you want in your dreams. As Gu Chen finished speaking, he shot Shuiru a dismissive smirk. This instantly infuriated Shuiru, who fumed with rage, raising her arm and pointing at Gu Chen. You! But after raising her arm for a long moment, she could only manage a single "you" before falling silent. Her cheeks burned crimson as she glared at Gu Chen. After a long pause, she still couldn't think of a retort to counter Gu Chen and Yun Nuo. Finally, she managed to spit out a few words. You're not welcome here. Get out. As she spoke, she seemed to remember something. She grabbed the phone on the table and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, she blurted out. Security. What kind of job are you doing? How could strangers get into my home? Is this how carelessly you handle things? Yes, these people barged in and started cursing at me without any provocation, saying I'm better looking than them and that rich people deserve to die. Plus, I noticed 5,000 yuan in cash is missing from my house. I suspect these two took it after all. No one else came to my house today except them. Alright, you said you'd be here soon. Fine, I'll wait at home. After hanging up, Shuiru looked at Gu Chen and Yun Nuo with a smug expression and said, Don't say I didn't give you two a chance. If you two can get out of my house before security arrives, I'll pretend nothing happened. I'll pretend you weren't even here today. Otherwise, I'll report that I lost 5,000 yuan, and you two can spend the night in the detention center. Plus, the local police chief is a friend of my father's. Once you're locked up, you won't be getting out so easily. Yun Nuo panicked at Shuiru's words and immediately grabbed Gu Chen's arm, trying to pull him toward the door. But Gu Chen showed no intention of leaving. How could Yun Nuo possibly pull him along? After pulling for a while, Gu Chen remained rooted to the spot. Seeing this, Yun Nuo asked in confusion. Gu Chen, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, when the security guards and police arrive, we won't be able to explain ourselves. And did you hear her? She said the police chief is one of their own. It'll be incredibly difficult to get out once we're inside. Who knows if he'll pin fabricated charges on us? Shuiru's lips curled slightly at Yun Nuo's words. Her gaze fixed on Gu Chen, eager to see if he'd quietly slip away like Yun Nuo. But the smile froze on her lips. She watched as Gu Chen grabbed Yun Nuo's arm, who was trying to pull him away. Then she heard Gu Chen say to Yun Nuo, What are you freaking out for? We didn't steal, we didn't rob, and we didn't curse anyone. Just stand here quietly. And do you really think walking away will make this go away? You're being naive. You know what? Once you leave, this is only just beginning. Just beginning? Yun Nua was a bit dazed. Gu Chen continued to explain.
Staying put here is fine, but if you run, you might just become the robbery suspect your fake bestie is talking about. Yun Nua heard Gu Chen's words but couldn't process them immediately. Gu Chen sighed, tapping his forehead in exasperation before continuing. What I mean is, your fake bestie is using the phone to scare us into running away. Then she'll tell the cops we stole 5,000 yuan and fled. This is her house, whether there's surveillance or not is up to her. And since we've been here before, whether it counts as robbery or not is entirely up to her.
What we say doesn't matter at all. After hearing Gu Chen's explanation, Yun Nua's face immediately drained of color.
But she composed herself and looked at her former best friend in disbelief. Shuai-Ru, how could you be so cruel? We were classmates for years. Hearing her scheme exposed, Shuai-Ru showed no trace of shame.
Classmates? Classmates are just stepping stones. Besides, we're not classmates anymore. I screwed you over, so what? Are you going to bite me? You're shameless.
Yun Nua burst into tears, utterly shocked by her former best friend's shamelessness. Not only did she refuse to help with the house purchase, but she actually tried to frame them, sending them all to prison. She had the heart of a scorpion.
Seeing Yun Nua cry, Shuai-Ru burst into laughter.
But before she could finish her second laugh, Gu Chen, who had been standing beside Yun Nua, flickered and suddenly materialized right before her eyes. She watched as Gu Chen mimicked her expression, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. But in the next instant, Gu Chen raised his right hand high and lashed it hard across her cheek.
Her bulky frame couldn't dodge in time.
A loud smack echoed through the spacious living room, followed by a searing pain spreading from her cheek. It felt like her brain had been knocked out of her head. But it wasn't over. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Gu Chen raise his right hand again, aiming for her cheek. Her heart lurched, and she instinctively closed her eyes. Yet the expected pain did not come. She cautiously opened her eyes to assess the situation. The moment her eyes fluttered open, she saw the hand hovering above her suddenly accelerate its descent, slamming into her face. Alongside the pain, the words "Are you mocking me?" surged through her mind, igniting a furious rage within her.
How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? I'm the heiress of a publicly listed company. One word from me and you'll be buried alive. Do you understand? You're finished. I'm calling my father right now. I'll have him send people to deal with you. By then, it'll be too late for you to be my kept man. I'll grind you into dust. How dare you hit me, you little brat? I've never been hit in my entire life. Well, now you have. Gu Chen showed no mercy, delivering another slap, this one significantly harder than before, deliberately amplified with extra force. He realized his earlier blow had been too weak. Shuai-Ru had bounced back and kept talking after being struck. So he decided to increase the intensity. Faced with Gu Chen's intensified blow, Shuai-Ru was sent flying backward, crashing into the living room wall. Two bloodied teeth floated out of her mouth as she fell to the floor, unconscious. Gu Chen stepped forward and delivered two more sharp slaps, jolting her back to consciousness. The first thing Shuai-Ru did upon regaining consciousness was open her mouth to curse again. But Gu Chen delivered another sharp slap, forcing her words back into her mouth. Shuai-Ru was also frightened by Gu Chen's savage demeanor and dared not utter another word of abuse. Truthfully, her speech was already slurred by now, her mouth nearly beaten to a pulp. Yun Nua, watching from the side, grew fearful seeing how badly Gu Chen had beaten Shuai-Ru. Gu Chen, don't beat her to death. If you kill her, we'll be in big trouble. Hearing Yun Nua's words, Shuai-Ru immediately stammered out a response. Right. My life's worthless. You'd just dirty your hands beating me. If you kill me, you'll have to face police questioning. It's just not worth it. Let's just let today's incident slide. I won't call the police either. Seeing Shuai-Ru playing along so readily, Gu Chen stopped hitting her. He wiped his hands with a tissue and stood aside, waiting to see what else she would say. But no sooner had he taken his place than a knock sounded at the door. Knock. Hello, I'm the security guard for our complex. Could you please open the door? Hearing the security guard at the door, Shuai-Ru, lying on the ground, seemed to have found a savior. She stammered urgently. Help! Someone's trying to kill me. Help! Someone's trying to kill me. Those two thieves haven't left. They're back, trying to dispose of my body. Hearing Shuai-Ru's screams and cries for help, the security guard at the door paused for 2 seconds before pulling out his walkie-talkie. Gu Chen heard him say, Hello? 102, burglary escalated to robbery. The homeowner is now in the suspect's custody. Need backup. Inside the room, Gu Chen heard the security guard calling for backup. He glanced silently at Yun Nua, who was not far away, and couldn't help but feel speechless. How had he become a suspect? Yun Nua, hearing herself referred to as a suspect, panicked instantly. She rushed to Gu Chen's side and clutched his arm. What should we do? When they come in, should we run? Unfortunately, Yun Nua's voice carried, and the security guard outside heard her. He grabbed the walkie-talkie again and announced. All units, attention. All units, attention. Suspects are planning escape routes. Secure all entrances and prepare to contain them. Yun Nua. Shuaru, knocked to the ground, smirked triumphantly at Gu Chen. Kid, aren't you supposed to be so tough? Hit me. I don't believe you'd dare kill me. You'll wait for the police to arrive. I'll have you locked up in detention. I'll drug you, turn you into my plaything, and make you wish you were dead. And you won't get away either. You think you can use your looks to seduce men everywhere? Fine, I'll grant your wish. I'll throw you into a men's prison and make you enjoy every single day and night. Hearing Shuairu's vicious words, Gu Chen's anger flared. Staring down at her on the ground, he delivered a direct kick to her mouth. The kick knocked out 5 or 6 of Shuairu's teeth. Gu Chen sneered coldly at her. You really think you've got this in the bag? Let me tell you, some things aren't what you think they are. Money is a good thing, but sometimes having money isn't everything. Like right now. After speaking, Gu Chen stood straight, releasing a portion of the qi and blood surging within him, exerting immense pressure. You've been mistaken about one thing all along. I'm no pretty boy. My name is Gu Chen. I'm the top freshman at Qinglong Academy. In 10 or 20 years, you'll be nothing more than a lowly insect beneath my feet. Actually, it won't take 10 or 20 years. It can happen right now. Gu Chen then approached the entrance to Shuairu's residence, pushed open the security door, and greeted the guard who was clutching the intercom as if facing a major threat. Hello, my name is Gu Chen. I'm the top freshman at Qinglong Academy, at the Forged Bone Realm. Just ask around campus, and you'll find out where I am. After speaking, Gu Chen released a controlled surge of qi and blood energy at the Forged Bone Realm. The guard at the door shuddered in fright. Just as the guard was about to collapse under the pressure, Gu Chen abruptly withdrew the energy. He then motioned for Yun Nua, still in the living room, to come to his side. Taking her hand, he led her outside. As they passed the security guard, Gu Chen touched his forehead as if recalling something. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out his Qinglong Academy student ID and placed it in the guard's hand. Here's my student ID. Keep it safe. If you have any questions, you can come find me. The bewildered security guard wiped imaginary sweat from his nose, glanced at the scene inside, and cautiously spoke up. Excuse me, sir. I was wondering, how is the homeowner doing now? Is he injured or anything? Hearing the security guard's question, Gu Chen hesitated before continuing. She should be fine. I just knocked out a few of her teeth because she was talking way too trash. No worries. Report this if you need to. I'm at Qinglong Academy anyway. If you need anything, come find me. Rest assured, I won't run away. It's not like I killed anyone, just knocked out a few teeth. After saying this, Gu Chen led Yun Nua away. The security guard watched their retreating figures, intending to stop them, but halted after taking just 2 steps. He looked down at the student ID in his hand, flipping through it briefly. The moment he saw the last page of the ID card, printed with the words 2035 National College Entrance Examination top scorer, first place in Qinglong Academy freshman competition, he couldn't help but shiver. He quickly stuffed the ID card back into his pocket. Just then, the security guard's colleague arrived. Seeing him standing motionless, he asked in surprise. Old Lu, didn't you say there were criminals? What are you doing just standing here? Or did the criminals already get away? Hearing his colleague's question, the security guard recounted the events that had just unfolded, admitting he'd let the 2 men escape. How could you do something so foolish? That kid was clearly a con artist. If he hadn't said that, you wouldn't have let him go. I don't think he's even a student at Qinglong Academy. He's a straight-up robber and a violent con artist. How could you be so stupid? I should never have put you on duty today. You've caused such a huge mess. But I genuinely believed him. He didn't seem like a con artist at all. He might actually be a student from Qinglong Academy. I told you he was definitely a con artist. How many students are there at Qinglong Academy anyway? How could you possibly run into one? I told you he was a fraud, but you wouldn't listen. Show me his student ID. Didn't you say he gave it to you? Let me tell you, Qinglong Academy student IDs are meticulously crafted. You can spot a fake one instantly. Plus, they're heat-resistant and incredibly durable. Upon hearing this, the security guard pulled the ID card he just stuffed into his pocket and handed it to their captain. Soon, their colleagues gathered around to examine the student ID. But the moment the security captain saw old Lu pull out the ID card, especially when he saw its design, his expression froze. This ID looks legit enough, but I bet it's just a good facade. It'll show its true colors once we verify it. The captain took the card and began a thorough inspection. His expression grew increasingly grave as he examined it. Finally, he pulled out his phone to cross-reference the details against the information in his database. Security guard old Lu watched the captain inspect the card with growing unease. Seeing the captain silently poring over it, he couldn't help but ask, "Captain, what do you think? Is this student ID legit or not?" Facing old Lu's question, the captain scratched his head and fell silent for a moment. Seeing his teammates waiting for his verdict, he finally clenched his teeth and said, This ID looks incredibly realistic, exactly like the ones online. I can't tell if it's real. Why don't we try burning it? Anyway, I know that if it's a real Qinglong Academy student ID, it won't burn. With everyone's agreement, the captain pulled out a windproof lighter and began testing the ID's authenticity. But soon, a shocking sight unfolded. Under the intense heat of the lighter, the scorched area of the student ID turned a deep golden yellow, reflecting shimmering golden light in the sunlight. It looked quite dazzling. It's real. Security guard Old Lou jumped up in excitement. See, I told you it was real. I never thought it was fake. That young man's bearing and aura just don't seem ordinary. His strength is no simple matter, just his vital energy pressure alone nearly knocked me off my feet. The security captain nodded in disbelief. I never imagined this could be real. I truly thought he was a fake. It seems that person wasn't lying after all, he really is a student of Qinglong Academy. Besides the two of them, the other security guards stared at the student ID in astonishment. Students admitted to Qinglong Academy were no ordinary individuals, either geniuses or those with significant connections. Every graduate of Qinglong Academy was someone they looked up to. Alright, enough with the ID. Since he has it, that guy probably isn't a fraud after all. He must be a Qinglong Academy student. Let's go inside and check on the homeowner first. After deciding to check on the homeowner, the security captain led the group into the living room. The moment they entered, they were startled to find the homeowner lying motionless on the floor, a pool of blood smeared around his mouth. They rushed forward to check on him, but soon realized the situation wasn't as dire as they'd feared. The homeowner had merely fainted from a sudden surge of anger. The blood around his mouth was simply from a loose tooth. In other words, his injury wasn't severe, just a tooth knocked out. While losing teeth might carry legal weight, it rarely posed a life-threatening risk. Still, the homeowner was unconscious. After a moment's thought, the security chief dialed 120 for emergency medical services, figuring 110 police would arrive soon too. When Xueru regained consciousness, she found herself in the hospital. Seeing her parents waiting outside the ward, she burst into tears. Mom, Dad, I got bullied. They knocked out my teeth. Mom, you have to get revenge for me. They hurt me so badly. Will I even be able to eat now? They knocked out all my teeth. Look how swollen my face is. It still stings like hell when touched. I'll make sure that bastard pays with his life. And that? She deserves to be trampled by 1,000 men. Xueru's father was a middle-aged man in a suit, standing about 6 feet 3 inches. The suit fit him cleanly and sharply. Xueru's mother, a middle-aged woman around 5 feet 10 inches, wore high-end designer clothing and expensive jewelry. Her eyes were red as she held her daughter's hand. Don't worry, Mom will avenge you. What kind of person dares to break into a private residence and assault the homeowner? It's outrageous, they have no respect for the law whatsoever. I'll call your uncle right now. He's the top dog at the municipal bureau. I refuse to believe he can't help with this. With his approval, that little bastard will rot in prison for 10 or 20 years. Xueru's mother pulled out her phone to call her uncle, but her husband stopped her. What's the matter? My daughter was wrong, can't we vent our anger? Xueru's father retorted. It's all because you spoiled her. I've already heard the details of what happened. You could say both sides share some blame, but our daughter was beaten up by the other side. Both at fault? Xuewen, how can you say that? Look at what they did to our daughter. Her pretty little face is ruined. And she was beaten like this at home, not in some fight outside. You say both sides are at fault? To me, our daughter is completely innocent. He must face proper punishment. Xueru's mother, Li Pingping, heard her daughter being bullied while her father Xuewen still claimed both sides were at fault. She instantly lost her temper, pointing her finger at Xuewen and berating him. Seeing his shrewish wife, Xuewen also grew angry. Punishment my ass. Do you even know who they are? How dare you talk about retaliation? He's a student at Qinglong Academy. Don't you know what kind of people get into Qinglong? They're geniuses, absolute prodigies. Any graduate could climb the ranks in a few years and reach my brother's position, Xueru's uncle. And do you even know the status of that student, Guchen, at Qinglong Academy? Hearing her husband's stern tone, Xueru's mother regained some clarity. She asked what his status was. Even Xueru, who lay moaning intermittently on the hospital bed, quietly pricked up her ears, eager to learn the identity of this excessively handsome Guchen who had struck her. She knew Guchen attended Qinglong Academy, but his exact standing there remained a mystery to her. He is a student at Qinglong Academy, but not just any ordinary student. He placed first in this year's freshman grand competition, ascending to the 100th level of Qinglong Academy's heavenly ladder. He shattered the Academy's record of no freshman ever reaching the summit, earning him the title of the strongest freshman in Qinglong Academy's history in a century. A genius like him, if he doesn't meet an untimely end, will undoubtedly become one of the Empire's most powerful figures. He could crush our entire family with a single hand. The top freshman at Qinglong Academy? Xueru's mother, Li Pingping, gasped in shock upon hearing that the person who had beaten her daughter into hospitalization was the top freshman at Qinglong Academy. They knew well about Qinglong Academy, one of the nation's top 3 martial arts universities, arguably the finest in the land. Every parent dreamed of their child gaining admission there. The current mayor of Yanqing City was a graduate of one of Qinglong Academy's branches. His cultivation level had already surpassed the refining spirit realm. He could blow someone away with a single breath. Yet even in his youth, the mayor had never broken any records at Qinglong Academy, remaining just an ordinary student. Yet this Gu Chen had not only ranked first among the freshmen but also shattered Qinglong Academy's records, hailed as a genius unseen in the academy's century-long history. If such a prodigy had no connection to their family, they would merely gasp in astonishment upon hearing the news that Yanqing harbors such a genius. They might wistfully wish this prodigy were their own son. But what if their own daughter provoked such a prodigy? What if their family demanded revenge, or even urged them to report it to the police? Wouldn't that feel utterly terrifying? Setting aside who was right or wrong in this incident, even if Gu Chen was at fault, what then? First, he hadn't killed anyone or inflicted serious injury. He'd merely knocked out a few teeth, no other injuries beyond that. At worst, Gu Chen might serve 2 years in prison. But don't forget, Gu Chen is a student at Qinglong Academy and the top freshman. Even if his family has no connections, Qinglong Academy does. They won't stand by and watch him rot in prison, they'll pull him out. Moreover, putting Gu Chen behind bars would make him harbor deep resentment toward their family. Once he grows stronger or graduates, he'll become a major figure. Then, whether their family lives or dies would be decided by a single word from him. Therefore, retaliation was absolutely out of the question. The best course was to avoid police involvement and keep the matter quiet, letting it fade away. Tonight or tomorrow at the latest, they should bring gifts and offer a formal apology. Shuiru, listening beside her father as he described Gu Chen's terrifying status as the top freshman at Qinglong Academy, felt her heart tremble uncontrollably. She truly never imagined that her high school classmate would be accompanied by such a terrifying young man. He merely appeared somewhat delicate in appearance. Beyond that, she couldn't discern anything particularly remarkable about him. No matter how hard she racked her brain, she never would have guessed that boy was the top-ranked freshman in the Qinglong Academy competition. Had she known earlier, not even 10 times the courage would have made her dare to provoke him. She would have treated Yun Nuo like royalty, lavishing him with food and drink, never once resorting to cold sarcasm or subtle jabs. Of course, if she had a chance to get closer to Gu Chen, she wouldn't pass it up either. Alright, enough about that. I'll go see what kind of gift would be most appropriate for an apology. Remember, you absolutely must not provoke Gu Chen again. Even if he's with that girl, you must apologize and never cause trouble. If things take a turn for the worse, our entire family could end up with nowhere to bury our dead. Hearing their father's stern words, Shuiru and her mother both nodded nervously in agreement, vowing never to trouble the two of them again. After leaving the Shui residence, Gu Chen and Yun Nuo walked toward the property they intended to purchase. The property he'd selected online was roughly 300-400 square meters, spanning 2 floors with a 200 square meter grassy yard. It was a standalone house listed at 5 million yuan, negotiable. This price was not expensive. In fact, it was quite cheap, so Gu Chen decided to go take a look. Yun Nuo, walking beside him, seemed distracted. She was preoccupied with worries about potential retaliation for beating Shuiru at the Shui residence. After all, in her view, while the Shui family couldn't compare to the Yun family in its heyday, it still held considerable influence. Moreover, Gu Chen had initiated the physical altercation, putting them in the wrong. If the Shui family reported the incident and pursued legal action through proper channels, it would be entirely reasonable. Is Gu Chen really okay? What if the Shui family reports this? Rest assured, if I were the Shui family, I wouldn't report this to the police. As long as anyone in the Shui family still has a brain, they'd know better than to investigate me. Even if they had 8 times the courage, they wouldn't dare report me or arrest me. You can relax. Why wouldn't they dare arrest you? Hearing Yun Nuo's confusion, Gu Chen explained helplessly. Because I'm a student at Qinglong Academy and the top freshman, no less. As long as I don't drop out prematurely, I'm destined for greatness. Besides, I only knocked out a few of her teeth. They wouldn't risk antagonizing me over something like that. You're the top freshman at Qinglong Academy. Yun Nuo was stunned upon hearing Gu Chen claim he was the top freshman at Qinglong Academy. She had known he attended Qinglong Academy, but had no idea he was the top freshman. The difference between the two was vast, a world apart. Anyone who had been the top freshman at Qinglong Academy would, at the very least, become a mayor of a small city. That meant the man standing before her would, at the very least, become the mayor of a city someday. He was leagues ahead of her. At this thought, Yun Nuo felt inexplicably downcast for a moment. But she quickly recovered, grabbing Gu Chen's sleeve. Well, since everything's settled, let's hurry and look at apartments. I want a big bedroom facing the sunrise. Chapter 87, Conflict. At this thought, Yun Nuo felt inexplicably downcast, but she quickly recovered, grabbing Gu Chen's sleeve. Well, since everything's settled, let's hurry up and look at houses. I want a big bedroom facing the sunrise. Gu Chen promptly headed out into the rain toward the location of the house he had his eye on. This location was in the eastern part of Yenching, not too far from Qinglong Academy, about a 15-minute taxi ride. For Guchen, running there would cut the time down to just 5 or 6 minutes. The house he had his eye on was reportedly viewed by many, but few had actually made a purchase. The reason remained unclear. Guchen and Yun Nua quickly got out of the car. Surrounding them was a pond with a fountain. Behind the pond stood the sales office. The building was only about 3 meters tall, its walls clad in pale blue-white tiles. The first floor was the largest, the second floor smaller, and the third floor contained only a single unit of about 200 square meters, giving the entire structure a pyramid-like appearance. The paved area in front was laid with dark blue-black tiles. They felt pleasantly firm underfoot, offering a comfortable walking surface. The 2 security guards at the entrance, dressed in black suits, were assessed by Guchen. Their chi blood cultivation levels were both around the peak of the chi blood realm, not particularly high. Moreover, they were relatively old, both in their 40s, and this was essentially the highest realm they would reach in their lifetimes. Of course, this assumption held true in the absence of any extraordinary circumstances. Guchen then led Yun Nua toward the sales office. Passing the security guards, they entered the sales office, whose interior decoration was quite impressive, exuding a sense of opulent splendor. While Guchen personally preferred the classical elegance of architecture featuring small bridges and flowing streams, this opulent splendor was indeed quite impressive. However, in stark contrast to the architecture, the staff's attitude was neither warm nor cold. The young lady on duty didn't even bother to stand up to greet them. She remained seated, engrossed in her phone, not even lifting her head. Seeing this, Guchen pulled out his phone and contacted the staff member who had communicated with him online. "Hello, I'm here. Where are you?" Unbeknownst to Guchen, the moment he sent the message, the phone of the female employee sitting at the desk playing with her phone emitted a notification sound. The woman, who had been sitting at her workstation playing with her phone, glanced at the message before rising with a lackluster expression and walking toward Guchen and Yun Nua. "Just the 2 of you buying a house? That place is 5.6 million yuan, not a single yuan less. Can you 2 even afford it? If you can't afford it, don't waste my time. I'm busy. The world isn't as cheap as you 2 think, just looking at houses for fun." Guchen frowned at her words, glancing at his phone to check the chat message before shifting his gaze back to the woman. They'd been chatting so nicely online, so why did her attitude do a complete 180 when they met in person? Was it because she thought he was too young and couldn't afford it? That was downright snobbish. Seeing this, Guchen felt a surge of anger. It was the same with Yun Nua's best friend earlier. Once she found out Yun Nua had been disowned by the Yun family, her attitude did a complete 180. He had to step in and get revenge for her later. Now he was dealing with this saleswoman. They'd gotten along well online, but the moment she saw how young he was in person, her attitude flipped again. Are people this pragmatic nowadays? If you have money, they'll call you sir. If you don't, they treat you like dirt. It's enough to make anyone sick. So Guchen deliberately retorted. "What? Do I need to show proof of assets before buying a house from you? If I can't show you my bank balance, does that mean I can't buy your property? You're just a pure snob, aren't you?" The saleswoman frowned at Guchen's sharp tone. "Watch your language. Who are you calling a snob? Are you looking for a scolding? Don't push me. You're so young, yet you have no filter whatsoever." As the saleswoman's words grew increasingly sharp, anger began to rise within Guchen. "I came here to buy a house, and now I'm the one getting yelled at? Why should I put up with this?" Guchen shot back without hesitation. "I didn't call you a snob. I said old beast. How are you an old beast? That's not right. That shouldn't be an old beast, that's a female beast." Hearing Guchen call her a beast, the saleswoman's chest puffed out defiantly, clearly furious. "You! How dare you insult me?" But Guchen just shook his head. "Who called you names? I didn't call you names. I was just talking about a beast. Why would you admit you're that beast?" The saleswoman now found herself in a predicament. Retorting felt wrong, but staying silent felt even worse. Finally, she shouted toward the entrance. "Security guard! Someone's causing trouble here. Get him out of here." After shouting that, she finally exhaled, smugly glaring at Guchen and his companion as if to say, "I can't out-argue you, but I can get security to escort you out. If security asks you to leave, you'd better comply. With your skinny arms and legs, you're no match for those burly security guards." Besides, she'd heard that even the weakest of those guards were at the peak of the chi blood realm, and the security chief was rumored to be an alchemy-level martial arts expert. Dealing with these 2 youngsters? That'd be a piece of cake. After all, they were so young their strength couldn't be that formidable. As the woman called for security, guards quickly entered the lobby from outside and approached her side. She then proceeded to recount the incident with Guchen, embellishing every detail. After finishing, she grabbed the security guard's sleeve and tugged it gently. "Officer, these 2 scared me to death. They're so aggressive. They started complaining about everything the moment they walked in. I couldn't stand it, so I said a few words to them. Could you please kick them out? After you finish your shift, I know a great noodle place on the street. Let's grab a bite together." The security guard, his soul seemingly stolen by the saleswoman's charm. He quickly nodded with a smile. Sure. I'll get rid of them right away. With that, the security guard rolled up his sleeves and walked toward Gu Chen and Yun Nuo. When he reached them, his gaze instinctively lingered on Yun Nuo, then his eyes widened in astonishment. Perhaps it was because he rarely encountered such a strikingly beautiful woman as Yun Nuo. Come to think of it, Yun Nuo was indeed exceptionally attractive. Though still young, only 16 or 17, with features not yet fully developed, her innate grace and underlying beauty clearly marked her as the epitome of a great beauty. So it wasn't surprising that the security guard before him reacted this way. But perhaps the security guard recalled the woman at the sales office earlier promising to treat him to a meal after the matter was settled. And given that the woman before him possessed such striking looks and aura, it was clear she would never take a fancy to him. His expression turned cold as he said icily, "Hello, sir and madam. You are not welcome here. Please leave. If you refuse to cooperate, don't blame us for having to escort you out." As he spoke, the security guard prepared to push Gu Chen and Yun Nuo, intending to shove them out the door. But the security guard was only a Peak-Chi blood realm martial artist. How could he possibly budge Gu Chen? Even Yun Nuo, standing beside him, possessed slightly higher cultivation than this man. The security guard was instantly humiliated. Gu Chen didn't budge an inch. No matter how hard the guard pushed, he couldn't move the pair even a millimeter. Especially Gu Chen pushing against him felt like striking a thick steel plate. The sudden exertion even caused the guard's hand to ache. Seeing this, the security guard realized he'd hit a brick wall. Yet he refused to back down. After all, the woman he fancied was standing right beside him. How could he back down? If he did, wouldn't he lose all face? How could he ever hold his head high again in front of the woman he admired? With that thought, the security guard, unable to budge either of them, stopped pushing. Instead, he stepped back, pulled out his phone, and tapped a few keys. After tapping his phone a few times, he warned Gu Chen and Yun Nuo. "I know you two aren't ordinary people and may be quite powerful, but this is a society governed by law. I don't believe you can act with impunity. If you continue causing trouble here, I'll have no choice but to call the police. I doubt you two will remain so calm and collected when the police arrive." The saleswoman at the property office chimed in from the side. Yeah. So what if you're a little stronger? You're still broke as hell. Can't even afford a standalone house. Put. Get out of here now, or we'll call the police. We'll report you for causing a disturbance in public and have you locked up for days. Hearing this, Gu Chen and Yun Nuo exchanged glances, both suddenly recalling a recent incident where another family had threatened to call the police. But to this day, the police hadn't shown up. It seemed their analysis was correct, this whole thing would just fade away. Unexpectedly, the topic of calling the police came up again this afternoon during the house buying process. Would the police actually show up this time? Perhaps because Gu Chen and Yun Nuo exchanged glances without speaking, the security guard and the sales office woman assumed they were frightened. They pressed on. Scared? Let me tell you, being scared won't help. We're definitely calling the police about this. The saleswoman stared at Yun Nuo's face, her eyes brimming with increasingly obvious jealousy. She herself was plain-looking, though blessed with a more striking figure. That's why her envy toward exceptionally beautiful women was so palpable. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel resentful inside, wondering why she hadn't been born with such features, why she had to have an ordinary face. Why couldn't she be as outstanding as her figure? Gu Chen and Yun Nu exchanged another glance, both feeling speechless. They hadn't said a word, yet she seemed terrified. Her imagination was running wild. But they felt no fear about the possibility of being reported to the police. After all, compared to what had happened before, this was nothing. They hadn't hit anyone, nor had they cursed anyone. At most, they'd called certain people beasts. Strictly speaking, beasts were animals, and humans were animals too. So technically, they hadn't been wrong. Yun Nuo felt the same way. After what happened that morning, she'd grown somewhat immune to such incidents. So what if they called the police? Could the police really send them to jail? Gu Chen was the top freshman at Qinglong Academy. Could the academy really stand by and watch Gu Chen end up in jail or detention? Don't be ridiculous. For students like this, every school treats them like treasures, afraid they might transfer to another school and boost that institution's performance metrics. A school's reputation hinges on its students. The more outstanding the students, the stronger the school appears, attracting even more applicants the following year. Moreover, rumors that a school can't even protect its own students would severely damage its reputation. That's why schools will protect their students whenever possible, especially their top students. They'll sell the farm to keep them safe. Gu Chen, however, was the cream of the crop among these top students. His importance to the school went without saying. Any incident involving Gu Chen would warrant the school's immediate intervention, biting tooth and nail to protect him. This minor issue was nothing; a single phone call from the school would resolve it entirely. Yet for some reason, as Yun Nuo contemplated this, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Indeed, Gu Chen was exceptionally talented. He was a student so coveted that even Qinglong Academy fought to keep him, hailed as a genius born once in a century, the very hope of the academy. As for herself? Aside from being passably attractive, she had nothing remarkable about her. Her martial arts cultivation was mediocre, and she possessed no particular talents. And Gu Chen's looks were equally impressive, among the most striking even among the boys. She truly had no advantages whatsoever. That was why her mood had grown so low. But Gu Chen didn't know. When he saw Yun Nuo, he assumed her gloom stemmed from the house-buying ordeal, that she was simply fed up with the security guard and saleswoman before them. He resolved to wrap things up quickly and get this over with. With that thought, Gu Chen released the pressure of his vital energy, enveloping the two people still chattering incessantly before him. He deliberately controlled the intensity of his aura, careful not to accidentally crush them both. Before the pressure could fully envelop them, they sensed something was terribly wrong. The two sensed the youth's aura shift abruptly, as if he had transformed into a being from another dimension, cold, ruthless, and utterly intimidating. When Gu Chen's aura finally engulfed them, the saleswoman's knees buckled, and she collapsed to her knees. Instantly, her entire body was crushed to the ground by the overwhelming pressure. It felt as though a mountain had landed on her, leaving her unable even to utter a word. Her eyes were filled with shock and terror, but as the pressure intensified, all emotion vanished from her gaze, leaving only a pleading look. She begged Gu Chen to lift this blood pressure and spare her. The security guard, however, showed considerably more backbone. Though only at the Qi blood realm, his advanced age and formidable willpower gave him strength. Facing Gu Chen's pressure, he collapsed to his knees, unable to hold on any longer. Yet, he showed not the slightest sign of submission, gritting his teeth and clinging to his resolve. Seeing this, Gu Chen showed him no mercy, instantly increasing the pressure to the level of a forged bone realm cultivator. For a mere Qi blood realm security guard, this level of pressure felt like several mountains crushing down upon him. His bones cracked and popped, sounding as if they might snap at any moment. His breathing grew ragged and labored, his face swelling crimson as blood rushed to his eyes. Then Gu Chen walked up to the security guard, towering over him. "Well, do you submit?" Nearly crushed by Gu Chen's overwhelming aura, the security guard struggled desperately to break free. But the pressure was too immense, even using every ounce of strength, he couldn't escape. He managed to utter with great difficulty, "I admit it. I admit it." Hearing his surrender, Gu Chen gradually withdrew the pressure from his body. Only then did the security guard breathe a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground and gasping for fresh air. It took him a long while to stagger back to his feet. His eyes were filled with sheer terror at the brush with death. He had genuinely been on the verge of being crushed to death just now. The air in his lungs had been nearly squeezed out, and he felt as though his muscles, blood, and bones had been pinned down, leaving him utterly immobilized. It was terrifying. This was absolutely beyond the capabilities of a martial artist just one tier above him. At the very least, the youth before him was 2 major tiers higher, meaning he was at least a forged bone realm expert. This thought sent a chill through him. The youth before him looked barely 20 years old, yet he was already a forged bone realm expert? At that age, he had been nothing more than a struggling mid-stage Qi blood realm student. To think a youth his own age had already reached the forged bone realm, leaving him far behind, not even worthy of tying his shoes. He was undoubtedly a genius, a top-tier genius at that. And here he was, actually considering sending this supreme genius to prison or detention. What was he thinking? He wanted to slap himself twice, to snap out of it and see if he was dreaming. How could anyone cause such a huge disaster? And all this had started simply because he'd taken a liking to a woman and wanted to stand up for her. Truth be told, she seemed average to him, a decent figure, but nothing special in looks, temper, or personality. She constantly rubbed people the wrong way. This wasn't the first time he'd cleaned up after her, but this time, he simply couldn't handle it anymore. But the path was his own choice. Even if he'd made a mistake, he'd have to swallow the bitter consequences. After sorting through it all, the security guard stood up and bowed his fist toward Gu Chen. "Brother, I'm truly sorry. I was blind. Please forgive me for my mistake." He then took a step back, bowed deeply to Gu Chen, and left the lobby without looking back. The woman from the sales office was left standing alone. She wanted to come over and apologize, but her expression was timid and hesitant. Finally, seeing she couldn't delay any longer, she gritted her teeth, stepped forward, and knelt down with a thud. Her face twisted with bitterness as she apologized. "I'm so sorry, truly sorry. I shouldn't have judged you so harshly. Please forgive me. Weren't you here to view the property? I'll take you to see it right now. Let me tell you, that unit is fantastic. Many people want to see it, but I received word from the manager that it's being held for now. That's why I tried to scare you off with my attitude. But today, I can show you the place. We can even sign a contract right now. Once it's signed, even if the manager changes his mind later, it won't matter, the apartment is yours. It's truly wonderful, absolutely worth every penny. Would you like to see it? If so, I'll take you there immediately." Gu Chen nodded upon hearing this. He had already felt the property was promising when browsing online. Now it seemed genuinely desirable, otherwise, the saleswoman's manager wouldn't have insisted on holding it back. Seeing this, Gu Chen didn't hesitate. He motioned for the saleswoman to stand up and lead them to view the property. The saleswoman immediately stood up and respectfully led Gu Chen and Yun Nuo toward the location of the house they wished to see. Winding paths led through lush greenery. The landscaping within the community was exceptionally well maintained. When Gu Chen and the others arrived at the house, his eyes lit up. Before them stood a detached house covering several hundred square meters. The courtyard was enclosed by a wall, and the entrance featured a black gold iron gate. Gu Chen tapped it lightly, producing a crisp, resonant sound. It was a gate forged from solid steel. The sales agent then retrieved a key, unlocked the gate, and led them inside while providing a detailed introduction. This is the finest detached home in our entire development. It's nestled against the hillside, away from the street, the prime location. Plus, its courtyard is the largest among all the detached homes, spanning about 500 square meters, yet the price is comparable to the others. Moreover, the materials used for this house and its grounds are different from the others. They're sturdier. It's said the developer intended to keep this house for themselves, so the construction quality and materials are significantly better than the other homes. But I heard the developer moved south to live there, so this house became available for sale. Some clients have viewed it before, but I managed to fob them off. You two are probably the first clients to see this house in the past 2 months. Soon, Gu Chen followed the sales agent on a tour of the entire house and courtyard. By the end, he concluded, this house is good, really good. If he could buy it for 5 million, it would be a surefire win, a steal for the price. He then glanced at Yun Nuo beside him. Noticing his look, Yun Nuo immediately lifted her eyes to meet his. In her eyes, he saw satisfaction with the property. Clearly, she was also keen on it. Thus, Gu Chen decided to purchase it. He pulled out his phone to research the home buying process. After reviewing the steps, he informed the saleswoman he wanted to buy the property and as quickly as possible. Hearing Gu Chen's firm commitment, the saleswoman's face lit up with delight. She promptly returned to the office to print out the necessary documents. Gu Chen wasted no time, signed the papers after a quick review, and the transaction was settled. The saleswoman had sold the apartment, and Gu Chen had secured his new home. After closing, Gu Chen immediately contacted a renovation team, paid 2 million yuan for the work, and demanded the apartment be ready for occupancy within half a month. After handling the matter, Gu Chen was just about to return to the crematorium to cremate the body when his phone rang. He picked it up to see it was his roommate, Wang Li. After answering, Gu Chen heard Wang Li's voice, tinged with urgency. Gu Chen, where have you been all day? Wang Lily docked you dozens of points for skipping class today. She said because of your absence, she's going to fail you in the final exam. And somehow she found out you skipped this afternoon's class too. She's already contacted other professors to fail you in all their courses as well. The other teachers didn't agree with Wang Lily, but they didn't completely refuse either. They said if you don't show up tomorrow, you'll fail all your courses. Are you coming tomorrow? If you don't, you'll really fail everything. Failing at Qinglong Academy is way worse than at regular schools. You might not even graduate. Plus, the academy will dock some of your resources. When you try to break through to the next realm, you might not make it because of those missing resources. By then, it'll be too late for regrets. Hearing his roommate Wang Li's words, Gu Chen couldn't help but frown. Was Wang Lily planning to fail him? Just because he missed her class, she was planning to fail him? She was even contacting other teachers to get them to fail him too. Was this Wang Lily seriously out of her mind? Gu Chen couldn't help but inwardly complain. How could a teacher do something like this? It was disgusting. It was bad enough she failed him in her own class, but she was actually contacting other teachers to fail him too? Fortunately, the other professors were more principled, saying they'd only fail him if he skipped class again in the future, not immediately. But after pondering for a moment, Gu Chen decided failing wasn't such a big deal. After all, he didn't rely on those cultivation technique courses to survive, nor did he depend on those resources. She only needed to attend the classes she enjoyed. If she failed the others, so be it, no big deal. As for the school's resources? Let them dock points. He still had 2,000 credits in reserve. If they didn't give him another 2,000 points next semester, he wouldn't hesitate to turn his back on them. Besides, attending classes inevitably cut into his time at the crematorium. Delaying cremation slowed his progress in accumulating incineration points, essentially hindering his path to becoming stronger. So skipping courses he disliked or didn't need was no big deal. Fail them if he had to. With that thought, Gu Chen turned to his roommate, Wang Li. No worries. Let her fail if she wants. I don't need those resources. Remember? I got 2,000 points for being top freshman. That'll last me ages. Don't stress. Just focus on your martial arts training. Don't let me leave you too far behind. As for teacher Wang Lily targeting me, don't worry about it. I'll handle it when the time comes. Trust me, she's just an ordinary teacher. Once my strength grows stronger, we'll see if she dares to cross me again. Wang Li listened to Gu Chen's words on the other end of the line without responding immediately. After a pause of 2 or 3 seconds, he finally continued. Alright, since you've got your own plans, I won't pry. Oh, by the way, our dorm's having a mixer with the girls' dorm this Sunday. You coming? If you come, I'll save you a spot. I heard the girls from that dorm are all pretty, and one of them is supposedly the campus beauty queen, well, the one about to be crowned. She looks stunning in photos. If you don't show up, I'm going to make my move. Gu-chen listened to the words on the other end of the line and couldn't help but tease. You're going to make a move? Do you think the campus beauty would even notice you? She'd have to notice you first before you could make a move. Otherwise, wouldn't that just be a frog trying to eat swan meat? Wang Li couldn't help but complain upon hearing Gu-chen's words. What can I do? Not everyone's like you, gifted, strong, and good-looking. I'll just have to use my own tactics to chase her. But it's fine if the queen bee isn't interested. The other 3 girls in her dorm are pretty too. I just need to win over one of them. Alright, good luck then. Just don't end up getting chased by the girls. Or if you actually win her over and find you can't beat her up, you'll be in for a world of pain, haha. Hearing Gu-chen's words, Wang Li on the other end of the phone felt a bit down. He genuinely feared marrying a wife only to find himself beaten daily by her, suffering terribly. After hanging up on Wang Li, Gu-chen hurried to the crematorium with Yun Nuo, continuing the task of incinerating bodies. After all, cremating bodies was his main business, the foundation for strengthening his abilities and establishing himself in this strange world. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Gu-chen stretched comfortably in his small hut at the crematorium. Another fresh day. Keep pushing forward, my incineration points are about to break through the 3,000 mark. Oh, right, today's supposed to be the move-in date for that house. I should swing by later to check it out. After muttering to himself, Gu-chen pulled out his phone and called Yun Nuo to mention the likely completion of the house renovation. On the other end, Yun Nuo heard the news and instantly leaped off the hotel bed in excitement. She bounced a few times on the mattress, then, fearing she might break it, hopped happily on the floor instead. This is great. I finally don't have to stay in a hotel anymore. I'm sick of it. Every day I walk in and there's just a bed, nothing else. It feels so insecure. I didn't mind staying in hotels before, but after so long, it's just unbearable. Hey, Gu-chen, make sure to ask them if it's really finished. If it is, go inspect it. I want to move into the new place. I'm done with hotels. Gu-chen listened to Yun Nuo's cheerful voice and her complaints about the hotel, a slight smile playing on his lips. He agreed, then picked up his phone again to call the renovation crew. Hello, this is the owner of the unit in Tianhu Residential Complex. Is my apartment finished? Good day, sir. The renovation was completed yesterday. If you'd like, you can come inspect it today. I'll send someone to assist you. Upon hearing the foreman confirm completion, Gu-chen said he'd stop by shortly. After hanging up, he called Yun Nuo again to tell her the apartment was ready and suggested they go together. Upon hearing the news, Yun Nuo immediately told Gu-chen she'd head out right away to meet him at the newly renovated apartment. After hanging up, Gu-chen didn't wait long. About 20 minutes later, he saw Yun Nuo walk into the crematorium. Gu-chen informed the crematorium supervisor and hurried out toward the newly renovated house. Half an hour passed quickly. Gu-chen and Yun Nuo arrived at the residential complex where the sales office stood, the very place where their conflict had erupted earlier. They walked past the sales office and approached the entrance to their detached house. The door to the detached house was different now. It was made of dark wood, with steps leading up to it. Pushing the door open, they found the surroundings completely transformed. The ground in the courtyard had been paved, while the back remained untouched, perfect for planting vegetables later. Stepping inside, Gu-chen felt as though he had entered a mansion straight out of a television show. The interior decoration was quite impressive, radiating both warmth and opulence. The floor tiles featured a wood grain pattern with a rich texture, while the living room boasted a soaring ceiling that created an expansive, airy feel. The first floor primarily housed communal areas, with only 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a shared bathroom. The second floor featured bedrooms, a study, a gaming room, and 2 bathrooms. The third floor contained a card and board game room, a storage area, a large balcony, and a terrace. After touring the entire space, Gu-chen was generally satisfied. The renovation team had worked meticulously, paying attention to every detail and corner. There was no sign of the cost-cutting shortcuts often mentioned online. Perhaps because he had spent generously, they hadn't skimped on anything. Shortly after, the renovation crew arrived. Neither Gu-chen nor Yun Nuo noticed any issues and were quite satisfied. Gu-chen proceeded to settle the final payment and dismiss the workers. However, just as he was preparing to pay, he suddenly noticed that the neighbors were also renovating. Their construction debris, loaded into wheelbarrows, had been dumped right at the entrance to Gu-chen's new home, likely because the designated waste disposal area was too far away and they wanted to take the easy way out. Gu-chen's expression darkened. The neighbors' crew showed a complete lack of civic responsibility, dumping their trash right at someone else's doorstep. He then glanced at his own renovation crew, who were preparing to collect payment. The representative sent to assist with the inspection immediately waved his hands, indicating it wasn't his crew. That's not my crew. My workers dispose of all debris at the property management's designated dump site. Besides, I don't recognize the people working next door. They don't look like professional renovators, probably just doing it themselves. Though annoyed, Guchen promptly settled the payment and stepped outside to visit the neighbors. The neighboring unit had a similar layout to his own but was a full-size smaller overall, essentially a scaled-down version of his apartment. However, its perimeter wall was inferior. The salesperson had been right, the home he now occupied was indeed one of the developer's retained units. Instead of immediately confronting them about dumping trash at his doorstep, Guchen politely knocked on the newly installed iron gate outside the wall. Knock knock knock. The construction workers inside heard the knocking and came to the gate. A young man in his 30s emerged, wearing gloves, a plain white t-shirt, dirty jeans, and sneakers splattered with specks of either cement or plaster. The young man pushed open the gate with a hint of impatience. Without clearly seeing who was there, he asked irritably, "Who is it? Can't you see we're busy? This is annoying." When he recognized Guchen, his irritation deepened and he snapped rudely, "What kid is this? Get over there and play. Don't bother your big brother trying to work here." He started to close the door and return to work, but Guchen wouldn't let him go. He stepped in front of him and explained his purpose. "Hey, buddy, I live in the building next door." Guchen gestured toward his own residence, then pointed at the pile of trash by the door. "I just saw your family dump their garbage right outside our entrance. It's really inconvenient. Could you please take it to the trash bin set up by the property management next time?" But who knew that this man in his 30s would glance at the pile of trash next to Guchen's home, snort disdainfully, and continue with contempt. "Inconvenient? I think it's perfectly convenient. It's just a pile of trash by the door. It's not blocking the entrance, it's just placed to the side." Guchen was speechless at the man's unreasonable response but kept his composure and said, "You're dumping trash right at my doorstep. Of course it's affecting me, otherwise I wouldn't have come over to talk to you." But the man in his 30s shot back defiantly. "Let me ask you this, is it blocking your entrance? Is it stopping you from leaving? No, right? Then why are you even complaining? This is so annoying. I've got a ton of work to do and you're just making trouble." With that, he turned his back on Guchen and went inside to continue working. Chapter 88, The Neighbor Gets His Comeuppance. Watching his back disappear without a glance back, Guchen felt a surge of anger welling up inside him. He wanted to charge over and give him a good thrashing. Let him learn whether littering was a good habit or a bad one. Didn't it affect others? Would a decent person dump their trash at someone else's doorstep? That's just so uncivilized. With that thought, Guchen knocked on his door again. But after pounding for a long while, there was no response from inside. This only fueled Guchen's anger further. Fine. So this is how my new neighbor does things? Picking on him, dumping trash right at his doorstep. Yun Nuo, who had been in the courtyard, now approached Guchen. She had witnessed the entire scene at the door and was equally furious. She couldn't help but vent her anger at how utterly uncivilized this new neighbor was dumping trash right at someone else's doorstep. But after venting, she stepped in to stop Guchen, who was still seething. She tried to calm him down. "Guchen, don't get so worked up. It's not worth getting upset over people like that. Come on, let's keep touring our new place." She stepped forward, took Guchen's arm, and led him toward the new house. Guchen let her lead her back to their doorstep. Yet, as they passed the pile of trash by the entrance, Guchen suddenly halted, her gaze fixed on the heap. Yun Nuo, beside him, immediately asked, "What's wrong, Guchen?" Guchen stared at the trash heap, then glanced at Yun Nuo, a faint smile curling his lips. "No worries, I just had a brilliant idea. I know exactly how to deal with this new neighbor." Guchen then walked toward his own courtyard. The construction crew's representative hadn't left yet. Spotting Guchen, he exchanged a few more polite words. Just as he was about to depart, Guchen suddenly said, "Oh, by the way, do you have any of those small carts? You know, the kind used for trash, but also for hauling stuff? Could you sell me one? Don't worry, I won't shortchange you." "A cart?" The handover representative nodded. "Sure, I'll get one for you shortly. It's not worth much anyway, consider it a gift." Guchen didn't refuse. About half an hour after the staff left, a small cart pulled into his yard. The cart was about a meter long and roughly 80 centimeters wide, a fairly large one for its type. It featured a single front wheel, 2 rear support points, and a body made of sheet metal. Guchen pushed the cart back to the pile of trash by his door. More garbage had been added since he last checked, likely dumped by someone else recently. Guchen showed no irritation at the sight. He simply fetched a shovel and piled the garbage onto the cart. Yun Nuo, who had been curious about why Guchen needed the cart, approached and watched as he loaded the trash. She asked, "Are you planning to load this trash into the cart and dump it at the garbage station?" Hearing Yun Nuo's question, Guchen pondered for a moment before replying. "Yes, that's right. I'll load it up and then dump it at the garbage station." Hearing Guchen's plan, Yun Nuo stepped in to help. Together, they quickly loaded the cart with the trash. However, they only managed to fit about half of it in. The remaining half would need to be transported in another trip since the cart was already full. "Alright, we're done loading. You take it to the dumpster. I'll wait here for you, and then we'll start the next trip." Without explanation, Guchen pushed the cart to the neighbor's door. Seizing the handle with one hand, he leaped suddenly, soaring 5 or 6 meters into the air with the cart and trash in tow. Then, gripping the cart's handle, he swung it forcefully toward the neighbor's yard. The trash inside the cart scattered like flowers falling from the sky, drifting down into the neighbor's yard. The pile contained plastic, gravel, small steel nails, and construction debris, a complex mix. After Guchen dumped the mess, the yard erupted in screams and curses. How the hell is there so much gravel falling from the sky? It's hurting like hell. There are steel nails in it too. Get out of the way, quick. Holy, why are there cement chunks too? Hit me right on the head. It hurts so bad, I'm bleeding. Get out of the way. Look at this huge rock. Get out of the way. Is this falling from the sky or did someone throw it? Are you stupid? Of course someone threw them. Does construction debris fall from the sky? Besides rain, hail, and snow, have you ever seen anything else fall? You big dummy. Besides these male voices, there was also a woman's voice. What did you do? Did Syria bomb this place? Look at this room, the freshly plastered walls are cracked again, the floor's shattered, and I just cleaned this mess only to have it ruined. We didn't do this. That pile of junk just fell out of the sky. Who knows who threw it? Are we idiots? Why would we litter on freshly cleaned floors and ruin the walls and cement we just finished? This definitely wasn't us. We just finished building that wall, why would we ruin it? Plus, I got hit pretty hard too. Look at my forehead, some random piece of concrete must have fallen from the sky and smacked me. Let me see. Oh my, it's bleeding and swollen. You got hurt too. Then look at this trash on the ground. None of this is what we threw out earlier, right? See this building material? I threw half of it. Look at this mark, that's from when I fell. And this half drill bit? I snapped it in two just now to make the wall smoother. I remember every mark. Who threw the trash back after we just tossed it out? I distinctly remember piling it right by that kid's doorstep. Could he have thrown it back? But that doesn't make sense, we didn't see anyone. He wouldn't have the strength to hurl all this junk back into the yard in one go. As the people in the yard began discussing where the trash had come from, Guchen had already landed steadily on the ground. He then grabbed the wheelbarrow and loaded the remaining half of the trash into it. Yun Nuo, watching nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. Only when Guchen finished loading the second half did she finally ask, "Is this what you meant by the trash station? So the garbage station you mentioned is just dumping trash back into people's yards?" Hearing Yun Nuo's question, Guchen spread his hands and replied, "Yeah, exactly. Isn't their place a garbage station? If it wasn't, why would they throw trash outside? Besides, I think the people living there are trashy too. So piling the garbage back in their yard is perfectly fine. After all, trash belongs with trash. Move aside, I need to dump this back in their yard." Yun Nuo obediently stepped aside, letting Guchen push the cart past. But when she saw him leap up again and toss the trash back into the neighbor's yard, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Guchen, how mean can you be? They worked so hard to clean up their trash and you just dump it back on them. Just wait till they come out. See if they don't give you trouble. I won't be helping you then." With that, Yun Nuo turned and walked straight back into the courtyard. Meanwhile, Guchen landed after tossing the mid-air trash into the neighbor's yard once more. He glanced at Yun Nuo entering the house, then pricked up his ears to listen for sounds from next door. Soon, another wave of screams erupted from the neighbor's house, followed by a torrent of curses. "Damn it! That bastard threw trash over again. Quick, get out of the way. Getting hit by that won't be pretty. This trash must be from that kid next door. No one else would do this. He must be getting back at us for dumping our garbage by his door. Little Lee's right. It's probably our neighbor tossing trash over here. Duck, duck. Getting hit by that rebar won't be pretty, you'd be bedridden for at least 2 weeks. And that cement block. Get out of the way. One hit could take half your life. You might spend the rest of your days bedridden. What kind of person is our neighbor? How could he throw trash into our yard? This is outrageous. How could they be so cruel? We only piled our trash at their doorstep. Is dumping it back really necessary? What if someone gets hit? They could get seriously injured. Will they cover the medical bills? What about hospitalization costs? And what if it kills someone? Anything could happen. If it kills someone, that guy could end up in jail. We have to confront him and demand compensation. Look at all these bruises and cuts. He should pay us 100,000 yuan. How can it be 100,000? That's too little. With all of us injured, it should be at least 500,000. 500,000 is still too little. Don't forget our renovation got wrecked by this stuff too. We need to double it, make it around million. Fine, let's go with 1,000,000 yuan compensation. Let's go find him now. If he dares refuse, we'll wreck his new place. Right on. That's the plan." Guchen, pushing his cart at the gate, heard his neighbors gathering and immediately wheeled his cart back into his own courtyard. He then turned to Yun Nuo, who was standing nearby ready to watch the show, and said, "The neighbors are coming. Be careful not to slip up. Just say I've been home the whole time, never went out, and don't know anything about the trash. That trash wasn't mine. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Yun Nuo gave a half smile and made an okay gesture. She then sat quietly on the garden steps, waiting for the neighbors to arrive. It didn't take long for Gu Chen to be kept waiting. Within a minute or two, the neighbors arrived in full force at his doorstep. Peering through the door crack, Gu Chen saw a group of about 5 people. 4 men and 1 woman, including the young man in his 30s. Upon reaching the door, they didn't bother knocking. Instead, they kicked it open with a loud thud. Open up. I know you're in there. Get out here. I know you dumped that trash. Come out now. If you don't, I'll break this door down. You little brat, open up. You dare dump trash at our doorstep? You think you're tough? Asking for a beating? So what if I dumped trash at your doorstep? What's wrong with that? Besides, it doesn't block your way. Can you open the door? Is it really blocking your path? Of course not. You're a real snake in the grass. Open the door now. If you don't, we're calling the cops. Listening to the commotion outside, Gu Chen slowly opened the door. Then he said lazily, "What's all the commotion? What's all the commotion? Can't a person get some rest?" Seeing Gu Chen emerge, the man in his 30s who had been taking out the trash immediately stepped forward, ready to grab Gu Chen by the collar. But Gu Chen's reflexes were far quicker than theirs. As the man reached out, Gu Chen quietly leaned back, evading the grab. Seeing Gu Chen evade his grab, the man froze momentarily. He lunged forward again, but Gu Chen dodged once more. This time, the man in his 30s didn't persist in grabbing his collar. As if realizing he couldn't catch him, he gave up. Instead, he demanded angrily, "Did you dump our trash? You've got some nerve. I just left it by your doorstep. Did it even block your way? Yet you dumped it on us, smashing my head open. Look at this bruise. And you wrecked our renovation. I'm telling you, this won't settle for less than $1 million." Behind the young man stood a middle-aged man in his 50s. Wearing a plaid shirt, he bore a resemblance to the 30-something youth before him, likely father and son. After the young man finished speaking, the older man added, "Young man, show some conscience. Even if we were wrong to leave trash at your doorstep, you shouldn't have dumped it back inside our home. You injured someone and wrecked our newly installed flooring. By any measure of fairness, you should compensate us for the damage. Wouldn't you agree? Of course, if you don't want to compensate us, that's fine too. But don't blame us for calling the police. Then you might end up doing time for intentional assault and property damage. But I don't think it's necessary to go that far. After all, you can afford a house like this. $1 million or so isn't much for you, is it? Exactly. You beat my son to a pulp." The only woman in the group stepped forward, pointing her finger right at Gu Chen's nose as she unleashed a torrent of accusations. "Let me tell you, beating up my son isn't just about paying money. I'm going to sue you. Just wait to go to jail. He's my only precious son. How could I let you bully him?" Gu Chen listened to their incessant chatter, feigning ignorance as he spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "You say your house was trashed by some trash? I have no idea what you're talking about. You wouldn't be suspecting me of doing this, would you? Heaven knows I was home the whole time. I didn't step outside once. I had no idea what was happening outside. Your house being vandalized and your injuries, it really has nothing to do with me. I was home the entire time, didn't leave the house. Please believe me." After speaking, Gu Chen stood rooted to the spot, his face wearing an expression of utter innocence. After Gu Chen's series of moves, the once fiercely confrontational family suddenly seemed deflated. They exchanged glances and began whispering among themselves. Was it really him who dumped the trash? I don't think it was him. How could it not be him? He definitely dumped that trash. Who else would move it? Only he would, because it was blocking the entrance and ruining the view. So he must have thrown it in our yard. I doubt it. He seemed sincere, and that much trash? He tossed it all into our yard in 2 quick moves. That takes serious strength. Who knows? Maybe he hired someone to dump it. After all, that guy lives in a detached house with a private yard. He must have some connections. Could be he really did get someone to dump the trash in our place. Now that you mention it, that makes sense. It's very likely that kid did it. Right, it must be him. No one else had a motive. After they finished discussing, the man in his 30s approached Gu Chen again. "Kid, I know you did this. There's no point in denying it. Besides you, no one else would do something like this." Hearing his words, Gu Chen turned his gaze toward him and replied with a hint of amusement. "Oh?" He closed his eyes, refusing to look at him anymore. The man in his 30s was instantly enraged and shouted angrily. "What the hell do you think you're doing? You don't want to pay up, do you? Let me tell you, you're paying for this today whether you like it or not. Otherwise, you're not leaving this house alive." The moment he finished speaking, the entire family behind him closed in, making it clear that unless Gu Chen offered a reasonable explanation, he wouldn't be leaving this door today. Trapped in the center, Gu Chen remained unflappable. Joking aside, why should he panic? As a master at the Unity realm level, he could tear these people apart with a mere flick of his wrist. That's precisely why he remained utterly unfazed as they closed in. What? You lot think you can take me on? Gu-Chen, completely unfazed, thrust his chest forward and charged straight at the man in his 30s. The young man stumbled backward under the force of Gu-Chen's chest. Frustrated, the man took a short dash to build momentum for a charge at Gu-Chen. But Gu-Chen stood immovable as a mountain. Instead, the man in his 30s seemed to have collided with a reinforced concrete pillar. He stumbled back 2 steps, crouched down, clutched his chest, and cried out in pain. Yet after only 2 cries of pain, he charged again, refusing to believe his misfortune. This time, he collided with far greater force, nearly at full strength. Gu-Chen remained standing, neither dodging nor retreating. The two collided, followed by a series of sharp cracking sounds. The man in his 30s let out a wretched howl before collapsing to the ground, spitting blood. Gu-Chen sensed the damage with his chi and blood perception. Roughly 5 or 6 ribs and sternum bones were fractured, though not critically severe. This sudden turn of events terrified his family members, who rushed to check on the young man in a state of complete panic. Only after dialing 120 did they remember Gu-Chen, the alleged culprit. Several rushed to confront him, hurling insults. "You animal! Throwing trash at our house is bad enough, but you actually hurt someone? Look what you did to my son, this is too serious. Mark my words, you won't get away with this. I'm calling the police. You'll pay for every penny of the medical bills and damages. What's your name? Tell me now. Otherwise, if you run away, I won't know where to find you. And hand over your ID card immediately. That way, if you flee, we can track you down. Give me your ID card. Did you hear me?" Ignoring the young man's mother's demands, Gu-Chen pretended not to hear. He scratched his ear, then calmly addressed the group below the steps. "Let me make this clear, this is my home now. You're trespassing. I have every right to call the police and have you arrested. You should consider yourselves lucky to be here. In other countries, trespassing like this would give me the right to pull out my gun and shoot every last one of you dead without facing a single consequence. But here, trespassing is still illegal. I'm asking you to leave my home immediately. And let me clarify again, I did not place that trash in your house. As for why it's there, I have no idea. And if you really suspect me, go check the surveillance footage. You should be able to see it. But now, please leave my home immediately." After uttering these words, Gu-Chen personally intervened, displaying astonishing speed and overwhelming strength. One by one, he hurled them out the door, including the severely injured youth lying on the floor. When they finally came to their senses, they found themselves standing outside Gu-Chen's doorstep. It felt like the entire incident had been a dream. But the young man lying on the ground assured them it was no dream, it was all real. After about 10 minutes of recovery, the young man's mother suddenly screamed. "What are you all standing around for? Quickly call 120. And call the police too. I refuse to believe we can't handle him." However, one of the 5 pointed out that the process hadn't been simple. They hadn't even had time to react before Gu-Chen had tossed them outside. This proved Gu-Chen's formidable strength, he was at least several levels above them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been thrown out without realizing it, only discovering they were outside after landing. Besides, having such a skilled neighbor was actually a blessing. But now that things had escalated to this point, they were at a loss on how to handle it. Calling the police was truly the last resort. The others found this reasoning compelling, especially the young man's father, a businessman who understood weighing pros and cons. After a moment of silence, he said, "Let's hold off on the police for now. We'll see after he gets checked at the hospital. If his injuries are serious, we'll call the police to handle it. If they're minor, we'll settle this privately. I'm partly to blame for this. I shouldn't have been so impulsive and gone straight to confront him." At that moment, another man spoke up. "Dad doesn't blame you. After all, none of us knew the new neighbors were so skilled. That's just too strong. If it were anyone else, we wouldn't have taken this silent beating. And what you said earlier makes sense, why should they dump their trash back at our place? That's too much. If it were me, I'd have gone to confront them too, demanding compensation for the damage. And I say we call the police. Let them handle it. No matter how skilled the new neighbors are in martial arts or martial cultivation, can they really take on the police? Even if they're stronger than the officers handling the case, this is a country governed by law. Strength means little against the rule of law. So I still suggest we call the police immediately and let them handle it. Besides, didn't he mention surveillance? We can review the footage to see exactly who dumped that trash and caused such damage." Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. "Alright, let's call the police first and let them handle it. I refuse to believe we'd be wronged when we're in the right. If we suffer a loss, then there's no justice in this world, and good people won't be rewarded anymore." "Exactly. I refuse to believe good people go unrewarded. Our whole family are decent folks, heaven will surely look out for us." After a few more words of lamentation, the young man's father addressed the group. "Alright, it's settled. I'll go retrieve the surveillance footage to review the details." The group then helped the young man in his 30s, who was lying on the ground, away from Gu-Chen's doorstep. They waited for the ambulance and police to arrive. About 20 minutes later, the 120 ambulance arrived. They lifted the young man off the ground and carried him into the vehicle, transporting him to the hospital. The mother of one of the 5 men accompanied the young man into the ambulance, while the remaining 3 continued waiting for the police. Another 20 minutes passed before a dark blue police car pulled up in front of the 3. 2 uniformed officers stepped out. Noticing the trio waiting, they asked, "Did you call the police?" The remaining 3 nodded urgently, confirming they had made the call. They explained the assailant was their neighbor, and the injured man had been taken to the hospital. Upon hearing their explanation, the officers made no comment but instead knocked on the door of Gu Chen's house next door. "Hello, we're the officers responsible for this area's security. Please open the door. Your neighbors claim you harmed their family and dumped trash in their yard. We're here to verify the situation. Hello? Anyone there? Please open the door." Hearing the police handling the situation outside, Gu Chen didn't hesitate and opened the door immediately. After opening the door, Gu Chen saw 2 officers standing there. They both looked young, likely recent graduates. Normally, such situations were handled by a senior and a junior officer together. It was rare to see 2 rookies like this. This shouldn't be happening. Gu Chen glanced behind the 2 officers and quickly spotted a plainclothes veteran cop in the police van behind them, watching the situation unfold. Gu Chen thought to himself, it can't be just 2 rookies handling this. There must be a veteran supervising them. That older officer in the back seat is the seasoned cop, keeping an eye on the overall situation to prevent any unforeseen consequences. Gu Chen then addressed the 2 young officers. "Hello, what's the matter?" Gu Chen fixed his gaze on the 2 young officers. Both stood around 1.8 meters tall, their complexions pale, likely from frequent night shifts. Dark circles under their eyes confirmed their night shift routine. Both officers froze when they saw Gu Chen. His appearance was striking, a perfect 6-foot frame, lean yet muscular, with fair, glowing skin and piercing eyes. He radiated an air of refined elegance and vitality, the kind of face that would make him the school heartthrob. His looks were undeniably striking. Moreover, they couldn't sense any vital energy fluctuations emanating from him. Typically, failing to sense vital energy meant the other party's cultivation level was likely superior to their own. Since they couldn't detect his energy fluctuations, they couldn't gauge his strength, and when strength couldn't be judged, it almost always meant he was above them. After pondering this, the 2 officers exchanged a glance before addressing him solemnly. "Good day, sir. We received a report that you injured someone and discarded trash in another person's home, causing damage and harm. We're here to investigate the incident. Please cooperate with our inquiry." Upon hearing the officer's words, Gu Chen nodded in agreement. Seeing his nod, one officer pulled out a notebook and began taking details. "What were you doing approximately 1 hour ago?" Gu Chen answered directly. "About an hour ago, I was sleeping inside my house. Then I heard knocking. I saw my neighbor and a group of people kicking my door aggressively. After they kicked it open, they stood in my yard, insisting I had dumped trash in their yard. But I didn't. I was sleeping inside the whole time. I didn't go anywhere." "Okay, I understand." The officer jotted down Gu Chen's statement in his notebook. Hearing Gu Chen flatly deny dumping trash in their yard, the neighboring family grew visibly annoyed. "Officer, he's lying. That trash was dumped in our yard by him. We used to pile our garbage by their door, and he resented it. When we weren't looking, he dumped all the trash into our yard, injuring several people. Look at my head and shoulders, they're covered in bruises. My son got beaten up by Gu Chen when he confronted him and is on the way to the hospital right now. You have to stand up for us." "Exactly. Look at the huge bump on my head, feel it. It's bruised and swollen. You can't protect a criminal like this." Hearing the neighbors' cries of injustice and accusations that they were shielding the culprit, the 2 officers instinctively furrowed their brows. They opened their mouths to say, "Enough shouting. We'll make our own judgment. Now it's your turn, tell us what happened." Hearing the officers ask for the sequence of events, the neighbors immediately chimed in all at once. "Officer, here's what happened. We were renovating our place and had a lot of construction debris. Since the dumpster was far away, we put it by their doorstep. But I swear, it was just by the door, not blocking anything, and we talked it over with them. But who knew that less than 2 hours later, while we were still working inside, the trash we'd left at their doorstep suddenly started raining down on us like a storm. It hit us hard, injuring everyone. Furious, we went over to confront them. But that jerk refused to admit he'd thrown it back, and in a fit of rage, he beat my son so badly he ended up in the hospital. That's the whole story, officer. You must help me get justice. I'm being wronged. Is there no justice in this world?" The 2 officers listened to the neighbors' cries of injustice, feeling somewhat speechless. They were also troubled by the conflicting accounts from both sides. One officer immediately went to the property management office to request the neighborhood surveillance footage. Seeing the police heading for the tapes, the neighbor's expression turned smug. "Didn't expect that, did you? With the footage, I'll make sure you pay compensation and apologize. Not a single thing will be spared. Someone like you actually dared to hit someone? This time, you'll learn your lesson. Once we get the footage, you'll kneel and apologize to me. Then you'll clean up all my trash and restore everything to how it was." His words were utterly arrogant. Even the other officer standing nearby shook his head, seemingly exasperated by such behavior. The officer left quickly and returned just as swiftly, coming back from the property management office in about 10 minutes. The neighbors immediately crowded around, their faces beaming with excitement. "So, did the footage show him dumping trash in our place?" But reality dealt them a harsh blow. The returning officer explained that the surveillance system hadn't been fully installed yet in this newly built neighborhood, so nothing could be seen. This meant both parties were now locked in a he said she said situation. Without surveillance footage, there was no way to determine who was telling the truth. Gu Chen's neighbors were stunned, but he quickly regained his composure and pressed on. "Officer, you must believe me. He really dumped trash on our house, injured us, and even beat my son so badly he's in the hospital. Please believe me. I spent every penny I had to buy this place. Now my son is hospitalized and we have no money for treatment. Officer, you have to help me." The two young officers watched the elderly man weeping bitterly, their faces betraying a hint of distaste. They'd handled countless cases like this, nearly 500 in just 2 years since graduating. Despite the old man's pitiful story, they suspected he'd orchestrated the whole thing. And even if he wasn't the main culprit, why dump trash at someone else's doorstep? Is someone else's doorstep your personal territory? Why dump it there instead of your own? Isn't it because you find the sight and smell of trash at your own door unsightly? Throwing it at someone else's doorstep solves everything? If they dumped it back in your yard, it wouldn't be unreasonable. It's your trash after all. Even if someone got beaten up over it, they'd deserve it. Who told you to have no sense of responsibility? As for the young neighbor, he clearly has integrity and looks like a decent person, not someone who'd do such a thing. Now that the surveillance footage is gone, this case is practically unsolvable. It'll likely be swept under the rug. Even if the old man's family isn't satisfied and takes it to court, they'll probably waste their money due to insufficient evidence. After sorting through the details, the two officers exchanged another knowing glance, each understanding the other had seen through the situation. One of them addressed the old man. "All right, we understand the situation. Without the surveillance footage, many details remain unconfirmed. We'll discuss how to proceed and get back to you. Wait for our update at home. As for your son's injuries, cover the costs for now. We'll inform you once the matter is resolved. Just wait patiently for the outcome." After saying this, the officers greeted Gu Chen again with the same words before stepping out of his home and returning to their vehicle. Once they were seated, the veteran officer in the car asked how the situation had been handled. The two young officers recounted the entire incident, emphasizing the absence of surveillance or other recording devices, and shared their own theories. Chapter 89, Shocking Turn at the Crematorium Escape. Well, now that the surveillance was gone, the case was essentially dead in the water. It would most likely be swept under the rug. Even if the old man's family refused to accept it, they could at most sue them in court. But they'd likely end up wasting their money due to insufficient evidence, nothing to show for it. After the two officers had thoroughly analyzed the situation, they exchanged another knowing glance. Recognizing that the other had grasped the case's essence, one addressed the elderly man beside them. "All right, we've taken note of the situation. But without surveillance footage, many details remain unverifiable. We need to discuss internally how to proceed. You can wait at home for our update. Regarding your son's injuries, you'll need to cover the medical expenses up front. Once we have a resolution, we'll inform you of the next steps. Just stay home and await the outcome." After the two officers finished speaking, they exchanged farewells with Gu Chen, repeating the same words, then stepped out of his home and returned to their vehicle. Once they were seated, the senior officer in the vehicle was asked about the case's progress. The two young officers recounted the entire incident, emphasizing the lack of surveillance or other recording devices, and shared their theory. They suggested the elderly man's family had likely been harassing the new neighbors by dumping trash at their doorstep. However, the newcomers weren't pushovers and had retaliated by dumping the garbage back into the elderly family's yard. The elderly family had been injured by the flying trash and went to confront the neighbors, only to discover the neighbors were no ordinary people. Instead, they ended up injuring the neighbor's son, who was hospitalized. The senior officer also shared his prediction that the matter would likely be swept under the rug. After hearing the entire account from the two officers, the veteran cop nodded and said, "Incidents like this, without surveillance, become a tangled mess. Each side has their own version of the truth, and no one will admit fault. Besides these two families, there were no third-party witnesses. That means only they know what really happened." After saying this, the veteran officer offered the two officers a word of praise. "You handled this well. You didn't let that old man sway you to his side. Just stick to the facts and follow standard procedures. And look at that boy, don't let his age fool you. His martial arts cultivation is undoubtedly high, possibly even surpassing mine by quite a bit." The two young officers gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape as they stared at the veteran officer in disbelief. This veteran officer was one of the most seasoned members of the police force, having served for over 20 years. He had handled countless cases, large and small, and his own martial prowess was among the highest ranked in the department. He was 2 entire cultivation realms above them. In other words, the veteran officer standing beside them was a master at the Unity realm level. A master of this caliber commanded respect wherever they went, forming the backbone of the mid to high ranks within various factions. And now he was saying that the youngster before them possessed strength no weaker than his own. This meant that the clean-cut, seemingly young boy was actually a master at the Unity realm level. This was utterly shocking. The 2 officers even wondered if the veteran cop had grown senile in his old age, mistaking such a young student for a Unity realm expert. Consider this, both officers were nearing 30, in their late 20s, and had only just reached the peak of the muscle forging realm, on the verge of breaking through to the bone forging realm. Yet this youth, nearly a decade younger than them, had surpassed them by 2 entire major cultivation realms. Was he mad, or were they? This world was utterly insane. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. After a long moment, they exchanged another glance and asked the old cop in unison. "Brotherly, that can't be right. He looks perfectly ordinary to me. Maybe his cultivation is a tad higher than mine. I can't detect his chi fluctuations, but it's absolutely impossible. How could someone so young have reached the Unity realm? If he were truly that powerful, he'd be famous throughout Yen City. How could he remain so unknown that even we've never heard of him? Yeah, brotherly, did you misjudge? I say it's impossible for someone so young to reach the Unity realm. If someone told me a 17 or 18-year-old had achieved this level, I'd think they were crazy. So, brotherly, did you misjudge? Why don't you go over and sense it up close?" Brotherly, questioned by the 2 young officers, pulled a cigarette from his pocket. He lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a puff of white smoke. "Why would I lie to you? Let me tell you, you're still too young and inexperienced. The world is vast and full of wonders. Anything is possible. The youth you're looking at right now? He's genuinely a master at the Unity realm. His strength isn't weaker than mine, it might even surpass mine. Because I didn't sense any fluctuations in his chi and blood. That means his physical constitution is superior to mine, at least significantly so. That's why I didn't feel a single ripple. Of course, the complete absence of fluctuations could also mean he's an ordinary person. But judging by his expression, demeanor, and the way he carries himself, I can assure you he is no ordinary man. He is a martial arts master. It's fortunate you didn't take sides earlier and followed protocol strictly. Otherwise, offending this young man would have made your lives miserable. A genius like him will become a top-tier powerhouse in this region within decades. By then, you 2 lowly officers would be at his mercy. But that old man's family is in for a rough ride. Living next door to such a prodigious powerhouse and having offended him, they won't get off lightly. Once Gu Chen matures a few more years, if he forgets this incident, they might be lucky. But if he remembers, that old man's family will suffer terribly. Losing their entire fortune might even be considered a blessing. If you don't believe me, go ask around at Qinglong Academy. Given Gu Chen's age, he's likely a student there. And since Qinglong is the city's top school, its most gifted students should be enrolled there. With Gu Chen's abilities, he'd probably be quite well known at Qinglong. Just ask around and you'll find out. As the veteran cop laid out his reasoning, the skepticism in the 2 young officers' eyes gradually faded. They came to trust the veteran's analysis. Having become police officers, their analytical skills were naturally sharp. Moreover, the veteran's reasoning made perfect sense. Given the abilities of this Gu Chen youth, he should indeed be attending Qinglong Academy. A simple inquiry there would reveal whether Gu Chen was a fraud or a true prodigy. Alright, get back to the station and file this report. Keep a record of it. In Gu Chen's courtyard, after the police left, Gu Chen watched the old man's family of 3 with an amused expression. The young man in his 30s was absent, and his mother was gone too. Gu Chen guessed they'd gone to the hospital. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that Gu Chen was feeling pretty damn good right now. Your family was littering, weren't you? Well, now you've thrown your own son into the mess. Seeing the smile on Gu Chen's face, the old man suddenly snapped. Don't get too cocky. Once the police sort this out tomorrow or in a few days, you won't be able to get away with it. Then you'll pay compensation where you should, apologize where you should. You won't get away with a single thing. Though the neighbor's old man spoke these words, his face betrayed not only anger but also a hint of unease. Having lived over 50 years, he'd seen it all. Without surveillance footage from the start, he knew this incident would likely be swept under the rug, and he'd have to swallow his losses. But even if he was cowed inside, he wouldn't show it in front of others. Seeing the old man's state, Gu Chen didn't intend to provoke him further. He feared that any more agitation might push the elderly man over the edge. He then stated bluntly, "Fine. Then wait for the police. Now leave my property." The old man snorted in displeasure and reluctantly led his family out of Gu Chen's courtyard. Yun Nuo, who had been watching from the back, stepped forward. She walked up behind Gu Chen, delivered a punch to his shoulder, and said with a laugh, "How could you be so mean? You dumped all the trash back and even hurt someone, but it feels so satisfying. I love it." Gu Chen then chimed in. Who told them to dump trash everywhere? Especially right at our doorstep. When I asked them to move it, they refused. So don't blame me for being ruthless. But this whole thing will probably just blow over. No surveillance footage means it'll likely be swept under the rug. You can relax and stay here for now. I'll head back to the crematorium tonight to burn the body. Upon hearing Gu Chen plan to return to cremate bodies that night, Yun Nua immediately questioned again. Why are you going back to cremate bodies? You're a master of martial arts, don't you feel embarrassed cremating bodies every day? Do you realize how many bodies you could buy with just one word? You don't have to do it yourself. Hearing Yun Nua's question, Gu Chen offered no lengthy explanation, merely replying. You don't understand cultivation. It's exhausting. I just want to cremate a body to unwind. I love cremating bodies. As time passed, another half-month went by. After clearing the ashes from the recently cremated corpse, Gu Chen opened the translucent panel of the incinerator. A faint smile touched his lips as he watched the incineration value displayed on the screen. During this phase, Gu Chen's days revolved around cremating bodies and attending basic sword arts classes. Each day felt fulfilling, especially as he watched the numbers on the translucent panel steadily climb upward, filling his heart with a deeper sense of purpose. During this same period, Yun Nua had successfully broken through to the muscle tendon refinement stage, becoming a martial artist at that level. This brought him one step closer to fulfilling their agreement. Ding 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 ding. Gu Chen's phone rang. He picked it up to see it was his roommate, Li Xiao. Answering casually, he asked. Hello? What do you want, Li Xiao? On the other end, Li Xiao immediately stated his purpose. A new marketplace opened on Dongfang Street. Heard it's got some real treasures. Wanna check it out? Plus, I heard they've got weapon spirit artifacts and stuff. Weapon spirits? Gu Chen's tone grew serious. He was no longer a novice just starting his martial path. Ordinary people used weapons, while martial artists wielded spirit artifacts. Spirit artifacts were graded into tiers, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, all the way up to 10th. Some preferred to call them 1st tier, 2nd tier, 3rd tier, all the way up to the 10th tier. During his martial trials, he had seized a 2nd tier weapon that felt reasonably comfortable in his hands at the time. Now, however, it felt somewhat inadequate for him. That was why he said he still needed a spirit artifact. Ideally, a 5th tier sword path spirit artifact. This would allow him to apply his foundational sword techniques to the weapon, thereby enhancing his combat prowess. With this thought, Gu Chen no longer hesitated and accepted Li Xiao's invitation to visit the marketplace. Around 10 a.m., Gu Chen and Li Xiao gathered at the intersection of East Street and another unnamed street. When Gu Chen arrived, he saw Li Xiao waiting under a tree. He was holding a sweet potato, taking a bite. After swallowing, he noticed Gu Chen and began explaining the origins of this marketplace. This market on Dongfang Street is said to be funded by one of Yen City's larger clans. Rumor has it a refining spirit realm expert oversees it. Inside, you'll find every kind of weapon and cultivation technique imaginable. Just keep your eyes peeled when buying things. Don't let greed for bargains lead you to scammers and leave you penniless. 2 martial artists of considerable skill once tried to steal goods here, relying on their strength. They were killed on the spot. So always trade fairly, agree on the price, then exchange money for goods immediately. Stay close to me for now. Just follow my lead. Gu Chen and Li Xiao then headed toward the entrance of Dongfang Street, preparing to enter the marketplace. Upon reaching the entrance, Gu Chen scanned the scene. Dongfang Street was a main thoroughfare, but with the market in session, no vehicles were allowed. The street bustled with pedestrians and shoppers. At the entrance, 2 figures clad in black training robes stood guard. They were likely retainers of the guild family, tasked with distributing pass tokens to those entering the street. Gu Chen carefully sensed their cultivation levels. Neither was particularly high, merely early muscle tendon refinement stage, quite ordinary cultivation. Gazing at the long queue of people entering the market, Gu Chen felt no urgency to rush forward with Li Xiao. Instead, he stood at the very back, using his chi blood perception to gauge the cultivation levels of those around him during his spare moments. Most were below the bone tempering realm, with none particularly strong. The highest cultivation present was merely at the bone tempering realm. After a long wait, just as it was about to be their turn, a figure suddenly shot across the sky at incredible speed. He appeared to be in his 40s, his face dark and sullen. A powerful aura radiated from him. When Gu Chen sensed it with his chi and blood perception, it felt like colliding with a mountain whose slightest exertion could crush him. Gu Chen immediately withdrew his sensing and lowered his head, pretending nothing had happened. This man's cultivation was simply too high, likely a spirit refining realm expert. Gu Chen knew he was no match for such a powerhouse, who likely ranked among Yen City's absolute elite. Moreover, this dark-faced individual clearly wasn't in a good mood. To show up now would be reckless. If he were to be killed, there would be nowhere to seek justice. And if he really was crushed to death, well, that would be that. The powerful figure likely wouldn't face any punishment either. Once martial cultivation reached a certain realm, so-called laws were nothing but fleeting smoke to be followed when convenient, trampled underfoot when one's mood was foul.
Soon, the figure hovered above the entrance to Dongfang Street. With a flick of his sleeve, a strange wind erupted. Most people were swept away by the gust, scattering involuntarily in all directions. Those with weaker constitutions were blown to the ground, rolling helplessly to the side. Li Xiao beside him suffered the same fate, but fortunately Gu Chen acted swiftly, grabbing his hand and pulling him to safety. The man then gave a light snort and strode toward the market entrance. The two gatekeepers immediately trotted forward, greeting him with extreme deference. One of them then accompanied him inside the market. Li Xiao, watching from the side, couldn't help but glance at him with a look of envy. What kind of cultivation does that man have? How can he wield such influence? That gust of wind just now would have blown me away if you hadn't grabbed me. Once the man had departed, it was Gu Chen and Li Xiao's turn to enter. However, when they approached, the gatekeepers did not greet them with the same reverence as before. Instead, they calmly handed them each a jade token. Here are your jade tokens. Keep them safe. You can only move freely within the market with them. If you lose them, you'll be expelled immediately. So please hold on to them securely. With that, they waved them through, signaling the next pair. Gu Chen and Li Xiao then began strolling down the long street. They examined each stall one by one, encountering items that caught Gu Chen's interest. However, the asking prices were often exorbitant. After a quick mental calculation, Gu Chen decided they weren't worth it and moved on. As he passed another small shop, he suddenly halted. Before him was a martial cultivator's stall displaying jade talismans, flying swords, and a bound volume. The cover bore a few small characters, compendium of basic array techniques. Formations? Gu Chen stroked his chin. Formations were rare in this world. He had only encountered them once before at the Lingbao Pavilion and had never seen them anywhere else. It could be said that in this world, formations were a rather extravagant thing. Could he learn this basic array compendium? Gu Chen pondered inwardly. He wanted to buy it, but feared that if he couldn't master it after purchasing, the money would be wasted. Ah well, he'd give it a shot. If the price wasn't too steep, it might be worth the risk. Shopkeeper, how much for this fundamentals of array formations? 50 million. Don't touch it if you're not buying. The vendor, a middle-aged woman in her 50s, saw Gu Chen's gaze fixated on the compendium and his hand reaching out to touch it. Worried he might damage the book, she spoke up to stop him. 50 million? That was outrageous. Gu Chen fell silent. 5 million was nearly his entire net worth. If he included his points, it might be enough, but without them, he simply didn't have that kind of cash on hand. Sorry, it's too expensive for me. Gu Chen set the book down and turned to leave. He then circled the stalls again, spotting numerous sword-related spirit artifacts. Without exception, however, they were all quite expensive. Especially at his current cultivation level, Gu Chen needed at least a 5th-tier artifact or higher to be truly suitable and comfortable to wield. After all, he had already reached the Unity realm. The cheapest 5th-tier or higher spirit artifacts started at 70 or 80 million credits, astronomical sums he couldn't possibly afford. However, as he passed an old, weathered stall, Gu Chen suddenly felt a stir within him. His gaze settled on a rusty sword, roughly 3 feet long, lying on the stall. This rusted blade was no ordinary weapon, it was likely a treasure. Glancing at Li Xiao beside him, Gu Chen saw no reaction whatsoever. Clearly, Li Xiao hadn't sensed the sword's extraordinary nature. So Gu Chen crouched down in front of the stall, pretending to casually examine an unremarkable jade pendant on display. He asked the vendor, "How much is this?" The vendor was a man in his 30s, looking rather sickly with a sallow complexion. His exposed arms revealed thin, prominent bones, suggesting he was either seriously ill or malnourished. Hearing Gu Chen inquire about the jade pendant, he lifted his eyelids without even glancing at it and blurted out a price. "Take it for 5 million. 5 million for this junk? You're trying to rip me off, bro. Look at this jade pendant, it's just the most basic first-tier stuff. 5 million is way too steep." Li Xiao was stunned by the outrageous price tag on the item Gu Chen had inquired about. While 5 million yuan wasn't exorbitant, it was certainly steep for a first-tier item, quite expensive, in fact. Clearly, this sickly vendor had spotted Gu Chen as a prime mark. But Gu Chen didn't get angry. Instead, he picked up several other items and asked their prices one by one. Each time the vendor quoted a price, Gu Chen would set the item back down. After several such exchanges, the vendor finally grew impatient. "Are you buying anything or not? If not, get out of here. Don't waste my time, I'm thirsty enough as it is." Gu Chen feigned embarrassment and casually picked up the rusty sword from the stall. "Hey, boss, this thing's practically falling apart. How much for this sword? Last time I asked if you name a fair price, I'll buy it right now." The gaunt vendor glanced at Gu Chen, then fixed his gaze on the rusty sword in Gu Chen's hand. He fell silent for about 2 seconds, seemingly pondering what price to quote. But perhaps because the sword looked so wretched, he slowly uttered a number. "Take it for 1 million if you want it. Let me tell you, this rusty sword is a real treasure. I bought it from a farmer who claimed it came from a tomb. Probably rusted over time, but it's still got value for a collector." But no sooner had the vendor finished speaking than Li Xiao, standing beside Gu Chen, immediately protested. "You're ripping us off.
Earlier, when you said the jade pendant was worth 5 million, I accepted it after all. Some people value the item itself over the price. 5 million was fine, so we sold it. But now you're telling me a piece of junk sword costs 1 million? Do you think my brother's stupid? Let me tell you, my brother isn't stupid. We're not buying this junk sword. Gu Chen, let's go. Li Xiao grabbed Gu Chen's arm, trying to pull him away. But after tugging for a while, he realized Gu Chen stood completely still. He picked up the broken sword and addressed the stall owner. Fine, 1 million it is. Give me the QR code, I'll scan it right now. Gu Chen's quick agreement to the $1,000,000 price tag actually made the stall owner hesitate. He couldn't help but wonder, could this junk sword actually be some kind of treasure? But he quickly dismissed the thought. Not only had he made no sales all day, but he'd examined that broken sword countless times. It was worth next to nothing. Scrap metal would fetch maybe $10 at best. Sure, it was old, but it certainly wasn't worth 1 million. Now someone was offering 1,000,000 yuan for this junk sword? What was he waiting for? The gaunt vendor promptly displayed his payment QR code. Without hesitation, Gu Chen pulled out his phone and scanned it. As the payment confirmation chime rang out over the stall, Alipay payment received 1 million yuan. Gu Chen picked up the rusty sword, a faint smile curling his lips, then motioned for Li Xiao to leave the stall. What a steal! As Gu Chen's palm kept caressing the rusty sword, the sensation in his heart grew stronger, as if the sword was awakening from its slumber. Glancing around at his surroundings, Gu Chen stopped further attempts to awaken the blade. In the marketplace, causing too much commotion could be problematic. Better to study the sword at home. However, Gu Chen's expression and demeanor didn't escape Li Xiao's notice. Curious, Li Xiao took the long sword from Gu Chen's hand and examined it closely, but found nothing unusual. Finally, he spoke again. Gu Chen, why did you buy this junk sword? It's not worth 1 million yuan. To me, it's worth maybe a few dozen yuan at best, just a piece of craftsmanship. Look at the rust on it, clearly artificially aged. You've been duped. Well, everyone has to pay their dues. Learn from this, never trust everything blindly. When you're unsure about something, it's best not to act, lest you suffer greater losses. Gu Chen took the rusty sword back from Li Xiao and said with a smile. Don't worry, someone as sharp as me wouldn't get taken advantage of. You just misjudged this one. Come back in a few days and see if I really got ripped off. Oh, and I won't be browsing any further today. I need to get back and work on this sword. With that, Gu Chen left the marketplace and headed toward the house he'd purchased over a month ago. Left behind, Li Xiao scratched his head, murmuring in puzzlement. Did I really misjudge it? That can't be. It was clearly a worthless sword, no feel, no substance. Just a piece of junk pressed from sheet metal. But why did Gu Chen say he misjudged it? Could he have discovered something extraordinary? No way. He's seen plenty of quality items since childhood. He can tell at a glance whether something is good or not. That junk sword was nothing but industrial trash. About an hour later, Gu Chen arrived at his front door, entered the house, and crossed the courtyard. He greeted Yun Nuo, who was in the midst of cultivation, and informed him he would be cultivating himself, asking not to be disturbed. Then he entered a bedroom and began examining the rusty sword. The rusted blade measured over 3 feet long and more than 2 inches wide, its entire body a pale bluish white. It felt surprisingly light in his hands, reminiscent of a woman's sword. Yet that comparison wasn't entirely accurate. A blade over 3 feet long was actually quite substantial, and many men wielded swords of that length. Gu Chen then began examining the sword closely. He tried scraping the rust with his fingernail but found it stubbornly resistant. Wiping it with water proved equally futile. After a while, Gu Chen began channeling vital energy into the sword. Vital energy was the most crucial substance within the human body. Not only could it strengthen one's physique and constitution, but it could also be used to nourish weapons and magical artifacts. But soon, Gu Chen noticed that as he channeled his vital energy into the sword, the faint resonance he had felt before suddenly surged, becoming strikingly pronounced. It felt as if the sword had formed a mental connection with him. Yet immediately afterward, the qi and blood within his body began surging uncontrollably into the sword's core. The rate of consumption was terrifying. Within moments, roughly 1/10 of Gu Chen's vital energy had been devoured. Instead of stopping, Gu Chen continued to channel his vital energy. The loss grew rapidly until he had sacrificed roughly half of his vital energy reserves. Only then did the rust-stained sword begin to slow its consumption. Only after consuming roughly 70% of his vital energy did the rust-stained blade finally cease its absorption. Gu Chen then picked up the blade and gently wiped its surface. The rusted layer instantly peeled away, revealing a smooth, flawless blade. But then, as if awakened by Gu Chen's touch, the sword stirred. With a sudden hum, it surged forward as if possessed, attempting to burst out of the room. But just as it soared halfway through the air, Gu Chen's lightning-fast reflexes seized the hilt, trapping it within the room. Undeterred, the sword shifted direction and attempted to flee again. Yet with its hilt firmly grasped by Gu Chen, every attempt proved futile. Finally, the sword seemed to realize its futility. With no escape route open, it abruptly bent its tip 90 degrees and lunged toward Gu Chen. Gu Chen remained composed, flicking his finger to strike the blade directly. He then channeled a surge of vital energy, imprinting his own mark upon the sword's surface. The sword seemed to realize that leaving this mark meant losing its freedom, and it began to struggle violently. The force of its struggle was immense, and Gu Chen felt he might lose his grip. Fortunately, Gu Chen mustered 80% of his strength, gripping the blade so tightly it couldn't escape. Yet an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The blade, originally a pale blue, began to slowly change color. Starting from pale blue, it shifted toward black. By the time it had completely turned black, Gu Chen felt the sword's power in his hands surge dramatically. A sudden jerk nearly wrenched it from his grasp. To prevent it from slipping, Gu Chen immediately exerted all his strength to suppress it. He activated the 100 battles severing technique to its fullest, yet even so, he couldn't fully suppress the sword. It continued to tremble violently, ready to break free and dash out the door the moment he relaxed his grip. Exhaustion washed over Gu Chen. Maintaining this grip demanded immense physical exertion every single moment. If this went on too long, he risked exhausting his strength, allowing the sword to escape. Then he would lose both the sword and the money. Not only would the sword be lost, but the entire million yuan would vanish as well. However, after the blade changed color, the black hue seemed to weigh heavily upon it, causing its power to rapidly diminish. Once the sword's power weakened to a certain point, Gu Chen bit his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the blade. He then channeled his qi and blood into the sword, forcing it to absorb the essence. But sensing its own refinement, the sword began to struggle violently once more. Gu Chen gritted his teeth and suppressed it with all his might. The knight slipped away silently, and the sword finally showed signs of settling. Gu Chen's face was pale. He had expended vast amounts of vital energy and blood from his tongue throughout the night. Even as a master at the Unity Realm level, he was deeply exhausted. Fortunately, the knight's efforts were not in vain. The sword released him, yet it did not flee. It remained suspended beside him. Though not fully bound to him, he could now wield it. Achieving full mastery would require time and patience. Gu Chen collapsed onto the bed and began to rest. There was no other choice. This night had been utterly exhausting. Subduing the long sword had drained him of too much energy, and he needed sleep to recover. When he awoke again, it was already the next morning. Morning sunlight streamed through the window. Gu Chen rubbed his eyes and glanced at the sword still hovering in midair beside him. He reached out, gripped the hilt, and swung the sword toward the nightstand. The nightstand instantly split cleanly in two like tofu, the cut smooth and even, requiring no effort at all. Seeing this, Gu Chen knew his efforts from yesterday hadn't been wasted. He finally had a weapon he could be proud of. From now on, I'll call you Clear Wind. As the words left his lips, the sword in Gu Chen's hand trembled twice, seemingly displeased with the name. But dissatisfaction was useless. Gu Chen carved a wooden plaque with the sword and hung it on the hilt. After acknowledging its master, the Qingfeng sword shifted from black to a pale blue. As Gu Chen infused it with his vital energy, the color deepened gradually, turning entirely blue. Yet, as more vital energy flowed into it, the blade ultimately darkened to black. Upon turning black, its texture ascended another tier, radiating an ancient, austere aura. The more one scrutinized it, the heavier the killing intent became. As Gu Chen immersed himself completely in the sword, he felt transported to another realm. His mind went blank except for the vague image of the blade. He felt transported back to an ancient battlefield, wielding the blade himself as a towering, armored warrior over 2 meters tall slaughtered enemies. After observing for a moment, Gu Chen sensed something amiss. This towering, armored warrior possessed blood-red eyes, seemingly devoid of reason. The true master was not the man himself, but the sword in his grasp, the very sword Gu Chen now held, known as the Clear Wind Sword. Yet this Qingfeng sword differed from its present form. It was neither blue nor black, but an eerie, unearthly purple. The purple Qingfeng sword was indescribable. When your gaze fell upon it, you couldn't help but become mesmerized. After a long while, Gu Chen gradually came to his senses, his eyes flickering. This Qingfeng sword was actually an ancient treasure. Yet it wasn't merely blue or black, it possessed an eerie purple hue. This strange purple seemed capable of controlling the wielder's mind, proving it was no ordinary blade. Moreover, in that earlier scene, Gu Chen had sensed that the burly man wielding the sword possessed cultivation he couldn't fathom. This meant the previous owner of the Clear Wind Sword was at least stronger than him. Moreover, Gu Chen sensed it wasn't just one level higher, but at least 2 levels above his own. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure acquiring such an extraordinary artifact for merely 1 million yuan. At market value, this treasure would easily fetch hundreds of millions. After admiring the Qingfeng sword for a while, Gu Chen decided it was time to move on. He then grabbed the sword, slung it over his back, and headed toward the crematorium. He intended to incinerate the corpse and continue honing his strength. While the spiritual treasure was invaluable, his own cultivation was equally crucial. After leaving home, Gu Chen headed to the crematorium. However, while riding in the car, he suddenly realized that the route to the train station actually passed through the very marketplace where he had purchased the Qingfeng sword. Gu Chen asked the driver to pull over. He got out, intending to take another look around, hoping to find another bargain. Indeed, treasure hunting was addictive, much like gambling on jade stones last time. No wonder so many people went bankrupt chasing jade, yet others struck it rich overnight, becoming millionaires. It was a fine line between enlightenment and ruin, utterly irresistible. The market on Dongfang Street remained as vibrant as ever, bustling with martial artists coming and going. Gu Chen followed the route he remembered, traversing the entire length of Dongfang Street from one end to the other. He browsed every single stall, yet this time, he found nothing he considered a bargain worth snatching up. Disappointed, he left Dongfang Street and hailed a taxi to the crematorium. He'd heard that 2 days prior, a prominent figure had been cremated there. Rumor had it that the deceased had attained the outer gang realm, 2 levels higher than his own cultivation. He himself was currently at the unity realm. Beyond unity came the inner gang realm, followed by the outer gang realm, the very cultivation level that distinguished figure had attained in his lifetime. It was also rumored that this figure had distinguished himself in defending the city, slaying numerous demonic beasts that had attacked. His military merits grew with each slain beast, eventually elevating him to a high-ranking official. Yet, what made him great also led to his downfall. Having endured countless battles in his youth, his body bore too many wounds. By his later years, his health deteriorated severely. A few days ago, he was admitted to the hospital, but his condition was critical. Yesterday, he passed away. After the funeral, his body was sent to the crematorium, the very same one where Gu Chen worked. Just over 10 minutes later, Gu Chen stepped out of a taxi and approached the crematorium. But as he approached the entrance, he suddenly noticed the security guard was nowhere to be seen. The entire gate stood unguarded, completely deserted. Gu Chen's eyebrows twitched, and he halted in his tracks. It was around 9 a.m., a time when the entrance to the crematorium was usually bustling, not crowded, but certainly not quiet. Typically, it would be filled with the crematorium staff, families bringing bodies for cremation, and relatives collecting ashes. Today, however, it was eerily quiet. Something felt off. Not even the usual birdsong could be heard, let alone the chirping of insects or croaking of frogs. Moreover, Gu Chen noticed a pool of blood on the ground near the security guard post at the entrance. Chapter 90, Escape, Great Seal. What happened? Gu Chen was puzzled. Logically, nothing should have happened today since the body of that important figure was about to arrive. The crematorium had been on high alert, preparing to receive the VIP's remains. Yet trouble had struck at this critical moment: the security guard at the gate, the bloodstain on the ground, and the utterly unnatural silence. Something major had definitely gone wrong. After a moment's thought, Gu Chen decided against entering the crematorium. The crematorium he was at was Yanqing's northern first crematorium, which housed at least several masters. Though Gu Chen hadn't met them personally, he estimated their cultivation levels to be above the unity realm. Still, it couldn't be excessively high, perhaps just one major realm higher at most. After all, this was a crematorium, it didn't require such high cultivation levels to oversee operations. Therefore, the highest realm present was likely the inner gang realm. The outer gang realm differed from the unity realm in that it cultivated gang qi within the body. The circulation of this gang qi greatly enhanced physical strength, leading to a significant increase in combat power. Though Gu Chen had never clashed with a true inner gang realm expert, he surmised that through absorbing the special substance from the heavenly ladder and cultivating the 100 battles body tempering technique, he felt capable of holding his own against a typical inner gang realm master. At the very least, he wouldn't suffer a crushing defeat without any chance to fight back. Yet the conditions within the crematorium remained unknown. Gu Chen decided it wiser to stay out for now. After all, no one truly knew what lay inside. He slowly retreated backward, covering about 20 meters before suddenly surging forward with explosive speed, fleeing rapidly from the rear. His pace was blindingly fast, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. Just as he reached the main road, a soft "ha" echoed in his ear. "You're quite quick on your feet." A voice tinged with surprise sounded leisurely, followed by a figure emerging from the crematorium's guardhouse. This man was in his 40s, with a face full of fleshy bulges. He wore a black martial arts uniform with a skull pattern printed on the cuffs of his sleeves. Gu Chen, who had been retreating at full speed, seemed to collide with an invisible wall, forced to halt abruptly. An array? Gu Chen's heart sank as he instantly realized he'd been trapped within an array formation. He couldn't be sure if this formation possessed harmful capabilities, but at the very least, it had confined him. The middle-aged man in the black martial arts uniform, who had emerged from the gatehouse, merely sneered at the sight. "Still trying to run? Once you're within the confines of this crematorium, there's no escape. The entire area is completely enveloped by the formation. No one who enters here can ever leave. Little 5, little 6, go retrieve him. His physique looks promising. I intend to train him into a desiccated corpse." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, 2 corpses, a man and a woman, each over 5 feet 7 inches tall, materialized behind him. Why call them corpses? Because both corpses possessed entirely white pupils, no irises at all. Their skin glowed a cold pallor, and a distinct stench of decay permeated the air, making it instantly clear these were not living beings. Gu Chen's heart sank. He knew he'd stumbled into some kind of situation. He must have been an accidental intruder. Their objective was likely tied to the corpse of that important figure at the crematorium, and he had unwittingly stumbled into their scheme. Moreover, judging by the methods the man in his 40s used to control the two corpses, it was clear they did not belong to any reputable martial arts sect. At the very least, Gu Chen had never heard of any faction in Yancheng or the entire martial arts world that controlled corpses. The only thing that came to mind were the evil sects from novels in his previous life that controlled corpses. Beyond that, he could think of no other possibility. Facing the two corpses charging at him at breakneck speed, Gu Chen drew the clear wind sword and slashed directly toward the boundary of the formation behind him. But as he swung the sword, he suddenly felt as if he had stepped into a swamp. Enormous resistance made it impossible to break through the formation. Seeing this, Gu Chen immediately withdrew the Qingfeng sword, holding it with one hand to guard his chest. The corpses known as Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu charged with blinding speed. By the time Gu Chen turned around, they were already within 5 or 6 meters of him. Without hesitation, Gu Chen swung the sword he had been holding in front of his chest toward them. The Qingfeng sword instantly traced a brilliant arc through the air. The corpses were no pushovers either. Facing Gu Chen's slashing blade, they simultaneously extended their hands, revealing pitch-black nails, and met the sword's glow head-on. A sharp clang echoed through the air. The Qingfeng sword collided with the claws on their hands. After a brief stalemate, the sword sliced through the claws, cutting into their hands. Soon, the blade sliced through their palms like cutting through tofu, severing half of each hand. But these were transformed corpses, utterly devoid of pain. Even with half their palms severed, they lunged at Gu Chen, gaping their blood-stained maws to bite him. Seeing this, Gu Chen swiftly delivered 2 kicks, sending the corpses hurtling away. After sending the corpses flying, Gu Chen turned back toward the array barrier he hadn't cleaved through earlier. He channeled his chi and blood into the clear wind sword, causing its blade to turn a deep azure. Then, he raised the sword and swung it down at the transparent barrier before him. Unlike before, the Qingfeng sword did not sink into the formation like it was trapped in a swamp. Although Gu Chen still felt some resistance, the sword's power had significantly increased compared to earlier. Ultimately, it cleaved open a gap. The instant the breach opened, Gu Chen felt a rush of fresh air surge through the gap. The clamor of the city gradually seeped through the opening. Seeing his attack had worked, Gu Chen wasted no time, swinging his sword down with all his might once more. This strike caused even greater destruction, instantly tearing a massive hole in the barrier. Without hesitation, Gu Chen darted through the opening. He took a deep breath of fresh air and immediately took off running. He unleashed tremendous speed, sprinting toward the distance. Are you kidding me? If not now, then when? Did he really want to wait for them to catch up? This group was undeniably formidable. Earlier, that man in his 40s had sent 2 corpses to kill him, and those corpses alone possessed late-stage chi refining realm strength. And the way he addressed them as Little 5 and Little 6 suggested there might be Little 7 and Little 8 too. There could even be Little 3 and Little 4 preceding them, corpses of an even higher tier, meaning those at the Unity Realm stage. Even if Gu Chen could handle corpses at that level, what about Little 1 and Little 2? They were likely a tier above that, not to mention the original owner's strength. The fact they ambushed the crematorium and set up formations suggested this wasn't just one person, but an entire organization. Even if he was strong, confronting them alone would be unwise. Besides, he was merely an employee of the crematorium, not its owner. There was no need to risk his life or this crematorium against these strangers. If this crematorium went under, he could always find another one. If all else failed, he could borrow some money and negotiate with the Lai family to establish a crematorium. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about lacking a place to cremate bodies. As Gu Chen sliced through the array barrier to flee, the owners of the 2 corpses within the formation uttered another soft gasp. You're quite skilled managing to break through the formation barrier and escape. Then, watching Gu Chen rapidly disappear into the distance, he let out a cold laugh. Little 3rd and Little 4th, you 2 stay with Little 5th and Little 6th to guard the gate. I'm going to catch this brat. As his words faded, 3rd and 4th materialized behind him. Their bodies were even more emaciated than 5th and 6th, yet the aura emanating from them was far more terrifying, marking a distinct step up in menace. Their faces were covered in dry, flaky skin, their heads completely bald, yet sharp fangs pierced through their lips, protruding long and menacing. After appearing, they clasped their fists together and respectfully addressed the middle-aged man in his 40s before them. Master, it's just a half-grown brat. There's no need for you to intervene. Rest here. We'll go capture that kid. Enough talk. It's been far too long since I last exercised my skills. You lot stay here and guard the incinerator plant's gate properly. Wait for my return. The middle-aged man then turned his gaze toward the direction Gu Chen had fled. With a powerful thrust off the ground, his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring, chasing after Gu Chen's escape route. His speed was astonishing. In just 3 strides, he vanished from their sight, heading straight for the direction Gu Chen had disappeared. Gu Chen, now alone, pushed his speed to its absolute limit as he fled. Sprinting across the ground, he reached the intersection of Dongfang Street in the blink of an eye. Just then, several figures burst onto Dongfang Street. Appearing before Gu Chen from a distance, they simultaneously bellowed. No speeding in the market district. Speed limit 30 yards. Without a word, Gu Chen ignored the market's rules in this critical moment. He immediately activated the 100 battles body tempering technique, boosting his physical prowess once more and dramatically increasing his speed. As he ran, not even a blur remained visible. Several market personnel blocking his path turned pale at the sight, attempting to intervene. Some even drew weapons, preparing to subdue Gu Chen. But Gu Chen moved with blinding speed and remarkable agility, effortlessly dodging each attack. When one guard proved impossible to evade, Gu Chen grabbed him by the hair and flung him aside with a casual toss. Gu Chen charged through Dongfang Street like a force unstoppable, but his breakneck speed caused considerable destruction along the way, creating chaos within the market. This chaos attracted a growing number of pursuers behind him, most of whom were market security personnel. A bitter taste filled Gu Chen's mouth. Wasn't he just trying to save his own life? Why were more and more people chasing him? Seeing this, he shouted helplessly behind him. "Stop chasing me! I'm being pursued myself. I'm fleeing for my life and caused damage in my panic. I apologize and will compensate each of you afterward." But his words fell on deaf ears. The pursuers were single-minded in their determination to capture Gu Chen and bring him back to Dongfang Street Market. Gu Chen kept running and explaining, but the people behind him wouldn't listen. Some even shouted back, "Quickly return everything you stole from the market and we might go easy on you. Otherwise, death is all that awaits you." The group clearly believed Gu Chen had stolen from them, which was why they pursued him relentlessly. Gu Chen repeatedly insisted he hadn't stolen anything, that someone was chasing him, but they refused to believe him. As the distance grew, Gu Chen's sense of danger didn't lessen, it only intensified. He realized the middle-aged man from the crematorium was likely still pursuing him. Moreover, that man's cultivation level was at least one rank higher than his own. As for the people behind him, their speed couldn't match his, clearly indicating their cultivation was low. They were useless against whoever was hunting him down. His only hope for escape now lay in returning to school to Qinglong Academy. As one of the nation's top 3 martial arts universities, Qinglong Academy was teeming with experts. Reaching its gates would guarantee his safety. After all, he was the top-ranked freshman in the academy's grand competition. Facing danger, the school would surely offer some protection. Having reached this conclusion, Gu Chen immediately chose his direction and sprinted toward Qinglong Academy. Though the pursuers couldn't overtake Gu Chen, they maintained a distant tail. Seeing him change course, they swiftly altered their direction as well. But moments after Gu Chen changed course, a middle-aged man streaked through the sky like a rainbow, emerging from behind him. It was none other than the man from the crematorium. Seeing this, Gu Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Outer Gang Realm. This wasn't Inner Gang Realm, this was Outer Gang Realm. Inner Gang Realm practitioners could only circulate their gang energy within their bodies, unable to project it outward. Outer Gang Realm was different, it could circulate internally and project externally. Projecting it outward not only amplified the lethality and power of martial arts techniques but also served a crucial purpose. The ability to fly. Yes, upon reaching the Outer Gang Realm, one could break free from the constraints of gravity and soar freely through the skies. In ancient times, this realm was also known as the Land Immortal Realm. That is to say, in antiquity, attaining this realm meant transcending mortal existence to become an immortal one who lived on land, hence the name Land Immortal. His speed was swift, and in moments he soared above the group of Dongfang street guards behind Gu Chen. The eastern street guards spotted the middle-aged man soaring overhead. Before they could react, the man above struck downward with several massive palm strikes. Translucent palm prints, condensed from powerful chi, materialized mid-air. With a roaring sound, they slammed toward the eastern street guards. The guards' eyes widened in shock. They tried to dodge, but the palm prints descended too swiftly to evade. They could only scream in terror. "Elder! Elder! What are you doing? We are the guards of Dongfang Street. Please spare our lives. The master behind us is a spirit-refining realm powerhouse. Please don't make a mistake." As the people below on Dongfang Street issued warnings and pleas for mercy, the middle-aged man above responded. "Oomph. You're nothing but a herd of pigs and sheep waiting to be slaughtered. You'll all die by someone's blade sooner or later. What have I to fear? Better to die by my hand than by another's. In death, you'll gain eternal life, becoming a corpse that never decays for 1,000 years. How splendid is that?" A thunderous boom. The colossal palm strike landed, instantly obliterating over half the eastern street guards pursuing Gu Chen. The few survivors were those too weak or too far away to be caught in the blast. The middle-aged man then waved his hand in the sky, and the corpses flew toward his location. He then produced a small pouch-like object. The corpses gradually shrank, slipping inside before he tucked the pouch into his robe. Gu Chen watched the scene unfold, utterly astonished. This is a Qianquan bag? Wasn't this only supposed to exist in novels? How could it be real? Confusion swirled in Gu Chen's mind, but his escape only quickened. The man pursuing him was clearly extraordinary, 2 cultivation levels above him, having reached the Outer Gang Realm. His techniques were formidable, and he possessed items like the Qianquan bag. Confrontation was clearly unwise. Better to flee for his life. But fate had other plans. After eliminating the group below, the middle-aged man didn't pause. He accelerated once more, closing in on Gu-chun. Upon reaching a certain distance, he formed another massive palm seal above Gu-chen, preparing to strike. Gu-chen's scalp tingled at the sight. His 100 battles body tempering technique, already active, erupted fully, rapidly boosting his physical prowess. He accelerated once more, fleeing far away. The translucent palm strike missed its mark entirely, crashing into the ground instead. Chapter 91, Fighting to the Death. Is this a Qiankuan bag? Wasn't this kind of thing only supposed to exist in novels? How could it appear in reality? Confusion swirled in Gu-chen's mind, yet his escape grew even more frantic. The pursuer behind him was truly extraordinary, not only 2 cultivation levels above him at the outer gang's realm, but also possessing formidable techniques and artifacts like the Qiankuan bag. Confrontation was simply unwise. So you'd better run for your life. But fate had other plans. After eliminating the group below, the middle-aged man didn't pause. He accelerated once more, closing in on Gu-chun. Upon reaching a certain distance, he formed another massive palm seal above Gu-chen, preparing to strike. Seeing this, Gu-chen felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately activated the 100 battles severing technique to its fullest extent, unleashing its power. His physical prowess surged rapidly, and he accelerated once more, fleeing far away. The translucent palm strike struck the ground, landing with a hollow thud. Fortunately, the ground below was clear of pedestrians at that moment, with only 2 idle vehicles present. Facing the colossal palm print, the 2 vehicles were instantly crushed into flat discs of metal, leaving a deep, caved-in depression in the pavement. Witnessing the sheer power of that translucent palm print, Gu-chen's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Its destructive force was terrifying. Even if he mustered his full strength to block it, he wouldn't emerge unscathed. Injury was inevitable. His only escape now was to flee to Qinglong Academy and let its masters deal with him. At the same time, he silently cursed under his breath, "All I wanted was to go to work, yet I ran into such a terrifying cultivator. I only made 2 coins this month, and now I'm risking my life for it." The middle-aged man above frowned as Gu-chen accelerated again, evading his attack. This kid's speed is genuinely fast, a bit of a pain to deal with. He had assumed chasing him for a short distance would be enough to kill Gu-chen and bring him back to the crematorium. But Gu-chen's speed proved unexpectedly swift. Though unable to fly, he moved with remarkable agility, covering 7 or 8 streets in mere moments, creating a considerable commotion. If this continued, it would likely alert the authorities, who would dispatch genuine experts to apprehend and stop him. "You're quite something, kid. But I'm pressed for time today. No more messing around. I'm going all out now." The middle-aged man above uttered these words before instantly coalescing a translucent handprint in midair. This one was twice as large as the previous one, with golden threads winding through it. It glowed with a faint golden light, radiating a much higher level of sophistication than before. Gu-chen's scalp tingled once more as an intense sense of danger erupted from his heart. He once again channeled the full power of the 100 battles severing technique, boosting his speed another notch. Yet it still wasn't enough. Gu-chen still couldn't evade the strike. Seeing the massive palm seal about to crash down upon him, he had no choice but to summon every ounce of his chi and blood, unleashing the full might of the 100 battles severing technique. Gripping the clear wind sword, he swung it with all his might at the palm seal. The black Qingfeng sword left a dark trail in midair before colliding violently with the golden glowing palm print. A thunderous boom erupted. Gu-chen instantly felt his ears go deaf. A powerful shockwave erupted from the point of impact, sending him staggering backward. He crashed into the nearby greenery and fell to the ground. When he finally managed to scramble back up, a searing pain shot through his chest. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Gazing down, he saw a golden thread piercing through his chest. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he wrenched the thread free, flung it to the ground, and resumed his desperate flight. The middle-aged man above witnessed this scene and felt a sudden chill. He could see that the young man below was merely a cultivator at the Unity realm. While exceptionally high for someone his age, even rare, perhaps a once-in-a-century prodigy, he was still 2 major cultivation levels below the man. Yet he himself was a master 2 major levels above him. When he had gone all out, he hadn't even managed to kill him with a single strike, merely inflicting some injuries. This couldn't help but unsettle him. He silently resolved that he couldn't let this kid escape. If he got away, who knew what realm he might reach decades from now? What if, decades from now, he became a great master, a top tier one at that, and discovered it was he who had attacked him today? Would he even survive? No. He had to eliminate him today, no matter what. With that thought, the middle-aged man instantly accelerated once more, closing in on Gu-chen. Meanwhile, Gu-chen was running for his life with every ounce of strength he possessed. Yet the gap between their cultivation levels remained a significant 2-tier difference, and the distance between them steadily narrowed. Finally, as Gu-chen reached a crossroads, the middle-aged man caught up to him once more. Gu-chen knew he was about to face another attack. He had to block this one, then use the momentum to flee further away. He kept running until he reached the vicinity of Qinglong Academy for rescue. Finally, Gu-chen saw the middle-aged man above him form another giant hand seal. This time, however, the palm seal was not translucent. It was solid and gleaming golden throughout. Seeing this, Gu-chen's pupils instantly contracted. A profound sense of danger erupted from within him. This was bad. He couldn't block this strike. Evasion was his only option. Just as Gu-chen concluded he must evade rather than confront the blow head-on, a voice suddenly called his name from beside him. Gu-chen, what are you doing here? Why are you covered in sweat and blood? Do you need help getting to the hospital? Gu-chen turned his head and saw Wen-Yinan, whom he hadn't seen in nearly half a month. She was standing on the opposite side of the street, only about 20 meters away. Beside him stood his own best friend. Moreover, martial artists possess exceptional vision and reflexes. He could clearly see his own disheveled state. The man showed concern, wanting to come over and take him to the hospital for treatment. Had that middle-aged man not been present, Gu-chen might have gladly accepted his assistance. But now the situation was entirely different. He didn't want Wen-Yinan dragged into this mess. Ever since the middle-aged man had killed those dozen guards on Dongfang Street, Gu-chen had understood. The reason the man had set up an array barrier at the crematorium was to prevent their actions there from being discovered. But outside that location, it didn't matter. This revealed a terrifying truth: once outside the crematorium's boundaries, he could indiscriminately slaughter innocents and wreak havoc without consequence. In other words, if Wen-Yinan came to help him, she would likely face attack as well. Don't come over. Please, don't come over. Ha! Wen-Yinan hadn't noticed the middle-aged man standing above them, so when Gu-chen refused to let him approach, he instinctively uttered a puzzled question. I said don't come over. But it was too late. Gu-chen looked up to see the palm strike the middle-aged man had formed. Not only was its power far greater than the previous strike, but its scale was also much larger. Wen-Yinan, who was approaching, was now within the attack's range. With Wen-Yinan's cultivation level merely at the muscle tendon refinement stage, facing this strike meant certain death. Seeing this, Gu-chen immediately sprinted to Wen-Yinan's side, wrapping his arms around him. Before Wen-Yinan could react, Gu-chen used his legs to gently push him down onto the ground. Gu-chen, what are you doing? Wen-Yinan flushed instantly. Never in his life had he been held so intimately by a member of the opposite sex except for his father, of course, but that was when he was a child. They hadn't embraced since he'd grown up. He was also puzzled. Why was Gu-chen so tense? It was as if he expected an attack at any moment. But as Gu-chen pinned him to the ground, his gaze drifted upward. Instantly, he saw the middle-aged man suspended midair. And upon seeing the giant palm print the man had conjured, his face drained of color. His mouth fell open, speechless. Now he understood why Gu-chen had barred him from approaching. It was to shield him from the attack's aftermath. But it was too late now. He had already entered the attack's range. Moreover, the middle-aged man could fly through the air. Clearly, he had reached the realm of the outer gangs. A master at this level was far beyond what he could withstand. Even a single ripple could end his life and destroy his cultivation. The realization filled him with terror. Yet just as he braced for death, he noticed Gu-chen beside him. Though fear flickered in his eyes as he gazed up at the colossal palm, it was overshadowed by an unyielding resolve. Then he watched as Gu-chen's muscles began to swell, one by one, his body erupting with an oppressive aura so suffocating it nearly crushed him. Fortunately, this pressure seemed to deliberately bypass him, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Wen-Yinan was utterly shocked. This guy Gu-chen has such profound cultivation. Could it be that he really did enroll in the Qinglong Academy? Memories of their first meeting flashed through Wen-Yinan's mind. It seemed Gu-chen had always claimed to be a Qinglong Academy student, only Wen-Yinan hadn't believed him. Back then, their classmates had mocked Gu-chen, calling his dreams unrealistic. Though Wen-Yinan hadn't joined in the ridicule, he too had dismissed it as mere fantasy. But now, witnessing the formidable aura radiating from him today, he couldn't help but admit his own narrow-mindedness and small-mindedness. Gu-chen truly was a genius, a genuine student of Qinglong Academy. Yet his eyes immediately dimmed. So what if he was a genius? Could Gu-chen possibly surpass that figure in the sky? He'd heard that person was an absolute powerhouse at the outer gang realm. No matter how talented Gu-chen was, he couldn't possibly reach that level. He was simply too young. It was truly a pity. As for his own entanglement in this affair, he harbored no deep resentment. He felt it was partly his own fault. Had he not suddenly drawn near, how could he have been drawn into this? He did not blame Gu-chen. Before Wen-Yinan could dwell on these thoughts, the golden hand in the sky had fully materialized and slammed down toward the two of them. Seeing this, Wen-Yinan closed his eyes. But in that instant of waiting for death, he suddenly sensed a powerful fluctuation erupting from Gu-chen beside him, who was muttering some strange words. Something like, combustion value. Give me a boost. Then he witnessed a distinct transformation in Gu-chen. First, the veins on his body began to bulge, a dense network of blue veins surfacing across his muscles. These veins then shifted to a faint golden hue before retreating back beneath his skin and muscles. But unlike before, a vertical line appeared on Gu-chen's forehead. Barely over an inch long, it glowed with a faint golden hue. The moment this vertical line appeared, the aura emanating from his body instantly surged to a higher level. Next, he leapt toward the descending giant palm print. The long sword in his grasp shifted from green to deep green, then to pale black, and finally to a pitch-black darkness that seemed capable of swallowing even the gaze. Next, he saw Guchen, mid-air, grasp his sword and swing it fiercely at the massive golden palm print. A deafening explosion erupted. Wan Yinan felt his ears nearly burst. Instinctively, he covered them and averted his gaze. When he looked back at Guchen, he was kneeling beside him, his sword gripped firmly in both hands, thrust deep into the golden palm. Yet the palm didn't shatter. Instead, it pressed down on Guchen like a mountain, crushing him. Guchen did not succumb to the immense pressure. Instead, he remained kneeling, braced against the crushing force while shielding Wan Yinan beside him. Witnessing this, Wan Yinan instantly covered her mouth tightly, fearing she might let out a gasp that could disturb Guchen beside her. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. Chapter 92, Chaos Erupts. Faith revives. Attains immortality. There he was, kneeling beside her, his long sword gripped firmly in both hands, thrust deep into the golden palm. Yet the golden imprint did not shatter. Instead, it pressed down upon Guchen like a mountain, crushing him. Guchen did not succumb to the immense pressure. Instead, he knelt firmly on the ground, braced against the force, shielding her beside him. Witnessing this, Wan Yinan instantly covered her mouth tightly, fearing she might let out a gasp that could disturb Guchen beside her. The scene was utterly breathtaking. It felt as though she had witnessed her own life being saved by a man of unimaginable strength. As she was lost in her thoughts, the veins that had retracted beneath Guchen's skin began to bulge again. Blood vessels started bursting on his body, seeping out trickles of blood, the result of the immense pressure causing vascular rupture. Wan Yinan desperately wanted to help but didn't know where to begin. As time passed, more and more blood vessels burst on Guchen's body, gradually transforming him into a blood-soaked figure kneeling on the ground. His body began to tremble intermittently, clearly nearing its breaking point. Fortunately, the golden palm above him reached its limit first and began to gradually collapse. After about 2 minutes, Guchen, who had been kneeling, suddenly stood up, shattered the golden palm print above him, then scooped up Wan Yinan beside him and began fleeing frantically once more. At that very moment, Li Xiao, who had just emerged from the restroom nearby, spotted Guchen carrying Wan Yinan rushing toward his direction. Seeing Guchen holding Wan Yinan, his blood boiled. He immediately stepped in front of them. "Guchen, what do you think you're doing? Drop Miss Wan immediately. Or else I won't hold back. Get out of the way." Guchen had no time for arguments. Seeing Li Xiao blocking his path, he swiftly delivered a backhand slap. "You dare to strike me? Miss Wan, rest assured, I'm here to rescue you." Witnessing this, Wan Yinan, still in Guchen's arms, instinctively covered her face. "Save me? How? Do I even need your help? Can you beat Guchen? Or can you beat that guy up in the sky? What kind of friends do I have?" She had planned to go shopping with her best friend today. She never imagined she'd run into these high school classmates along the way. They decided to grab a meal together, but then this whole mess happened. So she covered her face, refusing to see. If she didn't see it, it might as well never have happened. Guchen's palm struck Li Xiao's face in an instant. Li Xiao tried to block it with his hand, but Guchen's speed was too swift. The moment he raised his arm, the blow landed squarely on his cheek. The impact sent a searing pain shooting through his nerves to his brain. The force of the blow sent him flying to the side. Guchen didn't even glance back, continuing to carry Wan Yinan as he fled forward. Above, the middle-aged man watched in renewed shock as his full power strike failed to take down Guchen. His strike hadn't killed the kid below. He knew that blow had been his full power. Even if he wasn't the strongest among those at the same realm, he was still an expert at the outer chi realm. It wasn't something a mere Unity realm martial artist should be able to withstand. But failure was failure. Guchen absolutely could not be spared. He must continue the pursuit. Yet as he pursued, he noticed Guchen's speed had actually increased compared to before. Moreover, he seemed to be carrying a woman in his arms, a woman who, to some extent, would inevitably slow him down. Even so, Guchen's speed now seemed to be just a hair faster than his own. This meant that if he kept pursuing like this, he would most likely fail to catch up to the youngster ahead. After making his decision, he pulled a vial from his robe, gulped its contents, and his speed surged once more. Yet it would still take some time to fully catch up to Guchen. Witnessing this, Guchen inwardly cursed his misfortune. He had just channeled half of his burning paper into the 100 battles body tempering technique, propelling it from minor mastery to grand mastery. This surge in physical prowess had allowed him to survive that terrifying palm strike. Moreover, the enhanced physical prowess had boosted his speed, and he had hoped this increased velocity would allow him to escape. But unexpectedly, the middle-aged man behind him had also increased his speed. If this went on much longer, he would surely be caught. Once caught, he would face another grueling battle. That was why he couldn't help but silently curse his misfortune. As this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but glance at the woman in his arms. Wan Yinan was the one who was truly unlucky. Merely accompanying a friend on a stroll down the street had dragged her into this deadly chase. If he abandoned her now, the middle-aged man would likely crush her into pulp with a single swipe. Carrying her slowed him down, but at least it ensured her survival. If things got truly desperate, he could always drop her and flee alone. In Gu Chen's arms, when Yinan's cheeks were flushed, she'd occasionally glance up at his profile, then quickly lower her head in embarrassment, burying her face against his chest. Seeing no reaction, she'd peek up again at his profile before burying her face back into his chest, repeating the cycle over and over. After about 10 minutes, the distance between them had temporarily closed to around 50 meters. Though Gu Chen's expression remained grave, a hint of relief flickered in his eyes. Another 1,000 or 2 meters and they would reach Qinglong Academy. Then he could ask the academy's teachers to intervene, rescue him, and apprehend the middle-aged man pursuing them. As Gu Chen steadily approached the academy's location, 1 kilometer, 800 meters, 400 meters. Just as he reached 200 meters from Qinglong Academy, a deafening explosion erupted from the academy's location. Gu Chen, who was running while holding Wen Yinan close to his chest, felt the ground beneath his feet violently shake. Then, 200 meters away, he watched as the 4 characters Qinglong Academy shattered into irregular fragments of varying sizes, scattering across the ground. Voices from within the academy echoed with confusion. What happened? Why am I buried under rocks? Are you stupid? This must be an earthquake. How else could there be such a huge commotion? Get lost. It's powerful fighters clashing inside the academy. Their strength must be too immense, causing these tremors. Who's the fool here? Can a mere fight cause this kind of destruction? Do you take me for an idiot? I told you it's from a fight. If you don't believe me, fine, I'm not arguing with idiots. Alright, stop arguing. Look, the 4 characters at the school entrance are shattered. Those were personally inscribed by our principal. This earthquake's power is immense, it even shattered those characters. Looks like rebuilding the school will cost a fortune. Too bad I'm broke, can't help out. The school doesn't need your help. Just focus on training yourself properly. If you can achieve something in next year's student competition, that'll be your way of repaying the school. But as the students' discussion ended, a voice familiar to Gu Chen suddenly echoed through Qinglong Academy. Resurrection Cult. How dare you come to Qinglong Academy to cause trouble? Since you've come, leave your lives behind. Vice Principal Chang soared from the ground, hovering midair. Opposite him stood a mysterious figure cloaked entirely in black robes, having appeared without warning. Completely concealed by the robes, his features were indistinguishable, making it impossible to discern his age or gender. Long time no see, Vice Principal Chang. Qinglong Academy has always been among the Empire's top 3 martial arts universities. I've longed to return here again, a dream I've cherished for many years. Now, I have come back once more. Hearing the cloaked figure's words, Vice Principal Chang, whose imposing presence filled the air, instantly narrowed his eyes and demanded, "What brings you here? What exactly are your intentions?" Vice Principal Chang, you're still as impatient as ever. Why not wait a moment? Wait for what? For a brilliant fireworks display. Across from the cloaked figure, the Vice Dean of Qinglong Academy furrowed his brow upon hearing these words, seemingly pondering their meaning. After a breath or two, his expression suddenly tightened. He abruptly rose again, gazing toward the city defenses of Yancheng. Seeing no signs of trouble there, he instantly relaxed. Yancheng's city defenses were the critical point determining the safety of the entire city. An immense formation was inscribed there, a protective barrier safeguarding the entire city. It could repel attacks from external demonic beasts and deter internal unrest. But just as he exhaled in relief, his gaze locked with the black-robed figures. The sight of those eyes, holding a hint of mocking amusement, sent a chill through him. Immediately after, a massive burst of flame erupted from the city defenses, shooting skyward and engulfing an area hundreds of meters wide. A deafening explosion followed, immediately accompanied by the wail of sirens sounding from every corner of the city. The commotion sent panic rippling through the streets. Some grabbed knives, others dashed home, while others looted shops or frantically searched for their mothers. Woo. You destroyed the formation. Do you have any idea how many lives will be lost because of this? Witnessing this scene, Vice Principal Chang of Qinglong Academy was overcome with fury. He drew a long sword and swung it through the air, striking at the black-robed figure. As Vice Principal Chang's blade sliced through the air, the space before him rippled like waves, much like the ripples created when a drop of water hits a lake's surface. Yet in the next instant, a blade-like light appeared before the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure possessed formidable strength. Facing the Vice Principal's attack, he showed no panic. Instead, he reached out and seized the incoming blade aura. Leaving deep gashes on his palm, he crushed the blade's aura in his hand. Deputy Dean Chang of Qinglong Academy, your sword technique remains as sharp as ever. You've grown stronger since we last met, though I suppose I have too. But would you consider joining our resurrection cult? If you're willing to join us, I'm prepared to offer you the position of deputy cult leader. What do you say? Faced with the black-robed man's invitation, the vice principal of Qinglong Academy erupted in a torrent of curses. You rats think you're something special? If the empire weren't divided now, do you think you'd still be alive? And you want me to join your resurrection cult? Dream on. If I ever became your deputy leader, I'd chop every last one of your cultists to pieces, one by one.
Hearing Vice Principal Chang's words, the mysterious figure remained unperturbed, continuing to smile as he said,
Very well.
If Vice Principal Chang wishes to join our resurrection cult, then even if you were to chop every last one of our instructors to pieces, it would be their honor. Hearing the black-robed figure's voice, the Qinglong Academy Vice Principal cursed under his breath once more before charging forward with his blade raised. The hooded figure was no pushover either. He didn't back down at all against the Qinglong Academy Vice Principal, and they clashed fiercely. Their clash was thunderous, each strike seeming to shake the earth. Simultaneously, explosions erupted across Yancheng. Panic and cries of terror filled the air, punctuated by resounding chants.
Believe in resurrection. Gain eternal life. Believe in resurrection. Gain eternal life. Believe in resurrection. Gain eternal life. On the other side, Gu Chen witnessed this scene and instantly felt a chill run down his spine. What on earth was happening? Was it a world war, or had something gone terribly wrong within Yancheng? What the hell was this resurrection cult? A terrorist organization or something? These thoughts flashed through Gu Chen's mind before he quickly dismissed them. Holding Wen Yinan, he glanced behind him and saw the middle-aged man equally transfixed by the chaos unfolding. His eyes were fixed intently on the surrounding pandemonium. But he too snapped back to reality and gave chase after Gu Chen. Gu Chen, still holding Wen Yinan, hurried toward Qinglong Academy. While Qinglong Academy wasn't exactly peaceful, it still had numerous teachers, senior students, the vice principals, and the principal. He didn't know why only Vice Principal Chang had appeared so far, or where the other principals were. But even without them, the academy still had many senior students and powerful teachers who could help him deal with the trouble behind him. Sure enough, as Gu Chen drew nearer to Qinglong Academy, the middle-aged man behind him accelerated, his urgency palpable. This desperation was mirrored on Gu Chen's face as he gritted his teeth and slightly increased his own pace. Yet the moment Gu Chen stepped within the academy's grounds, the man's pace abruptly slowed. He shot Gu Chen a look of clear reluctance, his hand twitching as if to strike. His gaze, however, fell upon the battle unfolding between Vice Principal Chang and the hooded figure. He paused for several seconds, lost in thought, before vanishing like a streak of light from Gu Chen's sight. Only after the middle-aged man vanished completely did Gu Chen lower Wen Yinan from his embrace. He then exhaled slowly, collapsing onto the ground as if drained of all strength. His sudden collapse startled Wen Yinan beside him. Kneeling beside Gu Chen, she pressed her hand against his head and shook him frantically. Gu Chen! Gu Chen! Don't you dare die! Gu Chen! Wake up! Don't fall asleep. I'm not asleep yet. I'm just exhausted, I'm not dying. Even if you're worried about me, you can't shake my head like that. You'll shake me unconscious. Oh! Wen Yinan immediately withdrew her hands, feeling a bit embarrassed. She knelt beside Gu Chen, her large eyes blinking as she watched him. Gu Chen felt a bit embarrassed under her direct gaze. Could you stop staring at me? The way you're looking at me, I'd think you like me. Wen Yinan shot Gu Chen a disapproving glare at his words, turning her gaze elsewhere as a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Gu Chen rested for a moment before climbing to his feet. His constitution was remarkably resilient now any injury not too severe could heal on its own. The injuries sustained during his earlier clash with the middle-aged man, though significant, weren't as severe as he'd feared. They were mostly counterforce injuries sustained during the confrontation. After resting for a while, he had recovered considerably. After recovering, he shifted from lying down to sitting on the ground, his gaze fixed on Vice Principal Chang of Qinglong Academy, who was still locked in combat with the black-robed figure. Witnessing the earth-shaking clashes between the two combatants, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This world seems to be descending into chaos. Wen Yinan, standing nearby, heard Gu Chen's words and her expression immediately stiffened. She seemed deep in thought for a moment before finally coming to a realization. She then spoke slowly. I'll tell you a secret, but don't share it with anyone. I've actually heard of this organization called the Resurrection Cult. The Empire classifies them as a heretical cult, but most people genuinely don't know about it. But my grandfather once came across this resurrection cult by chance. It said that sacrificing 100 lives in one go can extend a person's lifespan by 10 years. Many wealthy tycoons and high-ranking officials secretly sacrifice 100 lives to buy themselves an extra decade of life. My grandfather was fairly well off at the time, so this cult came knocking on his door. They claimed sacrificing 100 lives would grant him over a decade more. But my grandfather was an upright man. After hearing their demands, he immediately refused and kicked them out. If it weren't for their immense influence, he feared implicating my parents and the entire family, so he never reported them to the authorities. But I suspect my grandfather knew reporting them would likely be futile. Extending one's life by 10 years is a terrifying prospect. Many powerful officials would surely seek such an extension. Had he reported them, it might not have been the resurrection cult who died, but him. Looking back now, my grandfather wasn't wrong. In fact, he might have underestimated it. It's not just the upper echelons that have been severely corrupted, even ordinary people have been deeply affected. Just look at Yenching, it descended into chaos in the blink of an eye. As she spoke, a hint of melancholy flitted across her face. But just as that expression appeared, her phone rang. Wen Yinan glanced at the caller ID and answered immediately. Hey, Dad. I'm at Qinglong Academy. You're coming to pick me up, right? Okay, I'm right here. Oh, and can I bring someone else? Fine. Alright, hurry over. Things are getting a bit chaotic here too. After hanging up, Wen Yinan explained to Gu Chen that it was her father calling to ask her where she was, send someone to pick her up, and agreed to let her bring Gu Chen along. Gu Chen froze upon hearing Wen Yinan say he could come along. He smiled and shook his head in refusal. He still had things to take care of. He needed to go home first and pick up Yin Nuwa. Besides, other places might not be as safe as Qinglong Academy. At least there were many senior students with considerable strength and some formidable teachers at the academy. Staying on campus might be far safer than going elsewhere. He explained these reasons to Wen Yinan. Wen Yinan acknowledged the validity of his reasoning and did not press him further to accompany her. About 10 minutes later, a military helicopter arrived overhead where Gu Chen was located. The helicopter was entirely covered in camouflage paint and was quite large, clearly a heavy-duty model. It was heavily armed, not with blanks but fully loaded with live ammunition. The helicopter landed not far ahead of Gu Chen. Once it came to a steady stop, an elderly man dressed in a butler's uniform descended. He approached Gu Chen's location and bowed respectfully. Miss, the head of the household has instructed me to escort you home. Then he saw Wen Yinan walking briskly over. Uncle Zhang, I told you before, there's no need to be so formal with me. This makes me feel awkward. Miss, rules are rules. I must adhere to them. By the way, miss, is this gentleman the person you mentioned bringing along? The elderly man in the butler's uniform looked at Gu Chen, who showed no sign of nervousness, meeting his gaze directly. Uncle Zhang, it's fine. If he's not leaving, then we'll head back first. After saying this, Wen Yinan jogged over to Gu Chen's side, took his sleeve with a hint of embarrassment, and whispered. Gu Chen, stay safe at Qinglong Academy. If anything gets too tough, just text me, I'll come find you. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she spoke. Realizing her embarrassment, she practically scampered away, boarding the helicopter. Zhang Bo and the others followed suit, boarding the helicopter as Gu Chen watched it descend and disappear into the distance. At the same time, he silently muttered to himself. Is this what you meant by some assets? But before Gu Chen could dwell on his thoughts, he suddenly noticed dozens of people holding white signs appearing on campus. Among them were students, upperclassmen, school staff, and some teachers. They all wore matching uniforms, their faces plastered with exaggerated smiles. They chanted in perfect unison. Believe in Fusheng. Gain eternal life. Believe in the resurrection. Gain eternal life. Believe in resurrection. Gain eternal life. Watching this scene, Gu Cheng's heart, which had just survived a catastrophe, instantly plummeted to the depths. Chapter 93, The City Gates Locked. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chen's heart, which had just survived the ordeal, instantly sank to the depths. What was going on? How could these members of the resurrection cult be inside Qinglong Academy? Among them were students, seniors, school staff, and even some teachers. Had the resurrection cult infiltrated them all? A chill crept up Gu Chen's spine. What exactly was this resurrection cult? How could it wield such immense power? How could they have toppled the entire city of Yencheng? Gu Chen immediately returned to the dormitory, where his roommates were already gathered, watching the chaos outside with anxious expressions. I heard what happened to you. Why is the whole school in chaos? Look at Senior Ainen, why did she join that crowd? They keep shouting resurrection cult, resurrection cult. What even is this resurrection cult? Is it a cult or some kind of organization? And my dear Senior Ainen has always been so kind to me, always bringing me snacks and little gifts. Could she be in danger? Luli stared at Anna, whose face glowed with a mad purple hue amidst the crowd, her own expression filled with worry. Sis Anna was an exchange student from abroad. During his first few days as a freshman, she'd helped him solve numerous problems. He'd once thought of her as his goddess. But now, to see her transformed like this, that crazed, twisted expression on her face, she seemed like a completely different person. Look, isn't that teacher Li Lily? She's actually a member of the rebirth cult too, and she seems to hold quite a high position. She's always at the front of the crowd. What a pity, what a pity. Such a beautiful teacher, and she's part of the rebirth cult. Li Xiao, who had remained silent in the dorm room, gazed at the frenzied crowd outside and spoke after a moment of quiet. I know what the resurrection cult is. It's a cult organization that firmly believes in human immortality. But the condition for eternity is that you must first die. Only by dying and then coming back to life can you achieve immortality. And through methods unknown to us, it's been confirmed it's real. Meaning people have actually died, come back to life, and had their lifespans dramatically extended. They haven't died since. That's why the cult has infiltrated so deeply. Because many high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals are terrified of death. Especially the elderly and those in power, they'll risk everything to join the resurrection cult, praying for immortality. Middle-aged men are no different, they've already paved their paths, hoping to live forever. The current situation suggests the resurrection cult has been infiltrating Yanqing for quite some time. It's unclear why everything erupted today. They might have a new plan, perhaps to seize Yanqing and establish it as their stronghold. Or it could be that the cult, facing intense suppression within the empire, desperately needs a new breakthrough element. Yanqing presents an ideal breakthrough point. As the empire's frontier, beyond it lies the threat of demon beast invasions. The demon beast clans covet the empire, viewing it as sustenance, and have long sought to breach Yanqing to reach the empire's heartland and slaughter its people. Yanqing is a crucial strategic point. Our empire has relied on this stronghold for years to fend off the beasts from beyond. The resurrection cult likely aims to disrupt the balance between the demon beasts and the empire. They want to allow the demon beast hordes to sweep unimpeded into the empire's heartland, leaving the empire no capacity to suppress the resurrection cult within its borders. After Li Xiao finished speaking, Lu Chang and Wang Li by the window both wore expressions of sudden realization. So, the resurrection cult might be planning to seize Yanqing, or alternatively, to use some method to let the demon beast hordes invade, distracting the empire. The first scenario is somewhat manageable, at least the resurrection cult wouldn't slaughter their own kind within the city walls, sparing many lives. But the second scenario, letting the demon beast hordes in? That could mean mass casualties, even the city's complete annihilation. After all, demon beasts and humans aren't the same species. They've always viewed humans as food. Once they enter, rivers of blood could truly flow. At this thought, both Li Xiao and Wang Li's expressions darkened dramatically, their faces filled with terror. Li Xiao's expression darkened as well. He knew the two were correct, all of this was highly probable, with the likelihood exceeding 80%. This meant there was an 80% chance the Church of Rebirth would open Yan City, allowing the beasts from outside to enter and march their hordes straight into the heart of the empire. As the first stop, Yanqing would likely be utterly destroyed. Gu Chen, who had reached the doorway, overheard their conversation and felt a similar weight settle in his heart. Gu Chen sensed the truth in their words. The resurrection cult would likely breach Yanqing, unleashing the demon beast horde. To survive, they must flee Yin City before the demon beast hordes arrived. If they couldn't escape, death would be inevitable. They had to move swiftly. Otherwise, once the demon beasts arrived, it would be too late. With that thought, Gu Chen pushed open the door handle and entered the dormitory. The three inside saw Gu Chen return. Their previously gloomy expressions flickered with surprise and relief, but that fleeting joy was quickly overshadowed by the grim reality of their situation. Before they could explain their situation, Gu Chen cut them off, stating he had already heard everything outside the door and understood the new developments. He then asked his roommates Li Xiao, Wang Li, and Lu Chang if they planned to leave the city. Li Xiao stated he intended to return home and coordinate with his family, reasoning that leaving together would be more efficient. He extended an invitation to Gu Chen, Lu Chang, and Wang Li to join him at his residence. Together with his family's connections, they could escape the city, increasing their chances of survival by sticking together. After pondering for a few minutes, Gu Chen, Lu Chang, and the others agreed to his proposal. Lu Chang and Wang Li, both out-of-town examinees, had no need to return for family or belongings and could depart immediately with Li Xiao for the Li residence. Gu Chen stated he would also join the Li family's group, but he needed to pick up a few people first. He estimated 3 or 4 individuals would accompany him. Li Xiao assured him it was no problem, a few more people wouldn't matter. He'd wait at the Li residence, but urged Gu Chen to hurry. He suspected his father had already initiated the emergency evacuation plan, and the entire family might need to leave within hours. Gu Chen nodded in agreement and turned to leave the dormitory. After leaving the dorm, Gu Chen paused to think. He first pulled out his phone and called Yun Nuo, telling her to wait at home and not wander off, he'd be back to pick her up soon. Then, after another moment's thought, he dialed Wen Yinan. When he'd returned to the dorm earlier, Wen Yinan had received a call from home telling her to return immediately. The caller hadn't explained why she needed to go back, but the tone had been urgent. Wen Yinan had headed home first by now, she should be close. The reason her family had called her home was likely because they'd received some news, probably about the rebirth cult, and wanted her to leave Yanqing, just like Li Xiao. The moment the call connected, Wen Yinan spoke before Gu Chen could say a word. Gu Chen, I was just about to call you. Come find me immediately. I just learned the recent turmoil in the city was caused by the resurrection cult. Yanqing is likely facing destruction. My family is packing right now. Bring your people. We're preparing to flee Yanqing. Come find me immediately. I'll take you out with us. Hearing Wen Yinan's words, warmth filled Gu Chen's heart. He then told her about Li Xiao, explaining that he had agreed to leave with Li Xiao and the Li family. On the other end, Wen Yinan's tone softened slightly upon hearing the names Li family and Li Xiao. The Li family of Yanqing is quite formidable. Their influence is substantial, no less than my own. Joining them would offer you some security. Still, I'd prefer you come to my place. I worry about you, fear something might happen to you. Hearing Wen Yinan's words, Gu Chen felt warmth in her heart once more. It's fine. I get along well with Li Xiao. I already promised him, and we can stay in touch anytime. Seeing Gu Chen's resolve, Wan Yinan didn't press further, only insisting he keep his phone accessible at all times, lest she worry. After hanging up, Gu Chen immediately headed toward Yun Nua's location. It took about 20 minutes to reach the front door. Upon reaching the front door, she immediately pushed it open and told Yun Nua to pack their things and get ready to leave. Yun Nua wanted to ask what was happening. Although she lived in an affluent neighborhood, she had heard the citywide alarm and the chaotic chanting outside on the streets. But seeing the urgency in Gu Chen's expression, she held her questions and began packing immediately. Yun Nua packed quickly, finishing in just over 10 minutes. Her belongings fit into a single backpack-sized bag. Once Yun Nua was ready, Gu Chen immediately motioned for her to leave. Before departing, he glanced at his newly renovated apartment where he lived for less than 2 weeks inside. He barely spent a month in this place before such a catastrophe struck. Staying meant certain death, so evacuation was essential. As Gu Chen and Yun Nua approached the door, ready to push it open, it swung outward on its own. A woman about 5 feet 7 inches tall stepped inside. This woman was none other than Gu Lingling, the spirit pet Gu Chen had tamed at the crematorium. After Gu Lingling became his spirit pet at the crematorium, Gu Chen had sent her home. She had been gone for over half a month, and they hadn't seen each other since. He hadn't expected her to come looking for him today. It was highly likely she had sensed the unusual atmosphere inside and, fearing for Gu Chen's safety, had come looking for him herself. And who might this be? Yun Nua's gaze fell on Gu Lingling. Especially upon seeing her tall, slender figure, a hint of hostility flashed in his eyes as he asked. This is Gu Lingling. Due to certain circumstances, she cannot speak. She's my friend and will be traveling with us this time. I'll explain the details later. After saying this, Gu Chen led the two of them toward the location of Li Xiao and the Li family. Meanwhile, just one wall away from Gu Chen's new apartment, the family of neighbors who had previously caused trouble for him witnessed Gu Chen leading two stunningly beautiful women out the door. The young man in his 30s, who had just been discharged from the hospital, gritted his teeth in fury at the sight. What's so great about Gu Chen? He actually has two stunning beauties surrounding him. A sinister expression then spread across his face. With things so chaotic out there, taking two gorgeous women out like that is pure suicide. His death wouldn't matter, but it'd be a shame about those two beauties. If only they were left for me. Exactly. One should be left for my son. He's only 35 this year, right in his prime. She wouldn't be settling for less by marrying him. Gu Chen, who had just stepped out the door, twitched his ears and glanced toward the neighbor's house. This family's character leaves much to be desired, yet they still dream so grandly. You lot can stay put in Yancheng. Hope you manage to survive. Gu Chen then led Yun Nua and Gu Lingling straight to the Li family's residence. About 20 minutes later, Gu Chen arrived at the Li residence. Rows of servants dressed in black bustled back and forth, carrying miscellaneous items to help move things. Li Xiao and his parents were also on site directing operations, their expressions tense and serious. Spotting Gu Chen, Li Xiao immediately rushed over. His gaze swept over the two figures behind Gu Chen before settling on Gu Chen himself. Gu Chen, are you done over there? And who are these two behind you? Hearing Li Xiao's questions, Gu Chen explained that both were his friends who might be leaving with him this time. Gu Chen then asked Li Xiao how much longer it would take for the Li family to finish packing and begin their departure. Li Xiao thought for a moment before estimating that it would take them about 3 hours. After receiving the approximate time frame, Gu Chen paused briefly to consider before turning to Gu Lingling and Yun Nua behind him. You two wait here for me. I should be back in about 2 hours. If I haven't returned by then, go ahead and evacuate with the Li family's group. Don't worry, I'll be fine. After saying this, Gu Chen turned back to Li Xiao and said, I need to make another trip out. It might take about 2 hours. Li Xiao, during that time, please keep an eye on them for me. Thank you. Gu Chen, you're too polite. Go ahead, but please come back soon. After bidding farewell to the others, Gu Chen headed straight for the North City First Crematorium. He had a major task to accomplish. Soon, Gu Chen arrived at the location of North City's first crematorium. Unlike its previous tranquility, the place now bustled with rows of figures clad in black robes gathered for a meeting. Sure enough, this place had become the stronghold of the resurrection cult. When he escaped the formation earlier, he had sensed something was off. Why would the resurrection cult appear here first? Because this was a crematorium. Moreover, the methods used by the middle-aged man who had pursued him involved controlling corpses. This directly indicated that corpses might be crucial resources for them. Even if the resurrection cult intended to destroy the entire city, the crematorium wouldn't be their first target for destruction. Instead, they might secure it first, which explained why the formation had been set up there in the first place. These realizations dawned on Gu Chen during his journey to the Li residence. Once he grasped this, a wild plan suddenly formed in his mind. If the crematorium was indeed one of their bases, it meant they likely had many personnel stationed there, but the true experts might be few. The true masters were likely deployed elsewhere to deal with other resistance forces within the city. Those left behind were likely personnel with lower cultivation levels, tasked with security and support duties. And most crucially, while the crematorium was vital to the resurrection cult, it held equal importance for him. What did he need most for his incineration ritual? Corpses, of course. He needed corpses to rapidly increase his incineration value and enhance his own power. Only with sufficient corpses could he become truly powerful. On the way here, he pondered one question. How many corpses were stored at North City's primary crematorium? Yanqing was a city with a population base of roughly 8 million. Including the floating population, it was roughly over 9 million but under 10 million. Based on the ratio of population to corpses, the entire city of Yanqing should have between 10,000 and 20,000 corpses. Of course, this also relates to Yanqing's relatively high mortality rate. The first crematorium in North City is a relatively large facility, handling roughly 1/3 of the city's total caseload. If he were to incinerate all these bodies or even just 1/5 or 1/3 of them, he could make a hefty profit. He could use the incineration credits earned to enhance his strength. With greater power, he'd have a better chance of surviving the current turmoil. It was risky, but worth a shot. Guchen then knocked out a lone black-robed figure, stripped him of his gear, and donned it himself. He also found a jade pendant roughly the size of a fingertip on the man's body and hung it around his own neck. If he hadn't misjudged, this jade pendant served as the credential to enter the formation. Without it, his entry into the formation might trigger disturbances and cause unnecessary trouble. After donning the man's clothes, Guchen followed another black-robed figure from a distance. As the figure approached the formation, Guchen observed his movements. The black-robed man took out the jade pendant, held it out toward the formation's location, gave a slight nod, and stepped inside. Following suit, Guchen passed through the formation. Once on the other side, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had surmised that the array outside the crematorium could be bypassed using the jade pendant and that no masters were present inside. Yet, that remained mere conjecture. What if he failed to pass through, alerting the personnel within? What if masters were indeed present, forcing him to flee for his life? Fortunately, his hunch proved correct. While he couldn't confirm if any masters were present, he had successfully infiltrated the crematorium. Once inside, Guchen scanned his surroundings. Corpses of the original staff littered the crematorium interior, clear evidence of a battle that had ended in the crematorium's defeat. Not far from the entrance, atop the rockery, Guchen spotted the bodies of his day shift and night shift supervisors. He also spotted the elderly man who had led him inside earlier, now submerged in the water pool. It was clear that the old man was dead too. A heavy fog settled over Guchen's heart. Though these people weren't particularly close to him, they'd always exchanged greetings when they crossed paths. Now, they all lay dead before him. Guchen exhaled slowly and continued deeper into the crematorium. The number of bodies decreased significantly as he made his way to the crematorium's cold storage room. Bodies at the crematorium were typically stored in the cold storage room. Just as he was about to open the door, voices drifted out from inside. Have you finished counting these bodies? Cleared and accounted for. Over 2,300 bodies in total, 1,500 Chi blood realm corpses, 500 muscle tendon realm corpses, 200 bone forging realm corpses, 50 viscera tempering realm corpses, and 1 unity realm corpse. Not bad. Register these bodies and keep them under strict surveillance. No mistakes allowed. Once the demon beasts enter the city, we'll transport these bodies out. Understood, Chief Steward. Guchen then heard footsteps growing closer inside. He quickly backed away on tiptoe and hid behind an incinerator. Soon, the cold storage door swung open. A middle-aged man in his 30s entered Guchen's field of vision. His cultivation level was hard to gauge, but it was likely higher than Guchen's. Behind him stood a young man in his 20s. His cultivation level was low, only at the muscle tendon refinement stage. After stepping out, the middle-aged man, addressed as the steward, scanned the surroundings briefly before departing. Only the young man remained. After watching the overseer depart, Guchen emerged from behind the incinerator. The young man, surprised to find someone else present, asked, "Which unit are you from? Why are you here?" "Oh, which unit? I'm from the Buddha's unit. I'm here to escort you to meet the Buddha." "You?" Guchen wasted no words. With a swift movement, he closed the distance, seized the young man's neck with a large hand, and twisted with brutal force. The young man's neck snapped cleanly. His head lolled to the side as the life drained from him. Guchen casually tossed the body into an open crematorium furnace, then activated the incineration process. Even a mosquito is still a piece of meat. Chapter 94, Burning the Crematorium, Greatly Enhancing Power. Even a mosquito is still a piece of meat. This young man was, after all, a master at the muscle tendon refinement stage. He could yield over 10 to 20 points of incineration value. Guchen then entered the storage room. The crematorium storage area was vast at a glance. Guchen could scarcely see its far end. To save time, Guchen immediately began incinerating the bodies. He dragged each corpse from the cold storage into the main hall, tossing them one by one into the cremation furnaces. He then flipped all the switches on and cranked the temperature to maximum. He then went to the storage area and hauled out all the older cremation furnaces, plugging them in and starting them up. In about half an hour, Guchen had mobilized nearly all the crematoriums. But upon a rough calculation, he realized he had only moved out a little over 100 bodies, as there were only a little over 100 crematoriums. The incinerator's capacity was far from sufficient. With this number of units, it would take at least several days to cremate all the bodies. And time was precisely what he lacked most right now. With only these incinerators available, how could he possibly handle all these bodies? Guchen racked his brain but couldn't come up with a solution. Following standard procedures would take at least 2 or 3 days. If discovered during that time, he'd have to flee in panic. Moreover, the Li family wouldn't wait for him indefinitely. But just then, Guchen suddenly spotted a thick plume of black smoke rising straight into the sky in the distance. The smoke originated from the city walls of Yancheng. Had chaos already erupted there too? A raging fire was already burning. Fire? A flash of golden light streaked through Guchen's mind. Yes, a fire. He could ignite a massive blaze to incinerate all these corpses. Moreover, the corpses consumed by his own fire would count toward his incineration points, a fact proven during his trials in the Demon Beast Mountains. Meaning this method was entirely feasible. The realization filled Guchen with excitement. That previous conflagration had directly boosted his incineration points by nearly 10,000. The number of corpses at the crematorium he was currently in could only be greater, not less. The more Guchen thought about it, the greater his delight grew. He immediately ran to the crematorium's power generation area, found several large barrels of diesel fuel, and carried them back to the cold storage room. He then began hauling the bodies out of the cold storage one trip after another, placing them in the open courtyard. After moving about 500 or 600 bodies, Guchen found the process cumbersome. With time running short, he headed to the warehouse next to the generator. He grabbed 2 more buckets of water and several more buckets of oil. He began pouring oil over the bodies and doused the cold storage room generously as well. After ensuring all corpses in the cold storage room were thoroughly soaked in oil, Guchen glanced at the time. It was now 12 o'clock. He had left the Li residence around 10:30 to come here. That meant roughly an hour and a half had passed, and he needed to pick up the pace. He then found a lighter and ignited the diesel spilled on the floor. Diesel proved to be the most flammable oil imaginable. The flame spread instantly upon contact with the lighter, engulfing the area in a massive inferno. After retreating to a safe distance, Guchen glanced back. He had poured an enormous amount of diesel, and fires of this magnitude couldn't be extinguished before they burned themselves out. But to be absolutely certain, Guchen poured out every last barrel of oil from the warehouse onto the flames, instantly making the fire even more intense. The intensified flames naturally drew the attention of others. One by one, the black-robed figures began rushing over from the distance. Seeing this, Guchen quickly pulled the hood of his black robe over his head and slipped out quietly. He blended into the crowd of black-robed figures who had already arrived. Among them, some who had arrived earlier spotted Guchen and began questioning him. "Hey, bro, what's with this fire? How did it start? And isn't this the cold storage room? The bodies the boss ordered are all in there. How could it suddenly burst into flames?" Guchen could only feign ignorance and replied, "No idea. I just got here too. When I arrived, the fire was already burning and it spread so fast. It grew this big in no time." Hearing Guchen claim he was new too, the man didn't press further. As more people gathered, Guchen began quietly backing away toward the rear. Soon, a man clad in a dark golden robe approached. He casually grabbed a black-robed figure and demanded, "What the hell happened? How did the cold storage catch fire? Do you have any idea how big a problem this is?" The higher-ups were counting on this batch of corpses. They were waiting for them to transform into corpse lords to enhance their capabilities. Now the corpses are gone. How am I supposed to explain this to them? Did anyone see who started the fire? If anyone witnessed it, I'll reward them 100 million yuan. And if anyone can provide relevant clues, I'll pay them 50 million yuan on the spot. Guchen, standing behind the crowd, overheard these words and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. This guy was incredibly generous, throwing around 50 million and 100 million like it was nothing. He found himself tempted by the offer. He considered reporting himself to pocket the reward, but quickly dismissed the idea. Not only were there others present with comparable strength, and the one who offered the bounty was even stronger than him, completely beyond his comprehension. Guchen suspected that person was on par with the middle-aged man who had hunted him down earlier, at least reaching the outer gang realm. Plus, with so many people here, escaping again would be nearly impossible. So he quickly abandoned the notion. Glancing at the time again, he silently resolved. No more dawdling. It was almost time. He slipped out of the crematorium unseen. After leaving the crematorium, Guchen sped like lightning toward the Li family residence. In about 10 minutes, he arrived at the Li family's gate. By then, the Li family had packed all their belongings and was preparing to depart. The Li family's convoy consisted of over 20 vehicles, including 10 large trucks. It seemed the Li family had accumulated quite a lot of supplies, enough to fill 10 trucks. Li Xiao then stepped down from the motorhome and addressed Gu Chen. Gu Chen, you're right on time. We've just finished packing. Get in the car. Let's go now. Head over there first. My dad needs me for something, so I'll be right back. He then helped Gu Chen into his own RV. Once aboard, Gu Chen noticed that everyone present was young people around Li Xiao's age. They appeared to be Li Xiao's cousins or something similar. The interior was surprisingly spacious, nothing like the compact RVs from his past life. This one easily spans 70 or 80 square meters, comparable to a small 2-bedroom apartment. Yun Nuo and Gu Lingling were sitting in a corner nearby. Spotting Gu Chen, they immediately stood up with delight, ready to run over and greet him. But before they could take a step, a young man standing nearby abruptly stood up and barked at Gu Chen without any courtesy. You servants have no manners. Don't you know these motorhomes aren't for just anyone to board? Get down immediately, or I'll have you dealt with according to family law. Beside the young man stood a woman who chimed in. It's only because of the current special circumstances that you're spared. Otherwise, you'd have tasted the full force of our household discipline. Seeing this, Gu Chen explained he wasn't a member of the Li family but a friend brought by Li Xiao. But the two who had spoken earlier didn't believe his explanation, continuing. What friend? I'm Li Xiao's cousin. How come I never heard of you? You're clearly a con artist trying to sneak onto the RV to scrounge food and drinks. And you dare claim to be Li Xiao's friend? Ridiculous. Maybe if you'd come up with a different story, I might have believed you. The man beside her stepped forward, speaking rather bluntly. You're leaving now, or I'll have you removed. By then, Gu Lingling and Yun Nuo had joined Gu Chen. Seeing the two men's rude attitude, Yun Nuo shot back immediately. He said he's Li Xiao's friend. What more do you want? Should we call Li Xiao down to ask him? At the mention of summoning Li Xiao, the man immediately backed down. He knew Gu Chen was Li Xiao's friend, but before Gu Chen arrived, he'd spotted two stunning girls in the car. Sitting there, they were truly captivating. Before he could make his move, however, Li Xiao had led Gu Chen inside and Gu Chen was quite handsome. Then, he saw the two women not far from him stand up to greet the newcomer, Gu Chen. Clearly, these two women were Gu Chen's friends, which made him feel a bit sour and prompted him to come out and give Gu Chen a hard time. But he hadn't expected these two girls to defend Gu Chen so fiercely, even insisting on calling Li Xiao over to verify the situation. If Li Xiao was actually called over, this situation would be impossible to resolve. Within the Li family, he was merely a collateral descendant. Even after coming of age, he held no significant power within the household. Li Xiao, however, was a direct descendant destined to inherit the position of family head. Their statuses were simply not on the same level. Thus, he dared not offend Li Xiao unless absolutely necessary. Blinking his eyes, the young man returned to his seat. The woman on the other side fell silent upon hearing that Li Xiao was being summoned as well. Gu Chen was somewhat taken aback by the turn of events. What he hadn't anticipated was that both Yun Nuo and Gu Lingling would defend him so fiercely. While it made sense for Gu Lingling, his spirit pet, to protect him, Yun Nuo's unwavering support came as a slight surprise. Soon after Gu Chen got into the car, within just 2 or 3 minutes, the convoy began moving. It began its journey out of the city. Chaos escalated along the route. Robberies, murders, verbal abuse, and forced acts against women became increasingly common. Gu Chen even witnessed 2 men robbing a bank outright. The bank was completely empty at that moment. The 2 men took the money and walked straight out. Witnessing this scene, Yun Nuo beside Gu Chen sighed. This world changes too fast. It shifts overnight. However, upon hearing Yun Nuo's remark, Gu Chen's eyes filled with resolve. Clearly, while Yun Nuo lamented the rapid changes, he was also making a point: no matter how fast the world changed, as long as one's own strength was formidable enough, it wouldn't affect them. Soon, as the convoy drove farther away, the chaos on the streets grew increasingly intense. Yet no one dared to provoke such an imposing convoy. After all, any discerning observer could tell this convoy belonged to a major clan. Who would be foolish enough to provoke them? After about half an hour, Gu Chen caught sight of the city walls. Rising over 30 meters high, they were uniformly ancient brown in color. Now, rows of figures clad in black robes stood upon the ramparts. Seeing them, Gu Chen's heart sank instantly. These black-robed figures were likely members of the rebirth cult. Had they already seized control of the city walls? Could they still leave the city? Gu Chen asked himself this question internally, then instinctively shook his head. If the resurrection cult hadn't seized the walls, it meant they weren't blocking people from leaving. But now they stood on the walls. It was simple. They refused to let anyone leave the city, hence their presence there. The soldiers who had been on the walls earlier were either turned by them or slaughtered clean. The first possibility was manageable, but if it was the second, it meant the resurrection cult possessed terrifying strength. After all, not just anyone could seize control of the city walls. Sure enough, when the Li family's convoy reached the base of the city walls, it halted. Gu Chen watched as Li Xiao led his parents forward to negotiate, but soon, intense fluctuations erupted from the front. Clearly, combat had erupted between the two sides. But the clash was brief, lasting only a few breaths before ceasing. Immediately after, Gu Chen saw Li Xiao and his mother supporting a middle-aged man as they walked back. This middle-aged man was none other than Li Xiao's father, Li Tianhe. Li Tianhe was in a dire state. His face was pale, blood stained the corners of his mouth, and a distinct handprint was imprinted on his chest. Clearly, the earlier fight ahead had been between Li Xiao's father and another man. But it was evident that Li Xiao's father had been defeated utterly and completely overwhelmed. After all, a fight ending in mere moments meant that the opponent's strength far surpassed Li Xiao's father's. As far as Gu Chen knew, Li Xiao's father possessed strength at the outer gang realm 2 realms above his own, 1 realm below Vice Principal Chang's. In Yanqing, this already placed him among the city's absolute elite. Beyond that lay only the tier of Vice Principal Chang. Yet individuals at Vice Principal Chang's level were exceedingly rare. When he first arrived at Qinglong Academy, he'd heard that although Vice Principal Chang held the title of Vice, his strength was fully capable of going toe-to-toe with the principal himself. In other words, his power far surpassed that of an ordinary vice principal, reaching the level of Qinglong Academy's principal. Across all of Yan City, those possessing strength at the level of Qinglong Academy's principal could be counted on one hand. This meant Li Xiao's father was only slightly weaker than those 5. He was undoubtedly a formidable powerhouse. Yet even such a formidable figure had been severely wounded in just a few breaths up ahead. Clearly, the person ahead possessed even more terrifying strength. On the way back, Li Xiao supported his father the entire journey. He caught sight of Gu Chen along the route but only managed a strained smile before helping his father into the rear motorhome. Clearly, he had little inclination to converse with Gu Chen at that moment. Immediately after, 7 or 8 medical personnel boarded the vehicle. The entire convoy came to a halt, having lost its command. After about another hour, the convoy began its return journey, heading back to the Li residence. Gu Chen wasn't surprised by the decision to return to the Li residence. After all, they were now trapped. The best course of action was to return home and wait for an opportunity to leave the city. Moreover, Li Xiao's father was injured and needed time to recuperate. By the time the convoy reached the Li residence, it was already 3 p.m. Li Xiao stepped out of the rear RV and began directing the crew to unload the supplies back to the Li residence. Once the logistics were mostly organized, he approached the RV where Gu Chen was staying. "Hello, brother Li Xiao." "Hi, Xiao." "Hello, brother Xiao." As Li Xiao entered the vehicle, the young people who had previously paid Gu Chen little attention immediately stood up to greet him. Li Xiao responded with a few indifferent words before approaching Gu Chen. He then whispered in a barely audible voice. "There's been an incident at the city walls. We might not be able to leave for a while." He then continued in a normal tone. "You should stay at the Li residence for now. Let me properly host you. Besides, it's safer here than outside. Things are chaotic out there, and you've got your 2 female companions with you." Yan Nuo flushed slightly at Li Xiao's remark but said nothing. Gu Chen didn't object either. He was quite agreeable to staying at the Li residence. After all, the Li family was a prominent clan, which would spare him a lot of trouble. But just as he was about to agree, a thought struck him. While the Li family was indeed prominent, hadn't he heard the saying? That saying goes, "Tall trees catch the wind." Meaning that while the Li family was a prominent clan, they were also prime targets for attention like from the rebirth cult. To the cultists, the Li family was a juicy morsel. Swallowing them whole would add at least a few pounds to their fat reserves. Therefore, if he stayed with the Li family, he would likely face danger from the resurrection cult. Pondering this, Gu Chen declined Li Xiao's offer and replied, "No need to trouble yourself. I'll just go back to my own place. Since I can't leave the city anyway, it doesn't matter where I stay. Give me a call when you can get out of town." Li Xiao was taken aback by Gu Chen's response, but he didn't insist. "Alright, then go home. If you encounter any danger, you can come straight to me." Gu Chen then motioned for the 2 women beside him and Li Xiao to get off the car together. Once they were off the car and sure no one was around, Gu Chen whispered to Li Xiao, "Be careful at the Li residence. If you're in danger, come find me. I'm sure it won't be too hard for you to figure out where I live. Don't rush to refuse. If you truly find yourself in danger, you might as well try coming to me." With that, Gu Chen patted Li Xiao on the shoulder and walked away without looking back. Yun Nuo and Gu Lingling quickly followed suit. Left standing alone, Li Xiao nodded thoughtfully, then shook his head almost immediately. "What am I thinking? No matter how capable Gu Chen is, he's still just a freshman. Someone who couldn't even handle my father. Better not drag Gu Chen into trouble." Li Xiao then headed toward the RV in the back to check on his father's condition. Meanwhile, the people in the RV where Gu Chen had been earlier were buzzing with chatter. "That Gu Chen sure is cocky. He turned down Li Xiao's invitation to the Li family estate. Does he even realize Li Xiao was looking out for him? With all the chaos outside, that skinny kid would get knocked out in a heartbeat. Who knows? But he's definitely ungrateful. Poor thing, those 2 gorgeous girls following him. Just one look at them and my heart skipped a beat. They're stunningly beautiful, with amazing figures too. Especially that girl named Gu Lingling, over 5 feet 7 inches, curves in all the right places. Perfect. Guchen isn't bad looking either, but he's a bit dim-witted. Just wait. It won't be long before that fool Guchen comes crawling back to Li Xiao, begging to move back in. I agree. He hasn't been beaten down by society yet. Once he gets his ass kicked, he'll learn. After leaving the Li residence, Guchen quickly returned home with Gu Lingling and Yun Nuo. Immediately upon entering, he locked the front door, instructing Yun Nuo and Gu Lingling not to disturb him unless necessary. He then entered a bedroom, sat cross-legged on the floor, and activated the translucent panel. Name, Gu Chen. Age, 17. Current burn value, 38,500 points. Martial skill, military boxing beginner. Technique, 100 battles body tempering method mastery 410 burn points can be used to level up. Realm, Unity Realm. Vitality points, 11,000. Comment, where did this muscle rabbit come from? Gu Chen glanced at the burning value displayed on the semi-transparent panel above, a flicker of excitement crossing his eyes. It had been roughly an hour since he set fire to the incineration plant, and that single hour had boosted his incineration value by over 30,000 points. If he were to burn bodies at his normal rate, it would take roughly half a year to accumulate this much incineration value. Yet he had achieved in just 1 hour what would normally take him 6 months. Moreover, this 30,000 plus incineration value represented only a portion of his total. His incineration value continued to climb steadily by the minute. Considering the crematorium held 3,000 bodies, and most of them possessed some cultivation base, each corpse could grant him an average of 20 to 30 incineration points. Add to that the staff who died at the incineration plant, and he could gain around 80,000 to 90,000 incineration points in total. With only 30,000 points so far, there was still significant room for improvement. At this realization, Gu Chen couldn't help but jump up from the ground. With this incineration value, his security in Yanqing would be greatly enhanced, granting him more means to protect himself. This 890,000 incineration value could propel his strength to a much higher realm, potentially even reaching the level of the Vice-Dean of Qinglong Academy. Of course, even if he reached that realm, he wouldn't be a match for the Vice-Dean of Qinglong Academy. After all, he would merely possess the realm without the corresponding strength. It was somewhat like his previous situation where he had grown too fast, leaving his weapons and cultivation techniques unable to keep pace. Still, that would be quite impressive. Even if he couldn't defeat Vice Principal Chang, he could at least exchange a few blows. And if he couldn't win, he could always run. Why keep fighting if you can't win? That'd be pure stupidity. Moreover, Gu Chen planned to convert all his accumulated burning points into raw power once they were fully credited, or perhaps reserve some for unforeseen needs. Then he planned to go out for a stroll, visiting places like the Spirit Treasure Pavilion and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. With the world in such chaos anyway, taking a look at those precious cultivation techniques wouldn't be a big deal, right? Besides, he'd only glance at them, never take anything. After committing the techniques to memory, he would return them to their original places. Wasn't that the mark of a relatively reasonable thief? Time passed quickly. Gu Chen watched the burning value on the translucent panel steadily climb. After about half an hour, the burning value reached over 40,000. And it was still climbing rapidly. Advancing from the Unity realm to the Inner Gung realm required 20,000 points of vital energy. His current chi and blood reserves were only slightly over 10,000. This meant he needed less than 10,000 more burning points to ascend to the Inner Gang realm. The difference between an Inner Gang realm expert and a Unity realm practitioner lay in the formation of a substance called Gung Qi within their bodies. Unlike vital energy, this substance possessed immense destructive power. Typically, an inch of Gung Qi could shatter steel plates about 5 centimeters thick. Moreover, it possesses formidable penetrating power. If masters at the Unity realm represent the backbone of the smoke dust forces, then Inner Gang realm masters are the various leaders. For instance, the heads of second-tier families in Yen City are usually at this level. The Lion Yun families mentioned earlier were merely third and fourth-tier families, and relatively weak ones at that. His only family, however, ranked among the stronger first-tier clans. Their patriarch had attained the Outer Gang realm, while some weaker first-tier patriarchs only reached the Inner Gang realm. Reaching the Inner Gang realm was highly prestigious within Yancheng. If Gu Chen were to convert his burning points into vitality points now, he could instantly become an Inner Gang realm expert. That would grant him an extra layer of self-defense in this chaotic Yen city. No time to waste. Gu Chen's gaze first landed on the burning points displayed on the semi-transparent panel, intending to first become an Inner Gang realm expert. After a moment's consideration, Gu Chen directly converted 10,000 burning points into vitality. Instantly, the combustion points in the translucent panel plummeted dramatically, dropping from over 40,000 to just over 30,000. As the burning value diminished, Gu Chen instantly felt his chi and blood surging at a terrifying rate. The rate of this increase was terrifying. After only about 10 breaths, Gu Chen felt his body swell like an overinflated balloon, ready to burst at any moment. Seeing this, Gu Chen immediately activated the 100 battles body tempering technique. Veins began bulging across his body. Through the technique's enhanced control over his physique, the situation gradually stabilized. The sensation of impending rupture finally began to subside. But soon, as his vital energy continued to surge, his body began swelling again. Capillaries became clearly visible beneath his skin, and his entire form expanded like a balloon. Gu Chen felt his bones and muscles rapidly transforming and strengthening, yet his body seemed to be nearing some kind of limit. Seeing this, Gu Chen hurriedly sat down on the ground, halting the exchange of burning points for chi blood points. He focused on digesting the chaotic surge of chi blood coursing through his body. After over an hour, his body gradually returned to normal. Then, Gu Chen resumed exchanging burning points for chi blood points. However, due to the previous experience, Gu Chen's body had grown significantly stronger. His physical constitution and the endurance of his bones and muscles had greatly increased. This time, he exchanged all the burning value he had previously stopped converting into chi blood value and channeled it into his body. He only felt some swelling, but nothing as perilous as before occurred. Just as Gu Chen was about to break through into the inner gang realm, he suddenly sensed his chi and blood compressing to an extreme limit within his body. A strand of white gang chi emerged. This single strand of white gale energy seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as more and more strands of white gale energy began to form. As the white gale energy within his body grew, Gu Chen's aura also became increasingly powerful. Finally, it seemed to reach a critical point, and his aura suddenly surged dramatically. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Gu Chen slowly opened his eyes, revealing a look of profound delight. He had reached the inner chi realm. He was now a powerhouse at the inner gang realm, his physical prowess more than doubling compared to before. Most crucially, the substance known as gang chi had been born within him. This substance possessed immense destructive power and penetrating force. The difference between possessing gang chi and lacking it was immense. Facing that middle-aged man who had hunted him down before, he would no longer be as helpless as before. At the very least, it would be a 50-50 chance. His previous escape from the middle-aged man's clutches had relied primarily on two factors: the 100 battles body tempering technique, which had fortified his physical resilience, and the mysterious substance encountered on the heavenly ladder that had further refined his body. The combination of these two factors had elevated his physical prowess far beyond that of ordinary Unity Realm experts, even surpassing some inner gang realm powerhouses. That was why he had managed to escape the middle-aged man's pursuit. But back then, he had merely escaped with his life. He was no match for his opponent, barely able to withstand one or two strikes. Now, however, the situation was entirely different. His physical prowess had more than doubled, and he had developed the ability to generate gang chi. Next time they met, it would be at least a 50-50 chance. This thought prompted Gu Chen to open the translucent panel once more. Name: Gu Chen. Age: 17. Current burning value: 41,500 points. Martial skill: military boxing beginner. Technique: 100 battles body tempering method. Mastery: 410 burn points can be used to level up. Realm: inner gang realm. Vitality points: 20,000. Comment: where did that fox come from? Seeing the contents on the semi-transparent interface, Gu Chen nodded with satisfaction. His cultivation had indeed broken through to the inner gang realm. Moreover, after consuming 10,000 burning points, he still had over 40,000 remaining, a full 10,000 more than his previous total of just over 30,000. This was likely because the corpses in the crematorium had provided him with additional burning points during his breakthrough. Thus, despite expending 10,000 burning points, the translucent panel still displayed over 40,000 remaining. These 40,000 plus burning points were more than sufficient for him to ascend to an outer gang realm powerhouse. Reaching the outer gang realm required 50,000 chi blood points. Subtracting his existing 20,000, his current incineration points were more than sufficient to sustain his advancement. After pondering for a moment, Gu Chen considered whether to continue enhancing himself. Go for it. Gu Chen made his decision swiftly. Keeping the burning points in the semi-transparent panel served no purpose better to directly enhance his strength and secure his position in this chaotic world. Soon, Gu Chen sat cross-legged on the ground once more. To be safe, he didn't convert all 40,000 burning points into vitality points at once. The dangers he had faced during his previous breakthrough to the inner gang realm were still vivid in his memory. He sensed that if he didn't stop the conversion of burning points into vitality points in time, he might genuinely risk being blown apart. That would make him the first protagonist in history to self-destruct despite having a cheat code. Gu Chen first converted roughly 10,000 vitality points, slowly integrating them into his body. As this energy merged with his body, Gu Chen instantly felt a powerful surge of heat emerge within him. Composed entirely of vital energy. This immense heat began to circulate within him, gradually being absorbed and transformed into gale energy as it flowed. Gu Chen's aura grew stronger bit by bit. This gradual strengthening was relative, however. Compared to others' cultivation progress, it was like ascending by rocket. After roughly half an hour, the entire mass of vital energy had been fully converted into gale energy. Gu Chen exchanged another 10,000 chi blood points, continuing to enhance his strength. Soon, a familiar wave of heat surged within him. Yet unlike before, this wave felt less overwhelming, likely because Gu Chen's physical constitution had grown stronger once more. Soon, this wave of heat was completely consumed. Gu Chen reopened the translucent panel to exchange another 10,000 chi blood points. After a moment's thought, he changed his mind and exchanged 20,000 instead. Since 10,000 chi points posed no burden now, he might as well exchange 20,000 at once, breaking through the inner chi realm in one go to become an outer chi realm powerhouse. Soon, as the burning value on the translucent panel rapidly decreased, the chi and blood within Gu Chen's body began to surge wildly. This time, Gu Chen finally felt the pressure again. His body began to swell once more, though thankfully, not as severely as the first time. After about half an hour, his swollen body began to shrink. Once the contraction was complete, Gu Chen noticed the gale energy within him steadily coalescing. Two parts merged into one, the gale energy continuously solidifying until it finally transformed into something as resilient and unyielding as steel reinforcement bars. Only then did the gale energy within him complete its metamorphosis. Sitting on the ground, Gu Chen slowly exhaled a long breath. This breath instantly shot forth like a sharp sword, piercing through the cabinet in front of Gu Chen. He then stood up and slowly extended a finger. A strand of gale energy, about 3 centimeters long, materialized from the tip of his outstretched finger. Seeing this strand of white gale energy, Gu Chen nodded in satisfaction once more. He now stood at the outer gang realm, capable of projecting his gung chi for ranged attacks. This added another dimension to his offensive capabilities. Moreover, his physical prowess had risen once more. Though the increase was not as significant as his previous breakthrough, it was still considerable. Gu Chen then reopened the translucent panel to check the remaining burn value inside. Chapter 95, Guarding the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, Refining Spirit Realm Techniques. This effectively broadens his offensive capabilities. His physical constitution also improved once more. Though the increase wasn't as substantial as his previous breakthrough, it was still considerable. Gu Chen then opened the translucent panel once more to check the remaining incineration value. The panel showed over 20,000 incineration points remaining. Over 10,000 of that came from the temporary incineration value provided by the crematorium during his previous breakthrough. The rate of burn value accumulation had slowed considerably now. Likely, most of the corpses there had been burned away, leaving only a few partially incinerated remains, a small fraction remaining. Gu Chen estimated these remaining corpses could still yield over 10,000 incineration points. The spirit refining realm required 100,000 chi blood points. To advance to this realm, he needed to add to his existing 50,000 chi blood points, the 20,000 plus displayed on his interface, and the roughly 10,000 still available from the crematorium. He still needed 20,000 points to bridge the gap. In other words, he needed just 20,000 more incineration points to become a spirit refining realm powerhouse. Excitement flashed across Gu Chen's face. This was the spirit refining realm. Even the vice principal of his own Qinglong Academy was only at this level, though that vice principal was among the realm's elite, just one step away from breaking through to a higher realm. Moreover, the entire Yen city likely had no more than 5 cultivators who had reached the spirit refining realm. This meant that once he reached the spirit refining realm, he could walk tall anywhere in Yen city, minimizing the danger posed by the current chaos. Moreover, once he stepped outside, a spirit refining realm cultivator would be a top-tier expert wherever they went. They would rank among the absolute elite within any major power. In other words, he needed only 20,000 more burning points to become a peerless master, a role model for countless others. Gu Chen pondered this before channeling 10,000 of his remaining 20,000 burning points into his body as vital energy. Within his system, it transformed into gale energy, bolstering his strength. As the 10,000 plus burning points dissipated, Gu Chen's newly attained realm stabilized. He then flickered his wrist and a white arc of light shot from his fingertips. This arc, approximately 30 centimeters long, instantly pierced through the wall at incredible speed, leaving behind a 30-centimeter long crack. Gu Chen stepped forward to inspect it, noticing that the crack extended through to the outer wall. He then walked outside to observe the damage. He discovered that the gale energy he had fired had pierced through 5 or 6 walls before seemingly vanishing into thin air, likely due to the angle. Witnessing this, Gu Chen couldn't help but inwardly gasp. The destructive power of this gale energy was truly terrifying. He had only unleashed a tiny thread of his gungchi, yet it had pierced through 5 or 6 walls before vanishing into thin air without diminishing its power. It now seemed clear that his previous escape from the middle-aged man's grasp was likely due to the man's limited strength and lack of skill. Had he been the one to strike down his past self, he likely wouldn't have survived a single blow. He would have been instantly killed. After experiencing his enhanced physique, Gu Chen gazed toward the distant sky, listening to the distant clamor, chaos, and din. A faint smile touched Gu Chen's lips. Spirit Treasure Pavilion, here I come. Though he wasn't yet a top-tier expert, he could now at least make a mark. Gu Chen then stepped out of his bedroom, preparing to head to the Lingbao Pavilion to see if there were any cultivation techniques suitable for him. The moment he stepped out, he saw Yun Nuo and Gu Lingling waiting for him in the living room. Upon seeing him emerge, both girls' faces lit up with delight. Gu Chen ruffled both girls' hair before saying to them, "I need to go out for a while. Stay inside and keep the doors and windows locked. Don't let anyone in."
If you encounter danger you can't handle, go to the Li family and find Li Xiao. I'll likely be gone for half a day and probably won't return until around 9 or 10 at night. Don't worry. Hearing his words, the two girls' faces immediately clouded over with unease and worry. The situation outside was dire now, fraught with danger. They feared Gu Chen might not return. Gu Chen naturally noticed their unease and reassured them that his strength had grown since before. He wasn't as vulnerable as he once was, and this trip shouldn't pose any major risks. He would be careful. Hearing his words, the worry in their eyes gradually faded. Gu Chen then pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard, preparing to head directly to the Lingbao Pavilion. The Lingbao Pavilion had been his intended destination from the start. Setting aside the countless weapons and spiritual treasures within, he absolutely had to go for the martial arts manuals stored there. Even as a spirit refining realm expert, he had to go. He needed to get his hands on the Lingbao Pavilion's manuals concerning the spirit refining realm and the outer gang's realm. After using the remaining incineration points to master cultivation manuals and enhance his personal strength, he would tour the crematoriums in other areas to see if he could acquire large amounts of incineration points once more. To achieve a breakthrough into the spirit refining realm in one fell swoop. No time to waste. Gu Chen grabbed the clear wind sword, stepped out the door, and headed straight for the Lingbao Pavilion. After taking 2 steps outside, the gale energy within Gu Chen began to circulate. Instantly, his entire body rose into the air, floating mid-sky. But perhaps because it was his first time flying, he immediately crashed headfirst into a nearby building. The impact tore a gaping hole through the building, revealing a terrified couple inside. Seeing this, Gu Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He pulled out a black card and tossed it directly to the couple. "There's 10 million in here. Consider it my compensation." With that, Gu Chen once again channeled his gale energy, swaying gently as he ascended into the air and headed toward the location of the Lingbao Pavilion. As he flew, Gu Chen grew increasingly adept at controlling his gale energy. His flight became smoother and smoother, his speed steadily increasing. Finally, he unleashed his full speed for a test run. In the blink of an eye, he shot forward several kilometers. This terrifying velocity startled even Gu Chen himself. This was far too fast. He was significantly quicker than the person who had pursued him earlier, at least twice as fast, if not more. He couldn't tell if that person had been underwhelming or if he himself had grown stronger. Gu Chen sensed that his current speed was comparable to that of a spirit refining realm expert. It was a truly terrifying speed. Propelled by this terrifying velocity, Gu Chen reached the location of the Lingbao Pavilion in just 5 minutes. The street where the Lingbao Pavilion stood was now equally chaotic, filled with arguments, disorder, and looting. Even the usually imposing entrance of the Lingbao Pavilion was surrounded by a crowd. The crowd surrounding it was chaotic and disorganized. Gu Chen could see both minions of major factions and street thugs mingled together. Only a handful of people, perhaps 10 or so, guarded the entrance to the Lingbao Pavilion. Compared to the crowd surrounding it, their numbers were pitifully small. Leading the Lingbao Pavilion was a young woman of 18 or 19. Standing just over 5 feet tall, she had a slender build, fair skin, large eyes, and a pointed chin. She looked like the school beauty of some prestigious institution. Her martial cultivation was relatively low, only around the muscle tendon refinement stage, and most of her subordinates were similarly ranked. Yet, the enemies closing in on them. Their opponents were far beyond that level. Among them were practitioners at the Qi Blood realm, muscle tendon refinement realm, and even some at the bone forging realm. Gu Chen even spotted a master at the Unity realm. Compared to the lineup of the Lingbao Pavilion, this force was overwhelmingly superior. It seemed likely that a single clash would scatter the Lingbao Pavilion's entire contingent. They were no match for such an opponent. Seeing this outcome, Gu Chen couldn't help but frown. Lingbao Pavilion's forces seemed rather weak. Hadn't there been numerous experts when he visited the Lingbao Pavilion before? Why was the leader now merely an 18 or 19-year-old girl at the muscle tendon refinement stage? Where had the other masters of the Lingbao Pavilion gone? With only these few, they couldn't possibly hold back the ravenous enemies outside. They might even lose their lives entirely. In this chaotic Yen city, dying now would leave no trace. What do you think you're doing? Don't you know this is Lingbao Pavilion's territory? Are you trying to rob us? Don't forget my father is an outer girdle realm expert. He alone could wipe you all out. The woman leading the Lingbao Pavilion faced the crowd, her expression unflinching as she barked the warning. Hearing her words, the crowd at the Lingbao Pavilion entrance paled. The less resolute among them took a step back, ready to withdraw from this mess. After all, the pavilion master of the Lingbao Pavilion was an outer girdle realm expert. His power was undeniably formidable, ranking among the absolute elite of Yen City. If he returned, they would surely meet a gruesome end. Thus, some began contemplating withdrawal. But an elderly man stepped forward from the crowd, placing himself before the others. He addressed the young woman without a hint of politeness. "Ha ha ha ha. An outer gang's realm expert, might I ask where he is now? Once I've plundered every last treasure from your Lingbao Pavilion, I'll simply find a place to live under a new name. Do you really think your father could ever catch me?" As the old man's words fell silent,
The crowd across from the Lingbao Pavilion stirred restlessly once more. Right. Just pull off one heist and flee. Even if the pavilion master's powers were limitless, he couldn't possibly catch them. In this chaotic world, who could say for certain who had actually committed the crime? And if they went even further, eliminated all these witnesses, the matter would become impossible to investigate. These thoughts fueled the growing ferocity in the eyes of the crowd gathered at the Lingbao Pavilion entrance. The young girl at the entrance naturally caught these glances. Startled, she took a step back, but then straightened her chest and stepped forward again. Do you truly believe a mere handful of you could overrun the Lingbao Pavilion? Let me tell you, it's nowhere near enough. Though our pavilion currently lacks masters, and our sole expert is now a follower of the Rebirth sect having defected to serve them, you all know this. Otherwise, you wouldn't dare besiege the Lingbao Pavilion. But let me make one thing crystal clear, Lingbao Pavilion is not as simple as you imagine. This protective formation alone is ranked at the 6th tier, equivalent to the protection of an expert at the inner gang realm. Are you certain you can break through this formation in the short term? Moreover, our Lingbao Pavilion possesses numerous weapons of devastating, one-time lethality. I doubt any of you could withstand their full force. Even if someone could endure it, it certainly wouldn't be you. As the young woman's cold words fell, the scene plunged into silence. The crowd, whose spirits had been running high moments before as they prepared to storm the Lingbao Pavilion, now seemed doused with cold water. They resumed their encirclement without attacking, watching for any signs of a change in the situation. After all, with so many people present intending to raid the Lingbao Pavilion, they needed to see if any masters had infiltrated their ranks. Sure enough, after a brief wait, a woman in her 50s stepped forward. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed as they fixed on her. Her cultivation level was no slouch, having reached the inner gang realm. She was quite formidable. The elderly woman who stepped forward made no effort to conceal her aura, instead releasing it fully. The crowd gasped in astonishment. An inner gang realm expert. My goodness, to actually witness one in person. This spells trouble for the Lingbao Pavilion. An inner gang realm expert is preparing to aid the robbery. How will the Lingbao Pavilion possibly defend against this? It's hopeless. The pavilion master and the elite experts are off somewhere. The pavilion's defenses are at their weakest now. Even with protective arrays, it won't be enough. After all, arrays are static while people are dynamic. The protective arrays might hold for a while, but how long can they really last? Those single-use, high-damage magical treasures won't pack much punch. For that inner gang realm woman, they're no challenge. At that level, her power is already formidable. For a treasure to achieve such lethality, it needs to be wielded by someone of equal caliber. Otherwise, it's unlikely to truly eliminate her. In my opinion, it would be better for the girl to just open the Spirit Treasure Pavilion and let them plunder it. That way, they might even survive. If she insists on holding her ground, the entire group could perish here. When the pavilion master returns to find his daughter dead, that should be quite the spectacle. What spectacle? With the Lingbao Pavilion master in such chaos, where would he even begin to hunt down these killers? He'd never find them. If the killers choose to hide, he couldn't track down 10 of them if he tried. The young girl standing in the Lingbao Pavilion's face darkened the moment she saw the old woman at the inner gang realm step forward. Hearing the murmurs around her only made her panic even more. But she quickly exhaled, forcing herself to steady her nerves. As the highest-ranking figure present, if she panicked, how could her subordinates possibly handle the situation? If morale collapsed, everything would truly be lost. Lingbao Pavilion's accumulated wealth might genuinely be plundered clean. After pondering for a long while, she couldn't come up with a viable solution, and her face grew pale. A wave of despair washed over her. Could it be that today she truly couldn't protect Lingbao Pavilion? Was Lingbao Pavilion really going to be plundered by these people, putting even her own life in danger? No, there was one more option. Perhaps it could be a desperate counterattack to protect the Lingbao Pavilion. A flicker of excitement lit up the girl's pale face. This method might just work. Steeling her resolve, the Lingbao Pavilion maiden stepped before the crowd and proclaimed. Today, Lingbao Pavilion faces peril. Is there any righteous hero willing to lend a hand? Lingbao Pavilion shall offer a reward that will satisfy you. But as her words fell, the would-be robbers erupted into raucous laughter. Has this girl lost her mind? Coming up with a plan like this? Heroic knights? Even if there were any, could they possibly stand against so many of us? Besides, if we attack now, everything in the Lingbao Pavilion is already ours. Why bother with any reward? And that middle-aged woman's cultivation is at the inner gun stage. How many could defeat her? Probably not a single soul here. The Lingbao Pavilion maiden had been filled with joy, believing this plan could save the pavilion. But as she listened to the murmurs of the crowd and the prolonged silence of no response, her face paled once more, her heart sinking into despair. It made sense. Once they breached the Lingbao Pavilion, wouldn't all its treasures, supplies, cultivation techniques, and weapons become theirs anyway? Why risk their lives to aid the Lingbao Pavilion against them? How foolish of me to even propose such a solution to our predicament. Forget it. I'll just have my men step aside. Open the formation and let them plunder the Lingbao Pavilion. At least this way, they might conserve their strength and avoid putting their lives on the line. With that thought, the Lingbao Pavilion maiden resolved to activate the formation and permit the looting. But just as she opened her mouth, she noticed a young man, about her age somewhere between 17 and 18, had emerged from the crowd. This youth possessed rosy lips and pearly teeth, his features so exquisitely delicate that many found themselves unable to look away after a single glance. After stepping forward, this excessively handsome youth walked straight to her. Through the light barrier of the formation, he gazed directly into her eyes and spoke calmly. "Can I take your words at face value? You want me to drive these people away, and in return, you'll offer me a reward that satisfies me, correct?" The Lingbao Pavilion maiden froze upon seeing this, instinctively replying, "Yes." But she quickly realized that he was merely a youth of similar age, lacking the strength to handle these men. He could very well lose his life over this matter. Thus, she hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "While what you say is true, I don't advise you to help us. The gap in strength is too great. I appreciate your offer, but please don't assist us. I've already prepared to open the Lingbao Pavilion and let them take it. So thank you for wanting to stand with me, but I truly don't need it now." After the Lingbao Pavilion maiden finished speaking, she shot Gu Chen an apologetic glance. She then turned away from Gu Chen and addressed the crowd preparing to raid the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. "I can activate the Lingbao Pavilion's formation to let you in, but I have one condition: you may take whatever items you wish and seize any cultivation techniques at will. However, I beg you to spare me and my followers. Otherwise, we'll all go down together. Let's see how long it takes you to breach the Lingbao Pavilion's defenses." As the girl finished speaking, Gu Chen shook his head. It was understandable that she didn't believe he possessed the strength to resolve the current predicament. After all, he looked far too young. No one would suspect his strength had already reached the level of an outer girdle realm powerhouse. But letting these people into the Lingbao Pavilion and expecting them to spare his life and that of his men was simply unwise. These were desperate criminals intent on robbery. What difference would killing one more make? Moreover, once the formation was activated, with the girl's strength and that of her followers, they would be nothing more than lambs led to slaughter, utterly powerless. Then they'd truly be caught between a rock and a hard place, unable to live or die. She was still far too young. He could guarantee that if this girl's father were here, even if his strength fell short of the outsiders, he would never let them enter the Lingbao Pavilion. Instead, he would have relied on the Lingbao Pavilion's formation to fight to the death, or evacuated all its treasures, rather than unlocking the formation to let them in. Sure enough, as the girl's words fell, Gu Chen immediately sensed the surrounding crowd beginning to whisper strategies amongst themselves. Some agreed to enter the formation, take only the treasures, and leave without harming anyone. Many others declared they would take the treasures and kill the people. A portion even set their sights on the Lingbao Pavilion maiden herself, intending to take her, the money, and the treasures. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. They would feign agreement, then act according to their own desires once inside. With their decision made, the woman in her 50s or 60s, possessing the inner gang realm, addressed the Lingbao Pavilion maiden. "Very well, we agree to your terms. Open the formation, we shall enter." The maiden hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and activated the array. Instantly, the light barrier blocking their path vanished. The group of people who had come to rob the Lingbao Pavilion saw the light barrier vanish and immediately revealed their true nature. "Ha ha ha ha. The array's gone. Now I want the money, the people, and the goods. He, I'll slaughter every last one of you and plunder all the treasures. Not a single soul will escape. Ha 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 ha. You're so naive, little girl, trusting a bunch of desperados like us. Once I've looted all the treasures, you'll serve this young master obediently. If you please me well, I might even spare your life. After that, you could be a maid or something. Not a bad deal. Get lost. This little girl is too beautiful, she's mine. Dare to compete, and I'll kill you. Like I'm scared of you. Who do you think you are? You're just some lowly minion stuck at the muscle refinement stage. I'm at the bone forging stage. One palm strike and you're dead." After the Lingbao Pavilion maiden activated the formation, she watched the crowd before her reveal their true natures. Instantly pale with terror, she screamed in panic. "You have no morals. You have no honor." But as the mob charged toward her, they retorted. "You expect a bunch of desperate scoundrels to keep their word? Have you lost your mind? This girl's a fool. Looks like we'll have to kill her after we're done playing with her." Hearing the robber's words, the girl was utterly dumbfounded. She bitterly regretted her decision, but it was too late to close the formation now. At that thought, her knees buckled and she collapsed to the ground, wailing uncontrollably. "I'm sorry, I've ruined you all. Run for your lives. I was so foolish. How could I have trusted such people? Why? I'm such an idiot. How could I be so stupid? Please, just run." But just then, the girl noticed the boy who had been separated from her by the array's light barrier. With the array gone, he took 2 steps toward her, came to her side, then crouched down to look at her. The Lingbao Pavilion girl asked in confusion. "What are you doing? Aren't you going to raid the Lingbao Pavilion? Why are you crouching in front of me?" But then the young woman from the Lingbao Pavilion seemed to remember something, and her emotions suddenly flared. Mark my words, I'd rather die than submit to you. Give up this notion now. If you dare harm me, my father will avenge me no matter where you flee. But the next moment, the Lingbao Pavilion maiden watched as the youth before her calmly pulled out paper and brush from his pocket. He swiftly wrote several lines on the paper before handing it to her. The Lingbao Pavilion maiden took it and read. Lingbao Pavilion Contract. In exchange for today's assistance in overcoming Lingbao Pavilion's crisis, Lingbao Pavilion shall provide 2 combat manuals of the Outer Gang's realm and 1 cultivation technique of the Refining Spirit realm as compensation. Below that was the youth's signature, 2 characters Gu Chen. Reading this, the Lingbao Pavilion maiden was utterly dumbfounded. She never imagined this youth before her had come not to rob the pavilion. Instead, he presented her with a contract detailing the very terms she had previously mentioned. Anyone who helped the Lingbao Pavilion overcome its crisis would receive corresponding compensation. Could this youth truly be here to aid the Lingbao Pavilion? But she quickly shook her head. Even if this youth genuinely intended to aid the Lingbao Pavilion, he was far too young. What strength could he possibly possess to help the pavilion overcome its crisis? The moment he made a move, he'd likely die right here, wasting his life for nothing utterly pointless. With that thought, the girl prepared to refuse him. But the youth before her seemed to sense her intention and spoke directly. It's fine. Sign it. I have a plan. Trust me, I can definitely stop these people. Really? Yes, really. Just sign it. With lingering doubt, the Lingbao Pavilion maiden signed her name. Gu Chen then tucked away the signed paper, stood up, and turned his gaze toward the crowd preparing to raid Lingbao Pavilion. By now, many of them had already stormed inside the Lingbao Pavilion, though most remained outside. Only those with higher cultivation levels had managed to break in first, thanks to their speed. Beyond that, some individuals were eyeing the Lingbao Pavilion girl with ill intent. Among them was a rough-looking fellow who approached with a lecherous grin, saying, "Hey there, sweetheart, come into Big Brother's arms. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you. Big bro, can I have a turn after you're done? I want a taste too. This girl's got it all, I'm practically drooling just looking at her." "Fine, fine. After I'm done, you can have her. Once we've both had our fill, we'll sell her to a brothel. We'll make a killing." The Lingbao Pavilion maiden recoiled in terror, her face drained of color as she stumbled backward. As for Gu Chen, who had signed a contract with her, she had long since forgotten him. She didn't believe he could help her at all. But just as the 2 brothers closed in on the Lingbao Pavilion girl, Gu Chen moved. He appeared before the 2 brothers like a gust of wind, then struck each of them squarely in the chest with a palm strike. Ouch! This kid's playing the hero to save the damsel in distress? Don't you know what level I'm at? I'm at the peak of the muscle refinement realm. Ah! Damn it, help me! Initially, the brothers dismissed Gu Chen's sudden appearance, assuming he was just some kid they could easily knock down. But when Gu Chen struck each of them in the chest, their expressions changed instantly. They felt an immense pressure enveloping them, rendering them completely immobilized. All they could do was watch as the palms landed on their chests. 2 dull thuds echoed, followed by the brothers flying backward as if struck by a truck. They crashed into the street corner and died instantly. This scene instantly terrified the vicious thugs who had been preparing to approach the girl near Lingbao Pavilion. One by one, they stared at Gu Chen with eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Even the Lingbao Pavilion girl, who had been resigned to her fate, instinctively gasped, her mouth agape as she stared blankly at the bodies lying on the ground. After a long moment, her gaze finally settled on Gu Chen, standing not far away. "You did that?" The Lingbao Pavilion girl never imagined Gu Chen could actually save her in such a crisis, let alone possess such unfathomable power. With just 2 palm strikes, 2 peak muscle tendon realm cultivators had been killed on the street. She herself, despite consuming numerous treasures, was only at peak muscle tendon realm. That meant the youth before her could kill her just as easily with a single strike if he wished. This realization sent a wave of excitement through her. If this youth possessed such unfathomable power, perhaps he could genuinely help her and Lingbao Pavilion weather this crisis. With that, the Lingbao Pavilion maiden scrambled to her feet, approached Gu Chen, and knelt before him with a thud. "I beg you, sir, save Lingbao Pavilion. Save me. Save my subordinates. I, Xuelan, shall repay you generously in this lifetime." Then, Xuelan, the Lingbao Pavilion maiden, bowed her head to the ground in a loud thud before Gu Chen. Even Gu Chen was startled by this scene. It was the first time someone his age had prostrated themselves before him like this. He quickly helped Xuelan up and said, "Rest assured. Since I've agreed to help you, I will see it through. Just give me the payment." With that, Gu Chen stepped forward. When he reappeared, he was already at the entrance of Lingbao Pavilion. The bandits who had already rushed to the gate, preparing to plunder, froze upon seeing Gu Chen suddenly materialize. But because his appearance was so bizarre, they cautiously inquired, "Young man, why are you blocking our way? Why won't you let us in?" "Yeah, young man, let us in already. Lots of people are already inside. You can't just block us out." "Exactly. Just because you're strong, you can't keep us out." You're hogging all the good stuff. Don't we deserve even a sip of soup? I'm not asking for meat, just a taste of broth. That's not too much to ask, is it? Exactly. Let us in for a sip of broth. Otherwise, we'll have come all this way for nothing, not a single benefit. Gu Chen, who had suddenly appeared before the crowd, remained utterly unfazed by their pleas, his expression as calm as ever. As the crowd surrounding the Lingbao pavilion swelled and more people arrived from behind, Gu Chen sensed the moment had come. He spoke calmly. You cannot enter the Lingbao pavilion. Enter at your peril. Gu Chen's calm words exploded like a bomb dropped into a lake, sending ripples of shock through the crowd. Some confused onlookers from the rear immediately shouted back. Who the hell do you think you are, acting so high and mighty? Death to those who enter. More like death to your dad. Get down on your knees and apologize right now, and I'll pretend nothing happened. You little punk, have you lost your mind? Who do you think you are, talking to us like that? You better believe I'll beat you to death with my fist. Get out of the way. I'm going in. Or I'll kill you too. Move it. Why waste time arguing? Just kill him and be done with it. Those ahead, startled by Gu Chen's dramatic entrance, were far more cautious. Young man, you really should step aside. Even if you're exceptionally skilled, you might not be able to handle this many people. Young man, you see how many of us are blocking the way. It's impossible to let you through. But the crowd's pressure didn't sway Gu Chen. Standing at the entrance of the Lingbao pavilion, he faced their demands with a cold sneer, saying nothing. Then, Gu Chen drew the clear wind sword and drew a sharp line across the ground before him. A distinct horizontal line appeared before everyone's eyes. Cross this line, and you die. As Gu Chen drew the line, discontented murmurs erupted from the crowd below. Cross this line and die? Talk is cheap. Stop blocking the door. Let us in, or I'll slice you in two with my sword. Forget it, this is taking too long. All the good stuff's been snatched up. Move aside, I'll deal with this kid. A man in his 30s stepped forward from the crowd. Standing over 5 feet 7 inches, he brandished a massive iron hammer and grinned savagely at Gu Chen. Step aside now and you might get a proper burial. Otherwise, once I strike, you'll be nothing but a pile of pulp. Seeing Gu Chen ignore him, the man stomped forward in anger, charging like a cannonball. His chi and blood weren't weak, he seemed to be at the peak of the muscle tendon refinement realm. But this was too weak for Gu Chen. Before the man could reach him, just as he crossed the line, Gu Chen snapped his fingers lightly. Utilizing the subtle pressure emanating from his body, he enveloped the man who had crossed the line. Instantly, the man exploded like a firecracker with a loud bang, turning into a cloud of blood mist that vanished from the world. This sudden turn of events terrified everyone present. Holy, what did we just see? That guy blew up into a blood mist? Is this real? Am I dreaming or hallucinating? I saw him cross that line and turn into a mist of blood. Is this kid that terrifying? However, some refused to believe Gu Chen was responsible for this. Gu Chen was too young, they couldn't believe he possessed the power to pulverize someone into a blood mist from a distance. Just a kid. Probably pulling some trick. Don't let him fool you. I'll show him. A man in his 40s stepped forward from the crowd. Standing over 1.9 meters tall with a muscular build, he wore a black training uniform that revealed every contour of his physique, a textbook example of a heavyweight muscle man. His aura indicated he was at the forged bone realm, no weakling by any measure. In Yen City, he'd be considered a mid-tier force. In a small town, he'd be top tier. Kid, you can still admit defeat. Otherwise, once I twist your head off, it'll be too late. Gu Chen remained silent, glancing down at the line. His eyebrow twitched, signaling death to anyone who crossed it. Seeing Gu Chen's utter refusal to back down, the muscular man's killing intent flared. He stomped his foot down hard, leaving a deep pit in the ground, then charged forward like a wild horse breaking free, his legs shooting out toward Gu Chen with lightning speed. Yet the instant he crossed that line, he met Gu Chen's gaze. It was a gaze like that of a god, as if surveying a mere ant. At the same time, he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him from all directions. This pressure was so immense it was utterly impossible to resist, and he could only watch helplessly as he was crushed into a cloud of blood mist. In his final moments, he thought, this youth is no ordinary person. His power is terrifying. He must be an old monster disguised as a young man, disregarding martial ethics. To others, the burly man had barely crossed the line before being crushed into a blood mist by some unknown force, leaving them pale with terror. But after regaining their composure, someone muttered resentfully. What's there to fear? I don't believe he can kill us all. He's not even 20. Probably used some special weapon to take out the first two. Weapons might still work, but they won't kill many. Most of us can break through. What are we hesitating for? Without resources or money, how can we advance in martial arts? Opportunity is right before us. Though perilous, we must not stop. These words sparked a flicker of ruthlessness in some eyes within the crowd. Indeed, people risk their lives for wealth, birds risk theirs for food. Without cultivation resources, how could one advance further? The chance was right before them. Stealing the treasures from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion offered a path to martial heights. As for danger, danger lurked everywhere. Life itself is a perilous journey. What is there to fear? At worst, we start over. Charge. He's alone, he can't possibly stop all of us. Charge. The crowd before Gu Chen erupted into chaos, surging forward relentlessly toward the Lingbao pavilion behind him. Eyes bloodshot, they resembled wild wolves sensing the scent of blood. Gu Chen watched the charging crowd, his brow furrowing slightly, yet showing no sign of panic. As if he was now an outer gang's realm powerhouse. He could handle twice as many, even 10 times as many, with ease. Then, Gu Chen drew the Qingfeng sword from his back, slowly gripping it in his hand. He shouted at the crowd before him. Trespassers die. The crowd before him seemed deaf to his words, accelerating madly as they attempted to break through his blockade and storm the Lingbao pavilion. Gu Chen hesitated no longer. He channeled his inner gang energy into the Qingfeng sword. Instantly, the sword transformed from azure to deep azure, then to black, a particularly profound black that seemed to swallow the very light. Gu Chen raised the Qingfeng sword and made a light sweep toward the crowd. A blade of energy, 2 to 3 meters wide, sliced through the air. Once released, it began to grow wildly, expanding from 2 to 3 meters to 5 or 6 meters, then 7 or 8 meters, finally reaching a width of 10 meters. Ultimately, it became a sword aura over 20 meters wide, its fluctuations terrifying beyond measure. The thugs at the forefront, poised to storm the Lingbao pavilion, were instantly terrified out of their wits by this terrifying sword energy. What is this? Chapter 96, Practicing Martial Arts, Preparing for Another Blazing Inferno. What the hell is that? Is that sword energy? It's terrifying. How can it be over 20 meters wide? Look at those ripples. Holy, I can feel the hairs on my body standing on end. What kind of power does this kid have? No clue about his strength. All I know is we need to get out of here fast. Run. Run now. The thugs who had been charging forward now retreated in panic, their faces twisted with fear. Each one moved faster than when they'd arrived, even mustering every ounce of strength they possessed. Because the sword light behind them was simply too terrifying. Never mind its staggering width over 20 meters, nearly 30 meters wide. But even a single glance felt like it would blind them. They were utterly foolish to provoke such a terrifyingly powerful foe. But legs could never match the speed of an oncoming sword beam. Before they could take 2 steps, the blade of light closed in from behind. Many didn't even attempt resistance, crushed instantly into clouds of blood missed by the relentless beam. Those with nowhere left to flee mustered every ounce of strength to confront the blade's light head-on. But the sword light's power was utterly terrifying. They couldn't even withstand a single breath's worth of its force before being crushed into pulp. In the end, the entire group was utterly pulverized by that terrifying sword light. Only those on the very edges or those who had fled far enough managed to escape with their lives. Those who escaped looked at Gu Chen with eyes filled with lingering terror. Who could have imagined this young man was so terrifying? With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed a sword beam that instantly annihilated the vast majority of them. What was the point of playing around anymore? They had to run fast. As for the treasures, weapons, cultivation techniques, and spiritual artifacts from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, they'd all been abandoned in their haste. Nothing mattered more than their own lives now. After all, if these items were lost, there might be another chance to obtain them. But once their lives were gone, truly, everything was lost. Gu Chen watched the fleeing figures but made no move to pursue. Instead, he turned and stepped into the Lingbao pavilion behind him. Inside, a few intruders remained. He needed to deal with them. Outside the Lingbao pavilion, Xuelan, who had just signed a spirit contract with Gu Chen, stood frozen in shock. She had watched Gu Chen barricade himself at the entrance, holding her breath in anxiety, both fearing he might fail to hold them back and dreading he might die there, wasting a young life for nothing. But to her surprise, Gu Chen instantly killed 2 people. Then, facing the charging crowd, he simply waved his hand, unleashing a massive sword beam that instantly reduced everyone to dust. This left him utterly dumbfounded. Was this Gu Chen really his peer? This was terrifying. When he had signed the contract with Gu Chen, he had clearly sensed that Gu Chen was roughly his own age, not some old man pretending to be young, but genuinely youthful. Yet this peer of his had effortlessly resolved the crisis facing the Lingbao pavilion. It was utterly unbelievable, utterly shocking. So young, yet wielding a sword with such devastating power that it instantly killed so many people present. And to think he had initially suspected Gu Chen was merely going to his death. After entering the Lingbao pavilion, Gu Chen headed straight for the 5th floor. Because everything below the 5th floor was of relatively low value. And the individuals who had previously entered the Lingbao pavilion were all cultivators of considerable strength. He suspected they would have no interest in the items below the 5th floor. Sure enough, upon reaching the 5th floor of the Lingbao pavilion, he found 3 or 4 figures scrambling to seize the cultivation techniques, weapons, and spiritual treasures displayed there. Most of them were at the Forged Bone Realm cultivation level. Gu Chen glanced at them before standing at the staircase entrance of the 5th floor and bellowed. Everyone drop what you're holding. I'll spare your lives now. Refuse, and you'll face the consequences. But everyone was too busy scrambling for treasures to hear a word he said. At most, someone glanced over, saw Guchen was just a kid, and ignored him, continuing their looting. Seeing this, Guchen said nothing further. He gripped the Clearwind's sword once more. He swung his sword down at one of them. Instantly, terror flashed across the man's face as he tried to dodge, but it was too late. The blade sliced clean through him, splitting him in two. Guchen then turned his gaze to the others. Instantly, they shuddered in terror, their eyes filled with dread as they stared at him. It was terrifying. The sheer power of that strike sent a chill down their spines. The moment that sword was drawn, they sensed its terrifying might and the overwhelming pressure it carried. And the one who had unleashed that strike was none other than the youth who had just urged them to leave. I was wrong. I was wrong. I'll leave right now. I'm leaving too. I'm leaving. I'll leave everything here, I won't take a single thing. I have a wife and children at home. My son is only 4 years old. I have my elderly mother too, she's over 70 now. If I die here, who will take care of them? Please spare me. I swear I'll never do it again. I'll leave immediately, I won't take anything. Guchen watched the begging crowd, saying nothing, then swung his sword several more times. After a series of agonized screams, the 5th floor of Lingbao Pavilion fell completely silent. Guchen then advanced toward the 6th floor of the Lingbao Pavilion. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Guchen found the crowd significantly larger than on the 5th floor, roughly over a dozen people. Guchen repeated his command. Everyone drop your belongings and get out of the Lingbao Pavilion immediately. The consequences are yours to bear if you disobey. Once again, no one paid him any mind. Unsurprised, Guchen drew the Qingfeng sword and swung it out. Instantly, a figure snapped clean in two. The remaining individuals, now terrified, began begging for mercy. Spare me. I have a wife and children at home. My wife just fell ill this year and needs money, so I took this desperate risk. My son is only 3 years old. I came here hoping to secure a better future for him. Please spare my life, I beg you. Guchen looked at these begging men, his eyes showing not a shred of pity. He swung his sword several more times, striking them down without hesitation. Some, seeing the situation was hopeless, attempted to jump from the building to escape. Guchen extended a finger, shooting forth a blast of qi that instantly pulverized the person into fragments. Guchen then mercilessly eliminated the remaining individuals. He then proceeded to the 7th floor. Perhaps because the commotion Guchen had caused earlier was too immense, all eyes on the 7th floor were now fixed on the stairwell entrance. Seeing Guchen slowly ascend with his sword raised, their eyes flickered with shock and suspicion. Guchen paid no heed to their reactions, repeating the familiar words once more. Everyone drop everything immediately and get out of Lingbao Tower, or face the consequences. As Guchen uttered these words, the atmosphere on the 7th floor of the Lingbao Pavilion instantly plummeted to its lowest point. Just as Guchen assumed the 7th floor would unfold like the 5th and 6th floors, someone abruptly dumped everything they'd grabbed onto the floor. To prove they hadn't taken extra items, they even stripped off their upper garment and tossed it down. Then, they bowed their fist in apology toward Guchen. Witnessing this, Guchen felt genuinely surprised. Among so many people, this was the first who believed him and voluntarily laid down their belongings. Well, perhaps your fate hasn't yet run its course. Guchen nodded at him, signaling he could leave. The man walked past Guchen and descended the stairs, leaving the Lingbao Pavilion. Guchen then turned his gaze back to the crowd on the 7th floor. Is anyone else leaving? My patience is running thin. I'll count to 3. If no one responds, I'll start slaughtering. But after Guchen finished counting to 3, no one put down their belongings and no one moved to leave. Guchen proceeded without hesitation, swinging his sword to cleave one person clean in two. Without waiting for their reactions, he unleashed several more strikes, slaughtering every last person on the 7th floor. Guchen then proceeded to the 8th floor of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. With only 8 floors in total, the 8th floor was the highest level, housing items related to the spirit refining realm. Guchen scanned the area. Spotted the Unity Realm expert he'd noticed earlier in the crowd. Besides that figure, only the old woman at the inner Gung realm remained. Get down! Who gave you permission to come up here? Let me tell you, the 8th floor of the Lingbao Pavilion is off limits to you. The moment Guchen stepped onto the 8th floor, he was barked at by the Unity Realm expert. Perhaps seeing Guchen persistently advance to the 8th level undeterred, the Unity Realm expert grew enraged and lunged at him. Without hesitation, Guchen swung his sword in a backhand strike, sending the opponent to meet his maker. Perhaps it was Guchen's exceptionally swift and decisive kill that drew the attention of the old woman standing by the martial arts manual shelves. Fixing it upon Guchen. Guchen paid no heed, proceeding directly with his routine. After all, she was only at the inner Gang realm. Back when he was at the Unity realm, he might have been able to defeat someone at the inner Gang realm. Now that he had ascended to the outer Gang realm, how could he possibly fail to handle a mere old woman? Drop your belongings and get out of the Lingbao Pavilion, or face the consequences. Guchen then turned his gaze toward the old woman. Because on this floor, aside from the Unity realm expert Guchen had just slain, only this old woman remained. The old woman knew the warning was directed at her. She gave an incredulous chuckle. then continued examining the cultivation technique in her hands. Gu Chen sneered coldly and swung his sword directly at her. This strike carried far greater power than the ones he had used against the others earlier. After all, the old woman before him was an inner Gung realm expert, and he needed to take her seriously. However, perhaps because the old woman had never taken Gu Chen seriously, she was utterly unprepared for his sudden, overwhelming attack. She was utterly caught off guard, her head severed cleanly by the blade. Seeing this, Gu Chen sneered coldly. This woman was simply too arrogant. Her death was no injustice. Gu Chen then walked over to where the old woman lay dead, picked up the cultivation technique from her hand, and bent down to examine it. A spirit refining realm cultivation technique, the 1000-turn longevity method. This was a cultivation manual for the spirit refining realm. It was said that upon mastering it, one could extend their lifespan by 200 years and roam freely throughout the heavens and earth. Gu Chen glanced at it before setting it aside. Though valuable, it wasn't what he needed most right now. What he urgently required was something to enhance his combat prowess. Gu Chen continued browsing the shelves. The 8th level held relatively few cultivation manuals and martial arts techniques, only 6 in total. Excluding the one he had just examined, 5 remained. Gu Chen picked them all up and examined them one by one. He found 2 that seemed particularly suitable for him. One titled 10,000 Battles Body Tempering Technique. Its name bore a striking resemblance to the cultivation technique he had obtained earlier. After reading the description of this technique, Gu Chen discovered that the creator of the 10,000 Battles Body Forging method was also the creator of the 100 Battles Body Forging method. Both were authored by the same individual, though at different cultivation levels. While at the Unity realm, this individual had created the 100 Battles Body Tempering technique. And upon advancing to the Spirit Refining realm, he had created the 10,000 Battles Body Tempering method. Moreover, the 10,000 Battles Body Tempering technique proved remarkably effective. Gu Chen estimated that mastering it to perfection could triple his physical prowess, significantly boosting his combat strength. This technique is excellent. I'll take it. Gu Chen promptly tucked the technique into his pocket and moved on to examine the next one. This one also caught Gu Chen's interest. Titled the Eternal Evergreen Technique. Mastering it would grant exceptional healing capabilities for injuries and a slight, albeit negligible, life-prolonging effect. Of course, Gu Chen wasn't focused on that aspect. What truly mattered to him was its exceptional healing properties. Even if his physical constitution was already formidable, injuries could severely impact his combat effectiveness. But if he mastered the Everlasting Vitality technique, he could rapidly heal his wounds and regain his fighting prowess. Additionally, Gu Chen found another technique quite promising, the Wandering Dragon Body Art. This was a body movement technique for the Spirit Refining realm. Mastering it would greatly enhance the practitioner's speed and long-distance pursuit capabilities. Gu Chen roughly estimated it could more than double his current speed. Gu Chen tucked all the techniques he favored into his waist pouch. Promises were promises, but flexibility was also necessary. He had previously stated he would only take 1 Spirit Refining realm technique and 2 Outer Chi realm techniques. But now that he'd discovered 3 suitable manuals on the 8th level, he naturally intended to take them all. At worst, he could compensate them, study the manuals for a while, and then return them once he had mastered the techniques. That would resolve the matter completely. Moreover, Gu Chen believed Xuelan would likely agree to this arrangement. Gu Chen then carried the manuals back to the base of the Lingbao Pavilion. Upon reaching the first floor, he saw Xuelan and her dozen or so subordinates waiting for him in the lobby. Upon seeing him descend, a flicker of joy lit up Xuelan's eyes as she hurried over. "Hello, sir. May I ask if everything has been resolved?" Gu Chen didn't hide anything from her and replied directly. "Yes, the people upstairs have mostly been dealt with. There will be quite a few bodies for you to handle shortly. Oh, and while I was on the 8th floor, I spotted 3 cultivation manuals I'm interested in. Besides my payment, could I take them? Rest assured, I won't shortchange you. I'll pay 20 million. I'll take a look at them for a while and send them over to you later. What do you say? Is that acceptable?" Upon hearing that everyone upstairs had been dealt with, Xuelan immediately broke into a delighted smile. But noticing Gu Chen standing right before him, he quickly stifled it. "No problem, sir. Besides the one you selected, there are 3 others you wish to take, correct? You may keep these 3 for now. Simply return them when you no longer need them. However, may I make a small request?" Gu Chen breathed a sigh of relief when Xuelan agreed. A peaceful resolution was always best. He then asked, "What is it?" "It's nothing major. I just hope that within this month, if Lingbao Pavilion faces danger, I could ask you to intervene once. Is that request acceptable?" After hearing Xuelan's request, Gu Chen pondered for a moment before agreeing. Intervening just once in exchange for 3 cultivation techniques at the Spirit Refining realm level was quite reasonable. It was precisely because Lingbao Pavilion now needed expert protection that such a price was conceivable under normal circumstances. It would be unimaginable. Gu Chen then stepped out of the first floor hall and onto the street outside Lingbao Pavilion. Glancing at the chaotic scene, he paused in thought for a few seconds before The Qingfeng's sword reappeared in his hand. He channeled his gale force into it. As the sword transformed from azure to deep azure, then to pitch black, he swung it at the open ground outside the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. A thunderous roar erupted as a colossal fissure tore open in the ground 300 meters long, over 10 meters wide, and plunging hundreds of meters deep. This astonishing upheaval drew the gaze of everyone present. Their pupils contracted sharply as they beheld the colossal fissure before Gu Chen. Even the chaotic streets fell silent as onlookers turned their attention toward the scene. Gu Chen sheathed the clear wind sword behind his back, turned to face the crowd, and announced in a clear voice. Greetings, all. My name is Gu Chen. For the next month, I am under the protection of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. I hope no one will cause trouble. Otherwise, don't blame me for showing no mercy with my sword. Then, channeling his full martial energy, Gu Chen soared skyward, vanishing into the clouds above. The crowd on the street erupted in gasps. Good heavens! That's an Outer Gang realm expert. Only those at that level can fly. If only I were an Outer Gang realm expert, I could just wave my hand and no one would dare cross me. This Outer Gang realm powerhouse is surprisingly young. It seems the Empire's fate is about to change. The Lingba Pavilion is truly fortunate. Those who charged in before were all but doomed. With this master protecting the pavilion, it should endure for quite some time. I could protect the Lingbao Pavilion too, though I wonder what kind of reward they'd be willing to offer me. Forget it, you're only at the Forged Bone realm. They'd be lucky to have you protect them. Stop dreaming. The deafening clamor also startled Xuelan and her companions. As they emerged, they overheard Gu Chen's words to the crowd. By the time he finished speaking, Xuelan intended to approach him to express gratitude, only to see Gu Chen already soaring skyward and departing. Her words of thanks caught in her throat, unable to be voiced. Finally, Xuelan gazed in the direction Gu Chen had vanished, silently murmuring to herself. Thank you. I won't forget this. By the time Gu Chen reached home, dusk had just fallen. Entering the courtyard, he briefly checked in with Yin Nuo and Gu Lingling before retreating to his bedroom. He intended to master all 3 cultivation manuals swiftly to bolster his strength. Then he would go to other crematoriums to seize corpses. After seizing them, he would burn them to ashes. Once he had accumulated enough cremation paper, he would advance to the spirit refining realm. With his plan set, Gu Chen sat down on the floor and began carefully reading the cultivation manuals. The first manual he opened was called the 10,000 Battles Body Tempering Technique. With the 100 Battles Body Tempering Technique as his foundation, Gu Chen quickly immersed himself in it. He read for 3 solid hours. This 10,000 Battles Body Forging Technique is largely similar to the 100 Battles Body Forging Technique, though it demands greater intensity, essentially an upgraded version of the latter. Closing the book, Gu Chen spoke slowly before opening the translucent panel, locating the entry for the 10,000 Battles Body Tempering Technique within it. After 3 hours of study, he had mastered the basics of this cultivation technique. Now, all that remained was to use his burning points to advance the technique's progress. His current burning value stood at just over 30,000. The crematorium had now completed all the corpses, ceasing to generate further burning value for him. Gu Chen tentatively invested 1,000 points of burning value. But there was no reaction. He then increased it to 2,000 points of burning value, still with no response. Finally, gritting his teeth, Gu Chen increased it to 5,000 points of burning value. This time, there was finally a reaction. Gu Chen immediately felt his body begin to heat up. Then, it was as if he had entered an ancient battlefield, where he was an unnamed foot soldier, charging relentlessly through the masses. As he experienced more battles and killed more enemies, his sword technique, weapons, and physique grew increasingly formidable. His rank rose from private to platoon leader, then to commander of 1,000 men, then to commander of 10,000 men, until he became a general, only to fall in battle at the hands of the enemy commander. After death, Gu Chen's consciousness returned. Opening the translucent panel once more, he discovered the 10,000 Battles Body Tempering Technique had reached the minor achievement realm. Gu Chen stood up and stretched slightly, carefully sensing the changes in his body. He discovered his physical strength had increased by roughly 50% as 0.5x multiplier. This progress was acceptable, the 5,000 burning points hadn't been wasted. However, to advance further, he would need to double his investment to 10,000 burning points. Only then could he elevate the already minor achievement level of the 10,000 Battles Body Forging Technique to the major achievement level. After a moment's consideration, Gu Chen decided it wasn't worth it. He pulled the Dragon Flowing Body Technique manual from his robe. He planned to master this technique first, then head straight to the crematorium to claim corpses. Soon, Gu Chen immersed himself in studying the technique. This time took longer than before. It took Gu Chen a full 6 hours before the cultivation technique finally appeared on the translucent panel. He then poured 5,000 incineration points into it. Instantly, a wave of dizziness and blurred vision washed over him, and he collapsed face first onto the table. Then he had a dream. In the dream, he seemed to transform into a young dragon, playing and frolicking endlessly in the water. His speed was astonishing, traveling 100 li took mere seconds, and at full throttle, he resembled a bolt of lightning. Moreover, he had many companions, other young dragons like himself.
They played and wrestled together, their speeds growing ever faster. At the same time, Guchen felt his understanding of speed deepen, as if he truly had become a young dragon.
After about half an hour, Guchen awoke.
As he sorted through his thoughts and opened the translucent panel, he discovered that his dragon swimming technique had already reached the minor achievement realm. He then practiced the technique within his bedroom, taking a few deliberate steps. Though he moved only a short distance, his entire figure shot forward an astonishingly long stretch. His speed had nearly doubled, roughly 0.7 times faster than before, a truly terrifying acceleration. Satisfied with his terrifying speed, Guchen nodded approvingly before glancing out the window. Although the outer gang realm allowed flight, airborne travel consumed immense energy. For long distances, people typically traveled by vehicle. If no vehicle was available, they would walk rather than fly. After all, the ability to fly at the outer gang realm was achieved by expelling gangqi from the body to create a dynamic equilibrium. This meant that gangqi was constantly consumed during flight. And they lack the agility they possess on the ground. Consequently, outer gang cultivators typically engage in combat on the ground rather than mid-air.
Thus, the dragon roaming technique holds immense importance for Guchen. Alright, everything's ready now. Time to take a trip to the crematorium. Guchen then pulled out his phone and selected one of Yanqing's crematoriums. This facility was called the South District First Crematorium. It was also one of Yanqing's major crematoriums, comparable in scale to the North District First Crematorium. This meant it likely stored a similar number of bodies, at the very least comparable to the North District facility, if not slightly fewer. With his target set, Guchen glanced at the sky. Night had fallen, and darkness enveloped everything. He chose not to inform the two people in the courtyard of his departure, slipping out quietly. Once on the main street, he channeled his chi, soaring into the air and heading straight for the location of the South District First Crematorium. After about 15 minutes, Guchen arrived at the South District First Crematorium. Despite the late hour, the South District Crematorium bustled with activity. Guchen could see roughly 100 people clad in black robes carrying corpses into the South District First Crematorium. They tossed the bodies into the facility's cold storage room. It seemed they intended to use the South District First Crematorium as a temporary storage site for bodies. This suited Guchen perfectly. Being used as a storage point by the resurrection cult meant there would be even more bodies here than at the North District First Crematorium. This would also mean greater rewards for him. However, since this place had become their storage site, it was highly likely that skilled guards were stationed here. Sneaking in for a clean sweep would prove difficult. It seemed he'd have to face off against this resurrection cult expert first before continuing his cremations. With that thought, Guchen slowly descended from the clouds and cautiously slipped into the crematorium. He slowly made his way to the location of the cold storage room, then crouched beneath the eaves, carefully observing the surroundings. Soon, he spotted an elderly man in his 60s sipping tea in a small hut next to the cold storage room. He appeared utterly ordinary, just an ordinary old man. But if you truly believed this old man was ordinary, you'd be sorely mistaken. This old man was undoubtedly a master, at the very least possessing inner gang realm cultivation. Whether he had reached the outer gang realm, Guchen couldn't say for certain. Since entering the inner gang realm, a person's vital energy and blood essence transform entirely into gang energy. Judging cultivation levels based on vital energy and blood essence alone was no longer reliable. Moreover, gale energy could be concealed within the body. As long as one didn't act, no one could discern their exact cultivation level. But the fact that this old man could sit sipping tea beside the cold storage room clearly indicated his strength was no simple matter. 9 times out of 10, he was a powerful guardian of these corpses for the rebirth cult. With this realization, Guchen quietly retreated backward. Once he had pulled back a safe distance, he targeted a lone black-robed figure, knocked him unconscious, stripped him of his clothes. Blending into the convoy transporting the corpses. The group consisted of 10 people, led by a large, fat man. As for why he was called fat. Because even beneath his black robe, his bulk was clearly twice as large as the others. Especially his belly, which bulged out so much the buttons couldn't possibly fasten. Guchen positioned himself at the very rear of the line, following the others all the way to the entrance of the crematorium. Be careful, everyone. These bodies are extremely important. If any get damaged, it'll be deducted from your performance records. And keep your eyes peeled, every one of you. All the bodies at North District Crematorium No. 1 were destroyed in a massive fire. The person in charge there has already been taken back by the elders. Looks like they won't be getting off easy. If you don't want to die a miserable death, then get your act together. Don't let any mistakes happen. Especially you lowly nobodies, they won't bat an eye at losing 1,000 of you. But your lives are your own, so be extra careful. The 10 men in their group, save for Guchen, showed no signs of panic at the fat man's reprimand, merely responding with a half-hearted grunt. Understood, leader. The fat man then led Guchen and the other 9 to wait outside the South District First Crematorium for about 20 minutes. A convoy of 7 or 8 trucks pulled up slowly at the entrance. Big Fat then ushered Guchen and the others to the first truck's cargo compartment, skillfully opening the door. Inside lay row upon row of human corpses. All had been cryogenically preserved, likely transported here from other crematoriums. Moreover, Guchen noticed labels on the bodies reading South District 1st Crematorium, South District 2nd Crematorium, and South District 3rd Crematorium, along with North District 2nd Crematorium and North District 3rd Crematorium. It seemed the resurrection cult had established this place as their main base. All the bodies from various locations were transported here and stored. But what exactly are they doing with these corpses? Are they training corpses, or turning them into mummies, zombies, or flying zombies? Soon, under the guidance of the big man, Guchen began moving the bodies into the cold storage room. As Guchen moved the bodies into the cold storage room, he noticed its scale was significantly larger than that of the North District's first crematorium. Beyond that, there were cold storage rooms 2, 3, and 4. Though not as large as cold storage room 1, they were still quite substantial. Gazing at these cold storage rooms, Guchen couldn't help but stare blankly. Why would this crematorium have so many cold storage rooms? A suspicion began to form in Guchen's mind. It was highly probable that this cold storage facility had been established as a base for the resurrection cult from the very beginning, with numerous cold storage rooms built specifically to store bodies. Otherwise, there was no explanation for the sheer number of cold storage rooms here. After all, while the crematorium was large, it certainly didn't require this many cold storage rooms. Beyond that, Guchen noticed a figure in black robes wearing a golden mask nearby. The figure sat calmly in a seat, sipping tea leisurely from a cup. His golden mask didn't cover his entire face, it was a half mask, allowing free movement below the mouth while fully exposing both eyes, providing excellent vision. Guchen estimated his martial cultivation to be at the inner gun stage. This realm was significantly higher than that of the gatekeeper at the North District Crematorium. But it wasn't exceptionally high either. Then again, guarding the cold storage was a grueling job. Someone of high status wouldn't be assigned to it. They'd have to find someone of lower status but still strong enough to handle the duty. Yet those with formidable strength typically held elevated status themselves. Thus, individuals who were neither high nor low in standing proved the most suitable for such duties. Clearly, this black-robed figure wearing a half-mask fit the description perfectly. The inner gung realm is considered high, but not exceptionally so. It's not low either, placing him among the second-tier experts of major factions. Upon seeing the big man leading his crew to transport the bodies, he gave a slight nod. The fat man then bowed and scraped obsequiously a few times before signaling his man and Guchen to begin moving the bodies. Guchen didn't object. After all, it was just moving a few bodies, and he could use the opportunity to scout out the crematorium and cold storage facilities. Soon, Guchen followed the black-robed men as they transported all the bodies into the cold storage room. After completing the task, Guchen realized his initial estimate had been off. The number of bodies here was likely far greater than he had imagined. Possibly reaching around 8,000 bodies. It was a terrifying figure. Chapter 97, Ascending to the Spirit Refining Realm, the Elder begs for mercy. The ancient city did not refuse. After all, it was merely a matter of moving a few bodies, and it provided an opportunity to further explore the crematorium and cold storage facilities. Soon, Guchen followed the 13 black-robed figures as they transported all the bodies into the cold storage room. After completing the inventory, he realized his initial estimate had been flawed. The actual number of corpses here was likely far greater than he had imagined. The total number of corpses here likely reached around 8,000. It was a terrifying figure. The North District's primary crematorium had only held about 3,000 bodies. This place held more than double that number, nearly triple. But did the resurrection cult truly need this many corpses just to create mummies? If mummification was the goal, this sheer volume seemed excessive. Guchen found himself puzzled. But he shook his head and thought to himself. Why bother understanding it so clearly? After all, he didn't need to turn the corpses into mummies. He only needed to burn them all to ashes. It was convenient that the resurrection cult had gathered all the corpses here, he wouldn't have to hunt them down individually. Now he only needed to determine if there were any other masters at the crematorium besides this black-robed figure wearing a golden mask. If there were others, he needed to gauge their strength to see if they could be opponents. If they proved too formidable, how should he handle it? Which escape route would be most convenient? These were all questions requiring careful consideration. Soon after the little chubby guy finished moving the bodies, he called Guchen and the 8 or 9 others over. He announced today's work was complete, the ink was exhausted, and they were free to move about. Guchen had been waiting for this very statement. Once the big man confirmed they were free, Guchen began surveying the crematorium's interior, searching for any masters stronger than himself stationed there. But after circling the crematorium twice and inspecting every corner, Guchen found no one stronger than himself. Not even a single outer girdle realm expert was present. Logically, the rebirth cult couldn't possibly lack masters of Guchen's caliber. Guchen surmised that the resurrection cult must have deployed all its elite fighters elsewhere, likely to handle some urgent matter. After all, Yen City was currently engulfed in chaos and riots. The resurrection cult must have had a specific purpose for doing so. The only formidable presence left in the crematorium was the black-robed figure wearing a golden mask encountered earlier in the cold storage. Yet he was no match for Gu Chen. After all, he was only at the inner gang realm, one tier below Gu Chen. After assessing the crematorium's situation, Gu Chen wasted no time. He quietly approached the refrigeration chamber. He scanned the surroundings. Seeing no one, he headed straight for the cold storage room. However, just as Gu Chen was about to open the cold storage room door to enter, the black-robed figure in the golden mask suddenly appeared near the cold storage room. Spotting Gu Chen about to enter, he called out to him. "Which department are you with? Didn't I say this area is off limits? Why are you trespassing? Have you grown a pair? It's been too long since I last dealt with you lot, you've forgotten what fear feels like." Gu Chen halted his advance toward the cold storage room, turning to stare coldly at the black-robed figure in the golden mask. He murmured. "Sorry, I didn't catch what you said. I asked which unit you belong to. Didn't I say unauthorized access to the cold storage is forbidden? State your name so the organization can deal with you. In my opinion." But before the masked figure could finish, Gu Chen, who had been standing by the cold storage door, suddenly materialized a meter in front of him like a ghostly apparition. The speed was blindingly fast. He hadn't even registered the movement, clearly just a flicker in his vision, before Gu Chen had covered dozens of meters and materialized less than a meter away. That speed was terrifying. When he finally met Gu Chen's gaze, the icy stare made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Cold sweat broke out on his back. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The black-robed figure wearing a golden mask spoke, then immediately pulled a finger-sized button from his robe, likely an alarm or similar device, and prepared to activate it. One reason for this was Gu Chen's blinding speed. Unable to gauge Gu Chen's strength, triggering the alarm without thinking seemed the safest option. But he had underestimated Gu Chen. The instant the alarm was drawn, Gu Chen's hand shot out, snatching it cleanly from the figure's grasp. He then looked at the black-robed man wearing the golden mask with a hint of amusement. "Pretty smart, calling for backup when you know you can't win. But I just circled the cold storage room and the entire crematorium didn't spot anyone stronger than you. Tell me, will your backup actually show up?" Gu Chen's words darkened the expression of the golden masked figure in black robes, whose alarm had just been snatched. His initial plan had been to activate the alarm when Gu Chen wasn't looking, using the noise to threaten him into leaving. This would both conceal the crematorium's lack of skilled fighters and scare Gu Chen away to save his own skin. Yet he hadn't anticipated that the youth before him possessed not only terrifying strength but also such meticulous foresight, scouring the entire crematorium to confirm no masters were present before targeting the cold storage. This realization sparked a wave of despair within him. Gu Chen's movement to snatch the alarm from his grasp had been so swift that he hadn't even seen it happen. The alarm was in Gu Chen's hands before he could react, proving the youth's strength far surpassed his own. Killing him would likely take only one or two moves. This meant the youth's strength was far beyond imagination, at least a full tier above his own. He suddenly recalled the incident just yesterday. He'd heard that all the bodies in the cold storage of the North District's premier crematorium had been completely incinerated, and the entire facility had been engulfed in flames. Initially, he'd assumed it was mere negligence on the part of the facility's management. Now, upon reflection, the thought sent a chill down his spine. This wasn't an accident. Someone had clearly targeted the bodies in the cold storage and deliberately set the place ablaze. This thought sent a chill deeper into his already frozen heart. The youth across from him had come precisely for the corpse cold storage he was guarding. Even if he prevented the youth from entering to burn the bodies, he would still face severe punishment from the organization. Given the importance of these corpses, he might very well be executed. But if he tried to stop him, given the youth's strength, he wouldn't survive either. A minor matter. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he abruptly retreated backward at full speed. "I've only got one life. Screw the corpses, burn them if you want. Screw this organization too. Running away is fine, right?" As an inner gung realm expert, even if he couldn't survive in this organization, finding sustenance elsewhere would be easy. After all, an inner gung realm expert was a top-tier master anywhere. But after retreating 100 or 2 meters, he saw Gu Chen still standing in place. He retreated another 500 or 600 meters. Now, Gu Chen had shrunk to the size of a walnut in his field of vision. Retreating further would make him as small as a peanut. Perhaps he could escape with his life. Judging by Gu Chen's demeanor, he seemed to have no intention of pursuing. A flicker of joy lit up his heart. It appeared he might survive today. He'd just have to be wary of the organization's pursuit in the future. Simultaneously, he inwardly sneered at Gu Chen's youth. If he possessed such power, he would never let his prey escape. After all, if he let him escape, who knew if he might inform others about Gu Chen's visit to the crematorium, drawing skilled pursuers? Therefore, if he were Gu Chen, he would have killed him to eliminate future trouble. But just as he finished mocking Gu Chen, he saw the figure, no bigger than a walnut, suddenly smile at him. His heart clenched violently, and a wave of dread washed over him. He immediately accelerated, fleeing as far away as possible with all his might. But the next moment, Guchen appeared before him in just 2 breaths, having covered 500 or 600 meters. A hand landed on his shoulder, and a voice that sent shivers down his spine whispered in his ear. "Where are you rushing off to, sir? Need a ride?" "No need, sir. Please go ahead. Just pretend I saw nothing. Rest assured, I won't say a word. I'm blind, deaf, and mute. You can trust me." The black-robed figure in the golden mask pleaded incoherently. But Guchen was no fool. Hearing the pleas, he smiled meaningfully. Then, gripping the man's shoulder, he channeled a surge of chi into him. The black-robed figure in the golden mask instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. After disposing of the masked figure, Guchen returned to the refrigeration room. He entered each refrigeration chamber, circling through them all, and removed every corpse from the cold storage. These cold storage rooms differed from those at the North District First Crematorium. If gasoline were poured directly inside, the bodies might not burn completely, leaving traces behind. To ensure total incineration, it was best to move them all to an open area outside. But moving the bodies was a massive undertaking. By the time Guchen had moved them all out, 2 or 3 hours had passed. Glancing at the sky, he saw the first light of dawn breaking. Daybreak would come soon. He then went to the diesel generator, brought all the diesel fuel, and poured it over the bodies. After finishing, he realized there wasn't enough diesel. He dashed to the nearest gas station, filled several large drums with fuel, returned to the crematorium to pour it over the bodies, then made 5 or 6 more trips back and forth to the station, ensuring every corpse was doused until the oil could consume them completely. During the process, Guchen encountered several men in black robes, swiftly disposing of them without alerting others. Everything proceeded silently. After completing everything, Guchen stood on the roof, pulled out a lighter, looked down at the mountain of corpses piled below, and lit the lighter before tossing it down. Instantly, the diesel ignited in a fierce blaze. With so many bodies and ample fuel, the fire roared upward over 10 meters high. The intense heat made Guchen's face burn. Yet he paid it no mind. Burning this batch of corpses would yield an estimated 160,000 to 170,000 incineration points, a staggering figure surpassing even the North District's primary crematorium. This haul would propel him into the spirit refining realm, elevating him to a formidable spirit refiner and placing him among Yen City's true elite. Coupled with combat techniques, his fighting prowess might even rival that of Vice Principal Chang from the former Qinglong Academy. The only potential drawback was his lack of combat experience. But it was merely a matter of experience. His strength and physique were fully on par with seasoned masters of this realm. Moreover, if he used the incineration value to push his techniques to an extremely high realm, he would be unmatched under heaven. By then, any lowly scoundrel daring to cross his path would be crushed with a single punch. Acquiring this burning value might not only propel him to the spirit refining realm but potentially into even higher tiers. Reaching the Grandmaster realm, a realm of transcendent power. Within the Empire, each Grandmaster level powerhouse was as elusive as a dragon glimpsed only by its head. Rarely seen in person, most have only heard of them, and few have ever witnessed their presence. Those who reach the Grandmaster realm are invariably peerless geniuses, 1 in 10,000. Or ancient elders of sects, secluded within their orders. Moreover, the Grandmaster realm holds a significant advantage, the ability to live to 1,000 years old. Yes, 1,000 years. For at this level, they are no longer of the same species as ordinary humans. Having undergone a fundamental transformation at the level of life itself, becoming a different species. Thus their lifespan is greatly extended and their appearance remains unchanged. The form they possess upon ascending to Grandmaster status is the one they maintain until their final breath. Much like the youth-preserving elixirs rumored in the cultivation world, granting eternal youth. Now, by consuming these corpses, he stands a chance to break through to this realm, becoming a legendary Grandmaster. Truly transcending the Empire. Currently, the Empire's highest-ranked masters are those at the Grandmaster realm, numbering fewer than 10, with no others above them. As for realms beyond the Grandmaster stage, Guchen remains unaware, for the Grandmaster realm represents the Empire's pinnacle. Once he reached the Master realm, power and wealth would be within easy grasp. No longer would he hesitate and weigh every possible reaction like he did now. Once one reaches the Master realm, what is there left to hesitate about? Who would dare cause trouble? Who would dare look askance? His word would be law. This thought filled Guchen with growing excitement as he stared at the raging flames before him. Just then, perhaps because dawn had not yet broken, the immense blaze Guchen had ignited alarmed numerous black-robed members of the resurrection cult. Spotting the towering flames, they were startled and rushed over swiftly. Their numbers were overwhelming. Guchen roughly counted dozens in the first wave alone, with more following behind. By his estimate, the entire force approaching could number in the thousands. This sobered Guchen, who had been lost in his fantasies. 1,000 strong was no small force. If many skilled fighters were among them and they launched a coordinated assault, he could truly be in danger. He couldn't afford to die before achieving his goal. That would be a huge loss. After a few seconds of deliberation, Guchen made his decision. The bodies at the crematorium must be burned. No one could stop that. But if he was surrounded, he'd have to abandon the corpses. After all, as long as the mountain remains, there will always be firewood. He wouldn't need to hold them off for long, just by enough time for the flames to spread. Once the fire reached a certain scale, it would become nearly impossible to extinguish. Unless a Grandmaster-level powerhouse intervenes, such beings could extinguish it effortlessly with a flick of their wrist. The first wave of Resurrection cult members arrived at the scene. Seeing the raging inferno, they sucked in their breath in shock. But soon, the leader ordered his men to douse the flames with water, and urged those arriving later to connect the water hoses to join the effort. Shouting, though fierce, "This fire is not beyond control. Work together, and the organization will reward us handsomely once it's extinguished." The leader's words ignited the team's determination. Energized as if injected with adrenaline, they sprang into action, some hauling water, others dousing flames. As more people arrived, the crematorium fire was gradually contained. And it began to gradually diminish. Guchen looked down and realized this wouldn't do. These people were about to cause a major disaster. He stepped out of the shadows into the open, positioning himself between the crowd and the flames. Directing a blast of chi energy at the water carriers, he sent them tumbling to the ground in a chaotic heap. At the same time, Guchen's cold, sharp voice echoed throughout the scene. "No one is to extinguish this fire. Whoever moves dies." The firefighters froze at the command, their eyes darting toward Guchen. Some who hadn't seen Guchen strike were knocked flying and immediately cursed. "Who the hell are you? How dare you stop us from putting out the fire? Come on, guys, we've already got it under control. Hang in there, we can extinguish it. Kid, get out of the way. Don't get in our sight. If you won't let us fight this fire, did you start it? Come with us for questioning. Hurry up and put out the fire. If the bodies are gone, we'll all lose our heads. Even if we don't lose them, we'll face heavy penalties. Leave this kid to me. Grab him first. We'll interrogate him after putting out the fire." As they spoke, 2 or 3 men in black robes approached Guchen. One pulled out a rope, clearly intending to bind him. Guchen didn't back down. With another wave of his hand, a surge of chi shot forth from his body, striking the 3 men. Seeing the white chi, they stared wide-eyed in shock. Before they could utter a sound, the chi pierced through their chests, killing them instantly. This time, many witnessed Guchen's action, and cries of shock erupted. "What's happening? Quick, put out the fire. An outer chi realm expert. An outer chi realm expert. This outer chi realm expert won't let us put out the fire. Did he start it? Probably. Why else would he stop us? All the elders from the organization are out now. With no masters left to hold the fort, what should we do?" At that moment, Guchen's voice echoed once more over the cremation grounds. "No firefighting. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy." This time, no one present dared defy Guchen's command. After all, life is precious. Many obediently set down their buckets and hoses, slowly retreating outward. Seeing this, Guchen said no more. He leapt onto the roof and waited silently for the flames to consume the body entirely. Soon, over an hour passed. Guchen opened the translucent panel and saw the incineration value had surged to over 70,000. Before burning the body, it had been just over 20,000. In this single hour, the incineration value had more than doubled, nearly matching the levels achieved at the North District Crematorium. But just as Guchen was feeling pleased with the readings, a black streak of light suddenly streaked across the distant sky, pausing about a kilometer above the crematorium. It was an elderly man in his 70s, his face deeply wrinkled and eyes slightly cloudy, yet emanating an overwhelming aura of power, revealing him to be an outer girdle realm expert. After halting, he first surveyed the raging inferno below. The flames were now utterly overwhelming, engulfing the entire crematorium in a sea of fire. Extinguishing it at this point was virtually impossible. The old man clearly understood this as well. He then fixed his gaze upon Guchen, a flash of fury crossing his eyes. "You set fire to my crematorium, disrupting my sect's century-long plan. Today, I'll make you wish you were dead." Guchen understood immediately. The old man was reinforcements sent by the Rebirth sect, likely summoned by those he had let escape earlier. But Guchen had no intention of fighting him. Though he possessed strength that could match the old man's, it was unnecessary. The flames were already raging. It was impossible for the old man to extinguish them now. So he might as well leave. After all, the fire couldn't be extinguished, and the burn value would keep rising. Fighting him would be a thankless task, and the Resurrection sect is a major sect. With experts at the Outer Gang realm already on their way, who knows if even more formidable ones might follow? That would leave me at a disadvantage. Guchen, indifferent to the old man's furious glare, smiled at him. "I set the fire. What can you do about it?" With that, Guchen activated the dragon flowing body technique, propelling himself backward like a streak of light. His speed was astonishing, leaving even the old man stunned. He hadn't expected Guchen to be so fast. The old man coldly sneered. "Fortunately, I came prepared with the Pope's great disc." He then pulled a palm-sized wooden disc from his robe, its surface engraved with ancient patterns. He tossed the disc into the air, where it instantly transformed into a shimmering aura. Simultaneously, this aura expanded countless times over, enveloping Gu Chen, the members of the resurrection cult, and the old man himself. Even Gu Chen, who was running away, found himself enveloped by the phantom. Reaching the edge, he tried to push through with his hands but felt immense resistance. Refusing to believe it, Gu Chen channeled his 8th tier power and unleashed a strike at the phantom barrier. Yet the strike was completely absorbed and neutralized by the phantom barrier, leaving Gu Chen stunned. He stared wide-eyed at the phantom formed from the disc. Before him was a translucent golden light filled with runes, covering an immense area of roughly 3 to 4 kilometers. Both resilient and difficult to breach, yet vast in scope. Yet Gu Chen remained unflustered, for he now saw his internal burning value had surpassed 80,000. And he knew that channeling all 80,000 plus points of burning value into his body would allow him to break through to the spirit refining realm. And he was confident that once he reached the refining spirit realm, this golden light would no longer be able to hinder him. With this thought, Gu Chen first channeled 20,000 burning points into his body. Fearing his body might not withstand too much at once, he planned to do it in batches. Soon, Gu Chen felt a powerful warm current coursing through his body, causing him to let out a muffled groan. Simultaneously, his aura surged rapidly, leaping from early outer girdle realm to mid-stage outer girdle realm and continuing to climb. Within mere breaths, his aura reached the peak of mid-stage outer girdle realm. By then, the warm current transforming within him had completely vanished. And Gu Chen stretched contentedly, a crackling sound echoing within his body. The elder blocking Gu Chen's path watched his aura surge rapidly, tension rising within him. Never before had he witnessed someone ascend from the early stage of the outer girdle realm to its peak, then break through from peak to mid-stage, and now surge toward the peak of the mid-stage all within such a short span. And Gu Chen appeared so young. This filled him with both envy and wariness. The youth before him was simply too monstrous. Achieving such cultivation at this age was unheard of. Fortunately, the youth's aura stabilized at the peak of the mid-stage outer gang's realm, no longer changing, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. For he himself was only one minor tier above the youth, at the late stage of the outer gang's realm. And if the youth had reached the late outer girdle realm to match his own level, he truly wouldn't have been confident in keeping the youth. Speaking of the youth, it still made him furious. As the second in command at this crematorium, he was second only to the deputy leader of the rebirth sect. Yet that deputy never lifted a finger, dumping all responsibilities on him. Following the recent fire at the North District's primary crematorium, which reduced all bodies to ashes, a plan was devised to transfer all corpses from Yanqing's crematoriums here. Most had already been moved when someone deliberately set fire to the place, aiming to incinerate all the bodies. If all were destroyed, even as an outer girdle realm expert, he wouldn't escape punishment. Severe penalties were certain. Thus, he urgently intercepted Gu Chen, intending to apprehend and bring him to justice. Catching this individual would significantly lessen his punishment. But as he pondered, he suddenly saw Gu Chen across from him flash him a smile. The energy within Gu Chen began to surge once more, breaking through from the peak of the mid-stage outer girdle realm to the late stage without pause. His cultivation continued to climb, swiftly reaching the peak of the late stage and entering the perfected outer girdle realm. His aura kept growing stronger. Holy! The elderly man, over 70 years old, was so startled his dentures fell out. But Gu Chen paid no heed. He converted another 10,000 burning points from the translucent panel to further enhance his strength. Having already converted nearly 50,000 burning points, nearing 100,000 and becoming a true refining spirit realm expert. Soon, Gu Chen's aura, already at the peak of the outer gang's realm, surged further. He sensed something undergoing a profound transformation within his mind. Soon, as his aura grew ever stronger, a substance within his mind seemed to reach a critical point of transformation. Gu Chen prepared to push harder, converting another 10,000 burning points to infuse into his body. Perhaps spurred by the increased burning value, the transformation within his mind accelerated. Finally, after about half a minute, a sharp crack seemed to echo from the depths of his mind. Then, suddenly, the entire world transformed. Everything became crystal clear, as if life itself had ascended to a new tier. Within 100 meters, he could observe every minute detail. Insects, ants, and earthworms beneath the soil were all visible, as if he had gained a god's eye. So this was the spirit refining realm. Gu Chen sighed softly. The refining spirit realm meant the birth of divine consciousness within the body, a third eye capable of penetrating all matter to observe, granting the ability to manipulate magical artifacts with precision and handle matters with extraordinary skill. Gu Chen felt this had a certain flavor of cultivation novels. His body underwent another transformation. Clenching his fist lightly, a surge of immense power erupted from within, roughly 3 times stronger than before. This was the gap between the spirit refining realm and the outer gang's realm. It was enormous. Gu Chen now felt he could take on 10 of his former selves single-handedly, without even exerting himself. A single kick or punch would suffice for each. After experiencing the physical transformation, Gu Chen turned his gaze toward the elderly man who had sealed him within the formation. The old man, who had been bristling with hostility, shuddered at a single glance from Gu Chen. But soon his face twisted with conflict. Taking a step forward, he bowed his hands toward Gu Chen and said, "Young man, I failed to recognize your true worth. For my offense, please accept this token of my sincerity." Gu Chen caught the storage pouch tossed by the old man, opened it, and looked at the old man in surprise. The pouch contained few items, but what caught Gu Chen's attention were 10 fist-sized stones inside. Silver white throughout. He took one out and held it to his nose. Instantly, he felt a sense of clarity wash over him. The restless heat from his recent breakthrough gradually subsided, and he even sensed a surge of renewed vitality. Clearly no ordinary stones. After studying them for a long while, a word suddenly came to mind. Spiritual stones of the cultivation world. Only spirit stones possessed such miraculous effects, and their appearance closely resembled that of spirit stones. What are these? To confirm whether it was indeed a spirit stone, Gu Chen asked the old man. The old man seemed taken aback that Gu Chen didn't recognize it, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before he replied. These are spirit stones. They are extremely rare within the empire, each one exceptionally precious. These 10 spirit stones represent my savings accumulated over many years, intended for breaking through to the spirit refining realm. But seeing that fate has brought us together today, I shall bestow these 10 spirit stones upon you, young friend. As he spoke, a fawning smile spread across the old man's face. Upon hearing the old man call it a spirit stone, Gu Chen's suspicion was confirmed. Chapter 98, Crushed to Death, the Li family's misfortune. He shot the old man a surprised glance. The storage pouch contained few items, but what commanded Gu Chen's respect were 10 fist-sized stones within. These stones were uniformly silver-white in color. After taking one out, Gu Chen held it to his nose and sniffed. Instantly, he felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Moreover, the restless heat in his body, caused by his recent breakthrough, gradually subsided. He even felt a hint of renewed vigor. Clearly, these stones were no ordinary objects. After examining them for a long time, Gu Chen suddenly thought of a word to describe them. They were spirit stones from the cultivation world. Only spirit stones possessed such miraculous effects, and both their appearance and form closely resembled those of spirit stones. What exactly is this? To confirm whether it was indeed a spirit stone, Gu Chen turned to the old man and asked. The old man seemed taken aback that Gu Chen didn't recognize it, a hint of surprise flashing across his face before he replied. This is a spirit stone. Very few are produced within the empire, and each one is exceptionally precious. These 10 spirit stones represent my long accumulated savings, intended for breaking through to the spirit refining realm. However, seeing that fate has brought us together today, young friend, I shall gift these 10 spirit stones to you. A flattering smile spread across the old man's face as he spoke. Hearing the elder describe it as a spirit stone, Gu Chen felt a sense of confirmation welling up within him. It seemed that although this was a world of martial arts, it wasn't entirely disconnected from the cultivation realm. There were still some commonalities. Gu Chen suddenly recalled that legends of the cultivation realm did exist in this world. For instance, it was said that the founder of martial arts in this world, after reaching the pinnacle of his martial cultivation, shattered the void and ascended to the immortal realm. But this was merely a legend, one few believed. Previously, Gu Chen himself had dismissed it as false. But now that Gu Chen thought about it, this legend was very likely true. It was quite possible that the immortal realm actually existed after all. Spirit stones had appeared. What else could be impossible? This thought stirred a flicker of longing within Gu Chen. With his special advantage, he estimated it wouldn't take long to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. After that, he would likely set his sights on the cultivation realm. He just didn't know if he could enjoy the same smooth sailing in the cultivation realm as he did now. Young man, may I be on my way? I swear I won't breathe a word of this. Seeing Gu Chen standing motionless and silent, the old man's face twisted into an odd grin as he spoke up. Startled from his reverie by the old man's voice, Gu Chen snapped out of his daydream about the immortal realm and fixed his gaze on the elderly figure. After a moment's thought, he addressed the old man. Fine, you may go. You gave me 10 spirit stones. Letting you leave is acceptable. With a wave of his hand, Gu Chen signaled the old man to hurry away. It would be best if he vanished from sight before Gu Chen changed his mind. The old man instantly breathed a sigh of relief, transforming into a streak of light without looking back, vanishing from this world. As he departed, he took care to retract the formation enveloping the ground, restoring it to a palm-sized wooden disc tucked away in his robe. Gu Chen watched it all unfold without intervention or obstruction. After all, he'd agreed to the old man's request, so letting him go was only fair. It was a minor matter anyway. Even if the old man returned and spoke of it, it wouldn't matter. He was now a master at the spirit refining realm level. At this stage, few would be foolish enough to cause trouble. And you are at the lowest rung. Take Qinglong Academy, for instance. Under strict discipline, they absolutely forbid the existence of heretical sections. That's why the powerful figure from the Deputy Holy Sect sought out the Academy's Vice Dean to start a fight. That's why the battle happened the day before yesterday, or was it yesterday? Below, the flames still roared fiercely. Gu Chen opened the translucent panel once more.
After consuming resources for his spirit refining realm advancement, the combustion value displayed on the panel now stood at just over 20,000. The burning corpses below might yield a bit more, but he estimated only around 30,000 to 40,000, hardly a significant amount.
Above the spirit refining realm lay the Grandmaster realm.
He checked how much burning value was required for the Grandmaster realm. Subtracting his current 20,000, he still needed 80,000 more. This was no small sum. Even if the corpses below could yield 300,000, he would still fall significantly short. Moreover, the bodies had been harvested almost to exhaustion. Yen City likely held few corpses left. The accumulated corpses and those from past deaths had likely been mostly consumed in the Great Fire.
Still, it didn't matter.
He was already quite satisfied with reaching the spirit refining realm. He never dreamed he'd reach the spirit refining realm so soon after arriving in Yencheng. He had previously believed that at his current corpse burning pace, achieving the refining spirit realm would take him at least until graduation from university, and even then, success was far from guaranteed. Yet here he was, less than 2 months into the new year, already standing as a refining spirit realm powerhouse. If the Qingchenglin family knew he'd become a spirit refining realm powerhouse now, they might have wet themselves in fright. Especially the Ning family, though they had fled, seeing him now at the spirit refining realm, they likely wouldn't dare cause him trouble. He could only pray they never caught him, never discovered him, otherwise, he'd crush them with a single finger.
Gu Chen's mood soared.
He glanced once more at the raging inferno below and the steadily climbing incineration value on the translucent panel. With a sudden leap into the air, he channeled his full strength and flew toward his home.
Let the crematorium burn.
He didn't need to worry about it. The flames were already too vast to extinguish. He'd head home for a proper rest. After all, he was now a refining spirit realm expert.
He didn't believe he couldn't make it out of the city. Within about 2 minutes, Gu Chen had returned to the area above his home.
As he hovered mid-air, preparing to descend, voices suddenly reached him from the house next door.
Did you even check if there were only 2 girls left across the street? Is that Gu Chen guy home? Did he leave? I told you, that guy left. I saw him go out in the middle of the night. No idea where he went. That kid doesn't seem like a good person. He must be up to no good. Otherwise, why would he leave in the middle of the night? So he hasn't come back yet? Nope. Haven't seen him come back in. Who knows where he ended up?
With all the chaos in town now, a dozen people dying is nothing unusual.
Good. So there are just 2 girls left in his house now?
Yep, just those 2 pretty girls.
Should we go now? I've been eyeing them for ages. I'm so jealous. I want to pin one down and have my way with her. Alright, let's make our move soon. We'll each take one. I want the taller one. I've always preferred tall girls. You take the 5 feet 4 inches one. She's not bad either. Once we've had our fill, we can switch and play with the other one. The lecherous expressions on the faces of the 30-something young man and his father from the neighboring house were utterly repulsive as they crouched on the wall, grinning. Their expressions were as lecherous as could be. Gu Chen, suspended mid-air, found these 2 utterly depraved. First off, they had 0 class. If you're talking pervert, they were definitely perverts. What's the point of people like that even existing? And the 2 at his house weren't any better either. After all, birds of a feather flock together. Oh wait, no, it's not birds of a feather that flock together, but rather people of the same kind. This meant his family members weren't exactly upstanding citizens either. This thought only deepened the disgust welling up inside Gu Chen. Hovering mid-air, Gu Chen casually swiped his palm toward the direction of his home. Instantly, a translucent golden palm print materialized in the air, crashing down from the neighbor's location. The 2 lurking atop the wall saw the giant handprint descending toward them and were seized by panic. Father, what is that thing? Run! Run! How should I know what it is? Just run. If you don't run now, you'll probably die right here. But the translucent golden handprint moved with astonishing speed. Before the 2 could finish their sentence, it had already descended upon them. Its vast, translucent golden span engulfed their entire house, instantly reducing it to rubble. A deafening crash echoed through the air. Young Nuo and Gu Lingling, who had been resting inside, were startled by the noise and immediately rushed out to investigate. But the moment they stepped into the courtyard, they saw Gu Chen suspended midair. Their hearts instantly settled back into their chests. Then they saw the neighboring house reduced to rubble. Clearly, Gu Chen was responsible. The 2 showed no visible emotion. To them, the neighbors' deaths were simply a consequence of Gu Chen's actions, which must have had his reasons. No further questions were needed. Gu Chen then scanned the area with his divine sense, confirming that everyone in the neighboring house was dead. Living was a curse, but death was a blessing. Perhaps their demise was a service to the community. Gu Chen then landed in his own courtyard. Yan Nuo and Gu Lingling immediately rushed over to check if he was injured. Seeing him unharmed, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Chen didn't mention his cultivation breakthrough to them, only instructing them to stay indoors and focus on their cultivation, telling them not to worry about the chaos in Yencheng. Yun Nua and Gu Lingling were obedient as ever. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, they promptly returned indoors to continue their cultivation. Before long, dawn broke. Gu Chen was resting peacefully in his bedroom when he suddenly felt a tremor beneath his feet. Placing his hand on the ground to locate the source, Gu Chen immediately left his bedroom, soaring into the air and heading toward the origin of the tremor. If it were an earthquake, the intensity couldn't be this low. If it truly were an earthquake, it would likely cause countless casualties. But he sensed that this tremor felt more like the vibrations emitted by a large army gathering in the distance. The source lay to the southwest. He swiftly flew to the city walls, only to find them completely deserted. Not a single cultist remained. The walls were utterly empty. Yet on the distant horizon, Gu Chen spotted rows upon rows of demonic beasts charging toward this direction. The beasts were a chaotic mix: hounds, demons, wolves, foxes, elephants, tigers, lions, and more. Their numbers swelled to over 100,000. Gu Chen also spotted a colossal black bear towering over 100 meters tall. This colossal black bear appeared to be the leader of the demonic beasts. Seated upon a specially crafted stone throne, it gazed intently toward the city in the distance. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chen sucked in a sharp breath. Of course, it wasn't fear. With his refining spirit realm strength, these demon beasts besieging the city wouldn't be able to hold him back. What stunned him was the sheer scale of the demon beast tide. If they breached the city walls, the inhabitants would likely face near total annihilation. Few would survive. Without hesitation, Gu Chen bellowed a warning that echoed throughout Yin City. Beasts are attacking. Prepare yourselves. The city defense forces have fully withdrawn. Those who wish to survive must immediately ascend the city walls to defend the city. Beasts are attacking. Prepare yourselves. The city garrison has fully withdrawn. Those who wish to survive must immediately ascend the city walls to defend the city. Beasts are attacking. Prepare yourselves. The city garrison has completely withdrawn. Those who wish to survive must immediately ascend the city walls and defend the city. Gu Chen shouted this 3 times in succession. Some within the city did react, scrambling onto the walls. Seeing the demon beast army in the distance, they sucked in sharp breaths, their faces turning deathly pale as they muttered. It's over. I'm done for. So many beasts, how can we possibly fight them? And the city guards? Gone. They clearly fled. My death doesn't matter, but my daughter is only 2 years old. Well, she wouldn't have survived anyway. Alas, we're all doomed. His words trailed off as he collapsed to the ground, limp as a ragdoll. Yet among them were those of unyielding spirit. One dark-skinned giant, gazing at the approaching horde of beasts. So what if the beasts are coming? I've been slaying them since I was a kid. If I die here today, so be it. Kill 1, break even. Kill 2, profit. Kill 3, big win. Right. That brother speaks the truth. What's there to fear from beasts? Mortals are animals too. Classifying them as beasts isn't wrong. If they come to attack us, why can't we attack them? If they dare devour our city, we'll make them pay with their teeth. Exactly. That's how a man should be. What's the point of living if you can't protect your family? These beasts are besieging our city. I'll fight with every ounce of strength to defend my wife, children, and elders within these walls. As news of the demonic beasts' attack spread, major clans and powerful factions within the city began arriving. The Li family, one of the city's prominent clans, arrived as well. Their patriarch, now fully recovered from his injuries, spotted the absence of city guards on the ramparts and cursed under his breath. Those bastards in the city guard. They take our money but do nothing. When danger strikes, they run faster than anyone. Back then, they wouldn't let us flee Yen City. Now look, we're trapped. No one can get back. Only that bastard's power is too overwhelming for me to defeat. Otherwise, I'd have slaughtered every last one of these cowards long ago. Go! Deliver my orders, summon every Li family expert above the spirit refining realm to the city walls. Stop dawdling and hurry up, quick. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Beyond that, several other major factions in Yenqing sent word, ordering their men to come to the city walls to defend the city. Even Vice Dean Chang from Qinglong Academy arrived, though his complexion was grim. He seemed to have sustained significant injuries during his battle with that mysterious figure in black robes that day, his face still looking rather pale. His expression darkened further upon seeing the approaching demon beasts. After a few breaths of contemplation, he dispatched his assistant to the academy to summon 3rd and 4th year students for reinforcements. He knew that if the city walls fell, the citizens within would be lambs led to slaughter, at the mercy of the beasts to devour whichever households they pleased. The furious head of the Li family, after issuing his orders, spotted Vice Principal Chang of Qinglong Academy. His anger instantly faded. He jogged over, his face breaking into a smile. Deputy Dean Chang, you've arrived too. With these demonic beasts attacking, you must help us. As a spirit refining realm expert, you can certainly alleviate a great deal of our pressure. Hearing the Li family head's words, Vice Dean Chang nodded silently. Seeing the Vice Dean nod without speaking, he felt awkward about pressing further. He then began directing the arriving Li family members to prepare for defending against the demon beasts. Several major factions took the lead in forming a force of around 100,000 to garrison the city walls. The lowest cultivation level among them was Spirit Refining Realm, which was not bad. Additionally, 2 Spirit Refining Realm experts emerged. One was the father of the woman from the Lingbao Pavilion. He had just returned from outside last night, bearing injuries and looking pale. Fortunately, his breathing remained relatively steady, indicating his condition wasn't critical. The other was a white-haired elder. Gu Chen observed that the elder's life flame was already very faint. Judging by the heavy aura of age emanating from him, the elder was likely nearing the end of his lifespan. He was also a Spirit Refining Realm expert, with a lifespan of at least 500 years. Having lived so long, how could his aura of age not be heavy? The Supreme Commander was the head of the Li family, while 3 Spirit Refining Realm experts were tasked with confronting demon beasts of equal rank. Seeing this, Gu Chen felt slightly reassured. Witnessing the city's organized forces preparing to confront the demon beasts eased his mind considerably. Otherwise, watching the beasts breach the city walls and cause countless deaths would have been unbearable for him. After all, he was human too. Moreover, without an organized, effective resistance force, the city's defense army. Relying solely on his own strength, he couldn't stop the demon beast onslaught. At best, he could escape the tide of beasts and protect a handful of people within it. To save more people would be a pipe dream. Reaching the Grandmaster realm, however, was a possibility. Grandmaster was a qualitative leap in cultivation. Every individual who reached this realm stood at the pinnacle of the empire, revered as earthly immortals. The sheer terror implied by this title is evident to be called an immortal. Immortals were beings capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. Gu Chen harbored a theory: upon reaching the Grandmaster realm, the Gale energy within him might undergo a transformation, potentially evolving into something akin to spiritual energy. Otherwise, how could they possibly be called the realm of terrestrial immortals? Gu Chen lingered on the city walls for a while longer. Seeing the well-organized troops stationed there, he felt reassured and returned home. The demonic beasts hadn't launched their assault yet. They were merely gathering about 10 kilometers from the city walls, seemingly assembling more forces. It seemed they wouldn't attack for a while. After returning home, Gu Chen opened the translucent panel once more to check his own combustion value. His burning value had now reached 50,000. The rate of increase had slowed considerably, and he estimated it would plateau around 60,000. He still needed 40,000 more to reach 100,000, but those last 40,000 would be tough to come by, especially during this turbulent period. Gu Chen then infused another 20,000 points into the cultivation techniques displayed on the translucent panel. Instantly, changes surged through his body, and Gu Chen plunged back into the dream realm. When he emerged once more, 3 of the cultivation techniques within his translucent panel had all reached the perfected realm. Techniques reaching the perfected realm at least doubled in power. Gu Chen could now confidently declare he had no equal in Yen City. No one could stand against him, not even the Vice Dean of Qinglong Academy. After completing his cultivation breakthrough, the sounds of battle erupted from within the city walls. The demonic beasts had finished gathering and launched their assault on the fortifications. Gu Chen glanced distantly toward the city walls. Though somewhat disorganized, this hastily assembled army held firm against the demon beasts' assault. Their counterattacks were fierce, and the initially chaotic formations gradually regained order and discipline. The Li family's leadership proved remarkably strong. To unite 100,000 originally chaotic individuals into a cohesive force was no small feat. Under anyone else's command, merely organizing these 100,000 men into functional squads would have been a headache. Yet the Li family had not only achieved this but also forged a force with formidable combat prowess. These were no ordinary people, Gu Chen thought with growing admiration. Days passed slowly, and before they knew it, half a month had slipped by. Ever since the demon beasts had besieged the city, Yanqing had lost all contact with the outside world. Nor had any news ever reached them from the outside world. The head of the Qinglong Academy had once proposed breaking through the beast tie to investigate the situation outside and request imperial aid, but this suggestion was swiftly rejected. As they discovered the demon beasts possessed 3 spirit refining realm level beasts. Should they detect the absence of a spirit refining realm expert within the city, they would immediately launch an assault. There was also the risk that while the Qinglong Academy headmaster attempted to break the siege, the beasts might ambush the vice headmaster. A 3-against-1 situation could easily pose a fatal threat to the vice headmaster. Should he fall under the assault of beasts of equal power? It would deal a devastating blow to Yen City's forces. Vice Dean Chang of Qinglong Academy possessed formidable combat prowess, having led the defense against the previous assault by those 3 spirit refining realm demon beasts. Should he now perish, those 3 demon beasts would undoubtedly turn their attention to Yen City after disposing of the Vice Dean. The remaining 2 spirit refining realm experts were no match for 3 demon beasts of the same caliber. The inevitable outcome would be the destruction of Yen City and the loss of all its inhabitants. As for the other 2 spirit refining realm experts, the elderly man was beyond hope. With his advanced age, he likely wouldn't even make it halfway before perishing under the beast horde. The father of the Lingbao Pavilion woman bore injuries that had not healed in all these days, clearly preventing him from breaking through. Thus, they found themselves trapped in an awkward predicament, unable to contact the outside world, and crucially, unaware of what had transpired, with no rescue party dispatched. As for attempting to connect to the outside world via the network, that too was impossible. When the Fuxing sect first appeared, they destroyed Yanqing's entire network infrastructure. Repairing it would require specialized machinery shipped in from outside. Yanqing's resistance against the demon beast invasion remained tenacious. At most, the beasts breached the city walls only to be swiftly driven back by the defenders. Gu Chen had once secretly broken through the siege and left Yanqing for the outside world. But the situation outside was dire now. The empire couldn't spare the resources to help them weather the storm. This was because another nation in the western part of the empire had suddenly launched an attack, while the Fuxing sect's influence within the empire had surged, causing significant disruption. Moreover, the demonic beasts were not merely besieging Yin City alone, they had encircled numerous cities, marking a full-scale invasion of the empire. The empire had lost vast territories and continued to lose more. Imperial forces were putting up resistance, but it was far from satisfactory. The heavy losses in manpower had left the empire's position precarious. This is precisely why the empire has yet to send reinforcements to Yanqing. Thus, Yanqing now stood as an isolated fortress. Survival depended solely on its own strength, no rescue was forthcoming. Upon his return, Gu Chen kept this news to himself, sharing it only with Yin Nuo and Gu Lingling, his closest confidants. There was no point in sharing it with them, it would only weigh on their minds, dampen morale, and potentially lead to the city's fall at the hands of the demon beasts, resulting in heavy casualties. Therefore, it was better to keep it hidden. Perhaps this way, they could hold out a little longer, long enough for the empire to recover its strength and free up resources to aid them. After returning to Yin City, besides spending time with Yin Nuo and feeding Gu Lingling to nourish her chi and blood, Gu Chen secretly ventured outside the city several times to hunt down numerous demon beasts. Among them were some particularly powerful beasts. Otherwise, Yanqing's situation would only grow more dire. Speaking of nurturing Gu Lingling's chi and blood, her cultivation had surged dramatically. She'd leaped directly from the Unity realm to the Inner Gang realm, then yesterday, she'd broken through again to the Outer Gang realm, becoming an Outer Gang expert. Even Gu Chen was secretly amazed by this breakneck pace. In just half a month, she had leaped through multiple tiers, a feat more terrifying than his own cheat code. His cheat code required him to constantly burn corpses, using the incineration value to boost his strength. But she could rapidly enhance her strength simply by absorbing vital energy. If vital energy could be supplied without limit, wouldn't Gu Lingling's power soar to the heavens? With limitless chi and blood, she might even be able to crush a grandmaster into mincemeat with a single slap. Truly a fearsome creature of ancient times. Another 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The situation within the city showed no signs of improvement. In fact, the mounting casualties had cast a deepening gloom over the populace, a palpable sense of desolation spreading through the streets. Many defenders on the walls had already fallen victim to the demon beasts, while the survivors were battered and weary. The beasts seemed to come in endless waves, charging relentlessly upward. Worst of all, the empire had yet to send reinforcements, as if they had truly been forgotten. Their bodies were undeniably important. But the most critical issue was the dwindling food supply. Nearly 2 months of resistance had depleted most of the city's grain reserves. Even the reserves of the city's prominent families had been exhausted. What little remained was their last lifeline, something they could never part with. During this time, Gu Chen had ventured outside the city once. He found the outside world unchanged, with the empire even showing signs of imminent collapse. The Western Empire had seized vast territories from the homeland empire, with demonic beasts advancing deep into its heartland, inflicting devastating destruction. It was clear the empire was in its twilight years. Gu Chen felt Yanqing must break out now. If they remained trapped here, they would inevitably be dragged to their deaths by the demon beasts. Ultimately, save for a handful of survivors, nearly everyone would perish. Breaking out might cost some lives, but at least a significant number of people could survive. Several days later, the city's alarm sounded once more. This time, however, it heralded neither a demon beast attack nor enemy invasion. After extensive deliberation, the people of Yanqing had resolved to break out. The formation for the breakout had also been carefully planned. Qinglong Academy and several major clans would lead the charge, piercing through the demon beast army like a sharp blade. The common citizens of Yin City would follow behind. If they survived, it would be a blessing; if not, it would be fate. A major incident occurred during the preparations. The head of the Li family was suddenly ambushed and attacked by 3 demon beasts at the refining spirit realm. Though he narrowly escaped with his life, he suffered severe injuries. Even the Li family's reserves were depleted by more than half during this ambush. Over half of the Li family members with advanced cultivation levels were either killed or wounded. It could be said that the Li family's status and strength plummeted dramatically, and command authority was seized by the Lingbao Pavilion's pavilion master. Li Xiao sought out Gu Chen to drown his sorrows and drink over this incident. They say the Li family is finished. They say his father barely escaped with his life after being gravely wounded, but in truth, his injuries are far worse than rumored. He's barely hanging on by a thread now, and could pass away at any moment. With his father incapacitated, the elders have begun vying for power and influence, turning the household into a complete mess. He's also lost his position as young master, and the resources he receives each month are pitifully meager. Listening to Li Zhao's account, Gu Chen wanted to help. Yet as an outsider to the Li family, intervening felt neither appropriate nor reasonable. He simply told Li Xiao, "If you ever find yourself in danger, come to me for help. Trust me, no matter the threat, I'll protect you." However, Li Xiao was drunk at the time, and it was unclear whether he had heard Gu Chen's words. After several days of preparation, the evacuation team for Yanqing was fully assembled. Gu Chen arrived at the Li residence as requested by Li Xiao. But the moment he stepped inside, he heard the sound of a heated argument. "Why must our Li family guard the rear? My father is gravely wounded and unable to fight. He has no strength left to hold the rear guard. If we bring up the rear, we'll be devoured by the beasts. Not a single member of the Li family will survive. I'm sorry, but this is the joint decision of the two spirit refining realm elders. I have no authority to defy it. This is an order." "You call this an order? You're sending the entire Li family to our deaths. I refuse to go. I will never allow the Li family to guard the rear of the convoy." Li Xiao slammed himself down onto the ground in fury, sitting cross-legged and cursing without a care for his dignity. He never imagined his father would still be bedridden with severe injuries from defending the city. The Li family had lost most of its core strength in that battle, leaving them far from formidable now. Within Yan City, there were at least 10 or 20 factions stronger than theirs, if not countless. Yet now they were being forced to guard the rear guard. Everyone knew the rear and vanguard were the most perilous positions in a breakout. Moreover, with the Li family's current strength, they simply couldn't hold the rear guard. It was nothing short of a suicide mission. He refused to believe the higher-ups were unaware of the Li family's plight. This was nothing short of a death sentence, showing utter disregard for his father's prior sacrifices in defending Yan City. This left him feeling bitterly disheartened, yet utterly powerless. For if the Li family did not join the breakout, they would surely perish within the city walls, with no hope of survival whatsoever. If they joined the breakout, with luck, perhaps some clan members might survive, though the odds were slim. Thus, with no other choice, Li Xiao deliberated for a long time before finally agreeing to have the Li family guard the rear of the retreating forces. Chapter 99, Hunting Spirit Refining Realm Demonic Beasts. I'm sorry, but this is the joint decision of both Spirit Refining Realm Elders. I have no authority to defy it. This is an order. You call this an order? You're sending the entire Li family to their deaths. Whoever goes, I won't be one of them. I refuse to let the Li family guard the rear of the convoy. Li Xiao slammed himself down onto the ground in fury, abandoning all decorum as he began to curse angrily. He never imagined his father would still be bedridden with severe injuries from defending the city. The Li family had lost most of its core strength in that battle, leaving them far from formidable now. Within Yan City, there were at least 10 or 20 factions stronger than theirs, if not countless. Yet now they were being forced to guard the rear guard. Everyone knew the rear and the vanguard were the two most dangerous positions in a breakout formation. Moreover, with the Li family's current strength, they simply couldn't hold the rear guard. It was nothing short of a suicide mission. He refused to believe the higher-ups were unaware of the Li family's plight. This was nothing short of a death sentence, showing utter disregard for his father's prior sacrifices in defending Yan City. This left him feeling bitterly disheartened, yet utterly powerless. For if the Li family did not join this breakout attempt, they would surely perish within the city walls, with no hope of survival whatsoever. By joining the breakout, if luck favored them, perhaps a portion of the clan might survive, though the odds were slim. Thus, with no other choice, Li Xiao deliberated for a long time before finally agreeing to have the Li family guard the rear of the column. The messenger who had come to deliver the notice left without another word upon receiving the Li family's consent. After the messenger departed, Li Xiao slumped back down onto the ground, his brow furrowed with worry. Gu Chen, seeing this, walked over to Li Zhao's side, patted his shoulder, and said, "It's okay. Don't worry. With me here, I can't guarantee every member of the Li family will survive, but at least some of you will make it through." Hearing Gu Chen's words, Li Xiao immediately looked up at him with surprise. But the spark of hope in his eyes quickly faded. Gu Chen was merely his roommate, whose abilities were perhaps quite strong among peers his age. But in the entire city of Yanqing, he was hardly formidable, just an ordinary student. How could he possibly help the Li family weather this crisis? Moreover, this time he couldn't allow Gu Chen to stay with the Li family's group. The Li family guarded the rear of the convoy. A prodigy like Gu Chen would be wasted if he perished here with them. He belonged in the front ranks, where he might stand a better chance of survival. Once he had cultivated sufficiently in the future, he might avenge himself and slaughter every demon beast in this region. With this thought, he ignored Gu Chen's words. Instead, he pulled out paper and brush, swiftly writing a letter before handing it to a servant standing nearby. He instructed the servant to deliver it to the Song family. The Song family had always been on relatively good terms with the Li family. Though not as powerful as the Lees, they were still a fairly strong clan. After recent losses, their strength was naturally diminished compared to before, but they were still far better off than the current state of the Lee family. They wouldn't have to remain at the rear of the convoy either. Gu Chen wrote a letter instructing Gu Chen to join the Song family's convoy. This would increase his chances of survival. After handing the completed letter to the servant, Li Xiao turned to Gu Chen. Brother Chen, you should follow the Song family from now on. Our Li family is weakened now, and we're stuck at the rear. It's unlikely you'll survive with us. That's why I just wrote a letter recommending you to the Song family. They have good relations with us, and their strength surpasses ours. Plus, they're positioned at the center of the convoy, the safest spot. You'll be much safer there. After speaking, Li Xiao turned to Gu Chang, expecting him to agree immediately. To his surprise, Gu Chang flatly refused upon hearing Li Xiao's proposal. Rest assured, I'm not exaggerating. I truly can protect your Li family. But despite Gu Chang's insistence, Li Xiao remained unconvinced. He gave a resigned smile and said, "Fine, whatever you say. Since you refuse to join the Song family, stay with the Li family. When the time comes, we brothers may not have been born on the same day, but will die on the same day." Faced with Li Xiao's skepticism, Gu Chang also smiled helplessly. What could he do? He was telling the truth, but Li Xiao simply refused to believe him. What else could he say? He couldn't exactly punch the ground and blast a hole through it. That would be far too destructive and attract unwanted attention. Forget it. For now, he'd follow the Li family. Eventually, they'd see his words weren't empty. Soon, the breakout squad had assembled. Gu Chen and the Li family stood at the very rear of the formation. The Li family's spirits were low. It seemed they all knew they'd been assigned to the rear to wait for death. Gu Chen also spotted Li Xiao's father. He lay on a stretcher being loaded into an RV, while his mother sat beside him, her eyes red and swollen. The head of the Li family was a master at the Unity realm. Though he appeared to be in his 50s and looked sharp, his mood was low, clearly aware that this mission held little hope for survival. While the Unity realm was highly respected outside, it was hardly impressive when placed at the rear of the convoy. No wonder he held such low expectations and felt so despondent. Soon, the breaking out group exited the city. What none had anticipated, however, was that the moment they passed through the gates, they were met with a fierce assault from demonic beasts. The assault was relentless. Whether at the front, middle, or rear, the group faced ferocious attacks. The rear suffered particularly badly, torn open by several Unity realm demon beasts that breached the formation and began slaughtering indiscriminately. The two spirit refining realm experts watched the three demon beasts of equal rank in the sky with grave expressions. Gu Chen's mind was consumed by a single thought: they had been ambushed. The beasts knew they were attempting a breakout, so they had ambushed them here in advance, catching them completely off guard. This breakout attempt was likely to result in heavy casualties. Not only Gu Chen realized this, but even the two spirit refining realm experts above recognized the situation, their expressions darkening. But facing the demon beasts, there was no time for analysis. They could only silently pray that as many of their troops as possible might escape. They dared not hope for survival. The mere prospect of any survivors was beyond their expectations. Watching this unfold, Gu Chen sighed. He knew that if he didn't intervene now, the only fate awaiting the forces would be utter collapse and defeat, with heavy casualties. Thus, Gu Chen demonstrated his power, slaying the demon beasts that had invaded the Li family's ranks. The beasts were rampaging through the Li family's ranks, their claws already poised to strike down 5 or 6 people. In the blink of an eye, Gu Chen materialized beneath the beast's deadly claws. Seeing Gu Chen appear suddenly, the beast showed no hesitation. It swung its claws, intending to cleave the unexpected intruder in two. Unexpectedly, Gu Chen drew the clear wind sword from his back and slashed directly at it. The demon beast, at the Unity realm, was instantly cleaved in two by the clear wind sword. Its towering body, as tall as a small building, crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. This scene stunned the Li family members Gu Chen had rescued. Every pair of eyes stared at the suddenly appearing Gu Chen in utter shock. They knew Gu Chen, Li Xiao's roommate and a prodigy of extraordinary talent, the kind that came along once in a century. But in this situation, no one could have imagined that this once-in-a-century genius would effortlessly slay a Unity realm demon beast with a single swing. After all, no one had considered that genius and strength were two entirely different things. Only a genius who had matured into a true powerhouse could be considered a formidable force. To the others, Gu Chen was merely a prodigy. Becoming a true powerhouse would require considerable time. What stunned them beyond belief was that the Unity realm demon beast fell to Gu Chen in a single strike. This utterly shattered their expectations. Was this what a true genius looked like? Was this the once-in-a-century prodigy? Once in a century was too modest. This was at least a once-in-a-millennium talent. After dispatching this Unity realm beast, Gu Chen turned his attention to another of the same tier. This Unity realm demon beast was a colossal giant lizard. Seeing this colossal lizard, Gu Chen suddenly recalled encountering a giant lizard during his trials in Qingzhou City. However, the giant lizard was significantly smaller than the one before him now. The colossal lizard before him now measured a staggering 200 meters in length, truly a monstrous beast. Many had perished in its jaws. Gu Chen drew the clear wind sword and slashed at it. Instantly, the beast was cleaved in two once more, letting out a piercing, agonized scream. The cry immediately drew the attention of many members of the Li family, who witnessed the scene. Seeing Gu Chen decapitate this 200-meter-long colossal lizard with a single sword strike, they were stunned into silence, their jaws dropping like the previous wave of onlookers. One by one, they stared at Gu Chen with disbelief, unconsciously moving closer to his position. Seriously, wouldn't someone capable of slaying a giant lizard with a single strike be worth getting close to? Perhaps staying close would guarantee safety, offering a chance to survive this beast's tide. Gu Lingling, standing beside Gu Chen, wasn't idle either. While protecting Yun Nuo, she began ruthlessly slashing through the surrounding beasts. The Li family members, witnessing this scene, were stunned by Gu Lingling's formidable power. Even Yun Nuo, whom she was protecting, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Gu Lingling. She had always regarded Gu Lingling as her sister, never imagining her strength could be so formidable. A beast over 100 meters in size couldn't last a single strike against her. How could that not be shocking? After all, any one of these beasts could have easily killed her without leaving a trace. Yet in the hands of her dear sister Gu Lingling, they all fell with a single sword strike, as if she were slicing through chunks of giant, moving tofu rather than demonic beasts. After dispatching that beast, Gu Cheng didn't pause. He charged straight into the Li family's ranks, targeting the last remaining beast at the Unity Realm level. Charging before it, he swung his sword once more. In an instant, as the sword light flashed, the Unity Realm demon beast split cleanly in two, collapsing to the ground with a wretched scream. Among those saved by Gu Cheng this time was Li Xiao. Li Xiao stared at Gu Cheng's power, utterly stunned. He never imagined Gu Cheng could slay a Unity Realm demon beast with a single strike. Typically, only his father or the clan elders could stand against such a beast. However, most of the clan elders had perished recently, leaving only a handful remaining. That was why the Li family's forces had been so utterly overwhelmed during this Unity Realm demon beast ambush, suffering heavy casualties. Yet, at this critical moment, Gu Chen had stepped forward and directly slain the Unity Realm demon beast. This reminded him of how Gu Chen had recently told him that if he ever faced difficulties, he could seek his help. At the time, he had dismissed it with disdain, believing Gu Chen was merely boasting. After all, no matter how young Gu Chen was, he couldn't possibly be a match for those seasoned powerhouses, nor could he stand against such formidable demon beasts. Yet here Gu Chen stood, proving himself capable of defeating a Unity Realm demon beast, a revelation that sent shockwaves through the crowd. After dispatching the beast, Gu Chen approached Li Xiao and gestured toward Gu Lingling, who stood guarding Yun Nuo. He said, "I'll be assisting those above shortly and may be unable to protect you all. Go stand by Gu Lingling for now. She's exceptionally strong and can safeguard you without any strain." As he finished speaking, they witnessed Gu Lingling dispatch a Unity Realm demon beast. Her execution mirrored Gu Chen's precision, a single strike that instantly crushed the creature. This left Li Xiao, already stunned, even more astonished. Gu Cheng being that monstrously strong was one thing, but now the woman by his side was this powerful too. Was I dreaming, or was I dreaming? This was utterly defying common sense. Why didn't I possess such formidable strength? Alas, what a depressing tale. But now he believed every word Gu Chen had said. He immediately dashed over to a spot not far from Gu Lingling and asked her to protect him. Seeing Li Xiao and the others join Gu Lingling, Gu Chen shifted his gaze skyward. Among the three spirit-refining realm demon beasts was a colossal eagle. Gu Chen couldn't identify its species, but he knew it was enormous. Estimating its wingspan fully spread, it likely reached 500 or 600 meters. It truly could block out the sky and sun. Another beast, which Gu Chen deduced from its appearance to be a yellow ox, possessed extraordinary power, reaching the refining spirit realm. Its body stood like a mountain, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Another spirit-refining realm demon beast caught Gu Chen's eye. He couldn't identify it at a glance. It resembled a snake, yet it possessed 4 legs, though it wasn't a lizard either. A single horn protruded from its head. It looked like a hybrid of several creatures, impossible to classify. After pondering for a moment, Gu Chen gave up trying to figure it out. With so many demon beasts in this world, encountering a few unfamiliar species was perfectly normal, no need to dwell on it. For now, he needed to focus on how to deal with these creatures. The eagle-like beast had to be dealt with first. Judging by its wings, it was clearly a speed-oriented beast. Gu Chen wasn't sure if he could outrun it. Although he possessed the dragon's swift body technique, competing in speed against a creature renowned for its agility was a different matter. He felt uncertain about his chances. If this beast escaped and turned its attention to him, he himself might be fine, but those nearby could be in serious trouble. The remaining ox-like beast posed little threat. Its strengths lay in defense and brute force, not speed. Against such an opponent, a drawn-out battle would suffice to wear it down. As for the 4-legged beast, Gu Cheng hadn't fully figured it out yet, so he wasn't going to strike first. If he could eliminate both its companions here, it likely wouldn't dare attack again. After agreeing on the battle plan, he quietly positioned himself beneath the sky where the eagle soared. Seizing his moment, he stomped violently on the ground, unleashing a thunderous roar. The eagle-like demon beast in the sky, a spirit refining realm beast, was startled by the deafening noise. Spotting Gu Chen charging toward it from the ground, it tried to dodge, but Gu Chen's speed was too swift. Caught completely off guard, the beast couldn't react in time and found itself within Gu Chen's reach. Then, a flash of sword light erupted from Gu Chen's hand. A thick, blinding sword beam roared toward its wing. It tried to dodge sideways, but it was too late. The sword beam was both swift and precise, cleanly severing its nearly 400-meter-long wing. Its entire body lost balance and plummeted to the ground. Without giving it a chance to recover, Gu Chen arrived directly above its head the instant it hit the ground, driving his sword straight into its forehead. The beast twitched twice before its life force vanished. All this unfolded in the blink of an eye. Before the other spirit refining realm experts present could react, the entire situation had already changed. Especially the two spirit refining realm experts on the human side, their pupils dilated in shock at the sight. What had they just witnessed? A youth of around 20 leaping into the air, then slashing down to decapitate that Eagle King level spirit refining realm demon beast. No, not just slashing it down, first severing its wings with one stroke, then driving a sword through the Eagle King's skull, bringing it down dead. The sequence flowed like water, completed in an instant. Neither of them could have executed such a sequence. More crucially, neither had ever seen this youth before. They had no idea such a terrifyingly skilled expert had been hiding within the city all along. What if this master's target had been them instead of the Eagle King? Could they have dodged it? They replayed the sequence in their minds several times, only to realize the harsh truth: they would never have been able to dodge that arrow. At this thought, they turned their gaze toward the youth who had just slain the Eagle King, their eyes filled with solemn caution. For if this youth could slay the Eagle King, he could slay them too. The same applied to the two spirit refining realm demon beasts. One by one, they warily backed away, their expressions grave as they stared at the suddenly appearing Gu Chen. Gu Chen paid them no mind. Having already slain one demon beast, what difference did one more make? Gu Chen then fixed his gaze directly on the spirit refining realm demon beast that resembled a yellow ox. He had heard the others above refer to it as the Ox King. Though it too had retreated some distance, its speed was considerably slower. It had only pulled back 700 or 800 meters, a distance Gu Chen could cover in an instant. The Ox King was startled by Gu Chen's gaze. Only now did it realize the young man had targeted it. Its heart began pounding wildly, and its retreating speed suddenly surged. But it was already too late. In the next instant, Gu Chen activated the dragon slipping technique, appearing beside the Ox King and sweeping his sword toward it. Faced with this strike, the Bull King's speed proved utterly inadequate to react. Unlike the Eagle King before, it couldn't even twist its body slightly to evade. There was no escape, it could only watch as the blade's gleam descended upon its form. Instantly, a wound 7 or 8 meters deep gouged into the Bull King's flesh, exposing bone and gushing blood. Gu Chen, who had delivered the strike, frowned inwardly. True to its reputation as the Bull King, its defense was formidable. His strike had only reached the bone, failing to cleave it cleanly in two. But that didn't matter. He'd simply have to strike a few more times. Gu Chen circled the Bull King, swinging his sword several more times. When the Bull King still didn't collapse, he unleashed a flurry of consecutive strikes. Soon, the Bull King was cut down by the flurry of swordlight, unable to rise. It wasn't that it hadn't counterattacked, its strikes simply couldn't keep pace with Gu Chen's speed, all dodged effortlessly. Finally, Gu Chen stood before the Bull King and thrust his sword into its forehead, ending its life. Gu Chen then turned his gaze to the last beast, that strange, hybrid-like demon beast at the refining spirit realm level. But as Gu Chen scanned the surroundings, he realized the beast was nowhere to be found. It had taken advantage of his engagement with the Ox King and fled. At least it knew when to cut its losses. Seeing this, Gu Chen had no intention of pursuing it further. The two figures in the sky slowly descended, their expressions solemn as they looked at Gu Chen. Clasping their hands together, they bowed respectfully before asking, "May we inquire about your name, young brother? Your intervention has saved us all. We speak for the entire city in expressing our deepest gratitude." "Exactly. I haven't even learned your name yet, young man. To possess such formidable strength, you truly are a prodigy for the ages. I happen to have a granddaughter, just turned 18, with a face that's second to none. I wonder if you might need a maid to serve tea and attend to your needs?" A down-to-earth old miser joined in, immediately pitching his granddaughter to Gu Chen. Seeing this, Gu Chen spoke directly. "No need. I'm accustomed to traveling alone. Having someone else to worry about feels rather unfamiliar. My name is Gu Chen. I'm a freshman who enrolled at Qinglong Academy a few days ago." "Freshman? A student at Qinglong Academy?" The pavilion master of Jinmao Pavilion and that stingy old man exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. They never imagined Gu Chen was merely a freshman. Had Vice Principal Chang not learned of the situation days ago that escape was impossible and rescue unlikely, he would have broken through the siege to seek help and never returned. Otherwise, discovering such a prodigy among their own academy students would likely have made them drop their jaws in delight. But what shocked them most was that this young man was only a freshman. A freshman with cultivation at the spirit refining realm? Was he even human? This was beyond human, wasn't it?
He was a prodigy born once in 10,000 years.
Chapter 100, the grand finale, recalling a past life.
Seeing this, Gu Chen spoke directly.
No need. I'm accustomed to traveling alone. Having another person tag along would only feel like a burden. My name is Gu Chen.
I enrolled at Qinglong Academy a short while ago and am currently a freshman this year.
Freshman? A student at Qinglong Academy?
The pavilion master of Jinmao Pavilion and the old miser exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. They never imagined Gu Chen was merely a freshman. Had Vice Principal Chang not learned of the situation days ago that escape was impossible and rescue unlikely, he would have broken through the siege to seek help and never returned. Otherwise, discovering such a prodigy among their own academy students would likely have made them drop their jaws in delight. But what shocked them most was that this young man was only a freshman.
A freshman with cultivation at the spirit refining realm? Was he even human? This was beyond human, wasn't it?
He was a prodigy born once in 10,000 years. As this thought crossed their minds, their expressions grew increasingly serious.
After a moment of contemplation, they spoke again. Young man, would you care to come back to the city and visit our home? We could have some tea and discuss compensation for your help in resolving this critical crisis. The elderly refugee also chimed in at this moment. Yes, come back to town for a while.
Your contribution this time was immense. You'll likely receive quite a few valuable rewards.
With those two divine transformation realm demon beasts dead and another having fled, the herd, now leaderless, quickly dispersed. This crisis has been averted. Hearing the old miser's words, Gu Chen glanced at the demon beast horde. Sure enough, the beast tide was now in full retreat. It wouldn't be long before they scattered completely. The crisis threatening Yanqing had been averted.
As the demon beast tide began to recede, many people sat on the ground weeping bitterly, relieved to have survived. Others wept bitterly because their loved ones and friends had perished in the onslaught. However, Gu Chen flatly refused two individuals. He felt it was utterly unnecessary. Having reached the spirit refining realm, those resources held little value for him beyond the corpses. Moreover, Yun Nua's current cultivation level didn't require such vast resources. A small portion would suffice for her present training needs. So, while he might have had some interest in corpses, he genuinely had no interest in resources alone. He'd rather use that time to go home, lie down in bed for a while, and relax. With that thought, Gu Chen bid farewell to the two and headed straight home with Yun Nua and Gu Lingling. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 2 months had passed. The turmoil caused by the beast tide had subsided. Though the empire still faced difficulties, Yanqing was generally in much better shape than before. No longer besieged by the beast tide, Yanqing City re-established contact with the outside world. Upon learning that the empire had descended into chaos, its citizens were stunned. They never imagined such a powerful empire could face such a fate. Fortunately, Yanqing still held substantial financial reserves, and the empire's financial system had not collapsed entirely. Using these funds, they procured a significant amount of grain to bring back to Yanqing. This resolved Yanqing's immediate food crisis. Gu Chen hadn't been idle during this period either. Aside from resting for a few days at the beginning, he found work at a crematorium. Moreover, due to the recent beast tide that claimed many lives, his incineration points had risen by over 10,000. While still insufficient for advancing to the Grandmaster realm, it brought him one step closer. Time to go for a stroll and return these 3 cultivation manuals to the Lingbao Pavilion. Gu Chen rose from the floor where he'd been cultivating in his bedroom, stretching lazily. After informing Gu Lingling and Yun Nua at home, he stepped out the door and strolled leisurely toward the Lingbao Pavilion. The Lingbao Pavilion's status had risen significantly after weathering the beast tide's impact. Now, it dominated Yen City, overshadowing all other establishments. Beyond that, the reputation of Lingbao Pavilion's daughter had gradually spread. Rumors claimed she was as beautiful as a celestial being, the most stunning woman in Yanqing. Whoever married her would not only gain wealth and honor but also possess such a breathtaking beauty. Everyone yearned to catch a glimpse of the Lingbao Pavilion maiden's grace. Gu Chen, walking along the street, overheard the surrounding whispers and couldn't help but chuckle. While Xuelan, the Lingbao Pavilion maiden, was undeniably beautiful. But she was still far from being Yanqing City's most beautiful woman. For one thing, she was too young, only 17 or 18, and hadn't fully blossomed yet. Moreover, Wen Yinan and Gu Lingling were actually no less beautiful than her, and in some ways even surpassed her. It could be said that this title of Yanqing's most beautiful woman was somewhat hollow. But what did that matter to Gu Chen? He chuckled and paid no mind to the chatter, continuing on toward Lingbao Pavilion. After just over half an hour, he arrived at the entrance of the Lingbao Pavilion. The entrance was bustling with activity, as Lingbao Pavilion's daughter, Xuelan, was being accosted by a young man with dyed yellow hair. The young man, holding a bouquet of roses, knelt on one knee before Xuelan. Xuelan, I beg you, marry me. I swear, if you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll treat you well for the rest of my life. I'll give you my heart and soul, melting you in the palm of my hand. After speaking, the young man with dyed yellow hair pulled a ring from his pocket. Upon closer inspection, the ring was quite substantial. Clearly no expense had been spared. He must have enlisted quite a few friends and extras, for the moment he produced the ring, a crowd around them began cheering. Marry him! Marry him! Marry him! Marry him! If I were you, I'd marry him. Exactly. I think this blonde guy is seriously handsome. That yellow hair is so captivating, I'd marry him myself. Plus, I heard Blondie's family owns several mines and is worth hundreds of millions. Looks like a perfect match, two powerhouses joining forces. Plus, I heard he's got some serious cultivation talent. He might even break through to the Unity realm, a real prodigy. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Gu-chan also fixed his gaze on the young man with the yellow hair. He was actually quite handsome. His features were rugged and somewhat pale, but his eyes betrayed a lack of integrity, filled with lecherous intent. Especially when his gaze settled on Shuelan ahead, the lecherousness in his eyes intensified significantly. Clearly, this was no good sort. Did you hear what people are saying about me? Huh? Did you hear what they're saying about us? Pretty good, huh? We're a perfect match. Be my girlfriend. Don't worry, I won't let you down. My sincerity is witnessed by heaven and earth. If I break this promise, may 5 bolts of lightning strike me down. The young man with dyed yellow hair raised a finger to the sky in solemn oath, his expression earnest. But Gu-chan, watching from the crowd, couldn't help but laugh. Swearing to the heavens might fool some naive young girls, but deceiving someone as worldly as Shuelan? Not a chance. Sure enough, after the young man with the dyed yellow hair finished speaking, Shuelan's face showed no flicker of emotion. She continued to stare coldly at the young man before her. I've already told you I don't like you one bit. Please leave my sight immediately. And Lingba Pavilion doesn't welcome you either. If you came here with business intentions, then Lingba Pavilion would be happy to accommodate you. So now, take your roses and get out of my sight immediately. Otherwise, I'll have to call someone to escort you out. Perhaps it was Shuelan's ruthless demeanor that made the yellow-haired man feel a bit embarrassed, but he persisted nonetheless. I won't leave. I won't leave. I won't leave until you agree to me. Shuelan, I'm sincere about you. Will you marry me? Will you be my girlfriend? Trust me, I'll treat you well for the rest of my life. Yet Shuelan remained unmoved, persistently urging him to step aside as she prepared to enter Lingbao Pavilion for work. But the guy wouldn't budge. Holding the rose, he stood directly in front of her. The scene remained frozen in place. The surrounding crowd, far from dissuaded, continued to cheer him on. Just say yes to him. He's so handsome, you should agree. Besides, his family isn't bad either, they're worth over 100 million. If it were me, I'd say yes. Miss Shuelan, you absolutely mustn't agree. If you do, I'll kill myself right now. You're my goddess, please, don't ever get married, okay? Honestly, I don't think that yellow-haired guy's family is worthy of Lingbao Pavilion. Lingbao Pavilion is so prestigious, it's one of Yenqing's top-tier powers. It's only natural they wouldn't approve. Gu-chan watched from the edge of the crowd for a while. Seeing no sign of resolution, as if the situation had frozen solid, he couldn't help but feel a surge of impatience. Forget it. He really wasn't going to be a bystander. He'd better return the cultivation technique quickly, then head back to figure out where to find some corpses to boost his incineration value and enhance his strength. With that thought, Gu-chan pushed through the crowd to the innermost section, walking toward Yellow Hair and Shuelan. Who the hell are you? What's with all the pushing? Can't you see there's no one here? You're still shoving your way in. Damn, you've got some strength, kid. One little push and I flew. You're telling me. Now that you mention it, it really does seem that way. When that kid just walked past me, I tried to push him aside, but I ended up getting shoved aside myself. I still don't know what happened. You felt that too? Me too. When he walked by me just now, I even tried shoving him on purpose. It felt like pushing against a mountain. I couldn't budge him at all. Instead, he shoved me aside. Is this kid seriously that strong? No idea. Let's just wait and see. Don't go stirring up trouble, things are already tense enough. Gu-chan, walking toward Shuelan and the blonde-haired youth, naturally overheard the murmurs behind him. Yet he paid them no mind, these were trivial matters, not worth his attention. His casual approach allowed Shuelan, who had been blocked by the blonde-haired guy at the entrance of Lingbao Pavilion, to spot Gu-chan. A flicker of joy instantly lit up her face. She practically fled to his side, clutching his sleeve with a touch of embarrassment as she tugged gently. Brother Gu-chan, why did you take so long to come? Did I need to return your cultivation techniques to you sooner? No, that's not what I meant. I just meant I missed you after you didn't come see me for so long. Shuelan's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke. She felt she'd never been so bold in her life, uttering such embarrassing words. Yet after speaking, she felt a strange sense of relief. Earlier, her father had returned and told her that Gu-chan had personally slain 2 spirit-refining realm demon beasts on the battlefield, leaving her utterly stunned. She knew Gu-chan was formidable, but she hadn't imagined he was this powerful. Moreover, her father mentioned that Gu-chan had dispatched those 2 spirit-refining realm demon beasts with minimal effort, finishing them off in just a few moves.
This meant Gu Chen's true strength was even more terrifying than they had ever witnessed.
Her father had also suggested inviting Gu Chen over if possible to get acquainted. If they could win him over, that would be ideal.
She'd been pondering this for days.
Yet, the moment she arrived at the Lingbao Pavilion entrance today, this blonde-haired man blocked her path. And he seemed determined to block her entrance unless she accepted his advances.
She was furious. What she never could have imagined was that Gu Chen would also be at the Lingbao Pavilion today. This was truly an unexpected delight.
At this thought, her heart began to pound wildly.
Yet to the others, Xu Elan's behavior presented an entirely different picture.
Those around them stared wide-eyed at the scene. They couldn't believe the icy-cold Xu Elan from moments ago had transformed into such an adorable, charming figure. This wasn't the aloof daughter of the Lingbao Pavilion's master. They remembered this was clearly a young wife lost in love.
Am I seeing things? That's the Lingbao Pavilion master's daughter. She's always been so aloof. How could she be so forward with a man? Oh my, this man is truly blessed. Xu Elan's father is the Lingbao Pavilion master, a cultivator at the spirit refining realm, one of the top experts in Yen City.
Marrying into that family means a lifetime of financial security.
Is that all you aspire to? Just a life of comfort? What's the most crucial thing about the Lingbao Pavilion? Money and resources.
Once he becomes the Lingbao Pavilion master's son-in-law, those resources will be at his disposal.
His cultivation realm will skyrocket like a rocket.
That yellow-haired guy probably had this plan all along, but he never imagined the Pavilion master's daughter already had someone in her heart. Every onlooker present shot envious, jealous, and resentful glances at Gu Chun. The blonde-haired guy finally snapped out of it, his eyes practically devouring Gu Chun. The girl he pursued for months had been snatched away by this kid without a word. How could this be? Where was justice? Where was humanity? Had society truly devolved to this? Why had Xu Elan remained so cold toward him despite his long pursuit, yet fluttered over at the slightest gesture from someone else?
He couldn't comprehend it.
His gaze toward Gu Chen darkened, but before he could say anything, the elusive Lingbao Pavilion master suddenly appeared, jogging out from the pavilion entrance. Emerging with a smile, he immediately approached the youth who had just appeared.
Young friend, we meet again. Last time I invited you to my home for wine, you declined.
This time, I prepared a feast of the finest dishes and brought out my century-old liquor. I intend to drink with you until we're both thoroughly tipsy.
What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and get moving. Or do I have to do it myself?
As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates snapped to attention and scattered in all directions to make preparations. Meanwhile, Gu Chen found himself with an arm around his shoulder as the Lingbao Pavilion master pushed him toward the inner chambers of the pavilion.
As they entered, he didn't forget to call Xu Elan inside as well. Xu Elan, you come too. Your brother Gu Chen is here, hurry over and keep us company.
At her father's words, Xu Elan shot straight in after them, leaving the blonde-haired man standing alone and forlorn in the spot. He stood silent for a long moment, his expression shifting from resentment to calm. Finally, without a word, he vanished into the crowd. During the meal at the Lingbao Pavilion with the pavilion master and Xu Elan, Gu Chen returned the 3 cultivation manuals. To his surprise, the pavilion master refused to take them back, declaring the manuals were gifts to Gu Chen.
Gu Chen naturally objected, insisting on returning them.
He explained that he had only borrowed the manuals, truly, just borrowed them, and now that he had mastered their techniques, it was only right to return them to their rightful owner.
Hearing this, the Lingbao Pavilion master relented and took the manuals back. Gu Chen ate to his heart's content, the meal stretching from morning until 2 p.m.
After bidding farewell to Xu Elan, who had come to see him off, Gu Chen stood atop the city walls of Yancheng. Gazing down at the vast plains below, his expression grew pensive. He never imagined that after crossing over, he would ascend to the pinnacle of this world, so swiftly becoming a master at the spirit refining realm level. Moreover, with so many exceptional women showing interest in him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of perspective different from his previous life. In his previous life, he'd worked himself to death like a beast of burden, groveling for his girlfriend, only to lose both his job and her in the end. Instead, he'd ended up with a body riddled with illnesses from sheer exhaustion. Never did he imagine that after crossing over, everything would change. He had become a master revered by all, stepping into a life he had never achieved in his previous existence. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Perhaps this rebirth was compensation for his past life. Lost in thought, he lifted his gaze to the azure sky.
He couldn't help but wonder.
If everyone who had lived an unsatisfying life in their past existence could be given the chance to time travel, to fulfill the life they had imagined,
resolving the regrets they missed out on due to certain circumstances.
Then, with a turn of his heel, Gu Chen walked away from the city walls. For his life had only just begun.
He would ensure his journey left no regrets.